Transported into a beast-taming world, the final exam required summoning combat beasts. While others had towering, ferocious creatures, I only awakened a thumb-sized chipmunk. Wasn't I just cannon fodder? As a lone wolf with no money or connections, my starting point was downright brutal. But who would have guessed? An infinite cultivation system descended, letting me evolve that chipmunk into a divine chaos beast. Its power skyrocketed, crushing ultra-durable mice with one paw, ripping off steel security doors like paper. Now, I can't wait to see the looks on the faces of those who once looked down on me, especially the bullies. Looking at the fluffy little creature in the cage before me, I was utterly speechless and nearly lost my composure. This little thing in the cage, about 2 or 3 centimeters long, is snow white all over, with a pair of delicate ears that twitch slightly. It's currently nibbling on a sunflower seed. Isn't this just a chipmunk? What the hell is this thing? It's useless. I couldn't help but complain. Am I really supposed to take my final exams with this? Others all have tall and fierce royal beasts, genetically modified creatures, or at least something like venomous snakes or man-eating flowers. Why am I stuck with a chipmunk? This is terrible. I don't want to be cannon fodder. As a transmigrator, I was pretty excited when I first arrived in this world. It's just like the mutation and evolution novels describe. After the cataclysm, all kinds of mutated beasts run rampant, and humans tame them to become their combat force. These people are called beastmasters. The top beastmasters stand at the pinnacle of the world, wanting for nothing. Every beastmaster awakens their primal beast at the age of 18. The stronger it is, the greater their innate advantage. But look at my chipmunk, then think about the powerful beasts others have. I could cry from frustration. Just as I was despairing, ding dong. Infinite cultivation system activated. Congratulations, host, on awakening your first origin beast, a baby chipmunk. A series of mechanical voices rang out, followed by a transparent pop-up appearing before me, clearly displaying my information. Host, Lin Bai, level 0, bloodline, human, talent, infinite cultivation, origin beast, baby chipmunk. It really is a chipmunk. This thing, even the system can't save it. I felt even more of a headache coming on. But then, the system notification chimed again, ding. Infinite talent activation. Please select the cultivation direction for your primordial beast. 1. Star Devourer beast. When cultivated to its peak, it can devour the sun, moon, and stars with a single bite. 2. World beast. When cultivated to its peak, it can create an entire world. 3. Primordial chaos beast simultaneously strengthens the host's physical constitution. When cultivated to its peak, the body achieves sainthood, becoming indestructible and immortal. Seeing these options, I was instantly stunned. These are all god-tier paths. For a moment, I was completely overwhelmed, feeling as if I had won $100 million lottery. But soon I calmed down and began to analyze. The world beast must be weak in the early stages, and I couldn't even gather enough resources for it, so it was immediately ruled out. The Devourer star beast, though powerful, couldn't support me in return. If I got taken out, its strength would be meaningless. After careful consideration, I decisively chose the primordial chaos beast. My own strength is what matters most. Worst case, I'll just fight the opponent as tamed beasts myself. The moment I made my decision, the system chimed, ding dong. Selection complete. Training direction activated. Chipmunk, transform into primordial beast. Almost instantly, the originally thumb-sized chipmunk in the cage underwent a transformation, growing slightly larger, becoming nearly snow white like jade, with a faint golden halo and countless tiny flickering on its body, as if evolving. After the evolution was complete, a powerful force fed back to me. In an instant, time around me seemed to freeze. I watched as my skin and flesh turned transparent, revealing bones and the desktop beneath. Muscles and blood vessels melted away, only for new flesh to regenerate in their place. Yet, strangely, I felt no pain whatsoever throughout the entire process. When the enhancement ended, my skin returned to normal, though noticeably paler than before. I reached to pick up the mouse to check the time crack. The mouse instantly crumbled into dust in my hand. This is high-strength carbon fiber material, stronger than steel. I was utterly shocked. This strength is simply outrageous. Then I accidentally yanked the steel security door off its frame and all. Good grief. Now the landlord's gonna come after me for sure. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. After several hours of adjustment, I became familiar with my physical strength. I estimate that the strength of a single arm is around 1,000 kilograms, 20 times that of an average person, almost approaching the level of a zero-level beast tamer. Phew! Truly worthy of being a divine-level origin beast, the primordial chaos beast. This effect is simply godly. Next, it's time to nurture this chaos beast. I stroked my chin, looking at the chaos beast in the cage, and decided to head to the beast taming market to find some suitable nourishment for it. By the time I arrived at the beast taming market, it was already afternoon. The market was deserted, with only a sparse crowd. All the good items had long been picked over, leaving only some low-priced scraps for disposal. Looking at those dead fish, wilted vegetables, and even the lymph meat someone was selling, I was utterly speechless. Seems like I came too late. Just as I was feeling frustrated, a crisp and sweet voice rang out, "Wow! You're here!" I turned around and saw my neighbor Han Shui. She was wearing a white long dress, her skin delicate and her features exquisite, greeting me with a smile. We attend the same school, just in different classes, and were quite familiar with each other. Han Shui immediately noticed the cage I was carrying and exclaimed excitedly, "Huh? You've awakened your primal beast taming ability. What's inside? Let me see." Feeling somewhat awkward, I glanced at the cloth-covered cage and mumbled, "This thing is really dangerous." But Han Shui moved too quickly and yanked off the cloth in an instant. Upon seeing the baby chipmunk in the cage, she couldn't help but exclaim, "Is this a chipmunk? So cute." I cleared my throat twice and said with a serious expression, "This is not a chipmunk. It's a chaos beast. Very ferocious. Believe it or not, I could swallow you in one bite." Han Shui stared at the chipmunk, which was smaller than her finger, and after a moment of silence, hesitantly comforted me, "You're quite optimistic, I see. Actually, not being able to become a beast tamer isn't such a big deal. If you ever run into trouble, come find me, I'll protect you." I couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time, shaking the cage lightly. This really is a primordial beast. These days, no one believes the truth when you tell it. Han Shui's eyes sparkled as she rubbed her hands together. "All right then. Let us just call it the primordial beast. Can I hug your primordial beast? It's so adorable." I handed her the cage, "No harm in letting you play with it." Han Shui carefully took the cage, and I said helplessly, "No need to be so cautious. Although the primordial beast looks like a baby chipmunk, it's actually of divine lineage, far stronger than I am now. Its appearance is just deceiving." At that moment, a convertible sports car pulled over by the roadside. Lu Kai, sitting in the passenger seat, lifted his chin arrogantly and sneered, "Ha, truly a spectacle under heaven. A mere chipmunk dares to call itself a primordial beast. Have you been traumatized so badly that you've gone mad?" This Lu Kai, relying on his family's wealth, acts recklessly and often bullies classmates. I despise him to the core. Frowning, I stepped forward, grabbed his collar with one hand, and dragged him off the car. Holding him up single-handedly, I growled, "Lu Kai, are you blind? Only know how to look down on people with your nostrils?" Lu Kai's eyes instantly cleared, his legs trembling uncontrollably. He's been beaten by me more than once, probably regretting his taunting mouth right now. Stammering, he said, "Lin, you." I grabbed him by the collar, narrowing my eyes, "You what, you? Seeing that I awakened a chipmunk, a primordial beast, are you bloating?" Lu Kai immediately backed down, and no. "Wouldn't dare. Then get lost if you don't dare. What bad luck. A perfectly good day, ruined the moment I saw you. Ugh." I tossed Lu Kai back into the car. As soon as Lu Kai got in the car, he started threatening again, "Just you wait. Once I awaken my primal beast, I'll definitely destroy you." With that, he hit the gas trying to escape, only to hear a loud bang, as the sports car crashed into a streetlight and was instantly totaled. Lu Kai cursed loudly, jumped out of the wreckage, and fled in disgrace. Han Shui couldn't help but laugh while holding the cage. I was a bit surprised. Han Shui smiled and said, "It's nothing. It's just the first time I've seen that bastard Lu Kai in such a sorry state." Then her expression turned serious, and she said worriedly, "You need to be careful. After Lu Kai awakened his original beast control, he will definitely seek revenge." I shrugged it off, "It's fine, I'm not afraid." Looking around, I sighed and said, "Forget it, none of them are fresh. Let's just buy a couple of dead fish and make do." Han Shui was startled, "Huh? You're going to feed the chipmunk dead fish? No. It will die." As she spoke, a small package appeared in her hand, which she handed to me. "These are some ingredients I bought for feeding royal beasts. Give them to the chipmunk." I took a look and gasped, "What is this? Holy shit. Mutant king crab? You're going to feed this to your beast?" Han Shui said generously, "Alright, go ahead and use it for your beast. Once you make some money, just pay me back." With that, she handed the chipmunk back to me, waved, and walked away. My heart warmed, and I silently noted this kindness in my mind. At the beast market, I unexpectedly ran into Han Shui again. She was holding a fresh piece of mutated king crab meat, clearly a little gift prepared for me. After obtaining the ingredients, I took the chipmunk back to my place. I cut off a small piece of mutated king crab flesh about the size of the chipmunk and tossed it to the little creature. To my surprise, its head instantly enlarged, and it swallowed the piece whole in one gulp, then stared at me eagerly, waiting for more. I was startled but also thrilled. This hybrid beast was even more impressive than I had imagined. So, I placed a whole chunk of mutated king crab flesh weighing about 2 to 3 pounds in front of it, curious to see just how much it could eat. Its head swelled again to the size of a basketball, and in one gulp, it swallowed the flesh whole. This chunk of flesh was at least 100 times its own weight. Could its stomach be a bottomless pit? However, after devouring a piece of mutated king crab, it finally seemed full, curling up into a ball and falling into a deep sleep. It was hard to connect this tiny creature with the monster that had just swallowed several kilograms in a single bite. At that moment, a system pop-up appeared, informing me that the primordial beast needed 100 evolution points to reach level 1. Given that 2 kilograms of mutated king crab flesh yielded 1 evolution point, it would require 200 kilograms costing roughly over 100,000 federal credits. This is undoubtedly an astronomical figure for me. I couldn't help but gasp, rubbing my temples with a bitter smile. All I could do was comfort myself by thinking that things would work out when the time came. For now, I should sleep and worry about raising the money tomorrow. The next day, I rode my small electric bike to Jinwoo High School. A young man greeted me enthusiastically. When I looked up, it turned out to be Chin-Hoo. I was genuinely startled by him. At 1.78 meters, I'm not exactly short, but he was already close to 1.95 meters before. After one summer break, he had shot up to around 2.2 meters, towering over normal people by 2 heads. His build was excessively robust, with arms thicker than most people's thighs. He said he had awakened his original beast, which caused him to suddenly grow taller, and proudly showed off a small black kitten, claiming it was a juvenile king-class beast called the Black Shadow Tiger, with a minimum evolutionary potential of king-class. In the school, this original beast could easily rank within the top 50. I was somewhat surprised. King-class beasts are extremely rare, and his Black Shadow Tiger could easily make it into the top 10, or even the top 5. No wonder he was so smug. Curious about my mixed element beast, I reluctantly pulled a sleeping chipmunk from my pocket and placed it on my palm. His expression froze, and he fell silent. After all, in the Beastmaster system, creatures like chipmunks have very limited growth potential and are basically only suitable as pets. I helplessly explained that this was the Chaos Beast. He patted my shoulder reassuringly, saying that from now on, if anyone dared to bully me, he'd fight them alongside me. I corrected him, saying that as civilized people, we don't resort to fighting. Just then, his young black-veined tiger suddenly let out a low growl, trembling all over, its eyes fixed on the chipmunk in my hand, filled with terror. Chen-Hu was puzzled, muttering if it was hungry. I coughed lightly and suggested it might be afraid of the chaos beast in my hand, then tucked the creature back into my pocket. Chen-Hu was puzzled, thinking his little black wanted to eat my chaos beast, but why was it also afraid? I kicked him, reminding him that today was the day for class reassignment, and all classes with awakened beastmasters would be redistributed. Then we headed toward the square. Chapter 3, Swift Fay. Where in the world could there be such a coincidence? It just so happened that at the Imperial Beast Market, he met Han Shui. In Han Shui's hands, there was also a fresh mutant king crab blood meat. This mutant king crab blood meat is obviously a small gift that Han Shui prepared for him. Afraid of him being embarrassed. Just finding an excuse to give it to him. Alright, the ingredients have been gotten. Time to go back. Lin Bai brought the chipmunk and returned to his residence. Cutting off a small piece of mutated king crab flesh, he threw it to the chipmunk. This piece was about the same size as the chipmunk. In theory, it should be about the same. Snap. The chipmunk's head instantly became larger and directly took the piece of blood meat that was about the same size as itself and swallowed it in one bite. Then. There was no then. This little thing looked at Lin Bai blearily, waiting for Lin Bai to continue feeding. So fierce? Lin Bai was startled and incomparably surprised. It seemed that this hybrid beast was even more outrageous than what he had imagined. Solely, Lin Bai put a whole 2 or 3 pound mutant king crab blood meat in front of the chipmunk, wanting to see just how much the other party could eat. Boom! The chipmunk's head once again grew bigger. It became the size of a basketball and swallowed the 2 to 3 pounds of mutated king crab blood meat in one bite. Hiss! Lin Bai immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This piece of blood meat was at least 100 times the weight of this chipmunk. Is this thing a bottomless pit inside? However, a piece of mutant king crab went down. The chipmunk was finally full. It curled up into a ball and huffed and puffed. It was hard to put this little thing. It was hard to associate it with a monster that swallowed several kilograms in one bite. Ding dong. At this moment, a pop-up window surfaced. Host, Lindbergh. Level, 0. Bloodline, human. Talent, infinite cultivation. Origin, hybrid beast. Evolution points, 100. Hybrid beast. Level, 0. Level up requires evolution points, 100. Level up requires evolution points, 100. Hybrid beast, 100 evolution points. Lin Bai rubbed his chin. Calculating based on 2 kilograms of mutated king crab flesh and blood yielding 1 evolution point. To cultivate this little thing to level 1. It would need 200 kilograms of mutant king crab blood meat, and the cost would probably be around 100,000 or so. Hiss. This consumption is a bit terrifying. Where am I going to get over 100,000 federal currency? Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air and rubbed his eyebrows. There was some crying and laughing. To be reasonable, the resources consumed by a hybrid beast really wasn't much, it was just the resources of a meal for a level 1 imperial beast. However, for the current him, it really was an astronomical amount. Forget it, the ship will naturally straighten out. Let's sleep first, the matter of getting money together, let's talk about it tomorrow. Lin Bai stretched his waist. He was looking at it very openly, he had plenty of time anyway. Just take his time to mull it over. Time passed in a flash. The next day, Lin Bai rode a small electric bike and arrived at Jinwu High School. People were coming and going all around. It was all a group of teenagers. In this world, after the cataclysm, there were only a few super federations left, uniting to fight against the ferocious beasts. Continuing human civilization. At the same time, education has completely shifted from the original culture to martial arts. As long as they are newborns, they can receive free education in martial arts. Among them, geniuses with strong potential would receive focused cultivation from the Federation. Yo, Lindbergh came so early? A teenager ran over and greeted him enthusiastically. Shen Hu? Has your kid eaten the golden bumps? Lin Bai raised his head and looked at Shen Hu with great shock. Honestly speaking, Lin Bai's own height of 1.78 meters was already not considered very low. However, Shen Hu was close to 1.95 meters tall, which was a full 20 centimeters taller than youths of his generation. And a summer vacation passed. This guy directly popped up to about 2.2 meters. 2 heads taller than a normal person. The entire person was a bit overly robust, and his arms were thicker than a normal person's thighs. I awakened the origin imperial beast and suddenly grew taller. Shen Hu skimmed his mouth. He raised his hand and wiped it, and a black kitten appeared in his hand. It was fluffy and cute. Good lord, my origin imperial beast is a hybrid beast, and yours is a cat? That's. Why are this thing's legs and feet so short? Lin Bai stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. Get lost. This is a king-level imperial beast cub. Black Fury Tiger. The lowest evolutionary potential is king level. I'll tell you, within the entire school, just this origin royal beast of mine can at least rank in the top 50. Chen Hu was dejected and kept showing off. King level quality. Lin Bai was a little surprised. In the Federation, the grades of imperial beasts were generally categorized into low grade, intermediate grade, high grade, top grade, and further up, it would be king grade imperial beasts. King level imperial beasts were extremely rare. Chen Hu's words about the top 50 were a bit conservative. Entering the top 10, or even the top 5, wouldn't be much of a problem. No wonder Chen Hu was dejected like this. That's right, Lin Bai, you take out the hybrid beast and take a look. Chen Hu raised his hand and poked Lin Bai. He was curious, daring to call it a hybrid beast, it shouldn't be an ordinary imperial beast. Eh? Lin Bai pulled out the sleeping chipmunk from his pocket. It was placed in the center of his hand. This thing is a chipmunk? Chen Hu's face stiffened and he was silent for a moment. The Imperial Beast Master was a system that extremely depended on the strength of the origin Imperial Beast. If it was something like a chipmunk, then the future growth limit it was just the adult version of a chipmunk. 0-level Imperial Beast range. There was no other use for it other than as a pet. This is a hybrid beast. Lin Bai was somewhat helpless. He looked at the sleeping chipmunk in his hand, which was the size of his finger belly. This thing. Forget it. It's better not to explain. All right. Let's call it a hybrid beast then. Chen Hu patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, brother, you can rest assured, who dares to bully you in the future, we brothers beat him up. Cough cough. We are civilized people, we don't fight. Lin Bai lightly coughed twice, opening his mouth to correct. Roar. At this moment, the black fiend tiger cub hissed in a low voice and shivered. Its eyes stared at the chipmunk in Lin Bai's hands with death. It seemed to be terrified. What's going on? Chen Hu was a bit surprised. He lifted the black fury tiger and muttered, could it be that it's hungry? Oh, it's nothing, it's probably afraid of the hybrid beast in my hand. Lin Bai lightly coughed twice, putting the hybrid beast back inside his pocket. I feel like Little Black is trying to eat your hybrid beast. But why is this thing scared? Chen Hu muttered. He was also puzzled, not knowing why his origin imperial beast felt fear. Stop pondering and go. Lin Bai kicked Chen Hu and said, today is the day to redistribute the classes, all the classes that have awakened their imperial beasts are going to be redistributed into classes. Oh. Chen Hu saw this, putting away his black fiend tiger cub. Following Lin Bai, he came above a square. At this time, there was already a sea of people above the square. Chapter 4, Martial Artists are powerful too. Most imperial beast masters, at the age of 18 or so, awakened their origin imperial beasts. Once the origin imperial beast is awakened, they would be divided into classes according to their qualifications and root bones. The strongest batch would enter the focus class and receive the best resources for cultivation. As for the ones with trashy talent, they would be thrown into the worst classes. After 2 or 3 years of mixing, they would graduate, and by then, they would have nothing to do with the school. Most of the people whose origin royal beasts do not meet the standard will directly leave, 2 or 3 years in advance to enter society. They won't waste their time in school. Blah blah blah. At this moment, Lin Bai was eating donuts and drinking soy milk. While standing in line, he was eating breakfast. You're not in a hurry. Han Shui also came at this moment. Seeing Lin Bai's heartless look, he was speechless. She muttered, that hybrid beast of yours. Forget it. Don't worry, I have a way. Next to her, Chen Hu grinned and said cheerfully, it's wrapped up in me. You? Han Shui was stunned and somewhat surprised. That's right. Chen Hu pulled out his own black fury tiger cub and waved it in front of Han Shui. Hiss. King level. Han Shui immediately sucked in a breath of cool air, somewhat understanding what Chen Hu was talking about with his approach. Hey! Lin Bai. You're dead today. At this moment, Lu Kai appeared out of nowhere. Behind him were 7 or 8 minions. All of them were jerks with colorful hair dyed on their heads. With 7 or 8 people, they managed to come up with more than a dozen colors. He was holding an imperial beast shaped like a duck in his arms, and said viciously, "I'm only a high-level quality imperial beast black feather crow. This time, I will definitely be able to enter the key class, and then use the shortest time to become a grade 1 imperial beast master. At that time, you're dead." Oh? The killing privilege of a grade 1 imperial beast master? Is that all you're after? Lin Bai clasped his 2 hands in front of his chest with a look of contempt. That's right. As long as I become a first-grade beast master, as long as you dare to mess with me, I can kill you and lose money at most. Ha ha ha. Scared. It's not too late to kowtow and make amends. Lu Kai had the pleasure of raising his eyebrows at this moment. After being brutally beaten by Lin Bai so many times, he finally raised his eyebrows today. This guy is simply scum. Lin Bai, he's scaring you. It's equally a felony for a first-level imperial beast master to kill someone. Han Shui frowned. I know. Lin Bai stepped forward and directly slammed his fist. Bang. The punch smashed into Lu Kai's face. Lu Kai felt like he was hit by a train. The entire person flew out horizontally. He rolled a few times on the ground and kept convulsing. Half of his face swelled up high. The whole person was blinded. The rest of the juniors took 2 steps backward, startled and shivering as well. Lin Bai hadn't just punched Lu Kai. It had likewise punched them. Lu Kai, just come anytime you want to finish me off. I'll accompany you anytime. Lin Bai's tone was flat and he looked at Lu Kai with contempt. Completely not taking Lu Kai seriously. A good man doesn't do anything beforehand. Let's go. Lu Kai felt that if he continued to stay here, he would be violently beaten by Lin Bai again. He turned around and left. Brother, you offended this scum. Will be very passive in the future. In Chen Hu's eyes, a cold light flashed as he spoke. Why don't I finish him off? Alright, it's not worth it to hitch you up for this kind of trash. Lin Bai hammered Chen Hu and said, let's go, it's our turn. Next, Lin Bai. Bring out the origin imperial beast. The teacher in charge of the test had an expressionless face and a tired look. However, when he saw the hybrid beast in Lin Bai's hand, the corner of his mouth twitched slightly. After half a day of silence, he stifled out a sentence, it's been a long time since I've seen such a superb imperial beast. What's its name? Lin Bai had expected this, he spread his hands and replied, Mixed Yuan Beast. Mixed Yuan Beast? The name is very domineering. The test teacher couldn't tense up for a moment. He said nonchalantly, you are not suitable to be a royal beast master. Consider other systems, such as martial arts. After awakening your origin, your root and bone will undergo an ekphrasis, perhaps. You will turn into a martial arts genius. Hey! Don't throw trash at me. The martial arts teacher next to him rolled his eyes, not looking at Lin Bai at all. When Lin Bai heard this, he was instantly happy. Very disdainfully, he said. Martial arts? That trash doesn't interest me. Not interested. I want to be a beast master. How do you talk, kid? The martial arts teacher next to him was not happy. He stood up with a flourish and said angrily, we martial artists are not the kind of waste that only relies on imperial beasts like imperial beast masters, cultivating to the extreme. No matter what imperial beasts you have, we will directly kill you with a slash. In the world today, the strongest martial arts god can even physically resist a nuclear bomb, standing in the center of a nuclear explosion without any damage to himself. The strongest imperial beast master, in front of the martial god, wouldn't dare to be the slightest bit reckless. You actually look down on the martial way? What the hell? The imperial beast master in charge of the test was even more displeased. He looked at the martial arts teacher next to him and angrily said, are martial artists very powerful? Come on, let's compete and see if you can beat my imperial beast. You think I'm afraid of you? The martial arts teacher next to him was also enraged. The two of them stared at each other, looking like they were ready to do some sparring. Lin Bai was also speechless at this moment. After the cataclysm, 2 systems were born. One was the beast master, who harnessed beasts to fight, and the second was the martial artist, who absorbed origin energy to strengthen himself. In the view of a martial artist, a brittle skin like an imperial beast master, without an imperial beast, could be cleaved to death with a single slash. And in the Imperial Beast Master's view, the martial artist needs to personally fight with the Imperial Beasts to the death, far less safe than hiding in the back. The two systems looked at each other, and no one looked at anyone else. Until now. As long as the issue of the merits of that system was brought up. It must have been a mess. Even a fight may occur. Now. He seemed to have unintentionally caused a fight. What's the situation? Two teachers, fighting in front of a group of students. What's it like? Do you still want your year-end and performance bonuses? A middle-aged man walked over. His face was serious. The two teachers instantly turned off their fire, and cold sweat filled their foreheads above. They said, "Vice Principal, we didn't do anything." Misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. I feel that martial artists are very strong, charging and brave. Imperial Beast Masters are not bad either, strategizing and deciding. The two teachers bragged about each other. There was absolutely no more of the previous flavor of gunpowder. Obviously. Performance bonus killing power is not ordinary. That's more or less the same. The vice principal didn't continue to pursue the matter. He casually glanced at Lin Bai and said, "Lin Bai, that rat of yours, there's no need to be a royal beast master, leave the school and find a job." Your physique. The vice principal couldn't help but burst out. His face was filled with horror. Chapter 5, Innate Martial Saint Body. What's wrong? The martial Dao teacher next to him froze, subconsciously glanced at Lin Bai, and also burst out. Grass. This is impossible, right? What the hell? An innate martial Dao Saint body? It's the same type of body as that martial god lord? Damn. I drank too much fake wine, didn't I? This is too outrageous. For a moment, the martial arts teacher was dumbfounded. There was a feeling of skepticism. Hiss. The vice principal pinched the flesh of his thigh with force. A sharp pain hit him. After making sure that it wasn't an illusion, he looked at Lin Bai, rubbed his hands together, and said amiably, "Lin Bai, you're not the material to be a royal beastmaster. Why don't you switch to being a martial artist like this?" "But I want to be a royal beastmaster." Lin Bai spread his hands and his tone was extremely sincere. The hybrid beasts in his hand needed to be cultivated, and without the identity of a royal beastmaster, there was no way to access some confidential information, as well as systematically learning the knowledge of the Imperial Beast Master. Trying to get his hands on it in the future would be troublesome. What's the difference between you being an Imperial Beast Master and a man giving birth to a child? You don't have that ability, you know? The martial arts teacher next to him got anxious. He stood out, grabbed Lin Bai's shoulder and said loudly, "With your talent, you can even reach a level close to a martial god by swinging, a martial god first and you second. At that time, you'll catch a bunch of whatever king-level Imperial beasts and raise them for fun easily. What's the point of being an Imperial Beast Master?" "But I still want to be an Imperial Beast Master." Lin Bai spread his hands, his attitude was resolute. But that martial arts teacher was very unwilling. It still wanted to persuade. "Forget it, Lin Bai can cultivate both systems together." The vice principal proposed a solution. 2 systems? That's impossible. The martial artist himself will plunder the origin of the origin Imperial Beast. The stronger he or she is, the weaker the origin Imperial Beast will be. It's impossible for the 2 systems to be compatible. I seem to understand why this kid's origin Imperial Beast is so weak. After half a day, the origin was taken away by himself. An origin Imperial Beast, naturally, is weak beyond words. The martial arts teacher's eyes lit up with realization. That's right, it's impossible for his weak origin Imperial Beast to snatch the origin from him. Or can't snatch it at all. As long as he cultivates martial arts, that little mouse can only be a pet. The vice principal patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said with a smile, "All right, Lin Bai, you can be a beast master. And assigned to the ace class in exchange. You need to practice martial arts." "No problem." The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and did not refuse. Because the vice principal's analysis seemed reasonable, but in reality it was wrong. The most terrifying thing about a hybrid beast was not its battle power. Rather, it was the infinite power of the origin. The reason why he was an innate martial saint body. It was also the fact that the mixed Yuan beast had replenished him with a huge amount of origin power. It allowed him to transform his body and his talent to reach a terrifying level. When he practiced the martial Tao, he simply didn't have the drawbacks that ordinary martial artists had, of grabbing the origin power with the origin imperial beast. In other words, he could walk both paths at the same time, and between each other, there was no interference. Of course, Lin Bai wouldn't say these words to the vice principal. The hybrid beast he was going to use as a base card. He was going to give those who underestimated the hybrid beast a big surprise. Ah, Lin Bai, I knew it, you're a genius. Chen Hu was excited. Raising his hand, he patted Lin Bai's shoulder. Your imperial beast is a Taiku Fei, Black Fury Tiger. Quality, peak king level. You'll also go to the king class and focus on cultivation. The vice principal sucked in a breath of cool air, feeling some toothache. These days, were king-grade royal beasts so worthless? Well, many thanks to the principal. Chen Hu grinned and said cheerfully, Lin Bai, this time. The two of us are in one class. Wait, vice principal, I have a request. Lin Bai looked at the vice principal and seemed to remember something. But there's no harm in saying it. The vice principal was in a rather good mood at this time. Lin Bai pointed at Han Shui next to him, his face was serious, and he said seriously, I want Han Shui to enter the ace class together. Han Shui next to him froze, her pupils shrinking slightly. Ace class. This was no ordinary class. It could receive huge amounts of resources from the entire school to cultivate, as well as the best teachers to impart knowledge. A pig going in there would be able to take off straight away. It was that exaggerated. I'm afraid that intermediate level origin imperial beast won't work. The academy has rules. The vice principal frowned slightly, somewhat embarrassed. Regulations? Forget it then. Chen Hu. Let's go. Go to another school and take a look. Lin Bai turned around and pulled Chen Hu about to leave. Stop. Cold sweat covered the top of the vice principal's forehead. If the school board knew that he had let go of an innate martial arts saint body, plus a future king-level beast master, then it would be time for him to graduate. No. He would even go to his coffin, and would not have to worry about unemployment for the rest of his life. He wiped away his cold sweat and said seriously, I agree. Han Shui can enter the ace class. That's right. I knew that you, vice principal, are a reasonable person. Lin Bai grinned, turned his head and winked at Han Shui, and said cheerfully, now we're in the same class. Thank you. Han Shui was extremely moved in her heart. A spot in the True Martial High School's ace class was worth an immeasurable amount of money, in addition to going in directly by virtue of one's talent. One had to donate at least $10 billion to the True Martial Academy. Only then could they get a spectator qualification. Lin Bai directly pulled her in. It can be said that is quite enough. What is our relationship? Thank you or something, Rusty. Lin Bai spread his hands and smiled, it's just a favor. Aha. Han Shui nodded. Cough. The vice principal skimmed his head and spoke, all right, classes officially start tomorrow, don't be late. I know, principal. Lin Bai sighed in relief. If he could enter the ace class, at the very least, the rations of the hybrid beasts would be guaranteed. Time passed in a hurry. The news of the innate martial Tao saint body coming out shocked the entire True Martial Academy. And just a few hours later, True Martial Academy, within the boardroom. All of you get the hell out of my way, Lin Bai the disciple, I'll take him for sure. Get lost, Lin Bai is bound to be my disciple. No one can convince anyone, why don't we have a fight? That's right, let's have a fight. Who's afraid of who? There is no first in literature and no second in martial arts, it makes sense for the strongest to take Lin Bai as his disciple. A group of old men who practiced martial arts were all arguing. Many of them rolled up their sleeves, ready to speak with their fists. At this moment, the vice principal was like a little girl, her legs were together, sitting upright, and cold sweat was all over her forehead. This group of old men in front of them could all be martial kings. With one strike at full strength, they could chop up a 100,000-ton aircraft carrier. Extremely terrifying. Really fight, half of the city is afraid to be destroyed. Where's Principal Deng? Come over to persuade the fight. He's the vice principal, he really can't calm down the scene. Chapter 6, A Call from the God of Wushu. Silence, all of you are 100 or 10 years old and you can't move without fighting. Just like a child. All sit down honestly for me. At this moment, a middle-aged man walked in. The dragon walked and carried an amazing aura. It was quite majestic. Principal, you're finally here. The vice principal was instantly overjoyed. This principal, Long Jian, was the strongest imperial beast master in the entire school, with peak king level strength. Extremely terrifying. And at this moment, most of the group of old men did not squeak. A small portion was not afraid. Still tough, they opened their mouths. Long Jian, this matter doesn't need to be in your hands, I'm accepting disciples, it's not your turn to intervene. But Lin Bai is my student. This matter, I really have to manage it. Long Jian stood with his hands behind his back, not budging at all. Not? What are you, an imperial beast master, putting together? It is. It's not like Lin Bai royal beast master talent is good. A few old men were puzzled. Quite speechless. Seeing this, Long Jian smiled and explained, several professors, you've misunderstood. I have no interest in taking on a disciple. What I'm saying is that you guys might not be able to take on a disciple. Why? On what grounds? Whoever dares to steal a disciple from me, I'll fight him to the death. That's right, Long Jian. Who is that person? Let's see if I don't blow his head off. Damn it, can't stand it. The group of old men were hot-tempered. All of them were martial artists and had experienced many life and death battles. It was a fight at the drop of a hat. It didn't carry any falsehoods at all. I said, that one. You can't afford to mess with. Principal Long Jian spread his hands and said helplessly, that one is the current His Excellency the God of Wushu. He gave me a call and asked me to keep the person. If any of you want to challenge him, you can try, I won't stop him. Ahem, it's actually His Excellency the Martial God. It's alright then. Just what kind of asshole was it that leaked the news? The hell knows, but don't let me know who leaked the news. The group of old men were depressed. The innate martial Dao holy body Throughout history, it was almost the most powerful physique. Achievement was unlimited. If one could become the master of such a person, they would definitely leave a heavy mark on history in the future. The martial god is powerful, right? I'm the martial god's master. And now, their chance to pretend to be X was taken away by the martial god. No one dared to accept Lin Bai as a disciple anymore. Just kidding. Which martial god had a fiery temper, and was truly impossible to mess with. Alright, since it's like this, I'll stop. Although you guys don't have the means to accept disciples. But it's still possible to teach martial arts. Getting acquainted in advance will have endless benefits in the future. Long Jian glanced at his mouth and turned to leave. The rest of the old men's eyes lit up. Right. Mixing a familiar face is not impossible. Immediately, one by one quickly disappeared in the original place, in preparation for some meet and greet. A daytime, a flash of time. The next day, Lin Bai carried the hybrid beast, came to the school in the middle of the road worried. The hybrid beast was too good at eating. In one night, it had eaten 3,000 pounds of mutated king crab flesh. Lin Bai's entire body's assets were barely enough to support him for one day. It was barely enough to support him for a day. Tisk. I'm so poor. Still have to find a way to get money, can't just sit around and eat nothing. Lin Bai muttered. Arriving in the middle of the class, at this time, Chen Hu and Han Shui had already arrived. Among them, Chen Hu's origin imperial beast had directly grown a circle larger. From the size of a palm, it grew to a foot long. If anything, it was still a short-footed cat yesterday. Now it already had some of the aura of the king of all beasts. The red pupils gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Ow. The moment the black fiend tiger saw Lin Bai, its muscles tightened and tensed up all of a sudden. It sensed the aura of a hybrid beast. It made it extremely unwilling. What's the situation? Chen Hu was even more puzzled. It didn't understand why the black fiend tiger was so tense. Squeak squeak. At this moment, the hybrid beast was sleeping soundly and was awakened by the roar of the black fiend tiger. It jumped out of Lin Bai's pocket. It walked towards the black fiend tiger. The wake-up breath was huge. Ow roar. The black shark tiger was furious. It hissed madly, but its body slowly fell back. When the hybrid beast took a step forward, this black shark tiger took a step backwards. The original hissing. It was more like an external threat. Squeak squeak. The hybrid beast became even angrier. It directly stood up and waved its small and delicate rat claws. A stance that was ready to strike. Pa! The black fiend tiger instantly plopped down on the table. Unable to move. A look of being terrified. Chen tiger. Isn't your black fury tiger? Bold a bit small. Manhwa carefully cupped the chipmunk and said with a strange face, this kind of small thing can be scared like this. Squeak. The hybrid beast rolled its eyes, not wanting to bother with this human woman. He, this little thing can still roll its eyes, so cute. Manhwa was even more uptight. It should be too young. After all, it's a cub. Chen, who was also a bit puzzled. This black fury tiger was quite combative, and didn't know why it was afraid of a chipmunk. At this moment, a teacher walked in. She was a beautiful woman in her 30s, with a fiery figure carrying a charming aura. For a group of teenagers, the killing power was huge. As soon as she came in, she made the group of teenagers' eyes go straight. Ahem. The beautiful teacher was indifferent. She seemed to have been strange for a long time, and calmly raised her hand and knocked on the blackboard. Knock knock knock. Everyone, my name is Song Lan, your homeroom teacher. 4th level Imperial Beast Master. Those who can come to this ace class are all top-notch geniuses, the future hopes of the Federation. But a genius who hasn't grown up is nothing. I hope you all won't be proud. As the saying goes, 100 refinements make steel. I will give you all hellish training. Let you all know what the real hell is. Hiss. Demon tutor. Son Lan. It's actually this one king of living hell. Below, a group of students looked at Son Lan and unanimously all sucked in a breath of cool air. Most of those who could enter the ace class were not rookies. They were no strangers to Son Lan, the class teacher with the title of demon tutor. In the hands of this person, it would really be worse than death, this time. Would really have to suffer some pain. Silence. Son Lan's fingers gently tapped the desktop. She said indifferently, Imperial Beast grade is only a reference, the Imperial Beast Master himself is also crucial. A wimpy Imperial Beast Master, given even the most talented soul beasts, is still useless. Next, all of you will undergo an examination. To last 5 minutes under my hand. The difficulty is the same. Those who can make it through are proven to be geniuses. Chapter 7, Mentor from Hell. Those who can't make it through can't claim ace talent. Get out of the ace class. I don't take trash. When these words came out, the entire class was instantly in an uproar. What kind of person was Song Lan? A 4th level Royal Beast Master. It didn't sound high, but it was already in the middle to high level category of Royal Beast Masters. For people like them who had just awakened their Imperial Beasts within a few days. It was a dimensional blow. After all, no matter how strong an origin Imperial Beast was, it was still a cub that hadn't grown up. It was like a tiger's cub. If it was just born, being eaten by rats was a normal thing. If Song Lan really went all out, in the entire class, no one would be able to last more than 5 minutes in her hands. Quiet, I said I would control the intensity, you don't need to worry about that. Song Lan was calm. She turned to the door of the classroom, and to the students within the class, she ordered, don't all sit there foolishly, follow me to the training ground. Those who didn't come by default don't have the guts to take the test, and will be directly eliminated. After saying that, Song Lan did not look back and left the classroom. The rest of the students looked at each other in dismay, but when it came down to it, they had no choice but to follow. This demon tutor has always been very individualistic. Lin Bai stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. Don't mention personality or anything. Brother, we're in deep this time. That Song Lan is the principal's daughter. Saying open people. If there's no way to pass, it's true that we'll be kicked out within the class. Shen, who had a bitter face and a worried look. It doesn't matter, the ship will naturally straighten out. Go, let's go over. Lin Bai hammered Chen Hu and turned towards the training room. Soon, the group arrived within a huge hall. All around were walls made of cast steel, and in the center, there was a piece of plum blossom pile with a deep pool below. No way, it's actually a plum pile ring? This difficulty, it's even more hellish. Really outrageous. Shenhu sucked in a breath of cool air. How deadly. Han Shui was also surprised as she spoke. In this kind of scenario, the requirements for the Imperial Beast Master himself are extremely high. After all, there's no way to casually dodge it, and you have to go through a certain amount of training before you can do so. How do I feel? That half of the people this time, there is no way left. Lin Bai touched his chin, surprised. Bang. At this moment, Song Lan jumped onto the plum blossom pile. She raised her hand and a giant wolf clad in golden fur appeared in midair. The giant wolf stood in midair with all 4 feet suspended in the air. It was majestic. With a long whistle, ow. The sound of the wolf's howl rang out, causing many people to turn pale and their scalps to go numb. This one is my origin Imperial Beast, the Vidra Wolf. Ranked at the 4th stage, its sharp claws can tear through steel and can easily destroy tanks. At its highest speed, it can reach 600 km per hour, extremely powerful. I will control Wolverine's strength too when it has just awakened. If you guys can hold out for 5 minutes, count it as a pass. After Song Lan finished speaking, he raised his hand and wiped it. In an instant, Wolverine's body rapidly shrunk. In the blink of an eye, it was only a foot tall and 2 feet long. It seemed adorable. It was hard to associate it with the horrifying behemoth just now. Wow, so cute. I want to pick it up and play with it. Han Shui's eyes lit up. I don't think Mr. Song would agree. Lin Bai skimmed his mouth, feeling that Han Shui's heart wasn't normally big. Alright, who wants to be the first to challenge Wolverine? Han Shui clasped her hands in front of her chest, her gaze sweeping through the group of geniuses. A group of people looked at me and I looked at you. All of them were unwilling to be the first to go on. It was very disadvantageous. Because the first one to go on the field did not know how strong the so-called juvenile state Wolverine really was. It was tantamount to stepping on a landmine for the subsequent ones who went on. Cootie. That's why they were the first to go on. What? No one's first up? Then I'll pick one at random. Song Lan raised an eyebrow. She swept her gaze over, and wherever she went, many students lowered their heads one by one. Afraid of being picked by Song Lan. Only Lin Bai, without fear, confronted Song Lan. A fearless stance. It's actually this guy. Song Lan noticed Lin Bai and a look of surprise appeared on his face. An innate martial arts saint body. Instead of practicing martial arts, he ran to this Royal Beast Master Ace class and became a Royal Beast Master. It was said that this guy's Royal Beast was very powerful. Seems to be called what hybrid beast. It would be a good idea to spar. Thinking of this, Song Lan looked at Lin Bai and spoke, Lin Bai, it's just you, come up. Lin Bai was speechless. However, he didn't say anything, fearless and striding forward. Towards the plum blossom pile. He's Lin Bai? The strange one with the innate martial Dao holy body? That's right, a martial Dao genius who ran over to play some kind of Imperial Beast Master. Words can't be said that way, it's said that his Imperial Beast hybrid beast is awesome. Really? Hybrid beast. That's quite a domineering name. That's right, if the origin Imperial Beast isn't strong, it wouldn't give up martial arts and run over to practice as an Imperial Beast Master. Discussions rang out. Most of the people were just hearsay, plus brainstorming. The news had just been twisted beyond recognition. It was all severely distorted. Lin Bai didn't pay attention to the chattering people. He took a step forward and jumped directly on top of the plum blossom pile, saying to Song Lan, Teacher Song, you can start. Yes. Song Lan nodded slightly and raised his hand. The alarm clock countdown started timing. She looked at Lin Bai and spoke, Lin Bai, release your hybrid beast, I heard that your hybrid beast is very strong. Lin Bai was stunned and his face was odd. This Teacher Song, it seemed like he had heard a lot of fake news. However, he didn't deliberately hide it. Pulling out the sleeping chipmunk. Snap. The little thing rolled over in Lin Bai's hands. A look of sleep. This is a hybrid beast? Naming ghost talent. What a talent. I thought it was some terrifying origin Imperial Beast. How did this guy mix into the Ace class? The students below were speechless. All of them felt that the chipmunk in Lin Bai's hand was just too abstract. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, Son Lan directly gave dry silence. She looked at the chipmunk with a speechless face. After half a day of silence, she finally said, "I've taught students for so many years, and I've seen countless imperial beasts. This chipmunk of yours is the most heavenly imperial beast I have seen. Put it away. Don't accidentally kill it in a while." "Then do I need to continue fighting?" Lin Bai looked at Son Lan and said seriously, "First things first. I am not going to give up. That's natural. The Imperial Beast Master himself is one with the origin Imperial Beast. As long as you last in my hands for 5 minutes. Chapter 8, Humanoid Fierce Beast Lindbergh. Even if you pass." Son Lan smiled faintly and suddenly waved her hand, saying, "Go, Wolverine." Whoosh! The Vidra wolf was extremely fast. In mid-air, it turned into a golden residual shadow. It rushed towards Lin Bai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 remnants of Wolverine appeared above the entire ring. But in reality, there was only one. The remaining few were just illusions caused by being too fast. Only Lin Bai was extremely calm. He stood on top of a plum blossom pile, the focus of his eyes moving along with the movements of the Vidra wolf. Because of the hybrid beast, Lin Bai's body opened up to a change that was comparable to a transformation of the marrow and bones. Although the speed of the Vidra wolf was fast. However, in Lin Bai's eyes, it was still as slow as a snail. Only, Lin Bai didn't want to expose too much of his strength. Hiding a few cards. At a critical moment, it might be able to save his life. Bang! Wolverine was extremely fast and suddenly exerted his strength. With a jump, he lunged towards Lin Bai. Whoosh! Lin Bai slightly sidestepped and dodged Wolverine's attack. At the same time, he raised his hand and picked up the skin at the back of the Vidra wolf's neck with one hand, lifting this Vidra wolf up. Ow! This Wolverine instantly did not have the slightest ability to resist. It was honestly grasped in Lin Bai's hands. "Teacher Song. It looks like I caught your Imperial Beast." Lin Bai grabbed the Wolverine and shook it. "I know. You brat are simply a humanoid ferocious beast." Son Lan instantly had a black line on her face. But at the same time, she felt extremely shocked. This nerve reaction speed of Lin Bai was too amazing. In addition, the strength was also amazingly large. One had to know that Wolverine's strength was equally terrifying. If there wasn't enough power, even if they lowered their strength and suppressed it to a juvenile Wolverine, there was absolutely no way for an average person to lift the entire Imperial Beast by carrying the back of its neck with one hand. Then I'm considered to have passed? Well, the test is passed. Son Lan nodded, then said, "Release my Imperial Beast, otherwise, I'm going to lift the restriction." Oh! Lin Bai immediately let go of the Golden Wolf. Boom! In just an instant, the Golden Wolf Wolverine returned to its original 2-story tall, like a heavy truck size. It lowered its head and stuck out its tongue. It licked Lin Bai in a rather friendly gesture. "Oi! Come back! I'm your master." Song Lan's face darkened as he hurriedly summoned the Wolverine back, resuppressing it to the juvenile Imperial Beast state, and then said, "Alright, Lin Bai is the first to pass, who wants to come up for the second one?" When these words came out, the scene was silent. "Forget it, it's better for me to come up." Son Lan didn't make a fuss, raising his hand and pointing at a teenager, he spoke, "It's you, come up." "Me?" That teenager was startled. He also had no choice but to bitterly face and walk to the top of the ring, releasing his origin Imperial Beast. Sasha. This teenager's origin royal beast was a black vine with countless fine poisonous thorns above it. It was extremely menacing. If one was slightly careless, once they were poisoned, they could both lose their lives. Black Knight poisonous thorn vine, not bad. Son Lan nodded slightly. She snapped her fingers, and without saying a word, she catalyzed the Vidra wolf and directly launched an attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Vidra wolf was extremely fast. It left a trail of residual shadows in place. "Block it for me." The teenager was startled and immediately urged the Black Knight poisonous thorn vine in his hand to extend 1,000 branches, forming a network that surrounded himself. Forming a defensive stance. Practical combat experience is too poor. The one who is brave on the narrow road will win. When you go all out on defense and give up on offense, you've already lost. Song Lan shook his head. Stab. Above the wide wolf paws of Wolverine's forelimbs, 5 sharp energy claws extended out. It gently slashed a few times. The black knight poisonous thorn vine in front of him was directly torn apart, revealing a giant opening. Wolverine did not hesitate in the slightest. Rushing through the black knight poisonous thorn vine, it came in front of that teenager and opened its mouth to bite that teenager. With a forceful fling. Bang! That teenager was directly flung out. It landed heavily in the middle of the pool. Holding on for 40 seconds, too weak, fail. Song Lan was indifferent and directly announced the result. At this moment, a group of freshmen finally came back to their senses. The way Lin Bai had grabbed Wolverine just now seemed simple, but in reality, it wasn't something that an average person could achieve at all. Most people would actually be like this one teenager. Unable to resist, they were directly blown away and eliminated. Next, Song Lan did not hesitate and called up a new student once again. The examination began. This new student had obviously gone through a period of special training and had much stronger combat experience. Constantly pulling away and stalling for time. In the end, it was hard to delay for a full 5 minutes. The remaining students, even more so, followed suit. What's more, they started to show off their skills. An afternoon passed. Among the entire teachers, almost half of them were eliminated. Next, Chen Hu. Song Lan's gaze fell on Chen Hu. If Lin Bai was beyond the upper limit of the entire city, and wasn't in the same dimension as ordinary people, Chen Hu was the strongest newcomer in this session. There wasn't one. A peak king level adult body black fury tiger was almost close to an imperial beast just in terms of strength. Even if it was a juvenile body, it was an existence that crushed the Vajra wolf. However, Song Lan had tons of combat experience. It was not afraid. Ow! The Vajra wolf was the first to attack, charging towards the black fiend tiger. Ow roar! The black bane tiger let out a roar. Without dodging or dodging, it opened its mouth and bit towards Wolverine. The strength and speed were far above Wolverine's. However, Wolverine had a lot of experience in fighting. Easily dodged the Black Fury Tiger's attack, opened his mouth and directly bit the Black Fury Tiger's neck, and threw it with force. To throw the Black Fury Tiger away. At this moment, above the Black Fiend Tiger's body surface, black lines emerged. Its body shook. It easily dodged this strike from Wolverine and bit back. It bit towards Wolverine's neck. This was the feline's favorite lockjaw, once it was bitten in a fatal part like the throat. The juvenile body of Wolverine was completely powerless to break free from this kind of bondage. Whoosh! As soon as Wolverine saw that the Black Fury Tiger was going to counterattack, without saying a word, he withdrew his attack and turned to run. Ka-ching! The Black Fiend Tiger's attack fell short. It stared at the Vajra wolf with dead eyes, looking for the next opportunity to attack. Worthy of being an ancient fae, this talent is truly amazing. Song Lan looked at Chun Hu's Black Fiend Tiger. It was shocking. It was only the second imperial beast that could suppress Vajra wolf besides Lin Bai, the humanoid beast. A power that can be reduced by 10. The experience of pulling the crotch does not work, and most of the attacks fall short. However, it can be quite unreasonable to gain the upper hand. Because the same young beast that had just awakened, the grade of the king's product was far stronger than a top-grade royal beast like the Vajra wolf. The two were not in existence of the same class. Chapter 9, An Unreasonable Talent. Boom! Vajra wolf and Black Fury Tiger went back and forth, entangling each other for most of the day. 5 minutes passed. No one could help anyone. Phew! Chen Hu, you passed. Song Lan looked at Chen Hu with a satisfied smile on his face. Ha ha! Chen Hu was very happy and laughed freely. This Black Fury Tiger gave him too much of a surprise, and directly stalemated with Wolverine for 5 minutes. It didn't even lose the wind. It was really amazing. Time rushed by. Another few hours of time passed, and the entire test ended. The majority of the students were eliminated. Thrown out of the ace class. The remaining students were only about 50. It could be said that this elimination rate was quite astonishing. Alright, that's it for today. Next is the cultivation of the imperial beasts. Song Lan swept her gaze around. Her face was serious as she said earnestly, "All of you, listen to me carefully. The origin imperial beasts, everyone knows and remembers that the origin imperial beasts relates to the upper limit of your growth in the future, what heights you can reach. Therefore, at the very beginning, it is necessary to carefully cultivate and lay a good foundation. The information for cultivating imperial beasts is in your desk drawers. Flip through it yourselves. Read it over first. School is over. If there's anything you don't understand, ask me tomorrow." As the words fell, the remaining students were immediately stunned. This dismissed school? One must know that it was only 2 or 3 o'clock in the afternoon. It was far from the time for school to end. It's a bit interesting. Is it for students to learn and progress themselves? After all, the master leads the way, and the teacher is just laying a good foundation. The road to the future still needs to be walked by oneself. A hint of realization rose in Lin Bai's heart. He picked up the materials in the middle of the drawer and casually flipped through them twice. The upper part was all very basic knowledge. It was almost considered the scope of common sense. There was nothing much to talk about. "Lin Bai, come with me, the principal is looking for you." Song Lan's voice rang out. "Oh." Lin Bai put down his textbook. He didn't say anything, he had already guessed that the principal would definitely be looking for him. Immediately, he followed Song Lan. He arrived on top of a huge martial arts field. On top of the martial arts arena, there stood a dozen old men, each with a pale appearance and white hair, but in high spirits, their eyes gleaming like eagles, as sharp as eagles. Lin Bai just arrived. Shouting sounds rang out. He damn well really is an innate martial arts saint body. Holy, I've lived for so many years and this is the first time I've seen it. You can only see it, you can't take on an apprentice, it's really enraging. Don't mention it, if this kid can become my disciple, I can even laugh in the ninth spring. A group of old men were excited. However, they didn't dare to take Lin Bai as their disciple, after all, they had already been internalized by the martial god. "Lin Bai, you're here." Principal Long Jian revealed a smile. He spoke, "Remember the agreement between you and the vice principal, you still need to practice martial arts." "Aha." Lin Bai nodded and replied, "I don't know anything about martial arts, so I don't know where to start." "It's simple." An old man stood out and said with a smile, "The martial arts of a martial artist is about refining the energy between heaven and earth and converting it into one's own true chi, and in this process one needs to observe and think." After saying that, a 3-dimensional holographic projection appeared in the old man's hand. Within the projection was a strange lotus flower. On top of the lotus flower, there were countless strange patterns that looked magical. This lotus flower. Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly and he felt a roar in his mind. A mysterious feeling struck him. In a trance, Lin Bai seemed to see that on top of this lotus flower, there was a golden-colored villain standing. Within the little man's body, 12 meridians were intertwined with each other. According to some strange pattern, they were running. Boom! The little man suddenly moved, performing a set of punches that, in a trance, seemed to carry some sort of special rules and rhythms. Boom! It seemed to be some sort of instinct. Lin Bai subconsciously followed that villain's actions and began to imitate that set of boxing techniques. It was only an instant. The surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi was as if it had materialized, accompanying Lin Bai's movements. Thunderous sounds erupted and surged into Lin Bai's body, being refined into true qi. Worry, this is not scientific. The old man who had released the lotus projection was dumbfounded at the moment. He couldn't help but burst out. The rest of the group of old men, at this moment, each one of them was also jaw-dropped, calling out that it was outrageous. Just by looking at it, you can comprehend the green lotus chi practicing decree contained within this lotus flower? No heavenly reason. I spent a month back then, and I only just scratched the surface. A month? I spent 2 months. It's too heaven-defying. He's refining the surrounding heaven and earth yuan qi in to form a vortex of true qi. I wasn't able to accomplish it for the greater part of a year back then. Is this the talent of an innate martial saint body? Truly terrifying. Worthy of being a physique on the same level as the martial god, it's unreasonably strong. At this moment, the surrounding people were dumbfounded. And at this moment, Lin Bai followed the villain's movements and finished a set of punches. God was refreshed. The true qi in his body formed a vortex, and in his meridians, there was also light green colored true qi flowing. This caused Lin Bai to float a little. He subconsciously swung his fist. Boom! A layer of light green colored true chi wrapped around his fist. It made his speed surpass the speed of sound. A cloud of white air spread, and a dull sonic boom resounded in the middle of the empty martial arts arena. Bang! In front of Lin Bai, several meters away. The standing pile made of ironwood directly burst into pieces. It rustled down. Hiss! What a powerful might! It was only at this moment that Lin Bai came back to his senses. He squeezed his fist and muttered, "This is true chi? It seems to be called Green Lotus Chi Practicing Decree. Well, I remember, it seems to be the strongest foundation building technique. I actually memorized all of it. You brat. Really make people jealous. Just half an hour. The Green Lotus Chi Practicing Determination, it's already made its way to the top. At most 2 or 3 years, it should surpass the likes of me. This talent might be able to match or even surpass the martial god." The group of old men were shocked. Ha ha ha, good. So good. Principal Long Jian was blossoming with joy at this moment. The stronger Lin Bai was, the better. After all, Lin Bai was a student of the True Martial Academy, and in the future, as long as Lin Bai became a martial god, then, the entire True Martial Academy would follow suit. Lin Bai was a little helpless for a moment. He was too engrossed in that subtle martial arts state just now and forgot about the existence of the people around him. Otherwise, he would definitely have to hide some. There wouldn't be this shocking situation now. Alright, Lin Bai. The principal looked at Lin Bai, his face suddenly serious. Chapter 10, Indecent Development. He said seriously, "Lin Bai, above history, there are 20 to 30 recorded innate martial arts saint bodies, but only one has reached the martial god realm. Do you know why?" Because geniuses die young? Lin Bai's heart stirred and thought of the answer to the question. That's right. Geniuses do die young. The principal nodded, his face was serious as he continued, "Above this world, there are people who can't see the good in others. They will move to stifle geniuses. Among those 30 or so innate martial Dao saint bodies, a large portion of them were stifled, while the rest were too proud and died in the traps of ferocious beasts or also rivals, so you should understand what I'm going to say, right? Suffocating?" Lin Bai stroked his chin, pondering. Not bad. Indecent development, wait until you become a martial god, and wave any way you want. But right now, you have to hide yourself. I'll release the news that your physique was tested incorrectly, and that it's not the legendary innate martial saint body. This is considered a form of protection for you. Principal Long Jian had a serious face and spoke earnestly. I'll remember. Principal. Lin Bai agreed with Long Jian's statement. A genius who didn't grow up was nothing. This was considered the most basic common sense in this world. Seeing Lin Bai being so low-key, the principal was even more satisfied with Lin Bai. He looked at Lin Bai and spoke, "By the way, Lin Bai, you shouldn't have much money in your hand, right?" Indeed poor. I'm fretting. How to get a large amount of money to fulfill my consumption? Lin Bai frowned. As the saying goes, poor in literature and rich in martial arts, practicing martial arts required the consumption of resources. It could be said to be frighteningly high. A top-level martial artist would need to consume resources worth tens of millions of top-level Imperial Beast's blood and flesh in a day. Imperial Beast Masters' consumption was even more terrifying. Most Imperial Beast Masters, in addition to the origin Imperial Beasts, there were also a bunch of other Imperial Beasts. A same-level Royal Beast Master needed to consume resources that were often several times that of a martial artist. And Lin Bai belonged to 2 simultaneous cultivations. The resources needed for this could be said to be oceanic. Ha. No need to worry. I have a spell here that will allow you to quickly obtain a large amount of resources. Principal Long Jian had a strange smile on his face. What kind of doorway? Lin Bai was instantly interested. He believed that the principal should have no reason to harm him, otherwise he could have done it now. This seemingly amiable principal. But he was the number 1 expert of the True Martial Academy. A peak king-level Imperial Beast Master. This money-making method is the underground gladiator arena. Long Jian spread his hands and said with a smile, not far from the entire city, in a valley where ferocious beasts hung is rampant, there is an underground gladiatorial arena. There are martial artists and imperial beast masters, who fight to the death in that place, with the winner being the king and the loser being the enemy. If you win, you can leave with a heavy amount of wealth, and if you lose you can only be hung on the wall to become one of the countless photographs. What? I don't agree. Song Lan stood out at this moment. She was decisive and spoke, "There is no way I will let my student go to that kind of dangerous place." Long Jian frowned and spoke. "A precious sword sharpens from sharpening. Top martial arts powerhouses are never between life and death, killed. It is not the case that one can become a top-tier powerhouse by practicing flowery fists in the middle of a training ground. That kind of flowery fight, a real life and death battle. As long as it's a battle at the same realm, one will definitely die. However, it's really too dangerous for Lin Bai to go to that place alone." Song Lan frowned, somewhat unconvinced. "Teacher Song, I appreciate your good intentions. However, this underground gladiatorial arena. It's rather possible to go there." Lin Bai took the initiative to stand out at this time. He said seriously, "I don't think the principal has any reason to harm me. The principal dares to let me go." "There must be certainty, right principal?" "Ha, Lin Bai. You kid is quite smart." The principal laughed. He patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, "This entering the underground black market, no one leads the way. You won't even be able to enter the entrance. I'll take you there." "Phew, next time, you finish your sentence." "I don't have a problem with that." Song Lan sighed in relief. She was well aware of Headmaster Long Jian's strength, a king great royal beast master. A mere underground gladiator ring could not possibly be a threat. "Very well. Lin Bai, follow me. I'll take you to the gladiatorial arena for a spin." Long Jian had both hands behind his back. He walked towards the outside of the martial arts arena. Seeing this, Lin Bai did not hesitate and directly followed. Time passed in a hurry. The distance of the underground arena was not very far. It was just a few hours' drive. Soon, Lin Bai stopped before a deserted building. The entire building was very dilapidated. Originally, it should have been some sort of large open-air building, and at this time, most of the area had collapsed. The core, however, was still intact. "Put the mask on. In this place, remember, don't reveal your identity. Otherwise, even if you can win a large amount of prizes, there will be endless trouble." Principal Long Jian handed a mask to Lin Bai. "I understand, Principal." Lin Bai was indifferent. He picked up the mask and brought it to his face, following the principal into the middle of the underground gladiator arena. Kill and attack his lower half. The eyes are the real focus. Finished, arm broken, going to lose. Too weak. Within the huge underground gladiatorial arena, clamoring sounds rose to the sky. The scene was incomparably lively. Many people, one by one, had faces filled with frenzy, shouting madly. It was like madness. In the middle of the giant gladiatorial arena, two martial artists were about to split the victory. One of them had broken an arm, his wound was bleeding profusely, and Hang might die at any time due to excessive blood loss. The other one wasn't much better. Blinded in one eye and bleeding continuously, the intense pain stimulated the other two martial artists. With each other, they struck even harder. What is the point of fighting for your life on top of the martial arts arena for some prize money? Lin Bai looked at the two martial artists. There was some surprise. Both of the two martial artists were of the third rank. In the outside world, if they casually found a job, a month's salary would be astronomical. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to spend it all in most of his life. There was really no need to play for money. Most of them aren't here for the prize money. After all, when people die, even more bonuses are useless. Long Jian shook his head. Not for money? Then what is it for? Lin Bai looked at Long Jian with a surprised face. At that, Long Jian smiled and explained. That's naturally for the pursuit of martial arts. As the saying goes, one can die in the morning and die in the evening. Chapter 11, Amazing Talent. The only pursuit of most martial artists is to become stronger, to become even stronger. For this reason, they would come into the middle of the gladiatorial arena and engage in life and death duels. Between life and death, they look for inspiration to make a breakthrough. Many strong people, as a result of this, have made breakthroughs. placing themselves in the middle of death to go further. But even more have died on top of the gladiatorial arena. Principal Long Jin smiled slightly, seriously admonished, but the good thing is, the gladiatorial arena allows to admit defeat. If you can't top it, admit defeat is, the first time you go on the field can hold on for 10 minutes, even if it's okay, after all. Your opponents can be after killing, hone the will of the existence of the will. I understand. Lin Bai clenched his fists, his heart somewhat excited. To be honest, he didn't have a bottom in his heart at the moment. However, as a martial artist, sooner or later, one would have to go through a battle of life and death, and this could not be avoided. Therefore, Lin Bai touched his mask and said to the principal, "Principal, I'm going in." Humph. Principal Long Jian nodded slightly. He did not leave, but instead came above the audience and chose to watch the battle. One wanted to see how Lin Bai's will was. Between life and death, it could best show a person's most fundamental character. The other was that he was afraid that Lin Bai would really be killed. The gladiatorial arena was not a treat. In the case of a life and death battle, the one who was brave enough to fight on a narrow path would win. Examples abounded of strong people who didn't dare to play with their lives, being killed by weaker opponents, who killed them back. Not to mention, Lin Bai was nothing more than an opponent who hadn't experienced battle before. Time passed in a hurry. Lin Bai finished registering, and after waiting for a while, it was his turn to go on. Next out of the factory, White Phosphorus versus Black Hand. Above the ring, the referee gave an order and announced the list. White Phosphorus, naturally, was Lin Bai's name pronounced backwards, a random codename. After all, the masks were on. It was impossible to use his real name. At this moment, the one codenamed Black Hand was a quasi-martial artist. His height was close to 2 meters. All over his body, his muscles exploded, just like the devil's sinewy man. His strength had even reached the level of a quasi-martial artist. Only one step away from a first-order martial artist. Ha ha ha. Kid. I'm going to tear you apart. The Black Hand looked at Lin Bai, whose figure was not considered to be as tall, and who did not have much of a dangerous true chi aura. A hideous smile appeared on his face. Try it then. Lin Bai's muscles tightened, ready for battle. 2. Above the gladiatorial arena, life and death are commonplace. There's no need to say much about winning. If you feel that you are not an opponent, admit defeat as soon as possible. Otherwise, you deserve to be killed. There are no rules for the fight. You can use swords and knives, but no hot weapons. Alright, the rules have been explained. Now, the match begins. After the referee finished explaining the rules, his body flashed and left the ring, appearing on top of a high platform. Phew! Lin Bai exhaled a breath as he tensed his muscles and prepared for battle. Kid! Wait to be torn apart by me. The Black Hand laughed hideously. Above his calves, his muscles exploded and incomparably terrifying power burst out. His body was like a swimming dragon. In the blink of an eye, it had arrived in front of Lin Bai. Probing out his hands, he was ready to grab Lin Bai's shoulders and tear him apart directly. What a slow speed. At this moment, Lin Bai was a little strange in his heart. After his body had been strengthened by the hybrid beast, his nerve reaction speed was so fast that it was unbelievable. At the same time, the talent and enlightenment. It was also ridiculously high. With a glance, he was able to clearly see. Within the Black Hand's body, energy was in the meridians, slowly flowing and converging towards his hands. In a trance, Lin Bai realized. He seemed to have mastered this martial art. Black Jade Hand. The Black Hand's hands violently turned black, and his strength and speed skyrocketed. If one was grabbed by these hands, it was the Imperial Beast, which was still a strong beast, would be crushed to the bone. If it was a human, it would be torn apart by the terrifying power, directly. Buzz. Lin Bai raised his hand, and one hand had turned black. But it wasn't all black. Within the blackness, there was a metallic luster, a feeling like ebony gold. How is that possible? My martial skill Black Jade Hand. How could this guy? The Black Hand was, for a split second, blinded by the whole thing. By the time he reacted, Lin Bai had already slammed his fist down. Bang! A punch as heavy as a mountain blasted into the Black Hand's abdomen. It directly caused the Black Hand to spit out blood from his mouth. The entire person's face turned snow white and flew out horizontally like a cannonball. and then it impacted on top of the energy shield. Once again, he landed on the ground. For a moment, the originally powerful black hand, at this moment, the bones in his body burst into pieces, completely ruined. Even if it could be cured, there was no hope for martial arts in the future. Not. This gives seconds? Lin Bai looked at the palm wrapped in dark light, somewhat confused. You. Cough. This can't be. Why do you have my unspoken secret black jade hand? When did you steal my secret manual? Black Hand slumped to the ground and whistled long and loud in incomparable anger. He pressed down on the ground with one hand. The shattered bones in his body clicked. It was actually hardened and put together within a short period of time. Rumble. Inside the Black Hand, the breath of life erupted. The shattered bones were actually rapidly healing while the Black Hand gritted his teeth and stood up from the ground. It's actually starting to heal. This is the recovery speed of a martial artist. Lin Bai watched this with a look of surprise on his face. This was still a quasi-martial artist. One would be able to renew broken bones, forcefully heal a part of it, and maintain combat. And as stated in the case in point textbook, top-level martial artists could even do the rebirth of a broken limb. Even blood dripping back to life. Originally thought to be false. Now it seems that there might actually be this kind of possibility. Looking at the Black Hand, Lin Bai spread his hands and opened his mouth. This martial arts skill of yours, do you still need a secret book? Isn't it just a matter of looking at it? You're bolting. I started practicing Black Jade Hand at the age of 6, and after practicing for 30 years, I haven't even reached your realm. Kid, if you want to say that you don't have a secret manual in your hands, who would believe you? Black Hand stared viciously at Lin Bai and said angrily, regardless of how you learned it, it doesn't matter, you're bound to die. I definitely won't let that you leak out your martial arts skills. I'd forgotten. This is the gladiatorial arena. Lin Bai's face also went cold. Right now it was a battle of life and death, there was no way back. It was truly to divide life and death with human lives. He raised his hand, ready to fight, and said coldly, then, only one of the two of us will be able to walk out of the ring alive. That person must be me. Black Jade Hand. With a roar, Black Hand slammed his fist down once again. Boom! The surface of Black Hand's fist was covered with a layer of ebony light. Under the urging of strong true chi, it could greatly increase strength and speed. Chapter 12, Raising Your Hand in Seconds. This is the Black Jade Hand? It doesn't feel very smooth. It needs to be altered in a few places. Lin Bai looked at the fist that was flying towards him, and in a trance, he once again entered the state of epiphany. In this state, the understanding of the martial way would increase to an extremely terrifying level. Boom! In just an instant, Lin Bai changed the trajectory of his Black Jade Hand under the epiphany. The true chi in his hand was no longer black. Instead, it was the color of pure gold. The power didn't just not weaken, but on the contrary, it was strengthened by several times. Turned into a golden color? How is this possible? The Black Hand was even more baffled. Lin Bai, on the other hand, didn't give him time to react to the daze. A fist blasted down. It directly pierced through the Black Hand's abdomen, leaving a front and back translucent blood hole above the Black Hand's abdomen. You give me death. At this time, the Black Hand was also surprisingly angry. He could feel it. His vitality was falling all the time. Under such heavy injuries, his life had come to an end. Actually so brittle. No, it's not that he's brittle. Rather, I have become stronger. Lin Bai instantly reacted. All along, he had underestimated his power. In fact, his strength at this moment had only reached the level of a first-rank martial artist. Let's die together. The Black Hand was furious and put his best foot forward, squeezing his hands towards Lin Bai's throat. To strangle Lin Bai to death. Die. Lin Bai was naturally not a vegetarian. His gaze went cold as he raised his hand and flung it. A heavy force erupted as he directly blasted the Black Hand out. The Black Hand was torn apart in mid-air. It died completely. Bang! The Black Hand's body fell to the ground. Lin Bai's hands trembled slightly, his heartbeat accelerated a little. To be honest, this was the first time he had finished off an opponent. There was no expected feeling of disgust and fear in his heart. There was even some exuberance. It's not, is it? Could it be that I like killing? No, maybe it's the human body's instinctive reaction under the extreme state. A trace of doubt arose in Lin Bai's heart. And at this moment, the referee could not help but react. He glanced at the corpse on the ground and loudly announced, "Winner, White Phosphorus. Let's congratulate White Phosphorus for winning this life and death battle." The whole room was in an uproar at these words. Black Hand actually lost. Suppressed from all sides. This mysterious masked youth, could he be a first-rank martial artist? How could it be a first-rank martial artist? That's right, a normal first-rank martial artist killed Black Hand in one move. There's a world of difference between a quasi-first rank and a first rank. It should be that this masked youth, who grasps the same martial arts secrets as the Black Hand, understands the Black Hand's shortcomings. The surrounding spectators were talking and discussing quite intensely. This kid, really scary. Above this world, truly has a martial arts genius. At this moment, the principal of the True Martial Academy, Long Jian, had a shocked look on his face. To be honest, he was truly frightened. Other people weren't clear about it, but Long Jian was clear about it. Lin Bai had practiced martial arts for just a few hours, much less knowing the Black Jade Hand martial art. In other words, Lin Bai had, in just a few seconds, based on the martial skill that his opponent had performed, imitated it out. And was even more powerful than his opponent. Improved the Black Jade Hand. This talent was truly heaven-defying. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bai calmed down. Dying in battle on top of a gladiatorial arena. No one would pursue responsibility, this was the most basic rule. Going against this rule, it would be retaliated and punished by all the forces. Therefore, Lin Bai wasn't worried. He came to the backstage, looked for the staff, and collected his rewards. White Phosphorus, right? One win, $50,000 in prize money. I hope you can keep up the good work. The staff took out a stack of cash and put it in front of Lin Bai. Good guy, $50,000 for winning one fight. This is still the lowest bonus. Lin Bai looked at the bonuses on the table and sucked in a breath of cool air. In the middle of the alliance, $50,000 was already a large fortune. A normal person's year was income, which was around $30,000 to $50,000. This amount of money would require a normal person to work hard for a year in order to save up. However, even though how excited he was in his heart, Lin Bai was still calm. He didn't say anything, picked up the immortal gold on the table, and left the gladiatorial arena. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai, good performance. Long Jian raised his hand and hammered Lin Bai, his entire being extraordinarily excited. There was this supreme genius, Lin Bai. As long as he made some insignificant investments now, there would definitely be amazing gains in the future. Of course, the premise was that Lin Bai could grow up and wouldn't die prematurely. Principle, it's not bad. Lin Bai smiled and humbled himself. You're not okay. Long Jian bristled as he glanced at the gladiatorial arena and asked, do you want another hand? No need. I still have to train the imperial beasts. Lin Bai shook his head. He had $50,000, enough to purchase a large batch of ingredients and cultivate the hybrid beasts. The most urgent thing was to raise the hybrid beasts to the first rank. At that time, whether it was the hybrid beast or himself, there would be a qualitative change. This elevation was definitely no less than the elevation of Lin Bai's first awakening of the hybrid beast. Alright. I don't know much about martial arts. But I also know that if you want to go fast, you can't go fast. It's about gradual progress. Right, there's another important thing. Long Jian seemed to remember something. His face turned serious as he spoke. You killed the Black Hand, be careful of the retaliation from the family behind him. Didn't you say that the rules of the gladiator arena are like this? Life and death will not be pursued? Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. He. You still really believe it? Long Jian laughed. He said seriously, you remember, in the entire Federation, there exist 3 grades. The first one is the ordinary people area, which is fair and just, and has the most perfect rules. The second is the world of martial artists and imperial beastmasters. The more advanced the imperial beastmaster or martial artist, the smaller the restraints, but still bound by the laws and rules of the Federation. However, when it comes to the top-level existences, such as the martial god, that's the third level, the entire Federation has to follow the will of the martial god and do things according to the orders of the martial god. Because the martial god is very strong. So strong that even if they gathered the power of the entire Federation, they would only be able to fight against the martial god. At this level, there's basically nothing binding. So, the Black Hand's family is very powerful? Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. Is very powerful. The family behind the Black Hand has a king-level expert in attendance. If they really retaliate, the gladiator arena won't be able to stop them. But the reason for their retaliation is not that you killed the Black Hand. Rather, it is the Black Jade Hand. Chapter 13, Amazing Talent. Long Zhen looked at Lin Bai and said seriously, the Black Jade Hand is the Black family's untransmitted martial arts mastery, extremely powerful. If you master this martial arts mastery, the Black family will definitely kill you to silence you. That's so. Lin Bai raised his hand and rubbed his chin, muttering, this might be more troublesome. Your kid is actually not afraid? Long Jian was stunned and extremely surprised. What use can it be to be afraid? It's not like the Black family is going to give up chasing me. This is ultimately something that can't be helped. Lin Bai spread his hands and said calmly, as a matter of urgency, I need to improve my strength. Very well. I'm satisfied that you have this intention. Long Jian patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, don't worry. Within the city, even if the Black family is arrogant, they won't dare to touch you. However, out of the city, school can't protect you. Remember, before leaving the city, either have a strong person accompany you, or remember to change your identity and don't tell anyone about your whereabouts. I understand. Lin Bai's face had a solemn expression. All right. Let's not talk about anything else. Let's go back. Long Jian nodded slightly and led Lin Bai back to the city. Back in the downtown area, Lin Bai was not in a hurry to go home. Instead, he once again came to a store. It was a ferocious beast blood and meat store, and the interior was filled with all sorts of high-quality ferocious beast blood and meat. In the era after the cataclysm, most of the food of the Blue Star people began to shift to ferocious beasts. Because there were too many ferocious beasts. And rich in amazing energy. A kilogram of the weakest level 0 ferocious beast mutated boar blood meat, the energy density was 10 times that of normal food. It could make a normal person for 10 days, only needing to eat once. In addition, it could also allow the human flesh to continuously strengthen. Thus, the more high-end the blood and meat of the ferocious beasts, the price naturally rose. Mutant boar meat, $500 a kilogram. Mutant two-headed wolf meat, $1,000 a kilogram. Mutant shark meat, $2,000 a kilo. 100-year Ganoderma lucidum, $20,000 a gram. Looking at the store, there was a wide array of goods. Lin Bai only had one thought at this moment. The commodities within this store are really expensive. He thought that he had $50,000 under his hand, so he could squander it. In reality, he was only able to buy 2 or 3 grams of 100 years Lingji. For a moment, Lin Bai realized that he was still too poor. This guest, I wonder what you want to buy. A very pretty waitress came over and asked Lin Bai with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Bai swept his gaze over the blood and flesh of these ferocious beasts. For general imperial beasts, the higher the grade of the blood meat, the better. This was because it took time to digest the flesh and blood. Moreover, the interior of the blood and flesh of low-grade ferocious beasts also contained toxins and impurities that would be deposited within the origin royal beast and affect the evolution of the origin royal beast. Naturally, the higher the grade of the imperial beast, the blood and flesh would also show an exponential surge. For example, 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat contained energy that was close to the level of 80 kilograms of mutated two-headed wolf meat. But in reality, 100 kilograms of mutant wild boar meat, the price was 50,000. And 80 kilograms of mutant two-headed wolf meat, the price was 80,000. And the energy of these two was exactly the same. Thinking about this, Lin Bai pointed at the mutated boar meat and spoke, I want 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat. Okay. You wait a moment. The waitress nodded slightly and didn't look particularly surprised. For the entire store. 50,000. Dollars could really only be considered an insignificant bit of a small order. Squeak squeak. At this moment, the chipmunk awoke. It saw that in the middle of the store, there were huge amounts of blood and meat everywhere. Its eyes lit up violently. It was directly ready to rush out and feast. Snap. Lin Bai was quick and pinched the chipmunk. Above his forehead, cold sweat flowed. With the devouring ability of the chipmunk, if he really let this guy rush out, the entire store, in the blink of an eye, would be devoured. By the time that sky-high bill, it can definitely make any person spit blood. Of course, more importantly, this would expose the special nature of the chipmunk. This was something Lin Bai didn't want to see. He was prepared to use the chipmunk as a bottom card. It wouldn't be easily played and exposed, especially since he was weak right now. If he remembered correctly, in the Federation, the technique of depriving other people of their origin imperial beasts and transplanting them into himself existed. A divine-grade imperial beast like the hybrid beast was enough to drive any person crazy. Squeak squeak. The chipmunk kept struggling, wanting to go and feed. However, it was suppressed back by Lin Bai. "Sir, this is your mutated boar blood meat." The waitress smiled as she lifted 100 kilograms of mutated boar meat with one hand and handed it over to Lin Bai. "Oh, thanks a lot." Lin Bai nodded slightly and subconsciously looked at the waitress one more time. The other party looked unassuming. In reality, it was a strong person. However, he didn't say anything and turned around to leave. "Welcome to the next visit." The waitress's service was spot on, and her face was filled with a bright smile. Returning to the residence, Lin Bai took out the mutated boar blood meat in his hand and put it on the table. Then he took out the chipmunk. Opening his mouth, he said, "All right. This is your food for the last 2 days. You can eat now." The chipmunk was not fussy. Its head quickly grew larger. From the original peanut size, it directly skyrocketed to the size of a table. It directly took 100 kilograms of mutated boar flesh and blood. All of it was devoured. Burp. The chipmunk burped. Squinting its eyes, it jumped back into Lin Bai's pocket and continued to slumber. Boom. Almost instantly, a force that could be described as terrifying once again surged within Lin Bai's body. Lin Bai's bones and meridians erupted with crackling sounds. It actually began to metamorphose once again. This kind of metamorphosis was terrifying because it wasn't an increase in strength. Rather, it was a direct pulling up of talent. In other words, at the end of this metamorphosis, Lin Bai's talent would, most likely, surpass that one of the Alliance's martial gods who was claimed to be the most powerful. Hiss. It kinda hurts. Lin Bai sucked in a cool breath. This time, he realized that he was no longer senseless. One could clearly feel that painful sensation of bones bursting and blood being reborn. However, he still gritted his teeth and persisted. Soon, the red blood in his body was replaced. The newborn blood was crystal clear and had a crystal-like texture. Within the blood, there were countless golden points of light flickering. There were so many of them that they were like stars. After the bones were remodeled, there were even many more light golden lines out of nowhere. It was extremely gorgeous. Rumble. In an instant, powerful air currents erupted all around. Countless energies converged towards Lin Bai's body. The cyclone within Lin Bai's body, in an instant, expanded rapidly, forming a materialized lotus flower. Chapter 14, Magic Alteration Technique. It was constantly absorbing the surrounding energy and refining it into true chi. Phew. This is the lotus flower chi practicing decree, forming the seed of true chi. In other words, I've reached the quasi-martial artist realm. Lin Bai was incomparably surprised. One had to know that an ordinary person who wanted to reach the quasi-martial artist realm would need at least 10 years of hard cultivation. It was individual geniuses. Without 3 to 5 years, they wouldn't be able to reach it. Only a demon at the level of a martial god could reach the quasi-martial artist realm within a month. And Lin Bai only used a few hours. One could imagine that after 2 metamorphoses, Lin Bai's talent had reached an extremely terrifying level. Hiss. The hybrid beast hasn't reached the first rank yet. By the time I reach the first rank, I'll have another metamorphosis. It's really something to look forward to. Lin Bai's heart thumped. But soon, he calmed down. He started absorbing energy and impacting the martial realm. Rumble. The energy around him was like 100 rivers returning to the sea, converging towards Lin Bai's body. The Green Lotus Chi practicing decree was not short of being the strongest technique to build a foundation. Under Lin Bai's urging, the efficiency was extremely amazing. In just one night's work, the lotus-shaped true Chi seed was rooted in the dantian. It almost materialized. Buzz. At this moment, Lin Bai entered a marvelous state. This was a state of epiphany that countless martial artists could only dream of. Under this state, enlightenment would be astonishingly improved, and countless powerful techniques were created by top-tier powerhouses under the state of epiphany. And this kind of state, it could be said to be unattainable. At this moment, Lin Bai could clearly feel that the Green Lotus Chi practicing decree had a twisted feeling. It was almost instinctive. Lin Bai began to adjust the Green Lotus Chi practicing determination towards the mode of operation that he found most comfortable. This kind of adjustment, if other martial artists saw it, it could definitely scare him to death. Because unauthorized changes to the operation of true Chi, if it was light, the meridians would explode and shatter, direct heavy injury, high probability of going into a fire, and if it was serious, it would directly hiccup. Even if it is a super strong person, that is also cautious and cautious. A little bit of adjustment. Definitely not like Lin Bai, who had just started practicing. Just directly start adjusting. Buzz. Almost the instant Lin Bai adjusted, the true Chi in Lin Bai's body was instantly silky and smooth. The speed of refining the true Chi increased by more than 10 times. The color, too, was no longer cyan. Instead, it had turned into pure golden-colored true Chi. Even within the dantian, the cyan-colored Green Lotus true Chi seed had turned into a pure golden color. The number of petals, from the original 12, increased to 24. The amount of true Chi that was contained was nearly doubled. In this state, even though Lin Bai was only a quasi-martial artist, his actual battle power could already match that of a first-rank formal martial artist. He could even touch the quasi-second-rank martial artist realm. Phew! A cultivation was completed. Lin Bai opened his eyes. He clenched his fists and a shocked look appeared on his face. His fleshly body, after being strengthened twice by the mixed beast, his pure physical strength had reached around 2,000 kilograms. And the strength brought about by true Chi, it was directly 10 times that of the physical body. It reached a staggering 20,000 kilograms. What kind of concept was this? It meant that Lin Bai could easily lift heavy trucks when he went all out. A single kick could overturn an ordinary building. Small caliber hot weapons could no longer pose any threat to him. This was the power of a first-rank martial artist. Theoretically speaking, when one reaches the first-ranked martial artist, one can obtain the right to become a mercenary hunting ferocious beasts, join a mercenary group, and go out of the city to hunt ferocious beasts. Should I go out of the city and try? Lin Bai stroked his chin. He gave up after carefully thinking about it. The wilderness was simply too dangerous, not just the ferocious beasts, but the more dangerous ones were actually the mercenaries who were his companions. Because of a relatively precious treasure. Examples of killing each other and taking out their companions abounded. Furthermore, he was not familiar with the entire wilderness. Various conditions were superimposed. To just venture into the territory of the ferocious beasts was an act of looking for death. Forget it. It won't be long before a teacher from the school will lead a team to hunt the ferocious beasts. This is the practical training that students must go through. It's almost 3 days later. With a teacher leading the team, even if we come across a king-level ferocious beast, we won't be afraid. It won't be too late to hunt the ferocious beasts then. For now, it's better to go to the school. Lin Bai quickly calmed down. He brought along the hybrid beast, which was still sleeping and digesting the blood and flesh of the mutated boar, and headed to the school. Just as soon as he entered the class, Lin Bai noticed that something was wrong. Shen Hu didn't know why. His nose was bruised and swollen, holding a tissue over his nose, and the injuries on his body weren't considered heavy. But it was enough to drink a pot. The rest of the more powerful few students were also bruised and swollen. It seemed like they had been beaten up. Shen Hu, what happened? Who beat you up? Lin Bai frowned and a murderous aura involuntarily appeared on his body. Nothing much. Just lost a fight with the next class. Normal sparring. Not as skilled as the others, there's nothing to say. I'll fight back. Bastard. Chen-Hu gritted his teeth, and it was evident that he wasn't generally annoyed. Normal sparring? I think it's to pick a fight. The expression on Lin Bai's face didn't change much, his brows furrowed. Among the true martial academy, there were a total of 3 ace classes. They were Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. The class that Lin Bai was in was Class 1. The school had limited resources, and, in order to mobilize motivation, the resources of the 3 classes were not evenly distributed. Rather, whichever class was stronger would tilt more resources. Therefore, between the classes, they compete with each other. Comparing strengths and weaknesses, that was a normal thing. Boom! Just at this moment, the door of the class was kicked open. A few teenagers walked into the middle of the class with their heads held high and with an unrivaled aura. The few youths Lin Bai did not recognize. However, behind the few people, a familiar face could be seen. That was Lu Kai. Seeing Lu Kai, Lin Bai was instantly happy and mocked, "Lu Kai, how did you enter the ace class? It can't be by spending money." You. Lu Kai's face turned red and he was instantly anxious. Angrily, he said, "Lin Bai, cut the crap. You will definitely get a beating today." After saying that, Lu Kai came in front of the teenager in the lead and said in a low voice, somewhat flattering, "Boss, this is Lin Bai. That punk. Soon to be kicked out of the ace class. Waste?" Lin Bai froze. He was at least an innate martial Dao Saint body, how was he a waste? However, in the next second, Lin Bai reacted that this should be a smokescreen put out by Principal Long Jian to cover up the fact that he had genius-level talent. It was also because of this. Only then did Lu Kai dare to come out and pick a fight. Otherwise, but anyone with normal intelligence wouldn't dare to easily offend an innate martial Dao Saint body. Chapter 15, Storming Hui Yunfeng. Thinking about this, Lin Bai was also happy. He looked at Lu Kai and said with a smile, "Lu Kai, you really remember to eat but not remember to fight. Humph. Lin Bai, don't talk tough. You're dead." Lu Kai skimmed his mouth and said to the youth next to him, "Boss, that kid looked down on you. If we don't teach him a lesson once, there's no way for us to mix in school." "That's true." The youth narrowed his eyes, looked at Lin Bai, and said seriously, "Lin Bai, my name is Hui Yunfeng. Now, honestly hold your head and squat down, I will only beat you up. Otherwise, you might have to be carried out of the school gate sideways." "Let me be carried out?" Lin Bai was instantly happy. He stretched out his hand, raised his middle finger, and said seriously, "Hui Yunfeng, you Yakuza, come on. Let me see how you'll make me carry it out. You seek death." Hui Yunfeng's face was hot and painful. Lin Bai's still heavy, completely ignoring his attitude, making him lose his dignity. If this didn't Lin Bai up, how would he subdue a group of juniors in the future? Immediately, Hui Yunfeng's face turned red as he angrily said, Fine, Lin Bai, you'll be forced to do it until you're forced to do it. Come out, Earth Dragon Beast." Boom! Almost instantly, a giant lizard with a huge body that was close to the size of a school desk appeared in the middle of the classroom. On top of the giant lizard's body surface, covered with blood-red scale armor, its mouth was filled with white hideous fangs, and its dark red eyes were extremely hideous. It carried a bloodthirsty killing aura. Earth Dragon Beast, an ancient foreign species, with true dragon blood flowing in its body, considered one of the descendants of true dragons, only it's very thin, barely considered a king-level origin imperial beast. Next to her, Han Shua's face was shocked. She opened her mouth and warned, "Lin Bai, you have to be careful. Earth Dragon Beasts are different from normal origin royal beasts. They are extremely powerful in their juvenile stage. They have a strength close to that of a first-ranked royal beast." Ha, that's right. Hui Yunfeng was very proud. He crossed his arms and looked at Lin Bai, mocking, "Lin Bai, do you dare to fight me one-on-one? Go to the martial arts arena? You think I'm afraid of you?" Lin Bai was also happy. He clasped his hands in front of his chest, calm and composed, and taunted, "I'm afraid that you'll cry if you get beaten up." Good. After so many years, you're the first one who dares to be so crazy with me." Hui Yunfeng was shivering with anger at this point. Without hesitation, he turned around and walked towards the martial arts arena. Lin Bai naturally didn't wait to be vain and directly followed. Seeing this, Han Shui was worried that something would happen to Lin Bai. Naturally, she also followed. Soon, Lin Bai arrived at the martial arts arena and stood in the center of the entire arena. With his hands clasped in front of his chest, he looked at Hui Yunfeng and leisurely said, "Hui Yunfeng, are you ready to get your ass kicked? Lin Bai, do you know that this arrogant attitude of yours makes people furious?" Hui Yunfeng was instantly enraged. He gritted his teeth, his eyes staring at Lin Bai with a deadly glare, and said angrily, "Earth dragon beasts, give it to me. Beat him up. I'll roar." The size of the earth dragon beast in its juvenile state was just 1 meter. But the sense of oppression was extremely amazing. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye as black lightning, he had already crossed a distance of almost a meter, and opened his mouth to bite at Lin Bai's throat. Boom! Lin Bai slightly sidestepped and easily dodged this earth dragon beast's attack. With a backhand punch, he smashed into the abdomen of the earth dragon beast. It directly smashed this earth dragon beast and sent it flying. Bang! The earth dragon beast flew dozens of meters horizontally and rolled several times on top of the ground before it stood up in a sorry state. However, this thing was worthy of being a Taiku Fei. The defense was amazing. Lin Bai's punch had a strength of up to 20,000 kilograms. A quasi-martial artist could be killed with a single punch. This earth dragon beast was still alive and well, not suffering any damage. This is impossible. Hui Yunfeng was directly confused. He was a bit incredulous and exclaimed, blasting away a first-rank imperial beast with a single punch, "This guy Lin Bai, could it be a first-rank martial artist? How is this possible? Nothing is impossible. Hui Yunfeng, I told you, I will kick your ass." Lin Bai walked towards Hui Yunfeng as if he was walking idly. "I'll roar." At this moment, above the ground, the earth dragon beast came back from its dizziness with a roar. With a speed like lightning, it killed towards Lin Bai. Bang! Lin Bai was even faster. He raised his leg and stepped on top of the earth dragon beast's tail. And then he slammed his fist on the earth dragon beast's head. Thud! A dull sound rang out. The power of 20,000 kilograms was extremely terrifying. The earth dragon beast's head was directly smashed into the dirt by Lin Bai's punch. I'll roar! The earth dragon beast was dazed at this moment. It still wanted to resist. Lin Bai smashed down with another punch. In an instant, the earth dragon beast's head was once again smashed into a large pit in the ground. Boom! 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 Lin Bai threw one punch after another, striking out furiously. Even if the earth dragon beast had a high defense, it couldn't carry it at this moment. It was beaten without the ability to fight back. If it continued like this, it would even be directly killed by Lin Bai. Lin Bai, stop. At this moment, Hui Yunfeng was directly anxious. This king great earth dragon beast was his origin royal beast, and he valued it more than his lifeblood. If it was really killed by Lin Bai, he, the master, would also be ruined. The fire is almost ready. Lin Bai looked at the fainted earth dragon beast and didn't kill it. This place was in the middle of the school. Beating up Hui Yunfeng would at most be a matter of writing a review. But if he killed Hui Yunfeng's origin imperial beast, then it would really be expelled. Even breaking the laws of the Federation, either squatting in jail, or fleeing to the beast forests to be in the company of all kinds of top beasts. However, it was still possible to scare Hui Yunfeng. Lin Bai turned around and looked at Hui Yunfeng. The corner of his mouth rose slightly as he spoke. "Hui Yunfeng, if I stop when you tell me to stop, won't I lose face? What do you want?" Hui Yunfeng was truly flustered at this moment. The origin imperial beast was in Lin Bai's hands. Even if he knew that Lin Bai didn't dare to kill, he didn't dare to gamble. After all, Lin Bai was a notorious hobnailer. He dared to beat up anyone. He had done a lot of things that were out of the ordinary. If he lost his head and lost his mind, he would really kill his origin imperial beast. That would be the end. Well, didn't think about it. I just don't know if the earth dragon beast is good to eat. Lin Bai looked at the earth dragon beast on the ground, grabbed this imperial beast's tail, and single-handedly lifted it up. Don't do it. I'll pay for it. I can give you a huge sum of money as long as you spare my earth dragon beast. Hui Yunfeng was completely flustered. He was, after all, a 17 or 18-year-old teenager, and couldn't be compared to an old greaseball like Lin Bai who had lived 2 lifetimes. His mind was not honed and was very fragile. Compensate for the money? I'm not an extortionist. Lin Bai shook his head. He said seriously, I don't want your money. But, you have to give my friends, each and every one of them, $500,000 as compensation. Chapter 16, Can't afford to play, can you? For a penny less, I can only kill this origin imperial beast to replenish my friend's body. $500,000 a person? Hui Yunfeng was about to vomit blood at this point. There were over 50 people in the entire first class, and at $500,000 a person, that would be over $25 million. Close to $30 million. Where did he get that much money? Boss. Don't worry, I'll pay for this. At this moment, Lu Kai, the rich second generation, came forward. He directly pulled out a card and pointed it at Lin Bai, saying angrily, Lin Bai, there's $30 million in this card. It should be enough, so quickly let go of my boss's Earth Dragon beast. Good. Worthy of being my little brother. Hui Yunfeng was relieved. He picked up the bank card and said to Lin Bai, hand over the money in one hand and the object in the other. You give me the origin imperial beast and I'll give you the money. How? You're so full of crap. Lin Bai was indifferent. He carried the Earth Dragon beast and made a deep leap. Easily spanning a distance of more than 30 meters, he arrived in front of Hui Yunfeng. Boom! The moment Lin Bai approached, Hui Yunfeng's face turned pale. Under this kind of distance. With Lin Bai's physical quality, killing him was just a thought, simpler than pinching an ant. Snap! Lin Bai threw the origin imperial beast on the ground. He took the bank card from Hui Yunfeng and placed it in his hand to play with it. At the same time, he lamented, $30 million eh? Lu Kai, you kid is really rich, how about you become my godson? I don't ask for much, just honor me with 100 million every month. Lin Bai, you asshole. Above Lu Kai's forehead, veins were straight. His lungs were about to explode with anger. His eyes were red, he wanted to fight with Lin Bai. But on second thought, he still let it go. After all, even if he did it, he wouldn't be able to do much good besides getting a beating. Lin Bai was poor as hell. He didn't know how much he owed him in medical bills. Not even a dime could be paid out. Whoosh! At this moment, Hui Yunfeng immediately put away the Earth Dragon beast. He turned around and left. Instead, he didn't want to continue fighting with Lin Bai. He was truly scared of fighting. The killing aura on Lin Bai's body was very real. It was the aura of having really killed someone. Hui Yunfeng had only felt this kind of aura on his family's elders. Boss, wait for me. At this moment, Lu Kai also wimped out. Without Hui Yunfeng, he really didn't have the backbone to continue provoking Lin Bai. Wait. Lin Bai called out to Hui Yunfeng and said indifferently, did you forget something? What? Hui Yunfeng was stunned and turned around violently. Boom! At this moment, Lin Bai raised his hand and slammed his fist on Hui Yunfeng's face, sending him flying. I said I'd kick your ass. True to my word. Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunfeng who was lying on the ground, his tone cold. Cough. At this moment, Hui Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at Lin Bai dead in the face and said angrily, Lin Bai, just you wait, I'll keep this account. If you want to retaliate, I'll accompany you any time. Lin Bai inserted both hands into his pockets and mocked very plainly, as long as you're not afraid of getting beaten up. Let's go. Hui Yunfeng clenched his teeth. Without continuing to pull his punches with Lin Bai, he climbed up from the ground and turned around. Ha ha ha. It's okay. Chen Hu was pleasantly surprised as he raised his hand and hammered Lin Bai, saying with some surprise, I didn't expect that you really beat up Hui Yunfeng. Phew. Finally, I've gotten out a bad breath. Han Shui was also happy. She looked at Lin Bai and asked with some surprise, Lin Bai, the speed at which your strength has grown is too terrifying, isn't it? It's actually reached the level of a first-ranked martial artist. Which is not, it's just a quasi-martial artist. Lin Bai smiled, he handed the bank card to Han Shui and spoke, I'll take half of the money inside this card, and distribute the rest to the other students. You are going to split it? Han Shui was a bit surprised. $30 million, half of the rest, and $15 million. For the entire class, every single person would be able to share at least $200,000 to $300,000. This was already quite a huge amount of wealth. After all, not everyone was as rich as that rich second generation, Lu Kai. He he he. Share the blessings, share the hardships. Lin Bai revealed a mysterious smile. He naturally couldn't share the money for nothing. Distributing the money to an entire class was tantamount to bringing the entire class together. The future impact of an ace class was just too terrifying. No one would offend a bunch of future geniuses for a mere $30 million. However, Lin Bai didn't explain. He smiled and replied, "That's of course, as I said, this is the medical fee for you guys." Then, okay. Seeing this, Han Shui didn't continue to persuade. Lin Bai, good job. At this moment, Song Lan walked in. She glanced at Lin Bai and said with a look of admiration, "You dared to beat up Hui Yunfeng, you've gotten into a lot of trouble." "How so? Hui Yunfeng comes from a big place?" Lin Bai was stunned and somewhat surprised. "That's for sure. The Hui family is a top-tier imperial beast master family." Song Lan skimmed his mouth and said with some disdain, "This family is all about revenge, and it's very unplayable to beat up the little ones and come to the old ones. You watch, as long as Hui Yunfeng goes back and complains, the top powerhouses within the Hui family will surely come to trouble you. This is also too unplayable." Lin Bai was speechless and finally understood why Song Lan despised this family. "Don't worry. You are my student. I'll solve the Hui family's matter. However, in exchange, you have to do me a favor." Song Lan patted Lin Bai's shoulder and revealed a satisfied smile. "Favor? What favor?" Lin Bai was stunned and somewhat surprised. Seeing this, Song Lan explained, 3 days later, it will be the new student trial, and the school has already chosen the location. However, it's hard to guarantee that there aren't still some top-notch ferocious beasts hiding in the shadows. Therefore, I need your help to act as bait to fish out those powerful ferocious beasts that may exist. Are you kidding? With this small body of mine, any second-rank imperial beast can easily kill me. I won't do it. Lin Bai didn't hesitate and directly refused. Don't worry. You have thick skin and flesh, you won't die that easily. Song Lan followed the good advice and spoke, think about it, would the school put you in a position of certain death? Surrounded by a group of top-tier powerhouses, within that area, the strongest imperial beasts are no more than third order. And for a second-rank imperial beast, it would take a lot of effort to kill you. It's enough for us to do it. Then why does it have to be me? Lin Bai had a black face. Because your aura is too weak, it's almost imperceptible. It's almost the same as an ordinary person. Song Lan spread his hands and said with a helpless face, the ferocious beasts that can pass through the school's strongest people and strangle them layer by layer are not stupid. Able to distinguish the aura of a strong person. Chapter 17, The Class President's Position. Hiss. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. He pondered a little, looked at Song Lan, and spoke, this is fine. When will we leave? Ha ha. I knew you were bold. Song Lan laughed, satisfied. She patted Lin Bai's shoulder and said seriously, let's leave tomorrow. Right, don't go out of the city. Be careful of the Hui family. Good. Lin Bai nodded. It's okay. Lin Bai. At this moment, Chen Hu walked over with a smile on his face. He said cheerfully, Lin Bai. I didn't expect it. When did you become so strong? I don't know either. Just practicing casually, that's all. Lin Bai spread his hands and had a flat face. Bah! Too pretentious. Casual practicing, what kind of person can reach a first-rank martial artist with casual practicing? The rest of the students rolled their eyes straight. To know. The difference between a first-rank martial artist and a quasi-martial artist was huge. The standard parameter for a first-order martial artist was a 100-meter sprint for 3 seconds, with a strength that could reach 10,000 kilograms, and a nerve reflex speed that far exceeded that of an ordinary person. Theoretically, the General Pistol has been unable to pose a threat to a first-order martial artist. Put before the cataclysmic era. This type of person could be called superhuman. They could fight with ferocious beasts head-on, hunt them down, and guard the safety of the city. Their status was extremely high. Of course, the number of first-order martial artists was extremely rare. In the entire Federation, the proportion of first-order martial artists to the total population. It was only about 1 in 1,000. Unless they are geniuses, most people cultivate their whole life. Most people who cultivate for their entire lives will only be able to stop at being a quasi-martial artist. unable to become a first-ranked martial artist. It was not as simple as just practicing. Only Song Lan, who was next to him, knew that Lin Bai was telling the truth. This was the innate martial saint body. The talent was unreasonably strong. In a few days, it could reach heights that normal people could not reach in a lifetime. Cut. Even I envy you for this level of pretending. Shenhu skimmed his mouth and muttered, surely the principal gave you a small meal and ate something good. That stuff really isn't there. Lin Bai was speechless. However, the students next to him all had a look of realization. It was a small meal. The principal was a king-level imperial beast master, so he gave some good stuff. It was understandable. Alright. Lin Bai, there's one more thing. Song Lan glanced at Lin Bai and asked, I don't know if you're willing to become the class leader of Class 1, the Ace class? Class president? Lin Bai was stunned, not realizing that Song Lan was actually prepared to make him the class leader of the Ace class. This position was not simple. One had to know that among the first class, it was almost the entire city. Among the millions of students, the most talented ones. In the future, as long as they didn't die young. That's a powerful person. The identity of the class president may not seem useful. In the future, it may be extremely useful networking power. There were many benefits. However, Lin Bai shook his head and refused without hesitation. Teacher Song, I appreciate your good intentions, but I have no intention of becoming this class president. Song Lan was a bit surprised, not expecting Lin Bai to actually refuse. However, she didn't say anything. Turning her head, she looked at the group of students. Asked, in that case, the position of class president, you guys discuss it. Let me know tomorrow. Amount. Day after tomorrow. Understood, teacher. The eyes of the group of students gleamed. Many had their minds floating, thinking about how to seek the position of class president. Many began to throw out favors, pulling together gangs, getting everyone to vote for themselves. Lin Bai, why aren't you class president? Chen, who next to him, was a bit puzzled. It's too troublesome. I prefer to be alone and free, managing so many people. Things is too much. Lin Bai smiled. What he said was the truth. For him, there was no point in competing for power or anything. Might as well take advantage of this period of time. Enhance his strength. With the fastest speed, upgrade the hybrid beast to god level. After all, in this world, strength is the most important thing. Time passed in a hurry. In the middle of the class, a group of students had been arguing for a day. Lin Bai had been quietly listening to the lectures, systematically learning there was knowledge about imperial beasts. These were very important. It was related to the situation in the future when he fought with the imperial beasts. The question of whether or not Lin Bai himself could survive. Phew! The day was over. Lin Bai let out a breath as he packed up his things. There was no rush to go back. Instead, he once again headed to the imperial beast material store, preparing to purchase some blood and flesh. Feed the hybrid beast. Welcome. It was still the waitress with the sweet smile. The other party recognized Lin Bai. Surprise appeared on her face. One had to know that Lin Bai had just purchased 100 kilograms of mutated boar blood meat yesterday. It was hard to believe that it had been consumed in one day. Hello, I want 10,000 kilograms of mutant boar blood meat. Lin Bai didn't say much. The moment he opened his mouth, it was 10,000 kilograms. Hiss. The waitress sucked in a breath of cool air. Afterwards, her face was filled with a bitter smile and she said somewhat apologetically, I'm sorry. The amount of 10,000 kilograms is just too big. Our existing reserve is only 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms? It's enough. Lin Bai didn't care. He nodded slightly and spoke, then bring them all over. You wait a moment. The waitress saw this. She turned around and entered the cold storage room, and after 10 seconds or so, she carried a mutated wild boar that was close to half the size of a small car and dropped it on the ground. This wild boar looked green-faced and tusked. Extremely hideous. There was a large hole in its head, which should have been directly shot out by some sort of large-caliber sniper rifle. The internal organs were hollowed out and had been roughly disposed of. Some of the more precious materials. Naturally, they didn't exist either, and were all taken away. And then he said with a smile, "This guest. This is a quasi-first-order mutated boar, weighing 2,500 kilograms, and after removing the bones and whatnot, it's just under 2,000 kilograms. Do you need me to help you break it down?" No need. Lin Bai shook his head. He looked at the mutated boar's blood and meat on the ground and felt that it wasn't proper to carry it back directly. Removing the boar meat. He still had 12 million left in his hand. Instead, he could get a spatial storage device. So, turning his head, he looked at the waitress. Asked, "This place of yours, do you have any spatial equipment?" Space equipment? The waitress's eyes lit up. With a surprised face, she looked at Lin Bai. This one didn't look very old, but he was a big customer. Immediately, the waitress nodded slightly and said, "Spatial equipment, naturally, there is, you wait a moment." After saying that, the waitress turned around and entered the room. From within the room, a silver white metal box was taken out. After entering a series of complicated passwords, the silver white metal safe opened. From the metal safe, the waitress took out a tray. On top of the tray, several pendants, necklaces, rings, bracelets, etc. were placed. Chapter 18, Rapid Progress. Each one of them was emitting a metallic luster. It gave people a strange and ethereal feeling. These are the spatial equipment? Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly as he looked at the wide array of spatial equipment. There was some ecstasy in his heart. He had wanted a spatial equipment for a long time. It was just a pity that they were too expensive. One simply couldn't afford it. Not bad. These are all the spatial equipment in the store, although the forms are different, the space inside is the same. 10 meters by 10 meters by 10 meters. A total of 1,000 cubic meters of space. The waitress smiled slightly and said seriously, "Please pick one." "Just this one." Lin Bai looked at a pendant. This pendant could be hung on the belt, it was very firm and at the same time very hidden. It easily wouldn't be noticed. Yes. 13 million in total. Counting the wild boar meat from earlier, a total of 14 million. The waitress smiled faintly and handed the pendant in her hand to Lin Bai. Once Lin Bai heard the price, he immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. This thing was really ridiculously expensive. He looked at the waitress and after a moment of silence, he said, "It's a bit expensive. Can we get a discount? 50% off, how about $7 million? Ahem. The waitress coughed twice. She said somewhat breathlessly, "This gentleman, it's better not to joke around. This store of mine, the profit is very meager, it can't carry this dragon slayer sword of yours. At most 1 million off, 13 million. The wild boar meat will be considered as my gift. Any more than that and you really can't get a discount." Lin Bai looked at the waitress with a speechless face. He stroked his chin and asked, "How about this, for 15 million, how about giving me a caddy of 100-year Ganoderma powder for the extra 3 million? 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum? 5 million a caddy. 2 million. We'll give you half a caddy at most." The waitress had a black line on her face. She felt that Lin Bai's dragon slayer knife slashed a little too hard. "All right. Half a caddy then." Lin Bai didn't continue to haggle. He knew that if he continued to haggle, he would definitely be able to squeeze out some more profit. However, there was no point. At this time, he was already a first-rank martial artist strength. For ordinary people, this money was a heavenly sum. But in reality, a quasi-first-rank mutant boar was worth around $2 to $3 million. Lin Bai's current strength. It was possible to easily hunt ferocious beasts of this level. There were plenty of opportunities to make money. There was no need to care about these small amounts of money. "All right. Your Excellency, wait." The waitress revealed a sweet smile. This sale was completed. She could get at least 10% of the commission, which was almost $1.5 million. This was already her biggest income in the past month. The biggest income. Immediately, the waitress loaded the goods in her hands, collecting it into the space pendant, handing it to Lin Bai. With a smile on her face, she said, "Welcome to your next visit." Right, one last question. Lin Bai remembered another thing. He looked at the waitress and asked, "Your place, do you take Imperial Beast materials?" Imperial Beast materials? That's naturally accepted. The waitress nodded slightly. She spoke, "The prices we give have always been fair. If you have any materials, just give them to us." I see, I understand. Lin Bai nodded slightly. He didn't say anything. Turning around, he left to come back to his residence. Phew! Lin Bai exhaled a breath. He took out that whole mutated boar blood meat. Turning to the chipmunk, he said, "Nah, this is your dinner." Squeak squeak. The chipmunk rolled its eyes and didn't eat. Instead, it looked blearily at Lin Bai's space pendant. Lin Bai froze, not understanding what this chipmunk meant. He subconsciously glanced at the storage space, taking out the half-kilogram of Ganoderma lucidum powder inside. This half a caddy of powder was held in a transparent glass bottle, was a light green color, and gave people a very comfortable feeling. Just a little bit of sensing. One could feel the amazing power contained within. This stuff is worthy of $10,000 a gram, it is indeed worth every penny. Lin Bai was pleasantly surprised. Whoosh! At this moment, the chipmunk's head skyrocketed. With an open mouth, it bit towards the glass. Ka-ching! The glass bottle burst into pieces. The entire glass bottle, along with half a kilogram of Ganoderma lucidum powder, was directly swallowed alive by the chipmunk. Lin Bai was startled. Finally, he understood why this chipmunk didn't eat mutated boar meat. After all this little thing had set its sights on Ganoderma lucidum. This little thing had set its sights on something more advanced like Ganoderma lucidum powder. It didn't even look at wild boar meat. Boom! After the chipmunk swallowed the Ganoderma powder, it didn't stop there. Its head expanded rapidly, and in one bite, it swallowed the 2,000 kilograms, small car-sized mutated wild boar in one gulp. Hiccup! The little thing burped. On the tiny head, a humanized expression actually appeared. A look of satisfaction. $3 to $4 million worth of Imperial Beast materials. Swallowed it in one bite. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. This little thing was truly capable of eating. Boom! A powerful aura erupted. The chipmunk began to digest this batch of Imperial Beast materials. An unprecedented power surged into Lin Bai's body. Crackling! Lin Bai's bones exploded and quickly remodeled. The flesh and blood glowed slightly. Within the blood, there were a lot more light golden particles. And his strength, once again, skyrocketed. It reached a terrifying 30,000 kilograms. Almost touching the edge of a second-ranked martial artist, it was quite close to being a second-ranked martial artist. Hiss! In just 3 days, I've almost reached the level of a second-ranked martial artist. Is this the hybrid beast? It's worthy of being a divine-grade origin Imperial Beast. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, this time he was truly frightened. He knew that the mixed Yuan beast was strong. But he didn't expect it to be this strong. That's outrageous. We're heading to the fierce beast forest tomorrow. I don't know what level of strength the hybrid beast will be able to reach after a large number of fierce beasts replenish my strength. It's really something to look forward to. Lin Bai sighed twice. Sitting down cross-legged, he began to cultivate. The mixed beast had fed him a large amount of energy. Only a small portion was converted into power. Most of the rest. It was all deposited in his body. He needed time to refine it. At this moment, on the other side, Hua Yunfeng had suffered a big loss. The entire person was quite angry and was smashing tables and kicking benches. Within the room, it was a mess, and the entire person was extremely grumpy. What happened? A white-haired old man walked in, coldly glancing at Hua Yunfeng. Grandpa, I was beaten up by someone. You have to avenge me. Hua Yunfeng saw the white-haired old man. He immediately complained in an incomparably aggrieved manner. To be honest, Hua Yunfeng had never suffered this kind of aggravation in his entire life. It was never him who beat up others. It was the first time that he had been beaten up so badly. Chapter 19, The door is torn down again. The white-haired old man glanced at Hua Yunfeng and saw that his nose was blue and swollen. He was beaten miserably. The white-haired old man, who had always been extremely protective, instantly became enraged. He clenched his fists and said coldly, "Someone actually dared to bully my grandson. Who is that person? What's the name?" Hua Yunfeng was overjoyed when he saw that the old man was enraged. He couldn't wait to say. "His name is Lin Bai. A student from Class 1 of the True Martial Academy's Ace Class. This person is very wild. Grandpa, you must help me teach this kid a hard lesson." Poof. The white-haired old man let out a cold snort. He said coldly, "Don't worry. Offending my Hua family. This brat, Lin Bai, will definitely pay the price. He. Lin Bai, you're dead." Hua Yunfeng took a look at the old man's promise to help take care of Lin Bai. His heart was instantly ecstatic. He believed that as long as his grandfather made a move, he would settle Lin Bai. It would definitely be a trivial matter. At this moment, on the other side, Lin Bai's residence. Lin Bai opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a mouthful of white mist. After a night of cultivation, the power that the mixed Yuan beast had fed back to him, he had only refined a minuscule fraction of it. However, the harvest was extremely astonishing. His true chi strength, which reached around 30,000 kilograms, was basically considered to be the best amongst first-rank martial artists. The physical body strength, on the other hand, was maintained at around 30 to 40,000 kilograms. The two were stacked on top of each other. Lin Bai's standing strength, alone, was 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms. This was quite intimidating. It was already at the level of a proper second-rank martial artist. Phew. With my current strength, acting as a bait for ferocious beasts, as long as I don't run into a fourth-rank ferocious beast, I definitely won't have any safety issues. Third-rank ferocious beasts, I can't fight them, but escaping should be no problem. As for second-order ferocious beasts, the ones who escape should be these ferocious beasts, not me. Lin Bai muttered twice. Bang. At this moment, the door to Lin Bai's room took off and directly smashed out. Lin Bai's eyes were quick. Raising his hand to catch the flying stainless steel door, he turned his head to see that it was actually Chen Hu. He was speechless and spat out, "I thought Hua Yunfeng brought Hua's family to find me in trouble, how come it's you? What are you kicking my door for?" Chen Hu scratched his head in some embarrassment and said, "So what?" "Lin Bai, it was an accident. I just... lost some control of my power." "So you smashed my door panel flying, right?" Lin Bai had a black line on his face. This door had taken him a lot of effort and had just been repaired before it was smashed flying. "I just lightly touched it. Who knew that this thing flew straight away? I promise, it really was just a light tap." "Aha! Definitely. Didn't use any force." Chen Hu patted his chest with a sincere attitude. "Forget it." Lin Bai didn't continue to count. Any Imperial Beast Master, after awakening the Origin Imperial Beast, there would be a spike in power. Although it wasn't as perverted as the kind of martial artist who could move tens of thousands of kilograms. But a few hundred kilograms was still there. A steel cast security door, under this level of power. It really was similar to paper mache. He won. "Give me the door panel, I'll see if I can fix it." Chen Hu stepped away and prepared to enter within the room. "Come on. You stand still, don't tear my house apart." Lin Bai was quick to stop Chen Hu. He cautioned, "I still want a place to sleep at night." "Fine." Seeing this, Chen Hu spread his hands. He was indeed having some difficulty adapting to the surge of power right now. Especially, a Taiku Fei like the Black Fiend Tiger. It brought about a strengthening of the physical body. It had almost reached 2,000 to 3,000 kilograms up and down. Although it was far inferior to Lin Bai, this physical quality was already at the level of a quasi-martial artist. Without 2 or 3 days, one simply couldn't adapt. "Right, what are you looking for me for?" Lin Bai looked at Chen Hu and asked somewhat strangely, "At this time, you should be in class, right? I applied and am going to go with you to act as a decoy. By the way, adapt to the power." Chen Hu spread his hands and explained seriously. "Cut." Lin Bai, as Chen Hu's hairdresser who had played together until he was old enough, could see at a glance that Chen Hu was lying. Very nonchalantly, he said, "Cut the crap. Chen Hu. You definitely didn't tell the truth. What is the real reason?" I knew I wasn't good at lying.
Seeing this, Chen, who was somewhat helpless, and explained, "My black fury tiger underwent an awakening in the middle of the classroom. It erupted into a powerful force, although no one was injured, but the classroom was demolished. Plus I haven't yet adapted to the power of a quasi-first order imperial beast master. Teacher Songlan, let me go with you to act as a decoy, and adapt to the power in the meantime, or else staying in the middle of the school without being able to control the power, it will be easy to injure others."
That's true. In that case, let's go. Lin Bai didn't say anything.
He installed the security door that had been removed twice and glued on white ash.
Taking Chen Hu with him, headed to the agreed location. The agreed location was a city wall exit.
The entire city wall was extremely majestic, reaching a height of more than 300 meters, completely cast from high-strength alloys, and at the top was an energy shield constructed from pure energy, which could resist the attacks of king-level ferocious beasts.
This city wall, it's really big.
Lin Bai looked at the city wall with some emotion.
For a moment, his memory drifted a bit. After the cataclysmic era, humans built shelters and struggled to survive. After thousands of years of expansion, the size of the city was already extremely large.
And guarding the safety of the entire city, the most important line of defense.
Naturally, it is the city wall. This kind of cataclysm before, long disappeared contraption, after the cataclysm, in turn, once again added back. For any city, the city wall is only the last line of defense.
Beyond the city walls was the fierce beast forest.
However, it was divided into many zones.
Within 300 kilometers from the city walls, there was nothing powerful about the monsters.
This part was considered a buffer zone.
Once a powerful monster entered the buffer zone, it would be taken out directly by the hunting martial artists patrolling the area.
However, occasionally, there would be oversights. Strong monsters would be found within the buffer zone. But the probability was minimal.
It wouldn't appear more than a few times a year.
Lin Bai, you're late.
Song Lan walked towards Lin Bai and said with a serious face, "So, dinner is on you tonight."
Spare me. I'm so poor right now.
Lin Bai spread his hands and was speechless. He was telling the truth. After purchasing the mutant beast blood and flesh and the spatial storage equipment, he was now penniless. His pockets were cleaner than his face.
Cut. Do you think I'll believe it? Song Lan skimmed his mouth. All right. It's my treat then. Lin Bai didn't continue to dwell on it. Chapter 20, Huayanshan's Threat.
This time, when they went out to hunt ferocious beasts, casually killing one or two of them could be exchanged for a large amount of money. A few meals worth of money for a martial artist.
It was insignificant. Teacher Song Lan. When are we leaving?
Chen, who was excited instead.
A look of impatience. Wait a little longer. There are still people who haven't come.
Song Lan was calm. She clasped her hands in front of her chest and said in a very calm manner, "This time, those who acted as decoys, 2 people from Class 1, 2 people from both Class 2 and Class 3 as well, a total of 6 people. All of them are top-notch geniuses. It's considered to be the strongest combination of 6 people amongst the school. You guys have to get along harmoniously."
There's still this back? Lin Bai was stunned and surprised. This matter, he really didn't know about it.
That's of course.
Geniuses.
It's natural to see blood in advance. Song Lan blinked and said with a smile, "Staying in the middle of the school can't raise a top-notch imperial beast master."
Is that so? Lin Bai was stunned and pondered. Ha ha ha. Song Lan, you came so early?
At this moment, another middle-aged teacher arrived. The other party was very special. With a beard and 7 or 8 scars on his face, he was extremely tough.
Shut up, Hua Hao. It was you who was late. Song Lan rolled her eyes. She looked around and asked somewhat strangely, "Eh? Where are your students?" "Can't come."
Hua Hao hemmed and hawed and said with a very dejected, even somewhat showy smile, "Ah.
These 2 students of mine
just broke through the first order imperial beast master. This moment is consolidating their cultivation."
Wait a little longer. Are you showing off? Song Lan's face instantly darkened.
One must know that most of those who could join the class now were freshmen.
The time of awakening was just 3 to 5 days.
To be able to reach the level of a first order imperial beast master within 3 to 5 days. Either the family background was strong and could get powerful resources.
Either that, the strength is terrifyingly strong.
It was at least a king-level origin royal beast that could perform like this.
Ha. There isn't. Really no. Gua Hao laughed.
He turned his head to look at Chen Hu and said with a smile, "This is Lin Bai, right?"
Not bad. Good boy. More than 2 meters tall. This physical quality is not bad.
Worthy of being a humanoid ferocious beast.
I am Chen Hu.
At this moment, Chen Hu had a black face. He pointed at Lin Bai and said, "This is the one who is Lin Bai."
Gua Hao was indifferent.
He subconsciously glanced at Lin Bai and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air.
Hiss. You brat. Gua Hao's face instantly froze. What's wrong? Teacher Gua.
Lin Bai frowned slightly, his heart fell in shock. His body was very special, especially after several evolutions, a large amount of life energy that was locked up in his flesh and blood.
The life breath spillover was actually super low.
At a glance, it was the level of an ordinary student.
Or even the level of an ordinary person. And this Gua Hao could not be able to see through him? Nothing.
Gua Hao shook his head, raised his hand on Lin Bai's shoulder and said with a smile, "Lin Bai, why don't you come to my class?"
I'll give you that. There are a lot of beautiful women in our class.
There's a wide range of all styles.
It's much better than class 1.
When you said that, I remembered. There are indeed a lot of girls in class 3, all here to catch a golden son-in-law.
It seems like there's also a school flower. What's her name?
Lin Bai stroked his chin, pondering.
Not 1. But 3.
Gua Hao smugly and proudly said, "If you follow me, I will introduce all of them."
The words were not finished. An attack came. Song Lan controlled Wolverine and launched an attack towards Gua Hao.
Gua Hao was startled. The green Luan had been floating beside him, holding up an energy shield and blocking the strike.
And Gua Hao was very dissatisfied, glaring angrily at Song Lan and speaking, "Song Lan, what are you doing?" Gua Hao. You abducted my student in front of me? Song Lan had a murderous look on her face and said through clenched teeth, "Do you believe that I'll tell the principal so that the principal can come and help resolve this?" Don't. I'm wrong. Gua Hao was silky smooth and slid his knees at light speed. Directly bowed his head.
At the same time there was some chagrin in his heart, he had forgotten.
Song Lan, that was the principal Long Jian's own granddaughter. Looking for the principal to step in? That ass doesn't know where to go crooked.
Lin Bai next to him was a bit stunned.
How did this guy Gua Hao do it, look righteous and upright, and then bow his head and slip and kneel? This is also too abstract. However, this one, Mr. Gua's strength, is really unfathomable. That strike by the Vidra wolf was a solid 4th rank Imperial Beast attack. And this Gua Hao actually raised his hand to easily block it. It was definitely a 6th rank start. Have the people not arrived yet? At this moment, a teacher arrived. He had white hair and looked to be around 60 years old. Above the forehead, it was full of wrinkles and his eyes were grim. He glanced at Lin Bai, his tone was deeply cold, and he spoke, "You are Lin Bai?" "That's right. Which one of you?" Lin Bai was a bit surprised. "This is my 3rd uncle. Hua Yenshan." Hua Yinfeng jumped out, his face still bruised and swollen. He looked at Lin Bai proudly and arrogantly said, "Lin Bai, this time. He. The battle between us definitely needs to be counted." "Oh?" Lin Bai glanced at Hua Yenshan. In his heart, he was grave. This Hua Yenshan's strength was not simple. It was at least a 5th ranked beast master, extremely powerful, with his current strength. It was far from being a match for this Hua Yenshan. However, Lin Bai was not vain. He glanced at Hua Yenshan and said in a cold voice, "Hua Yenshan." "Oh. Teacher Hua. Are you prepared to give your nephew a head start?" Ha. That naturally wouldn't be. Hua Yenshan glanced at Lin Bai and said in a conspiratorial manner, "But right. Geniuses. It doesn't have to be immortal either. I just hope you don't have any accidents and can grow up." "Oh?" Lin Bai grinned and said with a smile, "Teacher Hua. Then I definitely won't let you down and become the strongest person above the world." Hua Yenshan.
At this moment, Song Lan stepped forward. She was nonchalant and directly disliked her, saying angrily, "You listen to me.
I don't care what you're planning to do. But as long as something happens to Lin Bai, then your Hua family's young generation, every single one of them will have an accident, understand? Song Lan. It's just too overbearing to blame my Hua family for any accidents that happen to Lin Bai, isn't it?"
Hua Yanshan furrowed his brows and his face instantly turned cold.
However, he was extremely calm.
It was because he was very clear.
He really couldn't afford to mess with Song Lan. Bullying? Letting me know that you're laying a dirty hand on me, then it won't be as simple as being overbearing. Song Lan was not the least bit weak. She threatened, "Don't believe me, try it." Hoof. Hua Yanshan let out a cold snort, defiant. Chapter 21, Killing the Black Armored Bear. Hua Yanshan, I've sort of met Lin Bai right away, and I don't want to see any problems with him.
At this moment, Hua Hao also stood out. He patted Hua Yanshan's shoulder and said with a smile, "I know that you Hua family members can't afford to play around. However, if you dare to make a move against the students of the academy, that old Deng Long Jian will definitely come after you. You should first think about whether you can withstand the wrath of a king-level royal beast master."
You.
Hua Yanshan's face suddenly changed, becoming ugly all of a sudden. Indeed, the Hua family was strong. But it certainly couldn't afford to mess with the king-level royal beast master Long Jian.
Not to mention,
Long Jian also had a bunch of brothers and sisters, plus a bunch of king-level warriors from the True Martial Academy.
If Long Jian really wanted to protect Lin Bai, he really didn't dare to make a move.
However, Hua Yanshan didn't want to show weakness either, as he said with some suffocation, "Don't worry. I won't go make a move because of these trivial matters."
It better be.
Song Lan skimmed his lips and turned his head to look at Hua Hao, saying irritably, "Your two students haven't come yet? It definitely takes a while to consolidate something like cultivation." Hua Hao spread his hands and said with a smile, "Besides, why is the fire so big these 2 days, is it?"
Hiss. Song Lan frowned and prepared to strike. Whoosh. Hua Hao's body flashed and disappeared in place. Just leaving behind a sentence, "So what, I'm going to take a look, you two teams go over first. I'll arrive afterward. This one, Teacher Hua Hao, is somewhat interesting." Lin Bai stroked his chin. Master Dao didn't say anything. He followed Song Lan out of the city and entered the ferocious beast forest. Boom. The moment he left the city, Lin Bai noticed that something was wrong. This was the first time he left the city. Traveling to a dangerous area like the fierce beast forest. Surrounded by dense jungle, there was nothing more than a few meters that could be seen as far as the eye could see. In the air, filled with the smell of rotting wood, as well as the smell of blood. Obviously, this place, the name of the danger zone, was not for nothing. This place is the fierce beast forest. Song Lan looked around and said with some emotion, "Lin Bai, Shen Hu, you two remember? In the middle of the fierce beast forest, it's not that if you're strong, you'll definitely be safe and sound. Fierce beasts are extremely cunning beasts that will choose a person's weakness to attack. Even for a second-rank martial artist, there have been instances where they have been killed by a first-rank fierce beast under carelessness. What's more, compared to ferocious beasts, poisonous insects, snakes and ants are even more deadly. You guys remember, but whenever you are bitten, immediately send a distress signal. With your physical qualities, the toxins won't kill you for a while, but if you are strong, then it's a different matter. 1 inch. I understand, Mr. Song. Lin Bai nodded slightly. He looked at Song Lan and asked with some curiosity, "Then how do we go next? Are we going to move separately, or are we going to form a group?" "Neither. I will lead you guys, turn around and kill a ferocious beast to practice." Song Lan smiled. She turned her head and spoke, "Well, there's a ferocious beast coming over." "What?" Lin Bai was stunned, his muscles tensed up, and in a flash, he prepared for battle. He held his breath and stared. In an instant, the surroundings became three-dimensional. Within a radius of 200 to 300 meters, a small insect gently twitching its wings would be hard to escape Lin Bai's perception. Sasha. A slight movement caught Lin Bai's attention. An esoteric feeling struck him, and in a trance, Lin Bai was able to clearly perceive it. A huge beast, at least 7 or 8 meters in size, was creeping forward. The movements were slight. The speed, however, was extremely fast, almost reaching the point of an adult's 100-meter sprint. Is this the breath?
Lin Bai's heart stirred and thought of a guess.
There is indeed something. Chen Hu's reaction was half a beat slower, at a distance of about 50 meters from the giant beast. It also felt the other party's aura. Where did the ferocious beast come from? At this moment, Hui Yunfeng looked left and right and said with some disdain, "Teacher Song, you're not scaring me, are you? Prepare to fight." Hui Yenshan's face turned blue as he slapped Hui Yunfeng. Compared to Lin Bai, Hui Yunfeng was just too inferior. Boom! At this moment, the bushes shook violently. A huge black shadow directly scurried out, followed by the characteristic fishy odor of a ferocious beast. Boom! This huge beast was huge in size. Clad in black scale armor, its appearance looked somewhat like a black bear. The two pairs of front claws were extremely sharp. Shining brightly, they could easily tear through hard rocks. Hiss! Be careful! This is a black armored bear. A first-order ferocious beast, slightly slower, but defense and attack power, both at the top level. Lin Bai reminded Chen Hu. Black Fury Tiger, come out. Chen Hu did not hesitate for a second. He directly summoned the Black Fiend Tiger. I'll roar! With a roar, the Black Fiend Tiger appeared above the clearing. Compared to a few days ago, it was only in the state of a palm-sized cub. At this time, the Black Fiend Tiger had reached a staggering 3 meters in height, and its body length had reached about 4 meters. This thing is growing that fast? It's really a cub? Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw the Black Fiend Tiger. This thing was so big that it was already close to catching up to Song Lan's Wolverine. And then, it was only a cub that had just been born 4 or 5 days ago. I don't know. Shen Hu's face was serious as he spoke. Cut the crap and deal with it carefully. This thing I feel is very dangerous. I'll roar. The black armored bear let out a roar, its blood-red eyes instantly fixated on the Black Fury Tiger. Only, it wasn't ferocity in the eyes. Instead, it was fear. The Black Fiendish Tiger, as a king-level cub, innately had a suppressive effect on the black armored bear. I'll roar. The Black Fiend Tiger let out a roar. It was intimidating the black armored bear. And the black armored bear's body trembled, and instead of fleeing, it chose to attack Lin Bai, who was the most vulnerable. Watch out! Chen Hu was startled. In his opinion, Lin Bai was no match for a peak first-rank imperial beast like the black armored bear. Boom! The black armored bear slapped down with a claw. Lin Bai composed himself and dodged the strike with a sidestep. Raising his hand, he threw a punch. Activating the black jade hand, he slammed his fist on the black armored bear's chest. Ka-ching! At this moment, Lin Bai did not use his full strength. Only about 20,000 kilograms of force was used. However, the might of the black jade hand was extremely terrifying. One punch went down. The black armored bear's scales crumbled, and after that, its huge body, which weighed tens of thousands of kilograms, was directly blasted out. It smashed a few large trees. When Chen Hu saw Lin Bai's performance, he sucked in a breath of cool air and muttered, "What a pervert! It's comparable to a humanoid ferocious beast. I'll roar." The black armored bear took a punch from Lin Bai and only suffered a superficial wound and did not die. It did not chicken out. Instead, it fell into some sort of berserk state. With a roar, the scales on its body surface turned blood red all of a sudden. The breath soared. Chapter 22, Open Like Growth Rate. Speed and strength, both skyrocketed. Boom! The black armored bear pounced towards Lin Bai. Swinging a pair of front claws, it wanted to tear Lin Bai apart. Die for me! Lin Bai was not spoiling this one black armored bear. With a flash of his body, he dodged the black armored bear's attack and kicked the black armored bear's body. It directly kicked the black armored bear out. After that, Lin Bai quickly caught up with the black armored bear and threw one punch after another, landing on top of the black armored bear's body. For a moment, blood splattered. Each punch that Lin Bai slammed down did not just cause the black armored bear to receive superficial injuries. At the same time, the true chi blasted directly into the black armored bear's flesh and blood. And then it detonated, causing fatal injuries. A short 10 minutes passed. The black armored bear's body was already bruised and battered. Blood flowed more than once. His pace was weak, and his reaction speed decreased drastically. It was almost impossible to make a counterattack. Boom! Lin Bai landed another punch.
This time, he used 40,000 kilograms of doubled force.
This amazing punch.
It directly caused the black armored bear's skull to burst and its brain to collapse.
It instantly died. Rumble.
The black armored bear's corpse fell to the ground, still twitching slightly.
Phew.
Solved. Lin Bai stood on top of the black armored bear's huge corpse.
He exhaled a long breath.
At the same time, he was quite surprised in his heart. The black armored bear that was a first-rank imperial beast, the energy contained in its flesh and blood was 5 times that of a mutated boar.
The price was even more outrageous.
A kilogram would cost 5,000, this one black armored bear, at least 40,000 to 50,000 kilograms, that is, a price of 200 to 300 million.
It was really too exciting. It's truly incredible.
Pure strength of flesh and true chi, killing a black armored bear all the way.
And it was still killed without any weapon.
Lin Bai's strength, odds are that it has already reached the first-rank martial artist level.
Song Lan was extremely shocked.
To be honest, originally, she had thought that the innate martial Dao Saint body was just like that.
However, now it seemed.
This kind of physique was simply ridiculously strong, almost as strong as being enlightened.
The amount of progress in just a few days.
It was equivalent to the progress of ordinary people for decades and hundreds of years.
It was simply like being hung up. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath. He looked at the black armored bear under his feet, stroked his chin, and muttered, "It always feels like something is missing. It's the weapon." Song Lan walked over. A long black knife appeared in her hand, handed it to Lin Bai and spoke, "The principal asked me to give you this knife. It's said to be the weapon of a certain rival he had killed in the past. As a royal beast master, he didn't have much use for keeping it, so he asked me to give it to you, make do with it." Thanks.
Lin Bai didn't say anything, he just kept this favor in his heart.
What kind of person was Principal Long Jian?
A king-level imperial beast master, in the entire federation, that was considered a top combatant.
The weapons in his collection might not be the best. But it certainly wasn't bad. Alright, try it. Song Lan urged Lin Bai. Good.
Lin Bai grabbed the black long knife, and as soon as he entered his hand shook, and the black long knife almost didn't fall to the ground.
This thing is too heavy, right? Within Lin Bai's eyes, a horrified color emerged.
The length of the black long knife was about 1.5 meters, palm wide, and the whole body was black metal, but with fine blood-colored lines.
If it was unusual steel.
Holding up a few dozen kilograms, and this knife, it was at least 20,000 kilograms up or down. If it wasn't for Lin Bai's single arm strength of 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms.
It really couldn't hold this thing. You kid. Song Lan was even more surprised.
She was well aware of the weight of this long black sword. A normal first-rank martial artist who could grab and lift it with 2 hands would be considered very strong.
It was at least a second-rank martial artist.
Only then could they easily pick it up and use it freely.
And Lin Bai was able to lift it with 1 hand, it looked so easy. It was enough to prove.
It was highly likely that Lin Bai had, in all likelihood, reached the peak of the first rank, or even the early stage of the second rank.
This rate of progress was just unbelievable. This sword is so cool. Give it to me to play with. Next to him, Chen Hu followed suit. He reached out and was about to pick up the long black blade and wield it.
Lin Bai stopped Chen Hu and spoke, "You can't hold this thing.
I'm afraid you'll get hurt." "No?"
Chen Hu was a bit skeptical, but associating it with the fact that Lin Bai barely even managed to pick it up. And Lin Bai's single arm strength was at least 20 to 30,000 kilograms. Lin Bai should not have lied to him.
Cheap is cheap. What did you say about not being able to hold it?
At this moment, Hui Yunfeng skimmed his mouth. Very disdainfully, he said, "A broken knife, like it's so valuable."
Oh. Lin Bai was instantly happy.
He picked up the long black blade with 1 hand and waved it around, easily dancing a blade flower.
And then he spoke, "Hui Yunfeng, you're very unconvinced? How about this? Do you dare to bet?" "What kind of bet?" Hui Yunfeng was even more disdainful.
In his opinion, Lin Bai's strength was only 10,000 to 20,000 pounds, and he was able to easily pick up the black long knife with 1 hand. The weight of the black blade, being able to have 1,000 pounds was the limit.
Saying that he couldn't hold it. It was just simply not wanting to share it. It doesn't play much.
Lin Bai pointed to the black armored bear on the ground and spoke, let's use the prey I got as a bet. If you can pick up this black knife, this black armored bear will be yours. If you can't pick it up, you'll get this black armored bear back at 10 times the price.
50,000 kilograms, not too expensive, 3 billion. How's that?
Hiss. Hui Yunfeng immediately sucked in a breath of cool air.
For a moment, he was a little timid.
To know, that was $3 billion. For him, that was astronomical.
Humph.
Hui Yenshan saw that Hui Yunfeng was a bit hesitant and took the initiative to speak, saying, it's only 3 billion.
It's a bet.
Cool.
Lin Bai narrowed his eyes and smiled, picking up 3 billion for nothing, eh? It's so comfortable. Lin Bai, you're also too crazy. It hasn't even started yet, and you think you're going to win? Hui Yunfeng was upset. Try it then. Lin Bai didn't say anything. He raised his hand and threw it. Boom!
The 20,000 kilograms heavy black long sword landed on top of the ground.
The entire ground trembled.
Hiss. Hui Yenshan saw the tremendous movement of the long black blade falling to the ground.
He knew that was finished. He was going to lose. The weight of this black long knife was at least tens of thousands of pounds. Humph.
Hui Yunfeng hadn't realized the severity of the problem.
He arrived in front of the black long knife and said nonchalantly, it's just a broken knife, I can pick it up with one hand.
With that, Hui Yunfeng grabbed the hilt of the knife with one hand,
using all his strength, trying to lift the black long knife up. But after half a day of effort, the black long knife didn't move at all.
Hui Yunfeng's cold sweat came down. He grabbed the hilt with both hands and tried to forcefully lift the long black blade up.
But it was simply useless. The entire long blade seemed like a mountain. No matter how hard he tried, the entire blade was motionless. Chapter 23, you're not going to be unable to hold it, are you? Save it.
This blade is called the Bloodstripe Black Rock Blade. It was the weapon of the Bloodstripe Blade King back then. It weighs 23,000 kilograms, how could you possibly pick it up? At least a late first-rank martial artist, or a third-rank Imperial Beast Master's physical fitness, would be able to pick it up. Song Lan skimmed his mouth, and his tone was filled with contempt.
A face of disdain. Good boy. 23,000 kilograms.
Chen Hu was first stunned, then he sucked in a breath of cool air. His current physical strength, when he put his best foot forward, was only 5 or 6,000 kilograms. There was simply no way to shake this blood-stained black rock blade in the slightest.
Well, Hui Yunfeng, can you pick it up? No? You won't be unable to pick it up, will you? So weak.
Lin Bai stuck both hands in his pockets and mocked with a smile.
He was on fire.
It directly made Hui Yunfeng almost vomit blood in anger. Being taunted by Lin Bai with his face plastered on his face gave him a feeling like he was eating xiang.
However, it was impossible to retort.
After all, with his current strength, even if it increased tenfold, it was also unlikely that he would be able to pick up this blade.
Lin Bai, you're less complacent.
Hui Yunfeng's face turned red as he stammered, I.
All right. Hui Yenshan's face darkened like the bottom of a pot.
This time, it wasn't just Hui Yunfeng who was disgraced, he was also disgraced along with him.
Immediately, he raised his hand and flung it. A black crystal flew Lin Bai. Snap.
Lin Bai raised his hand to catch the black crystal, glanced at it and said with some surprise, Teacher Hua,
you are really generous. Giving a black crystal directly.
This thing isn't cheap, one is worth at least $10 billion.
Do I need to find you $7 billion? No need. Yunfeng, let's go. Hui Yenshan blackened his face, not wanting to stay here. Grabbing Hui Yunfeng's collar, he turns to leave. Ha ha. What a blast. I've long since seen that old thing Hui Yenshan in a bad light.
Lin Bai, you're still a real talent.
Well done. Song Lan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Ha ha. It's just coincidence. Just a coincidence. Lin Bai laughed. He raised his hand and grabbed the blood-patterned black rock blade on the ground and took another look at it, marveling, what exactly is this thing cast from, it's actually so heavy. I don't know.
It's said to be a piece of extraterrestrial meteorite iron that fell down together from the middle of space during the cataclysmic era.
The bloodstained Blade King found someone to cast it as a weapon. Quite tough, almost impossible to damage. As for the rest, I don't know. Song Lan shook his head, indicating that he didn't know much either. It doesn't matter, just be able to use it as a weapon.
Lin Bai was not fussy.
He looked at Song Lan and asked with some curiosity, by the way, Teacher Song, what are we doing next?
Originally, I was going to take you to familiarize yourself with it first.
Now it seems that it's not necessary.
Your battle power is already enough to deal with the surroundings. Even if you run into a second-ranked ferocious beast, it's probably not a problem. Song Lan stroked his chin, considered for a moment, and then said, how about this, I'll take Chinhu, and familiarize myself with fighting with the ferocious beasts. As for you, just wander around, and see if there are any third-order ferocious beasts.
No problem.
Lin Bai shouldered his bloodline black rock blade, waved his hand, and said, Teacher Song, farewell.
Humph. Song Lan didn't say anything. Taking Chenhu, he went to hunt the other first-order ferocious beasts. Third uncle. I'm so unwilling.
Lin Bai, this bastard, I must get him killed. There's never been anyone who can make me so humiliated. Hui Yunfeng slammed his fist on the tree. His eyes were red, and his entire body was going crazy with anger. This Lin Bai brat, I'll fix him up without you having to do anything. This brat made me so humiliated in front of Song Lan. It's really an unforgivable crime, he must die.
Hui Yenshan was also extremely angry. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to provoke him like this.
Lin Bai, that was the first. If he didn't kill Lin Bai, he wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully. He glanced at Hui Yunfeng and spoke, Yunfeng, I'll feed you some of my power in a moment, so that you can briefly burst out with the power of the third rank, you find a chance and kill Lin Bai.
But Gua Hao. And the principal. It's not appropriate to do it directly, right?
Hui Yunfeng was stunned and shook his head directly.
It wasn't like he was stupid.
Killing Lin Bai was seen, and it was him who died.
Hui Yenshan wouldn't have any problems.
This third uncle of his own, he really thought he was a little cutie.
What? Stupid. This place is a ferocious beast forest, it's perfectly normal for people to die.
As long as his body is thrown to the beasts, even if the King of Heaven comes, he won't be able to find any evidence.
What does it matter to us if he, Lin Bai, dies in the hands of a ferocious beast?
Hui Yenshan's face was disdainful and his eyes were full of smugness.
Obviously this kind of thing.
It wasn't the first time he had done it. Hui Yunfeng pondered and felt that Hui Yenshan didn't need to harm him either.
So he clenched his teeth and said, good. Third uncle, I'll do it. That's right.
Hui Yenshan's eyes flashed with a brilliant light, revealing a smile. With the short contact just now, he had already gotten a clear picture of Lin Bai's strength.
Peak of the first rank. Close to the quasi-second rank, but definitely not at the level of the second rank.
And this kind of strength. Facing a third-rank martial artist, he wouldn't even be able to catch a single move.
Definitely dead. Time passed in a hurry. A few hours passed, and Lin Bai kept loitering in the danger zone.
There were dense jungles everywhere around.
Occasionally, one could see poisonous insects, snakes and ants. But for some reason, when these poisonous insects, snakes and ants saw Lindbergh, they scattered and fled. They didn't dare to approach at all. It can't be because of the hybrid beasts. If I remember correctly, high-level imperial beasts have an extremely terrifying suppression effect on low-level imperial beasts.
These poisonous insects, snakes, and ants are probably sensing the aura of the hybrid beasts, and thus, don't dare to approach. Lin Bai muttered in a low voice. However, there really weren't many ferocious beasts around.
Lin Bai had searched for half a day.
He had also only hunted a few quasi-first-order mutant boars, and the rest of the first-order ferocious beasts were almost invisible. Obviously, they had all been cleared out by the True Martial Academy's people. After all, as a freshman test, most of them were rookie newbies who were not even at the quasi-first rank.
The first-rank imperial beasts were enough to kill indiscriminately.
Enough to cause massive casualties.
How boring.
Lin Bai lamented as he carried the bloodline black rock blade. It stopped in place.
Sasha. Almost instantly, an unnoticeable movement came.
Lin Bai was violently stunned.
Somewhat surprised, he muttered, it can't be. There's something? Wait, this breath. It's a bit outrageous.
Lin Bai's face suddenly changed, becoming grave all of a sudden.
After a series of battles.
At this moment, he was no longer a rookie.
It was easy to be able to tell the difference. Chapter 24, The Terrifying Strength of a Hybrid Beast.
The relationship between life breath and strength fluctuations. And not far away from him, there was a faintly unnoticeable breath looming.
However, the breath was faint in.
Quality-wise, it was also extremely terrifying.
That thing definitely exceeded the first rank and reached the second rank. What to do? Run away or die?
Lin Bai frowned, somewhat hesitating. And it was this momentary hesitation that aura had already approached within 10 meters of him.
Boom!
A giant wolf with gray hair all mixed up and down jumped out of the jungle. This giant wolf's size was not that strong. It was only 2 meters tall and 4 meters long. Its eyes were blood red, its fangs were shining, and its body exuded an amazing killing aura. Above the forehead of this giant wolf, there was a red unicorn horn. It was extremely peculiar.
Sure enough, a second stage ferocious beast. Unicorn giant wolf.
Lin Bai's face immediately became grave. Among the division of the Imperial Beast Master's ranks, the difference between each rank was quite large.
The paper parameters were just too big a gap. Take Lin Bai as an example.
His strength at the moment was about 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms, barely reaching the level of a quasi-second rank.
And a random second rank ferocious beast.
The strength could reach over 100,000 kilograms.
This was still the weakest early second order beast. Challenging across the ranks was almost impossible.
It was as outrageous as a newborn baby dry humping the world boxing champion with one punch.
Ow! The one-horned giant wolf let out a long whistle. It directly launched an attack.
He raised his front claws, and sharp nails popped out, each of which was a foot long and short. Extremely sharp, they could easily tear a person into pieces.
Stab!
Lin Bai, on the other hand, moved extremely quickly. He carried the bloodline black rock blade in his hand and easily dodged the unicorn giant wolf's attack. Swinging the bloodline black rock blade in his hand, he directly slashed it.
Stab! The bloodline black rock blade was extremely sharp.
It easily broke through the defense of the unicorn giant wolf, leaving a deep and visible wound on top of the other party's skin.
Hiss! Lin Bai looked at the wound and was shocked instead. This bloodline black rock blade was worthy of being a king's weapon. It was really too sharp. One had to know that the skin on the surface of the unicorn giant wolf was extremely tough. It could easily block large caliber thermal weapons, or at least a tank main gun, in order to blast through the defense of this unicorn giant wolf. And the bloodline black rock blade actually tore it apart with ease. The sharpness was really perverse. Ow! At this time, the unicorn giant wolf fell furious. He let out a long whistle. The unicorn above his head suddenly glowed, condensing out a basketball-sized, blood-red ball of energy thunder. This sphere was bright and uncertain. It carried an extremely astonishing energy. Bad. Energy attack.
Lin Bai's face was grave, and without hesitation, he carried his blood-striped black rock blade. He directly rushed up. It was necessary to finish off the other party before the unicorn giant wolf's energy attack was ready.
Otherwise, it would be troublesome. Boom! The unicorn giant wolf did not give Lin Bai any time to react. It directly launched its attack. The blood-red energy ball, like a cannonball, smashed over towards Lin Bai. Boom! Lin Bai didn't say anything, and true chi surged out from his body. Above the surface of his body, the light golden true chi formed a shield, and at the same time, he directly threw out the bloodline black rock blade and smashed it directly on top of the blood-red energy ball. Boom! The blood-red energy ball exploded. The terrifying energy overflowed in all directions, no less than a heavy artillery shell. Lin Bai's entire body. It was directly blown away. It smashed on top of a big tree, and above the surface of his body, the true chi weakened most of the energy impact. But there were still quite a few places. A lot of minor wounds appeared, and blood flowed out. It dyed Lin Bai's clothes red. It made him look somewhat wretched. Hiss! Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. This second-ranked ferocious beast really wasn't something that an ordinary person could deal with. The strength was indeed terrifying.
If it wasn't for his quick eyes and hands, he had used the bloodline black rock blade to block the attack. If he had really been hit, he would have to be greatly crippled without dying. Ow roar! At this moment, the unicorn giant wolf's blow fell short. With red eyes, it charged towards Lin Bai in a furious manner. It was extremely fast. It carried an amazing sense of oppression. And at this time, Lin Bai had already lost his bloodline blackrock blade. That knife had been blown away by more than 100 meters, and it was absolutely too late to pick it up now.
There's no way out. Don't sleep. Mixed beast. Lin Bai didn't hesitate and directly pulled out the chipmunk. Squeak. The chipmunk looked like it was sleeping in a daze. It shook its head. With its spiritual little eyes, it stared at the unicorn giant wolf. Boom! In just an instant, the unicorn giant wolf's body stopped. It let out a wail. It seemed to have seen a particularly terrifying existence. It turned around and ran. Whoosh! At this moment, in Lin Bai's hand, the mixed beast disappeared silently. Its speed was extremely fast. Almost even Lin Bai could not perceive it. Hiss! This thing's speed, it's too outrageous, isn't it? Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. Almost in an instant, the hybrid beast caught up with the one-horned giant wolf and came above the other party. Ow roar! Above the unicorn giant wolf's head, a blood-red ball of energy flashed. It wanted to launch an attack. Watch out! Lin Bai was startled. That energy ball could not be underestimated. The killing power was extremely terrifying. Boom! The hybrid beast didn't even put the unicorn giant wolf's attack in its eyes. Its head rapidly expanded. From the size of a walnut, it directly reached the size of a room. And then it opened its mouth and swallowed. It directly swallowed the unicorn giant wolf, alive. Hiccup! The hybrid beast's head returned to its original appearance and burped with incomparable satisfaction. This directly gave it a swallow? Lin Bai was dumbfounded, completely stunned by the powerful strength of the mixed beast. One had to know that the current mixed yuan beast, like him, it was a quasi-first rank. But to be able to swallow a second-rank unicorn giant wolf in one bite was just too perverse. It was worthy of being a divine-grade origin imperial beast. Rumble! Almost instantly, the hybrid beast began to digest the energy of the unicorn giant wolf. A large amount of life force crazily surged into Lin Bai's body. The injuries on Lin Bai's body surface all healed in the blink of an eye. At the same time, his muscles and bones crackled under this powerful wash of life force. And the bones completely turned purple. It was as crystal clear as an amethyst. And the bone marrow within the bones began to liquefy. It turned into a purple liquid, just like chalcedony, brilliant and dazzling. A moment later, the power of the feedback disappeared. Lin Bai could feel that he was refreshed. The strength had gotten a substantial leap. Crackle! Lin Bai gently squeezed his fist. A shocked look appeared on his face. He could feel that his strength, only, had come to 50,000 kilograms. This would be terrifying. Because, this was not true chi power, but pure physical body power. Chapter 25, Riches and Riches. In the martial artist system, the stronger the strength of the physical body, it meant that the more terrifying the amount of true chi that could be carried in the same realm. For example, Lin Bai at the moment, although he was at the quasi-first rank, flesh body strength of 50,000 kilograms meant that his true chi reserves could reach 100,000 kilograms or even 200,000 kilograms. If he broke through the first rank, becoming a full-fledged martial artist, this power gap, it would always exist. This was the benefit of having a strong physical body strength. It was just that because of this, raising physical body strength seemed incredibly difficult. Compared to true chi power, flesh body strength required massive amounts of resources to be piled up in exchange for a minuscule increase. The resources consumed for a 1 kilogram increase in fleshly body strength would be enough to increase true chi strength by 10 kilograms, or even 100 kilograms. The further one went, the more exaggerated the resources one needed to consume. Most martial artists, in the early stages, were resource poor. There were no resources at all to be used to raise the physical body, and most of them were decisively piling up their true chi cultivation. Phew! With my current strength, I'm only able to slightly touch a third-ranked martial artist. Lin Bai clenched his fists. feeling the surging power within his body. There was some excitement.
But soon, he calmed down. After leveling up, his perception ability jumped drastically.
Between blurs, it seemed that he was able to feel that within the surroundings, there existed a faint aura. This aura was very faint, but it did exist. This life fluctuation, third order?
Lin Bai's face suddenly changed and he sucked in a breath of cool air. To be honest, his strength had risen greatly now, but it was only comparable to the weakest third rank.
Call it invincible at the second rank. Third order. That might be able to resist a few moves. The difference between the two is really too big. Well, is calling Mr. Song. Or maybe I'll go over and take a look first? Lin Bai was a little hesitant for a moment.
But then, he made up his mind.
Go over and take a look first.
As the saying goes, life and death are not important. If you don't serve, then do it.
Let's see what the situation is first before making a decision. With this thought,
Lin Bai's body carefully moved through the bushes, approaching towards the direction where the scent came from.
Along with the approach, that aura also became more and more terrifying. Even so, it gave Lin Bai a feeling that he couldn't breathe. Hiss. This is definitely not an ordinary third rank. Rather, it's the peak of the third rank.
Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air.
Suddenly, a bloody odor came.
Lin Bai carefully turned his head and plucked away the bushes.
In the distance was a gloomy sinkhole. It was almost difficult to see from the outside. Within the sinkhole were densely packed dozens of corpses of ferocious beasts, and most of the blood and flesh on them had been eaten clean. The residual flesh and blood were stale and putrid. It made the entire sinkhole stink.
And closest to Lin Bai was a two-headed giant wolf.
It had already been half-eaten.
The remaining half of the blood and flesh was still fresh, emitting a pungent bloody odor.
Two-headed giant wolf, early third stage. Extremely dangerous. It was just bitten to death in one bite. Lin Bai's scalp went numb. It felt like he shouldn't explore further. Inside the sinkhole, there was still a cave. Inside, an extremely terrifying life fluctuation could be sensed between the faintest of things. It was at least the peak of the third stage, or even close to the fourth stage. It was certain. The terrifying creatures inside were definitely not to be messed with. Go! Lin Bai didn't have the slightest hesitation. He knew that he had to leave.
And right at this moment, the chipmunk awoke, and it rubbed its eyes in a daze.
It seemed to have sensed something.
The body instantly disappeared in Lin Bai's eyes and rushed into that cave.
Come back!
Lin Bai was startled. Within this cave, that was the existence of extremely terrifying peak third stage creatures.
The chipmunk was even more powerful. It wouldn't necessarily be a match.
After all, this was only a quasi-first order cub.
However, the chipmunk was extremely fast, and in the instant Lin Bai had just given the order, it had already entered the cave. It simply couldn't hear it. Fight!
Lin Bai clenched his teeth and jumped into the pit, ready to bring out the chipmunk.
That was his origin imperial beast. It was extremely important and couldn't go halfway. Ow roar! Almost the instant Lin Bai had just jumped into the cave. Within the cave, a hysterical roar erupted, deafening like muffled thunder. It seemed like some terrifying beast had been enraged. Seeing this, Lin Bai had no choice. Stiffening his head, he prepared to go hard.
Unexpectedly, in just the blink of an eye, the chipmunk turned into a residual shadow and came into Lin Bai's hands. In the chipmunk's hand, there was also a huge blood-red flower being dragged along.
This is the blood spirit flower?
Lin Bai couldn't help but freeze for a moment when he saw that blood-red flower.
This kind of flower was a third-order herb. The effects were extremely powerful and could boost a martial artist's true chi cultivation. At the same time, it could also promote the evolution of imperial beasts. The energy contained within was extremely strong. This hybrid beast of his own actually snatched a tiger's mouth and grabbed one of these blood spirit flowers out. Ow roar! Rumble! Dull footsteps sounded. A powerful aura was rapidly approaching, and was already less than 200 meters away from Lin Bai. Run! Lin Bai did not hesitate. Putting the chipmunk and blood spirit flower in his pocket, he turned around and ran. He went all out. The speed was fast to the extreme. Rumble.
Almost instantly, a giant crocodile, which was huge and on top of its body surface, was filled with blood-red scales, rushed out. His eyes were blood-red,
With a maniacal killing intent. It seemed extremely angry. How many years had it been? No one had ever dared to provoke him like this. And also took away the medicinal herbs that he had worked so hard and guarded for decades. This one hateful fellow. This time, must die. In a flash, the blood-red crocodile was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had already pulled in to a distance of 50 meters with Lin Bai. Lin Bai was startled. He didn't expect this red phosphorus giant crocodile to be so terrifyingly fast. At this rate, it was only a matter of time before he was caught. Squeak squeak. At this moment, the chipmunk body appeared on Lin Bai's shoulder. The surface of its body began to glow. A power surged into Lin Bai's body, seemingly adding a lot of bonuses to him. In an instant, Lin Bai felt that his body was incredibly light. His speed had steeply increased by several times. Easily, he left the red phosphorus giant crocodile behind. A roar! The red phosphorus giant crocodile let out a roar, extremely unwilling. However, in the end, he still chose to go back. There was no way, within the nest, he still had quite a few things to guard. It was just a single blood spirit flower. It wasn't enough to make him give up guarding the nest and chase after Lin Bai at all costs. Bang! At this moment, Lin Bai's body slammed heavily onto the ground. His heart was thumping. His forehead and back were already filled with cold sweat. To be honest, if he didn't have the support of the chipmunks this time, he might have already hung up. Chapter 26, I Can't Pitch You to Death. Thinking of this, Lin Bai pinched the chipmunk and said viciously, "Do you know that I almost lost it? Bastard!" Squeak! The chipmunk rolled its eyes very humanely. It opened its mouth and swallowed. Half of the blood spirit flower was swallowed. You foodie! You leave some for me. Lin Bai's eyes were quick and he raised his hand to grab it. Unfortunately, his speed was ultimately half a beat slower, and he only managed to salvage a small piece of petal. Worry! Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air and was completely speechless. What kind of thing was this? Hiccup! The chipmunk didn't look at the small piece of petal in Lin Bai's hand. It was satisfied with it. It turned into Lin Bai's pocket and continued to sleep. Rumble! The familiar counter-power surged madly within Lin Bai's body. Only, this time, compared to devouring the power fed back from that one-horned giant wolf, although the subaw was more than twice as strong in terms of quantity. But the strengthening effect appeared to be minimal. It only caused Lin Bai's blood qi to boil and his strength to increase by around 3,000 kilograms. Sure enough, the further you go, the tougher it gets. It's said that the theoretical limit of a quasi-martial artist's physical strength is 100,000 kilograms. I wonder if I can reach that level. It's estimated to be difficult. In the era of martial god quasi-martial artist, it seems that I can just reach around 60,000 kilograms. Lin Bai clenched his fists. There was actually no bottom in his heart. He looked at the small half-piece of blood spirit flower petal in his hand and raised his hand, ready to swallow the whole petal. Right at this moment, Hui Yunfeng's gloomy laughter rang out. Lin Bai, Lin Bai. I've finally found you. Ha ha ha. Hui Yunfeng, you really are a gloomy soul. Lin Bai was speechless. He turned around and raised his eyebrows when he saw Hui Yunfeng walk out from among the bushes. Within Hui Yunfeng's body, an extremely strong force existed. It was estimated to be around the third rank. Obviously, this was not Hui Yunfeng's power, but came from Hui Yanshan. Boom! Hui Yunfeng activated this power. The speed increased greatly. With one punch, he smashed towards Lin Bai. Obviously, he was an imperial beast master. The strength and speed that erupted from his body was no less than that of a third-rank martial artist. The technique is too poor. Lin Bai saw Hui Yunfeng's weakness at a glance. Empty of powerful strength. Yet he couldn't utilize it at all and would only break the game with violence. With 10% of a third-rank martial artist's power, Hui Yunfeng would be lucky if he could utilize 20 to 30%. Whoosh! Lin Bai's body flashed away, dodging Hui Yunfeng's strike. Mockingly, he said, Hui Yunfeng, you sneak attacked me, didn't you? Where did you get that powerful strength? From your third uncle? Humph. Lin Bai, you cut the crap. today is the day you die. Go to hell.
Hui Yunfeng hated Lin Bai.
With a thought, he was about to use the power given to him by Hui Yinshan to finish off Lin Bai. Wait. Don't rush to do it first.
Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunfeng and his mind moved.
He wasn't really afraid of Hui Yunfeng's power.
Up and down the early third stage, it wasn't yet Hui Yunfeng's own power, and the lethality it could cause was very limited. However, if it was used in other ways, it was a different matter. Hui Yunfeng's third-order strength was solid. It was probably very resistant to punching. Looking at Hui Yunfeng, Lin Bai grinned and said with a smile, Hui Yunfeng, why don't we make a deal? What deal? Hui Yunfeng froze, his hand movements subconsciously stopping.
Look at what this is.
A flower petal appeared in Lin Bai's hand.
This piece of petal was just the size of a finger belly. However, it was emitting a shocking amount of energy. Even Hui Yunfeng couldn't help but lose his voice when he saw this piece of petal and exclaimed, Blood spirit flower? A petal fragment? Where did you find it from? Naturally not far away.
Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunfeng, smiled and said seriously, how about this, I'll take you there.
How about you let me off the hook? Humph. How do I know if that place is a place of death? Hui Yunfeng was not stupid.
There were a lot of small minds. Seeing this, Lin Bai smiled and said, it's simple.
Think about it.
Your current strength, that's the third rank. Where are the third-level beasts around here? They were all killed by the academy teachers a long time ago.
Besides, the third rank can't kill you. You need to be at least fourth rank to do that. That's true. Hui Yunfeng was instantly relieved.
He narrowed his eyes and sneered in his heart.
It felt like Lin Bai was a sizable cutie.
When Lin Bai brought him to the blood spirit flower, he would immediately slaughter Lin Bai.
However, Hui Yunfeng wouldn't tell the truth. He revealed an extremely hypocritical expression. Hypocritically, he said, ha ha ha. Lin Bai, don't worry. As long as you lead me to the blood spirit flower, our previous accounts will be written off. Very well. Then let's set off.
And at this moment, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly.
In his heart, he muttered, Hui Yunfeng, right? Let's see if I don't pit you to death. And so it was that the two people, who were harboring evil intentions, once again walked towards the cave.
Soon, Lin Bai brought Hui Yunfeng.
Arrived before the cave.
At this moment, before the cave, there were still a large number of corpses of ferocious beasts piled up. Above the ground, there were still a large number of footprints.
Hiss.
Hui Yunfeng's face paled for a few moments. He took 2 steps backwards and spoke, the aura of a peak third-stage imperial beast.
Lin Bai, do you want to die? Are you kidding?
That imperial beast has already been killed.
Otherwise, do you think I could survive in the hands of a peak third-stage imperial beast? Besides, there are ferocious beasts inside. If I take you in, I mustn't die together? Get lost if you're chicken. Lin Bai skimmed his mouth and continued to snub.
He didn't want such an excellent sandbag like Hui Yunfeng to be scared away.
That's true. With your waist-like strength, it is indeed impossible to come out alive.
Hui Yunfeng's face was filled with a cold smile.
In his heart, he secretly said, Lin Bai, let you be arrogant for a little while longer. When you see the blood spirit flower, you will definitely die. Lin Bai didn't know Hui Yunfeng's small mind yet. However, he didn't care.
Instead, he swaggered in and said to Hui Yunfeng, if you're timid, stay here.
I'll bring back the blood spirit flower for you. Humph. Who said I'm afraid? Hui Yunfeng let out a cold snort. He was now completely letting go of the doubts in his heart. Instead, he was worried that Lin Bai would pick all the blood spirit flowers and eat them to break through his cultivation, or use them to threaten him in exchange for a way out. Or would he personally follow him? As soon as he saw the blood spirit flowers, he would immediately kill Lin Bai. Ha ha! I'm sure I followed him. Hui Yunfeng, now I can't kill you. Lin Bai hemmed and hawed. He directly walked in. Boom!
At this moment, deep inside the cave, the red phosphorus giant crocodile that was slumbering violently opened its eyes, and within its eyes, it was filled with bearish fury.
That bastard came. Actually dared to come. He even brought a helper. Chapter 27, You Don't Keep Your Word. Provocation. This is a serious provocation. That human must be killed. It immediately held its breath and hid all of its aura. It was prepared to wait until Lin Bai and the two of them arrived. Suddenly attack and kill both of them. Day. Water droplets dripped down, clearly visible. The empty cave was dead silent, without any sound. This in turn made Hui Yunfeng even more excited. If there was a third stage ferocious beast, then by now, it must have rushed out to attack him. It hadn't made a move yet. Then, there was only one possibility. That was that the ferocious beast had already been killed. He. Hui Yunfeng looked at Lin Bai wistfully at this moment. Powerful strength brewed within his body. It was already prepared to kill Lin Bai. And right at this moment, Lin Bai stopped at an open area. In front of him was a huge hollow. Above it was a large number of stalactites that were hideous, while at the bottom, there was an unfathomably deep pool. In the center of the pool, blood lotuses were growing. Each one of them was budding, carrying a shocking amount of energy. Even from a long distance away, one could smell the faint fragrance. 7 blood spirit flowers. Ahaha. This is rich. Hui Yunfeng was excited. He turned around violently, his eyes staring at Lin Bai with a deadly glare as he said angrily, "Heh. Lin Bai, this time, you're dead. Hui Yunfeng, you don't keep your word." A trace of dismay appeared on Lin Bai's face, and he seemed to be extremely angry. Ahahaha. Lin Bai. You're really stupid to think that I keep my word. Go to hell. Hui Yunfeng was afraid of a long night. Without any hesitation, a fist blasted towards Lin Bai. Boom. A punch from a third-rank martial artist could probably have a force of over 100,000 kilograms. Under the addition of such a terrifying power, the air around them burst into pieces. A sharp and ear-piercing popping sound was emitted. Seeing this, Lin Bai's heart moved and he raised his hand to confront Hui Yunfeng. Bang! A heavy force erupted. Lin Bai operated his black jade hand and dissolved most of the force. Even so, his arm was slightly numb in a split second. What amazing strength! Is this a third-stage martial artist? Lin Bai was surprised in his heart. But acting, there was still a need to act. He could feel it. In the middle of the pool, the red phosphorus giant crocodile was lurking, looking for an opportunity to make a move. Obviously, not entering the pool to pick the blood lotus. This sinister red phosphorus giant crocodile would not make a move to hunt. He had to create an opportunity for Hui Yunfeng to do so. Bang! Lin Bai flew out, his body hitting the stone wall. For a moment, rubble flew across the ground. Lin Bai was buried under the pile of rubble and lost his movement. Ahahaha. Lindbergh. You're finally dead. This is what happens when you go against me. Ha. Hui Yunfeng was excited. Under extreme excitement. He even forgot to check on Lin Bai's life and death. Of course, in his opinion, Lin Bai was struck by the power of a third-ranked martial artist. He was bound to die, so there was no hurry to check later. It was better to get the blood spirit flower first. Thinking of this, Hui Yunfeng turned around, took an arrow step, and stepped into the water. Very bump X towards the blood spirit flower. Wanting to extremely elegantly pick this spirit medicine into his hands. Of course. Joyfulness begets sorrow. Boom. The pool water exploded and splashes flew up high. The red phosphorus giant crocodile appeared, opening its bloody mouth and biting towards Hui Yunfeng. Lin Bai, you pit me. Hui Yunfeng's face turned pale and he cursed in anger. He could feel it. This red phosphorus giant crocodile, that was the peak of the third stage. Just this one little chicken of his. Bullying a second-order martial artist was fine, but when he ran into a peak third order, he would surely die. Boom. In an instant, Hui Yunfeng dodged the blow in a sorry state and rolled on the ground. Hurriedly climbing to his feet, he fled in terror. The blood spirit flower couldn't even care less. Boom. The red phosphorus giant crocodile was also furious at this moment. It directly climbed up. It locked onto Hui Yunfeng's aura. Strength and speed erupted as it chased towards Hui Yunfeng. Boom. The red phosphorus giant crocodile let out a roar. It opened its mouth and spat. A blood-red ball of energy flew out, heavily smashing into Hui Yunfeng.
Hua Yunfeng desperately resisted with the help of his third uncle, Hua Yenshan's strength.
Bang!
The blood-red energy ball exploded. Hua Yunfeng was instantly hit hard, most of the skin on his body surface turning into charcoal as he spat out blood and smashed heavily onto the ground. Such a heavy injury. In the place of an ordinary person, he would have lost his mobility long ago.
But for martial artists, it could only be considered a minor injury.
And Hua Yunfeng was already scared out of his wits at this point. Turning around, he frantically fled.
Ow roar!
The red phosphorus giant crocodile let out a roar as it turned towards Hua Yunfeng and chased after him.
Between the chase and the escape, the cave regained its tranquility. Bang!
At this moment, the pile of rubble exploded. Lin Bai drilled out of the pile of rubble and patted the dust on his body. He muttered, "This sandbag, Hua Yunfeng, is really resistant to being beaten up. However, it shouldn't be able to resist for long.
Gotta hurry up."
Thinking of this, Lin Bai didn't hesitate.
Deep into the pool.
With a lift of his hand, he plucked all 7 mature blood spirit flowers,
putting them into the metal box and sealing them.
And then, it was put into the carry-on space. Whoosh! After completing these, Lin Bai didn't rush to leave. Instead, he rushed into the pool and searched for another treasure, the blood spirit stone. This kind of stone was usually formed from the roots of the blood spirit flower, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth, and was no less precious than the blood spirit flower. However, the effects were completely different. The effect of this kind of stone was mainly that it could be directly absorbed and used to increase the cultivation of true qi. For the current Lin Bai, it belonged to the top treasures. Soon, Lin Bai dived into the bottom of the pool and saw that at the root of the blood spirit flower, there were 5 blood spirit stones suspended in the air. Each piece was the size of a person's head and emitted a blood-red light that was extremely bright.
Snap!
Lin Bai did not hesitate. Raising his hand, he put away all of these blood spirit stones.
He was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed that there was a human corpse bone not far away.
It had been dead for an unknown number of years. Only rotten bones remained. A corpse?
That's...
Lin Bai was stunned and noticed that beside the corpse, there existed a silver-white bracelet.
It was precisely the space bracelet.
Honestly speaking, Lin Bai had seen quite a few space bracelets. From this one space bracelet in front of him,
it was worth a lot of money. It belonged to be a high-level spatial equipment.
The treasure inside was estimated to be far more than the blood spirit flower. I didn't expect to pick up this kind of treasure.
Lin Bai didn't have the slightest hesitation.
With a dive, he took away the stored equipment next to the corpse and searched a little more carefully.
Another dark gold long knife was found.
Several strange names were sealed on it, and it was heavy. The weight could be more than 10,000 pounds. Slightly inferior to the blood-stained black rock blade, however, it was definitely not a simple weapon.
Forget it, take it away altogether. Even if we can't use it, we can still sell it for resources. Chapter 28, Hua Yunfeng is a good person.
Lin Bai's mind moved.
Throwing the dark gold long knife into the storage space.
Turning around, he left the pool.
Wow!
Lin Bai rushed out of the pool and landed on top of the ground. And at this moment, the battle in the outside world was still intense. The ground was shaking, and Hua Yunfeng's miserable screams rang out from time to time. Obviously, he was being beaten up very badly.
Ha ha!
This Hua Yunfeng fellow, he's quite resistant to being beaten up.
Actually carried it hard for a minute.
Lin Bai was a bit surprised. He gathered his breath. With speed as fast as he could, he rushed towards the outside of the cave. This place was not suitable to stay for a long time. It was better to take the 36th plan and leave. Whoosh! Lin Bai rushed out of the cave, leaving a residual shadow in place as he fled towards the distance.
Lin Bai, you didn't die?
Hua Yunfeng's eyes were completely red at this moment.
Lin Bai didn't die. That blood spirit flower, it must be in Lin Bai's body. He felt like a little cutie.
He had been tricked by Lin Bai. He had been beaten half to death by the red phosphorus giant crocodile.
Instead, he let Lin Bai pick the peach. Puff!
Hua Yunfeng spat out blood in anger and roared, "Lin Bai! You bastard, just wait, I'll definitely kill you."
Cut! Lin Bai didn't take Hua Yunfeng's threat seriously at all.
He was extremely fast and moved away from the melee battlefield.
Ow roar.
At this moment, the red phosphorus giant crocodile discovered the blood spirit flower scent on Lin Bai's body. Immediately, his eyes turned red. This thief, it wasn't enough to steal one, he actually took all the blood spirit flowers, all of them.
Must die.
In an instant, the red phosphorus giant crocodile abandoned Hui Yunfeng and rushed towards Lin Bai.
It was extremely fast, obviously moved with shocking anger. It wanted to finish off Lin Bai. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai, you're dead. Let your kid be smart. Do you think you can get that blood spirit flower? Hui Yunfeng was greatly happy.
Seeing Lin Bai's bad luck, he was like eating a big mouthful of ice cream in the middle of summer.
He just felt refreshed and exhaled fiercely. But the next second,
his face turned green. At this time, Lin Bai saw the chipmunk fall into a deep sleep, and with his strength, he couldn't get rid of the red phosphorus giant crocodile.
He simply made a U-turn.
Turning around, he charged towards Hui Yunfeng.
Lin Bai, you. Don't come over. Hui Yunfeng was like a frightened rabbit at the moment. Turning around, he ran. It was only a pity. His speed, after all, was a bit slower than Lin Bai. And a stone appeared in Lin Bai's hand. He threw it out with all his might. Whoosh! The stone flew towards Hui Yunfeng. Hui Yunfeng thought he had encountered some kind of danger, some kind of weapon from Lin Bai. Stopping in his tracks, he raised his hand to block. This pause. He was quickly overtaken by Lin Bai. And at that moment, the stone was also caught by Hui Yunfeng with one hand and easily crushed. Lin Bai. You tricked me. Above Hui Yunfeng's forehead, veins streaked straight. Ow roar. The red phosphorus giant crocodile was red-eyed at this point. It opened its mouth and spat. Blood-red energy balls flew towards Hui Yunfeng. This time it wasn't 1, but 10. Block it for me. Hui Yunfeng was terrified. Rolling around, he resisted and dodged the attack at the same time. But his control over his own power was too poor. It was basically 10 shots in a row. Each shot blasted Hui Yunfeng out, making the injuries on his body even heavier. The 10 rounds ended. Hui Yunfeng had become like an evil ghost at this moment. Hideous and ghastly. Lin Bai. Aha! I'm going to kill you. Hui Yunfeng wailed. While fleeing, he chased after Lin Bai. Behind him, the red phosphorus giant crocodile chased after him furiously, completely frantic. Any trees that stood in front of him along the way, all were easily crushed, turned into pieces. The whole situation was like he wouldn't stop until he killed Lin Bai. Hiss! This thing doesn't seem to have an ordinary fire. Lin Bai looked at the red phosphorus giant crocodile that was constantly chasing after him. He sucked in a breath of cool air. It felt like this was really troublesome. There was Hui Yunfeng padding behind him. There was no need to worry for the time being, but Hui Yunfeng was in poor condition and couldn't be a sandbag for long. Thinking about this, Lin Bai raised his hand and shook the chipmunk, wanting to wake this little thing up. Only a pity. This thing seemed to have entered some sort of evolution after eating the blood spirit flower. Anyway, it couldn't be woken up at all for a while. Lin Bai was helpless. He could only keep his head up and continue to escape. However, the direction he fled was the direction of the city. The closer the distance, the probability of encountering a patrol was also greater. In addition, Lin Bai turned on the distress signal, calling for help from Song Lan. At this moment, on the other side, above Song Lan's wrist, the call for help sounded. Teacher Song. Peak third order ferocious beast, red phosphorus giant crocodile. Come quickly. I can't take it anymore. Too late. I'll be gone. In the middle of the call for help, Lin Bai's voice was heard. There was also the sound of Hui Yunfeng screaming miserably in the middle, so clearly, the situation was bad. Not good. Song Lan's face suddenly changed. She was truly surprised that in an area so close to the city, there could still be a third-order ferocious beast surviving. Immediately, she leapt and rushed towards Lin Bai's coordinates. Wait for me. Seeing this, Chen Hu rode onto the back of the black fiend tiger, following Song Lan's pace, dashed towards the red phosphorus giant crocodile's location. Rumble.
At this moment, the red phosphorus giant crocodile was still furiously chasing behind Lin Bai.
Hui Yunfeng really couldn't hold out any longer. He was once again blasted away.
The power of Hui Yenshan in his body dissipated, and he didn't even have the strength to get up and escape.
No.
Hui Yunfeng was beyond despair. He thought he was going to die here.
Ow.
Right at this moment, the sound of Wolverine's long whistle rang out.
The sound was deafening and carried an incomparably terrifying aura.
Compared to the cub state that Lin Bai had seen,
it was simply not on the same level. Boom.
Vajra Wolf was oppressive. He was close to as tall as a 3-story building, and his body fur was golden, carrying a dazzling golden light. The speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he was already less than 100 meters away from the red phosphorus giant crocodile.
Whoosh!
The red phosphorus giant crocodile turned around and ran. There was no more of the majestic dominance from earlier.
Just
the difference between a third-order beast and a fourth-order beast was too great.
Bang!
Wolverine easily caught up with the red phosphorus giant crocodile.
A claw slapped down. It slapped the red phosphorus giant crocodile dizzily, and then opened its mouth and bit.
The sharp fangs easily tore through the red phosphorus crocodile's outer armor. The spine of the red phosphorus giant crocodile was twisted off,
killing this peak third-stage imperial beast.
Hiss!
Is this the power of a fourth-rank imperial beast?
Lin Bai was somewhat shocked. It was hard for him to talk about this Vajra wolf and the wolf cub that he had encountered in the freshman examination.
Lin Bai, you have a great life. Song Lan appeared next to Lin Bai.
Seeing Lin Bai's body, all over, intact, he suddenly had a strange look on his face. With Hui Yunfeng helping to block the red phosphorus beast, I'm not too injured. Lin Bai pointed at Hui Yunfeng next to him, his face filled with a bright smile.
Put.
Hui Yunfeng spat out blood, his lungs were about to explode with anger and he rolled his eyes.
Chapter 29, Break your teeth and swallow them in your stomach. Protecting Lindbergh?
What a joke, he almost didn't get pitted to death by Lin Bai. In an instant, Hui Yunfeng's eyes widened and he was tempted to retort.
However, when he noticed Lin Bai, he was instantly jolted. He realized that there was no way to explain this.
He had come to kill Lin Bai. If he revealed this, he would be finished.
Principal Long Jian wouldn't let him go. Even the Hua family wouldn't be able to protect him.
The only option was to break his teeth and swallow it in his stomach.
There is no other way. Oh? Hui Yunfeng protects you.
Song Lan glanced at Hui Yunfeng, her face odd. She didn't believe a single bit of Lin Bai's words. After all, Lin Bai and Hui Yunfeng were considered mortal enemies.
However, she noticed.
Within Hui Yunfeng's body, there existed a powerful force that could reach the level of a third-rank martial artist. Without a doubt, that was Hui Yenshan's power. Then, everything was solved. Hui Yunfeng had come to kill Lin Bai. And it wasn't hard to explain why Lin Bai didn't reveal Hui Yunfeng.
There was no need.
Right now, Lin Bai's wings were not fully fledged, it was not the time to fall out. Or perhaps, not to tear his face off for the time being.
Thinking of this, Song Lan understood and said tacitly, "TSK. Hui Yunfeng, you're not bad. Actually sacrificing your life to protect your classmates. The hell with me." Put.
Hui Yunfeng spat out a mouthful of blood in anger, and his eyes rolled over.
He directly fainted. Whoosh.
At this moment, Hui Yenshan silently appeared in place.
He saw Hui Yunfeng, who had fallen to the ground.
His face was grim.
To be honest, he never expected it. Hui Yunfeng was actually such a waste.
With the strength of a third-rank martial artist, he was actually able to be fooled by Lin Bai.
He didn't kill Lin Bai. Instead, he had fulfilled Lin Bai, making Lin Bai, for no reason at all, have an extra pair of windfalls. I didn't expect that in this place, there are actually residual third-order imperial beasts. Humph. Luckily, my nephew has my power in his body, temporarily blocking the imperial beasts. Saved a life. Hui Yenshan spoke to himself.
It wasn't talking to himself, but explaining to Song Lan, the source of the power.
Oh? That's quite a coincidence.
Song Lan narrowed her eyes and said indifferently, "Hui Yenshan, since that's the case, then
it shouldn't be much of a problem for me to give Lin Bai the power of a fourth-ranked martial artist to defend himself, right?" Hua Yanshan's face stiffened. His face was ugly. Giving Lin Bai the power of a fourth-ranked martial artist? That was tantamount to Hua Yunfeng being dead. He had to know that he knew very well what Hua Yunfeng's true purpose was. Buzz. In Song Lan's hand, a crystal appeared. She handed the crystal to Lin Bai and said with a smile, Lin Bai. Within this crystal, a power of mine is sealed, which can reach the fourth rank. You take it and consider it. Self-defense. Many thanks, Teacher Song. Lin Bai didn't rub it in. Raising his hand, he took the crystal that sealed Song Lan's power. Then, in his hand, a blood spirit flower emerged. And then, he handed the blood spirit flower to Song Lan and said with a smile, Teacher Song. This blood spirit flower, I found it in the middle of the red phosphorus giant crocodile's cave. I'm giving it to you as a gift. As the saying goes, it's a gift for a gift. You brat. Song Lan was instantly surprised. Blood spirit flower. This kind of spirit medicine was extremely rare, and purely in terms of value, it was close to a fourth-order spirit medicine. For Imperial Beast Masters, it was even more precious. It was a rare material that strengthened the physical body. At the same time, it could replenish the power of origin. Therefore, the blood spirit flower usually had a price without a market, and when it could be taken out and sold, it was basically a sky-high price. It was even more expensive than most of the fourth-rank spirit medicines. It could be said that this was definitely a heavy gift. When Lin Bai saw Song Lan freeze, he smiled and said, Teacher Song doesn't need to worry. I still have several more in my hand. This one, take it as a token of my appreciation. Take it. That's good. Thanks a lot. Song Lan didn't continue to push back, and accepted the blood spirit flower graciously. And then he raised his hand and flung it. Throwing the red phosphorus giant crocodile to Lin Bai, he said with a smile, Lin Bai, this imperial beast is for you. Keep it to feed. Oh. You're chipmunk. That little thing shouldn't be able to eat much, right? Lin Bai glanced at the red phosphorus giant crocodile's huge body, stroked his chin, and said, It's hard to say. It's better to put it away first. Saying that, Lin Bai raised his hand and put away the red phosphorus giant crocodile. Blood spirit flower. Hua Yanshan's eyes were filled with greed. This kind of flower would be of great use to him, perhaps he could use it to make a breakthrough and gain more power and a longer lifespan. If Song Lan wasn't here, he would have done it a long time ago. He looked deeply at Lin Bai and said faintly, Lin Bai. You've performed well this time. But be safe. Geniuses, but they can die young. Teacher Hua, don't worry. I will definitely live even longer than you. Lin Bai grinned. The smile was very bright. Humph. Hua Yanshan let out a cold snort and grabbed Hua Yunfeng on the ground. Turning around, he walked away. This old thing, very sinister, you have to be more careful. Going forward, the odds are that this old thing is going to lay a black hand. Song Lan clasped both hands in front of his chest, his eyes narrowing slightly. I understand. There was no need for Song Lan to remind him. Lin Bai also knew that in the future, Hua Yanshan would definitely retaliate. But as long as he was strong enough, Hua Yanshan's so-called revenge, it would soon turn into a joke. Lin Bai, are you alright? At this moment, Chen Hu came drying over from the distance, his entire body was fast and his forehead was covered in sweat. Obviously, he was very nervous. Worried that something had happened to Lin Bai, he tried his best and rushed over. It's fine. Lin Bai shook his head. A blood spirit flower appeared in his hand and handed it to Chen Hu, saying, Chen Hu, take this. It's good for the Black Fiend Tiger's evolution. I can't take this thing. Chen Hu quickly waved his hand and said, It's too precious. Take it. I still have several more in my hand. This thing, taking one has the strongest effect, taking the second, it won't have much effect. Lin Bai smiled and then said, You're at the starting stage now, and the blood spirit flower belongs to the category of being the strongest foundation establishment spirit medicine. It's very suitable. Good. I'll take it. Chen Hu sniffed and was not polite. Raising his hand under the blood spirit flower, he prepared to find an opportunity to take it slowly. Cough. At this moment, Song Lan coughed lightly twice and spoke, It's almost time. Lin Bai, you continue to wander around. See if there are any other powerful ferocious beasts. I know. No problem. Lin Bai didn't mope around.
Waving his hand, he turned around and entered the middle of the ferocious beast forest and continued to start patrolling.
Time passed in a hurry. A day passed by.
Lin Bai had wandered more than 100 kilometers in the fierce beast forest, skimming through most of the area.
He had seen quite a few second-order ferocious beasts.
But the third-ranked ferocious beasts, they hadn't seen a single one.
Chapter 30, Dangerous Mercenaries.
Apparently, the red phosphorus giant crocodile belonged to the category of being a rather rare example.
It was almost impossible to reproduce. After all, this area, the true martial academy, would clear it almost every year. It served as a testing ground for new students. It was nothing short of a miracle that even the red phosphorus giant crocodile had survived until now. Nightfall.
Lin Bai didn't go back, but found a cave.
Lighting a bonfire.
Cutting down a few pieces of the red phosphorus giant crocodile's flesh, he placed it on top of the bonfire and grilled it. At the same time, he didn't forget to sprinkle cumin.
Soon, the pungent aroma came. Just then, footsteps sounded. It smells so good. It's the aroma of roasted meat, he. I'm hungry. Go over and take a look. I wonder what kind of people are roasting meat.
Scattered footsteps sounded as a group of people walked towards Lin Bai's location.
Humans?
Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, and his face instantly became grave. In the middle of the ferocious beast forest. The most dangerous thing was not the ferocious beasts, but the humans. After all, most of the powerful fierce beasts had their own territories, and, once they had their fill, they wouldn't continue killing.
Humans, on the other hand, were different. Examples of killing each other abounded. For the sake of a beast, a spirit medicine, or a certain treasure, there were examples of fathers and sons killing each other. Because of this, in the forest of ferocious beasts, the last thing Lin Bai wanted to run into was humans. Wow! A dozen mercenaries entered the cave.
On these mercenaries, they were wearing the most advanced alloy battle armor. In their hands, they carried large swords. Many of them were also stained with the blood of ferocious beasts, extremely formidable.
Obviously, this group of mercenaries was not simple. It was definitely ruthless. At the head was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 30s, with a sturdy figure of 1 meter 9. His face was covered with several hideous scars. It looked like a fierce and tough flavor. He was stunned when he saw that Lin Bai was the only one these days daring to enter the fierce beast forest alone. It wasn't a cutie. That was a ruthless person. And when he saw the roasted meat on top of the bonfire, his pupils suddenly shrunk. Third-order ferocious beast blood meat. A kilogram is hundreds of thousands of dollars. It was said to be a sky-high price. Those who could afford to eat this were at least third-order, or even fourth-order powerhouses. In an instant, the mercenary captain restrained his killing aura. Hospitably, he said, "This brother. My name is Zhou Chen, leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Regiment. It's late, I wonder if I can temporarily stay in the cave for a while?" Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? Lin Bai looked Zhou Chen up and down. Although the other party looked ferocious, his body was covered in a murderous aura. However, the wounds on top of the armor were all left by ferocious beasts. There were no marks left by humans. Obviously, the other party hadn't fought many humans and shouldn't be an underground mercenary specializing in killing and seizing treasures. However, Lin Bai still retained his wariness. He said indifferently, "The cave is full. A few of you. Change to another place." Oi. Kid, you're too overbearing. This cave is not yours. We're just temporarily borrowing it, we don't mean any harm. The group of mercenaries were disgruntled. Zhou Chen frowned, his heart was also a bit upset, he didn't expect Lin Bai to be so disrespectful. However, he was extremely cautious. He didn't dare to easily make a move with Lin Bai. After all, if he won the fight, it was just multiple caves, if he lost the fight, then his little life was gone. Gambling his life for this little thing. It wasn't worth it. At that moment, Zhou Chen turned to his team members and said indifferently, "Let's go." "Captain? We're just leaving?" "Yeah. This is too wimpy, right? We can't just let it go." The group of mercenaries were dissatisfied, feeling that Zhou Chen was just too much of a wimp. "Are you guys the captains, or am I the captain?" Zhou Chen frowned. He said coldly, I said it. Let's go. Yes. I got it. Sabo. So depressing.
The group of mercenaries were very upset.
However, they could only follow Zhou Chen's orders and left the cave. Kind of interesting. Lin Bai glanced at Zhou Chen.
His perception ability was extremely sharp now, and he could clearly feel it.
Zhou Chen in a brief moment.
There was a hint of killing intent leaking out, wanting to kill him.
However, it eventually gave up. Clearly, this Zhou Chen was not a good person either. Zzz.
At this moment, on top of the bonfire, the roasted meat was moist with oil and was already cooked.
Lin Bai picked it up and took a bite.
His mouth was full of flavor.
At the same time, a powerful force surged into Lin Bai's body.
This was the power contained within the flesh and blood.
It was extremely amazing.
Just one bite of blood and flesh made Lin Bai's day's fatigue sweep away,
returning to his peak state.
This red phosphorus giant crocodile deserves to be a third-rank ferocious beast. The blood and flesh is truly delicious on Earth.
The energy is also extremely abundant.
Lin Bai was surprised. His heart fluttered and he knew that he would have to stock up on the blood and flesh of some high-ranked ferocious beasts next.
Perhaps at a critical moment. It could save his life. But
it was also time to leave now. The group of mercenaries were all composed of first-rank martial artists, and Lin Bai wasn't afraid to fight them alone, but if the other party formed a group and used hot weapons,
it is still unknown who the deer will die.
The group was bluffed just now, so I don't know if they will kill a horseback.
Playing with this kind of thing. Not worth it. Thinking about this, Lin Bai got up and quickly left the cave, silently disappearing into the dark night.
At this time, the other side.
Zhou Chen had just left not too far away when he stopped, his face grim, and said coldly, Everyone, we've been tricked.
Tricked, Captain, what do you mean?
Yeah. What's going on? Could it be that there's something wrong with that person just now?
The rest of the team members were quite taken aback. And at this moment, Zhou Chen's face was gloomy as he spoke. I originally thought that he was a strong person. But now it seems that there are a lot of doubts.
The first thing is that the other party shouldn't have appeared here. This place is a safe zone.
There aren't many powerful ferocious beasts at all. It's unlikely for a third-ranked martial artist to stay here. The only possibility is that the kid isn't strong.
Not strong, yet possessing third-rank ferocious beast blood and flesh. This kid is a fat sheep. Yeah. What do we do? What else can we do? Kill back. That's right. To be able to eat the blood and flesh of a third-ranked ferocious beast as a meal, there must be quite a lot of treasures in that kid's body. In just a few seconds, the mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' mentality began to change.
It became incomparably greedy. The fierce beast forest and within the city were two completely different sets of rules.
This place was weak and strong. The strong ate everything. Even if they were killed, no one would come to trace them. The ferocious beasts would erase all traces. Even if the dead want to trace, there's no way to find out anything. The ferocious beasts would erase all traces. Humph. Let's go back.
At this moment, Zhou Chen's greed exploded.
He said coldly, This kid, I'll make him pay. Chapter 31, Extreme Counter Kill. That's right. Captain, we must get that kid killed. Go. Let's go back. Yeah. If we're late, that kid might have run away. Be quick.
The thoughts of the group of mercenaries came alive. All of them felt that Lin Bai was a big fat sheep. It was worth slaughtering.
In that case, let's set off.
The captain of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps let out a cold snort. He immediately led a group of mercenaries and started walking back. Almost as soon as Lin Bai had left, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had already arrived. The group of people stood in the middle of the cave. Looking at the empty cave, for a moment, they were directly frozen.
This kid ran really fast. Humph. The bonfire hasn't gone out yet, he definitely didn't run far. Nonsense. We've only just left for a total of 15 minutes. Go. Follow the direction Lin Bai left, let's catch up.
The remaining mercenary squad members were excited.
It didn't notice anything unusual.
Only the captain, Zhou Chen, frowned slightly, feeling a little surprised. Theoretically speaking, it was unlikely that a newcomer like Lin Bai would be able to leave so skillfully.
With this kind of operation, either one's IQ was too high. Either.
The other party was a veteran, in the middle of the ferocious beast forest, mixing for many years. Regardless of that one result, all proved that Lin Bai was not something to be messed with. However, associating it with the pile of treasures on Lin Bai's body, in the end, greed in his heart, overpowered his reason.
Zhou Chen clenched his teeth and followed Lin Bai's footsteps. Catching up. Drip, drip, drip.
At this moment, thousands of meters away, the alarm above Lin Bai's wrist rang.
He looked down at his wrist and muttered, "Sure enough, it's catching up. It's the Blood Wolf mercenary squad. It's still about 5 kilometers away from me." Lin Bai didn't panic in the slightest. Right now, he had two choices. The first was to shake people and send a signal to Song Lan. With Song Lan's strength, it was enough to swing the entire Blood Wolf mercenary group. The second was to take out this mercenary group. Without a doubt,
Lin Bai chose the second one, to get this mercenary squad killed.
"Calm down, let's see, what should I do?" Lin Bai frowned. Honestly, this was his first time fighting a mercenary group. He didn't know much about mercenary groups. But he also knew that the other party would definitely not choose a fair duel. There were whatever tactics to use. All sorts of insidious and poisonous tactics were endless. There were many instances of the strong being counter-killed by the weak. Above the entire world, that was all abound. Dealing with mercenaries is not the least bit too careful. Phew. Lin Bai exhaled, and in his hand, a sniper rifle appeared. This gun came from the red phosphorus giant crocodile's lair, one of that skeleton's weapons, a very old model. However, it was stored in the space equipment. There was no air or oxygen, under vacuum preservation. Even after an interval of 100 or 200 years, it still shines like new. Moreover, the power of the weapon hadn't changed much from the latest model. They were all gunpowder-driven weapons. This thing had been around for thousands of years and hadn't changed much. However, with the power of this gun, it was still very simple to kill a martial artist under the third rank. Taking the sniper rifle, Lin Bai found a spot and silently hid himself. This kid is running really fast. That's right, too slippery. It's us who are too slow. This kid left very few traces. It's almost impossible to tell. After all, he's too young. He can't fool us veterans. That's right, from these techniques, this kid is at most a newcomer level who just joined the industry for 1 or 2 years. Cut the crap, quickly chase. A moment people run far away. Not a moment's effort. A group of mercenaries arrived, led by Zhou Chen. He was in charge of vigilance, his eyes watched all directions and his ears listened to all directions, no danger could be hidden from his eyes and ears. And at this moment, Lin Bai looked at the group of mercenaries that had entered within attack range. Frowning slightly. To be honest, he didn't know which one to attack first. After all, he didn't have much experience in actual combat. This was the first time he had fought a mercenary squad. Tackle the thief first? Take out Zhou Chen? Nah. Zhou Chen's strength is close to the second rank, a sniper rifle may not be able to kill him. It would be better to choose that most experienced mercenary. His tracking ability is extremely strong. That's it. Lin Bai calmly analyzed. With his sniper rifle in hand, he used the scope and aimed at the experienced mercenary. For the current him, there was no need to practice marksmanship, because his mental power was strong enough to easily accomplish pre-sighting and calculations, not to mention his physical body, with a strength of tens of thousands of kilograms, the recoil of firearms, for him, didn't exist at all. Boom! Just in the blink of an eye, Lin Bai aimed and fired in one go. Flames lit up. The warhead flew towards the experienced mercenary at several times the speed of sound. Dangerous. Almost instantly, Zhou Chen reacted. He couldn't hear the sound, but he could feel the flash of fire. He raised his hand and used his greatsword to block in front of him, guarding the vital areas. However, the expected attack did not appear. Instead, it flew towards the companion next to him. Bang! A mercenary's head exploded like a watermelon, killing him instantly. Old Mo is dead. Sniper rifle. Take cover. Look for obstacles. Go! Take cover. Asshole. He's got a gun in his hand. A gunpowder weapon that was eliminated a long time ago. Why does he have this? The group of mercenaries reacted quickly and quickly completed their concealment. Although they were strong, their physical qualities far exceeded those of normal people. But facing firearms, it was still going to die. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bai exhaled a breath. His mood was stable, and he didn't have that panicked feeling after killing someone. He was very clear. This one mercenary squad was looking at the treasures on him and had come over to kill him. If he was merciful, then the person who would die would be himself. However, Zhou Chen's strength made Lin Bai a little shocked. The opponent's reaction speed was too fast. He had prepared his defense in an instant. If he had aimed that shot at Zhou Chen, he really wouldn't have been able to kill the other party. This kid is a veteran. At this moment, Zhou Chen, who was hiding in the shadows, his face instantly became ugly. Generally speaking, most novices would choose to capture the thief first. But this way was stupid. Because the ones who could lead were usually the strongest. It was hard to kill the first time. Therefore, if it was a veteran, in the case of similar strength, they would choose to kill the opponent's teammate. After all, it was hard to defeat 4 hands with 2 fists. Even if it was a top beast like a lion and tiger, it could easily kill a lone wolf in seconds. However, in the case of facing a pack of wolves, it would also choose to hold off. By the same token, a mercenary squad composed of first-rank martial artists. Chapter 32, In Hot Pursuit. In the case of proper coordination, there were precedents that existed for killing second-ranked martial artists, or even taking out third-ranked martial artists. Captain, what do we do? The other party is a tough opponent. Or else we retreat. Old Mo is already dead. If we run away like this, we won't be able to mix in the fierce beast forest in the future. That kid is definitely not strong. That old gunpowder weapon was eliminated over 100 years ago. Where did he get this kind of antique from? Ghost knows. However, this also proves that this kid isn't as strong as we thought he was. The group of mercenaries, after a brief panic, they quickly deliberated on countermeasures. For them, the simplest and crudest way was naturally to swarm them, using numbers to suppress Lin Bai. However, there would definitely be a few unlucky people that would die on the way. There was only one life. The big guys didn't want to waste it. I'll attract his attention, you guys think of a way to go around. Zhou Chen was decisive. He leaped, and with his long sword, he rushed towards Lin Bai's position. Interesting. Ready to play with my life? The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. He put away his weapon and turned around to run, extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, it disappeared from the original spot. What's the situation? Zhou Chen rushed over 200 meters without seeing Lin Bai launch an attack. Instead, he didn't dare to continue. Instead, he stopped, his face ugly. There must be a demon when things went wrong. There was a problem. Boom! Almost the instant Zhou Chen had just stopped, a terrifying explosion erupted. A mercenary instantly burst into pieces, blown to pieces by this terrifying force. Mines. Numb nuts. Where did this kid get this thing? Be careful. Don't move. The faces of the group of mercenaries turned red, but they really didn't dare to move around, in case the mine was triggered. Then, the mercenary who was blown to pieces was the best example. Asshole. Turn on the detectors. Start demoning. Zhou Chen's face turned blue. Things like landmines, with the technology of this era, had long since fallen behind. It was extremely simple for the detector to clear it. It had long been eliminated for over 100 years. As a result, most people wouldn't even think of the existence of such a thing. I just buried a real one. Hey, it really blew up. In the distance, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly when he heard the explosion. That road belonged to the path that was necessary to sneak up on him. Therefore, he had buried the only mine. As expected, it directly sent away a lucky mercenary at random. As for the rest of the place, it was just a few broken pieces of iron that Lin Bai had randomly thrown. He knew it very well. In the modern detector Zixia, a large number was of no use. As long as the first one blows up. The rest are all null and void.
There was no need to bury so many.
His most important purpose was to delay the group's advance. Drip, drip, drip. At this moment, the Blood Wolf mercenaries utilized their detectors. They easily found all the mines. Ah! Just one is real.
Zhou Chen looked at the pile of metal fragments in front of him, and his veins were straight above his forehead.
He immediately reacted.
Lin Bai was trying to stall for time and slow down their pursuit.
However, there was nothing they could do at all.
After all, even if 1,000 of them were fake, as long as one was real,
then it would be at the cost of human lives, as a price. What should we do, Captain? Do we still have to continue chasing?
At this moment, the rest of the mercenaries also wimped out.
They realized that Lin Bai that was really not to be messed with.
If they continued like this, whether they could finish off Lin Bai or not was not to be said. They might have to lose a few more lives. At this moment, Zhou Chen was also extremely regretful, knowing that he shouldn't have sent his own people to die for nothing because of greed. Sending his own people to die for nothing.
However, as things stood, he had no choice. Either get Lin Bai killed and go back with the loot. Either die a dead end. Having killed 2 of his teammates, the Blood Wolf mercenary corps would not let him go. Thinking about this,
Zhou Chen clenched his teeth and spoke, "This kid just put one, proving that he doesn't have much on him either."
Perhaps only this one. Let's continue to chase after it. Go! Let's hope so.
The rest of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps members saw this. They also had no choice but to quickly chase towards Lin Bai's location. Only, this time, their speed was much slower.
And it was like birds of prey.
One by one, their nerves were taut and they were ready to fight.
Ding! Right at this moment, a metallic tremor rang out. It seemed like something had been triggered. Run! Get down! The entire Blood Wolf mercenaries were startled.
It was thought that the mines had been energized.
One by one, they got down on the ground.
Only, after waiting for half a day, they didn't see any explosion.
Bastard!
At this moment, Zhou Chen did find the source of the sound.
It was a walkie-talkie.
It was playing the sound of a mine triggering.
Ha ha ha!
Scared, right? At this moment, Lin Bai's voice came from within the intercom.
Don't be cocky, you brat. I'll definitely kill you. Zhou Chen instantly rose in anger and viciously threatened. Cut.
At this moment, Lin Bai in the distance was not the least bit impressed. He narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "Zhou Chen, it's not too late for you to get lost.
If you continue to pursue, you're dead."
Humph.
Kid. I will definitely kill you. Zhou Chen didn't take Lin Bai's threat to heart. Raising his hand, he pinched it. The entire intercom instantly turned into pieces. Zzz.
Lin Bai looked at the busy tone above the walkie-talkie in his hand.
He casually threw it into his portable space. And then, he muttered, "It's not going to be easy.
This team of mercenaries, their level of alert is too high. It's hard to kill this group with a sniper rifle." Thinking of this, Lin Bai frowned slightly. Suddenly, a new idea rose in his mind. Perhaps. Thinking of this, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly.
He thought of a good way. Perhaps it was possible to screw Zhou Chen. Whoosh!
Lin Bai instantly disappeared in place and ran in a direction. Soon, he arrived in front of a valley.
This place was flat and uneventful.
In the middle of the valley was a swampy area with some white mist emanating from it.
Whoosh!
Lin Bai took a step and entered the swamp. In an instant, countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants surfaced, not to attack Lin Bai, but to flee in all directions.
For these poisonous insects, snakes and ants, Lin Bai couldn't talk about danger. But the aura of the hybrid beast was extremely terrifying. It didn't dare to approach at all, but directly fled. However, if an ordinary martial artist entered it, it would be over. These poisonous insects, snakes and ants were extremely toxic. Martial artists below the 3rd level.
Once they were poisoned, without an antidote serum, they were not far from death.
Ha ha ha!
Lin Bai grinned and swaggered into the depths of the valley.
Chapter 33, Swamp of Death.
Within the valley, the range was quite large, and in most of the areas, it was filled with miasma, and the line of sight was severely obstructed.
This also made it incredibly easy for Lin Bai to hide. He found a location and hid. He even thoughtfully left a series of footprints.
It proved that there was no danger around. It had to be said that Zhou Chen and the mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were quite fast.
Lin Bai had just hidden himself. Zhou Chen had already arrived with a group of people. He looked at the surrounding miasma-filled swamp, frowned, and spoke, "It's actually this place." "Captain, is this place famous? Could there be any danger?" "Yeah. Should we go back?"
A group of mercenaries had already begun to beat a retreat at this moment.
They weren't Zhou Chen.
Not having to be responsible for the deaths of their teammates, leaving would in turn save a life.
Zhou Chen's words were on his lips when he saw a group of teammates beating a retreat. He directly swallowed the reminder.
Opening his mouth, he said, "There's nothing special about this area.
It's just that there are more poisonous insects, snakes and ants.
You guys look at that kid's footprints, they were unimpeded along the way, and obviously haven't been attacked much.
However, poisonous insects are no joke. Everyone be careful."
The rest of the mercenaries were relieved when they heard this. However, they strained their ears and cautiously began to defend themselves.
What a death wish! Lin Bai hid in the shadows, watching a group of mercenaries enter the swamp.
The corners of his mouth rose slightly. This swamp, with its poisonous insects, snakes, and ants, wasn't just a little bit dangerous.
A little bit of inattention. It was true that people would die. Clatter! A group of mercenaries followed Lin Bai's footsteps and entered the depths of the swamp. After walking for most of the day,
not a single bug had appeared. This was mainly because the effects of the hybrid beasts had not dissipated yet, and these bugs did not have the guts to come out.
However, along with the passage of time, the aura left behind by the hybrid beast dissipated. The originally dead silent swamp began to become lively. Rustle!
The sound of poisonous insects, snakes, and ants crawling resounded. This sound made a group of mercenaries instantly alert.
What's the commotion? It seems to be bugs. No. It's not just one, it's a swarm of bugs.
The faces of a group of mercenaries suddenly changed.
In the next second, countless centipedes as black as ink surfaced and surged towards the group of mercenaries. These centipedes were densely packed.
The number was in the tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands.
Dabbing and stacking, they surged in like a tidal wave. It's black blood centipedes, oh my god. So many.
One of them can poison a third-ranked martial artist to death.
Hurry up and go. This place isn't a swamp at all, it's a place of death. No wonder there isn't any information about this area. Everyone who entered it died.
A group of mercenaries shouted in terror.
Quite a few of them were terrified. Ah! Right at this moment, a mercenary was bitten by the black blood centipede.
In an instant, the surface of his body turned black.
And then festered.
The 7 orifices bled, and his body fell into the muddy water, rapidly melting.
In the blink of an eye, it had turned into a puddle of pus. Not even a speck of slag was left behind. The entire process was just a few seconds. Go!
Zhou Chen's face also changed abruptly. He could easily crush a black blood centipede, but once he was wrapped up in hundreds of thousands of black blood centipedes,
he was also bound to die. It was just that since he had already come in, trying to escape was already impossible.
In all directions, countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants gathered.
Among these insects,
in addition to the black blood centipede, there were also scorpions, toads, centipedes, some tiny poisonous snakes, spiders with bizarre patterns, and so on.
Each and every one of them was highly poisonous. As long as one was bitten, that was when they would, in an instant, turn into a puddle of pus.
Aha!
No! Run away! This place is a place of death. Save me, I don't want to die. Ah! No! Don't abandon me!
The group of mercenaries were incomparably terrified,
attacking the poisonous insects, snakes and ants around them like mad. But in the end, it was futile.
Not only were these poisonous insects, snakes and ants poisonous, even the miasma was highly poisonous. Except for the likes of Lin Bai, who had a strong physique. It could be purified directly by virtue of its strong physical quality. These mercenaries, when they entered the swamp, they were already in a state of chronic poisoning.
even without these poisonous insects. After a moment or two,
These mercenaries were also bound to die, and there was already no chance of getting out of the swamp alive.
Sasha.
Right at this moment, the situation suddenly changed.
The surrounding poisonous insects suddenly faded away like a tidal wave.
In the surroundings, it seemed that some kind of dangerous existence had appeared.
Squeak squeak.
The chipmunk that was sleeping suddenly awoke. Above the surface of its body, runes glowed.
It was not spreading its aura outwards.
Instead, these runes were hiding the breath, completely hiding Lin Bai and the chipmunk's breath in the dark.
Hiss. What exactly is the contraption that can startle a hybrid beast?
Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat surprised.
To know.
The mixed Yuan beast was a divine beast class. Even in its cub state, it was not afraid of the sky or the earth.
There was actually something that made the hybrid beast afraid?
At this moment, a group of mercenaries also realized that something was wrong, and they all shouted in panic.
Heavens! What has appeared? Why are these poisonous insects rapidly retreating? It's as if something terrifying is coming out. Run! Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and honor. Go! Run! A group of people were terrified.
Turning around, they ran away, not daring to continue staying where they were at all. However, at this time, they wanted to escape.
It would be too late. Stab!
A fiery red light flashed by.
A splash of blood rose above a mercenary's brow.
His head burst into pieces. A small blood-red snake emerged. It was sucking the brains of this mercenary without slowing down.
Blood Demon King Snake. We are dead.
Zhou Chen's face was pale, and within his eyes, he was filled with despair. Among the king-grade fierce beasts, one of the top 10 strange poisons. A king-level imperial beast, a terrifying monster that can be easily poisoned to death.
How can this place have this thing? Isn't this a safe zone? Why isn't there a single bit of news about this place? Is there anyone who can come in and get out alive? A group of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries were all pale and completely desperate.
If they bumped into the Black Blood Centipede, they could still barely scrape by, put up a fight, and perhaps kill their way out. If they ran into the Blood Demon King Snake,
that would be a dead end. There were no exceptions. This kind of poisonous snake can kill king-level imperial beasts, and they are nothing more than dessert.
Hiss hiss hiss. The Blood Demon King Snake quickly devoured the brain of the first mercenary.
Its body flashed. In the next second, another mercenary's head exploded. Run! Go! The rest of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps members instantly grew furious. Chapter 34, King-Class Poisonous Insect. Frantically fleeing. It was a pity that it was simply useless.
The speed of the Blood Demon King Snake was too fast, and in the blink of an eye, it hunted down this group of mercenaries, all of them.
The entire process took no more than a second.
Above the ground, there was already only a field of corpses left.
This is a king-level ferocious beast. Lin Bai was shocked.
To be honest, he had never expected that there was a king-level ferocious beast hidden in the middle of this safe zone.
This was definitely a nightmare for any mercenary.
Unless a king-level beast royalty or martial artist came to this swamp.
Otherwise, below the king level, anyone who came would have to die. The result would be the same. Hiss.
Lin Bai took a deep breath and pondered how to escape.
No kidding.
Even if the hybrid beast quality level was even higher, I was afraid that it would not be a match for this Blood Demon King Snake. After all, this thing had just been born a few days ago. It was also the infant stage. It was unlikely that it would be able to fight against a king-level Blood Demon King Snake.
Wow! Right at this time,
the Blood Demon King Snake had eaten almost enough. It flicked its tail and headed deeper into the valley.
Lin Bai pondered a little. He chose to take the initiative to follow him there instead of returning the same way.
He had remembered the general range of this swamp on top of the map.
In the deepest part of the valley was a cliff.
For ordinary people, it was an insurmountable moat. For Lin Bai, it wasn't like walking on the ground.
But it wasn't an obstacle either.
Therefore, Lin Bai took the risk and cautiously approached the depths of the valley.
Sasha.
Lin Bai moved quite slowly. When he took 2 steps, he had to pause for pancreatic cancer. Soon, he arrived at the end of the valley. In front of him, there was still a filthy swamp. Only, in the middle of the swamp, there were a few blood-red small trees growing, and on top of the small trees, fruits were condensed. It contained a shocking power of life. Hiss.
Marrow-cleansing fruit.
Lin Bai looked at the small trees, his pupils shrunk slightly, and he sucked in a breath of cool air. Marrow-cleansing fruit, king-grade spirit medicine. The effect was extremely powerful. It could make a loser with ordinary roots and bones directly leap into a genius. It belonged to the category of being a super rare medicinal herb. Among the various top-tier powers, only the direct line heirs were qualified to take this kind of thing. Every single one of them was a sky-high price. Or rather, no one would even choose to sell such treasures. There are a total of 11 marrow-cleansing fruit trees. There are 70 to 80 up and down ripe marrow-cleansing fruits. The stuff is good stuff. It's a pity that there's no way to get my hands on it. Lin Bai was calm. That blood demon king snake was just too terrifying. With just his power, he couldn't fight it at all. Even more so, not to mention him. Song Lan would have to die even if he came. TSK. It's not very good. Lin Bai looked at the marrow-cleansing fruit and was quite greedy, but for a moment, there wasn't any good way to do it. Boom! At this moment, a powerful breath fluctuation erupted. Lin Bai was a bit surprised. He turned around, only to see a few strong people directly flying over in a big way. Flying through the air? King-level experts? No, the life fluctuations are much worse. They have wings condensed from true chi behind them. Some sort of flying technique? Lin Bai was a bit surprised, but more than that, he was pleasantly surprised. Someone had come, so maybe could fish in troubled waters. This is the place. Zhou Chen's signal disappeared in this place, and the entire mercenary group was reunited half an hour ago. What the hell happened? Everyone be careful. These miasmas are poisonous. It's really strange, in the database, there is absolutely no information about this area. Whatever, enter the depths and take a look. The few strong people were extremely confident and even a bit reckless. However, this was not strange. This place was, after all, a safe zone, away from the city, which was just over 100 kilometers. First-rank ferocious beasts that were rare species. Not to mention king-level beasts. An existence that was almost impossible to appear. Only this time, this group of people were going to be unlucky. Soon, the group arrived at the depths of the swamp, and the moment they saw the marrow-cleansing fruit tree, they went crazy. Heavens! Marrow-cleansing fruit? So many. Getting rich. This place actually has so many marrow-wash fruits? Ahahaha. Go! Be fast and pick these marrow-washing fruits immediately. Not bad. This is a heavenly fortune. The group of powerhouses were overjoyed. They immediately put Zhou Chen's death investigation behind them. Towards the marrow-cleansing fruit they rushed. Each and every one of them was elated, with smiles on their faces. And at this moment, Lin Bai crouched in place, the corner of his mouth slightly rising. He knew that this group of mercenaries were going to have bad luck. Stab! Almost instantly, the blood demon king snake surfaced. It opened its mouth and bit a strong person. Ah! What is it? That strong man was somewhat terrified and raised his hand to grab the blood demon king snake. And the blood demon king snake was extremely fast. It instantly dodged away and reappeared next to the marrow-cleansing fruit tree. Almost a second don't. The person who was bitten, his body became blood red and his skin fell off. The entire person rapidly melted and died. Blood. Blood demon king snake? Finished. We're dead. How could this thing appear in the safe zone without being discovered? It's simple. Everyone who saw this thing is dead. Run. Go. This place cannot stay for long. The moment a group of strong people saw the blood demon king snake, they turned around and ran. One by one, their faces turned pale. The marrow-cleansing fruit that was even more completely uncaring. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood demon king snake was calm and unhurried. Elegantly chasing after them, it wasn't in a hurry to kill all of them. Rather, it wanted to let this group of people die in despair. Whoosh!
It was almost as if the blood demon king snake left with its front foot. Lin Bai immediately made his move.
He quickly came before the marrow cleansing fruit tree and picked the marrow cleansing fruit on it as fast as he could. Using a metal refrigerator, he sealed it.
The entire process was done in one go. Ah!
At this moment, in the distance, the last miserable scream rang out. It meant that almost all of that group of strong people had died.
Time was running out.
At this time, Lin Bai had finished picking all of the marrow cleansing fruits.
He raised his hand and grabbed it.
From the swamp mud, he picked up some of the most expensive spatial storage devices. These were all left behind by the strong people who had died here before.
Finishing these, Lin Bai could even feel it.
Not far away, the sound of the blood demon king snake swimming.
There were definitely even more precious treasures in the blood demon king snake's lair. But time is no longer enough. It was necessary to leave. Whoosh!
Lin Bai turned his head and ran. He was extremely fast and incomparably light as he climbed up the cliff, and without hesitation, he ran in the direction of the city.
This was the only way to survive.
The blood demon king snake was extremely intelligent and didn't dare to get too close to the human city. If one ran towards other places, then the probability of being caught up by the blood demon king snake was extremely high.
No! It should be 100%. Chapter 35, Escape from Death.
The blood demon king snake's sense of smell was extremely sharp once it locked onto Lin Bai's scent.
There was simply no way to hide.
Hiss hiss hiss.
Almost as if Lin Bai had just run away with his front foot, the blood demon king snake had already returned. It was extremely angry. Letting out a sharp roar, an endless killing aura erupted in an instant.
Countless poisonous insects, snakes, and ants shivered throughout the swamp.
It did not dare to move. Bang!
The blood demon king snake's true speed erupted. Turning into a blood shadow, it chased towards Lin Bai.
The speed was extreme. Rumble!
Under the terrifying speed of the blood demon king snake, the air around it was torn apart, emitting sharp bursts. At this moment, its speed had easily surpassed the speed of sound, reaching 2 or 3 times the speed of sound. Under this terrifying speed, the blood demon king snake's speed was even faster than a bullet. When it acted, it even surpassed sound. Before the sound could be heard hissing, it had already been caught up by this one terrifying behemoth.
Who? At this moment, Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath.
Although he couldn't hear the sound, however, he could feel the powerful aura that was rapidly approaching. It would be 2 or 3 seconds at most. He would be caught up, and by then, he would definitely die. However, since Lin Bai dared to rob the marrow cleansing fruit, then he was bound to have the certainty of escaping.
2 or 3 times the speed of sound? Then let's see if you can surpass the flying machine.
In Lin Bai's hand, a flying machine emerged. It was an old model from more than 100 years ago that could reach 3 times the speed of sound.
It had been eliminated long ago. However, being eliminated didn't mean that this thing was weak. 3 times the speed of sound.
It was enough to shake off the blood demon king snake.
Rumble!
The engine of the flying machine was started. Lin Bai kicked the gas, and in an instant, the entire flying machine engine spewed out blue hot flames.
The speed skyrocketed and shot up into the sky. It flew towards the city. Boom!
At this moment, the blood demon king snake caught up, and Lin Bai could even be above the radar. See the terrifying speed as well as the value of the blood demon king snake.
Hiss!
This blood demon king snake's base combat power
actually reached 15,000?
Lin Bai was somewhat shocked. The base value, a basis for the alliance to divide the power of martial artists and imperial beast masters. After all, the higher the rank of the imperial beast master, pure physical strength was no longer a way to adequately express the power of a martial artist.
Thus, by synthesizing various parameters, the final combat strength was born. Generally speaking, an ordinary person would be 0.6, not quite 1.
A first-order martial artist's combat, not more than 10, the second order is also more than 30 points, the third order can only reach 100. All the way up to the 10th order, to barely break 1,000 just. The Blood Devil King Snake can reach the king level, and the biggest advantage is that the toxicity is extremely strong. But the physical quality is quite general, compared to the same level of king-level imperial beasts. General is also 5 or 600, can reach 7 or 800, is very powerful. And the Blood Demon King Snake. In front of me can actually reach 15,000, which is really a bit outrageous. However, this thing can only be used as a reference. If one hides their breath, they can reach a level that interferes with this kind of detector. For example, at this moment, Lin Bai is above the detector. The combat power was 1. And in reality, Lin Bai's combat power could at least reach around 30. It couldn't be compared to a king level. However, considering that Lin Bai hadn't practiced for more than 10 days in total, this one speed was already quite frightening. Boom! The Blood Demon King Snake saw Lin Bai take off. Without hesitation, it similarly took a deep leap and rushed high into the sky, chasing towards Lin Bai. Its tiny eyes were filled with anger and resentment. He wants to kill this abominable human being, Lin Bai, at all costs. Kill this abominable human, Lin Bai, and take back what belongs to him. Rumble! The flying machine engine roared. This old antique from a few hundred years ago, in the middle of the storage space, there was almost no passage of time. Moreover, the materials used were solid. Leathery and durable, Lin Bai forced the entire engine to run at 3 times the power, raising the speed to 5 times the speed of sound again. This thing could actually run stably. Tisk. A modern creation, it's actually still not as good as an ancient creation from a few hundred years ago. This is really... Lin Bai was speechless at the moment. However, this was normal. This old antique flying machine, the selling price back then, if converted to now, it was almost $100 billion. A truly heavenly price. One could purchase 1,000 modern flying machines with a small difference in performance. Hiss hiss hiss. The Blood Demon King Snake was furious at the moment. However, it was going to be helpless. The speed difference was too great. 5 times the speed of sound was already beyond its limit speed. In just over 10 seconds, it and Lindbergh had already pulled away by 10 kilometers. If it continues like this. At the same time, both sides had already crossed dozens of kilometers, approaching the real city area of the humans. In this place, it was a battle force consisting of city guards. There were also huge amounts of electromagnetic cannons, missiles, and other firepower systems. King-level ferocious beasts, under this level of firepower. It wouldn't be able to resist at all. It would be instantly strangled. Thus, even though the Blood Demon King Snake was no longer willing, it could only turn around and run, not daring to approach the city. Boom! At this moment, Lin Bai stopped. He let out a long sigh of relief. To be honest, this was definitely the closest he had gotten to death, the closest he had gotten. If there was even the slightest mistake this time, then he would be dead. Well, the risk was worth it. Over 70 marrow-cleansing fruits, and some spatial equipment, all of which are configured for top-tier powerhouses. Getting rich. Lin Bai was happy in his heart, and for a moment, he was in a good mood. Looking at the time, this sweep was already over. It was time to go back. Thinking of this, Lin Bai piloted the flying machine. He directly arrived at the agreed location. Landing on the fringe of the crowd, he jumped off the flying machine. Lin Bai, where did you get this thing from? Song Lan was a little surprised as she looked at the bulky flying machine and couldn't help but spit out, "This thing is older than my grandfather's grandfather." Lin Bai spread his hands and said, "Picked it up. It looks like it can still be opened. TSK. This thing can be picked up, put it in the antique market, it can be sold for billions of dollars, to say the least." Shen Hu walked over with a surprised face. I can't sell this thing." Lin Bai grinned. He now held a large amount of resources in his hands. A few billion wasn't too much to look at anymore. And this one flying machine was something that could save his life at a critical moment. This ancient customized version. Even though hundreds of years had passed, it still crushed the modern cheap mass-produced versions. Of course, this had to do with the near stagnation of Alliance technology. There wasn't the amazing speed of the Big Bang era of technology. In a few hundred years, there was almost no difference in the construction of the flying machine, and the performance could not be pulled apart. Lindbergh, you actually survived. At this moment, Hui Yunfeng arrived. He stared at Lin Bai with red eyes and gritted teeth. Chapter 36, Inviting the Pill King to make pills. It appeared extremely resentful.
Nonsense, if you die, I won't die either.
Lin Bai rolled his eyes and bristled.
He. Hui Yunfeng, you're still injured.
Chen Hu also had a mocking smile on his face as he stared at Hui Yunfeng and said with a smirk, nose and face, TSK.
How miserable. Chen Hu.
Above Hui Yunfeng's forehead, veins streaked straight up.
The entire person's mind was somewhat fried. To be honest, he wanted to directly finish off Chen Hu. However, he didn't dare. Song Lan was watching next to him, and he would be finished first if he made a move. Alright. Let's go.
Hui Yenshan's face was icy cold as he glanced at Lin Bai with a cold snort.
Didn't say anything.
Taking Hui Yunfeng with him, he directly raised his head and left.
This old bastard, it's dangerous.
At this moment, Song Lan narrowed his eyes and muttered to himself, this bastard, he definitely won't die.
Don't worry, Ms. Song. Nothing will happen.
Lin Bai had both hands in his pockets, a confident look on his face.
You're quite confident.
Song Lan stroked her chin and suddenly remembered something.
She looked at Lin Bai and asked with a smile, right, Lin Bai, you haven't taken the blood spirit flower in your hand yet, right? Not yet, why?
Lin Bai was a bit surprised, not understanding why Song Lan suddenly asked this question.
That would be great.
Song Lan snapped his fingers and said with a smile, blood spirit flower is indeed effective when taken directly, but it can't maximize the effect. On the contrary, if it is refined into an elixir, then it's a different story. Let's go, I'll take you to see someone.
Alchemy?
Lin Bai was startled and instantly reacted.
He had forgotten about this. Above the entire world, there was also a profession called alchemist.
It was possible to smelt all kinds of spiritual medicines,
manufactured into various potions or elixirs.
These elixirs could often amplify the effects to several times the effect of taking them directly.
For example, the blood spirit flower.
If refined into an elixir, the effect can be increased by 5 times.
Extremely strong.
Thinking about this, Lin Bai was also a little curious.
Who exactly was the pill refiner that Song Lan had mentioned? Soon, Lin Bai followed Song Lan and arrived in an extremely luxurious building.
The entire building was resplendent in gold and blue, and above it, there was a big golden word, Pill King Pavilion.
Walking into it, all around were all sorts of precious gems, randomly set on the pillars.
It appeared extremely gorgeous.
How is it? This place is gorgeous enough, isn't it? Song Lan staggered.
Lin Bai rubbed his chin and spat.
Gorgeous, very gorgeous, it gives people a feeling of being a thug. You said what I didn't dare to say. Song Lan nodded for muttering, this decoration is indeed tasteless. In my territory, spitting out that I have no taste? An old man walked out.
He was dressed in gorgeous clothes that were golden, with gold and precious stones everywhere.
Lin Bai glanced at it. He was directly speechless. This old man was really a thug demeanor. Come on. That aesthetic of yours, I really can't compliment it.
Song Lan skimmed his mouth and spoke, old man, I have something in my hand that I want you to refine.
I wonder if I'm interested. No time.
The old man raised his hand and pointed at the door, saying, you can go back.
Oh?
This herb of mine, it's extremely precious.
Don't you regret it? Song Lan revealed a smile.
The old man stared blankly, then proudly said, in my life, what medicines haven't I seen before? If you don't have time, you don't have time, go away.
Don't mess with me here. Song Lan sighed and said to Lin Bai, alright.
I didn't realize that this old man wasn't even interested in the blood spirit flower.
Lin Bai, let's go. Find someone else to refine it. Wait.
The old man's eyes suddenly lit up.
He was incredibly excited for a moment and couldn't help but exclaim, blood spirit flower? Are you talking about the blood spirit flower?
Or else. Song Lan clasped his hands in front of his chest and said with a smile, it's not even one.
It's 3 whole ones. How about that? I've said it all. You'll definitely regret it. Phew. The blood spirit flower is worth the old man's personal effort to give me the herb.
This time, I'll personally go out and help you guys refine pills with only one request.
I want a blood spirit flower as payment. How?
The old man's face was serious, without the dangling look from earlier.
I agree. Song Lan nodded slightly and directly agreed to the old man's request. Ha ha ha. Very good. The old man rubbed his hands together and asked with a smile, "Where is the blood spirit flower? Give it to me quickly. You're in too much of a hurry." Song Lan was speechless. Taking out the blood spirit flower that he had prepared long ago, he handed it to the old man. Hiss. The old man sucked in a breath of cool air. He glanced at the blood spirit flower and immediately said, "I'm going to refine the pills, excuse me." After saying that, the old man instantly disappeared. The speed was so fast that even Lin Bai didn't catch the other party's movements. This old man is so strong? Lin Bai was extremely surprised. Song Lan glanced at Lin Bai and smiled, "That's for sure. That old man is the strongest pill refiner in the entire city, the Pill King. If others want to ask him to refine a pill once, they would have to pay a heavenly price." It's actually the Pill King. Lin Bai inhaled deeply, shocked once again. He didn't expect that Song Lan's connections were actually so extensive. What kind of person was a Pill King? If a small family asked a Pill King to refine a pill once, then basically a year's worth of family income would have to ride on it. It was the Hua family, a large family of this size. They would also have to be willing to lose half a year's income in order to invite the Pill King. And the higher the price, the higher the cost, the higher the benefit. The pills refined by the Pill King had amazing effects and even lower side effects. The success rate, naturally, was also incredibly high. Take the blood spirit flower for example. The average pill refiner, with normal play, could achieve 3 times the effect, which was already very good. 5 times that was almost impossible. There were still a bunch of impurities in the pills that were refined. For the future of martial arts, there would be a certain impact. And if it was refined by a Pill King, the effect basically starts at 10 times. It could easily reach perfect quality, perhaps with impurities, but basically it was just negligible. It can be naturally metabolized by the human body. In this way, even if it was the same blood spirit pill, the price of a blood spirit pill refined by the Pill King was at least hundreds, if not thousands, of times that of an ordinary alchemist. It could be said that the Pill King was only accepting a blood spirit flower as payment. It was basically the same as helping to refine pills for free. In Lin Bai's perception, the Pill King was basically a character that was almost unseen. I didn't expect that it was actually a thuggish old man. Seeing Lin Bai's silence, Song Lan spoke, "All right. Wait patiently. The Pill King alchemizes pills very quickly. I'm not worried about that." Lin Bai skimmed his mouth. Chapter 37, Making a Bet. He found a place to sit and waited patiently. At the same time, he was mulling over another matter. That was what to do with the marrow cleansing fruit. Eat it directly, or refine it into an elixir? The marrow cleansing fruit was not a blood spirit flower, it was more expensive and rare, and likewise, the shock triggered was even more massive. Lin Bai was very clear about his current strength. If he took out the marrow washing fruit, he was only afraid of killing himself. Thinking about this, Lin Bai made a decision. Do not take out the marrow washing fruit first, leave it to be disposed of slowly later. For now, it is better to get the blood spirit pill first. Time passed in a hurry. In the blink of an eye, it was already evening and a day had passed. Ka-ching! The crisp ringing sound of a metal machine bracket being energized rang out. The metal door of the alchemy room opened. The Pill King stepped out from within the alchemy room and looked at Song Lan with a smile, saying, "Phew. Old me was lucky this time, succeeding twice in a row. This is 20 blood spirit pills, the 2 of you keep them." 20? Lin Bai's pupils shrunk slightly, somewhat surprised. One had to know that the effect of a blood spirit pill was 10 times that of a blood spirit flower. And a blood spirit flower could actually refine 10 blood spirit pills? Ahem. That's because this old man is strong. Song Lan lightly coughed twice and said indifferently, "If it were an ordinary alchemist, a furnace would only be 1 or 2, and with luck it could go up to 3, and to reach 10, the requirements for the technique are not generally high." Is it really that difficult? Lin Bai was stunned and somewhat surprised. That's natural. The Pill King looked smug, he was proud and dejected. "If you don't believe me, you can try. Kid, do you know how to make pills or not?" "No. However, I have this interest." Lin Bai stroked his chin.
To be honest, the marrow-cleansing fruit in his hand was definitely going to be refined into a marrow-cleansing Dan. It would be better to take advantage of this opportunity. Learn a couple hands with the Pill King. Oh? You want to try? Young man. Really don't know the heights of heaven. The Pill King shook his head with a helpless look. Seeing this, the corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and said, "In the middle of the school, there is a course on refining pills, some basic knowledge I still have. How about this, I'll refine a furnace and try it." Alright. I see that you also won't turn back until you hit the south wall. Seeing this, the Pill King didn't stop him. He wanted to see Lin Bai get deflated and grimace. Immediately, he raised his hand and threw out a Dan furnace from within his carry space. Dang! The Dan furnace was extremely heavy, reaching over 30,000 kilograms. The height was close to 3 meters, and the diameter was also 2 to 3 meters, and the body was purple, seemingly forged from some kind of strange alloy. The density was not generally high. Kid. This Dan furnace is called the Purple Gold Furnace. It's worth a lot, and can withstand the refining of a king-grade pill. I don't ask for much. The most basic recovery Dan, a first-order elixir, amongst the major schools, should be amongst the basics. If you can refine 3 of them, I'll help you refine pills 3 times for free. If you can refine 6, this one furnace is yours. If you can refine 10, I'll give you a king's pill. The Pill King stood with his arms folded in an extremely confident stance. However, this was not him looking down on Lin Bai. A student who only had a basic school education could still barely concoct 1 yuan recovery pill under dead reckoning. But 3, that would be extremely tough. It was probably the difference between a full course pass and a full course perfect score. And above 3 pieces. Even if a second-rank alchemist came, he might not be able to manage it. I'll try. Lin Bai didn't dawdle. In fact, he didn't have a bottom in his heart and held the attitude that he wouldn't suffer if he tried. Ready to let go of the fight. Buzz. Lin Bai's mind moved and a crimson flame appeared in his hand. This was a flame condensed from true qi. It belonged to the power that any quasi-first-ranked martial artist could control. The power was weak, however, it was still more than enough to be used to refine pills. Snap. In Lin Bai's hand, textbooks emerged. As he flipped through the book, he muttered, "Let's see, this time, the refining technique of the Yuan Dan. Well. Found it. Can this guy really succeed?" The Pill King had a black line on his face. To be honest, a strange person who read a book while refining pills. It was the first time he had seen it. Then there's no need to ask? Song Lan rolled her eyes as she muttered, "It would be a miracle to succeed in this situation. Unless it's a genius who can refine an elixir just by looking at it. That's unrealistic. It's impossible for such a heaven-defying talent to exist." The Pill King didn't even think about it and directly denied it. Buzz. Right at this moment, the situation suddenly changed. The chipmunk suddenly awoke, and it curiously glanced at the Yuan recovery pill material. It opened its mouth and spat. A ball of light fell onto Lin Bai. Boom. In an instant, Lin Bai felt that the entire world became 3-dimensional and clear. Everything was incomparably real. Even the originally complicated thread-like alchemy steps. At this moment, it was also clear. This is the added effect of the hybrid beast? This thing doesn't just increase speed, it also increases alchemy ability? Lin Bai was stunned and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. He couldn't help but sigh with emotion. A divine beast is a divine beast, it's really extraordinary. Boom. With the chipmunks adding to his power, Lin Bai began to refine the pills. He raised his hand and swept it. The pile of materials on top of the table was swept away by him and fell into the Dan furnace. The Dao fire rose. The crimson flame instantly caused the temperature within the entire Dan furnace to reach thousands of degrees. However, these medicinal herbs, in turn, did not fly into oblivion. Instead, they floated within the flames. They actually began to slowly melt, turning into clusters of colorful liquid droplets. The impurities within these droplets, under the high temperature, began to evaporate. The entire process, in a single breath, was like flowing clouds in water, carrying a strange rhythm and beauty. This is impossible. The Pill King's eyes were glazed over. He had a horrified look on his face, an expression of having seen a living ghost. What? Isn't it just refining pills together? Newbies.
Doing so will definitely blow up the furnace, nothing to be surprised about. What a surprise! Song Lan froze, a little strange, feeling that the Pill King had overreacted. This isn't a novice. The Pill King's tone trembled a little, he was incomparably excited and couldn't help but confirm once again, Song Lan, are you sure this teenager is a student from your school? That's of course. From elementary school to the current high school, he grew up in true martial academy. What's wrong? Song Lan finally noticed that the Medicine King was in a state where he seemed to be a little uncertain. Big problem. The Pill King took a deep breath. He narrowed his eyes and spoke, this kid's alchemy talent is unrivaled in the world. If he specializes in the Tao of alchemy, he can easily surpass me. Chapter 38, Monster Talent. No. It's the entire alliance. He opens up a new era of alchemists. The Pill King was extremely excited, and even then, when he saw the blood spirit flower, he wasn't that excited. No way, it's that exaggerated? Song Lan was skeptical. Boom. At this moment, within the Dan furnace, a light shot up into the sky, carrying a shocking energy fluctuation. Dozens of medicinal herbs inside had already been purified. The crystal-clear herb essences were suspended within the Dan furnace, as bright as pearls. This. Song Lan was momentarily dumbfounded. Although she didn't know anything about alchemy. But the most basic common sense was still known. The first step in refining pills was to purify the herbs. This step was extremely crucial. If the first step was unqualified, if the pill was refined later, even if it could be refined, it would still be a waste pill. It would even be highly toxic. On the other hand, as long as the first step is strong enough, later on when the elixir is formed, it is a matter of water. Generally speaking, lifting purity to 90%, even if it is qualified. 95%, that would be considered an extremely excellent level. At 99%, it could basically be compared to a Pill King, and belong to being a top-tier refiner. As for Lin Bai's level of purification, it was infinitely close to 100%. This was no longer in the realm of a pill refiner. It could almost be called a miracle. It's really outrageous. The Pill King inhaled deeply, his face a little stiff. Song Lan fell silent. She muttered, this guy is as outrageous as ever. Boom. At this moment, Lin Bai controlled the pill drops. It began to fuse. During the entire process, he didn't think deliberately. Rather, he was completely relying on an arcane feeling. Boom. Within the medicinal droplets, because there were no more impurities. Thus, the fusion was quite simple and could almost be said to be a watery one. In the blink of an eye, these medicinal drops fused together, forming a fist-sized mass. Divide. With a thought, Lin Bai divided the medicinal liquid into 10 portions. Using flames, he continuously baked it. It caused it to slowly solidify, eventually turning into 10 pills the size of a dragon's eye. Above each one, a strange golden mist filled the air. It looked quite bizarre. Bang! Lin Bai raised his hand and slapped it. The 10 pills flew out and fell into the jade pill bottle next to him. This thing. Lin Bai looked at the golden Dan cloud and froze slightly, muttering, it can't be a failure, right? Why does this thing have a light golden mist? Sure enough, this technique of mine is not up to par. Just with the feeling, it still doesn't work. Failure? At this moment, the Pill King walked over and looked at the bottle of pills, and immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He marveled, this is not a failure. Rather, it is Dan Yun. Your kid is truly heaven-defying. The first time you refined it, this thing appeared. Dan Cloud? Sounds a bit familiar. Lin Bai stroked his chin with a confused expression. Got lost in class, didn't you? Song Lan walked over and pinched his brow, saying somewhat breathlessly, Dan Clouds, they usually only appear on top of extremely high-quality pills, and the purity must be at least 99.99% to have a probability of appearing. And this level of purity is almost impossible to achieve, which means that the impurities cannot exceed 1 in 10,000. Thus, refining a Dan Yun is completely a blind cat catching a dead rat, and the probability is about the same as winning the lottery. That outrageous? Lin Bai froze, somewhat surprised. Humph. That's for sure.
The pill king next to him let out a cold snort as he said coldly, I once spent a year refining 20,000 furnaces of yuan return pills, a whole 200,000 yuan return pills, and I didn't even see a single one with a Dan cloud. For a time, I thought that this thing was just bull and didn't exist.
I didn't expect to actually exist. It also appeared 10 in one furnace. What kind of monster are you, kid?
Lin Bai was stunned and also sucked in a breath of cool air.
He finally remembered.
Dan Yun, for an alchemist, was a lifelong pursuit. It was probably similar to a martial artist getting a title of being the best in the world.
It had little value in itself.
The effect of a pill with a Dan cloud was just 2 or 3 times that of a normal pill, plus it didn't have any side effects. However, if an alchemist made an elixir with a Dan cloud, then, within the entire alliance. Not to say that it was the #1 alchemist, but it was definitely a superb person. After all, the pill king refined 20,000 furnace returning yuan Dan, more than 200,000 pills. Not a single one of them appeared to have a Dan cloud. It was enough to prove how difficult it was to be born.
However, in the next second, Lin Bai immediately reacted.
He was in danger. If this talent of his was exposed, it was true that he would have to shed his skin without dying.
It was estimated that those forces would frantically arrest Lin Bai,
then lock him up in a small black room, making him have to refine pills for the rest of his life. Thinking of this, Lin Bai shivered and knew that the situation was not good.
Poof. Reacted? The pill king glanced at Lin Bai and said, your kid's talent is frighteningly strong and your brain is smart enough, don't worry. As long as you promise me a request, I'll put out the word that this yuan recovery pill with the Dan cloud was refined by me. What condition?
Lin Bai froze, somewhat surprised. It's simple, worship me as a teacher. The pill king clasped his hands in front of his chest and said proudly, if you become my disciple, all kinds of resources will be everywhere.
At your fingertips. And, in the entire city, no one will dare to touch you?
This.
Lin Bai was a little moved for a moment. Cough.
At this moment, Song Lan stepped forward. She glanced at the pill king and spoke, I'm afraid this
won't work.
Why? The pill king was not happy as he said angrily, could it be that
there's still someone who dares to snatch a disciple from me? There really is.
And, that person you can't afford to mess with.
Song Lan spread his hands and said somewhat helplessly, look at Lin Bai's martial Dao qualifications, guess why he doesn't have a master right now? Martial Dao qualifications?
The pill king froze.
He took a closer look at Lin Bai and said with some confusion, isn't this just an ordinary waist physique? Where did he get a martial arts qualification? Oh. I forgot.
Song Lan slapped his head and said to Lin Bai, no need to suppress your breath, just turn on your full breath.
I know, Teacher Song. Lin Bai didn't hesitate for a second.
He gave up suppressing his vital breath and chose to release a part of it, releasing it.
Rumble.
Within Lin Bai's body, monstrous life force roared, and on the surface of Lin Bai's body, a crimson flame formed. And at this moment, Lin Bai's aura was incomparably terrifying.
It was like a ferocious beast in human skin.
No, it was even more terrifying than a ferocious beast.
This is the innate martial Dao Saint body? Chapter 39, The Pill King's Gift.
The pill king's scalp tingled.
He sucked in a breath of cool air, somewhat irritated, and muttered, illusion. It must be an illusion. Did I not sleep well? It's not an illusion, it's reality.
Song Lan laughed as she smiled and said, old man, you definitely can't snatch a disciple from someone. Give it up, if you force a disciple, you'll be in deep when the time comes.
Ahem.
The pill king instantly realized, and he coughed lightly twice. Glancing at Lin Bai, he spoke, forget it. The matter of accepting a disciple can be put off for a while, however, the other matter, it can't be put off.
What matter?
Lin Bai glanced at the pill king, somewhat surprised. To accept or not to accept a disciple, it's just a name, it's not important.
But, your kid's talent is here, it would be a waste if you don't learn to refine pills.
The pill king slowly exhaled a breath.
A strange ancient book emerged in his hand.
Handing the ancient book in his hand to Lin Bai, the pill king continued, above this book, there are a large number of alchemy techniques recorded, take it back and study it slowly.
Oh?
Lin Bai received the ancient book and picked it up and casually looked at it for a couple of moments. Then he directly froze. Above the ancient book, there were densely written words everywhere. These words were quite small, and were the size of a sesame seed grain.
The most crucial thing was,
Lin Bai didn't recognize any of these words.
every single text had a corresponding picture. It was extremely complicated.
And it was still slowly changing with some special pattern. These words seemed to have a great pressure on the mental power.
If it wasn't for Lin Bai's huge spiritual power, gazing directly at these words, one might have fainted in an instant.
This is. Lin Bai looked at these words, frowned, and spoke. It's not the words of the Federation, nor is it any known words, I can't read it at all.
This is a heavenly script.
Song Lan, who was next to him, glanced at Lin Bai and explained, this book itself is the power of the cataclysm, directly derived from it. Similar to this, there are various top-level techniques that were directly born. Comes with special text. This kind of text is quite advanced, you need to
slowly comprehend it. This thing depends on enlightenment.
Some people can't read it in their whole life, some people only need just a few days to master the words on it.
So that's how it is.
Lin Bai suddenly realized. He glanced at the Pill King next to him and asked with some curiosity, right, Senior Pill King?
I wonder how much you've mastered. Ha. Not much. Just 1%.
The Pill King was full of smiles and had an extremely dejected look.
Only 1%?
Lin Bai skimmed his mouth, somewhat speechless.
Humph. Kid, you are the one who doesn't know.
The Pill King skimmed his mouth as he said dejectedly, this book, if you can master 1,000th of it, you can walk sideways in the entire city.
If you can read 1%, you can reach my level.
As for further up, the entire Federation, the strongest alchemists, wouldn't dare to say that they can read 1/10 of this book. If you can grasp 1/10 of it, you can call yourself the #1 alchemist in the Union.
No, with your kid's talent, might actually be able to read all of it.
Speaking of this, a look of yearning appeared on the Pill King's face. He muttered, I wonder how this book can perform when it is all read and translated.
Is it all read and translated? Lin Bai glanced at the ancient book in his hands.
In a trance, he seemed to be able to detect a strange kind of information that flooded into his mind. These things were arcane and mysterious. There was almost no way to express them in words or characters, it was more like an instinct.
It was like eating and drinking.
It was almost impossible to describe the detailed process in words. Buzz. The ancient book was flooded with golden ripples. It was as if the upper text had come to life, pulsing around Lin Bai.
Clatter.
Above the ancient book, the pages flipped gently.
One after another, the words were lit up and became like the sun. The entire process lasted for half an hour.
Eventually, a feeling of weakness came. Lin Bai couldn't help but rub his brow and muttered to himself with a confused expression, what is
wrong with me?
Nothing, reading ancient books requires amazing mental strength.
Your mental power is too weak.
The Pill King shook his head. He glanced at the ancient book in Lin Bai's hand with a shocked look on his face.
He muttered, it's really a man's death, in just half an hour's time, you actually managed to read 1,000th of the content, unbelievable. It's only 1,000th. Lin Bai was speechless, he asked curiously, Senior Pill King, what level is 1,000th considered?
He.
You should know the level of an alchemist, right?
The Pill King hemmed and hawed and explained, in the Federation, alchemists are categorized into a total of 10 ranks, and above the 10 ranks is the king level, which is my level. Reading 1,000th of an ancient book, you have already reached the category of the 7th order.
Ing. Half an hour, 7th order pharmacist. Your kid is really perverted. Cough cough.
Lin Bai lightly coughed twice, his heart was incomparably shocked.
He didn't know much about the industry of pill refiners. But he also knew that a 7th order pill refiner was an extremely rare existence in the entire city. Inside 100,000 people, there were only 1 or 2. To casually refine a pill, one would have to charge millions or even tens of millions of dollars. The speed of making money was faster than even robbing money. However, wanting to refine the marrow cleansing pill was not enough.
This thing was a king-grade spirit medicine. To refine it, one needed at least the level of a king-grade alchemist, and also needed some king-grade auxiliary herbs as dispensing. This was the only way to refine the marrow cleansing pill. However, for the current Lin Bai, the blood spirit pill was already enough.
There was no hurry for the marrow cleansing pill for now. Alright, I have one more thing. The Pill King looked at Lin Bai as he said seriously, Lin Bai, I wonder if you can give me 2 or 3 of that yuan recovery pills with the Dan Cloud? This thing is very valuable to me in practicing the way of alchemy. Senior has helped me so much, it's just a few yuan recovery pills. It's fine to give it all to Senior. Lin Bai smiled, not caring about such a small thing. Can't use that many. 3 is enough. The Pill King smiled. He put away the 3 yuan recovery pills and then instructed, by the way, remember, don't divulge your alchemy talent. Or else. Don't worry. I'm not stupid. Lin Bai rolled his eyes. He turned around, raised his hand and knocked on top of the violet gold furnace, and said with a smile, Senior Pill King, this violet gold furnace, I can take it. Hiss. The Pill King had a face of flesh pain as he waved his hand and said with some depression, forget it, forget it. Chapter 40, Dan Spirit. Willing to gamble. This purple gold furnace, you take it away. Why would I take this out? He, old man, let you get a new Dan furnace and take it out to show off. Now the Dan furnace is gone. Song Lan mocked from the side with a gloating look. Oomph, gloating huh? Next time you find old man to make pills, triple the price. The Pill King frowned with a displeased expression. Shay. Careful eyes. Lin Bai, let's go back. Song Lan didn't take the Pill King's threat to heart. She waved her hand, signaling Lin Bai to follow. Seeing this, Lin Bai said to the Pill King, Senior Pill King, farewell. The Pill King nodded and didn't say anything. He had sent Lin Bai so many treasures, so naturally it was considered a kind of investment. Innate martial saint body. As long as it didn't die, it would be another martial god rising. These investments he was making now. It could basically be said to be insignificant compared to the returns that might be gained. For an old fart like the Pill King, one glance would be able to tell. Lin Bai had a powerful talent, but was not proud of it, and his character was considered quite good. This kind of person was still worth investing in a bet. If he wins the bet, he earns money in blood. When the bet loses, there is actually nothing to lose. It is natural to place a bet on a deal that is a sure thing. Lin Bai did not care what the Pill King intended, for him, just the Pill King's favor at the moment in his heart. In the future, if there was an opportunity, he would definitely pay it back. If you have a favor, you can repay it, and if you have a grudge, you can revenge it. This was Lin Bai's bottom line. Returning to his residence, Lin Bai's mind moved and the blood spirit pill appeared in his hand. Wow! This blood spirit pill was probably only the size of a dragon's eye, and was reddish in color. It carried a soft haze of light. Looking at this blood spirit pill, Lin Bai was not in a hurry to take it. Generally speaking, the blood spirit pill could only be taken once in a person's lifetime. If one took it more than once, it would create resistance. The second time he took it, the effect would be much lower. By the third time, it basically had no effect. Thus, since one had to take it, one definitely had to take the best one. Dang! Lin Bai's mind moved and directly took out the violet gold furnace. Preparing to refine the blood spirit pill himself, if he could refine a blood spirit pill with a Dan Cloud. Then, the effect would be about 3 times that of an ordinary blood spirit pill. And the blood spirit pill was only a 4th grade pill. For Lin Bai at this moment, it wasn't something difficult. Boom! Within the purple gold furnace, the fire rose. The temperature instantly soared, quickly reaching thousands of degrees. Lin Bai was organized. He threw each and every material plus the blood spirit flower into the violet gold furnace. In an instant, within the entire Dan furnace, dozens of medicinal herbs began to rapidly melt, and the impurities within were removed. Fusion. Lin Bai's mind moved. Within the violet gold Dan furnace, the medicinal liquids that looked like the sky was full of stars began to fuse. In the end, a reddish gold medicinal liquid was formed. Wow! This red gold-colored medicinal liquid rapidly fused. Eventually, it became incomparably pure. Separat. Lin Bai's mind moved, and these medicinal liquids were cut into 10 portions. Each portion formed a red golden elixir on its own. It was accompanied by constant warming. A new change appeared in the elixir. In a trance, a blood-red phosphorus giant crocodile slowly formed, suspended inside the elixir. It carried a ferocious aura. This is the Dan spirit?
Lin Bai looked at the silhouette within the Dan pill with a stunned expression.
To be honest, the Dan cloud was already exaggerated enough.
But throughout the entire alliance, there were at least top-tier alchemists that were truly capable of refining pills with Dan clouds. As for the Dan spirit, that was a matter of metaphysics.
It was completely random.
It was possible that a first-ranked alchemist could refine an elixir with a Dan spirit. And the Alliance's topmost alchemists, with the strongest materials, with the topmost techniques. There was also absolutely no way to refine an elixir spirit. In the entire Alliance, there was no complete theory to explain what the hell a Dan spirit was. However, the effects of the Dan spirit were exaggeratedly strong.
It could easily increase the medicinal effect by 10 times.
And even more exaggerated, drastically reducing drug resistance.
For example, if an ordinary blood spirit Dan was taken by an average person, one was basically the limit. Taking a second one, the effect would be minimal.
However, if it was a blood spirit pill with a Dan spirit, it would still be effective, and would still have 10 times the effect of a blood spirit pill. What was even more exaggerated was, after taking a second one would still achieve 70 to 80% of the effect. It can be said that elixirs with the Dan spirit. The value of an elixir without an elixir spirit was not on the same level at all.
Boom! A crimson aura rose to the sky. Within the purple gold furnace, 10 blood spirit Dan were completely formed. Each one was the color of crimson gold.
Carrying an extremely powerful aura of life, the effects were 10 times more effective than the Pill King's refinement of the blood spirit pill.
Only one was needed.
It would allow a royal beast master with ordinary root and bone qualifications to be transformed, with a qualitative leap in physical quality and origin royal beast grade.
Its value was almost incalculable. Lin Bai flicked his finger.
Within the violet gold furnace, the blood spirit pill flew out and landed in the pill bottle, sealing it up.
Phew!
I didn't expect to actually refine a blood spirit Dan with a Dan spirit.
Lin Bai exhaled a breath, his heart extremely shocked.
He glanced at the 10 blood spirit pills that the Pill King had refined. In the case of a Dan spirit blood spirit pill, this ordinary blood spirit pills had no value in taking them.
Instead, it would leave behind impurities within the body.
It would take time to slowly remove them out, which was troublesome. The enhancement it brought was also pitifully small. Without hesitation, he directly threw the thing into his spatial equipment. Then, Lin Bai didn't hesitate. Picking up the pill bottle, he directly swallowed a blood spirit pill with a Dan spirit.
Buzz. The moment the elixir went down,
a searing power flowed into Lin Bai's limbs and bones.
Crackling.
Lin Bai's tendons, bones, and flesh burst. The bones in his body burst into pieces, however, it wasn't an injury. Rather, it was a kind of metamorphosis that shed his bones. The burst bones quickly regenerated and became stronger, and the flesh and blood became whiter under the scrubbing of the blood spirit pill. Even the meridians were turning a dark gold color.
It became even tougher and whiter.
If Lin Bai's meridians before, they were ordinary sheep's intestine paths. At this moment, it was already a wide road. Even though there was not much change in his true chi cultivation, however, it had already produced a qualitative leap.
Boom! In the end, the metamorphosis was complete.
The life force within Lin Bai's body roared, and the blood flowed through his veins with a slight thunderous sound.
Unprecedented powerful sensations struck him.
Lin Bai took a deep breath, squeezed his fist, and muttered, "My strength has now reached 70,000 kilograms. It's unbelievable, pure physical strength, even a third-ranked martial artist
is just like this." Chapter 41, The One Looking for Trouble is Here.
One must know that at this moment, Lin Bai's true realm was still at the quasi-martial artist level.
To be able to have this kind of performance.
It wasn't to say that there was no one after him, but there was certainly no one before him. It easily broke the highest record of the Alliance.
But this is good.
I can hide part of my strength and catch those who want to be unfavorable to me off guard.
Then, I still have 3 blood spirit flowers left, so let's try again. Lin Bai adapted his strength.
Sitting down with his legs crossed, he started refining pills once again.
Soon, another furnace of blood spirit Dan took shape.
Only, this time, it wasn't as lucky as the first furnace. There were 10 blood spirit pills, although each one of them carried a Dan cloud. However, only 7 or 8 of them carried the Dan spirit.
Coincidence? Or maybe the first furnace was my luck? Lin Bai muttered. He moved his mind and continued to try. Time passed in a hurry. Most of the day passed, and the third furnace of blood spirit pills took shape. It was similar to the second furnace. There were a total of 9 with Dan spirits, and the remaining one only had Dan clouds and the Dan spirit had not been formed. Phew, it seems that it's quite a coincidence. With my current strength, there's no way to make all the pills carry Dan spirits. However, it's enough to use. Lin Bai muttered. With a thought, he put away the purple gold furnace and moved his arms and legs. And then he pushed open the door and walked towards the school. At this moment, a day had passed since Lin Bai had returned from the outside world. The entire True Martial Academy was quite lively. The annual freshman examination was about to begin, and a large number of freshmen would be sent to the safe zone. Hunting ferocious beasts. These ferocious beasts were of average strength, most of them were less than first rank. It was just right to serve as a whetstone for the new students. And at this moment, amongst a group of new students, Wei Yunfeng's face was ugly. Not far from him, a few students were whispering. Have you guys heard? In the middle of the academy, except for a few super geniuses. That's not true. It said that the strongest is the innate martial Dao Saint body from Class 1, who directly beat up Class 2's Wei Yunfeng as soon as he stepped onto the stage, very strong. Hey, you're behind the times. Lin Bai isn't an innate martial Dao Saint body, he just has stronger martial arts qualifications. Really? I told you, how could an innate martial Dao Saint body be born so easily? I'm not optimistic about Lin Bai. Class 1's Chenhu might be stronger, the Black Fury Tiger in his hands, that's a king-level origin royal beast. No surprise, in the future, it can easily grow to the level of a king-level royal beast master. It is said that the third class also has 2 geniuses with very perverse talent, who have already reached the level of a first-order imperial beast master. Just a few days after awakening the imperial beasts, they reached the first-rank imperial beast master? It's rumored that. Comes from a lot. In that case, it seems that this ace class, it's only the second class that's the most wasteful. Isn't that so? Wei Yunfeng is just a bit too embarrassing. Listening to a group of students gossiping. Wei Yunfeng's face was green and his body was trembling slightly. There was no way around it, his humiliating fiasco had already spread throughout True Martial Academy. Among the school, the ace class itself was the top stream. And Wei Yunfeng is the ace class 2 bearer. Being beaten up by Lin Bai and chipped by Chenhu, he had already called it a disgrace. If there was no way to recover. In the next several years, in the entire True Martial Academy, one would only be unable to raise his head. Don't worry, Yunfeng, Manhwa family, is not that easy to bully. This scene, I'll help you get it back. A youth's face was cold. He had a powerful aura, and the blood chi in his body was monstrous, giving off an amazing sense of oppression. Many thanks, cousin. Wei Yunfeng's face was gloomy, he was furious and said through gritted teeth, this time, I will make sure that Lin Bai pays the price. Don't worry. Although I can't waste him, but making him make a fool of himself and become the laughingstock of the entire academy, I can still do it. Wei Yunfeng's cousin was extremely confident. He clasped his hands in front of his chest and just stood at the doorway, waiting for Lin Bai to arrive. And at this time, Lin Bai was also stepping on the spot. He came to the school entrance. As soon as he got close, he immediately sensed that a powerful aura had locked onto him. He turned his head violently and looked at that aura. A look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. At the entrance of the school, the youth standing there was actually a second-ranked martial artist. Distinguishing from the strength of the aura, it seemed to be at the early stage of the second rank. The other party was wearing the attire of the True Martial Academy, and his age appeared to be in his 20s. Obviously, it should be a senior student. And next to that youth, standing there, was none other than Wei Yunfeng. At this moment, was looking at him with a hateful face and a smug look. Did Wei Yunfeng find a helper? Interesting. Lin Bai was indifferent. For him at this moment, a mere second-rank martial artist was no longer in his eyes. Cousin, that's him, he's Lin Bai. Wei Yunfeng jumped out, pointing at Lin Bai, and said loudly, this bastard, he's really hateful, you must stand up for me. Don't worry. That youth was calm and collected. He and that were able to sense that the aura on Lin Bai's body wasn't very strong, it was just a bit stronger than an ordinary person. It was only Wei Yunfeng, this trash, who couldn't be beaten. He came in front of Lin Bai. With a condescending look, he arrogantly said, Lin Bai, right? My name is Hui Yunhao, Hui Yunfeng's cousin. You kneel down, apologize to my cousin, and this matter will be understood, otherwise, you will pay the price. I kneel down and apologize to Hui Yunfeng? Pay the price? You are not awake, are you?
Lin Bai laughed dumbly with a disdainful face, not putting Hui Yunhao in his eyes at all.
Fine, fine. Toast the wine and eat the punishment.
Hui Yunhao's face suddenly turned cold. He stretched out a hand and grabbed it towards Lin Bai's neck, to pick up Lin Bai's neck and lift him up.
Boom!
Hui Yunhao was extremely fast. As a second-rank martial artist, he just casually waved his arm. The speed broke through the speed of sound. And Lin Bai's reaction speed was even faster. He slightly sidestepped and dodged Hui Yunhao's arm. With a backhanded punch, he smashed into Hui Yunhao's small stomach.
Bang! Lin Bai's punch didn't utilize his full strength.
It was only like 10,000 to 20,000 kilograms, which was nothing for a second-rank martial artist.
However, being caught off guard,
Hui Yunhao immediately suffered a big loss. With a muffled sound, his body flew out horizontally, smashing heavily into the ground. Tumbling, he paddled out hundreds of meters away.
Fighting, actually fighting. It's
Lin Bai and Senior Hui Yunhao.
My god, Hui Yunhao should be a second-rank martial artist, right? Just smashed away by a punch? Too scary. Is Lin Bai really a freshman?
The surrounding students turned their heads and watched from afar.
Chapter 42, You're expelled.
Seeing Hui Yunhao get smashed away with a single punch, one was dumbfounded. All were speechless. And at this moment, Hui Yunhao climbed up from the ground. He was covered in dust, and his school uniform had become a basket of clothes and tattered. The entire person appeared extremely wretched, like a beggar. However, he did not receive too serious injuries.
Even the skin was not broken, in addition to feeling a little breath instability. Everything was normal.
Worthy of being a second-ranked martial artist, this strength, it's indeed very strong. Lin Bai looked at Hui Yunhao, a look of surprise on his face. The strength of his punch was as high as 20,000 kilograms. It could have smashed a truck in one punch. Such a terrifying punch, if it was a first-rank martial artist. He would have to be greatly crippled without dying.
Hui Yunhao was actually fine. He's alive and kicking. It's enough to prove. This second-rank martial artist's defense was really exaggeratedly strong. Lin Bai. You're dead. I'll kill you.
Hui Yunhao instantly entered a state of violent rage. The true chi in his body boiled and his body was like a cannonball as he rushed towards Lin Bai. The strength of a second-stage martial artist could reach 70,000 to 80,000 kilograms. Under the urging of such terrifying power. Under Hui Yunhao's step, the ground crumbled, and around his body, white airwaves appeared. It was as if it had reached subsonic speed.
Boom!
The distance of several hundred meters was only a second's time. Hui Yunhao, in a fit of rage, slammed his fist down.
Whoosh!
Lin Bai took 2 steps backwards, easily dodging the punch.
Boom!
Hui Yunhao's punch fell short. The violent fist wind tore through the air and landed on top of the ground. On top of the ground, it left a huge crater with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters.
Boom!
Smoke and dust rose in all directions. In an instant, Hui Yunhao rushed out of the smoke. Swinging his fist once again, he chased towards Lin Bai.
In a fit of rage, he almost didn't hold back and went all out to get Lin Bai killed. Phew!
Seeing this, Lin Bai did not panic. With a sideways turn, he once again dodged Hui Yunhao's strike, and at the same time, a large-caliber sniper rifle emerged in his hand.
A firearm?
Hui Yunhao was startled, and his movements couldn't help but slow down by half a beat.
Bang! Lin Bai didn't hesitate without any hesitation and directly fired. A dull sound rang out.
In just an instant, a blood flower splattered high on Hui Yunhao's shoulder.
Even though he was a second-rank martial artist.
Under a large-caliber firearm, there was still no way to completely defend himself.
Asshole! Hui Yunhao's eyes turned bloodshot for an instant. On his shoulder.
The wound left by the bullet rapidly healed, and the bullet was easily ejected by the muscles. The wound quickly scabbed over.
In just a second or two.
It had already recovered to an almost unhindered level.
What an amazing recovery speed! No.
It's some sort of secret method that squeezes the life force to recover from injuries. Lin Bai was somewhat surprised. The difference between a second-rank martial artist and a first-rank martial artist was really too big. That shot, if it was replaced by a first-rank martial artist, half of his body would have shattered. And a second-rank martial artist only just grazed the skin. If it is replaced with a third-order martial artist, I am afraid that hot weapons are no longer of much use. One could catch bullets with their empty hands. Lin Bai, you die for me. Huo Yunfeng was furious. He hissed and rushed towards Lin Bai. At this moment, Lin Bai didn't panic and pulled the trigger, firing 5 shots in a row. Bang 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 bang. 5 bullets flew towards Huo Yunhao. While Huo Yunhao didn't dodge, he crossed his arms and blocked his eyes, allowing the bullets to bombard his body. Although it splattered a series of blood splatters. However, they were all flesh wounds that didn't affect movement at all. He hardened his head and charged towards where Lin Bai was, wanting to tear him apart. And right at this moment, Huo Yunhao's feet suddenly went soft, and he felt as if something had gone wrong with his body. The entire person directly smashed down to the ground. It was as if his body's strength had been drained, and he didn't even have the strength to stand up. No. It's impossible. Why? Can't I move? Huo Yunhao's entire being was completely dumbfounded. Forgot to tell you. On top of the bullet, I added some toxins. Lin Bai carried his sniper rifle, smilingly came in front of Huo Yunhao, raised his foot, and kicked Huo Yunhao's head. Aha! Lin Bai, you despicable bastard. Huo Yunhao directly exploded with anger. He knew that he was careless and didn't flash. In a moment of carelessness, he was ed over by Lin Bai. Even, in full view of everyone, Lin Bai had stepped on his head with his foot. It was an absolute disgrace that. Hey, this Huo Yunhao can't do it either. It's so humiliating, that performance of Lin Bai, holding up a first-rank martial artist, being a second-rank martial artist, he was actually taken down by a first-rank martial artist. What a genius, a waste. Silver spearhead wax pole, not useful in the eyes, ah. Many of the surrounding students had all been bullied by Huo Yunhao at one time or another. At this moment, they seized the opportunity. One by one, they could vigorously mock. Hearing the mockery of the people around him, Huo Yunhao almost didn't pass out from anger. Being defeated by someone whose strength was stronger than his own. There was nothing to be ashamed of. But to be stomped on the head by a freshman who was not even a first-level martial artist. That was an unmitigated insult. For a moment, Huo Yunhao's eyes were bloodshot. He hissed angrily, Lin Bai, either you kill me now or else, I will definitely retaliate? You think I don't dare? Lin Bai held a sniper rifle and aimed it at Huo Yunfeng's head, gently pulling the trigger. Ka-ching! The sound of a metal hitting a needle rang out. A dull sound erupted. The bullet instantly discharged, in the absence of true chi protection. This shot could literally blow Huo Yunhao's head off. Stop! At this moment, Principal Long Jian arrived silently. He raised his hand and grabbed it. The bullet was grabbed by him with one hand. Phew! At this moment, Huo Yunhao's back was already drenched in cold sweat. He had never expected it. Lin Bai actually dared to really kill, if it wasn't for Principal Long Jian's arrival. His head, at this moment, would have exploded like a watermelon. Lin Bai. Long Jian looked at Lin Bai, took a deep breath, and said, they're all classmates, there's no need to lay a killer. However, this time, it was Huo Yunhao who made the first move, so I won't bother with you. I know, Principal. Lin Bai didn't say anything. Huo Yunhao was at least a student of the true martial academy. Long Jian, as the principal. It was impossible to watch a student die in front of him. And since Long Jian was still pretty good to him, this face still had to be given. Principal, this isn't fair. At this moment, Huo Yunhao was incomparably stifled and roared angrily, on what grounds? You have to know that Lin Bai tried to kill me just now. Oof. As a senior student, you struck out at a junior student. In itself, it's against the school rules. Long Jian glanced at Huo Yunhao on the ground and said indifferently, what's even more humiliating is that it hasn't even been fought yet, it's simply a disgrace to true martial academy. Huo Yunhao, you're expelled, roll up and get out. Chapter 43, Not Giving Any Face at All. Principal Long, this isn't appropriate, is it? Right at this moment, Huo Yenshan appeared behind Long Jian. His face was grim as he spoke. Little kids messing around, a little bit of a minor conflict is all, there's no need to expel them, right?
Little kids messing around? Where are the little kids in their 20s? Hua Yanshan, do you really think your Hua family's face is good? When I say expel, I expel. It's useless for anyone to come.
Long Jian coldly glanced at Hua Yanshan, then said, in addition, though a family needs to pay compensation to Lin Bai, make amends, and apologize, if not, I'll personally pay a visit.
You.
Hua Yanshan's face suddenly changed.
Never in a million years did he expect that Long Jian would be so overbearing. Not even giving face to the Hua family.
The words had come to this point, and it had completely come down to the wire.
Hua Yunhao must be expelled. Otherwise, Long Jian wouldn't have to mix in true martial academy in the future. What? You're not convinced?
Long Jian's tone was icy cold as he stood armrest, staring at Hua Yanshan, coldly saying, Hua Yanshan, immediately bring your people, make amends and apologize, and then get lost, don't force me to make a move.
You, this is not too unreasonable. Hua Yanshan instantly wimped out. Don't look at Long Jian's usual nothing rowdy, a kindly look.
But Long Jian that was a proper king-grade royal beast master.
In the entire city,
there were only a few that could reach the king level. The Hua family only has one king-level royal beast master. If Long Jian didn't give face, then the Hua family really had no choice but to endure.
Principal, I'm not convinced.
At this moment, Hua Yunhao was lying on the ground as he roared, I want a duel with Lin Bai to the death. Lin Bai, do you dare?
Oh? A duel?
Lin Bai narrowed his eyes. In the alliance, other than taking out the other party unknowingly in the middle of the ferocious beast forest. The other method was a life and death duel. This was one of the privileges of martial artists and imperial beast masters.
After all, even if it wasn't allowed, if the two had a hot head and fought on the spot, it was highly likely that innocent ordinary people would be affected. It would be better to settle it above the ring. Of course, when faced with a duel, one could also refuse. There was no shame in this. Hua Yunhao's realm was 2 steps higher than Lin Bai's, and for an ordinary person, it was almost impossible to win. What, you don't dare?
A clown who only sneak attacks. Hua Yunhao was resigned, his heart extremely stifled.
In his opinion,
if it wasn't for Lin Bai quenching poison on his bullets, it was impossible for him to be knocked over.
Lin Bai, don't be impulsive.
Long Jian, who was next to him, looked at Lin Bai and reminded, the true strength of a second-ranked martial artist is even more terrifying than you expected.
I know, don't worry, Principal. Lin Bai stroked his chin. Mulled it over for a while.
To be honest, don't look at the fact that he was now at the quasi-first rank, not even close to the first rank. The strength was actually close to over 100,000 kilograms. For a third-rank martial artist, it might be a bit of a struggle for Lin Bai to fight. But if it was a second rank, then it could easily be pushed down and rubbed on the ground. The key was whether it was worth exposing his strength.
Obviously, dueling with Hua Yunhao.
There was no benefit for Lin Bai. Thinking of this, Lin Bai glanced at Hua Yunhao on the ground and spoke, Hua Yunhao, a waste like you, it's not worth me wasting my energy in dueling with you, get lost and don't bother me.
Bastard. You wouldn't dare, you definitely wouldn't dare. Hua Yunhao was impotently furious. However, his body was paralyzed by the toxin, and he couldn't move. It could only hiss angrily.
His eyes were crimson, and above his neck, his veins were throbbing, just like an evil spirit in purgatory.
Tisk, TSK, you stand up first, trash.
Lin Bai skimmed his mouth. Hua Yunhao's kind of low-grade agitation was useless to him.
Things that had no benefits. He definitely wouldn't do it. Cough, good job.
Long Jian patted Lin Bai's shoulder with an appreciative look and said, let's go, no need to take care of this kind of person, go to class.
Cackle, cackle.
Hua Yunhao's teeth were about to break. He knew that his life was completely finished.
As a second-rank martial artist,
being taken down and flipped over by a quasi-first-rank martial artist was definitely a negative material that would make it into the textbooks in the future.
Not only would he be ridiculed now,
it was estimated that he would be ridiculed for hundreds of years, or even thousands of years in the future.
He was going down in history. I didn't expect Lin Bai to really be able to beat it.
It's really outrageous, a quasi-martial artist defeating a second-rank martial artist.
I wonder what kind of toxin is on top of the bullet.
Ghost knows, there are more toxins in the whole world. There are ones that can poison a king-level martial artist, let alone a mere second-rank martial artist. Lin Bai is really merciful. If it was replaced with a deadly toxin, Hui Yunhao would be dead. Words can't be said like that. Killing Hui Yunhao, the Hui family's group of people who can't afford to play around, won't want to do it. That's true, the Hui family is notorious for not being able to play. The voices of the surrounding students murmured. Most people's gaze at Hui Yunhao had turned into something like looking at a clown.
Put. Hui Yunhao's eyes rolled back in anger. He directly fainted. At this moment, next to him, Hui Yenshan's face was somber, his fists clenched in death. This wasn't the first time he had been defeated. Every time he encountered Lin Bai, he had to lose face. For a moment, Hui Yenshan was enraged and resolved in his heart. Definitely want to get Lin Bai killed. And the next freshman practical test was a great choice. At this moment, the other side. Han Shui looked around and was a little surprised. This place was located in a small forest at the back of the school. The mountains were high and the forest was dense, hiding two people was easy. It belonged to a place where young couples specialized in rendezvous. Lin Bai had asked her to come over, could it be? Thinking about this, Han Shui realized that she actually had some small expectations. However, she was overthinking it after all. At this moment, Lin Bai pulled out a bottle of elixir and handed it to Han Shui, saying, Han Shui, this is for you. What is this? Han Shui looked at the pill bottle and was stunned. Within the pill bottle were 3 crimson-like fire pills, each one red like a reddish haze. It carried an amazing life force. At a glance, one could tell that they were definitely incomparably precious pills. Good stuff, have you heard of the blood spirit pill? Lin Bai grinned and explained, these 3 pills, if you take all of them, you should have a considerable improvement. Blood. Blood spirit Dan? Han Shui's eyes widened, her heart incomparably shocked. How could this thing not be known? Out of all the pills, it was the top batch of pills that replenished the power of origin. Other elixirs boosted strength at best. The blood spirit pill, on the other hand, boosted the root and bone qualifications. It might not increase strength too much. However, the upper limit of potential would increase by a lot. If this was taken out for auction, it would definitely fetch a sky-high price. Lin Bai had 3 of them in one shot. It was really unbelievable. Han Shui looked at Lin Bai with some incredulity. Chapter 44, Gifting the Blood Spirit Pill. Somewhat in disbelief, he couldn't help but ask, is this thing really a blood spirit, Dan? Where did you get it from? To put it simply, I went to the Fierce Beast Forest this time and picked up a few blood spirit flowers casually. Lin Bai spread his hands. He glanced at Han Shui, smiled, and said, it's probably good luck. This is simply luck against all odds, okay. Han Shui was even more speechless. She looked at the elixir in her hand, her heart incomparably moved. At the same time, there was some hesitation. Unable to help herself, she said, Zhongxi is too precious, I can't take it. Don't worry, I still have it in my hand, and this thing is resistant to medication, the number of times a person can take it is limited. Lin Bai blinked his eyes. Leisurely, he said, take it quickly, there's not many people in this place, it's quiet. Good. Han Shui sniffed and didn't hesitate. Taking out a blood spirit pill, she opened her mouth and directly swallowed it. Boom. In an instant at this moment, a massive amount of energy erupted. The explosive power of the blood spirit pill erupted within Han Shui's body in an instant. Han Shui's body crackled and exploded. Soon, her bones and flesh and blood burst into pieces. And, in the process, it slowly reorganized. Snap. At this moment, a snow-white ferret surfaced above the ground. This was Han Shui's origin imperial beast, and its bloodline grade was rather average, only on the lower end of intermediate. The moment the ferret appeared, a large amount of the origin power contained within the blood spirit pill began to pour into the ferret in a steady stream. Crackling. The bones within the ferret's body began to burst into pieces continuously. A large amount of impurities were flushed out of the body by the blood spirit pill's powerful force. The ferret's bloodline grade was also rapidly soaring. In just a few minutes, it had already gone from being on the lower side of the intermediate level to the peak of the intermediate level. The fur was crystal clear. It was like white snow, and its vitality had increased by more than 2 or 3 times. The medicinal effect of this blood spirit pill is indeed amazing.
Lin Bai stroked his chin, somewhat surprised. One had to know that Han Shui had only absorbed roughly 1/10 of the medicinal power here, and the rest was hidden in the flesh and blood.
It needed time to be digested little by little.
By the time the medicinal effects were all refined, the ferret would be able to at least reach the level of a top-grade ferocious beast.
Or even a higher level.
And this was just the effect of one blood spirit pill.
Phew. At this moment, Han Shui slowly exhaled a mouthful of white mist.
She opened her eyes, incomparably cheerful, and said joyfully, "I
have reached the level of a first-order Imperial Beast Master. It's unbelievable, is this? The effect of the blood spirit pill? Actually broke through?"
Lin Bai also had a stunned look on his face. The main reason was that this was really a bit unusual. He had already eaten 3 blood spirit Dan with Dan spirit during this period of time, and although his strength was increasing, however, his realm had remained at the level of the quasi-first order.
On the contrary, it was Han Shui. She had actually broken through after using only 1 blood spirit Dan. This could be really strange. Clang. Clang. Clang.
Right at this moment, within the campus, a huge bell rang out.
Yikes, the test has begun. Let's go.
Han Shui was startled and ran towards the location of the bell.
Oh. Lin Bai also reacted. This bell sound was the bell sound of the freshman practical test. All students, after hearing the bell, needed to gather within half an hour. Overall, the 4 splashes were abundant.
Soon, Lin Bai arrived above the square.
With a sweep of his eyes, he saw Chen Hu. Then,
Lin Bai was instantly dumbfounded. At this time, Chen Hu's height hadn't changed much, but the black fury tiger next to him had become formidable. The size of the body came to be as tall as a 2-story building, and the body length was close to 10 meters.
At this moment, it was lazily lying on the ground, but with an extremely frightening pressure.
Within a radius of 10 meters, no student file approached.
What did this thing eat?
Lin Bai raised his head and looked at the black fury tiger, completely shocked.
One had to know that just a few days ago,
this origin imperial beast was also the size of a palm, so weak that it could be crushed with one hand.
Now it was almost the size of a truck.
This is just the normal growth rate of the black fiend tiger. Chen Hu spread his hands, shook his head, and said, "It is said that the adult body black fury tiger can reach more than 100 meters in height, and its body length is close to 300 meters, and its terrifying strength can destroy a city, and this
can only be regarded as a cub, and the first-order imperial beasts have not even arrived." Cub.
Lin Bai was completely speechless. He looked at the hybrid beast that was huffing and puffing inside his pocket. This thing had eaten a lot of good things, including 7 or 8 blood spirit pills.
At the moment, it was huffing and puffing.
However, the size of the body hadn't changed much.
It was still the size of a finger belly. Compared to the black fiend tiger, it really doesn't have much of a row. Of course, just appearance.
If it was the real strength, a hybrid beast was extremely scary. Before even taking the blood spirit flower and blood spirit Dan, it was already able to easily devour a second-stage imperial beast.
As for now,
the guaranteed bottom has to be 3rd rank.
It could even reach the 4th rank.
It looked harmless, but it was definitely the most terrifying origin imperial beast amongst this freshman.
Right, Lin Bai.
What did you and Han Shui do after staying in the grove for so long? Chen Hu revealed a meaningful smile.
Didn't do anything?
Lin Bai spread his hands and said somewhat breathlessly, just simply chatting.
Oh, I get it.
Chen Hu patted Lin Bai's shoulder to show that he understood.
You understand a hairline, ah?
Lin Bai had a black line on his face, knowing that Chen Hu had misunderstood.
Lin Bai, what are you two chatting about?
At this moment, Han Shui arrived and looked at Lin Bai with some curiosity. After she took the blood spirit pill, her tendons were relaxed and her body surface was full of dirt, so she specially took a bath before rushing over. Of course, the speed was much slower.
Changed all your clothes?
It seems that something extraordinary has happened.
This speed of progress is too fast.
Chen Hu touched his chin with a thoughtful look.
I've said it all. I am innocent.
Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air and rubbed his eyebrows. He realized that this matter seemed to be getting darker the more he described it.
Don't worry, I do believe you.
Shenhu patted Lin Bai's shoulder with a serious face and urged, but pay attention to safety.
I pay attention to a hairline safety. Lin Bai had a black line on his face.
Next to him, Han Shue's face was oddly flushed. Muttering, she said, 2 assholes. After saying that, she turned around and left.
Why is Han Shui angry? Shenhu was surprised. It's weird not to be angry.
My great image has been ruined by you. Lin Bai sighed with a helpless face.
It can't be? Could it be that you aren't very? Shenhu thought of a possibility. How could it be? I'm fine.
Chapter 45, The examination begins. Lin Bai was speechless.
This topic couldn't continue.
He rubbed his brow and changed the topic, asking with a speechless face, by the way, where is Teacher Song?
Teacher Song? She doesn't seem to have come yet.
Shenhu scratched his head, somewhat surprised. Theoretically speaking, it was unlikely that Song Lan, as a teacher, would come so late, which was quite counterintuitive.
Don't read about me. Phew. Finally arrived. Song Lan's voice rang out.
Lin Bai turned his head and was stunned. At this moment, Song Lan's skin was obviously much fairer, and her entire body breadth was extremely large.
The life force in his body was vibrant, very different from before. Teacher Song. You broke through? Lin Bai looked at Song Lan with a surprised face. One had to know that Song Lan looked like a teacher. In reality, she was only 7 or 8 years older than Lin Bai, and to be able to reach the 4th rank Imperial Beast Master was already a genius speed. In contrast to that, Hua Yunhao, who was claimed to be a genius, the difference between his age and Song Lan's was not much, and he was just a 2nd rank martial artist. According to the true martial academy's standards, before the age of 30, if one reaches the 3rd ranked martial artist, one can receive a graduation certificate. If one reaches the 4th rank, they can obtain a teacher's qualification. And if it's the 5th rank, then it's terrifying. It proved to have the potential to advance to a king-grade Imperial Beast Master. Thanks to your blood spirit pill. Song Lan stretched and said lazily, I've finally reached the 5th rank Royal Beast Master now. Congratulations. Lin Bai grinned, quite happy with Song Lan's relationship with him. The stronger Song Lan was, the greater the benefits for Lin Bai would naturally be. Looking at Song Lan, Lin Bai's heart moved slightly. He took out 2 bottles of blood spirit pills with Dan clouds. He distributed them to Chun Hu and Song Lan. He instructed, these 2 are for you, I just refined them, although you 2 have taken them once, but these are the ones with Dan clouds, they are still effective. You still know how to refine Dan? Shenhu received the blood spirit Dan with a shocked expression. Is it rare? Lin Bai hemmed and hawed. As a matter of fact, he also had blood spirit pills with Dan spirits that had even more powerful effects. It was only that this thing involved too much. There was no way to take it out for the time being. Otherwise, there would be a killing curse. This talent of yours is truly perverse. Song Lan was also speechless. She looked at the blood spirit pill in her hand and without hesitation, opened her mouth and directly swallowed it. Boom! Within Song Lan's body, the blood spirit pill's astonishing medicinal effect exploded. For an ordinary person, this was an unbearable power. Even Chen Hu had to digest it slowly. But for the 5th ranked Song Lan, the energy of the blood spirit pill was nothing. The powerful medicinal effect exploded. It just made Song Lan's blood chi a little more active. The root and bone qualifications had improved quite a bit. All of these things needed time to slowly reveal themselves. At this moment, the rest of the people also discovered that Song Lan was taking the elixir. However, they did not think that this thing was a blood spirit pill. Because this thing was too rare. There were really not many people who recognized it. Moreover, almost no one could take this thing out in public. Cough, cough, cough. At this moment, on top of the high platform, Headmaster Long Jian appeared on top of the high platform. He stood with his arms folded. His eyes swept around before he said with a smile, Everyone, the annual freshman trial has officially begun. I'm sure you all know that the fierce beast forest is not something to treat yourself to, but rather to make an enemy of the fierce beasts. Therefore, in this battle, there are bound to be casualties. If everyone is afraid, it is still too late to withdraw. Once we enter the fierce beast forest, it will be out of your hands. Does anyone want to quit?
As the words fell, the students at the scene fell silent. Every single student had a firm gaze, without the slightest bit of retreat. One had to know that this time, the trip was to a safe zone at the edge of the city. It had been cleared many times by the teachers of the true martial academy. There were hardly any deadly ferocious beasts left. The mortality rate was really quite low, which was at the level of 1 or 2 thousandths. If one didn't dare to go on this kind of mortality rate, then there was basically no chance of getting involved in the profession of a beast master. If you want to become a truly strong person, then in the future, you must travel to even more dangerous death zones.
Growing up in a greenhouse.
It could only produce one vase after another.
Very well, no one is quitting. Then, depart. Long Jian didn't dawdle either.
With a wave of his hand, he announced that this freshman examination officially began.
Lin Bai, is the fierce beast forest dangerous?
Han Shui came over and asked with some curiosity. The rest of the students saw this. Also, one by one, they strained their ears to listen. After all, the two of them, Lin Bai and Chen Hu, were the only ones among the group of students who had personally entered the fierce beast forest.
Well, it's still relatively dangerous.
Lin Bai touched his chin and said seriously, within the safety zone, there exists a first-order ferocious beast, the second order may also exist. You guys don't run around, just follow Mr. Song. It's highly likely that you will die if you run around.
So dangerous?
Han Shui was surprised.
That is.
Chen Hu came over and said with a serious face, I'll tell you, Lin Bai encountered a third-order imperial beast red phosphorus giant crocodile and almost died under the mouth of that ferocious beast, but fortunately, there was Hui Yunfeng patting his back, which delayed the time and survived.
Third stage?
Han Shui looked at Lin Bai with incomparable surprise and said with some shock, You
actually managed to survive? Not bad.
Right, in the middle of the ferocious beast forest, there's a place you mustn't go. Lin Bai's heart fluttered as he remembered the blood demon king snake in the middle of that swamp. With a serious face, he urged, that area, whoever goes there will die.
Is it that evil?
Song Lan glanced at Lin Bai, she skimmed her mouth and said, Lin Bai, don't scare people, freshman.
I'm serious. Lin Bai blinked. He didn't directly explain, mainly because there were some things that were unclear. For example, the marrow washing fruit. Cut. Song Lan didn't believe it.
She waved her hand and said with extreme confidence, Don't worry, with me here, there won't be any accidents, I'll keep up, don't fall behind.
Okay.
Lin Bai spread his hands and followed Song Lan's pace.
Time passed in a hurry. One day passed quickly, and there were almost 3,000 new students in the entire True Martial Academy.
It had been dispersed within the entire safe zone.
Compared to the huge radius of 300 kilometers, 3,000 people thrown in seemed insignificant. A second class could not be seen from more than 10 kilometers away. Sasha. Lin Bai followed a group of people, walking in the middle of the ferocious beast forest. Suddenly, Lin Bai sensed something abnormal.
His perception was very sharp. It was possible to feel that 20 to 30 auras were running wildly towards his position. They were very fast.
However, the strength was not too strong. Chapter 46, 1/1 Little Friend.
It was also at the level of the quasi-first rank.
Everyone be careful, something is coming.
Lin Bai opened his mouth to remind.
Ow. 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 The sound of wolves howling rose and fell.
In the blink of an eye, 20 to 30 giant wolves emerged and surrounded Lin Bai's group of people.
Each giant wolf was close to 3 meters tall and 5 meters long.
Their fangs were shining.
A bite could easily kill a cow. Extremely ferocious. This group of giant wolves surrounded a group of freshmen, but did not rush to attack. Instead, it kept wandering around, looking for an opportunity. What's the situation?
It seems to be some sort of wild wolf.
Everyone, don't panic.
It's a common mutated giant wolf, quasi-first order strength.
Everyone be careful. Among the ACE first class, 40 to 50 students were in a panic. After all, most of the students, this was the first time they had seen a living ferocious beast. More than 30 of them at once. It was really a bit scary. Don't panic, 3 people form a team and look after each other. This group of mutant giant wolves are only quasi-first order, they are not your opponents. Calm down, panicking is the way to death. Song Lan was extremely calm.
She didn't even summon the Wolverine and clasped her hands in front of her chest. Calmly, she began to command. For her. Even if she didn't use the Imperial beasts, with her bare hands, she could still kill this group of mutated giant wolves, all of them, within a few seconds.
Brush. Song Lan's order was effective. A group of students quickly formed a team and fought the mutant giant wolves. Although they were freshmen, they were all ace first class, starting out as top-grade origin Imperial beasts. In just a few days, even the cubs. All of them had also reached the level of quasi-first class. Under the same level, a top-grade origin Imperial beast could easily crush a mutant giant wolf. And at this moment, Shenhu also began to command his Black Fiend Tiger, killing in all directions. Ow roar.
The Black Fiend Tiger was 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters long.
One was equivalent to 4 or 5 mutant giant wolves in size.
Although it was only a quasi-first order. However, it already had the level to easily kill a mutant giant wolf in seconds.
Ka-ching. The Black Fiend Tiger bit the neck of a mutant giant wolf and gently twisted it. The mutant wolf's neck was broken. Instantly killed. Ow roar. Another 4 or 5 mutant giant wolves pounced.
And the Black Fiend Tiger wasn't afraid in the slightest. A slap came down and directly killed a mutant giant wolf. However, it was hard to beat 4 hands with 2 fists. 4 or 5 Black Fiend Tigers pounced together. It was the Black Fiend Tiger, being a king-level origin Imperial beast cub, could not even carry it.
Bang.
Lin Bai made his move. He kicked at the body of a mutated giant wolf, directly sending the thousands of kilograms giant wolf flying directly. And then he backhanded a punch. It smashed on the head of a mutant giant wolf, directly blowing out the mutant giant wolf's head.
Prick la.
In Lin Bai's hand, the blood-patterned black rock blade emerged. He chopped down with one slash. Another mutant giant wolf head was chopped off by him hard.
Bang bang bang.
Lin Bai carried the bloodline black rock blade and killed in all directions. Only a group of students were left dumbfounded.
He is physically fighting the mutant giant wolf. One knife for one little friend. Are martial artists this strong? I'm somewhat wanting to turn martial artist. It's too outrageous, isn't it? There were cries of astonishment from all around. In just a few seconds, there were 15 mutated giant wolves that died under Lin Bai's sword. And the remaining few. They were also quickly solved by the rest of the freshmen. After all, it was the ace class. A mere mutant giant wolf was really not enough for them. Once adapted to killing. What followed was a lopsided slaughter. Cool, is this the battle between Imperial Beast Masters? Too painful. Ah, I killed a mutated giant wolf. Exempt, what a sound battle. Painful. The surrounding freshmen were excited. Seeing this, Song Lan spoke, "Alright, collect the mutant giant wolf's corpse, this thing can be worth a lot of money, then leave." Why? Teacher Song? Yes. I think this place is good, it's getting late. Why don't we just set up camp in this place? The rest of the students were surprised and somewhat confused. It seems that you guys are getting a little carried away. Song Lan clasped her hands in front of her chest and looked at the group of students with a serious face as she opened her mouth. This place is a safe zone, there won't be any powerful ferocious beasts, but if it's a dangerous zone, then powerful ferocious beasts will follow the scent of blood and hunt them down, and when that time comes, all of you will have to die, is that clear? Yes, Teacher Song. The rest of the students calmed down at this moment. It was common sense that the smell of blood could attract powerful ferocious beasts. They had gotten too carried away. Luckily, this was just a test. If it was a danger zone, there would definitely be heavy losses. Alright, let's go. Song Lan didn't say anything, leading a group of students away. Ha! At this moment, Lin Bai frowned, sensing that something was wrong. There seemed to be quite a few hidden auras around. It was very faint and distant. But they did exist. And these auras were not from ferocious beasts, but from humans. Interesting. Is someone hitting on me? Just who is it? Lin Bai was surprised, however, had raised his guard. At the same time, he was ready to take the initiative. It was easy to dodge the open gun, but it was hard to prevent the hidden arrow. It wasn't a thing to keep on guard against the other party making a move. It was necessary to take the initiative and take the initiative into his own hands. Thinking about this,
Lin Bai looked at Song Lan and said with a smile, Teacher Song, it's not much fun to continue staying in this place, I'm going to go around to other places.
Go.
Song Lan still had a good idea about Lin Bai's strength.
The norm was at least a second-rank martial artist.
There was also the power seal she had given Lin Bai in her hand.
Even if he ran into a fourth-rank ferocious beast, it could still be delayed for a while.
And obviously, how could a fourth-rank imperial beast exist in the middle of the safe zone? This area, I don't know how many times it had been cleared. At this moment, on the other side, in the middle of a hidden bush, Hua Yunhao looked at Lin Bai, who had left the group. He was overjoyed in his heart and said coldly, Lin Bai, I didn't expect you to take the initiative to break away from Song Lan's protection, this just happens to be the case, I'm going to screw you over.
Young Master Hua, could there be a trick? This is quite abnormal, a student actually took the initiative to leave the team. It can't be that Song Lan has discovered us, right?
Impossible, we're so far away, Song Lan would never be able to detect our scent even if he's a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. It should be because that Lin Bai kid is too crazy. It's better this way, this kid will become our Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, a new battle. A few mercenaries briefly discussed it. All of them felt that it should be a coincidence.
Chapter 47, Treasure.
And, now was definitely a good opportunity to strike.
It could easily get Lin Bai killed. Alright, let's not waste time, let's quietly approach.
Hua Yunhao clenched his teeth and chased after Lin Bai's trail.
Interesting. The afterglow of Lin Bai's eyes swept over where Hua Yunhao was.
Along with the distance, he drew closer. Lin Bai was already able to determine the other party's aura, 6 second-rank martial artists and 11 first-rank martial artists.
This amount of strength would definitely not appear in the safe zone. Then, the only possibility was that they were rushing towards him? For insurance reasons, Lin Bai didn't choose to fight hard. Because the opponent's realm was one thing, the killing power was another. When a low-ranked martial artist fought, it wasn't just martial skills that could kill the opponent. There were also various equipment and weapons. Even the existence of mechas, such equipment that can greatly increase combat power.
It could be said that directly going over 9 times out of 10, one was going to suffer a great loss.
Ha. Since that's the case, then you guys come. If you dare to come and kill me, then you are bound to pay the price. Lin Bai didn't hesitate in the slightest. He turned around and walked towards a ruin. 10 minutes later, Lin Bai arrived at a ruin. This ruin was the ruins of a city from before the cataclysmic era, after a long time.
There were almost no traces of the original.
It was covered by a dense forest. However, in a small portion of the area, there weren't any plants.
Instead, there was an earth-colored sand. In the center of the sand was a giant crater. This was the center of the nuclear bomb explosion, and after a long time, there were still huge amounts of deadly radiation. Not an inch of grass could grow, and any life that dared to approach such an area
will all be eroded by the radiation. Even martial artists will be fatally injured.
But because of their superb vitality, most of the martial artists would not die, but rather mutate after being exposed to huge amounts of nuclear radiation. Such mutants are powerful. But for the most part, they would lose their minds and turn into beasts that would only kill.
Phew, this is the place. Lin Bai looked around and was quite satisfied with the surroundings.
He pulled out a bottle of anti-radiation medicine and swallowed it in one gulp. And then took a step towards the nuclear crater.
Sasha.
The nuclear bomb crater was dead silent, with no traces of any creature's activity. However, above the ground, one could occasionally see fine skeletons, all of which were small beasts or insects. After entering the nuclear radiation range, they were immediately killed by the nuclear radiation.
Some of the corpses left behind. Well, this is the place.
Lin Bai stopped at the bottom of the nuclear crater and started digging according to the location on top of the map. Soon, a rusty metal sealed box was dug out by him.
It's really in this place? Lin Bai looked at the metal sealed box with some surprise.
He had obtained quite a lot of spatial storage equipment from the Blood Demon King Serpent's lair, all of which were the spatial equipment of those mercenaries or adventurers from before. One of the adventurers had put some of the materials he had obtained. It was packed into a sealed box and buried at the bottom of this nuclear crater.
Making good drawings.
Prepared to wait until the wind had passed, then dug it up. I didn't expect to die at the hands of the Blood Demon King Snake. This metal sealed box, just left behind, has been buried in this place.
Click.
Lin Bai slowly opened the sealed box. What was inside made him suck in a breath of cold air. The treasure chest used spatial equipment, and while it didn't look big, it was actually a rather vast space inside. Within this treasure chest, a set of blue battle armor was stored, streamlined and curved, extremely beautiful.
Sonic battle armor. A model from 130 years ago, still in service now.
Wearing this battle armor, one can reach the speed of sound in fight. It can reach the peak of a third-ranked martial artist, close to the level of a fourth-ranked martial artist. This kind of speed of sound battle armor, a set of it is worth 2,000 or 3,000 black crystals in the black market, almost a heavenly price.
Now, it's a fortune.
Lin Bai looked at this set of battle armor and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. The cost of this type of battle armor was actually not high. However, because it was restricted to be used by the military, there were quite few of them circulating on the market. There were also civilian grade at the same level. However, it was far less sturdy and durable than this military grade. In addition to the mech, among the sealed treasure chest, a small pile of white crystals caught Lin Bai's attention.
This is...
Lin Bai picked up the crystals and immediately sucked in a breath of cool air. These white crystals were actually white crystals. Higher grade than black crystals, a piece of white crystals could be exchanged for 100 pieces of black crystals. In the Alliance, it belonged to the military exclusive materials. Ordinary people simply could not get this stuff. Most of the mines that produce white crystals are monopolized by the Alliance. This small pile of white crystals was worth at least tens of thousands of black crystals. This was definitely a huge amount of monstrous wealth, and it was unknown how that adventurer got his hands on it back then.
Phew.
It's almost time, it's time to leave a surprise. Lin Bai smiled faintly. He put away the sealed box and once again took out a tattered tin box, which he had picked up from the ruins earlier. And then he took out a heavy bomb and stuffed it into the tin box.
Buried into the sandy soil.
And then, casually on top of the ground, dropped some gold fragments.
Mixed into the sand.
And then turned around and left, hiding not far away, ready to watch the fun. At this moment, on the other side, Hua Yunhao and his group followed Lin Bai's pace and chased after him for most of the day without even seeing a single silhouette.
This kid, he's too fast. What's he doing? It can't be that he's discovered us, right? Not so much, there should be something important to do. Wait a minute, he's heading to what seems to be the city ruins? What the hell is going on? Let's go over and take a look.
The group of mercenaries came to be interested, curious about Lin Bai's series of abnormal actions.
It felt like there must be an ulterior secret behind it.
Soon, the group of people followed the traces left behind by Lin Bai. Entering the ruins of the city, they came to the vicinity of the nuclear crater.
Is that the crater left behind by the nuclear bomb?
Everyone be careful, don't get close. Lindbergh went inside the crater. There
seems to be something in there. Take anti-radiation drugs, let's go in. Not bad, there's definitely something inside.
A group of mercenaries immediately came to be interested.
To be honest, this crater was actually a place that most people would ignore.
Because it was too dangerous.
Theoretically, there was nothing good. However, there was always a demon when things went wrong.
Since Lin Bai had entered in the middle of it, there was a high probability that there was something they didn't know about. Soon, the group of mercenaries arrived at the ground of the nuclear crater.
At the bottom of the crater,
there was only a series of scattered footprints.
Chapter 48, Lin Bai, you're too insidious.
As well as a few fist-sized pieces of broken gold.
Gold? Sure enough, I knew it, there must be something in this place. Hiss, this time is rich.
Lindbergh can be really stupid, actually burying something in this place, cheapening us for nothing.
Quickly do it, dig out the things inside.
The group of mercenaries were excited. In the middle of the Alliance, in addition to natural energy ores like black crystals,
gold was likewise hard currency.
A kilogram of gold could be exchanged for a piece of black crystal, and its value was extremely terrifying. The few broken pieces of gold above the ground, it was already enough for these mercenaries to squander for a while.
Ding! Soon, the tattered and broken iron box was dug out.
The iron box looked like it had been buried for an unknown number of years. It had a look of repairing rust and was about to be destroyed.
This thing looks like it has some years. It's already been opened, the things inside won't be taken away by Lin Bai, right? It's possible. Quick, open it and take a look. That's right, open it directly. The group of people from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were incomparably excited. And at this moment, Hui Yunhao always had a premonition that something was wrong. With a roar, he exclaimed, "Wait, don't open it." It was only a pity that it was already too late to react at this point. Boom! The heavy bomb activated. A whole 1,000 kilograms of explosives erupted, and its terrifying power could even tear through steel plates tens of centimeters thick. Not to mention the group of mercenaries close by. Not good. It's a bomb. Lin Bai, this bastard, actually pitted us. Ah, this is all going to be a trap. The faces of a group of mercenaries suddenly changed. One by one, the true chi in their bodies boiled, trying to block the power of the bomb explosion. However, it was simply useless. Under the power of the heavy bomb, the defensive true chi was like paper mache and was instantly torn apart. Rumble. Thunderous explosion sounds rang out. A small mushroom cloud slowly rose. In the distance, Lin Bai watched the scene, the corner of his mouth rising slightly. Now, this group of mercenaries would be greatly crippled, if not dead. Rumble. The smoke and dust slowly fell. In the middle of the nuclear crater, the Blood Wolf mercenaries ended up extremely miserable. The First Order martial artists were wiped out, and were directly torn apart by the horrific shockwave of the bomb explosion. The reaction speed of the second-rank martial artists was extremely amazing. At the moment of activation, most of them protected their bodies with true chi and retreated violently at the same time, pulling away, avoiding the center of the explosion. Except for one unlucky person who had half of his head clipped off by the shattered shrapnel. The rest of the second-ranked martial artists, most of them, were not seriously injured. Asshole. This is too insidious and venomous. Hui Yunhao was somewhat furious. At the moment, he was clothed in a basket. There were wounds all over his body, although most of them weren't very serious. However, a loss of face was certain. At the same time, in Hui Yunhao's heart, that was incomparably fearful. Almost. It was that close, had he not reacted quickly? He had pulled away. Then, with the power of a heavy bomb. Even a second-order martial artist. That would also be certain death. Chase. Must get this kid killed. So many brothers died, if we don't kill him, we won't be able to explain back. The mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, at this moment, each and every one of them had red eyes. One must know that amongst the major mercenary groups, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was notorious for holding grudges, but anyone who offended the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, as long as their own strength wasn't considered to be strong, and didn't have any top-level background, one would definitely be subject to the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' retaliation. Bang! Just as soon as the person from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps ventured out, Lin Bai's side pulled the trigger. A bullet flew towards a second-ranked martial artist of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Bang! The bullet struck the center of the eyebrow of that second-rank mercenary. However, it was just a graze. It could not kill the other party. A trivial skill, a broken gun, it can't threaten me at all. That mercenary was incomparably arrogant. Didn't take the sniper rifle seriously at all. When it came to second-ranked martial artists, as long as they condensed their true chi and took defense seriously. Unless it was a large-caliber sniper rifle, a moderately powerful sniper rifle was already of little significance. At most, it would leave light injuries. Not good, everyone be careful. That bastard Lin Bai is sinister, he will quench the bullets with poison. Don't get hit by the bullets. Hui Yunhao had suffered losses before. There was an immense fear of firearms. What? The smile on the face of the second-rank mercenary who had been hit froze. He sensed that something wasn't right. A numb and sleepy feeling hit him, and the surroundings seemed to become blurry. That mercenary's skin turned black. The body continued to shake and parts of it began to rot, turning into yellow pus. Snap! In just over 10 seconds. This mercenary fell to the ground, his body turning into a puddle of yellow pus. The death could be said to be silent. Not a single ripple. Hiss. What kind of toxin is this? Everyone be careful, don't show your head. Bastard, too despicable, actually using poison.
A group of Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries were all furious at the moment. Originally, they thought that Lin Bai was nothing more than a fat sheep, and that they could easily finish Lin Bai off and obtain wine and meat. But never expected it. They had suffered 2 big losses in a row, and a large portion of their teammates had died. By now, it was killing Lin Bai. There was no way to make up for the loss. This single business was definitely a big loss. Not showing their heads? This group of people aren't stupid. Lin Bai saw a group of people squatting in the middle of a nuclear crater and not showing their heads. Immediately, he put away his sniper rifle, turned around and left. He was too lazy to waste time with this group of people. In his hands, there were still quite a few treasures left behind by the adventurers. Get these things first to plant a tree. In addition, the hybrid beast was still sleeping and evolving, but it should be nearing its limit. Once the hybrid beast awakens, Lin Bai's strength would be taken to another level. Therefore, the longer the time dragged on, the more favorable it was for Lin Bai. At this moment, within the nuclear bomb pit, Hui Yunhao and a group of mercenaries were squatting in the pit, looking at each other. There's no movement. Guys, what should we do? Find someone to go up and take a look? Are you kidding? Bullets don't have eyes. Yeah. Let's wait. We can't wait any longer, the anti-radiation drugs can only resist it for a while, beyond a certain time, we'll all die. Then, draw lots 1. Not bad, that's fair. The group of mercenaries and Hui Yunhao quickly made a decision. However, Hui Yunhao's luck was too bad. Very unlucky to have won the lottery. Hui Yunhao, it's your turn. That's right, get on. It's a matter of luck, and I can only say that you're too unlucky. A group of mercenaries looked at Hui Yunhao with a sneer. You guys. Hui Yunhao's face stiffened, knowing that the group of mercenaries were playing tricks on him. However, things had come to this. There was nothing he could do about it. Immediately, he activated the power that Hui Yenshan had given him, and his realm soared to the 3rd stage. Chapter 49, Entering the Danger Zone. Boom! Hui Yunhao's aura soared, and in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the mid-3rd rank martial artist stage. Unlike Hui Yunfeng, Hui Yunhao was a proper martial artist, and his control of power was extremely powerful. The same power of a mid-3rd ranked martial artist. Hui Yunfeng could only utilize 1 or 2% of it. Hui Yunhao, on the other hand, was able to exert at least 70 to 80% of his strength. Strength instantly skyrocketed. Hui Yunhao subconsciously glanced at a few mercenaries. With his strength, he could easily kill this group of martial artists. However, he didn't do so. Instead, he said coldly, "You few, leave the nuclear crater now. Charge in the direction where Lin Bai is. Life and death have their own destiny, wealth and honor. Lin Bai's speed of shooting is limited, at most 1 or 2 of you will die. But if you stay here and don't move, you all have to die. I'll count to 3. 1, 2, 3. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps mercenaries' faces suddenly changed. They had never expected that Hui Yunhao had hidden his strength and reached the level of a 3rd-ranked martial artist. Right now, the gap in their strength was too great. If they didn't do what Hui Yunhao said, Hui Yunhao alone would be able to kill them all. Then it would be better to take a chance. Spell out their luck. Go. The first mercenary took the lead and followed towards Lin Bai's position. Seeing this, the rest of the mercenaries didn't hesitate in the slightest. Got up and rushed towards Lin Bai's position. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Several mercenaries were quite fast. In the blink of an eye, they had already crossed a distance of several hundred meters and arrived at Lin Bai's position. Only, the scene had already been long gone and empty. Bastard, we've been tricked. That asshole, Lin Bai, left a long time ago. What to do? Should we continue chasing after him? We've really lost a lot this time, we've suffered heavy losses, killing Lin Bai won't be able to recover too much of our losses. Damn it, it's really bad luck. The group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps all had ugly faces. Lin Bai the scumbag. To actually be so insidious. Hui Yunhao almost didn't faint from anger when he saw the empty scene. He looked at the group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, his eyes red as he said loudly, "Give me chase, I'm going to get him killed." Young Master Hua, we've suffered such heavy losses, it's already a loss if we keep chasing. That's right, unless it's a raise, this business can't be done. Our losses are too heavy, more than a dozen brothers died.
The Blood Wolf mercenary regiment's people were clearly not happy.
They looked coldly at Hua Yunhao with an icy attitude.
You money-minded bastards.
Hua Yunhao's eyes were also red.
He had already spent a huge amount of money hiring the Blood Wolf mercenary corps.
It was almost his entire fortune.
This group of people actually weren't satisfied and wanted to continue to increase their money. It was really too damned much.
For a moment, Hua Yunhao became murderous, wanting to kill this group of mercenaries.
However, on balance, Hua Yunhao still gave up.
Without this group of mercenaries, it was impossible for him to find Lin Bai in the middle of the forest. The big deal was that after utilizing this group of mercenaries, he would just kill them all to silence them. Thinking of this, Hua Yunhao wore a cold smile on his face as he spoke. Fine, if you guys can kill Lin Bai, I'll add another 300 black crystals, 400 black crystals in total, how about it? Worthy of being young Master Hua, to strike is to be generous.
Let's go. Be fast, that Lin Bai kid, he shouldn't have gone far. The mercenaries of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps were originally money-minded.
There was no sense of propriety.
With the funds in place, everyone's morale was boosted.
They began to chase towards Lin Bai's location. Each one of them was murderous. Quite ferocious. How dare you chase after me, Hua Yunhao, you can't blame me for your own death.
Thousands of meters away.
Lin Bai frowned slightly as he looked at the images coming from the high-altitude probe. Honestly, he didn't want to kill Hua Yunhao. This was because killing the other party would cause a lot of trouble.
However, he wasn't someone to be slaughtered.
Since Hua Yunhao wanted to kill him, it was a given that he would take out Hua Yunhao. Only, Hua Yunhao was definitely protected by the power left behind by Hua Yanshan.
Wanting to take out the other party,
there was still a price to pay to do so.
Just right. At the edge of the safe zone, there are some ruins.
There seems to be some dangerous organs inside, take the group over there.
Lin Bai muttered.
He turned around and headed towards the edge of the safe zone. A few hours later,
Lin Bai arrived at the edge of the safe zone. A clear demarcation line could be seen when comparing this place to the safe zone.
The vegetation in the danger zone was quite lush.
It carried a solemn aura.
Although it was a step away, it was completely two worlds. Within the danger zone, it was possible to run into any grade of ferocious beasts, and if one was unlucky enough to run into a king level or even a higher grade, it was possible.
Phew, danger zone? Go over and take a look.
Lin Bai didn't have the slightest hesitation as he took a big step forward.
Entering into the danger zone. Sasha. The moment he entered the danger zone, Lin Bai detected an abnormality. Not far away, there seemed to be a powerful aura hibernating. Ha! Almost the instant Lin Bai detected this aura, a blue figure emerged.
It was a giant wolf, close to 5 meters tall and close to 10 meters long. Growing 2 heads, its snow-white fangs shone coldly. It carried an extremely terrifying fury.
A second-order mutated ferocious beast, 2-headed wolf? Lin Bai was taken aback.
He didn't expect that he had just entered the danger zone and encountered this kind of terrifying ferocious beast.
Sure enough, the level of danger in this danger zone and the safe zone were two completely different concepts.
If the freshman test was in the danger zone,
thousands of people, the ones who could go back alive,
it was estimated to be in single digits.
Ow roar.
The 2-headed giant wolf's eyes were blood red.
With a monstrous aura, it opened its mouth and tore towards Lin Bai.
Just in time, I want to try how strong my physical body strength is now. Lin Bai was not afraid in the slightest. He didn't utilize the bloodline black rock blade, and with his bare hands, he made a dive to the side of the 2-headed giant wolf's body. Leaping forward, he lashed a whip leg at the 2-headed wolf king's shoulder.
Bang!
A terrifying force close to 150,000 kilograms erupted.
The 2-headed wolf king instantly flew out horizontally.
It smashed a dozen large trees before it managed to stop.
Ow roar! The 2-headed giant wolf let out a roar.
The 2 heads suddenly glowed, and an icy blue light condensed from its mouth.
Boo! Boo!
2 consecutive icy blue energy balls flew towards Lin Bai.
The speed was extremely fast, like bullets.
100-meter distance, in the blink of an eye, had arrived.
Bang!
Lin Bai was not afraid in the slightest and swung his fist. A fist smashed on top of the ice blue energy ball, directly bursting the energy ball.
Chapter 50, Returning Fruit. ZZZ. Icy cold and piercing energy erupted.
On top of Lin Bai's arm, a layer of frost condensed.
Bang.
Lin Bai revolved his true chi and slightly shook. The condensed frost burst into pieces and his arm returned to its normal state.
Phew. Lin Bai exhaled a breath.
Raising his hand, he punched another energy ball.
Squeezing his fist,
Lin Bai was extremely shocked in his heart.
he found that his physical body's defense had reached an extremely perverse level. One had to know that this second stage energy ball, the power was no less than a normal bomb.
It could easily freeze and shatter steel into pieces. In the place of an ordinary second-rank martial artist, once he was hit, he would be greatly disabled without dying. And his arm was intact. It was just a bit of a frozen hand.
Oh. The two-headed giant wolf was also startled.
It seemed to have sensed that it wasn't Lin Bai's opponent, and it turned around and ran.
However, it was too late to escape at this moment. Boom.
Lin Bai stomped his foot on top of the ground. The blood-patterned black rock blade emerged in his hand and chopped down. It directly chopped off one of the heads of the two-headed giant wolf.
Ow roar. The two-headed giant wolf was incomparably furious.
Its only remaining head opened its mouth and tore towards Lin Bai.
Stab. Lin Bai slashed again.
The bloodline black rock knife was extremely sharp and easily chopped off half of the head of the two-headed giant wolf, killing it in one blow.
Rumble. The corpse of the two-headed giant wolf fell to the ground.
A loud rumbling sound was emitted.
Phew.
It seems that with my strength, a second-ranked ferocious beast is no longer my opponent at all.
Lin Bai exhaled a breath. There's movement, it's Lin Bai, he's fighting the ferocious beast. Go, get him. Ha, now he won't be able to run away. The voices of a group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps came out.
The tone of their voices was filled with surprise. In their opinion, Lin Bai's strength was not enough to be feared if he didn't play some sinister and poisonous tricks. Any one of them would be able to crush Lin Bai, who was less than a first-rank martial artist.
Oh, exempt. Hui Yunhao is moving fast.
It seems that these grandsons are really pissed off. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly and he couldn't help but smile. He raised his hand and collected the corpse of the two-headed giant wolf on the ground.
Turning around, he walked away. Whoosh. Soon, a group of mercenaries arrived at the battle site.
Seeing the bloodstains all over the ground, they were somewhat surprised.
This seems to be the aura of a second-stage ferocious beast. Could it be that Lin Bai has encountered a second-stage ferocious beast?
Impossible, he would be dead if he encountered a second-rank ferocious beast.
It should be some second-order fierce beast hunting. Go, I found Lin Bai's footprints.
A group of mercenaries quickly found the traces left by Lin Bai.
The pursuit continued.
And at this moment, Lin Bai had already arrived before a cave. Around the cave, white corpses were everywhere, the skeletons of some huge ferocious beasts.
And within the cave,
fierce chi was rushing to the sky, and in terms of level, it was at least a third stage class.
Phew. This is it.
According to the notes, 150 years ago, someone saw a 5th grade spiritual pill returning fruit within this cave. By the looks of it, this cave seems to have been occupied by some powerful ferocious beast. Lin Bai looked at the cave and frowned slightly. The more powerful the spirit medicine, the more likely it was to attract a powerful ferocious beast to guard it. Obviously, the returning fruit in this cave should have been looked upon by some ferocious beast. However, Lin Bai was not prepared to give up.
The return to origin fruit was the strongest root-building elixir.
It was also one of the auxiliary medicines for the marrow cleansing pill, so he had to get his hands on it.
I can only take a chance and try. Lin Bai took a deep breath.
Hiding his breath, he quietly walked towards the interior of the cave.
Tick-tock.
The interior of the cave was damp and extremely silent at the same time. There was only the sound of water drops continuously dripping. Within the cave, the fishy odor was extremely pungent. Obviously, the ferocious beasts inside were definitely not to be messed with. Lin Bai's movements were slight. After half an hour of sneaking, he finally arrived at the core area of the cave.
Within this area,
it was a huge cave with a diameter of hundreds of meters.
At the bottom of the cave,
it was an unfathomably deep pool of water. At the edge of the water pool, a vine was rooted in the water pool, snaking around and occupying the entire wall of the cave. On top of the vine, 40 to 50 fist-sized fruits were condensed. Most of these fruits were earth-colored. It emitted an earth-colored light. Returning yuan fruits. Lin Bai looked at this pile of returning yuan fruits and was quite surprised in his heart. However, he did not act rashly. Instead, he patiently waited for the right moment. Clatter. Right at this moment, the water pool gently fluctuated. A huge black shadow flickered under the water pool. However, Lin Bai's eyesight was quite good. He could tell with a glance. The black shadow's size was extremely terrifying, 100 meters long, with a slender body that seemed to be some sort of python. The aura was even more extraordinarily amazing. It had reached the peak of the 3rd rank. Hiss. It's actually the peak of the 3rd rank, this is not good. Lin Bai frowned slightly. Along with the rise in martial artist rank, there was also a large gap between each rank. A mid-3rd rank could kill an early 3rd rank in seconds. By the same token, the peak of the 3rd rank, for the late 3rd rank or the middle rank, it was a crushing level of strength. Lin Bai's strength was very strong. But he was only at the beginning of the 3rd stage. He really couldn't do anything about the huge beast under the water pool. This kid panicked and escaped into some ferocious beast's cave. This smell, it's really unpleasant. This ferocious beast doesn't know what level of strength it has. How strong can it be at the edge of the safe zone? 2nd rank would already be amazing. Don't be careless, everyone be careful and be vigilant. A series of footsteps rang out. It was none other than Hui Yunhao's group of people. Each of them had a relaxed pace, but they were full of alertness. After all, they had been pitted by Lin Bai more than once. Anyone who was even more foolish would know to be careful and on guard. This Hui Yunhao fellow is too stupid, isn't he? Just came straight in like that? Lin Bai's face was odd and quite surprised. He was still pondering how to bring Hui Yunhao in and make the other party resistant to damage so that he could go pick the returning fruit. He didn't expect the other party to come in directly. One can only say that. Courage is commendable. But this was good. As long as Hui Yunhao could resist the damage and attract that ferocious beast's attention, he would be able to fish in troubled waters. Picking the returning fruit. Hiss, that's the returning yuan fruit. In this cave, there's actually a returning yuan fruit. That's a 5th order spirit medicine, the strongest spirit medicine for casting foundations. Any one of them can be worth 4 or 5,000 black crystals. Getting rich, haha, getting rich. The group of mercenaries were excited. One by one, they were so oblivious that they directly put the task of hunting Lin Bai behind them. Chapter 51, Man's plan is not as good as Heaven's plan. Killing Lin Bai was just 400 black crystals. It wasn't even a fraction of a returning fruit. Phew. At this moment, Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath, held his breath and watched the scene with full concentration. He knew that a good show was about to be staged. Boom. It was almost the instant that the group of mercenaries had just made a move. Beneath the water pool, the terrifying ferocious beast appeared. Rumble. Deafening sounds rang out. The calm waters of the water pool exploded, and a black figure appeared from the bottom of the water pool. It was a black scaly dragon. All over its body, it was covered in black scales. The head was cool like a real dragon, but it only had a single horn, and its claws only had 3 fingers. Jiao dragon? Bastard, where did this place get an auger dragon? It's the returning fruit. He devoured the returning fruit and gained the powerful strength of a peak 3rd rank imperial beast. Go, run. Run, if you don't leave, you're dead. The few remaining mercenaries of the Blood Wolf mercenary corps were all as pale as earth. Peak 3rd rank imperial beasts and 2nd rank were 2 completely different concepts. 100 2nd rank martial artists. In front of a peak 3rd rank imperial beast, they wouldn't be able to create much of a threat. Bang! The black auger dragon's tail was flung. Like a black wall, it swept across. A mercenary wasn't hit, it just grazed the edge. No, it was just swept by the strong wind carried by the tail. It was under a huge wave of air. It burst into a cloud of blood mist. Rumble. Thunderous sounds rang out in the cave. Lin Bai, who was hiding in the distance, couldn't help but feel some of his blood churning. Within his eyes, he was filled with horror. This is the peak of the 3rd stage.
If it were me, I guess I wouldn't be able to carry even one move and would be killed in seconds.
Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air.
To be honest, he knew that this black augur was strong, but he didn't expect it to be this outrageous. A mercenary of the second-rank martial artist class. In front of this black augur. It was like a mole cricket. Ow roar. The augur dragon let out a roar, and the terrifying sound formed a materialized shockwave. It swept across. Bang bang bang. The three nearest mercenaries were directly shattered by the shockwave formed by the sound, exploding into a cloud of blood mist. Heavens, what kind of monster is this? Jiao Long, his bloodline is exceptionally gifted, peak of the 3rd rank, and he already has power comparable to the 4th rank. Go. There's no escape, in front of a 4th rank imperial beast, we're dead. The group of mercenaries from the Blood Wolf mercenaries were all desperate at this moment. The gap between them and the black scaly dragon was like the gap between a mole cricket and a fierce beast. It was an insurmountable chasm. Lin Bai, you bastard. To actually bring me to this kind of death. Whatever, put up a fight. Hua Yunhao didn't want to die at all. His eyes were red as he raised his hand and directly crushed a blood-red energy crystal. Boom! The blood-red energy crystal exploded. A cloud of blood-colored light enveloped Hua Yunhao's body. Powerful strength instantly filled Hua Yunhao's entire body. His muscles swelled, and in a brief moment, his body directly reached 3 meters in height, and his aura reached the peak of the 3rd stage. Kill! Hua Yunhao's eyes were bloodshot as he made a vertical leap towards the black scaly dragon to kill it. Ow roar! The black scaly dragon wasn't the least bit weak. It opened its mouth and spat. A black dragon flame erupted and blasted above Hua Yunhao's body. In an instant, Hua Yunhao was directly blasted out. The terrifying heat was so high that even Lin Bai, who was far away, could feel his skin tingling. Good chance. Lin Bai was calm. He glanced at the distant returning fruit and realized that right now was the best time to pick it. Hua Yunhao was very watery though. However, he was able to stall this black scaly dragon for a while. It was enough for him to step on the returning yuan fruit. Bang! Lin Bai silently jumped into the pool of water and dived directly, rushing towards the location where the returning yuan fruit was located. And just as he was about to arrive, the situation suddenly changed. In the depths of the water pool, there was another extremely large black figure that was rapidly approaching towards him. The second one. Is there any mistake? There are actually 2 peak 3rd stage black augurs in this place? Lin Bai's scalp went numb in an instant. Rumble. That black augur was extremely fast. In a maximum of 2 to 3 seconds, it would be able to reach Lin Bai's position. At that time, just in Lin Bai's current state, he would definitely die. Phew. There's no way out. Lin Bai spat out a few bubbles. Ding ding ding. A series of parts surfaced and quickly assembled all over Lin Bai's body. In the blink of an eye, a set of ghostly blue metallic battle armor appeared on Lin Bai's body. Sonic Battle Armor. The Alliance's super technological creation. It possessed peak 3rd order strength and speed, as well as defense on its own. Boom! The moment the Sonic Battle Armor was put on Lin Bai's back and feet, the engine erupted. His speed reached almost a subsonic state in the water for a brief moment. The surroundings were densely packed with bubbles. And in the blink of an eye, Lin Bai had already rushed to the side of the returning fruit. Ow roar! An extremely angry roar came from the depths of the water pool. The speed of that black scaly dragon once again increased. It attacked towards Lin Bai. Ka-ching! Lin Bai was very fast and extremely calm as he picked all of the returning fruits and loaded them into the metal preservation box. And at this time, the black augur dragon was less than 100 meters away from Lin Bai. Bang! Lin Bai stepped on top of the cliff face. He was extremely fast. Under the drive of the Sonic Battle Armor, the speed easily broke through the speed of sound. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived at the edge of the cave entrance. Lin Bai, you die for me. At this moment, Hua Yunhao's eyes were red. A fist smashed towards Lin Bai. He couldn't even care about the black scaly dragon next to him. Bang! Lin Bai interlocked his arms to block the punch. However, under the huge force, his body directly flew out horizontally and was embedded in the wall. If it wasn't for the Sonic Battle Armor guarding him, This punch could have killed Lin Bai in seconds. Ow roar.
Almost at the same time, two black scaly dragons also killed towards Lin Bai.
This time, the situation was reversed. 3 against 1.
More accurately, it was a peak third stage, plus 2 fourth stages. Together, they were chasing after Lin Bai alone.
It's really a case of man's calculations not being as good as heaven's calculations.
No amount of calculations can catch up with an unexpected turn of events.
Lin Bai frowned.
There was no need to think about 3 against 1, it was definitely a sure loss. After all, the sonic battle armor simply couldn't withstand the attacks of the two Jiao dragons, plus Hua Yunhao.
And escaping was equally difficult to do.
The only exit from the cave had already been sealed. The probability of forcing a breakthrough was slim to none.
Ha, Lin Bai, you have no way to escape, go to hell.
Hua Yunhao hated Lin Bai. He took the lead and charged towards Lin Bai.
Ow roar. Ow roar. The two scaly dragons were equally incomparably angry. Chapter 52, Terrifying Hybrid Beast.
Opening his mouth, he spat.
2 black dragon breaths flew towards Lin Bai.
It carried a shockingly high temperature.
If this was hit, it would definitely not be pleasant. Whoosh.
Right at this moment, a figure scurried out.
It was the hybrid beast. It was sleeping in a daze and seemed to be furious after being awakened. Careful.
Lin Bai was startled. No matter how strong the mixed Yuan beast was, facing the siege of two Jiao dragons, plus Hua Yunhao, it wouldn't be much better.
Boom.
But the change in the hybrid beast was somewhat unexpected. Its body, which was originally only the size of a finger belly, reached over a dozen meters in a brief moment, and the hair above its body surface completely turned a pure golden color.
Golden light shining.
Facing Long Yan, it just simply and roughly opened its mouth and swallowed.
Boom.
The two dragon flames were swallowed hard into the stomach by the hybrid beast.
Hiccup. The mixed beast just burped, unharmed. What the hell is this?
Hua Yunhao instantly froze like a wooden chicken, and his original movements came to a sharp halt.
Bang.
The hybrid beast moved extremely quickly, raising its claws and directly pinching the neck of a black scaly dragon, hardening it. The original auger dragon with a body length of 100 meters. It was compressed to the size of 10 meters.
Ow roar.
The black scaly dragon was struggling in pain and roaring madly. And the hybrid beast opened its mouth and bit down. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. The originally unrivaled Jiao Long's head was directly bitten off.
Ka-ching ka-ching.
The hybrid beast was like eating a snack as it unhurriedly swallowed an entire black auger dragon.
The remaining black scaly dragon.
There was no more arrogance. He frantically turned around and turned his head to run.
Bang.
The mixed beast moved even faster, raising its hand and grabbing the second auger dragon in its hands once again.
Ow roar.
The black auger was incomparably terrified and struggled madly. But it was useless. The mixed beast's mouth came down, and the black scaly dragon's head was instantly bitten off.
It was killed on the spot. What kind of monster is this? Gulp. Hua Yunhao was stunned.
The hybrid beast looked like a large golden mouse.
But that nightmare-like sense of oppression.
It definitely wasn't comparable to a large-sized rat. To be honest, not only Hua Yunhao, even Lin Bai didn't expect it. This hybrid beast, it was actually so powerful. It was comparable to a fourth-ranked ferocious beast, the Jiao dragon. It was just treated like a spicy noodle and eaten alive. It was really outrageously strong. Rumble. At this moment, when the second black dragon was half-eaten, above the surface of the hybrid beast's body, golden lightning erupted. It seemed to have eaten its fill, and with a lift of its hand, the black scaly dragon's corpse was thrown to the ground.
Ow. The mixed beast yawned.
Its body rapidly shrunk, and in the blink of an eye, it reverted to its normal size. And then in a flash, it returned to Lin Bai's pocket and continued to huff and puff.
Rumble. Almost instantly,
inside the hybrid beast, an unprecedented power surged towards Lin Bai.
Lin Bai's entire body was emitting white light. These rays of light condensed into white flames that pulsed above Lin Bai's body surface.
Hiss, so powerful.
No, I have to vent out all this power. Otherwise, it will really explode and die.
Lin Bai was shocked in his heart and realized that it was not good.
This power was not like the blood spirit pill, which could enhance the body's potential. Instead, it was pure energy. The amount was astonishingly high, but Lin Bai's body simply couldn't absorb too much of it. Once the quantity reached a certain level, Lin Bai would explode and die. And right now, Hua Yunhao was, without a doubt, the best sandbag. Boom! Almost in an instant, Lin Bai's speed skyrocketed, instantly arriving in front of Hua Yunhao, raising his hand and slamming his fist into him. Wait a minute. Stop. Hua Yunhao's heart was startled, instinctively somewhat cowed. Bang! Lin Bai didn't talk nonsense with Hua Yunhao. He slammed his fist into Hua Yunhao, carrying a force of 200,000 to 300,000 kilograms. Such a terrifying punch. Hua Yunhao didn't dare to be careless as he crossed his arms and blocked Lin Bai's punch. However, a heavy force erupted. Ka-ching! The sound of bones bursting rang out. Hua Yunhao's arm bones burst into pieces, and one arm directly turned into flesh and blood. Compared to Lin Bai, who had the sonic battle armor protecting his body. In addition, his physical quality was comparable to that of a third-order martial artist. Even though Hua Yunhao had the strength of a peak third-order martial artist. However, the pure strength of his fleshly body was far lower than Lin Bai's. His physical body could no longer keep up with the battle, and in the midst of the third-rank power duels, it was as fragile as tofu. No, Lin Bai, you can't kill me. I'm a member of the Hua family. If you kill me, the Hua family will definitely not let you go. Hua Yunhao was finally scared at the end of his life. He was somewhat remorseful. It felt like he was too stupid to come and find trouble with this pervert Lin Bai. And Lin Bai raised his hand and punched. Once again, he wasted one of Hua Yunhao's arms. At the same time, he didn't forget to taunt his opponent. Hua Yunhao, you're a little cutie. Are you? If I don't kill you, do you think the Hua family will let me go? What a joke. Cut the crap and die for me. Boom. Lin Bai raised his hand, and above his fist, black light erupted. Black jade hand? How do you know this martial art? Hua Yunhao's heart was suddenly half cold. Before he could react, Lin Bai slammed his fist down. The power in his body was drained. Bang! Hua Yunhao's flesh exploded, and his entire body turned into a mist of blood. Dead beyond death. Ka-ching! Almost instantly, Lin Bai felt that he seemed to have reached some sort of limit. His fleshly body broke through once again. It reached the level of 80,000 kilograms. And the upper limit of true qi that could be contained had further increased to the extent of 300,000 kilograms. Under such circumstances, the explosive power that the chipmunk had conducted back was nothing to the current Lin Bai. It could be refined with ease and converted into a more pure true qi, as well as life force, deposited in the flesh and blood. Phew! Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath. He calmed down. Collecting Hua Yunhao's spatial equipment, he then turned around and looked at the Jiao Dragon corpse next to him. The entire Jiao Dragon corpse, there was still about 2/3 left. The most essential dragon head and crystal core had already been devoured by the hybrid beast. But the remaining flesh and blood were still worth a lot. There were many uses. The blood of the scaly dragon could be used to refine pills, and the scaly dragon's flesh could be used to make medicinal meals. The bones and scales could be forged into rare alloys. Whoosh! Lin Bai collected all the Jiao Dragon corpses. He was about to leave. Suddenly, he noticed the presence of a communicator above the ground. It's broken. Lin Bai's pupils shrunk, knowing that this was trouble. This kind of communicator could transmit distress signals. In various top-tier clans, they would give talented disciples, equipped with this kind of thing. Chapter 53, Thrilling Escape. Hua Yunhao only needed to die. Then, Hua's family wouldn't take long to arrive. The situation isn't too good. Lin Bai was extremely calm. He looked at the communicator and slightly estimated the time. From the start of the battle until now, almost 5 minutes or so had passed. At this time, Hua Yanshan, who was supervising the battle in the Hua family, was a 6th-ranked martial artist. In other words, according to the maximum speed of a 6th-order martial artist, 5 minutes is enough time for the other party to rush out a distance of 20 to 30 kilometers. He wants to escape now. I'm afraid it's already too late.
As soon as he left the cave, it wouldn't take long before Hui Yinshan blocked his path.
Not too good. Lin Bai frowned.
The difference between a 6th-ranked martial artist and a 3rd-ranked one could be considered huge. When he ran into Hui Yinshan, he would definitely die without any surprises.
Unless
there could be some way to avoid the front for the time being. Thinking of this, Lin Bai subconsciously glanced at the water pool not far away.
Hiding in the water pool? Rumble.
Right at this moment, outside the cave, there was a shocking commotion.
It was like thunder.
The aura was terrifying, definitely a super terrifying powerhouse.
Sure enough, it came very quickly.
Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air.
He glanced at the water pool and didn't hide in it. Instead, he leaped and directly jumped to the very top of the entire cavern, finding a gap and hiding in it. Buzz.
At this moment, the hybrid beast also sensed the danger. Releasing dots of energy runes, it shielded its entire aura. This kind of rune was able to defend against a king-level beast like the Blood Demon King Snake, blocking Hui Yinshan's perception.
It was a breeze. Boom.
Soon, Hui Yinshan appeared in the middle of the cave. All over his body, a murderous aura boiled. His face was even more ferocious as he looked at the ground above, at Hui Yunhao's corpse, and at the pieces of corpses all over the place.
He clenched his teeth, and within his eyes, anger rose as he roared, Actually killed my nephew. I will definitely slaughter you. Just who did this?
A voice like thunder exploded in the cave. Under the terrifying sound wave impact, even Lin Bai had some chi and blood surging and his chest was stuffy. For a moment, Lin Bai was appalled in his heart. This Hui Yinshan was a little too powerful, his strength was extremely terrifying.
Was this a 6th-ranked martial artist?
If he really went up against it, it felt like he had no chance of winning at all.
Who?
At this moment, Lin Bai was incomparably calm. He looked at Hui Yinshan and pondered over his countermeasures. First of all, it was completely unwise to directly confront him. All he could do now was to wait patiently.
Wait until Hui Yinshan left. Before making a move. Bang. At this moment, Hui Yinshan's face was blue. He looked around, surveying the surroundings, muttering to himself under his breath. This blood is still warm, and the distress signal was lost 3 minutes ago. It's enough to prove that that person didn't run far.
No, counting the time to gather other supplies, he didn't even have time to leave. Could it be
that he is in this cave?
Thinking of this, Hui Yinshan's gaze swept through the entire cave. A 6th-ranked martial artist's perception was extremely sharp. He was very confident that the other party would definitely not be able to escape the range of his perception. After all, someone who would take half a day to fight a 3rd-ranked ferocious beast.
Anyone who could have 4th-rank strength was already far overestimated.
In the air, although the scent of that person remains, it's very dim. In the entrance part of the cave, there is no flavor of dragon's blood, which means that person didn't leave the cave.
Then, the only possibility is this water pool.
Within the water pool, there exists a large amount of water that can shield away the scent.
Humph.
You are quite smart, but it's a pity that you're smart but not smart enough.
Kid, you seek death, then don't blame me. Hui Yinshan let out a cold snort.
He raised a hand, and a huge true chi erupted in his hand.
This true chi condensed into an extremely terrifying ball of energy. And then it directly smashed into the water pool below. Rumble. In an instant, the water of the pool instantly vaporized. Endless water vapor rose to the sky. In the blink of an eye, a large amount of the water inside the entire water pool was vaporized. Only the dry bottom of the water pool remained. And at the bottom of the water pool, there was just the presence of some ordinary water plants, empty and without any signs of life. What's going on? Could it be that my estimation was wrong, and that kid has already run away? Asshole. I've actually been swiped. Hui Yinshan looked at the bottom of the water pool, his face quite ugly. He frowned slightly. For a moment, his heart was a little less confident. So close. This old fox, Hui Yinshan, really isn't any good. If I were to hide at the bottom of the water pool, I would definitely be dead. Lin Bai looked at the water pool that had been instantly vaporized and sucked in a breath of cool air. The entire water pool was close to 100 meters in diameter, and the depth was even 200 to 300 meters. It had actually been vaporized in an instant. One could imagine how terrifying that attack was just now. If this was hit
6th rank down, basically certain death, it would be hard for any miracles to occur.
Rumble.
At this moment, Hua Yenshan saw that there really wasn't much presence in the cave.
He didn't say a word.
Turning around, he directly rushed out of the cave,
leaving the scene. Really left? It's hard to say. Lin Bai wasn't in a hurry to make any moves.
He had a feeling that an existence as sinister as Hua Yenshan would most likely not really leave.
As expected. 3 minutes later,
Hua Yenshan returned once again, and he looked at the cave that was still exactly the same.
His face was gloomy. Murmuring, he said, "There's nothing moving, could it be that this kid really left? It shouldn't be
There are no traces in the outside world. If one escapes, one is bound to leave behind a large number of traces.
This asshole, who the hell is it? Lin Bai? No. He doesn't have the strength.
Wait a minute, Hua Yunhao's injuries are
Black Jade Hand. Oof. Is it the Black family's people who are preparing to make a move against me? For no reason, why are you messing with my Hua family? Regardless, this matter has to be reported to the family.
Hua Yenshan frowned slightly.
To be honest, if it was Lin Bai, he wasn't too worried.
After all, although Lin Bai had a strong talent. However, to pose a threat, it would still take a long time to grow. However, the He family was a powerful family not weaker than the Hua family.
Going up against this kind of opponent.
Even if it was the Hua family, then they wouldn't dare to underestimate it in the slightest.
Whoosh. Hua Yenshan's body disappeared into the cave once again. Phew. Lin Bai exhaled a breath.
He looked at his palm and his face was a bit strange. He didn't expect that because of the Black Jade Hand, he had actually made the Black family take the Black Pot.
Moreover, there was almost no way to take off this Black Pot. After all, the Black family's Black Jade Hand, that was a secret that had not been passed down. Chapter 54, The Damage of the Big Ears.
The law is not passed on to the 6 ears.
Only people from the Black family know this martial art. Even if the Black family tried to explain it, the Hua family probably wouldn't believe it. Forget it. This is good, the Hua family and the Black family are dog eat dog, so I'll be able to stop for a little while. Lin Bai slowly exhaled a breath. His body flashed and in the blink of an eye, he disappeared into the cave.
He rushed towards Song Lan's location. He was very fast, and he hid his breath the entire time. In the blink of an eye, he had already left the danger zone,
re-entering within the safe zone.
In this area, even if Hua Yenshan had discovered Lin Bai, he wouldn't dare to make a move at all. There were many teachers from the True Martial Academy in this place. There was really no way for a 6th-ranked martial artist in the area to act recklessly.
Together, beat him to death. Damn it, daring to mess with the students of my ace class, really looking for death.
When did the Void Bamboo Academy also dare to provoke my True Martial Academy?
Charge. Fighting sounds rang out. Lin Bai was slightly stunned as he quickly approached. He found Chen Hu leading a group of students and was fighting another group of students in a frantic battle. Punching fists to the flesh. The fight was extremely intense. The costumes of the opposing students were not those of the True Martial Academy at first glance.
Rather, it was another academy, the Void Bamboo Academy. The faculty strength was not much different from the True Martial Academy, and the two sides were rivals. The relationship between the two schools was not very good. There were often all sorts of open and secret battles in private. However, the teachers usually didn't intervene in the fights between the students. For example, Song Lan, at this moment, just clasped his hands in front of his chest and watched a group of students fight with interest. At the same time, a middle-aged teacher with glasses and wearing a white shirt was also confronting Song Lan. His strength was similarly of the 5th rank, and both sides were equal in strength. However, considering the repercussions, both sides were just opening their mouths to taunt each other and didn't really make a move.
Your school's freshmen can't do it. You are going to lose.
The Black Fiend Tiger is a king-level origin royal beast, but it can't actually beat an upper-grade royal beast. It's such a waste to have a genius placed in the hands of the True Martial Academy. The man with glasses kept mocking.
Can you keep your mouth shut? A group of new students, beating a group of old students who have been practicing for a year, Wouldn't it be normal to be unable to beat them? Song Lan glanced at the glasses man.
She said coldly, those students of yours, the strongest one is at the peak of the first rank.
Bullying the small with the big is meaningless. Ha ha ha. No means no. Don't make excuses. The man with glasses laughed, extremely brazen. Bang.
At this moment, amongst the Ace Class 1, most of the freshmen were knocked to the ground.
Even Chen, who was no match for the other party.
After all, he had just awakened the Origin Imperial Beast, less than a week ago. It was true that he couldn't do anything to the other party's veteran students who had been practicing for a year. On the contrary, it was Han Shui who had supported herself for the longest time. Her ferret rank had reached the first rank. Although the potential was poor, however, the strength was here. Among the group of veteran students on the other side, there were only a handful of people who could fight with the ferret.
Ha ha ha.
Sister, come to our Void Bamboo Academy.
Ha ha ha. I'll teach you how to fight. Yeah. Ace Class 1 is too weak. It doesn't work at all.
A few lewd boys from the Void Bamboo Academy kept opening their mouths to flirt.
You bunch of assholes. Don't be too complacent. When Lin Bai comes back, you guys will definitely pay the price. Han Shui was furious.
However, there were already 4 or 5 people on the opposite side at this time,
showing an overwhelming trend. It was simply impossible to carry them. Bang.
Right at this moment, Lin Bai struck. He was very fast. With a dive, his body reached 100 meters per second. In the blink of an eye, he had arrived in front of an obscene youth.
What the hell?
The lewd youth was shocked as he realized that he had barely seen Lin Bai's movements.
Snap.
Without saying a word, Lin Bai carried that lewd youth with one hand.
With one ear, he smacked it. Thousands of pounds of force erupted. Half of that lewd youth's teeth directly flew out horizontally. The entire person was dazed. Completely dazed. Slap. Lin Bai backhanded another slap.
The lewd youth's teeth flew out horizontally once again, and the other half of his teeth were also smacked away.
Who are you? Why did you hit me?
The lewd youth finally reacted to the fact that none of his teeth were left. Although extremely angry, however, his speech was leaking. Not only was it unthreatening, instead, it was somewhat hilarious.
A martial artist? He's a first-rank martial artist. Everyone be careful. Don't let him get close. Pull away.
The opposite Void Bamboo Academy's Imperial Beast Masters were startled in their hearts.
One by one, they frantically retreated and pulled away.
In the middle of a battle between a martial artist and an Imperial Beast Master. Once an Imperial Beast Master was approached by a martial artist, then it would not be far from death. After all, martial artists were not ferocious beasts, and it was clear that the seemingly insignificant Imperial Beast Master was the centerpiece of the battle.
Snap.
Lin Bai opened his bow left and right, smacking the obscene youth's face swollen like a pig's head.
He completely fainted.
Only then did he raise his hand and throw the other party on the ground. At the same time, he didn't forget to kick the other party in the crotch.
Bang.
Tens of thousands of pounds of force erupted. The youth, who had originally fainted, jolted awake and let out a miserable scream. Once again, he fainted.
Hiss. So ruthless. This is a direct waste. With the current medical technology, it can be repaired, but the psychological shadow must be left for life. I feel chilled. Same feeling.
Whether it was the boys from the Void Bamboo Academy or the True Martial Academy, all of them felt a phantom pain.
They couldn't help but shiver. Kid. You hit too hard. What's your name? The spectacled male teacher of the Void Bamboo Academy was instantly enraged. The lewd male student who was violently beaten was his favorite student, his talent was quite good, and he was the top student of the Void Bamboo Academy. Unexpectedly, between a single glance, he was directly wasted by Lin Bai. And what are you? Before asking someone a question, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?
Lin Bai glanced at the spectacled man without the slightest bit of weakness. He kicked the miniature boy on the ground. Without panicking, he turned around. Turning to Song Lan, he spoke, "Teacher, I'm back."
That's a long time for you to go to the restroom.
Song Lan raised her eyebrows. Again, he didn't put the matter of Lin by hanging the students of the Void Bamboo Academy to heart. In this world, medical technology was very advanced.
As long as it wasn't certain death.
In most cases, it was possible to be saved. At most, it was a matter of losing some money. And the last thing that true martial academy lacked was money. Asshole.
You actually ignored me.
The spectacled male teacher was also furious at this moment. He pointed at Lin Bai and said angrily, "I don't care who you are, kid, do you dare to fight my students?"
Chapter 55, I want to fight 10.
Oh? Lin Bai raised his eyebrows. He looked at the man with glasses and said indifferently, "Just your group of trash students, forget it, I'm afraid that if I'm not careful, I'll beat them to death." "Kid, you are also too crazy." The glasses man teacher was incomparably angry. He pointed at Lin Bai and chided, "If it wasn't for the fact that I'm a teacher and I can't do anything to you personally so that other people won't say that I'm bullying the young with the big ones, I would have already slapped you to death." He. "Alright then, let me see what you, a bunch of wasteful students, are capable of." Lin Bai clasped his hands in front of his chest with a flat expression. He said coldly, "First things first, swords and guns have no eyes, so don't cry if you're injured by mistake." "Humph, Lin Bai, you're the one who's going to cry."
"That's right. You really think you're invincible? That was a sneak attack just now, who's afraid of you one-on-one?"
The students from the opposite side of the Void Bamboo Academy were instantly enraged. Each one of them was the Void Bamboo Academy's ace class in their own right, and purely in terms of talent, they really weren't much worse than the True Martial Academy's ace class. All of them were the proud sons of heaven.
Facing Lin Bai's provocation and contempt, they naturally felt extremely angry.
"Lin Bai, you have to be careful.
The Void Bamboo Academy is different from the True Martial Academy in that they both start their freshman trials 1 year after awakening the origin Imperial Beasts. The weakest of them are all quasi-first order strength, much stronger than us."
Shen Hu was also whispering a reminder.
"Don't worry. A bunch of losers, nothing threatening. I can fight 10 of them."
Lin Bai's tone was flat. He really didn't put the people from the Void Bamboo Academy in his eyes.
With his current strength,
as long as they weren't third-rank martial artists, they could casually crush them. And the bunch of first-rank royal beast masters in front of him,
that was even weaker.
It was simply not enough to pose much of a threat to him.
Good. You're really arrogant. Don't you cry in a while." The spectacled male teacher's tone was extremely angry.
He turned around, his gaze swept through the group of students, and said angrily, "He Hao Hong, you come, just leave him a breath."
"Yes, teacher."
A teenager with a skinny figure and a height of just around 1.7 m stood out.
However, behind him,
it was a huge saber-toothed tiger that was close to 10 meters tall and close to 15 meters long. A slap could flatten a small car. The strength was extremely terrifying. And a pair of fangs, it was like a sword, close to 2 meters long. Sharpness was incomparable.
A first order, high order Imperial Beast?
Lin Bai glanced up and down at the saber-toothed tiger and was somewhat surprised. To be honest, within a year, to be able to raise this Imperial Beast to this level, it was already called a genius.
After all, Imperial Beasts wanted to grow.
It wasn't just about resources, but also about talent. Otherwise, even more resources were swallowed in and could not be digested. There was still no way to raise its strength.
"That's right.
30 seconds of time at most.
I will be able to kill you in seconds. Don't worry, I'll leave you a breath." He Hao Hong's tone was sinister, with a hint of resentment.
This made Lin Bai incomparably surprised. It was not quite understandable why this bastard hated him so much.
However, it didn't matter to him.
He only saw Lin Bai raise one hand and gesture a middle finger. Mockingly, he said, Come, let's see how strong you, this kitten, can be."
"You seek death. Saber-toothed tiger, give it to me. Get him dead."
He Hao Hong was enraged, and he gave an order. Commanding the saber-toothed tiger, he charged towards Lin Bai.
"I'll roar."
The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar that sounded like muffled thunder. It made a long leap. Arriving in front of Lin Bai, a claw carried tens of thousands of pounds of force and directly slapped down.
Bang!
Lin Bai raised his arm and smashed his fist on the saber-toothed tiger's claw.
A dull sound rang out. The saber-toothed tiger's claw was smashed by Lin Bai's fist. A break was revealed. Boom!
Lin Bai stamped his foot on top of the ground and rushed up to the sky. With a whip leg, he lashed above the saber-toothed tiger's teeth.
Bang! The saber-toothed tiger's teeth were unexpectedly sturdy.
Lin Bai's teeth actually didn't break when he lashed them with a whip leg. However, the saber-toothed tiger instead flew out horizontally, above the ground, and rolled out hard for more than 100 meters.
No. Not it? The saber-toothed tiger suffered a big loss? What exactly is this guy from, a humanoid ferocious beast? Too exaggerated, this should only be a newborn that has awakened for a few days, right? He's so powerful.
This power, it's already close to the peak of a first-rank martial artist. In the middle of the Void Bamboo Academy, a group of students were dumbstruck.
Completely stunned.
It wasn't just the Void Bamboo Academy, this group of new students from the True Martial Academy were also dumbfounded one by one. Although it was said that after awakening the origin Imperial Beast, most people would have a stage of soaring strength. However, to reach the first stage in such a short period of time, that was truly a bit terrifying.
How did this happen?
He Hao Hong was also confused at this moment. He had thought that it was a crushing game, but he didn't expect to directly suffer a big loss in a single glance.
Boom! Lin Bai didn't bother with nonsense.
His body left a residual shadow in place and charged towards He Hao Hong.
Not good.
He Hao Hong's face suddenly changed. In the middle of a battle between an Imperial Beast Master and a martial artist, it was absolutely impossible to get close.
Otherwise, it was tantamount to being directly accounted for.
In an instant, He Hao Hong, driven by instinct, directly allowed the saber-toothed tiger to burn its life force. With the fastest speed, he carried out a rescue.
Combat quality is too poor.
It's true that it's a novice who hasn't engaged in combat. The corner of Lin Bai's mouth rose slightly. At this moment, the most correct thing for He Hao Hong to do was to retreat while fighting, instead of standing still and waiting for the Imperial Beasts to rescue him. One had to know that Imperial Beast Masters were equally strong physically, they were just far inferior to martial artists of the same level. Even if they couldn't beat them, it was still quite simple to pull away.
Boom! Lin Bai's speed was extremely fast.
Taking a step ahead of him, he directly arrived in front of He Hao Hong. With one hand, he cupped He Hao Hong's neck and picked up the other party with one hand.
You're despicable. Actually laying hands on me while not daring to fight the Imperial Beast. He Hao Hong's entire face was suffocated in red.
He struggled and hissed angrily. Only, his strength was insignificant in front of Lin Bai.
Snap! Without saying anything, Lin Bai slapped his ear. In a flash, white teeth stained with blood flew out horizontally. He slapped left and right.
A few ear scrapes went down. He Hao Hong had turned into a pig's head.
Ah. You die for me. In an instant, He Hao Hong's eyes were bloodshot. Manipulating the saber-toothed tiger, he directly launched a deadly attack. Ow roar! The saber-toothed tiger let out a roar.
Ebony black light erupted from its mouth, and a black energy ball with destructive power smashed over towards Lin Bai.
Rumble!
The might of this energy ball was extremely terrifying.
If it was really hit. Chapter 56, Stomping to Death. It was a second-rank martial artist who would be injured. And at this moment, Lin Bai carried He Hao Hong with one hand and threw the other party out, smashing towards the black energy ball. No! He Hao Hong's face was horrified, finally knowing that he was afraid. If he was hit by this black energy ball, he would definitely die. Bang! Right at this moment, the man with glasses raised his hand and flicked it. A black light erupted, shattering the energy ball.
It resolved He Hao Hong's life and death crisis.
Bang!
He Hao Hong dropped to the ground, his entire face pale.
Tick-tock, tick-tock. The sound of water drops rang out.
Under the threat of death, He Hao Hong actually peed his pants.
This is too cowardly, isn't it? Tisk, Void Bamboo Academy, it doesn't work either.
It's clearly a one-on-one fight, and the teacher actually interfered, how shameless.
Is it that you can't afford to play?
On the True Martial Academy side, a group of students began to open their mouths to mock without mercy. One had to know that before Lin Bai came. They had been suppressed miserably, and many of them had suffered very serious injuries.
There were quite a few with broken arms and legs.
Although with the technology of this era, it wasn't very difficult to regenerate broken limbs.
But lying in the hospital for a period of time, It was unavoidable. Bastard. The glasses man's face turned blue, feeling that he had lost face. He really didn't expect that Lin Bai was so strong. At the same time, he also didn't expect He Hao Hong to be so unbeatable. In just a few seconds, he was defeated by Lin Bai. This was the result of a lack of practical combat experience. TSK, TSK, TSK. You can't do it even like this. Cut the crap and get together. I'm in a hurry. Just you bunch of losers, fighting alone, you can't. Lin Bai directly opened his mouth, mocking the entire audience. In an instant, the eyes of a group of students from the Void Bamboo Academy turned red. They chided one after another. Lin Bai, don't be complacent. What's so great about defeating that punk He Hao Hong? Just a small man's ambition one. Class president, if you make a move, you'll definitely be able to kill him. That's right, class president, you have to help us out and beat him up. For a brief moment, the students of the Void Bamboo Academy had their sights falling onto a youth at the head. Seeing this, the man with the glasses opened his mouth. Duan Shen, you do it, and remember to strike lightly. I know. Duan Shen's face was expressionless as he took a step forward, and the aura on his body abruptly erupted. Rumble. A sound like thunder rang out. The blood chi of Duan Shen's body was extremely terrifying, and it was almost on par with that of a second-rank martial artist. And around Duan Shen's body, there were no imperial beasts present. You ate your own origin imperial beast? Lin Bai looked at Duan Shen with some surprise. Between imperial beast masters and martial artists, there was also a special situation. That was directly eating one's own origin imperial beast. Devouring the origin of the origin imperial beast. This kind of person could transform into the form of a royal beast or remain in human form. It was almost like a natural martial artist. After all, the physical qualities of the imperial beasts were innately too much stronger than humans. However, this practice had an extremely high mortality rate. It was too vicious, and both imperial beast masters and martial artists rejected this practice. I didn't expect to see it in a place like this. You know quite a lot. Lin Bai, right? Let's see how I'm going to blow you up and be done with it. Duan Shen was calm. His body power exploded like a ferocious beast as he charged towards Lin Bai. Boom! Duan Shen slammed his fist over. Its force was extremely amazing, directly surpassing the speed of sound, and above his fist, it was filled with white airwaves. Lin Bai was not afraid in the slightest. With his backhand, he went hard against Duan Shen. He disliked to punch. Bang! A dull sound rang out. Duan Shen's arm made a clicking sound in an instant, and his finger bones directly burst into pieces. A fist exploded into a blood mist. On the other hand, Lin Bai's fist was intact, not even a single scratch. Ah! This is impossible. Duan Shen had suffered a big loss in a single glance and looked at Lin Bai with a horrified face. He had swallowed the imperial beast and his flesh had been strengthened in all directions. An ordinary martial artist wasn't as strong as his physical body's physical quality. However, it seems that Lin Bai's physical body is even more terrifying. It was completely above him. Impossible. Pure physical body competition. Duan Shen was actually wasted a hand? What is this guy coming from? The man with glasses had a horrified look on his face. Among martial artists, wanting to surpass Duan Shen's physical fitness, there was only one possibility. That was a special physique. Although he couldn't see what kind of physique Lin Bai had. However, it was at least king level upwards was not running away. For a brief moment, the man with the glasses knew that Duan Shen was going to lose. Bang! At this moment, Lin Bai rode on his victory. He didn't show any mercy this time, but instead, he went straight for the kill. This act of devouring one's own origin imperial beast. It was no different from eating one's own child. It was extremely vicious. This made Lin Bai quite despised. He was prepared to directly finish off Duan Shen. Bang bang bang. Lin Bai smashed down punch after punch. In an instant, on top of Duan Shen's body, he received dozens of punches, and many places, simply transparent front and back, were penetrated by Lin Bai's punch. Such a heavy injury. If you don't get first aid, then you're dead. Not good. I admit defeat, stop. The man with glasses was in a hurry. To know, this Chen's identity was not simple. If he died here, he would be in big trouble. However, by now, it was already too late. Spare my life. Don't kill me. Duan Chen was also screaming in terror, and his entire person no longer had that invincible aura from earlier. After all, he was truly afraid of death. And he could feel that Lin Bai was really daring to kill him. Die. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Bai stomped down. In an instant, Duan Chen's head exploded like a watermelon, white cerebral pulp, red blood, spilling all over the place. The entire scene directly froze. Duan Chen is dead. Having his head exploded by a foot, this time, is completely finished. Duan Chen is the heir of the Duan family. Finished. Duan family is going to be furious. I remember that. Among the Void Bamboo Academy, there is also a person who is Duan Chen's father. It's over. The spectacled male teacher's face turned blue. As for the group of students from the Void Bamboo Academy, at this moment, each one of them was also extremely frightened. Obviously, were frightened by Lin Bai's bold action. It was not expected that Lin Bai would really dare to kill someone. Not good. Lin Bai, run. At this moment, Song Lan's face suddenly changed. She said loudly, run towards the city, the principal is in that direction, as long as you last 10 minutes, you'll be safe, I'll block the Duan family's people. What? Lin Bai hadn't reacted in an instant. And almost at the same time, a terrifying voice exploded. Who killed my son? Chapter 57, A Thrilling Escape. Asshole. You seek death. The source of that voice was extremely terrifying, at least of the 7th or 8th rank. In an instant, Lin Bai also reacted and knew exactly what Song Lan meant. Duan Chen's own father was actually nearby. The son had been killed off. The other party would definitely be anxious, and in a fit of rage, it was certain that they would kill him regardless of any consequences. Buzz. Above Lin Bai's body surface, the blue and gold battle armor emerged. Boom. There were blue flames erupting from his back, and his body shot up into the sky, his speed skyrocketing. In just a few seconds, it had already reached double the speed of sound. It was almost as if Lin Bai had just rushed out 1 or 2 kilometers. Duan Chen's father arrived at the scene. His eyes instantly turned red as he looked at Duan Chen, whose brain was crumbling on the ground. Immediately, he roared angrily. Killed my son and you still want to leave? Kid, you don't want to run. I'm going to break you into pieces. Duan Tiande, Lin Bai is the genius of my true martial academy, if you dare to touch him, you'll have to die too. Song Lan looked at Duan Tiande coldly. Standing in front of the other party, he blocked Duan Tiande's path. Song Lan? You dare to stop me? Get out of my way. Duan Tiande almost lost his mind at this moment. Powerful true qi erupted in his hand, forming a huge palm with a diameter of more than 10 meters, directly slapping towards Song Lan. Boom! The power of this palm was extremely terrifying. And seeing this, Song Lan did not hesitate and directly crushed a crystal. Bang! A huge golden lion appeared in midair. This golden lion was a shadow. It was not a true body. Even so, the golden lion's power was terrifyingly frightening. It lifted its claws and easily slapped Duan Tiande's attack to pieces. The golden lion's doppelganger. That bastard Long Jian's imperial beast. Duan Tiande's pupils shrunk slightly, but he didn't dare to underestimate the golden lion. Although it was only a split, but the golden lion that was a king-grade royal beast, this one split, could already block him for a while. Thinking of this, Duan Tiande let out a roar. Song Lan, you can't block me. Blood burning. Rumble. The blood within Duan Tiande's body boiled as a powerful force erupted. In a brief moment, his physical speed actually directly surpassed the speed of sound, forcibly bypassing the golden lion. Chasing towards Lin Bai. Not good. Song Lan's face suddenly changed. After all, he was only a 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Master, and his nerve reaction speed was simply not up to the fighting speed of a 7th or 8th-ranked martial artist. The Golden Lion, on the other hand, was only a power doppelganger crafted by Long Jian. It was used to protect her life. Naturally, it was guarding her side at all times. As long as Duan Tiande didn't take the initiative to attack.
The golden lion doppelganger, it wouldn't produce any great commotion.
Rumble. Duan Tianda's physical body broke through the air and raised a blood-red wave of air.
Under his burning blood. The realm was close to that of a 9th-ranked martial artist, extremely terrifying. Hiss. Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air when he saw this.
This Duan Tianda bastard's strength was close to the 9th rank at this point, and his physical body broke through the speed of sound.
Wanting to escape in the hands of this old bastard.
It was simply as difficult as climbing into the sky. Put up a fight. Overload.
Let's see who is more resistant to beating, Duan Tianda's flesh and blood body or my kinetic battle armor.
Lin Bai didn't hesitate in the slightest.
He directly turned on the overload switch of the blue-gold sonic battle armor.
Under this state,
the speed of the sonic battle armor would double, but the price was that the engine would be damaged at an accelerated rate.
It could explode at any time. However, it was important to escape. Lin Bai couldn't care about that. Rumble.
Lin Bai's speed reached twice the speed of sound. He was in mid-air, cutting through a blue light. In a second's time, he could surge close to 700 meters, a distance of 300 kilometers. For Lin Bai at this moment, in a maximum of 7 minutes, he would be able to reach Long Jian's position.
At that time, Duan Tianda was not enough to worry about. Kid, you can't run away.
Duan Tianda's eyes became even more bloodshot when he saw Lin Bai's speed rise steeply. Above his body's surface, blood-red true qi erupted once again. The speed steeply increased by 3 times. With the addition of this terrifying speed, it would take at most a minute. He would be able to catch up with Lin Bai. Kill Lin Bai.
This is the strength of a 9th-ranked martial artist? It's really outrageous.
The flesh body breaks through 3 times the speed of sound.
Not true.
This old thing hasn't reached the 9th rank yet, it's considered a quasi-9th rank at best.
Lin Bai looked at the rapidly approaching Duan Tianda and sucked in a breath of cool air.
He knew very well that if he was caught up by Duan Tianda,
it would definitely be certain death.
Even if it was a hybrid beast, it was only impossible to be Duan Tianda's opponent.
What to do?
For a brief moment, Lin Bai frowned.
Suddenly, his eyes lit up when he saw Hui Yenshan not far away. A thought popped up in his mind.
He made a sharp turn and rushed towards Hui Yenshan. While rushing, he yelled, "Teacher Hua, do something, this person is crazy and is chasing me."
Lin Bai? This kid is being chased? Ha ha ha. Truly God has eyes, this asshole has this day. Hui Yenshan grinned.
Of course he wouldn't have stepped in to save Lin Bai, and even more, if it wasn't for the crowded surroundings. There were quite a few true martial academy students around. He would have even fallen on his sword and joined forces with Duan Tianda to hang Lin Bai. Only, Duan Tianda didn't know that Lin Bai and Hui Yenshan were life and death enemies. He thought that Lin Bai and Hui Yenshan had a good relationship. Therefore, he was looking for Hui Yenshan to help. Immediately, Duan Tianda's eyes became even redder, and he was overcome with hatred. He was overcome with hatred. In an instant, he had a murderous intent.
However, after slightly thinking about Hui Yenshan's Hua family's identity, Duan Tianda still suppressed his killing intent.
He roared, "Hui Yenshan, if you don't want to die, get lost."
Let me get out of the way? Hui Yenshan's face instantly went cold.
He was at least a dignified figure, and in full view of everyone, Duan Tianda directly berated him and told him to get out of the way.
If he really dodged away, then how could he still mix in the future?
Immediately, Hui Yenshan stood still and did not move.
Unbeknownst to him, this approach,
it further made Duan Tianda think that Hui Yenshan and Lin Bai were in the same gang.
Boom!
Lin Bai's body flashed past not far from Hui Yenshan. Under 2 times the speed of sound. In a second, Lin Bai had rushed out close to 700 meters.
Hui Yenshan hadn't reacted yet. Duan Tianda had already arrived. A fist smashed towards Hui Yenshan. Not good. I've been punked by this Lin Bai sinner. Hui Yenshan's face suddenly changed, instantly reacting. However, things had come to this point.
He no longer had time to explain.
Duan Tianda had thrown a punch in his full fury, and with his strength, he was bound to be shattered by the punch.
Immediately, Hui Yenshan utilized the powerful strength given to him by the patriarch in his family.
Rumble. Under Duan Tianda's fist, a powerful force swept across the surroundings. Chapter 58, Woe to the East. Clang. Above Hua Yanshan's body surface, golden light flashed.
It carried a punch from Duan Tianda. However, this golden light flickered uncertainly under the impact of the immense power.
Even with the protective amulet given by the patriarch, Hua Yanshan still suffered a not-so-light injury and spat out blood. Wait. Listen to me.
Hua Yanshan's heart was incomparably stifled, and he wanted to open his mouth to explain.
However, Duan Tianda didn't give him this chance at all. Explain you. You give me death. Duan Tianda's eyes were bloodshot, completely losing his mind. A whip leg lashed down.
Hua Yanshan hastily stretched out an arm to block.
Ka-ching. In just an instant, one of Hua Yanshan's arms fractured. The entire person stumbled.
A sharp pain hit him, and Hua Yanshan sucked in a breath of cool air. His heart was extremely chagrined.
It felt like he shouldn't have faked the sex. Now that it's better, this fat beating is considered to have been in vain. Boom. After Duan Tianda kicked Hua Yanshan,
it didn't stop at the same place. He was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, he had traversed a distance of hundreds of meters. Once again, he chased towards Lin Bai. However, this short pause, it bought Lin Bai more than 30 seconds of time,
allowing Lin Bai to directly pull away more than 20 kilometers. Kid, you can't run away. You actually dared to kill my son. I will definitely kill you by 1,000 cuts and break your body into pieces. Duan Tianda was extremely angry. He roared using his true chi, his voice far exceeding the speed of sound. With a hiss, the sound of the other party's terrifying roar could be heard from more than 20 kilometers away. This old deng is indeed mad with anger. Lin Bai glanced at Duan Tianda behind him and sucked in a breath of cool air. What kind of person was the most terrifying? Naturally, it was an impatient madman like Duan Tianda. The average person would weigh the pros and cons of doing something. But a madman wouldn't. The most important thing now was to escape immediately. At this moment, Lin Bai realized that his battle armor was starting to reach its limits. The engine nozzles were almost melting. At most, it could still last for 20 seconds. Should we use the flying machine? Lin Bai subconsciously glanced at the flying machine in his carry-on space. But after a little projection, he knew that it was definitely too late in time. It took at least 2 minutes for the flying machine to go from startup to maximum speed. However, as long as he stopped, it would only take a few seconds for Duan Tianda to catch up with him. This period of time was enough for him to die several times. Now, this is really bad. There has to be a way to do this. Lin Bai took a deep breath. His gaze swept around. Suddenly, a swamp attracted his attention. The Blood Demon King Snake. Lin Bai's eyes lit up. He had forgotten about this terrifying ferocious beast. The Blood Demon King Snake that was a king-level ferocious beast. Even if Duan Tianda was strong, in front of the Blood Demon King Snake, it would still be unbeatable. Immediately, Lin Bai made a turn, charging towards the swamp. Poof. Want to hide in the middle of the swamp? It's useless. Do you think that pitiful bit of miasma can protect you? Duan Tianda didn't even put the small swamp in his eyes. In his opinion, this place belonged to a safe zone, even if some strange miasma existed. It was also not enough to worry about. Boom. Lin Bai rushed into the middle of the swamp. Without saying anything, he directly used his hybrid beast to shield his breath and hide in a pile of mud. Hiss hiss hiss. Almost as soon as Lin Bai appeared, the Blood Demon King Snake appeared in the surroundings, and it kept wandering around, capturing Lindbergh's position from within the air. I hope the hybrid beast is powerful enough. Lin Bai looked at the Blood Demon King Snake and didn't move a muscle. And in fact, it was just as he had speculated. The ability of the hybrid beast to shield its breath was extremely terrifying. The Blood Demon King Serpent wandered around for several seconds and still found nothing. It was very unwilling. It still kept cruising back and forth in the same spot, trying to capture Lin Bai's aura. Rumble. After 10 seconds or so, Duan Tianda appeared. He directly rushed into the miasma, suspended within the entire swamp with a roar. Lin Bai, get out here, I'm going to kill you. Don't hide, you can't escape. You brat, dead. Duan Tianda's eyes were blood red as he stood over the swamp. All around his body,
A blood-red murderous aura enveloped it, just like a killing god. Hiss hiss hiss. The blood demon king snake spat out its scarlet tongue and captured Duan Tianda's aura. It turned its head and looked at Duan Tianda.
What's the commotion? Duan Tianda froze and also detected an abnormality.
He turned his head violently. The moment he saw the blood demon king snake, his heart stopped.
Blood. Blood demon king snake? How is it possible that this place would have this thing? It can't be an illusion caused by the miasma, right? Duan Tianda's face was pale. Within his eyes, he was filled with fear. The blood demon king snake that was a king-level ferocious beast that came with an incomparably terrifying poison. Being stared at by this thing. It would definitely be a nightmare. Bang. In just an instant, the blood demon king snake was like blood-red lightning, directly rushing to Duan Tianda. Opening its bloody mouth, it revealed its sharp fangs, tearing towards Duan Tianda. No. Duan Tianda was completely stunned.
He desperately urged his true chi, trying to block the blood demon king snake's attack. However, this effort was futile.
Bang. In an instant, the blood demon king snake easily crushed all of Duan Tianda's defenses.
It opened its mouth and bit above Duan Tianda's throat.
No. I'm not willing. I'm not willing to.
As Duan Tianda raged, his eyes were filled with blood. However, even though he was a powerhouse close to the 9th rank, in front of a king-level toxin, it was still unbeatable.
The moment the blood demon king snake toxin was injected, Duan Tianda's skin rapidly blackened. A few seconds passed. He fell from above the sky and smashed onto the ground. Splat. Mud splattered everywhere while Duan Tianda didn't move a muscle. It was clearly dead through and through.
A quasi-9th order martial artist, so powerful in life force and physical quality,
couldn't resist for more than a second, and was directly killed in seconds.
This blood demon king snake's snake venom is truly heaven-defying. Lin Bai couldn't help but sigh in his heart as he watched the scene.
Hiss hiss hiss. The blood demon king snake kept wandering around and didn't leave. It wasn't because of Duan Tianda. Rather, it was because of Lin Bai's scent that lingered around. For a king-level ferocious beast, its IQ was already close to that of a human, and for Lin Bai, who had stolen its marrow-cleansing fruit, it was naturally incomparably angry. Naturally, it was incomparably angry. It was deeply impressed. However, the blood demon king snake wandered around for 10 minutes. After determining that it couldn't find Lin Bai, it could only slowly leave. Phew. This thing is finally gone. Lin Bai slowly let out a sigh of relief. He glanced at Duan Tianda's corpse not far away. Silently, he walked over. Chapter 59, The Furious Long Jian. Duan Tianda as a peak 8th rank, close to 9th rank powerhouse. The treasures in his hands, that was definitely quite a lot. Whoosh. Lin Bai didn't hesitate. He raised his hand to collect Duan Tianda's corpse, tiptoed around without making any noise, and left the swamp silently. And at this moment, on the other side, the principal of the True Martial Academy stopped violently, his face gloomy. Duan Tianda had died too quickly. Lin Bai had hidden his breath again. It made Long Jian think that Lin Bai had died at the hands of Duan Tianda. And after Duan Tianda killed Lin Bai, he hid his breath and prepared to run away. After all, a teacher made a move to kill a student of the True Martial Academy. This matter broke the rules. Duan Tianda, since you're bullying the young with the big, it's not my fault. Hoof. Void Bamboo Academy, if you can run away from the monk, you can't run away from the temple. Duan Tianda, I'm going to kill. Long Jian was extremely angry at the moment, he was going crazy. Lin Bai, that was the genius he had his eye on, and it wasn't just any genius. Rather, it was the strongest genius the Alliance had ever seen. But the strongest genius. This kind of genius, if a peer was killed, Long Jian wouldn't even ask. After all, he couldn't even defeat his peers. No matter how much of a genius he was, there was no need to cultivate him. However, if it was an older generation powerhouse like Duan Tianda who made the move to kill it, that would be stifling the genius. This was something that any power. Something that could never be tolerated. Otherwise, if you kill my younger generation and I kill your younger generation, all the powers would have to be finished. There was nothing heaven to grow up. Boom. Long Jian fiercely turned his direction. He directly charged in the direction of the Void Bamboo Academy. He was extremely fast. It was like golden lightning, unexpectedly reaching an astonishing 10 times the speed of sound. Rumble. The distance of tens of kilometers passed in an instant. Long Jian arrived at a location where the students of the Void Bamboo Academy were located and raised his hand. The king-level golden lion appeared. Ow roar. The golden lion let out a roar. It opened its mouth and spewed out a terrifying pillar of energy light, blasting towards the students below. Long Jian, you dare. At this moment, the principal of the Void Bamboo Academy also reacted. He drew the long sword on his back and slashed it with a backhand, shattering the golden lion's attack. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted. Within a 100-meter radius, hundreds of ancient trees burst into pieces. The entire area was leveled. Void Guang, your teacher Duan Tianda from Void Bamboo Academy killed my student. Hand over Duan Tianda. Otherwise, I guarantee that none of the new students of your Void Bamboo Academy will be able to return to the city alive. Long Jian was fuming fiercely, and his entire body was murderous. Long Jian, calm down. Above the forehead of Void Bamboo Academy's principal, Void Guang, cold sweat came down all of a sudden. He knew that Long Jian wasn't joking. With that strike just now, if it wasn't for him reacting fast enough, more than 100 students of Void Bamboo Academy would really have been killed. Moreover, this matter was to be brought to the Alliance. It would also be the Void Bamboo Academy that was not in charge. After all, the older generation striking out to strangle the younger generation geniuses, this kind of thing belonged to touching the bottom line. I'm calm you. Long Jian was going crazy with anger at this time. He cursed profusely and opened his mouth. Void Guang, hand over Duan Tianda before old me gets completely mad, otherwise, I'll directly go on a killing spree to see who kills more. Wait a minute. Duan Tianda that is not here with me. Seeing that Long Jian was about to lose his mind, Void Guang cursed Duan Tianda while hurriedly explaining, if I see Duan Tianda that is here, I will definitely slap him to death. You said that you don't know the whereabouts of Duan Tianda? The expression on Long Jian's face was terribly gloomy. Within his eyes, killing machines were bright and uncertain. You also know that it is impossible for me to protect Duan Tianda that. No one can protect him in this matter. Above the forehead of the Void Bamboo Academy's dean was filled with cold sweat. He continued, if I were Duan Tianda, after killing someone, I definitely wouldn't return to the school, but would immediately run away. Run away? Then I'll exterminate the Duan family. Long Jian was fuming as he turned around and left. He was ready to gather a bunch of king-level experts from True Martial Academy to exterminate the Duan family. Duan Tianda, Duan Tianda. You are really causing a big problem. The dean of the Void Bamboo Academy was in a cold sweat at the moment. To be honest, the death of a student, even a genius, was not a big deal. What was truly taboo was strangling the younger generation of geniuses. And it was strangling a young generation genius in full view of the public. As long as Long Jian returns to the city, he will raise his arm and call out. Not just the True Martial Academy, there will be a bunch of forces out to wipe out the Duan family. What Duan Tianda had done had actually triggered the wrath of the people. Regardless of whether or not the Duan family can continue to survive, Duan Tianda was definitely dead. And at this time, on the other side, Lin Bai had already finished simply searching Duan Tianda's corpse. On the other party's body, there were indeed quite a few treasures. All kinds of precious pills and herbs, some weapons and equipment, plus mountains of black crystals. A rough estimate. The amount of black crystals in Duan Tianda's hands was at least around 1 to 2 million. This was definitely an astronomical amount. If you counted the pills, herbs, equipment, and ores, it was already close to 10 million black crystals when added together. Worthy of being a peak 8th rank powerhouse. This family fortune, it's really thick. Lin Bai looked at the piles of treasures and was quite emotional for a moment. To be honest, Duan Tianda's death was rather suffocating. But without the Blood Demon King Snake, the one who died would be Lin Bai. All right. It's time to go back. Lin Bai patted his butt and stretched. He walked towards Song Lan's location. At this moment, on the other side, Song Lan, Chen Hu, and Han Shui stood in front of a small mound of dirt with a look of grief on their faces. Even Long Jian, his face was dull. It looked extremely sad. Although it was said that part of Long Jian's cultivation of Lin Bai was due to benefits.
But more than that, it was still cultivated as a true descendant. Wood showers in the forest and the wind will destroy it.
Geniuses, they don't always live long.
Lin Bai, don't worry, I will definitely destroy the Duan family and avenge you.
That Duan Tianda will definitely not be able to run away.
Long Jian gritted his teeth and finished. Before the small mound of dirt, he poured a bottle of wine.
What are you guys doing? Is this a grave? Who died?
At this moment, Lin Bai appeared. He looked at Song Lan's few people surrounding the small mound of earth and offering wine. He was immediately shocked.
It shouldn't be, he was in an ace class.
There was also a 5th level Imperial Beast Master like Song Lan staring at him.
In a place like the safe zone, could someone actually die? This was just unimaginable. Lindbergh? Really? It can't be a ghost, right? Is this a living person?
Shen Hu and a few others were startled, while the rest of the students, one by one, turned pale.
A look of living ghosts. Not. What expression do you guys have? Chapter 60, Getting Justice. Why are they all looking at me?
Lin Bai was speechless. He took a big step forward and came before the small mound of dirt.
Only to see the entire mound before it.
There stood a stone monument carved out of green stone that read, Lin Bai's tomb.
Hiss.
Lin Bai sucked in a breath of cool air. He could sort of understand why this group of people had such strange faces.
After half a day, they thought he was dead?
Looking at the tombstone, Lin Bai cried and laughed, twisted his head to look at the crowd and asked, "Who told you guys that I'm dead?"
This is not very good to say. Song Lan. Several people looked at Principal Long Jian in unison. Ahem.
I detected that your aura suddenly disappeared and thought that you
were dead.
Long Jian lightly coughed twice.
Immediately changed the topic and asked with a smile, "How did your kid survive?" That Duan Tianda, but a peak 8th order expert. This is a long story.
To put it simply, I found a place to shield my breath and hide. And that Duan Tianda, for some unknown reason, suddenly disappeared as well. Lin Bai spread his hands and pretended to have an equally puzzled expression.
He did not tell the truth.
This was because once he spoke out about the Blood Demon King Snake, he would inevitably have to expose the ability of the hybrid beast.
This thing, that was his bottom card. What? Duan Tianda suddenly disappeared? Long Jian was extremely surprised. He muttered, "Strange, what kind of existence could silently make Duan Tianda disappear? Could it be the hands of some passing expert, or?" Speaking here, Long Jian suddenly shut up. Don't speak halfway, we'll die. In the end, what is it?
Lin Bai was curious, and was quite dissatisfied with Long Jian's behavior of speaking in half.
Cough cough. Long Jian didn't bother with Lin Bai.
He coughed lightly twice and spoke, "All right, who exactly made the move? This matter will be discussed later. Right now, it's time to head to the Duan family."
Going to the Duan family?
Lin Bai was surprised.
He looked at Long Jian and asked with some curiosity, "What's the point of going to the Duan family?"
Duan Tianda bullied the small with the big and dared to touch my true martial academy students, so he definitely has to give a statement. Long Jian let out a cold snort. He said coldly, as the saying goes, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. It won't do for the Duan family not to pay some price. Let's go, I'll take you to the Duan family for a walk. Lin Bai was a little surprised. To be honest, he really didn't expect that Long Jian would really stand up for him.
The Duan family was not a simple family.
There were many experts in the clan, and there were several at the king level. If they really fought, the true martial academy, for sure, would have to pay some price.
What, you don't dare to go? Long Jian skimmed his mouth and used a provocative method. Just kidding, I'm not even afraid of Duan Tianda, but I'm still afraid of the Duan family? Go, why don't you go? This time, I definitely want the Duan family to drop a piece of meat. Go.
Lin Bai heatedly smiled with a fearless face.
Alright then, let's go. Long Jian didn't dawdle.
Taking Lin Bai with him, he rushed towards the Duan family.
At this moment, on the other side, the atmosphere of the Duan family was quite depressing, even a bit deadly. Duan Tianda, you. Now, the entire family has been dragged down. Killing someone and not daring to show up, making the entire family take the blame for you. Sinful son ah. This bastard thing, how did the old man straighten out such a thing back then? At this moment, the Duan family head's eyes were bloodshot. The entire living room was a mess. He was almost furious. The matter that Duan Tienda had caused was not ordinary. Because it wasn't a single Lin Bai who died, but an entire rule that was broken. If he wanted to fix the rules, then Duan Tienda was bound to die. If Duan Tienda refused to die, then it would be the entire Duan family that would die. The result of the rule being broken was too terrifying. All the major clans, who didn't have king-level experts, squatting and hunting the juniors of other families, no family could carry this end. For the entire city, dozens of clans, more than 100 kings would definitely be able to come up with it. Even the Void Bamboo Academy would step in and hang the Duan family. Only by wiping out any family that dared to break the rules could this rule be fixed. Continuing on. Duan Jingwei, get your ass out here. Hand over Duan Tienda, or else the Duan family will be razed to the ground. Duan Jingwei, come out and die. If Duan Tienda doesn't die, I'll squat and watch, specializing in killing your Duan family's young generation. Damn it, what a disgrace, bullying the young with the big is it? Long Jian kicked the door of the Duan family. He swaggered in. Behind him, there were dozens of white-bearded old men following behind him with hoots and hollers. Each and every one of them was murderous. They were truly prepared to wipe out the Duan family and make an example of them. Lin Bai was not in a hurry to go ahead, but followed behind a bunch of old men, ready to run at any time. A king-level battle could break out at any time next. Him staying in this place was no different from cannon fodder. Of course, this was the worst-case scenario. Cough cough cough. Several people, don't get angry yet. I'll find Duan Tienda and kill him myself to give you all an explanation. Duan family head Duan Jingwei walked out. When he saw the huddled mass of king-level experts, he immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. He instantly wimped out. He knew very well that if he didn't cut with Duan Tienda, the entire Duan family would be razed to the ground. Account for it? You're not trying to stall for time, are you? Long Jian glanced at Duan Jingwei and sneered very nonchalantly, your Duan family is really capable, an 8th-ranked martial artist, chasing and killing a freshman who's not even 1st-ranked, you're so bullish, how about I chase and kill the younger generation of your family as well? Let's see if I can take out all of them. Long Jian, you. Duan Jingwei's eyes were filled with rage. He tried to suppress the anger in his heart and didn't dare to make a move. Instead, he patiently spoke, Duan Tienda's behavior alone can't represent my Duan family, so let's do this. My Duan family will do their best to find Duan Tienda. As long as I can kill Duan Tienda, alive, I'll reward 100,000 black crystals, and 300,000 for the corpse, and the one killed by Duan Tienda, young brother Lin Bai, the person is already dead, my Duan family. Compensate the true martial academy, with a king-level secret treasure, as compensation, how about it? King-level secret treasure? At this moment, Lin Bai, who was mixed in the crowd, was extremely surprised. In the alliance, equipment grades were categorized into 1st to 10th rank, and further up, king grade. King grade treasures were scarce in number. Even the Duan family could never, ever take out too many of them. It could be said that the Duan family was definitely hemorrhaging money this time. And at this moment, Long Jian stood with his hands behind his back and said indifferently, Duan Jingwei, 1 king-level treasure, you're dismissing the caller? 3 king-level secret treasures, 2 million black crystals. Chapter 61, Great Harvest. 3 king-level secret treasures. 2 million black crystals. Lin Bai in the middle of the crowd couldn't help but slurp and marvel. My goodness, so many good things are enough to buy my life, right? Lin Bai's words were not exaggerated at all. Don't look at the tens of millions of dollars he had spent before. But that wasn't black crystals after all. The tens of millions of dollars he had spent on materials before was only the value of a few black crystals. 2 million black crystals, my goodness, that's equivalent to 100 white crystals. But even for the Hua family, 2 million black crystals is almost 2 years of annual income. The Duan family is going to hemorrhage money this time. And there's the secret treasure. The secret treasure itself has a certain amount of power, and with a secret treasure in hand, to a certain extent, it's also able to fight at a higher level. Secret treasure from low to high order for the 1st order to 9 orders above the so-called king-level secret treasure. The value of a king-level secret treasure was immeasurable.
Some powerful families, such as the Duan family and the Hua family, have king-level secret treasures in their hands, and these secret treasures are on a certain level. They were already able to determine the depth of these families. Duan Jingwei had a face of flesh pain. Damn Duan Tianda, if he hadn't broken the rules to hunt such a junior. How would their Duan family have hemorrhaged like this? 2 million, isn't that a bit too much? Duan Jingwei still wanted to fight for it again. It's a little less if it can be a little less. Long Jian's pupils shrunk. Between raising his hand, a huge force surfaced. Since you're not willing, then the Duan family, you can get rid of your name. The silhouette of a golden lion surfaced behind himself. Behind it, a dozen white-bearded old men all exuded their own aura. For a moment, a rich and austere aura filled the courtyard. My Duan family is willing. Why was the true martial academy able to rank at the top of the many academies? In the end, it was because this true martial academy's president was too strong. A peak king-level powerhouse. How many of the other major academies were able to compete with him? Not to mention, just before the battle with the director of the Void Bamboo College, when he raised his hand, he was able to easily suppress. It can be seen that the gap between each other is huge. As for the Duan family and the Hua family, both families only have one king-level warrior. At the same level, the peak can crush everything. The powerful aura in the courtyard dissipated. Duan Jingwei sighed in relief. However, the amount of 2 million black crystals is too large, I need some time to mobilize. Long Jian stared at him with a clear meaning in his eyes. 5 days. 3 days. I'll personally deliver it to Dean Long's residence first thing tomorrow morning. A few smiles appeared on Long Jian's face. That's very good, and don't forget the 3 king-grade secret treasures. The corners of Duan Jingwei's mouth twitched. Still, he helplessly answered. After Long Jian and his group left, the Duan family dialed several numbers overnight to raise black crystals. Now the Duan family should hemorrhage. 2 million black crystals. And 3 king-level secret treasures. According to the Duan family's reserves, this is considered a serious loss. We won't be able to recover without 3 to 5 years, that's enough. Following the crowd, Lin Bai only felt a trance. This was just a matter of moving his lips to get so many black crystals. Strong people were really admired everywhere. Lin Bai's heart felt a bit more in awe of the strong. One day, I will definitely become an expert at a level like the dean. The many old men dispersed individually, leaving only Long Jian and Lin Bai behind. Lin Bai. Long Jian spoke solemnly. What happened today was our poor protection of you. Take all of those 2 million black crystals to improve your strength. As for those 3 king-level secret treasures, I will select for you what you are able to use at this stage. The rest will be given to you after you break through the king level. Lin Bai understood that eggs couldn't be put in one basket. But at the same time, he also understood. Soldiers were not in abundance, but in precision. Thank you, Dean. The other party was able to think of himself in every way. Lin Bai was naturally grateful. Long Jian's words changed. Since that's the case, then you also have a bottom line with me. Long Jian's eyes rarely had a few more points of gossip in them. How many ranks has your strength reached now? Thinking about the other party's help to himself combined with the treasure he was about to obtain, Lin Bai's mouth was tinged with a smile. Peak of the first rank. This was the truth, nowadays he was still just a quasi-martial artist. Already, he possessed 70,000 kilograms of physical strength. Even that martial god who had become an innate martial saint body. At the quasi-martial artist stage it was merely a little over 60,000 kilograms of body strength. Nowadays, he was already at a point where no one had ever been before. His heart was filled with anticipation for the theoretically existing quasi-martial artist stage body strength of 100,000 kilograms. With those 2 million black crystals, it was enough for the hybrid beast to consolidate. As for whether or not it could be supported until the evolution of the hybrid beast, Lin Bai was still unsure. Long Jian's mouth was tinged with a smile. Not bad. Alright, the trial is still continuing. You can go back tomorrow after the black crystals arrive. Yes, thank you, Dean. Early the next morning, Lin Bai received the small ring from the courier. Should I say no, it was really fast. It was a space ring with a lot of space inside. Looking at the 2 million black crystals piled up, Lin Bai immediately moved to the store to buy materials. It was the familiar sales clerk lady again.
Upon seeing Lin Bai,
The front desk lady was all smiles. This was a big patron, last time it netted her over $1.5 million. She didn't dare to be slow with this next arrival.
"Hello guest, may I ask what I need? How much more of the 100 years Lingjian do you have here? I'll take them all." Strongly holding back the excitement within her heart,
She slowly spoke. Currently the store doesn't have much stock, there's only 13 pounds left, 5 million a caddy, but you're an old patron, so I can count 4 million a caddy for you. Just right, take it all.
You wait a moment, for million a caddy, 1, a total of 52 million. More than 50 million ah.
1/10 of the commission. She was also able to earn $5,200,000.
This is really a rich second generation. Do you accept black crystals? Black crystals? That's the hard currency of the Federation. Could he be a young master of any family? Yes, I do. No matter what, we can't let such a big patron get away. Gotta transfer in a little more hard currency. According to the current exchange rate of black crystals, one is enough to be worth tens of billions. Sir, how am I going to refund you the rest of the money?
Lin Bai waved his hand.
Black crystals just appeared.
No need, the rest if you guys have any good ferocious beasts here, especially heavenly treasures, just pack them up and send them directly. If it's not enough, I'll post it up again.
Enough is enough.
The front desk young lady dropped her jaw in shock.
I also don't know which family's young master. The world of the rich is really plain and simple.
After collecting all of the 100-year ratio end, Lin Bai came to the safe zone outside the city.
Only then did he wake up the hybrid beast. The little guy who was still napping and sleeping instantly woke up. The bright little eyes stared straight at Lin Bai's space pendant.
His eyes were full of excitement and thrill.
This little guy really has a good nose. Chapter 62, Pushing the Limits. This 100-year Lingji mordant was originally given to it. The hybrid beast's enhancement would naturally feed back to him as well.
Take it, have a full meal today. It wasn't that Lin Bai didn't want to give it meat.
Ever since he ate those 2 augurs, this little chipmunk was picky instead. It wouldn't eat anything below the 3rd order. Mutant creatures of the 3rd order were even more expensive and he couldn't afford them yet. And the trial is not over yet. The ones that could be hunted in the trial were not worth the money. With the end of the 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum taken out, the original small chipmunk's head instantly became bigger. Like a basketball. A mouthful of this 13 pounds of 100 years of Ganoderma lucidum and swallowed it dry clean. The chipmunk licked the corners of its mouth. A humanized expression appeared on his face. This guy, why does he feel contented?
A mouthful of 5,000 black crystals was gone.
TSK, can't afford to keep it.
The chipmunk curled up again and fell into a deep sleep. It was at this time that the surging power descended once again.
Only this time the feedback was stronger than ever. Hasty.
This time, Lin Bai was truly feeling this pain that was tearing through his body. Last time it was only half a kilogram of 100-year ratio end that had already allowed him to break through to 70,000 kilograms of body strength. Now this was 13 kilograms of 100-year ratio mordant.
I'm afraid that the increase in strength would reach unimaginable levels.
Lin Bai grimaced in pain. However, he felt the gradual increase in strength. A raging power surged out from within his body.
Luckily it wasn't at home. If it had erupted at home, I'm afraid the home would be instantly destroyed.
He didn't want to spend his days in such a sorry state. Lin Bai took a step out, and power was released from his body. The surging power spread out in all directions. The power had almost reached the point of substance.
It was only an instant.
A 5-meter radius was swept clean. Trees and spirits burst into pieces. The surging power was like rushing into the sky, and there was no half-life within a few meters of Lin Bai. Eventually the power was all internalized. Lin Bai looked at his palm in disbelief. His body was unbelievably relaxed and surging with power. Even though he had already endured that pain that tore through his body just now.
But now this feeling made him feel marvelous.
That pain began to gradually soothe.
The entire person felt like he was immersed in an ocean.
His entire body was wrapped in warm currents.
This feeling, so refreshing.
His body's bones throughout his body had taken on an extremely bright and dazzling purple color.
There was also a hint of golden light surrounding this. Just by gently clenching his fist, this power of terrifying control came. Lin Bai looked around. Suddenly, he realized that everything around him had actually dissipated. There was only dust all over the ground. Only not far away were there signs of some creatures existing. After carefully feeling the fluctuation of his body's breath, Lin Bai was overjoyed. 100,000 kilograms. This was something that only existed in legends. Even today's martial god couldn't reach this point with his best efforts. Not only that, Lin Bai's body strength of 100,000 kilograms now. Combined with today's strength. With the combination of the two, Lin Bai was already able to reach 200,000 kilograms with his full strength. This was an entire doubling. Lin Bai had a profound knowledge of his own strength. Nowadays, I'm already equivalent to the peak of the 3rd rank in the power of the early 4th rank. That's enough. Next, find an opportunity to formally advance as a martial artist. A martial artist's promotion was made through thus the power between heaven and earth. I'm not technically a 1st rank martial artist. I'm merely a quasi-martial artist who possesses a huge strength of 100,000 kilograms. Lin Bai would be so angry that he would spit out blood if someone else heard this. What did it mean to be a 100,000 kilograms quasi-martial artist? 100,000 kilograms was already the strength of many peak 3rd stage martial artists. Lin Bai could feel it. The majestic power in his body had not been completely digested. Those excess forces were lurking in the middle of his body. There were pounds of power in all of his limbs and meridians. According to his own projections. This time, the power fed back from the mixed beast. He had also only digested a mere 30% of it. Just digesting 30% of the power. It had already allowed him to step into the legendary ground of 100,000 kilograms. If he were to digest all of it, wouldn't that be to reach a 4th or even 5th ranked martial artist? It was too strong. Lin Bai was very glad that his choice was not wrong. The hybrid beast, it was too strong. This trial was geared towards the major academies. Even he couldn't afford to be lax. There was no time limit for the freshman trials assessment. It was just to see who could survive the longest in the middle of the demonic beast forest. Lin Bai's strength today. There wasn't a single person among the new students who could pose a threat to him. His strength at the peak of the 3rd stage plus his own means. Even if a 4th ranked expert arrived, he could still fight with one of them. That's enough. The soles of his feet generated wind. Lin Bai scurried outward at high speed. Along with being boosted was not only his 100,000 kilograms. There was also his physical qualities that were similarly drastically improved. Whether it was defense or speed, it was all quite a bit higher compared to before. Especially the speed level. The reason why martial artists were respected is that they revere their own strength. A powerful martial artist can even split a mountain with a single punch. They can also quickly move 10 kilometers away with a single tap of their feet. Duan Tianda was an 8th ranked martial artist. His own speed was already able to break the speed of sound. This was the power of a martial artist. Through phone contact, Lin Bai quickly got in touch with Chen Hu. The two eventually rendezvoused. How's it going? How was it? The dean personally came to the door. How was the harvest? Chen Hu had only seen Lin Bai being taken away by Long Jian at first. Nothing else was known. In the end, this was a family scandal for the Duan family. If this matter got out, the Duan family's 8th ranked powerhouse had taken a shot at a junior. Maybe the Federation will personally send someone down to investigate this matter. At that time, the Duan family would not only be implicated. It's even very likely that it'll fall apart as a result. That's why 2 million black crystals plus 3 king-level secret treasures was considered a hush money. Not a small harvest. Lin Bai had a smile on his lips. At the very least for a long time to come. The path of the hybrid beast would be smooth sailing. This was also the reason why he would use a black crystal. Black crystals were extremely valuable. What good materials and heavenly treasures were available under this? It was also just a matter of a phone call. Alright then, remember to treat us to dinner after this trial. Chen Hu heatedly laughed. No problem. The two of them stepped onto the trial road. The trial site had been cleared by them in advance. It was almost impossible to encounter any dangers. The two were already strong.
Shenhu was now a first-rank royal beast master. His king-grade royal beast, the Black Fury Tiger, was strong.
It was already the first in its age group.
Of course, the premise was that there was no Lin Bai who had an open plug-in.
Divine-grade imperial beasts were no joke. Lin Bai, Shenhu, save me.
Before entering the land of trials, every freshman had communication bracelets. One could call for help from the bystanders when in danger. One could also send out a distress signal. Both of them had now received Han Shue's distress signal.
Han Shue, there is danger. Chapter 63, Combined Rescue. At the same time, in the middle of the jungle.
Ha, second boss, this chick is pretty hot. What should we do with this, boss?
Han Shue's hands were bound.
A pair of beautiful eyes looked at the few men in front of her with disgust.
Beside her were a few fellow academics from the Void Bamboo Academy.
The man who spoke rubbed his palms. A few greasy and lewd expressions appeared on his face.
Don't be a jerk, you brat. The middle-aged man leading the group kicked the other party away.
If we kill them now, we'll lose a lot of money when the time comes. The organs inside their bodies can still make some money, not to mention that digging out all of their imperial beasts will be enough for us to make a large amount of money.
It's still the second leader who thinks long-term.
Little sixth son, don't be confused. You should know that the superior will personally select those good goods. When the money arrives, you can play with them as much as you want.
The man who was called Little Sixth Son skimmed his mouth.
It wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing. He also understood that the reward given by that upper house was generous. You damn mercenaries, hurry up and let go of me. I'm from the Void Bamboo Academy. At that time, if the dean blames me, none of you will be able to escape. The middle-aged man sneered. He then walked up to this scholar.
Just as soon as he squatted down and sized up the other party. The next moment, a slap was called up. Slap.
Listen to me, I don't care what academy you are from, I don't care what kind of pride of heaven you are, now that you guys have been captured by me, you all have to listen to me. If I didn't have me now, in that you guys would have been eaten by the ferocious beasts long ago. Speaking of which, you guys still have to properly thank and appreciate me.
After saying this,
the middle-aged man looked at the scholar in front of him. A trace of ruthlessness flashed through his eyes.
Since you're so beaten up, I'll teach you a lesson.
The moment he saw his eyes, this scholar subconsciously had to choose to escape. But now his hands and feet were bound. The imperial beast in his body had also been sealed down by the special means they had used.
He could not move at all.
Now he could only helplessly become a lamb to be slaughtered. The middle-aged man picked him up. Red light flashed in his eyes. In the next moment, a huge bat appeared behind his back.
This bat is only 1 person high.
The open abdominal wings were 3 meters.
Roaring sounds rang out.
It was like a sound wave that shocked the ears of the crowd. Many students only felt their scalps tingling. The ears seemed to have been shaken off alive.
Eat him.
The imperial beasts and their masters shared a common mind.
As early as the moment the other party spoke,
this blood-sucking bat swooped up.
It swallowed half of its body in one bite.
A mournful scream came out. With its master alive and dead, this scholar's imperial beast was dying at the moment. It was also the first time that the many students present had seen a killing happen in front of their eyes.
They just watched as the teenager was swallowed in 2 bites by this huge blood-sucking bat.
After his imperial beast let out a mournful cry, it was no longer alive.
It similarly fell into the belly of the blood-sucking bat. Surprisingly, it was a peak 3rd order vampire bat.
Han Shui had seen this type of imperial beast in books. Blood-sucking bats, brutal in nature, advocated violence, and especially liked to devour human flesh. And this kind of bat's growth rate was extremely astonishing.
As long as they are supplemented with human flesh and nourished by blood, they will grow. The one in front of us is definitely the peak of the 3rd order.
And this drug-addicted bat already has silver-white hair all over its body. This was a sign that was only unique to the peak of the 3rd rank.
Many of the students present were not even 1st order beast masters.
Even Han Shui herself was only at the level of initiation. There was simply no way to fight against this blood-sucking bat at the peak of the 3rd rank.
He really dares to kill.
The crowd panicked, watching their friends die in front of them.
How could they not be scared?
And if the other party was unhappy?
Maybe all of them would die here.
Within the alliance, it was forbidden to kill juniors with one's own strong strength. If they encountered such a person, the alliance would definitely stop it.
This was the reason why everyone had to endure even if they were so aggrieved before. But the mercenaries didn't care. These people were, to put it bluntly, a bunch of lunatics who sold their lives for money. As long as they have money, they can kill even their constant companions. Just this bunch of inhuman people who have no humanity to speak of. Killing in their hands is just a toy.
Han Shui also deeply understands this. The distress signal had already been sent. The communication bracelet was also discovered by the other party the moment before it was sent.
Automatically destroyed. At the same time,
above the treetops 10 meters apart, Lin Bai and Chen, who had just arrived, they saw the scene of the blood-sucking bats devouring the students of the Void Bamboo Academy. A trace of astonishment flashed through the eyes of the two coincidentally. One had to know that under today's era of alliance rule, there had never been any power family that dared to easily abuse a junior in front of so many people.
Bastard! Are these mercenaries so lawless?
Chen, who was originally someone with a strong sense of justice,
seeing such an injustice, naturally his face carried anger.
Mercenaries, from the beginning to the end, are just a bunch of people who get paid to do things.
Lin Bai knew that those so-called rule restrictions, after all, they could only have an effect on some people. Strong people at their level like the dean. So what if they personally came to the door to demand compensation from the Duan family?
The Duan family definitely had strong people above the king level as well, but their dean was at the peak of the king level. This meant that there weren't many people in the city who could compete with the dean.
The previous dean of the Void Bamboo Academy was likewise no match for the dean.
The only way to get the so-called rules and justice was to be strong enough on your own.
A vampire bat at the peak of the third rank? Just right.
Nowadays, his physical strength was likewise at the peak of the third rank.
What was so powerful about the third rank? Lin Bai could be too eager to learn about it. Chen Hu, I have a plan. In a few moments the two of them discussed the plan.
Chen Hu jumped down from the tree,
slowly approaching towards where a few people were.
And at this time, Lin Bai also took out his old sniper rifle.
A product of more than 100 years ago.
It was still so resistant to being built even today, and there was really nothing to say about the quality. For the third-level Imperial Beast Masters and martial artists, this old sniper rifle didn't matter at all. This old-fashioned sniper rifle is not useful at all.
It's just an itch to scratch. But that mercenary group.
There is only one third-ranked Beast Master.
Through the previous ambush,
Lin Bai knew that he must not capture the thief first. He then crouched down in the treetops and started to set up his sniper,
concentrating his energy.
The only thing he could see in his eyes were the heads of those few mercenaries, watching Chen, who had already reached the predetermined area,
ready to summon the Black Fury Tiger at any time. Lin Bai held his breath and collected his energy.
He started to act according to his previous plan.
Boom!
The crisp sound of a gunshot broke the tranquility of the bushes.
As the birds flew up, the second leader of the mercenary group was the first to notice that something was wrong.
Just as he turned his head, he saw a king-level Black Fury Tiger appear.
Chapter 64, Combined Strangulation. The sound of a sniper rifle rang out.
Immediately, one person among the mercenary group fell. It was also the moment the gunshot sounded.
A Black Fury Tiger scurried out. After the second leader saw this scene, he couldn't help but have his eyelids jumping wildly.
The eyes changed from the initial surprise to excitement. He naturally figured out where exactly this kid in front of him came from.
It was clearly here to save the day. King-level Imperial Beast. Surprisingly, it was a king-grade royal beast. I didn't expect that one of these little cubs would be a king-grade royal beast.
King-level Imperial beasts are precious.
If we turn them in, I'm afraid that their upper family would be even happier.
Thinking of this, a sinister smile appeared on his face.
Your master is really stupid, bringing you to your death. He's putting a cold shot in the back. No matter what, this black-themed tiger, he was determined to win. Capture this Black Fury Tiger alive, don't hurt his life. The vampire bat roared. It rolled up a whirlwind and rushed out. Just as the two imperial beasts were fighting, gunshots rang out one after another. Each gunshot was able to take away a life. Lin Bai seemed to be transformed into a god of death.
With the lift of his hand, he was able to harvest the lives of others. This was not the first time he had killed someone. At this time, the more he showed mercy to the enemy, the more he would put Chun-Hu in a difficult position. As the gunshots continued, only 2 of the many mercenaries present were left. They were hiding behind the hostages and shivering. These 2 people Lin Bai couldn't do anything with them for the time being. That distance was too far back. If he accidentally injured the hostage, he would be in trouble. As for the Black Fiend Tiger, it was still fighting with the vampire bat. Both sides were fighting fiercely. The middle-aged man just stood there, not moving from the beginning to the end. It seemed that he didn't want to participate in the battle in front of him. Wearing a straight and capable suit, he looked out of place in the surroundings. Such a person should be among the cadres of the organization. But now, he is a mercenary leader whose hands are stained with blood. The Black Fiend Tiger is an ancient fae, a king-level imperial beast. Facing the blood-sucking bat, which is several times more powerful than him, he was able to fight for such a long time without losing. If it had grown to the same level, I'm afraid that the vampire bat would be nothing more than rations. What an ancient fae! The more the middle-aged man watched the 2 imperial beasts tangle. The more he watched the 2 imperial beasts tangle, the more the light of excitement in his eyes intensified. The vampire bat became furious. With a roar, it shook the Black Fiend Tiger back. Anger surged in its scarlet pupils. With a flap of its wings, it rushed forward. With a single punch, it knocked the Black Fiend Tiger to the ground. It wailed endlessly. Even if the Black Fiend Tiger's talent was no matter how powerful it was. But the gap between the strength of both sides was there. The vampire bat was only teasing the Black Tiger before. Now this is the real thing. Kid, I'll give you 10 seconds, if you don't roll out again, your origin imperial beast, I'll take it away for you. 10, 9, 8, 7. A gust of wind came from behind him. A whip leg violently lashed towards his head. The middle-aged man didn't half hesitate. While tilting his head to dodge, the body twisted in an almost unbelievable arc. A kick was sent over. Boom! First-ranked Imperial Beast Master, TSK TSK. The middle-aged man laughed out coldly as he looked at the Chun-Hu in front of him. With you around, you're simply burying the Black Fiend Tiger's talent. Why don't you let me have him so that I can give you a good tutelage? After saying this, the middle-aged man's figure swayed. The entire person rushed towards Chen-Hu at an extremely fast speed. Get the hell out of my way! The sound of a stormy roar was interspersed with the wind whistling from his fists. In just an instant, the middle-aged man was shaken out several meters away. The middle-aged man stood up, looking at Lin Bai, who appeared in front of him. The smile on his face remained unchanged. Ah, just the 2 of you? A third-ranked martial artist and a first-ranked beast master, ha ha ha. The middle-aged man laughed out loud. I didn't expect that someone would really send someone to my door. That kid with the king-grade Black Fury Tiger could live. The other martial artist could go to hell. Act in the same way as before, you go and take care of the 2 leaky ones, leave the 2 of them to me. Chen-Hu gave Lin Bai a somewhat worried look. After receiving an affirmative gaze from the latter, Chen-Hu went forward to deal with those 2 mercenaries. Both of them were first-rank Imperial Beast Masters. However, the quality of the Imperial Beasts was very low. There was a natural fear when facing the Black Fiend Tiger. This also caused Chen-Hu's fight to end very quickly. The Black Fury Tiger even tore apart the 2's Imperial Beasts with ease. Han Shui. Chen-Hu hurriedly untied the crowd. This was the only step he could do. Those things that could confine other people's Imperial Beasts. He hadn't seen them before either. There was no way to deal with it. The many scholars cast grateful gazes at Chen-Hu. If it wasn't for Chen-Hu, maybe they really would have lost their lives like the scholar from before. At this time a gust of wind came. The crowd looked back. Suddenly, they saw a teenager of the same age as them fighting a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master back and forth. The vampire bats were still constantly harassing from the side. Lin Bai. A few moments of worry welled up in Han Shui's heart. What to do? Could Lin Bai really beat the 2 of them? That was a third-rank Imperial Beast Master. Don't worry, Lin Bai won't fight unprepared battles. Was this a third-rank Imperial Beast Master?
Lin Bai dodged the attack of the blood-sucking bat.
At the same time, he turned around and built up his strength and blasted his fist on the middle-aged man's fist. The two fists collided and the middle-aged man flew backwards as if he was a cannonball. This strike. Lin Bai had used all of his physical body strength of 100,000 kilograms. Even some third-order ferocious beasts would be seriously injured by this blow. Not to mention that the other party was only a third-ranked Imperial Beast Master. The strength of an Imperial Beast Master was inherently lower than that of an Origin Imperial Beast. This punch had already caused him to either die or be injured. When the Master was harmed, the Origin Imperial Beast would likewise have a backlash. The vampire bat spat out a mouthful of blood. The breath withered down. Lin Bai didn't hesitate much. He had already taken out the bloodline Blackrock knife from the space pendant. The black knife drew a bright arc in the air. The bloodline Blackrock knife itself weighed 23,000 kilograms. With this blade, Lin Bai had exploded his current full strength. 23,000 kilograms stacked with 100,000 kilograms of physical strength. Stacked on top of the 130,000 kilograms that had erupted within his body. A whole 253,000 kilograms of power. Under one slash, the vampire bat's brains shattered all over the place. The body even exploded into countless blood scattered on the ground. How could this happen? The middle-aged man was still astonished. The death of the Origin Imperial Beast had already caused a huge backlash for him. A mouthful of blood spurted out. Several more slash marks inexplicably appeared all over his body. Likewise, he was severely injured and dying. How? The middle-aged man was now out of breath more than in. But as soon as he moved, intense pain came from all over his body. It made him grit his teeth. Tell me your identity. And why are you here on business? The middle-aged man wanted to struggle something more. Sue, will telling you spare me? The sound of a blade being sheathed rang out. Alarm bells went off all over the middle-aged man's body. Prostrate himself on the ground. Telling everything he knew. Chapter 65, The Academy's Majesty is Inviolable. I'm the second leader of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. We came out this time is just that we want to capture some Academy children. Cut off their organs and sell them, then dig out those good quality Origin Imperial Beasts, and by the way, clear to investigate why the two groups of people sent out before died for no reason. After hearing such words, a trace of anger swept through Lin Bai's eyes. The Origin Imperial Beast and its master are shaped as one, how should you dig it out? At the moment of life and death, the middle-aged man didn't dare to hide much. Sell all of the Imperial Beast Master's organs, leave a breath in, the Origin Imperial Beast will also be dying, then take the soul-shifting grass, making the last bit of the relationship between the two sides disconnected, after which the Origin Imperial Beast can be transplanted out. Seeing that Lin Bai didn't react, the middle-aged man was overjoyed. Finally, he had picked up a life. He himself was a vindictive character. After going back this time, he would definitely transplant a powerful Imperial Beast back. At that time, he would kill this brat alive. But he hadn't even noticed Lin Bai's increasingly cold eyes. Killing intent? Lin Bai had already detected a killing intent from the other party. I didn't realize that he was already on the brink of death. Lin Bai did not want to let the other party go. From the other party's previous words, there were not a few people who had folded in their hands. Such a straw man is also equipped with a way to survive? The middle-aged man just got up. There was a flash of black light behind him. Along with the black light fading, there was a little bit of fishy red. A line of blood appeared on the middle-aged man's neck. The head then rolled off. The body fell to the ground. Blood was all over the place. Until this moment, the middle-aged man could not believe that he would die. The black knife threw a blade flower. The blood became beads and lines scattered on the ground. The blade returned to its sheath. Lin Bai turned back to look at the crowd. Everyone, I'm from the True Martial Academy, there will be people from my academy to send you all back later. Facing so many people, Lin Bai also put away his joking mind. The sound of wind suddenly rose and a silhouette appeared. Son Lan looked at the corpse on the ground. His eyes heavily paused on Lin Bai for a moment. There were a few moments of incredulity in his eyes. But it quickly disappeared. Back when the operation started, Lin Bai had contacted Son Lan. but for this blood-sucking bat and the third order Imperial Beast Master.
Lin Bai did not explicitly say anything. Soon, under Song Lan's arrangement, the people present were sent back one by one. Song Lan frowned after listening to Lin Bai's narration.
Until the situation was all said and done,
the aura around Song Lan exploded.
The strong aura of a fifth-ranked Imperial Beast Master swept in all directions. The three of them, Lin Bai, were shaken backward, looking at Song Lan, whose body exploded with an almost materialized aura. Lin Bai was astonished. Was this a fifth-order Imperial Beast Master? Even if Lin Bai had the kind of strength he had today, he wouldn't have the ability to fight back half the time.
Lin Bai, Chen Hu, Han Shui. In a fit of rage, Song Lan's voice rang out. Teacher. The three spoke in unison. Follow me. Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Big boss, it's bad, it's bad. Someone is hitting the door. Zhang Feng frowned. What? Holy. How many years has it been?
There's never been anyone who dared to look for trouble from them yet.
Take a shortcut. It wasn't long.
Zhang Feng arrived at the door. As soon as he came out, he saw corpses all over the place. These people were all from their mercenary group. As for the woman in the lead,
surprisingly, a fifth-order Imperial Beast Master?
Zhang Feng frowned. A fifth-order Imperial Beast Master was a powerful force wherever they were. How could he, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps, have messed with such a strong person?
Who is your excellency? Why are you barging into my Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps? Song Lan sneered.
Wantonly beating and killing my school's disciples, buying and selling organs, selling forbidden drugs, and beating and killing young disciples.
You guys have done all the things forbidden by the Alliance, and you still want to play dumb?
Zhang Feng was stunned on the spot.
How could this be?
This was something that their Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps had done very covertly.
How could they be discovered? Who the hell was she? Your Excellency, don't mess around here.
I, Zhang Feng, never admit to things I haven't done.
Toast to the wind. Song Lan sneered. The Vajra wolf came galloping in.
Today's Vajra wolf was 3 stories tall, and the hair on its body was like hard scale armor. The body length was even more astonishing.
Simply standing like this,
a solemn killing aura was present. Seeing that it was impossible to reconcile, Zhang Feng also no longer stayed his hand.
Cut off the roots and roots. You can't be left behind in today's matter. Little waif, with you dare to fight with me? Zhang Feng roared.
The origin Imperial Beast emerged behind him. It was a huge, blood-colored wolf, whose size alone was not even close to that of a Vajra wolf.
Kill. This blood-colored giant wolf was also the origin of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group's name. 2 wolf whistles rang out.
In the next moment, the 2 sides fought together. The 2 giant wolves were huge, but they were equally flexible. The earth shook for a moment.
The adamantium wolf's speed was superior. But the blood wolf was also not weak in offense.
Both of them had injuries under the collision. Which one was stronger or weaker was yet to be known. Lin Bai and the others were also fighting the remnants of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Group. Most of these people were first-order beast masters. With the combined strength of the 3 of them, it was quite a bit lighter. And there were quite a few second-rank Imperial Beast Masters among them. Under Lin Bai's Black Blade, they were either seriously injured or died. Nowadays, Lin Bai's strength had already accumulated to 230,000 kilograms. These second-order Beast Masters in front of him. It was just a matter of chopping up vegetables.
Even some second-ranked martial artists could easily deal with them.
Without realizing it, his clothes were drenched in blood. On the blade of the knife, there was also a slight reddish glow. But this bit of red light really didn't affect the black blade.
Instead, it gave the blade an additional demonic beauty.
And this was also one of the reasons why that bloodline powerhouse had crossed the Jianghu and made people afraid of him. As the number of enemies killed increased, Lin Bai also began to be surprised at the material of this blade.
This heavenly meteorite iron was surprisingly so strong. The weight didn't have any semblance of effect on its use.
There was no drag and it was dry and powerful. This was really a rare weapon. Lin Bai became even more curious about the king-level weapon he was about to obtain.
He also wondered how many of these 3 pieces were suitable for him.
Now that he was not yet at the king level, he could not utilize the full strength of a king level weapon.
But something like this sword would be enough. Lin Bai's speed was extremely fast, walking amongst the crowd.
It was as if the god of death had returned. Every time he moved, every time he waved the blade in his hand, a life passed from his hands.
This feeling of controlling life and death. Lin Bai was in a trance.
It was also when the blade in his hand fell again. His speed was so fast that people's heads were constantly flying past between his hands.
There was no longer any person from the Blood Wolf mercenary corps on the field. And behind them, two earth-shattering wolf howls came from the sky.
The final duel between the two top combatants also came to an end, killing my academy disciples.
Today, I'll show you that the academy's majesty cannot be violated. Song Lan roared. Wolverine's size suddenly grew larger, and a slight divine aura spread out from deep within his body. Die for me. Chapter 66, Hunting Down the Sixth Order. Song Lan had a special identity.
Being a Fifth Order Imperial Beast Master at the same time. It was also the Dean's own granddaughter. The means on her body were special.
Facing this same level person in front of her, it was enough to win easily. Vajra Wolf's Speed Sword. Attack Power Sword. The battle between the Scarlet Giant Wolf and Wolverine before could only be described as a stalemate. Now, Wolverine's strength had skyrocketed. The Scarlet Wolf in front of him was shaken back. Gradually, it was somewhat unable to hold its ground. Damn it!
Zheng Feng suffered a backlash.
Unexpectedly. This little ninny had this kind of increased tactic. No matter what, if he couldn't escape, it would be over if he fell into the hands of the Alliance. His crime is too. Once in the hands of the Alliance,
then there would be no more time to see the light of day. Zheng Feng raised his head to the sky and let out a long whistle. His body emitted a powerful blood qi.
The blood qi was so thick, it was even almost materialized. Blood burning.
Seeing this, Song Lan helplessly skimmed his lips.
Damn it, how come everyone knows this secret technique?
Blood burning was to make the body's functions increase extremely drastically through this special means.
There was also a drawback to doing so. Just like Duan Tian did before.
After the blood boiling effect passes, his body will fall into a period of unprecedented weakness.
What a madman! This person would do anything to escape nowadays. Song Lan had a fiery personality.
This had in turn aroused her competitive spirit.
The two giant wolves were once again entangled together.
Now with the help of their master's blood boiling down,
the Blood Wolf's combat power was similarly elevated. The battle between the two wolves was too loud.
The dust and clamor filled the sky.
In the midst of this dust and clamor,
a figure fled towards the outside world at great speed.
Zheng Feng is not a little cutie. He knows that once the effect of boiling blood dissipates, he will be a lamb to the slaughter.
So now his strategy. It was also just to have the Blood Wolf block for him. Even if the Origin Imperial Beast fell, as long as he still had a breath in him, he would be able to transplant a better Origin Imperial Beast through the soul-shifting grass. There was no fear of not having firewood to burn.
As a matter of fact, the Blood Wolf that was empowered by blood boiling was indeed strong. Surprisingly, it was able to steadily crush the Vajra Wolf by a head.
Zheng Feng had a smile on his lips.
Everything was under control. Suddenly,
the sound of the wind stream tearing came.
Zheng Feng subconsciously chose to dodge sideways. Where the party was, black light flashed. Zheng Feng was surprised.
If he had not dodged, I was afraid that if this blade went down, he would either die or be injured.
Damn it! Who is it?
The 5th ranked Beast Master has been dragged down by the Blood Wolf.
Who the hell is it?
Before I had time to think carefully, the wind of the blade came whistling once again. Zheng Feng dodged and dodged one after another and soon saw the person coming.
A half-grown little brat.
But he was only at the 3rd level of martial artist.
Looking for death.
Now that he had turned on his blood-boiling state, the strength had already traced to the 6th rank.
Kid, you seek death.
Zheng Feng frowned.
Blood qi filled his body. Strength erupted.
The sound of this fist breaking through the air gusted and whistled.
It was like a landslide.
It was because the fifth order royal beastmaster himself was not strong, but now that he possessed the blood boiling,
that would be incomparable. Lin Bai was fearless and blasted out with his fist.
Both sides fought short-handedly.
For a while, the sound of thunder drums roaring exploded in front of the two. How?
6th rank Imperial Beastmaster, even without an Imperial Beast by his side.
Merely his own strength.
With this punch, he had to have 200,000 kilograms even if he used his full strength. However, the other party actually blocked it.
Immediately after that,
Lin Bai's loud laughter sounded.
Ha 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 ha, 6th rank, is this the 6th rank?
An ordinary martial artist might have to reach the peak of the 3rd rank or even the 4th rank.
Only then would they be able to possess a huge strength of 200,000 kilograms. But Lin Bai was different.
The hybrid beast itself was able to provide unlimited energy. This made him choose a path that no one had ever taken before. A martial artist who also practiced as a beast master.
Nowadays, he was moving in a direction that no one had ever envisioned.
Lin Bai's battle spirit was high at the moment. The opponent was likewise someone who was bound to die, so he didn't have to hold back any longer. In the next moment, all of his body's strength erupted.
He actually shook Zheng Feng.
He flew backwards at an extremely fast speed. Lin Bai carried his black sword. He paused in his footsteps. A red light flashed in his eyes. His right foot violently stomped.
His body was like an arrow that had left the string. The black blade was even flashing with a demonic red light.
The black patterned blood rock blade was killing more and more people.
The blood would actually gradually penetrate it.
The body of the blade was covered in bizarre red lines.
It seemed like some kind of beast had awakened. Lin Bai didn't care about it. Who cares if it's a black cat or a white cat? A cat that can catch mice is a good cat. The speed bonus was superimposed on the original power of the blade. At the moment, Lin Bai was more like a sharp arrow.
Zheng Feng was hard hit by this punch. A lot of injuries had already been left in his body. Zheng Feng couldn't make it, so he had to run away at great speed.
In today's situation, dragging it out would not do him any good.
Behind him, the sound of breaking winds swirled.
A black light instantly split the can and came.
Zheng Feng hurriedly dodged. His speed was fed by the blood wolf. Therefore, he was extremely fast. Lin Bai saw this.
The light in his eyes shook.
His heart felt something. He took out the hybrid beast. The mixed Yuan beast glanced at Lin Bai a few times with some dissatisfaction.
The next moment, this little chipmunk opened its eyes.
A few moments of anger flashed in the bright little eyes. It was most annoying when people disturbed him from sleeping.
Give me a stop. A strong aura emanated from his body. A surging wave suddenly descended.
Zheng Feng, who was still in the middle of running away, had his figure lurched.
The invisible force descended instantly. Zheng Feng's legs went weak. He couldn't help but half kneel on the ground. What is this? This terrifying pressure.
It actually caused Zheng Feng's heart to feel a wave of panic.
Could this not be the bloodline suppression that was rumored?
At this time of life and death,
Zheng Feng's thoughts raced.
This kid was clearly a martial artist. Where did this come from to create such a powerful pressure?
A bloodline suppression that could make even a 5th-ranked blood wolf feel fear. King level.
Definitely a king level royal beast. He's not a martial artist.
He's a beast master.
No, it's impossible for a royal beast master to be this powerful.
Even a king-grade royal beast couldn't be.
While his heart was shaken,
Zheng Feng thought of a possibility.
He could never be just a martial artist.
A royal beast master? What kind of royal beast could have such a terrifying power feedback? Is it possible that it's a king-level beast?
There was no one amongst the list of king-grade royal beasts that used the black sword.
Who is he?
The sound of breaking wind behind him stirred again.
The speed was extremely fast. What could bring him to this level at this time nowadays?
It was also the threat of death.
For a moment,
Zheng Feng was terrified. The threat of death lingered in his heart.
The powerful pressure came and went quickly. Zheng Feng was just about to make a move.
The sound of wind swept behind him. Zheng Feng had just taken 2 steps before he fell to the ground. There was a knife mark on the back of his neck. Lin Bai had already stayed his hand. Such a person couldn't be allowed to die so easily. Moreover, this matter was of great importance. As the main culprit, he had to be handed over to the Alliance to deal with it personally. Naturally, there would be no surprises when the Alliance stepped in. So Lin Bai's slash only knocked him to the ground. It caused some irreversible damage, by the way.
Chapter 67, The League Comes to Town. Seeing the person in front of him fall, Lin Bai let out a sigh of relief. To be honest, a beast master who had even been elevated to the 6th rank through a secret method. He was not an opponent at all. Nowadays, he was a 3rd-ranked martial artist in the grand scheme of things. But a 6th-order Imperial Beastmaster was powerful in itself. Not to mention that nowadays, he had also turned on blood boiling. This state was similar to Berserk. After the state is over, there will be a certain amount of weakness. The situation was critical. But Lin Bai wasn't a vegetarian either. When he came up, he used his full strength to crush his opponent. Then he used the hybrid beast to suppress the opponent. A few days ago, the hybrid beast that was only born a few days ago was able to bring suppression fear to a king-level cub like the Black Fiend Tiger. The blood wolf in front of me was only of medium grade. Even if it was able to cultivate to the 5th rank, and by some fluke it had temporarily reached the 6th rank level, under the divine level pressure of a hybrid beast, it would naturally be able to deter it. Once an Imperial Beast Master reached the 5th rank in cultivation, there was a close relationship with the origin Imperial Beast. This bloodline suppression was equally effective. Furthermore, the hybrid beast had been upgraded after such a long time. The pressure itself had been increased by a considerable amount. In the distance, after sensing that his master had suffered a heavy blow, the blood wolf let out a mournful cry. The blood aura around its body began to weaken continuously. The aura withered. After a boom, this blood wolf completely collapsed and was dying. The top of the Vajra wolf's head. Song Lan sat cross-legged. One person and one wolf walked towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai, how is it? Are you all right? Lin Bai's clothes were stained with blood, and he was carrying a black sword in his hand. His cheeks were resolute. A pair of eyes gleamed. It looked quite a bit like he was conquering the battlefield. Teacher Song, I'm fine. Lin Bai snapped back to his senses. Retracting the black blade, Song Lan patted on Lin Bai's shoulder. Appreciation streaked through her beautiful eyes. Good boy, really powerful. Before, I was still wondering how a peak 3rd-ranked Imperial Beastmaster could have folded in your hands. Now it seems that you are really powerful. This person's cultivation has initially stepped into the 6th rank after passing through a secret method like blood boiling, and the blood wolf's strength has also increased. Wolverine and I can only barely fight against him by joining forces. Speaking of this, Song Lan looked at Zhang Feng on the ground in annoyance. It's just that I didn't expect him to be so ruthless that he would abandon his royal beast and escape alone. Letting the Imperial Beast die for himself? This kind of behavior was no different from abandoning one's brothers and relatives. On the day of its awakening, it had always followed its master. It could be said that the royal beast and the royal beast master were like family to each other. I think that it's a deep-rooted web, and he wants to give up his own origin royal beast and contract another origin royal beast through the soul-shifting grass. Lin Bai quickly guessed. Well, I've already reported this matter to the Alliance, and counting, it should be arriving soon. Chen Hu and Han Shui also came from the side. Under Chen Hu's protection, Han Shui barely had any injuries. Chen Hu was even more like his name. He was killing like a fierce tiger in the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps. Great, you're not injured, Lin Bai. Han Shui looked at the intact Lin Bai and let go of her heart. It's okay, I didn't expect you to be so powerful that you tried to block their leader, that's awesome. Chen Hu praised from the bottom of his heart. A few people were joking around. Song Lan suddenly looked towards the distance as if she sensed it. Lin Bai also sensed it at almost the same time. At the place where the gazes of the two converged, there were several figures that were rushing over at great speed. After seeing the people coming, the corners of Lin Bai's mouth rose. It was the dean. However, who was that person next to the dean? Long Jian looked at the several people and nodded appreciatively. But then he said to the middle-aged man wearing a cloak beside him, "How is it? Old Ghost, the disciples of this generation of my true martial academy are not bad, right?
The middle-aged man called Old Ghost nodded slightly.
Not bad, 3 people almost ended a nest of thieves and bandits.
Children, you have done well, there is no need to keep your hands off such villains. At this time, Long Jian also spoke about the identity of this old ghost.
Children.
This is the Alliance's military inspection envoy stationed in our city, you guys just call him Senior Du.
Senior Du. The crowd spoke in unison.
Shenhu and Han Shui's eyes flashed with an excited light.
Alliance Military Department Inspection Envoy Ah.
Every Alliance inspection envoy was a person of extreme strength. They also had a lot of military achievements of their own.
This was a character that could only be seen in the news and books in the past. Now he had seen a living thing.
Lin Bai looked at the person in front of him. His cheekbones were high and convex, and he looked quite lean and capable. The cape on his back and the badge on his chest had the Alliance's logo on them. I've already understood the general situation. I didn't expect that there would still be people who dared to take the wind out of their sails under such a strict deterrent from my Alliance. Don't worry, those scholars who died for no reason, our Alliance will seek justice for them. Inspector Du waved his hand. The military squad behind him immediately stepped forward.
The squad split into 2. One way was to clean up the battlefield. One way went deeper into it. They divided up the work and worked in an orderly manner.
Lin Bai and the others were waiting outside. I didn't expect to encounter something like this during my inspection of the 3 cities. This Blood Wolf mercenary corps could never have been set up only here in your area. I think there should be more in other places, only that it's been discovered nowadays.
Long Jian shook his head helplessly.
Originally, we had always thought that these things were part of the normal casualty situation amongst the freshman training, but now it seems that it's far from that simple. The headquarters of this matter has already issued a notice that I will handle it with full authority.
Du Peng's face was gloomy.
In a while, I will make another trip to a few other academies to tally up the specific casualties. Well, we haven't seen each other for a long time, and we said that we would have a good time tonight and share a few cups, but now it seems that I'm afraid that we won't have the chance. After this incident, I didn't expect it either, and I didn't know how wide within the scope of this incident, not to mention I didn't expect that there would still be people who would use the forbidden medicine like soul-shifting grass. Now that it has been discovered, I'm afraid that there will be another bloody storm within the Alliance. I'll trouble you to put more thought into this matter. I still have important matters to deal with within the cadets and I, so I'll go back first.
Du Peng nodded. Long Jian walked towards Lin Bai's few people.
Who could have thought that this annual freshman trial would happen like this? No one can guarantee if there are still remnants of the party remaining. Next, the military department side will send people to conduct a thorough cleanup within the safety zone. This freshman trial will be cancelled after 1 day. The 3 of you can return home first, and I will set your freshman trial scores as full marks.
Full marks?
Lin Bai, Shenhu, and the 3 of them were now happy. It was important to know that full scores rarely occurred in the new student trials. A passing score was already considered a good score amongst the new students. Unexpectedly, they could still get such a high score?
Dean, my.
Chapter 68, Strange Space. Lin Bai didn't finish his words.
Long Jian understood what he meant. The corners of Long Jian's mouth rose. Right now, the more he looked at Lin Bai, the more he liked him. He couldn't wait to take Lin Bai as his disciple. But Lin Bai's Imperial Beast talent was extremely poor. His Imperial Beast was nothing more than a tiny chipmunk. It had only gotten a name of Mighty Hall. However, his martial arts talent was indeed strong.
An innate martial Dao Saint body, that was the physique of a martial god. The only person in this world who can teach him is a martial god. There was nothing strange in this world. Although he was already standing at the peak of the king level. But for the higher realms.
Especially in terms of breakthroughs, but he didn't have half a clue.
Moreover, he didn't want to cross paths with a character like the god of Wushu.
That kind of character and he can have a little bit of relationship. To be mentioned by someone could already be said to be a supreme honor.
Perhaps a few years later,
he could proudly tell the world,
I was once the martial god's teacher.
The thoughts in his mind ended. With a wave of his hand, Long Jian pulled out 3 king-grade secret treasures.
These 3 king-grade secret treasures were gradually revealed under a cloud of light.
You're very lucky, these 3 king-level secret treasures have a great boost for you nowadays. If you ever face someone of Duan Tianda's level again, not to say that you'll be able to fight, at least you'll have the capital to run for your life.
Lin Bai had little stars in his eyes. The three items that appeared before his eyes were a pair of boots, a pendant, and an ancient mirror. These boots are from a king-level ferocious beast, the Bone Spur Predator Wolf. The Bone Spur Predator Wolf travels 10 million miles in a day, extremely fast, and even more so because of the king-level trait that makes it invincible in the same period. This boots is a bone-thorn hideous wolf bone forging and become where this boots, in their own power-sufficient case, can drive it to travel 10,000 miles a day, but that has been the limit. After all, the forging technology is limited. Can play out this kind of efficacy is not easy, according to your cultivation nowadays, fleeing from the time when this pair of boots is enough for you to break through the degree of the speed of sound.
A pair of supersonic boots?
Surely powerful. A king-level secret treasure, it truly lived up to its name. As for this pendant and the ancient mirror on the front, they are both produced by the same king-level creature, the mirror fantasy beast. The mirror phantom beast resides in no fixed place, and its habits have never been known. This mirror phantom beast appeared for the first time at an auction many years ago. Its corpse appeared out of thin air, was found at the time of the person to get the auction for auction, even if it is the experts in the alliance. Several anatomical experiments also ultimately could not come up with their specific living habits. Nowadays, all kinds of ferocious beasts, their origins, the way of mutation, we are able to discover. Only this mirror phantom beast, counted as one of the exotic. However, the only thing that can be judged based on the available information is that the mirror illusion beast, to a certain extent, possesses the ability to travel through space. This pendant and this ancient mirror don't seem to have any connection at all, but their origins are from the same place, and they can achieve a complementary effect. But after my own experiments, what I can tell you is that the value of these two king-grade secret treasures forcefully added together, their value has already surpassed the king-grade secret treasure itself.
Listening to Long Jian's words,
Lin Bai felt his heart stirring.
He didn't expect that he would be able to obtain such a secret treasure.
Speaking of which, he was really thankful to Duan Tianda. His death might not have been discovered until now.
Or perhaps the Duan family would only blame him and hope that he would never come back.
This pendant comes with the ability to store a certain amount. The internal space is roughly 100 by 100, it's huge.
As for this ancient mirror, its interior contains a huge amount of energy that can store power before firing it out. Nowadays, amongst this ancient mirror, 80% of my power is stored. Even if you encounter a king-level powerhouse, you will be able to fight against one or two of them, but with your current ability the most energy you can inspire is only 10%. Speaking here. Long Jian paused,
looking at Lin Bai in front of him with a few smiles on his face. You can come and feel for yourself what the two secret treasures can do when they are combined together. Looking at the change of expression on Long Jian's face, Lin Bai pondered in his heart. But still, he took the two secret treasures, and then Long Jian's words came from his ears. Mobilize your power and pour it into both. You can try to find a hint of a bridge between them. If you can't find it, then forget it.
The power was monstrous, instantly surging into the ancient mirror and the pendant.
When Lin Bai poured his power in, then he realized that his power seemed to be plunged into a bottomless pit. Surprisingly, there was no trace of it left behind.
Thinking about this, Lin Bai became interested. Could it be that you had to infuse your power to a certain level before a bridge would appear?
If it was anyone else, perhaps they would give up because they didn't have enough power. But he wouldn't. The attribute that the hybrid beast itself possessed was the storage of endless origin power. This was a power that was unique only to the Imperial Beast Master. Martial artists, on the other hand, dispersed the power of origin in themselves. Although he was also able to mobilize some origin power, it was harmful to the origin Imperial Beast to a certain extent. With the hybrid beast, his power could be considered endless.
How big could this tiny pendant and ancient mirror in front of him be?
The next moment a gust of power began to emanate from his body. It was surging.
It was like a monstrous sea, as if it was being poured into the ancient mirror and the pendant. Just after understanding the infusion for about 40 to 50 seconds,
a change seemed to have occurred in front of his eyes.
When Lin Bai opened his eyes again, everything around him changed in an instant.
He had suddenly appeared in 1,000 vast starry skies. In the starry sky, the light was brilliant. Above the Milky Way, there were even streams of fire constantly descending.
And those streams of fire bright.
Surprisingly, they were all shooting stars that crossed the night sky. In a trance, a roar seemed to come from the starry sky.
Just as the roar vibrated.
However, Lin Bai sensed that something seemed to have awakened within his body.
It was the mixed yuan beast. The mixed yuan beast stood up.
Its size had returned to its normal form. A hiss escaped from its mouth. The starry sky in front of its eyes instantly shattered.
A space began to emerge. Looking around.
After the starry sky shattered, surprisingly, a star map of this space began to form.
Like a backdrop. Stepping on top of the space, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel surprised. This space seemed to be real. And there was also oxygen present. Where was this? A different world? Questions popped up one after another. Lindbergh was about to explore. The next moment,
the starry sky in front of him unexpectedly kept receding. It seemed like he had experienced a narrow tunnel. In the very next moment, he only felt his eyes clear. When he opened his eyes again, what appeared before his eyes was clearly Long Jian.
Long Jian looked at Lin Bai's dawning realization, as if he was waking up from a dream. Eagerly, he inquired, "How is it? Did you feel that strange bridge start communicating?" Lin Bai frowned. There was some uncertainty. The bridge? Chapter 69, The Wind Rises.
Seeing Lin Bai's clueless eyes,
Long Jian could only shake his head helplessly.
It seemed that even with such martial arts talent,
it was also still unable to sense the existence of the bridge.
Before this, Long Jian had already shown this to many people. But the fact was that those who were truly able to imbue their power into it and see the existence of the bridge between that ancient mirror and the pendant, all of them were king-level powerhouses. This meant that without reaching the king level it was impossible to see the communication bridge. It seems that even if one has great talent, it won't work. It seemed that this strength was the hard condition. Since even you can't perceive it, then it seems that only a king-level powerhouse would be able to perceive it. Just take these two weapons and use them. What I told you before, you have to remember that the growth of a genius, in addition to working hard enough on your own, you also have to beware of some of the disturbances brought about by the outside world. In this you especially have to pay attention to is that gang of people who are jealous of you, especially those who can't see a genius like you grow. They often choose to kill such extraordinary characters the first time after seeing them, so you must pay attention to safety. Such words. It wasn't the first time Lin Bai had heard them from Dean Long's mouth. But hearing it again in turn made him feel warm inside. Dean Long was single-mindedly and genuinely working for his good. Lin Bai would never forget it for the rest of his life. Many thanks, Dean Long. Long Jian nodded. The three king-level secret treasures flickered in a burst of light. They flew into the middle of Lin Bai's own space pendant. I still have to go and inform the other academy deans, as well as the students of our academy, that the academy will start teaching again in 3 days, so just come back to class then. Lin Bai nodded his head. He and Han Xuechen, who both rode in the vehicle arranged by the military, together. While they were talking, the people from the military had already arrived at the scene one after another. The place was also surrounded by numerous vehicles. Dean Long also came to the far side to communicate with the inspector. Standing beside him was also their teacher, Son Lan. Lin Bai, that's an inspection ambassador. There are only 18 inspection ambassadors within the entire alliance. Shen Hu was excited. Who could have imagined this? He would actually be able to meet a living inspection envoy one day. Shen Hu's goal was to strive for the top. Now he had another one in his heart instead. Aspire to become an inspection envoy. Or to lean in the direction of an inspection ambassador. Han Shui was similarly excited. Their Han family had developed so far. There were only 2 king-level powerhouses in attendance. The family's power could be considered inferior amongst equivalent families. If they were able to create a slight connection with this inspector, it would make these families jealous of each other. The identity of the inspector can be said to represent the face of the entire alliance. Wherever the inspector is, that's where the alliance is. I didn't expect to be able to meet an inspector. And everything today came from Lin Bai and Shen Hu beside him. If it was the two of them that saved her, I'm afraid that right now, she would already be a lamb to be slaughtered. Lin Bai, Shen Hu. The two of them sniffed and looked at Han Shui. If it wasn't for the two of you laying down your lives to save me, I'm afraid that right now, my end would be miserable, so I'd like to ask the two of you to discuss how about we go out for a meal together? This way I want to express my gratitude, and I also want to celebrate the fact that we joined the same class together, underwent the freshman trials at the same time, and got such good grades. The three of them had played together since they were kids? Han Shui also naturally understood what kind of mentality the two had. That's why she moved to say something like this. Yes.
Chen Hu bemoaned. But you mustn't eat well. What kind of days have you been living even in this period of time? Every day is either grilled mutant boar meat or grilled those ferocious beasts. Eat me almost vomit, net eat barbecue, and then eat like this. I guess I will become a savage. Ha ha ha. Just as a few people were happily gathering for dinner, tragedies occurred one after another in certain remote alleys within the city. Within the alley, a pedestrian was walking anxiously. It seemed to be avoiding some kind of trouble. Just as he brushed past the incoming person, his head was cut off instantly. Blood was still spurting and his eyes could still be seen spinning. The murderer who did all this not far away, but his body dissolved into the shadows. Such things happened one after another in remote alleys. When these bodies were discovered, 4 or 5 days had already passed. In a secret room. What a trouble! Within the shadows continued to pile up. Eventually, a silhouette was formed. It stepped out from the shadows, covered in pitch black, with only a pair of pupils flickering with light. This time, the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps was exposed, and the next step will be a complete reshuffle. Perhaps we will also appear in the public eye. The man who had long been sitting in the middle of the secret room slowly spoke. What a trouble! I can't figure it out. Such a small 5th-ranked Imperial Beast Masters mercenary group is worth your development. With this energy, it would be better to raise your strength more. The person who spoke, his voice was neither male nor female, very neutral. The man did not deny or agree. Notify your subordinates hiding in the city. Try not to expose your traces during this period of time, and if you encounter the people from the military department, immediately blow yourself up once any traces are detected. The black silhouette nodded. You can also go and find some clans to shelter for a while. If it wasn't for them, we wouldn't have to be in such a mess. The man shook his head. There's no need to go through so much trouble. They won't be able to check the city for the time being. Based on the information I've gotten so far, it seems that an inspection ambassador has come from outside the city. Inspection ambassador? Judging by his aura, it should be a Class C inspection envoy. What a trouble! The black silhouette was exasperated. No harm done, these are just some small interludes and stepping stones. By the time the monarch awakens, the entire alliance will be defeated at our feet, and at that time, the doctrine we practiced will become fashionable and respected. Even the black silhouette was so rampant. After hearing these words, it also composed itself and nodded in agreement. The king will arrive, and the long night will last forever. The king will arrive, and the long night will last forever. Resident City Alliance Branch. Lord Inspector, we have lined up 38 mercenary groups within the safety zone, and there is only one Jinrui mercenary group that is as evil as the Blood Wolf mercenary group. All members of the Jinrui Mercenary Corps have been pressed into the middle of our jail cell. The Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps leader's breath is now withered. The probability of him awakening is not high, but his vitality is still there. Du Peng nodded. Looking at this part of the photo of the Blood Wolf Mercenary Corps' interior on the table, his eyes were filled with anger. What appeared on top of this photo? They were all half-grown teenage boys, whose abdomens had been slashed open with a knife. There was blood and flesh in them, and their internal organs were flowing out. Their faces wore hideous expressions of pain. It was hard to imagine what kind of pain these teenage boys had gone through. Who the hell was this damned black hand behind the scenes? Alliance transmission, where is Class C Inspection Envoy Du Peng? Chapter 70, League Volume 9 The Infidels. The voice echoed through the room. A group of military chiefs instantly rose in the direction of the voice. Standing in military position. Du Peng, after hearing the summons, also got up in a hurry and came beside the place where the voice originated. Respectfully. Class C Inspection Envoy Du Peng is here. What all of them were surrounding was a huge maneuvering platform. In the center of the console, there was currently an instrument that was constantly flashing with light. After hearing Du Peng's words, a human figure appeared between the flashes of the instrument. Although the silhouette was illusory, it had a monstrous aura. It caused everyone present to be shaken. Every single one of them present was a 9th rank or above king-level realm powerhouse. The only ones who could make them so were the strongest above the king level. The crowd saluted in unison without any respect. I am an Alliance Grade A Inspection Envoy. Receiving the Alliance's secret order, I am here to inform you of the situation. This was an old man. White hair and white beard. However, there was a resolute expression on his face. It seemed to defy the clanging of the years. Even if he came as a projection, he was able to feel the strength in his body. In light of what happened in Tianyuan City, the Alliance urgently convened a secret meeting, and it was unanimously determined by many pavilion elders.
What happened in Tianyuan City is consistent with what happened in Jinghai City 30 years ago, and is consistent with the Alliance's Dossier Number 9, so the Alliance's Dossier Number 9 will be distributed to all of you from now on.
Alliance Dossier Number 9.
All of the people present were bigwigs of the military department, strong and powerful, and dominating a party. When they heard these words, they also couldn't help but have their bodies tremble,
thinking of horrible things.
Now that notices have been issued with full authority within the Alliance, the various inspection envoys will also build up their probes.
The matter of Tianyuan City has been temporarily handed over to Class C Inspection Envoy Duping to take full responsibility.
Yes. The image projection ended here.
A strong force also spread out in all directions from here. It gradually enveloped the entire Tianyuan City. Even just the projection power of such a powerful person.
It was enough to kill many of their king levels present. Duping stayed on the spot amazed.
I didn't expect it to be the Alliance 9 dossier event, it's really terrifying. Alliance Volume 9, what happened in Jinghai City back then can't happen in Tianyuan City.
During this period of time, we must strengthen our vigilance, especially pay attention to the movements in the fierce beast forest and strengthen the protection of the safety zone. Vigilance needs to be strengthened within the city as well, and the major academies must be strengthened with regards to the entry and exit of students as well as various situations.
Duping was experienced in many battles and understood the matter of Dossier Number 9.
The relationship was significant. Various orders were issued one after another in order to be prepared.
The people in the military department worked methodically, but without realizing it.
A layer of gloom surged in the hearts of all the people.
The impact of the Volume 9 incident back then was too great. The small secretary following beside Duping could not help but speculate in his heart.
Then he watched as the people around him gradually became a little less. Only then did he cautiously ask the officer at the side.
"Senior, what is the meaning of this Volume 9 incident?"
The officer also understood that this little secretary had only come into the military department not long ago. Naturally, he did not have any knowledge of these matters.
Thinking about this,
the officer raised his head and looked at the city in the distance in all its splendor. A few moments of reluctance flowed out of his eyes. Then he opened his mouth word by word. The Volume 9 incident, also known as the Jinghai City incident.
Back then.
Before the words were finished, Duping on the side took over his words.
Back then, a group of heretics appeared within Jinghai City.
They didn't want to contract their origin imperial beasts, and many considered it a disgrace. After going through a large number of human experiments, they discovered that when both the person and the origin imperial beast reached a level of near death, the trace of contractual relationship that existed between the two parties would gradually weaken, even to the point of imminent disappearance.
At that time, through a forbidden medicine, the soul-shifting grass would allow both parties to dissolve their contract.
From then on, the person himself can recontract an origin imperial beast, while his original origin imperial beast is abandoned or sold off. This kind of mischievous tactic is against human morality, and it was soon learned by the Lord of Jinghai City, and from then on Jinghai City was plunged into a long-term purging operation, but that gang of heretics had prepared for a long time. They summoned a huge king-level ferocious beast at the moment of life and death, and took down the entire Jinghai City in one fell swoop. Even if the Alliance later sent people to search it, they could only see that Jinghai City had become a dead city. All over the city, nearly 30 million people, not a single one survived, and that gang of heretics was simply lawless. In addition to human corpses, there were also a large number of corpses of imperial beast cubs in the city, all of which were people who had just awakened their imperial beasts. After that, the Jinghai City incident was discussed by the Alliance's top management and decided to name it the Alliance's Volume 9 incident, codename Pagan. It was also from after the Jinghai City incident that numerous orders were issued within the Alliance that no matter what, inspectors must inspect a city every 2 years. On the one hand, it's to see if there are any geniuses born within the city to be transported to the Alliance's headquarters, and on the other hand, they have a hard time forgetting about the Jinghai City incident in the first place, but fortunately, there haven't been any more related cases in 36 years since that incident. Now this Blood Wolf mercenary group incident, even I didn't expect this to be the original Volume 9 incident. It seems that the gang from back then may have made a comeback. For this group of unknown enemies, our intelligence is really limited, there is no other way but to strengthen the alert. The young junior secretary, after hearing this, also couldn't help but bow her head. A mournful emotion arose in his heart. Who could have imagined that something like this could still happen 30 years ago? The Jinghai City incident will definitely not be staged in our Tianyuan City, as the last line of defense to become Tianyuan City. No matter what, we must hold fast.
Du Peng frowned.
From today onwards we will face a long and vicious battle. Even though such a big thing was happening in the outside world, for ordinary people like Lin Bai,
days continued to be maintained as usual. They went back and the three of them gathered for a meal.
Then they went back to their own homes.
On the way home,
Lin Bai went ahead to purchase some ingredients for his hybrid beast. The black crystals were too valuable at first, and now the other store owed Lin Bai a lot of money. Of course, on the way to buy, in addition to some 100-year-old Ganoderma lucidum and all sorts of precious medicinal herbs, were also all bought by Lin Bai to give the hybrid beasts a boost in strength. Now that I've broken through to the theoretical limit of 100,000 kilograms of strength that only exists for quasi-martial artists, I can proceed to the promotion of a first-ranked martial artist and a first-ranked beast master next.
The most important sign of a first-order martial artist was the unity of inside and outside. It was when the power of the entire body was integrated and no longer separated from each other. Chapter 71, Where No Man Has Gone Before.
Lin Bai took out the goodies he had purchased in the store. It was a bottle of spiritual yuan liquid.
At the time of taking it out,
Lin Bai's gaze still lingered on it for a long time. The palm-sized bottle held some liquid inside. The quantity was not much. Who would have thought that such a small thing would be worth a full $1 billion?
The spiritual yuan liquid was fused together after purifying various spiritual herbs and medicines.
The value of the spiritual herbs and medicines themselves were not low.
Adding to that, it was made by asking someone to refine it.
While the value was extremely high, the growth of taking it down was also tremendous.
The original sleepy-eyed chipmunk sensed the existence of this spiritual elemental liquid. An excited light appeared in its eyes.
This kind of look was far more excited than when it first saw the end of the 100-year erasure.
Seeing the mixed beast's fiery look, Lin Bai patiently comforted it.
The mixed element beast's aggressive appearance really illustrated the value of this item. As the cork of the spiritual yuan liquid opened,
a rich odor filled the room.
Although the odor was strong, it wasn't pungent. It even had a strange fragrance.
Just taking a sniff,
Lin Bai only felt that his body and mind were relaxed. His body seemed to have experienced some considerable moisturizing.
What a comfortable flavor! While still sighing with emotion,
the hybrid beast had already come forward. Its head was open wide like a fist. It swallowed it along with the bottle. Lin Bai was stunned. The material of the bottle itself was not bad. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been possible for the spirit elemental liquid to be stored and still be able to maintain such medicinal effects.
The spiritual yuan liquid was quickly swallowed by the hybrid beast.
At the sight of that expression of unfulfilled desire, Lin Bai took out another 2,000 pounds of mutated wild wolf meat. Looking at this huge wild wolf, the hybrid beast couldn't wait to open its mouth wide to swallow it all in one bite once again.
The mixed yuan beast held its stomach and had a satisfied expression on its face.
Worthy of being a divine-grade imperial beast.
It's becoming more and more humanized.
The mixed yuan beast entered the familiar stage of slumber again. Lin Bai sat on his knees. The surging power struck again. It was surging and raging.
It was even almost monstrous. However, these powers were far too poor compared to before. Lin Bai grimaced, despite the pain in his body.
However, his face was soothed and refreshed.
Cool.
The pain surged. However, Lin Bai already didn't know how many times he had experienced this kind of pain.
Nowadays, this feeling was conversely like scratching an itch. Soon,
the pain quickly dissipated.
In its place was a sense of relief. There was a fuzzy feeling within the body.
It was as if the body's powers had begun to gradually merge.
The feeling of power fusion had begun.
This strange feeling did not last long. Lin Bai seemed to feel something in his heart. The moment his eyes opened, power surged. The whole body was melting together. Lin Bai excitedly looked at his palms. As his palms squeezed,
there were some cracking sounds in the air. It worked. When the power was fused together, it's as if it's all one, as if it's made in heaven. And that's a first-order martial artist. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai's strength today is roughly estimated.
The strength of his body can reach 200,000 kilograms. If he explodes with all his strength, his strength will almost double.
What kind of concept is that? We must know. The strength of a normal first-order peak martial artist is only 50,000 kilograms. A second-order peak martial artist is 100,000 kilograms. A peak third-level martial artist is 200,000 kilograms.
400,000 kilograms of strength, this was the peak level of a fourth-order martial artist. An excited light flashed in Lin Bai's eyes.
Peak fourth rank. Nowadays, he was technically only a first-rank martial artist. Ha ha ha. The current self wasn't to say that there was no one after him. But at the very least, it was also unprecedented. Or even the strongest first-rank martial artist in history.
The quasi-martial artist stage was like tamping down the foundation. A martial artist's cultivation is all up to him or her, one effort is one gain. The first level of martial artist is only the first step towards becoming a martial artist. However, in order for one to climb higher in the path of a martial artist, the most important point is that must be in the quasi-martial artist stage to tamp down their own foundation. The stronger the foundation, the smoother the path of cultivation. The strongest first stage martial artist in history. Lin Bai was overjoyed. However, he thought of something else. The path he was walking on now was one that had never been traveled before. Being both a martial artist and a royal beast master. This required the origin imperial beast to possess an extremely large amount of energy. It just so happened that the hybrid beast fit this nature. For the breakthrough of his first-rank imperial beast, he already had some eyebrows. Normal breakthrough. It was for an imperial beast to advance from cub to cub. But his origin imperial beast was different. The ascension of a divine-grade imperial beast was inherently slow. But it was also because of the attributes of god-level imperial beasts. No one had ever explored their first-rank imperial beasts yet. Lin Bai once again sat on his knees. A martial artist was an ability that he had exposed in plain sight. All people had cards. The same was true for Lin Bai. His true source of strength was in fact the imperial beast. The profession of a royal beast master was similar to the category of a mage. Their means were strong, but the imperial beast master himself was weak. Martial artists were the exact opposite. A martial artist's strength was brutal, and they only pursued their own brute strength. A martial artist was more like a melee warrior. Although the two have different paths. But at the root of it, the important reason for this situation, or their origin imperial beasts. The origin imperial beast origin power was the key to advancement. Such as the imperial beast master. It is through the origin power that the imperial beast itself is strengthened. Such as a martial artist. On the other hand, it was through the origin power that they strengthened themselves and weakened the origin imperial beast. Whether or not the origin imperial beast was strong determined the direction of cultivation. The hybrid beast possesses endless origin power. For its promotion, it should need the help of more resources. 2 million black crystals, even if one were to smash resources hard. It would also be able to smash the hybrid beast to the 9th rank. Lin Bai quickly dialed a phone. Hello, Mr. Lin. I need all the spiritual yuan liquid reserves you have there, plus 5,000 kilograms of mutated wild meat. How long will it take to deliver? There was an obvious beat on the other end of the phone. Mr. Lin, for the spiritual yuan liquid reserves, there are still 5 kilograms left over at the main store. After all, you know that you get what you pay for, and as for the 5,000 kilograms of mutated wild meat, it can be delivered tonight. The mobilization of the spiritual yuan liquid storage capacity is a problem. At the latest, all of it can be delivered to you by the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Lin Bai nodded. After reporting the address, he then began to digest the power that remained within his body. The two breakthroughs were too close together. There was still too much origin power within the physical body. If it was not digested and absorbed, I was afraid that it would only bring about a huge obstacle to cultivation. 2 days was enough. Lin Bai looked inside himself. In the middle of the dantian, the golden lotus petals gradually expanded from the previous 24 petals to 36 petals. Green lotus alchemy determination. A small seed of lotus flower is born within. When you step into the first stage, you can make the lotus flower grow. The petals were born. 36 petals is the ultimate.
36 petals represent the realm of a first-order martial artist. And this path. The common man cannot succeed without 3 or 5 years. When Lin Bai was happy, he also tried to mobilize the power in his body to the lotus flower. Chapter 72, Golden Lotus Refining Qi. The moment the power touched the lotus flower, it was as if it had found a vent. It surged. The power that the mixed beast had fed back this time. What Lin Bai used for refining was only 20-30%. The amount of power fed by a divine-level imperial beast was too large. Even if Lin Bai refined it day and night, it would still take a lot of time. The golden lotus flower was originally the green lotus qi refining decree. It was an excellent foundation building technique. But now under Lin Bai's cultivation, a little mutation has occurred. It became a golden lotus. Anyway, it is the same to build a firm foundation. The essence of power was also exactly the same. Lin Bai mobilized his remaining power. All of it was vented towards this golden lotus. Between the golden lotus rotating. Surprisingly, petals were born. Lin Bai thought he was blind. But a careful count. Surprise flashed in his eyes. Surprisingly, there were 37 petals. The green lotus alchemy determination was supposed to be the true qi becoming a seed. In the end, the lotus flower is born. The number of lotus petals should only be 36 petals. How could there be 37 petals? Lin Bai was astonished in his heart. Then a possibility came to mind. Could it be because of the hybrid beast? The green lotus qi refining decree had undergone a mutation-like effect under the power of the mixed yuan beast. Now this situation. Wouldn't it be a way of mutation? It was only a moment. Lin Bai had guessed this possibility to a T. Then, this mutated gong method. How many petals would the golden lotus have? With all the power pouring out. Between the golden lotus rotating. As the power continued to pour into it, the golden lotus also bloomed with petals. The number of petals began to gradually increase. Lin Bai also wanted to know. This mutated gong method. How many golden lotus petals could the number of petals reach? The infusion of power continued. 38. 39. The more Lin Bai counted down, the more frightened he felt. Soon, the number of golden lotus petals came to 70. 70 pieces? My goodness! Surprisingly, there were 70 golden lotus petals. Lin Bai was still shocked. The remaining power in his body exploded out. All of it was poured into the lotus flower. There wasn't a single trace of residue left behind. At this time, the number of lotus petals had also reached a staggering 72. My goodness! Surprisingly, it was 72 lotus petals. Lin Bai was shocked on the spot. After a moment of pondering, he attributed everything to the hybrid beast. Divine great imperial beasts were truly powerful in name only. But where did Lin Bai know? The ordinary people who practiced the green lotus alchemy determination were able to reach 36 lotus petals, which was enough to be invincible in the same class. Now this is a full 72 petals. And each petal on the origin of the power is even more pure and incomparable. Is this really the point that a human being can reach? If an onlooker were to see it, they would inevitably be shocked to see it as a humanoid beast. Even though the golden petals had reached a staggering 72 pieces? However, Lin Bai was also able to detect that the limit of the golden lotus flower had not yet been reached. It seemed to be more than Lin Bai thought. It was important to realize that this was already as much as double that of an unusual person. But surprisingly, the limit of the golden lotus face hadn't been reached yet? What in the world was going on? This green lotus qi refining decree. What he cultivated was completely different from the next person. As for what path to draw from, he had even no way of knowing. But Lin Bai was excited. Now this was a point that ordinary people could not reach even if they poured their entire lives into it. It was enough. Lin Bai looked at the golden lotus flower. Suddenly an idea popped up. This lotus petal, would it also be able to store power? To know. The green lotus qi refining decree itself was used to solidify the foundation. To break through to reach a martial artist with his own strength. Would he be able to reach the same level nowadays? Even though the green lotus qi refining decree he practiced had a certain degree of mutated properties. But was it not impossible to give it a try? As Lin Bai began to mobilize, the golden lotus flower inside his body blossomed. The majestic power within the petals returned once again. Only this was only the power of one petal. Lin Bai was overjoyed. So it seemed that this petal was still able to help him store power? If it really went on like this, then the remaining power that he was fed by the hybrid beast every time could all be stored in it. Wouldn't it be better to take it out when it was time to use it? Lin Bai had a smile on his face. Nowadays, this gong method should be called the Golden Lotus Qi Refining Decree. Ha ha ha. Lin Bai was joyful in his heart. Days passed like this day by day. 2 days later, Lin Bai received something. Under the effect of such a large amount of heavenly materials, his hybrid beast had also finally broken through to the first stage. The size became bigger at the same time. The golden patterns on its body became more and more complicated. At the same time, the aura on the mixed Yuan beast's body grew more and more powerful. This terrifying aura. It was the same as when he saw that king-level ferocious beast in the swamp. It was simply comparable. The hybrid beast was still only at the juvenile stage today. The aura it emits is already no different from a king-level beast. It was hard to imagine that if the hybrid beast grew to maturity, what kind of terrifying strength would it have? The hybrid beast was able to both feed itself and increase its strength. One's choice at first was truly correct. At the time when the hybrid beast broke through the first stage, Lin Bai also arrived at the city's trading hall. This place was one of the bridges between the city and the outside world. Through the city, people were recruited to go to the outside world to kill some powerful beasts and sell them, earning money from them. The Alliance also recognized this practice before setting up the trading hall. Here, you can trade the corpses of ferocious beasts. The same can also be recruited. The trading hall was filled with people. From time to time, one could see huge beast corpses being dragged away. It didn't take long for Lin Bai to get a new identity. Junior Hunter by Lin. Hello, we currently have the following 5 quests for junior hunters here. The receptionist carefully selected the 5 quests for junior hunters for Lin Bai. Most of these quests were group quests mainly. 4 group quests. Lin Bai shouldn't want to participate in them. After all, participating in a group mission would most likely expose part of his strength. There were many people in ears. He wanted to prevent this from happening. Lin Bai's talent was powerful and his strength could be called unrivaled in his generation. However, he was still slightly powerless against some veteran powerhouses. In order to avoid that kind of thing from happening, he also had to make countermeasures. After confirming it again and again, Lin Bai designated a task. Are you sure? The receptionist looked at the young man in front of him with some confusion, not understanding why someone would go and pick this mission. The difficulty of this mission was the highest amongst the 5 missions. Normally no one would think twice about picking this mission. Lin Bai was very certain. To him, it didn't matter the difficulty of the mission. As long as there were fewer people who could participate, the better it would be for him. The limited number of people required for this mission in front of him was only 5. Moreover, the honorarium for this mission was quite high, reaching a staggering $60 million. After seeing such a puzzled look from the receptionist, Lin Bai couldn't help but inquire. Is there any problem with this mission commission? Chapter 73, First Mission. It's like this, Mr. Bai, this mission is technically an intermediate mission. It's only because there had previously been high-level hunters involved in it, making the mission less difficult, and then after successive adjustments by the major firms, it was finally defined as a primary mission. As you can see, the requirement of this mission is very simple, it's to go there and bring back some precious herbs, but there are powerful ferocious beasts around those herbs, and even quite a few of them are second-order, third-order ferocious beasts. The high-level hunters don't have any interest in this quest, and the intermediate-level hunters don't look at it either, so it's been reduced to a primary quest. Lin Bai didn't care about those problems in the other party's words. According to you, wouldn't intermediate-level hunters be very powerful? The receptionist nodded. Indeed, the requirement for an intermediate-level hunter is to be promoted after performing more than 10 B rank missions. Of course there are exceptions to everything, such as taking part in 2A rank missions or 1S rank mission can break the rules for promotion. Your mission this time, our given difficulty is B-. Lin Bai understood. In that case, being a hunter was indeed a good choice. In fact,
There were quite a few idle martial artists and beast masters who would choose to pick up a hunter as their direction of development. After all, hunters were able to fight with ferocious beasts for a long time. For the martial artists themselves and the imperial beasts have a great improvement.
And according to the Alliance law,
traveling as a hunter was also considered as one of the methods to wear down the number of ferocious beasts in the ferocious beast forest.
Then again,
there were also quite a few people who applied for hunter who came for the hunter's generous reward.
Applying for hunter success.
Junior hunters must perform junior missions once or twice a month, or else their hunter status would be cancelled.
And the commissioning bonus for each mission was generous. The promotion of the imperial beasts required the accumulation of money. This is also a good gateway. If I want to become a hunter, I must fulfill 2 conditions.
First, to have a resident card of the city.
And secondly, to prove your strength.
It was for this reason
Lin Bai chose to use a fake name.
After all, he wouldn't forget what happened in the underground fighting arena before.
In case he was missed on this trip. Come inside the city to seek revenge. It would be troublesome. Lin Bai was still pondering. The receptionist's voice sounded again. Hello, Mr. Bai, may I ask if you still want to accept this mission? Accept. Why wouldn't this be accepted?
Coming here to certify the identity of a hunter to go out of the city on a mission.
The most important point.
It was the desire to improve his combat experience as soon as possible. Even though his strength had improved greatly. However, he still lacked in terms of combat experience. Like before, Chen Hu was able to fight back and forth with Mr. Song's Vidra Wolf by virtue of a king-grade imperial beast. But in the end, he still lost in terms of battle experience. After going through freshman training for so long. Although he had fought many times with ferocious beasts.
But the accumulation of experience hadn't been there yet.
During this period of time, Lin Bai's opponents had always been of the same kind. On the contrary, there had been very little in terms of ferocious beasts. At the same time, he wanted to take a good look at just how far his strength had reached. Whether or not it had reached that level he had imagined. This quest commission had been hanging in the trading hall for 3 days.
Putting it in the usual way was simply impossible. It was because it was too difficult to find people.
In addition to the limited number of people, they must all be junior hunters.
Lin Bai was eating in the trading hall.
He waited for a few other people on this mission.
3 men and 1 woman. Judging amongst the aura emanating from their bodies.
3 of them were imperial beast masters.
The other one was a martial artist like him.
I didn't expect this mission to finally begin after dragging on for so long. It's understandable, after all, this mission is too difficult. Don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and start, I'm only this last mission away from being able to be promoted to an intermediate level hunter. The one who spoke was the middle-aged man with the largest physique amongst the several people.
He was just a little shorter than Chen Hu. However, he was also a little over 1 meter 9 and had a robust body type. It looked like he wasn't one to be messed with.
He was a martial artist just like Lin Bai.
Judging by the aura emanating from his body.
This was a peak second stage martial artist. Lin Bai did not put him in his eyes. It was only that the other party's words just now were too arrogant. The other few people were all imperial beast masters, everyone had more or less experience. Only Lin Bai was on his first hunter mission like this. But he didn't care. After all, the previous incident of being the bait to lure those ferocious beasts out in the middle of the safe zone. Of the few people on the scene, there wasn't a single person who could do what he did. After a few people exchanged pleasantries. Under the middle-aged man's urging. Only then did they board the vehicle that came to receive them. The vehicle drove all the way to the city wall and stopped. This place was the last boundary of the safe zone. Further ahead was an endless forest of ferocious beasts. In it, ferocious beasts ran rampant and domineering. Even at the outskirts of the beast forest, there were quite a few 3rd to 4th order beasts. But even if it was that kind of beast, it could already be said to be a devastating blow to their group. Their goal this time was to go to a mine that was abandoned by humans. To bring back a few herbs that grew in the mine. The development of the city could not be done without some precious minerals. When Tianyuan City was first established, it had searched for a precious mine in the forest of demonic beasts outside the safety zone. There were also quite a few people that they had sent to dig for minerals in it. Of course, safety was also guaranteed. But this all came to an abrupt end 2 years ago.
2 years ago, the mine collapsed.
From it emerged a king-level monster, the earthworm.
With the king-level beast guarding the area, it was abandoned. However, there were some amazing herbs and medicines in the mine.
That's precisely why there are senior hunters out there.
These senior hunters. Each one of them had a strength of 8 or 9 orders or more. Even if they work together, there's nothing they can do about the earthworm. The earthworm is a king.
Its very existence is beyond the realm of understanding for those of the 8th and 9th ranks. In the end, it was a king-level powerhouse in the city who personally took action to kill the earthworm. Immediately afterward, the corpse of the earthworm was carried back to the city for various research experiments.
However, those were all afterthoughts. After the earthworm was killed, the mine was deserted.
The mines were deserted. But some of the spiritual herbs and medicines in it were still growing.
But no one went to fetch them. For one, the reward was too low.
Secondly, there is no need to spend so much effort. So this matter had been reduced to a task for these junior hunters.
It wasn't long.
Lin Bai and the others followed the mission map that had been issued earlier.
They had found this mine.
As soon as they got close to the deserted mine,
Lin Bai could feel the hybrid beast roaring in his body.
This place, there were treasures.
Chapter 74, Mine Treasure. To know.
The last time something that made the hybrid beast so excited. It still appeared outside the cave in the beginning. He had also obtained the blood spirit grass in the middle of the cave. What could make the mixed beast so excited was obviously something similar to the blood spirit grass, or even some heavenly material treasures of a higher quality.
Beyond the excitement,
Lin Bai also pressed down the restlessness of the hybrid beast. This situation today was for Lin Bai. There were both advantages and disadvantages. When he had obtained the blood spirit grass in the beginning, he had also seen the third-order red blood crocodile that had rushed out from it. Although nowadays, that third-order red blood crocodile wasn't a threat to Lin Bai, he couldn't guarantee that there would be a red blood crocodile inside the cave.
However, he couldn't guarantee that the people living inside the cave would it be a third-ranked beast or above? If it was a fourth-ranked beast, he might be able to barely cope with it with all his might. But if it was a fifth or even sixth-rank beast, even if there was a hybrid beast present, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Thinking about this,
Lin Bai was suspicious of the cave in front of him.
It was recorded in the data. The last time this cave escaped was an earthworm. This was a king-level beast.
The greatest ability of the king-level beast, the earthworm, was to hide in the earth. For that kind of existence, the earth is like an ocean to swim freely.
Silence all around.
Above the mine, the scene from when the earthworm was captured was still maintained. The strongest person present was only a third-order Imperial Beast Master. They hadn't seen those ninth-order experts battle either. The scenes of devastation around them also caused the crowd to speculate in their hearts. The impact of that battle back then was too great. So much so that the battle ended to this day. Everything from back then was still fresh in their minds.
Captain, do we really still have to go down?
The captain of the crowd was none other than the burly man from before. He was a peak second-stage martial artist. The strength was powerful. Even the only third-grade Imperial Beast Master among that group was not his match.
Why don't you go down? The pay this time is very high, and this is my last mission, so there might not be such an easy mission in the future.
He also saw the worries of the crowd and spoke. You guys don't have to worry, there won't be two powerful ferocious beasts in this. If that's the case, this mission won't be our turn. After those strong people combined their efforts to kill it, the corpse of the earthworm but also didn't spawn, so it's not possible for a king-level ferocious beast like the earthworm to appear again within the caves. Moreover, in the darkness and depth of the cave, the strength of the beasts that can survive in that kind of environment is at most no more than the third rank. There's no problem with us, keep going. Even Lin Bai didn't feel like giving this strong man a few sideways glances. Although he had a big grin and acted in an overbearing manner, he still had a bit of a cool head. But there were a few points of cool-headedness, despite the other party's words. But Lin Bai always felt that this mission wasn't so simple. Treasures that could make even hybrid beasts fight for them. It would never be that simple. With that, he followed in the middle of the group and headed downwards. He wasn't going to voice out his deductions. At that time, he would make enemies instead. It wouldn't do himself any favors. Not long after the crowd left this place, A surge appeared above the ground.
An earthen pit just appeared out of nowhere.
From it, a long insect about 1 meter in size emerged. The eyes that had long since degraded could only judge the direction that the crowd had left with a vague perception. A hissing sound came out.
It seemed to be drumming up some strange signal. Even after many years in the mine cave, that mining lamp still remained in normal operation, bright and dim. The mine was deep.
With today's lights, it had a bit of a scary flavor. The team traveled for a long time.
Eventually, at a fork in the road, they stopped. What's going on? Didn't the map say that the herbs would be able to be seen at the end of a path here? It's hard to believe that there are really other creatures that exist underneath this ground. What could it be? The light swayed once again.
Between the flickering light and darkness, the crowd only felt a sense of panic surging through their hearts. The burly man in the lead chided the two people who were still panicking.
What are you worried about? Even if there really are those underground creatures present at the most, they are only of the third order we can handle. Summon all of your imperial beasts. Even though the other party said this, the tone was smooth.
But Lin Bai still saw his trembling hands.
He wasn't sure what kind of creatures existed in this. It was still really unreliable. Thinking like that, Lin Bai also couldn't help but probe his spirit to scan around.
After the hybrid beast had evolved to the first stage, his spiritual probing space had likewise received a huge boost. Nowadays, he was able to know everything within a 10-meter radius. Soon they realized that there seemed to be some strange existences in the depths of the path on the left.
It was some insect-like beasts. There were a lot of them. The grade was too low. There were even many that weren't even of the first rank.
They were just pups that had just been born not long ago.
However, the road to the right exuded some strange aura. After sensing the road to the right,
the hybrid beasts within the body seemed to want to rush out and look for it. When faced with this kind of cultivation resource,
Lin Bai didn't look like he was hesitating.
In that case, let's leave it to the hybrid beast. He looked at the crowd and opened his mouth to propose. How about this, we'll each group up, I can take one person to go the other side first to explore the path, and you guys go the other side. It's also good to escape once something unexpected happens, and complete this mission in the meantime. Lin Bai's words.
Although he was thinking about the interests of the mission in every way.
But they were not a bad solution. If one person was left stationed at the same place, if he encountered an unknown creature arriving, instead of being able to call for help, they would bury their lives. Such a measure was not unjustifiable.
Rather, this is a good idea.
Then who would like to become a group with this little brother?
I'll go with this little brother.
The one who spoke was a tall and thin youth among the five. His cultivation was that of a second-order imperial beast master.
After assigning the people,
they headed in the direction. Under Lin Bai's underhanded maneuver,
they chose the right side of the road. It was only just as they entered it.
Taking advantage of the fact that the imperial beasts behind them were plunged into a short period of darkness, Lin Bai had the hybrid beast take the lead and rush out. Although the person behind him was a second-rank imperial beast master, the grade of the hybrid beast was too high.
Moreover, its imperial beast was already weak. There was also a moment of fear as he sensed the aura of the hybrid beast. It was simply impossible to detect the traces of the hybrid beast. As for himself, instead, he only felt a breeze blowing by. The two continued to march forward. It wasn't long before the hybrid beast transmitted a signal. It had already found herbs. And there were a lot of them. After the hybrid beast was promoted to the first stage, it could already communicate with him for a short while. It wasn't long before the two reached the end of this road trip. Passing through the tiny alleyway, what appeared before their eyes was a pool-like place. In the center of the pool there were several strange lotus flowers floating. Among the lotus flowers, there was one that was a double lotus. It's the purple flame twin lotus. Chapter 75, The Devouring Ability of the Hybrid Beast. Purple flame twin lotus? Lin Bai was a bit puzzled. He had never heard of this strange herb before. It seems like you don't know much about these things, little brother. Look, this place is a cold pool, and that lotus flower is called the ice and fire lotus. This ice and fire lotus is incredibly precious, the growing conditions are extremely harsh, and the ice and fire lotus itself carries a certain amount of supreme yang and yin attributes,
the two attributes are repulsive, and it can play a huge role in alchemy and body purification. Lin Bai was also stunned. It didn't occur to him that this lotus flower sex had such a terrifying function.
TSK. It was worthy of being a good thing that could excite even hybrid beasts.
As for the purple inflammation twin lotus, because there are two lotus flowers and that lotus is accompanied by lightning and flames around it.
This item is even more rare than that ice and fire lotus.
The ice and fire lotus flower, the most yang and yin, one yin and one yang, and the lotus flower is surrounded by the same polarized aura.
As for the purple flame twin lotus, the two lotus heads carry very different attributes.
These two lotus heads, one is surrounded by lightning and the other is nourished by flames. The two complement each other and are a great tonic for origin imperial beasts.
It's a priceless treasure above the market.
The other party obviously didn't put Lin Bai in his eyes. After all, Lin Bai was a martial artist. It would be a waste to give something like this to a martial artist.
It would be a waste. Moreover, if this item was given to some origin royal beasts with lightning attribute or flame attribute,
the strength of the beast will increase dramatically.
There's even a chance that it will break through the ranks.
This was the reason why there was no price for it. As Lin Bai pondered in his heart,
suddenly, his face changed dramatically. He could feel that there was only a huge fluctuation coming from the cold pool at this moment. Just as soon as he spread out his spiritual probing senses, he then discovered the huge ferocious beast hiding below this. This is a deathworm. Surprisingly, there is still a deathworm?
This deathworm was about tens of miles in size. It was coming upwards at great speed from the depths of the cold pool.
Quickly go! There's a ferocious beast.
Lin Bai grabbed the imperial beast master beside him and ran outward quickly.
Just as soon as the two outlines left,
a golden light shone brightly and landed on top of these lotus flowers. As the golden light swept by at a rapid pace, these lotus flowers along with the twin lotus were taken captive by the golden light. And this golden light was none other than Lin Bai's origin imperial beast.
Hybrid beast.
In sensing the presence of such a huge treasure, it took it captive with great speed. Not long after the hybrid beast left this place,
a huge fluctuation came from the ground vibrating in all directions. The entire cold pool was instantly overturned. A giant earthworm drilled out.
The earthworm's head seemed to have undergone some odd changes. The huge body continuously breathed and flashed with gusts of strange red light. After sensing that the treasure he was guarding was missing,
a miserable roar instantly enjoyed throughout the cave.
On the other side,
the three people who were deep inside, only hearing the loud roar.
Then they quickly ran backward in unison.
And they had just run not far away.
A booming sound came from behind them.
Someone turned back to look. The next moment ran even faster. Behind them were densely packed poisonous insects. There really were other creatures in the outside. The entrance to the mine shook. It seemed that something was awakening and running inside. The next moment,
several silhouettes rushed out from it.
They scattered in different directions, running at high speed.
Not long after they had just left this place,
a huge fluctuation came. The ground rippled. The mouth of the mine cave instantly collapsed. A huge longworm crawled out. The longworm roared. Strange fluctuations spread continuously. The fluctuations were like electric waves.
It quickly locked onto its target. With a flip of its body, it drilled towards the earth. The hybrid beast jumped onto Lin Bai. Just as soon as it returned to the middle of space, it transmitted a message to Lin Bai. 0.
Give it to me.
The mixed Yuan beast was a divine-grade imperial beast. It was only at the first stage and it was able to pass information to its master through its mind. One should know that this was an ability that some origin imperial beasts were only able to temporarily come out of when they reached the second or even third rank level.
Lin Bai didn't hesitate.
He took the most precious purple flame twin lotus to it. An excited light flashed in the eyes of the hybrid beast, very humanized. As it opened its mouth wide, the purple flame twin life lotus was swallowed. Lin Bai, who was still running, only felt his body tremble.
A strong force surged from within his body.
Within his pair of pupils, purple and red light flashed separately.
Strong fluctuations came.
Lin Bai had no time to care.
He raised his head to the sky and roared.
Thunder light bathed his body and blazing fire rolled around him. The hybrid beast itself had a certain devouring ability. Especially after taking this purple flame twin lotus that had both berserk attributes at the same time. This was instantly devoured by the mixed yuan beast, all fed back to Lin Bai. The power of thunder and fire came out in endless layers. It was as if the two beasts started tearing at Lin Bai's flesh. The ground surged. The next moment the ground cracked open. A huge earthworm emerged from it. The earthworm's head seemed to have a slight degradation and mutation. The two tentacles were like eyes. The mouth was more like a gear with a sharp mouthpiece constantly churning. Just as soon as it rushed out, the earthworm was headed straight for Lin Bai. The foul odor emanating from its mouth caused Lin Bai to snap back to his senses. Looking at the earthworm that was close at hand. If he didn't do something, he would definitely be buried in the belly of the beast. All of Lin Bai's strength erupted. The power of thunder and fire that he had just acquired surrounded him. The unique divine suppressive power of the divine origin imperial beast. His body's entire body was 400,000 kilograms of strength. All the power was gathered into his right fist. Lin Bai's body bowed back. His fist was like a sharp arrow storing up power. Get the hell out of here! Under a furious roar, a fist blasted out. Dang! It seemed like the sound of iron clashing exploded. Wind currents rolled. This gigantic earthworm was unexpectedly shaken out by this force. The huge body flung itself in the air. When he landed on the ground, it even caused a wave of small earthquakes. Lin Bai himself flew backwards. The top of his right fist was bloody. Blood flowed out of his arm. Even the bones were vaguely showing signs of breaking at this moment. Lin Bai gritted his teeth. Grimacing, he looked at what was happening in front of him. However, a few moments of maddening smoothness appeared in his eyes. Cool. It was mainly the first time he had used his entire body's strength like this. Surprisingly, he was able to shake a king-level ferocious beast, the Great Emperor's Worm. Lin Bai looked up and watched as the earthworm lying not far away tumbled out again. Only when the earthworm looked up at Lin Bai again, he could clearly feel the scorn emanating from the Great Emperor's Worm. Seeing this scene, Lin Bai subconsciously raised his hand. In a trance, a faintly visible giant beast shadow appeared behind him. The suppressive power of a divine-level imperial beast exploded out. Lin Bai let out an explosive shout. Suppression. Chapter 76, The Worm That Devours the Earth. The reason why a divine great imperial beast had this name. In fact, the most important point was that it possessed a certain degree of terrifying divinity. Even if a divine great imperial beast was still only at the cub stage, the terrifying power emanating from its body is already enough to suppress any low-ranked ferocious beast. Already enough to suppress any low-ranked beasts. For example, the previous king-level royal beast, the Black Fury Tiger. When it was a cub, it had already been intimidated by a hybrid beast that had just been born a short while ago. The blow dealt by a god-level imperial beast to these king-level imperial beasts was devastating. Now that the hybrid beast had evolved into the first rank, even if it was facing a king-level beast with a strength of 5th rank, it was fearless. The divine pressure was overbearing and brutal. It was accompanied by the purple flame twin lotus that had just recently been acquired. Its body strength instantly exploded. The power surged with terror. Lin Bai didn't hesitate. In addition to the divine pressure of a mixed beast god-level imperial beast, it also utilized the petals that had already condensed the power of the mixed beast's feedback. The 72 golden lotus petals blazed with golden light. At the same time, the entire golden lotus also rotated at extreme speed. The speed was soaring. Accompanied by the vigorous power burst out. There seemed to be a pair of invisible hands in the sky. Just so hard to shoot a little. A huge rumbling sound came. The earthworm that could have been furious only felt a majestic force arrive. It was instantly pushed down to the ground. A huge pit tens of meters long appeared on top of the earth. The huge pit also spread out in all directions with channels and gullies that stretched on endlessly. The power of this palm. Surprisingly, it caused the entire forest to tremble a little. The earthworm seemed to have been slapped unconscious. A roaring sound of pain came from it. The earth rushed. At this time, the hybrid beast flew out. It charged towards the earthworm. Lin Bai could feel the emotions of the hybrid beast.
It was craving for food. This earthworm's cultivation level had to be at least 5th rank. A 5th rank king level beast was enough to cross the ranks. But it was actually suppressed by itself?
Lin Bai looked at his palm with some shock.
Just now, he had utilized the golden lotus in his body in a moment of desperation. The 72 petals of the golden lotus were raging with power. All of the power in the 72 petals was declared out. In a trance, Lin Bai could feel that the power just now seemed to have been instantly condensed. The power of the 72 petals was all concentrated. The power of these 72 petals were all pure to the extreme origin power. All of them exploded. It was no less than the full force of a peak 5th ranked ferocious beast. Is this all the power I have now? I never thought that I had such a powerful strength now. It was really terrifying. Just as Lin Bai was pondering in his mind, the hybrid beast had already approached the earthworm. The behemoth in front of him. Perhaps others will think that this is a king-level beast should try to find ways to refine its bones and fur into a treasure. But for today's hybrid beast, this is undoubtedly the best tonic. It was also just right to eat a little more. Think of this. The hybrid beast immediately opened its mouth. Its head became incomparably huge, as if it was several kilometers in size. Under one bite, the body of the earthworm instantly lost a third of its body. However, the hybrid beast still felt that it hadn't finished. The tiny claws extended once again. In one go, it captured the body of the earthworm. Another mouthful of chewing. 2 consecutive times of mediocre feeding. The king-level beast, the earthworm, had already chewed up only a small half of its body. While feeling the power feedback, Lin Bai also learned about the mixed beast's current mood. Thinking about this, Lin Bai shook his head helplessly. This kid was really like a pig. He knew how to sleep when he was full. At this time, the hybrid beast flew back around Lin Bai's body. Only then did it honestly get down and sleep. Its body seemed to be the same as before. It is still a small chipmunk. But Lin Bai had seen the body form of the hybrid beast when it was promoted to the first stage. It was more than 2 meters long. It wasn't the same degree at all as now. Moreover, the aura emanating from its body was even more dense and powerful. A god-level imperial beast deserved it. The hybrid beast had devoured the red flame twin lotus. Coupled with these 2 large chunks of the earthworm's flesh and blood, the power fed back nowadays could be described as majestic. The strength of the power was so strong that it also had to make the mixed Yuan beast begin to prostrate itself on the ground, digesting its own power through sleep. Feeling the surge of power, Lin Bai went up and pounded on the remaining corpse of the earthworm for a while. Eventually, he raised his hand and waved it, taking the remaining flesh and blood of the worm of the great emperor. All of it was collected into the strange space that he had acquired not long ago. Strangely enough, he didn't detect any of those mysterious bridges that Dean Long had mentioned. When his power touched the ancient mirror and pendant, he was able to see the space. That space was more like a piece of storage. There was even the presence of oxygen in it. This alone, it all shocked Lin Bai. It was impossible to know that there was oxygen within a storage space. This was also the reason why he had gotten those weapons from the space pendants of those 8th and 9th ranked powerhouses before, and they wouldn't experience decay over the years. Once oxygen existed in the air, even these products that were still resistant to manufacturing decades ago would rot and decay. But this is not happening today. Obviously, this is because in being in a vacuum. But the space where the pendant and the ancient mirror were united surprisingly had the presence of oxygen in it. It was truly marvelous. This led to that space. Lin Bai was raising some wild mutated beasts, with the blood and flesh of the king-level ferocious beast, the earthworm, entering it. Only then was Lin Bai satisfied and left this place. It wasn't that he didn't want to use the pendant space. The pendant space was 100 by 100 cubic meters. This was indeed large enough. But he was more interested in using the corpse of this earthworm as sustenance to feed on. Those ferocious beasts in that strange space were all 1st or 2nd rank existences. He wondered if they would not improve after eating the flesh and blood of a king-level beast. Wouldn't they have a boost again? Fatten them up before killing them. Lin Bai naturally understood this.
Lin Bai turned around and fled amongst the trees at high speed. Now the situation was unfavorable for him. The earthworm was a king-level beast. The strong fluctuations brought about by its death would drive some of the powerful beasts around it to come and fight for it. Nowadays, he might have the strength to fight with a 6th-ranked beast. But the blood and flesh of a king-level beast will always be a great temptation. There was no guarantee that there wouldn't be an 8th-order beast. Or even a 9th-ranked beast will come to forage for food. If that happens, his situation would be very dangerous. That was why he left in a hurry. In fact, it was just as Lin Bai expected. He had just left this place not long ago. A palm-sized purple lion appeared in the bushes. This purple lion was covered with crystalline hair. It seemed to have a slight golden color. There was a bit of dazzling red light in the center of its brow. If Lin Bai was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. This was also a king-level beast, a purple and gold lion. Chapter 77, Returning to School Life. Looking at those bloodstains and a small amount of meat residue left in this place, a little bit of anger flared up in the purple and gold male lion's tiny pupils. Damn! I didn't think that there were other ferocious beasts that came even faster than him. Who on earth could it be? Could it be those old monsters? That's not right. They live in the center of the forest. They're guarding a treasure like that. They would never go out so easily. The corpse of an earthworm can't tempt them. Let them come out to forage for food themselves. Damn it! Who the hell is it? This purple gold lion is already above the king level. It's on par with the strength of the king's extreme viper that was in the safety zone. It was even better than it had ever been. He also did not expect that there would be other ferocious beasts that were even faster than him. The greatest ability of the purple gold lion was their speed and perception. As early as the moment the earthworm's breath was annihilated, he had come flying. Yet there was no gain. Along the way, he even saw countless ferocious beasts that wanted to fight for it. There was no shortage of king-level beasts among them. But they were all scared off by him. I didn't expect that he would still be the first to be taken. Thinking about this, the purple gold male lion could only fight to let out a roar as well. The sound rushed by. It was like a terrifying wave of air. The countless trees around were instantly cut flat. There were even close trees that were affected by the wave. They were turned into fragments and exploded. They were dispersed in the air. The purple gold lion turned around and left. He couldn't look at this kind of limb and flesh foam. The pride of a king-level beast. It wouldn't let him eat such a thing. At the same time, Lin Bai, who was fleeing at the fly, also sensed the fluctuations behind him. Sensing the loud roaring sound coming from him, Lin Bai couldn't help but be surprised in his heart. Judging from this aura, this was clearly a king-level ferocious beast. And it had already reached a mature body. He still couldn't fight such an existence at all. Fortunately, he had utilized the concealment function that came with the hybrid beast when he was escaping. Earlier on, he had relied on this ability. He had managed to evade that king snake's probing. Now that the hybrid beast had been promoted to the first stage, this ability had been boosted accordingly. It was only then that Lin Bai managed to escape. While running, he also made contact with the few people from before. Fortunately, they were a group of 5 people in a small team. None of them had lost their lives. Lin Bai wasn't worried about them seeing him. While escaping from the mine, he was the last one to rush out. Those people were fast. They hated to run as far as they could. Naturally, none of them noticed the huge earthworm that followed him. Inside the safe zone, a few people had finally managed to gather. That really scared me. I thought I was going to die there. That one was a king-level ferocious beast, the great emperor's worm. How could we possibly get the medicinal herbs in the middle of the mines with him around? The only girl in the group was now panting. Her heart was palpitating. If it wasn't for the fact that her origin royal beast was a blizzard wolf. Under the blizzard wolf's furious speed, she was lucky to escape. Otherwise, she wouldn't have dared to imagine. How terrifying would it be to face that earthworm like that? Moreover, the earthworm is not the only thing that exists in that mine. There are many other beasts. Those should be the offspring of the earthworm. Only the grade is very poor. Even king-level beasts are able to reproduce offspring. However, the possibility of the offspring being of the same king level was very, very low. This matter is my fault. I have already reported this time to the headquarters, they are combing through it, and the side of the trading office has also spoken to me. Every single one of us can pass all of this mission. It was an accidental mission that was outside the realm of what we were able to handle, so we got an extra bonus. The earthworm is a king-level ferocious beast, especially good at casting crypts. I'm sure there's a piece under the mine that is his crypt. The middle-aged stout man no longer had that arrogant and domineering energy from before. At the time of truly experiencing that fear of death.
For what promotion to intermediate hunter? He no longer had any hope. After all, in that environment, to be able to survive is already a great good thing. The hybrid beast was extremely fast. It was naturally impossible for them to see it. The mixed beast personally struck out, taking away those lotus flowers guarded by the earthworm, especially the precious purple flame twin lotus among them. The current him had in turn become the biggest winner of this mission. Both obtained such a rare earthworm's flesh and blood.
At the same time, he also obtained the ice and fire lotus flower.
Comparing the two, he was the biggest beneficiary of this mission. Even if that group of senior hunters came here to explore, there was no way they would have this kind of harvest. Soon the people from the military personally drove the few people back to the city. After some inspections, they went back to their respective homes. And Lin Bai also sensed that amongst the group of people sent out by the military, there was a strong person of the 9th rank or above. The other party quickly rushed towards the place of the mines they had provided. It was clearly the lotus flower as well as the earthworm that they were going to look for. The earthworm's full form was several thousand meters long. With an existence like that, Lin Bai and the others would never be able to escape. So it had to be an immature earthworm. It wasn't enough to threaten a 9th order powerhouse. Returning home, Lin Bai let out a loud laugh. Within the next long period of time, he didn't need to acquire any more heavenly materials and those precious beasts for the hybrid beast's cultivation enhancement. He took stock of the ice and fire lotus flower. There were still a total of 15 plants in stock. These could be left behind for 10 plants for the mixed yuan beasts to consume. The other 5 plants could be taken and sold in exchange for some other medicinal herbs. The same can help the cultivation of the hybrid beast to improve. It's a good thing to do. After a night of adjustment and digestion, Lin Bai poured the power from the hybrid beast into the golden lotus again. The 2 petals of the golden lotus flower were already a bit dim. At this moment, the light was once again bright. The number of petals around the lotus flower had climbed to 75. It seems that the higher up, the number of petals of this lotus flower is more difficult to raise. For the level of origin force to become more and more pure. The following day, the many students of the True Martial Academy had gone through 3 days of adjustment. It was already time for them to return to school. It was only as soon as they stepped inside the academy, Lin Bai heard some whispers. It seemed to be all centered around himself. After getting a boost from the hybrid beast, his enhancement was in addition to his physical strength level. The 6 senses and 5 senses had likewise had a great enhancement. Why had he become the center of these people's discussion? Lin Bai was still pondering. A familiar voice came from behind him. Lin Bai. The duo of Chen Hu and Han Shui were walking slowly towards him. Seeing a few strange smiles raised at the corners of their mouths, Lin Bai was a bit puzzled and opened his mouth to inquire. What's happening here? No way, man, you don't know about such a big thing? Chapter 78, Fame Shatters the Academy. Looking at Chen Hu's surprised expression, Lin Bai was still confused. Han Shui on the side couldn't help but laugh out loud when she saw this. These 2 people were really interesting. Looks like you haven't paid much attention to the school's forum lately. Nua, take a look. Forum? One had to know that Lin Bai had been busy with promotions during this period of time. And also took the time to go out and perform a junior hunter mission that had some high difficulty. How could he possibly have the time to brush the school's forum? True Martial Academy was the top of the 4 academies in Tianyuan City. It naturally had something like a forum. On the forum, it was possible for people to buy and sell some rare beasts or exotic treasures.
Of course, what this group of students discussed was more about some geniuses.
For example, the students in the ace class.
When he saw the first entry in the forum,
Lin Bai's expression was a bit odd. The Academy's full score disciple for this freshman trial. The only time in 10 years. Out of nowhere.
He recalled what Dean Long had said back then. All three of them had perfect scores in this freshman trial. I didn't realize that this hadn't happened once in 10 years within the Academy.
TSK. True Martial Academy was also too much of a pull. Thanks to their own divine grade Imperial beasts.
Lin Bai was still scrolling down through the forum comments.
Just at this time,
the light in front of his eyes was obscured by shadows. Before he had time to look up to see his opponent, a fist wind came roaring in.
Almost subconsciously,
the combat experience accumulated over this period of time. It made Lin Bai's body make a weird arc.
While dodging a punch,
raising his leg, he stomped on his opponent's chest.
He didn't use his full strength with this kick, but it was enough to knock the opponent back. Borrowing from this force of recoil,
he himself was like a feather floating.
He landed not far away.
Lin Bai looked up at him. The person who came was of a similar age to him. He was well built. The aura emanating from his body was like a tiger descending from a mountain.
Who was this? Why was he striking out at himself?
While still in doubt, just then, he heard the other party open his mouth. Tisk, as expected of a good genius like Seedling, there are still some reactions to the perfect score of this freshman trial.
After saying this,
he turned his head with a disdainful face and was about to leave.
Stand still. A light sentence.
It did not attract the other party's attention. Instead, it was exchanged for a mocking look.
I said, stop right there. Berserk Chi instantly raged out, locking the other party in place. This person turned his head. With a disdainful face, he looked at Lin Bai in front of him. How interesting, even a little guy like you wants to fight me.
The disdain in his tone could be said to be at its peak.
Why did you strike at me for no reason? What? This is the instruction given to you by your senior, you should keep it in mind. Why are you arguing about right and wrong like this? You have to know that the next person can't exchange for this opportunity to teach.
He didn't finish his words.
Lin Bai already couldn't hold back his inner agitation.
He had struck out at himself for no reason. Now he was still here reversing right and wrong.
Brilliantly arguing. This kind of person just didn't want to be cleaned up. Lin Bai came close with a flash.
This person was still speaking. A huge fist blasted up towards his face.
Under one punch,
this person was like a kite flying backwards.
Dust was all over the place. The entire person was even deeply embedded in a large tree not far away.
Between the leaves shaking,
the tree had a tendency to break. Just one punch will hit the other party's life and death unknown.
The crowd that witnessed this scene,
shock appeared on their faces.
There were already quite a few of them who recognized the young man who was sent flying.
Isn't that second-year senior Zhang Jianhan? It's really senior Zhang Jianhan.
I've heard long ago that this senior has terrifying strength and is a big name among the second years.
Hearing the comments of the people around him,
Lin Bai didn't put these in his eyes. If the dean chastised him, it was also the other party who had struck first.
He was just acting in self-defense.
But he also judged it. This senior's strength had already reached the peak of the third stage Imperial Beast Master. The difference between an Imperial Beast Master and a martial artist lay in the Imperial Beasts.
Without summoning a royal beast,
even a 5th-ranked Beast Master
wouldn't be able to withstand a 2nd-rank martial artist's furious attack. After this matter was settled,
Lin Bai then came to the class with Chen Hu and Han Shui.
Just as soon as they entered it,
there were quite a few people who saw Lin Bai. Some of their whispers were because Lin Bai and the three of them had perfect scores in the freshman trial. Others were because the incident that had just happened at the school gate had long been spreading like wildfire on the forums. It was only then that they realized that Lin Bai was so fierce. But surprisingly, this matter had progressed very quickly.
There didn't seem to be a single wave. Even the dean hadn't sent anyone to inquire about understanding. It just ended like that. Inexplicable.
But the crowd also guessed what the silence was.
Song Lan's class soon arrived.
This devil class teacher still had a reputation.
Welcome back, my students. Song Lan's unexpected tone was gentle. Just when the crowd was still puzzled, Song Lan's tone changed. You guys are still qualified to come back? In this freshman trial, the ACE class's results were an existence that was almost at the bottom amongst the other students. If it wasn't for Lin Bai and their 3 full marks to raise your average score, how good do you think your performance content was? As a member of the ACE class only just freshman trials on the first day to quit, the reason is homesickness, just like you guys. What qualifications to go and kill that gang of ferocious beasts? There are also rely on their own a person fighting alone, not bad, indeed very strong, but this face a large number of fierce beasts surrounded is not nearly killed? Teamwork is the important thing. Of course you do have a team among you, but isn't that a lamb on the doorstep? Not understanding the distribution of teamwork, only knowing that the more people the better, and in turn becoming the target of a collective siege by the ferocious beasts, what's the point of that? To Song Lan. Lin Bai and the 3 of them didn't need to keep a good eye on themselves. The 3 of them were in addition to that less powerful one, Han Shui. The other 2 were seated players who acted as decoys. They could be said to be handy for this freshman trial. There was no need to pay too much attention. That was why she focused most of her energy on the other students. It was also because of this. Song Lan realized that this group of students were really a bunch of talents. Every single one of them had a different reason for being expelled from the freshman trial. He had really brought up a good class. Song Lan gave them a face-splitting scolding. It also made these proud geniuses lower their heads. Looking back, many of them in this freshman trial were even just passing the line. Is this still the name of a genius? Song Lan looked at the crowd and spoke again. After a joint deliberation among the 4 great academies, we have secured another trial opportunity for you all. Chapter 79, The Joint Competition of the 4 Houses. First of all, as you all know, this freshman training has resulted in some errors in the trial results due to certain irresistible external factors. There are quite a few academy scholars who questioned the results coupled with the unification of conditions within the academy after determining that it was still necessary to rejudge a freshman trial. After the 4 deans gathered to discuss the results, the 4 academies' joint competition originally scheduled for the second half of the year has been moved up to today. A joint competition of the 4 courtyards? The people present were all new students. They were still confused about this. There were only 2 grades of students in the academy. Theoretically, the academy had 3 grades of students. However, after each student reaches the 3rd year, they will be sent to the city's border or safe zone for unified training. After that, according to the students' own will, they are given a path to follow. Whether to enter the military department to become a soldier to fight for the glory of the country, or become a hunter, or to higher education. It's all up to the students themselves. Then again, the number of students in the only 2 grades within the academy was also extremely large. You may not be familiar with the joint competition of the 4 houses, which was decided to be a competition that could only be held in the second half of the year after you had entered the academy for 1 semester. But because of the special circumstances nowadays, the period has been specially altered to adjust the time to 1 month after the official opening of the 4 houses combined competition, with the participants being all the first to second year students in the academy. The crowd was also hearing such an unfamiliar topic for the first time. One by one, they all got excited. The classroom was noisy. Song Lan's tone changed. I know what you all want to say, but it's now during class, and given that you've performed so poorly, it's necessary to conduct a special training session for you guys. Song Lan's reputation could be retained from the last grade until now. Naturally, it couldn't be separated from his devilish methods. For a moment some horrifying thoughts bubbled up in the hearts of many students. Now it's time for your physical training. Even if you're Imperial Beast Masters, you still have to strengthen your physical fitness. From now on, there's no need to attend the next few classes. Now go run drills for me. Do your best. But everyone has a minimum standard line, 5 laps to start. For this group of Imperial Beast Masters, running 5 laps of the playground would be killing them. After all, their cultivation mainly relied on the Imperial Beasts as well as their own cultivation. With regards to physical fitness, it was natural to be as lazy as they could be. Song Lan had also emphasized this aspect before. However, it did not get the attention of this group of students. Now it would be troublesome if Song Lan settled the score. Of course, there were quite a few of them who had no feelings about this.
For example, Lin Bai. He was essentially a martial artist. Combined with the help of the hybrid beasts over this period of time,
5 circles was just a snap of the fingers. Ditto.
The help Chen-Hu's king-grade royal beast had given him was also tremendous. Only being just a first-rank royal beast master was able to give Chen-Hu a huge strength of nearly 10,000 kilograms. The physical aspect was similarly transformed by the Black Fiend Tiger. He was not like a royal beast master with that physique. It was more like a strong martial artist. However, Han Shui was much more bitter. Her origin imperial beast wasn't exactly powerful.
Physical fitness wasn't the best either.
So it was just a matter of enduring the pain.
The blazing sun hung high.
This group of ace-class students just went on a long run in it. But every time someone was about to hold on for dear life,
or even started to fall behind, Song Lan then showed her non-trivial means. With the appearance of Wolverine.
With a roar, it scared the pants off so many students present that they had to continue running after it.
The killing intent released by the Vajra wolf was a kind of torture for them.
And among them, Lin Bai was the leader of the running hierarchy that had been chaotic from the middle of the group. Right behind him was Chen-Hu as well as the class president.
In fact, Song Lan had a rough preliminary understanding of each student's physical condition. So how many laps could this group of students run?
He had a number in his heart.
Whenever the students couldn't hold on,
Wolverine would rush forward,
gripping them behind his back, carrying them on his back to continue driving the next student.
However, many of them who took advantage of the opportunity to catch fish would be arched up by Wolverine one by one, so that they were forced to run. They would not stop until they reached their expected limit.
Song Lan's devilish training had brought them extraordinary torture. How had this group of students ever received this kind of treatment?
They all screamed in agony. Gradually there were fewer and fewer people above the playground. In the end, there were only a few people left.
Among them, Lin Bai had been in the lead.
Then the people following remained the same. Many of the trainees who were already extremely tired also began to find a way. Counting the laps for the students who were still running was considered a means of relieving their fatigue.
Among them,
Lin Bai's achievements could be described as dazzling. As the numbers became more and more astonishing, every single one of their faces was that shocked and dismayed.
My gosh, it's already 13 laps, doesn't he feel tired?
This is still a human being, and look at his speed, it's the same pace from the beginning to the end, without any change, how is this possible?
And behind Lin Bai,
Chen-Hu and their class president had long been unable to support themselves. The class leader completely ran out of strength and collapsed on the ground during the 14th lap.
After being picked up by Wolverine, Song Lan channeled power to repair his body. As for Chen-Hu,
he gritted his teeth and came to the 17th lap. In the end, his knees went limp and he fell to the ground. It was a familiar scene again. But in this Lin Bai had been running. From leading the race to running hard alone under the watchful eye of the whole class. Lin Bai sensed that his body's strength was being constantly depleted.
Only then did he stop, consuming his power cleanly. Not a wise choice too. Calculating. Running didn't have much wear and tear on his body. Even the surface of his body was just a faint thin sweat on his forehead.
It was a stark contrast to the others who were sweating like rain. And this was the most fundamental thing that made martial artists different from imperial beast masters. Their bodies were as if they were forged and knew no fatigue. In fact, even an unusual first-rank martial artist could continuously run the playground for more than 10 laps.
Looking at the crowd so out of breath, Song Lan was satisfied with them in her heart though.
Every single one of them had made more or less progress. But on the surface, they were still as stern as ever. Not bad at all, tomorrow's training program will be your imperial beasts, only in the morning you must rush in for a morning run, or the old rules, one person must do more than 5 laps, today's class ends here.
The time today was just past noon. At best, it was around 2 p.m.
Classes in the ace class were never limited to rules, but were very relaxed. Lin Bai was just about to leave when he heard Song Lan's call. Lin Bai, come to the dean's office, we have something to inform you. Despite the doubts in his heart.
But Lin Bai still honestly walked towards Dean Lon's office. Just as soon as he pushed open the door,
he saw several familiar figures.
Chapter 80, True Martial Academy Seated Players. Class teacher Song Lan was here.
Lin Bai wasn't surprised.
But why was Chen Hu here? Class 2 class teacher Guahao and class 3 class teacher that old Dang were here? Apart from the few people he knew.
The other 4 people and Lin Bai had all met once. But that Hui Yunhao was quite special.
This was a big patron. It's really rare, a first-class student of an ace class gets a turn to wait for so many people, waiting for you alone?
The one who spoke was none other than Hui Yenshan, the old Dang. Lin Bai wasn't used to him either. I also didn't expect to run into you here, Mr. Hua. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you for saving me by laying down your life back then, Mr. Hua. The past was revisited. Once again, it deepened the impression of Lin Bai.
Similarly, it also illustrated a point. There was something extremely fishy about Duan Tianda's disappearance in the beginning.
Hui Yenshan stopped speaking and snorted coldly.
Ignore him. This kid is infuriating.
If it wasn't for the dean being here,
maybe he would have really gotten his hands on him and gotten rid of him.
Hui Yunhao stood to the side. A pair of eyes stared sinisterly at Lin Bai.
The latter didn't care about it.
Instead, he looked at a few other people. There were 2 girls and 1 man among these people. Those 2 girls were extremely beautiful. It wasn't too much to say that they were beautiful. However, the looks of the 2 girls were different. However, they were both first-class beauties. The last person was a young man with a short stature.
Ahem. Long Jian looked at the crowd.
Word by word, he spoke. Everyone, now that you all know, the 4 courts joint competition will open in a month's time.
The 4 great academies within Tianyuan City are divided into the True Martial Academy, the Void Bamboo Academy, the Song Lun True Mountain, and the Phaseless Sword Sect.
Among them, the Void Bamboo Academy is the existence at the bottom of the 4 great academies year after year, but I heard that not too long ago, 5 King Great Imperial Beast Masters came out from their academy. There are only 3 King-level Royal Beast Masters that have appeared within our academy up until now. Even though we don't know whether the rumors are true or not, we have to deal with them seriously.
After saying this, Long Jian looked up at the crowd.
According to the results after I agreed with several other academy deans, the first-year students will be uniformly arranged to fight in one place, the same goes for the second-year students, and of course, a third scenario can be chosen, where the first and second-year students mix up their battles. We will judge the final academy score jousting number 1 this time based on the battles combined with points. And your previous scores amongst the freshman trials, each of you, despite being different, have served as the criteria for the rating. Long Jian turned his head to look at the 2 figures. For example, Chen Hu and Lin Bai, the score of the 2 of you is 100 points. If someone beats you, then 100 points will be added to his score. On the contrary, if you are able to defeat the top-ranked person from another academy, then you will be able to gain their points, which will finally be added up as a total. There are a few King Great Imperial Beast Masters amongst the second-year students of our True Martial Academy, but there are other students as well. With all of the above, as well as our many teachers discussing the results of the determination as, this so-called Void Bamboo Academy doesn't pose much of a threat, what's truly difficult are the 2 academies in the back, which are the Song Lun True Mountain and the Phaseless Sword Sect. Strictly speaking, these 2 colleges should be called clans. Song Lun True Mountain they collect students about flying birds, a class of imperial beasts of people. Their clan's internal management rules are strict. Our ace class disciples are called elite disciples at their place. And that group of elite disciples each have their own different grading differences, in which the purple-clothed elite disciples are the most powerful. The strength of each of those elite disciples has already reached the level of a 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master or a 3rd-ranked martial artist. But the number of such powerful disciples is also very small, and there are only 2 purple-clothed elite disciples in their current sect. As for the Phaseless Sword Sect, as the name suggests, the disciples they recruit are all martial artists.
All martial artists?
The crowd was shocked at the words. How was this possible? One had to know that the Imperial Beast Masters were an orthodox existence as stipulated by the entire alliance.
As for martial artists? That was all because of the branch lineage created by the martial god. How could there be an academy sect that only recruited martial artists? They don't only accept martial artists, they also accept martial artists who specialize in practicing swordsmanship, and that's precisely why the rules within their sect are also very strict. Similar to the previous Song Lujian Mountain, every martial artist in their sect is also divided into elite and ordinary disciples, and they are known by the number of their own sheaths. For example, a 7-sheath disciple is the top of the disciples. After hearing these words,
these disciples were considered to have grown in knowledge. It was the first time they had seen there would be such a strange 2 clans that existed. Of course, the reason why I'm talking to you guys so much is because the 6 of you are the seed players amongst the first-year students of our academy so far. You all come from the ace class itself, your own imperial beast strength and talent. Needless to say, you can cultivate faster than the next person. During this period of time, your cultivation resources, the academy can temporarily bear part of it. Of course, I also hope that you will show your achievements. The Void Bamboo Academy does not know what to fear. As for the Tsong Loon True Mountain and the Phase Less Sword Sect, they are your true rivals. If you guys are able to win the top spot amongst this April joint competition, I will report each of the 6 of you to the Alliance and fight for you to have the opportunity to evolve your Imperial beasts, or even improve their quality. If the Alliance doesn't agree, I can also do my best to provide sufficient conditions for your cultivation or all aspects. The Hallowed Academy Dean was treating them like this. How could they dare to disagree? One after another nodded their heads. A desire for victory appeared among their eyes. I hope that you will work together to make a good name for my true martial academy. Yes. A hopeful light shone on all 6 faces. They already each had their own thoughts. But no matter what it was because of, they all had their own reasons why they had to win this joint competition of the 4 academies. Hui Yunhao's gaze was dead set on the departing Lin Bai. It was all him. If it wasn't him, how could he be treated like this by his second uncle as well? If it wasn't him, how could the Hua family have let him fall so out of favor? It's all his fault. If I can win the title this time, I'll kill him by 1,000 cuts. Hui Yunhao wouldn't forget the scene he experienced in the safe zone. It was a lifelong disgrace. No matter what, he must take revenge. Back at home, Lin Bai was incredibly excited. I didn't realize that there was such a thing as a joint competition of the 4 academies. Especially that Heron True Mountain and the Phaseless Sword Sect. The existence of these 2 sects was really marvelous and special. What exactly was a sect? This. Lin Bai hadn't really understood it. But with his strength today, perhaps he could give it a good try. Looking for an opponent amongst his class. Seeking a breakthrough opportunity. Lin Bai was still pondering. Suddenly, Song Lan sent a message. Lin Bai, come to the Pill King Pavilion. Chapter 81, Refining Pills Again? Lin Bai had a few doubts in his eyes. But still, he honestly went to the Pill King Pavilion. Just as soon as he arrived here, the Pill King walked up in 3 steps. Looking at Lin Bai in front of him, his eyes were filled with joy. That look was like seeing a precious treasure. Seeing such an expression, Lin Bai also sensed that something was wrong. Perhaps the senior had something to ask himself. Little friend Lin Bai, you've finally arrived. Nowadays, in the entire Tianyuan city, there are only 2 people who can be in the same realm of pill refining as me. Last time, Lin Bai had displayed his heaven-defying pill refining talent. He had already completely subdued the Pill King with his overwhelming enlightenment. Now that he had encountered a problem, the first thing he thought of was to contact Lin Bai. The first thing that came to mind was contacting Lin Bai. What's the situation? These words from the Pill King. It further strengthened Lin Bai's inner thoughts. It seemed like he had something to ask for himself. Little friend Lin Bai, hurry, come in and talk. Passing through the attic that was so stormily decorated, Lin Bai arrived in the alchemy room. And standing within the alchemy room was Song Lan. Lin Bai, today, Senior Pill King has something to ask you for, and in order to ask you, he even went as far as to give me a heavenly reward. From the moment the other party entered, he addressed himself as little friend. Such a respectful attitude, combined with Teacher Song's words. Lin Bai also understood that being able to trap such a Pill King, it was by no means a normal thing. What kind of setback had he encountered on his path to alchemy? His own alchemy talent. It might be able to help 1 or 2 under the enhancement of the mixed beast. Of course, Lin Bai wouldn't be a brainwave that knew how to help enthusiastically. He would also receive payment. What exactly is the problem that can put Senior Pill King in a difficult position? Maybe I can help you, but say it clearly, but I will charge a reward. After all, I'm not a lousy person either. To a figure like the Pill King, reward was not even worth mentioning in their eyes. What with the black crystals and money? He had plenty of them. Even cultivation resources were within reach with the lift of a hand. His identity was also certified within the entire alliance. A famous and renowned king-grade alchemist. With his presence,
Tianyuan City could be said to be a long way ahead of the surrounding cities. To him, what reward could he not get his hands on?
Even if the military side asked him to refine pills, they would have to be respectful,
mentioning a generous reward.
The remuneration is all a minor issue, the difficulty I'm experiencing now has to be solved by you personally.
No more words. Soon, the two arrived in front of the Dan furnace. Just as soon as they got close,
Lin Bai smelled a strange odor of rotting rust.
He raised an eyebrow. Couldn't figure it out. How did this old man study these strange things all day long? Little friend Lin Bai, you smelled it too.
The Pill King sighed. The elixir that I recently refined is called the Life and Infinity Elixir, and as the name suggests, this elixir is capable of living forever and ever, a powerful boost for the person who takes it, but the only thing that has gone wrong is the raw materials as well as the practicing of the words.
Hearing these words, Lin Bai frowned.
He had never known about this born to last pill before. However, with a strength like the Pill King's, he was unable to refine something.
He might only be able to make some suggestions as well.
The raw material taken for this born without end pill is named the Earth Fire Green Lotus, and it has to be accompanied by precious herbs like the Green Gangwood and Thunder Strike Stone to be refined together. The final product should be antique, a valuable, as if emerald like Dan Clay pill, but I refined it out. In addition to the same color, and the taste is rotten and raw, it is simply like experiencing a mutation.
Hearing these words, Lin Bai couldn't help but be shocked as well. It seemed like this Pill King was truly a genius in a way. Give me a look at the Dan formula for the Sang Sang Unlimited Dan, as well as I want to take a look at the finished product you've refined. After seeing the Dan formula as well as the finished product, Lin Bai frowned. No matter what, he also had to personally refine something to try it out. Let me try it first. As the two men stepped back, Understand also took out his Dan furnace. This was a treasure that the Pill King seniors were all eye-catching and wanting about it. To a certain extent, alchemy was in addition to medicinal materials and alchemists. The basic container furnace also has a certain degree of value effect. Different furnace refining out of the pills. It is likely to be extremely different, as each flavor of herbs was thrown into the furnace. Lin Bai practiced true fire quenching. Following the steps one by one, he began to refine them one by one. Even though the Pill King scoffed at this, but he had to recognize Lin Bai's talent. He had already shocked himself by just drawing from a gourd for the first time. However, the Sang Sang Dan was a 7th order elixir. Although his status could easily refine it successfully, but it couldn't be done to the extent of Lin Bai. Even he had to be careful when refining it. Just as the Pill King was pondering, suddenly, only a flash of golden light was seen in Lin Bai's eyes. The next moment, the quenching flame in his hand grew a few points larger. The Pill King was startled in his heart when he saw this. This is not right. He had practiced this Dan an unknown number of times. He had long been familiar with it. The Dan of unending life should have immediately switched to a small fire and slowly roasted it, so that the residual flavors within the herbs were all stimulated, as the source of the ancient flavor of the unremitting life pill. What is the situation now? How dare you choose to use a large fire to fiercely sear? The effect after such a cauterization would only be worse. Lin Bai's behavior was in the eyes of the Pill King. It was puzzling. However, pill refiners most avoided other people's interruptions. So the Pill King could only bury his doubts in his heart, waiting for a while to ask the other party. It was also at the moment when the thoughts in his heart were suppressed. The next moment, the Dan furnace in front of him let out a loud boom. Then the flames instantly dissipated. Instead, the entire room was filled with a refreshing fragrance. Where did this fragrance come from? It wasn't just the Pill King. Even Song Lan, who was on the side, was startled. What was it about alchemy that could produce such a fragrant aroma? As the Pill King pondered in his heart, suddenly, he thought of a possibility recorded in an ancient book. The Pill King recalled the records he had seen at first. At that moment, his pupils shrank. An intense shock filled his entire body. Could it be that he had reached that point? It is important to know that the most important point in refining pills is the finished form of the pill as well as its efficacy. There was also the Dan pattern that came with it. Those who can practice the Dan pattern, not one in a million alchemists. How much hard work and practice does it take to achieve that? There is an important condition for the Dan pattern to be refined. It must be fragrant and refreshing. This flavor seems to be completely in line with what is written in the records. It's hard to believe that the Lin Bai in front of me is only the first time he has made a Dan. Is he able to quench the Dan lines? But how is that possible? Even an alchemist of his caliber. Even an alchemist of his level wouldn't dare to guarantee that Dan lines would appear when refining a low-grade elixir. Chapter 82, Lin Bai, Take Old Man's Knees. Dan lines. This is a Dan pattern. At the time of quenching, it must go through various forms of consideration before it can be reached. And the most important thing is, the higher the quality of any pill, the better the effect of the refining of the Dan lines. Their own level of alchemist is high enough. What is this situation? The Born to Live pill is an 8th ranked pill. Refining out the Dan lines is a 9th order elixir. And the person who can refine a 9th order elixir? Only a 9th rank alchemist. How could this be the Lin Bai in front of him? Surprisingly, it was twice as high as his specification for refining pills? Song Lan, this Lin Bai really hasn't practiced pills before? Was it really a little white guy before? The kind that can't do anything? Despite having some doubts about the Pill King's words. But Song Lan still nodded his head honestly. You old man also saw it before. You've seen this kid from the moment he first entered the Pill King pavilion until now. You've seen it all, you know it better than I do, right? The Pill King recalled the scene when he saw Lin Bai for the first time. The whole person froze. That's right. This kid had only refined Dan twice at the Pill King pavilion up until now. Now it was only the second time. If he was really able to refine the unending life Dan to produce a Dan pattern, that's an 8th order pharmacist. I'll be damned. This talent, such strength. Such a pill refiner. Even the Alliance headquarters would have to treat him with respect. The Alliance headquarters. That's a place with a lot of prestige. Over there, all the precious materials and exotic treasures for refining pills. You only need to wave your hand to get them. Even the most precious king beast blood could be the same. Just as he was pondering in his mind, the strange aroma around him was dissipating with a bang at this moment. Lin Bai quickly stepped forward. There was an excited light in his eyes. He opened the Dan furnace. As for the Pill King and Song Lan, the two of them also scurried over extremely quickly. There were 5 pills lying quietly in the furnace at the moment. 3 of these pills were slightly different. The 3 pills were even twice as large as the surrounding pills. And it is above the pills vaguely have a variety of runes appear. When he saw these pills, Pill King has immediately grabbed a pill. Holding in the hand, carefully scrutinized. This elixir is smooth and translucent. And on the surface of the elixir is hidden many runes appear. This is the Dan pattern. Only a quenched top quality elixir could give birth to a Dan pattern. Surprisingly, it really was a Dan pattern. At this moment, the Pill King was trembling with excitement. He couldn't stop the hot tears from flowing from his eyes. Ordinary pill refiners were able to refine a single Dan pattern. All of them could already be described to this day. But what about this? 5 pills came out of one furnace. 3 pills refined out Dan lines existed. This was simply genius. No. To say it's a genius is modest. It's simply an absolute demon of alchemy. The Pill King marveled at this. He raised his head to look at Lin Bai, who was standing. His eyes were filled with appreciation. Little friend Lin Bai, this really surprised me. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful and brutal talent now. Still really a little demon. What does Senior Pill King mean by this? Lin Bai hadn't yet figured it out. Why did the Pill King change so much before and after? Just then he heard the other party speak. Lin Bai, you don't know, those who are able to refine the unending life pill with a Dan pattern that is already at the level of an 8th order alchemist, such a level can enjoy a very high reputation even in the Alliance, and even have a certain chance to become the Alliance's royal alchemist, enjoying the same status and treatment as the old man. At that point their income will just be a string of numbers, and they can even enjoy the Alliance's top level of treatment. Hearing this, Lin Bai was surprised. Was refining an elixir pattern so bullish? Lin Bai wasn't a genius. He had just refined this elixir. The most important step experienced was the mixed yuan beast inside him had awakened.
The eyes of the mixed yuan beast carried a few excited lights.
It then blandly exhaled a breath.
It was also the presence of this breath. It caused the fire of the Dan furnace to skyrocket. The degree of quenching deepened by a few points. At the same time, by virtue of when the hybrid beast grew,
one's own talent grew along with it. This refining of the born to live Dan was simply a snap.
Pill King Sr., that's too serious. Even if the Alliance has rules like that, I'm only a junior nowadays after all. You are a great expert in this aspect of alchemy. This is just a fluke on my part, and without this cultivation from you, how would I have reached such a point? So please keep this matter a secret for me, Pill King Sr. The two of them, the Pill King and Song Lan, gazed at Lin Bai even more kindly.
Not humble, not arrogant, not impatient.
Deeply aware of the truth that trees attracted the wind. Acting in such a low-key manner. This person was truly a moldable talent. The Pill King also realized that he had acted too aggressively just now.
Then he let out a sigh.
In fact, by refining this born unlimited Dan, I am trying to find a breakthrough method for my Imperial Beast as soon as possible.
Lin Bai, please also tell me how this should be successful?
Combining the help of the hybrid beast when he had just refined it, as well as some of his own epiphanies. Lin Bai instantly understood what the Pill King's problem was.
I think you overlooked the most important point when you were refining it.
The Pill King was respectful. That look was almost like a student who was humbly seeking advice. Song Lan's jaw dropped in shock at the sight. One had to know that this Pill King Sr. had all the wind and all the rain in the city. All the great clans were eager to befriend him. There were even quite a few clans that had gone to great lengths to lose money for him. But there had never been anything that could make this Pill King Sr. so respectful.
At the same time, she also couldn't help but TSK at Lin Bai. This student's talent was too terrifying. In addition to the innate martial saint body, now this alchemy talent was still so amazing. When Senior Pill King was refining pills, although he wasn't following the same pattern as me, you overlooked an important issue. These medicinal herbs have been parked in the pavilion for such a long time, it's inevitable that they will be damp, and at times like this, if the degree of quenching of the flames isn't changed, then naturally, it's impossible to purify the medicinal effects. This would also cause this born to live Dan to lose the attribute qualities it was originally supposed to have. Upon hearing these words,
a strange light flickered in the Pill King's eyes.
A look of realization dawned on him. Right, why hadn't he thought of these things himself?
I didn't expect to have practiced Dan for a lifetime. Still being trapped by this most basic of things. I hadn't thought about it. It's really true that the blue is better than the blue, Lin Bai. I'm the one who has been taught about today's matter. The Pill King was at this moment for Lin Bai. There was more admiration in his heart. Lin Bai could already be said to be a ninth-order alchemist today.
But he just didn't know why he didn't enter the school of alchemy.
Just as the Pill King was pondering in his heart, Lin Bai also spoke at the right time.
Senior Pill King, now you should also fulfill your promise to pay me? He had never been a bad person. The main thing about coming here to do things was that he wanted to be paid. Chapter 83, Amazing Enlightenment.
Pill Kings were pill refiners. They were extremely generous.
So nowadays, he was naturally able to glean a little more. Hearing this, the corner of Song Lan's mouth twitched. It wasn't. Is remuneration the point?
It was still the first time she had seen someone come to the door to ask for payment from Pill King Sr.
Should this be counted as being wealthy? No problem, no problem. In fact, for someone like the Pill King, the longer he lived, the more refined he became. He also knew more about the human side of things. Just like right now. If Lin Bai didn't ask for anything, that would be a favor he owes to the other party. It's hard to pay back favors. He can't say anything about this situation. But if he understood that he was simply asking for payment, then it would be much simpler. It is much simpler. The reward is simply money and goods. These things are much better than the debt of favor. At that time can be considered to be too clear. But the Pill King wasn't willing to end the relationship with Lin Bai so simply. If the other party joined the lineage of pill refiners, then he could be a ninth-ranked pill refiner or even stronger. If he was talented enough to be able to comprehend the alchemy technique diagram at 1/10 of the level, wouldn't he then be the fourth beyond king alchemist in the alliance today? If it really came to that, then he would be considered to have risen through the ranks. A man can get a governmental position,
At that time, when he goes out, he will be able to show off that his disciple is a beyond king-level pill refiner. At that time, even if he was only a king-level pharmacist at most, his status would still be elevated. There might be many strong alchemists who would send their disciples to be trained by him. At that time, he would also be able to be considered a big name in the alliance. The more he thought about it, the hotter Pill King's heart grew. This situation seemed to him to have a great deal of feasibility. After all, who is a good person to start to be able to penetrate that alchemy technique diagram 1000th? Being able to have this understanding was already considered extremely strong. What is the reward? I haven't thought about it yet. I'll come and let you know when I need it afterward. To be honest, Lin Bai didn't lack heavenly treasures nowadays. Nor did he lack beast defense materials. Pills he could successfully refine on his own. Naturally, he didn't need it even more. Nowadays, he had his own considerable improvements and techniques in all aspects. There wasn't much need for the Pill King's help in turn. Good boy, in the future, if you have a need, you can come to me. The Pill King also understood this kid's mind today. He was a person with a pure heart. The demands of such a person would not be too much. It was also best to owe such a person a favor. Song Lan was stunned. My goodness. When did even Pill King Sr. have to owe others a favor? When did he even have to pay others? Had this world finally turned upside down into something she couldn't imagine? By the way, Pill King Sr., do you know anyone there who is a refiner? A refiner? Pill King pondered for a moment. A familiar figure quickly came to mind. There really is such a person, it just so happens that I know him, and he is also the only king-ranked refiner in our city. Lin Bai was overjoyed at his words. Can I trouble you to introduce me to him? I would like to ask him to refine an item for me. The Pill King came to be interested. Oh? What is the thing you want to refine? Or what attributes do you want to make this thing have? You can tell me and I'll ask him if he can do it. Lin Bai nodded. By chance, I got a few ice and fire lotus flowers. I want to quench them into my weapon to make it have both ice and fire attributes, can I? Ice and fire lotus flowers? Both Pill King and Songlan were startled. What the hell? Where did this kid get such a good chance? Getting such a treasure? The Pill King couldn't help but TSK in admiration even with this status nowadays. He looked at Lin Bai in front of him. There were a few moments of puzzlement and pondering in his eyes. But still, he spoke. The friend I know, however, can do this, but I'm more curious about where you got this ice and fire lotus? This thing has a price even in the black market in the city, such a treasure. I can buy one from you in the name of grid, the price is not a problem. Even if the ice fire lotus was precious. But Lin Bai also didn't expect that it was still so rare that even the Pill King Sr. wanted it so badly. I know what you're wondering, I can tell you straight up. This ice and fire lotus flower is ranked 41st in the Alliance's record of exotic treasures. Although it's at the back of the list, but there are even a lot of things recorded in the Alliance's record of curious treasures and exotic treasures that don't come out even once in a few hundred years. For example, the purple flame twin lotus, which is the final form of the evolution of the ice and fire lotus, ranks 12th in the Alliance's record of curiosities and exotic treasures. Such a thing can even be sold for as much as 20,000,000 white crystals every time it appears in the Alliance auction, even if it's just a finished product that's about to wither. The value of white crystals is far higher than black crystals, and the exchange rate is even 1:100. Hearing these words, Lin Bai somehow felt a hidden pain inside. No wonder how the hybrid beasts hadn't been eating lately. The feeling is that purple flame twin life lotus is too much of an influence, isn't it? I didn't realize that this purple flame twin life lotus was so precious. It's no wonder that the hybrid beast is taking so much time to digest it. Ranking 12th, yeah. Even the very beginning can reach 20 million white crystals. Even Lin Bai's assets today. He only has one white crystal in his hand. Regular people might take white crystals and exchange them for black crystals for sale. But will never sell all the white crystals in his entire body. The value aspect would already be immeasurable. Speaking of which, this is just a bit of chance. Lin Bai didn't want to say anything more. If they looked into it, learning that he still had such a good thing in his hands would be troublesome. Even if his teacher buddies around him wouldn't touch him. But the news would inevitably leak out. At that time, it would be troublesome. The Pill King knew that the other party did not want to say more. There was also no nonsense. immediately contacted his buddy.
After some confirmation,
Only then did he turn his head to Lin Bai and spoke.
he said that if you want to forge it, you have to have 2 of the ice and fire lotus flowers that you need. I wonder if you have enough there.
Lin Bai's heart was happy when he heard that.
Good, why don't we move to refine it now?
The Pill King nodded.
Teacher Son, farewell, see you tomorrow. The 2 of them went forward this time. Song Lan naturally wouldn't follow.
But being said so by Lin Bai, her heart was inevitably a little unhappy.
Wasn't this treating herself as a villain? Song Lan snorted coldly.
Naturally, she intended to increase Lin Bai's training tomorrow. If Lin Bai knew these thoughts of the other party,
he could also only praise a woman's heart.
The 2 of them quickly moved to rush towards that place.
Little friend Lin Bai, I don't know how many ice fire lotus plants you still have there.
I can help you dispose of them here on your behalf. If you take them out and sell them alone, you're bound to be targeted by others, but if you sell them in the name of my Pill King Pavilion, then you can naturally walk away with your whole body.
Chapter 84, Forging the Black Sword. Lin Bai sniffed and pondered for a moment. Admittedly,
the Pill King's words weren't half wrong. Such a thing he held in his hands.
It would be a hot potato.
Especially after learning that the ice and fire lotus flower still had such a terrifying value. He even understood that if these things stayed in his hands, I am afraid that it is very difficult to sell. But if all of them are given to the hybrid beast to take,
wouldn't it seem a bit too extravagant again?
Moreover, he was more interested in exchanging this ice and fire lotus flower for other useful heavenly treasures. Since the last time he experienced the earthworm incident, and after devouring the purple flame twin lotus, the mixed beast hadn't awakened for a long time. It was obviously digesting that huge medicinal effect. For the time being, it doesn't need the ice and fire lotus.
Might as well sell some. Truth be told, if I add the 2 ice and fire lotuses to be forged here, there are currently only 3 ice and fire lotuses left in my body. Even if the Pill King was prepared,
he still couldn't help but gasp when he heard this number.
My goodness. Such a huge amount. I don't know where he got it. No problem, if all of them are handed over to my Pill King Pavilion for you to deal with, we will be able to give you 10 million black crystals for each ice and fire lotus. 10 million? So much.
The total take was 30 million black crystals. Even if Dean Long had gone to the Duan family through him earlier, the black crystals that he had extorted were only 2 million. It's really a treasure of genius.
Good.
The corners of the Pill King's mouth rose.
Not bad.
As the saying goes, things are more expensive when they are rare. Although he was able to acquire 3 plants,
but he sold perhaps only 1 plant.
The other plant, when auctioned off, would have a higher value.
The last one could be saved for a rainy day.
The merchant's mind took hold.
Soon, the 2 arrived at the destination of the trip.
It was a huge hall.
The 3 big words Forging Hall hung high above it. Even standing outside this ancient black iron door, one could also hear the sound of clanging hammers constantly emanating from it. Compared to the Pill King Pavilion, that prosperous and undisguised profligate decoration, this is a much simpler choice. It even had the feeling of a rural blacksmith store. Entering it,
Lin Bai saw the monstrous firelight and the silhouettes within that firelight. They were constantly wielding hammers to forge artifacts.
These were the first steps that a smith went through. After passing through the crowd,
Lin Bai also arrived at a remote room.
When he entered the room, he heard the sound of iron drums. He saw flames in the sky.
There was a middle-aged man standing in the middle of the flames.
The other person was in the middle of it, surrounded by monstrous flames. In the midst of the flames, he was tempering his weapons. This kind of strength is at least a 4th-ranked martial artist. After all, there is another name for a 4th-ranked martial artist, Bronze Wall. This was also the reason why hot weapons couldn't help them. Nothing to do but know how to make iron. What a foolish head. Just after saying this, the middle-aged man in the midst of that firelight immediately spoke out. All day long just stay with your broken elixir, the whole person old and still have the flavor. How is it hard not to be able to your ashes or also to be scented? The other party's words were impulsive, but it didn't hinder the relationship between the 2 of them. The Medicine King laughed out loud. It was towards Lin Bai, who was beside him, that he introduced him. By way of introduction, this is one of the Alliance's imperial refiners and the current president of the Tianyuan City Refiners Union. Hearing this, Lin Bai was shocked. The Alliance imperial weapon refiners and pill refiners were generally incredibly honorable. It was difficult for regular people to come into contact with them. It was unexpected that such a powerful person existed within the city. It's all a false name given by the outside world now, nothing to make fun of me. The middle-aged man in the midst of the firelight ended his forging. Then he slowly walked out. He was naked, with only a pair of shorts covering his body. His body was tall and his muscles were tangled. His eyes gleamed as if there was a living fire. Are you the one who wants to find me to refine weapons? Lin Bai was not afraid. Take out your weapon for me to take a look. In the space pendant, Lin Bai took out the black blade. The moment he saw the black blade, the middle-aged man's eyes flashed with an excited light. Immediately, he snatched it over, with the middle-aged man holding it in his hands, carefully groping the black knife, even waving it twice. Lin Bai was a bit puzzled. Was the attainment of this black blade so superior? This weapon of yours is very good. Such a forging process is the four-hammer cracking method. If I'm not mistaken, it should have been forged by that old Shanghai. I didn't expect to see his craftsmanship after so many years. It's still a heavenly meteorite iron. He told me that there was only one heavenly meteorite iron that he forged, and it was the weapon of the Black Stripe Blade King back then. Just a glance. The information judged was not far from each other. Lin Bai was a bit shocked. No wonder this blade was so good. It turned out that apart from the material issue, good hands were hired for the forging. Indeed, this was given to me by my teacher. The Havenblade King had long since lost his life many years ago. As for who he was killed by, there had been conflicting opinions. The middle-aged man didn't care about these things. What you're talking about is that you want this black blade to have both ice and fire attributes at the same time to bring it into play, right? Lin Bai nodded. It might be hard to achieve if it was any other medicinal herbs or heavenly treasures, but it seems that you are able to fulfill both conditions at the same time. Lin Bai froze. Senior, what do you mean by that? Old Wang Tu has told me all about it, and I didn't realize that your blade could have such a terrifying effect. This heavenly meteorite iron has always been the pinnacle of the raw materials we refiners pursue for forging, and this piece of yours is of the best quality, which itself possesses a certain efficacy of containing chemical properties. It can be so understood that this knife of yours can itself incorporate certain attributes in it, and this is the marvelous thing about extraterrestrial meteorite iron, and it just so happens that not all of the geniuses and geomancers are capable of possessing elemental attributes, and are also able to refine the refinement out of it. The ice and fire lotus flower is even one of the things that meets the requirements. The ice and fire lotus flower is, in a way, counted as a purifying agent, able to purify the power of the two attributes of the ice element and the fire element from it combined together. Now, in seeing this blade of yours, I have full assurance to tell you that this ice and fire lotus flower is enough for me to easily extract the elemental power and infuse it into your black blade. After hearing those words, Lin Bai's eyes lit up. If that was really the case, it would be great. Lin Bai had previously looked up things about the ice and fire lotus on the internet. Among them, it was mentioned that the ice and fire lotus flower was somehow able to allow refiners to add the two elemental forces of ice and fire to the artifacts they refined. I didn't expect it to be true. In that case, thank you, senior. I wonder about the remuneration? Just after saying this, the middle-aged man immediately waved his hand and shook his head. This is a small matter. I only need you to agree to one condition. Lin Bai nodded. As long as it's not too much, there's no harm in saying it, senior. Chapter 85, Hybrid Beast Advanced Eye. While looking up the materials related to forging masters, Lin Bai realized some of these forging masters had the Dragon Yang's favor. This kind of person would be troublesome if he met himself. He looked at the middle-aged man in front of him with a bad smile on his face. Lin Bai felt that the big thing was not good. If it really came to that, he would rather not add attributes, much less fulfill the other party. Where did you kid think of? The middle-aged man naturally knew what the outside world said about their forges. There were some of these people who possessed the Dragon Yang's favor. But that was, after all, people's hobbies. One could not say anything more. After seeing Lin Bai's expression like that and hearing his words, the middle-aged man instantly realized that this kid had thought wrong.
Just need you to promise me that after this weapon is successfully forged, you can take pictures of him and enter him into my refining database.
Hearing the 3 words database,
Lin Bai's head was filled with black lines.
Database? What the heck was this? Senior, what do you mean by refiner's library?
In my head, each refiner's greatest achievements in their life all coalesce amongst their own refiner's iconography, and their own refiner's iconography is also called the refiner's library.
I didn't realize that there was such a thing.
Lin Bai was stunned.
But it didn't do him any harm. Moreover, he could ask a king-level forging master to forge for him for free. Wouldn't this be a good thing?
So he nodded his head and agreed to this matter. Good, you can't go back on a deal. Before I was worried that your blade wasn't of high enough quality to be forged, but now it seems that the ice and fire lotus flower only needs 1 plant. But even I would have to spend quite a bit of time in regards to purification, so you'll have to wait for 3 days before you can come and pick up this black blade.
3 days?
Lin Bai didn't expect it to take so long.
Seeing the other party's expression, the middle-aged man was immediately unhappy.
You kid, 3 days still don't know enough. This is the ice fire lotus. These things light purification aspects have to spend a lot of effort. Ice fire lotus purification, more difficult than the other genius geomancers, not only to take out all the power in the purification, but also not to hurt the plant fundamentally, even if there is no attributes of the ice fire lotus in the sale of the people after being made into a specimen, but also is a considerable amount of income.
After hearing these words,
Lin Bai suddenly realized. To be honest, he didn't have any talent for this aspect.
And furthermore,
the breath that the mixed beast had suddenly spewed out when it was refining pills earlier. It was a completely subconscious move. Now that the hybrid beast had not awakened, he didn't know anything about this refining aspect either, so he could only honestly follow the other party's method.
After determining all the basic information,
Lin Bai then left this place. And in the middle of a flame, the middle-aged man continued forging again. His parlor was divided into 2 parts. One was forging.
One was the parlor. There was a barrier in between.
It was a layer of refining film that was invisible to onlookers. This thing he had personally crafted. It was able to isolate all the high temperatures during the forging.
Early in the morning of the 2nd day, Lin Bai returned to the ACE class to continue today's training.
The content of the training was practicing the fit between the Imperial Beast and himself. Although it was said to sound tall, but in Song Lan's eyes it was just a training exercise for several people to manipulate their origin royal beasts individually. The origin Imperial Beasts along with their masters ran and practiced together.
These things were easy for normal people.
But nowadays, Lin Bai's origin Imperial Beast was still sleeping.
So naturally, it couldn't help him. Lin Bai also just went with the flow.
One person had to complete 2 training loads for himself as well as the Imperial Beast.
This was also Song Lan's special arrangement.
But such training was for Lin Bai, a martial artist.
There wasn't much exertion. He also continued to enjoy running and practicing. Time rushed by.
Every member of the ACE class had gotten more or less improved in these 3 days.
But everyone's strength wasn't said to have skyrocketed.
But compared to before, there had been tremendous growth. And there were already quite a few people who had made breakthroughs one after another.
Among the classes, there were even some second-order Imperial Beast Masters. You have to know that the minimum standard for second-year students is to become a second-order Royal Beast Master. And now the entire academy has been moved by the storm of the 4 courts joint competition. Everyone began to cultivate diligently,
striving to improve their own cultivation,
to win honor for the academy,
and also for themselves,
striving for rewards.
And today, Lin Bai also obtained the black blade that he had finished forging.
The black blade in his hand didn't seem to have more obvious changes. However, in the details, one could see that the pattern on the black blade was a little more elaborate.
The weight had also increased quite a bit.
The weight today had reached 30,000 kilograms. For Lin Bai,
such a weight could only be considered a toy.
After waving it twice,
Lin Bai also followed the middle-aged man's tips and started mobilizing the power of ice and fire. As the hand holding the black blade loosened and closed, a chill also surfaced in his eyes. Immediately after that, he let out a violent cry in his heart.
As the black knife in his hand swung out,
the temperature around him plummeted.
Immediately afterward, a set of attacks composed of frost flew outward from the blade.
It just instantly rippled around with great power.
This black blade was already connected to the bloodline. He could naturally manipulate the operation of the two attributes of ice and fire in it. After seeing the surroundings being instantly rippled into an icy sky and earth, Lin Bai's eyes showed a few moments of contemplation.
The next moment, with the mouth again storm and a sound, the monstrous flames began to spread from the body of the blade,
until instantly flying out. This flame is even more monstrous.
Just as soon as it touched the ice surface came the sound of shattering.
Along with the monstrous flames, the original ice surface that was instantly frozen shattered.
The flames were burning. Lin Bai started the third ability of the black blade. As the black blade was placed on top of the flames,
Lin Bai lightly exhaled. Collect!
The knife moved between.
The black blade flung its sleeve and fell into the sheath.
That surrounding flames were also in the process. It was absorbed by the black knife at a rapid pace. Along with the body of the knife, it returned within the sheath. On the outside, there was almost no difference.
Looking at the black knife in his hand,
the more Lin Bai looked at it, the more excited he became.
It was really different from the previous situation. This effect was also too good.
Worthy of being the president of the Alchemist Guild.
It's too powerful.
With the sword in his hand,
he couldn't wait to fight those ferocious beasts.
It was him waving the black blade,
imagining himself in a great battle.
A violent fluctuation came from within his body. If the fluctuation was so strong that it seemed blessed to the core.
The hybrid beast. It was the mixed beast. The hybrid beast finally woke up.
This is the first time the hybrid beast has slept for such a long time. It's the first time it's slept for such a long time.
5 days?
It seems that the ultimate evolution of the ice and fire lotus, the purple flame twin lotus, is really powerful and terrifying. With the awakening of the hybrid beast, Lin Bai felt that something in his body seemed to revive.
Immediately afterward, a majestic and vast power was once again integrated into his body.
The terrifyingly strong aspect of this power. It made Lin Bai frown and endure.
What is this? How could there be such a powerful and majestic force? Not right.
As he looked inside himself, immediately, he sensed a difference. The hybrid beast seemed to have advanced.
Chapter 86, Hybrid Beast Advancement 2. Lin Bai sensed it.
A few joyful colors erupted from the pupils of his eyes.
This feeling was getting stronger and stronger.
Lin Bai would not recognize it wrongly. When the mixed Yuan beast was first promoted to the first stage,
the same fluctuation was also like this. Now this fluctuation was several times stronger than before. And the power that fed back to him was equally powerful. Obviously, the mixed beast's realm is now at the second stage. In a short period of time, only through a purple flame twin lotus was it able to cultivate to the second stage level? One must know that the mixed beast was a divine grade imperial beast.
Like the previous 100-year Racier, and even if it took another 1,000 pounds,
its own self-contained medicinal effect would also be reduced.
It would not be enough to boost its strength. This would also make it difficult to have a boosting effect.
But now look.
I never thought that this purple flame twin lotus was just a single plant.
It was enough to help the hybrid beast enhance its cultivation to such a terrifying extent? Worthy of being born a treasure.
Worthy of being a terrifying existence, ranked 12th in the Alliance's record of exotic treasures. Even a divine grade imperial beast taking it. All have such great efficacy.
Ranking 12th has such a terrifying effect.
I don't know how many unimaginable effects exist in the top 10.
How many unimaginable effects existed? Just as Lin Bai was thinking in his mind, the hybrid beast's feeding power had already descended. However, this time the progression was exceptionally painful. His entire body was almost scrubbed through and through. Even the depths of his bones were filled with a feeling of pain. However, this feeling did not last long. Every time the hybrid beast fed back, it caused such a massive rush of power. This was precisely a kind of honing of his martial artist body. A moment later, when Lin Bai opened his eyes again,
there was clarity amongst his eyes.
At this time, he looked around.
But he realized that his body had produced unimaginable changes. For example, his bones. His bones were actually purple in color.
Moreover, there was also a little bit of Jean Rouet in the purple color.
His bones had undergone a huge change. And his entire body had also been greatly enhanced. Such a terrifying degree was beyond imagination. This purple inflammation twin lotus was indeed a good thing. In addition to the increase in his own strength, Lin Bai was also surprised to find out the hybrid beast had actually upgraded something else. Today's hybrid beast was not very large. It was now more like a kitten in size. But it was already several times larger than that previous chipmunk form. Moreover, the hybrid beast's body hair had a slightly unusual change. From the previous pure white color has gradually dyed a hint of purple and red. It was very marvelous. This overlay of colors also made it look a little more mysterious.
Not only that. Among the power that the hybrid beast fed back, there was also the power of lightning and the power of flame. These two forces after being dissipated by Lin Bai. All of them were also input into the golden lotus without exception. After receiving the baptism of this majestic power, the number of golden lotus petals came to 81. 36. 72. 81. Was there any special connection between these numbers? Lin Bai couldn't help but think that it was a bit too much of a coincidence. These numbers in the ancient history of China generally have extraordinary significance. But it was difficult for him to imagine for a moment that there was any connection between them. After pondering for a moment, Lin Bai fortunately gave up this idea. No matter how one looked at it. Nowadays, the golden lotus in his body had been upgraded in a new way. The 80th and 81st lotus petals of the golden lotus had a different color. It was different from the previous radiant golden light. Instead, there was one purple and red color each. These two colors of petals also each represented a power. Lightning and flame. It seemed that this attribute level of power could also still be instilled into the golden lotus. Nowadays, his lotus was no longer the same as before. It was no longer a cumulative object used by cultivators to tamp down their foundations. It was more like a reserve of power used for cultivation. After all, this golden lotus refining chi decision no one can cultivate to the golden color. Also able to evolve 81 lotus petals. Becoming this beyond the limit of the number. After trying to mobilize the power of the two colors of petals, thunder and flames also emerged in each of Lin Bai's hands. Not bad indeed. Lin Bai flung his sleeve and took it back into his body. Now that the opening of the four courts joint competition was imminent, he still had to improve his strength more. I wonder what the situation was like in the Tsang Heron True Mountain and the Wuji Sword sect. Time passed in an instant. Lin Bai had been immersed in cultivation for this period of time. It wasn't until the Pill King called. It was only then that he was awakened from this state. Little friend Lin Bai, we are about to dispose of your ice and fire lotus flower in the form of an auction, and those rewards we said before are temporarily null and void, so I wonder if you would be interested in coming to the scene to watch some of it? As for the price of the ice fire lotus, we will give you a 70% commission of the auction price, how about that? The market price of the ice fire lotus flower was extremely high. Even if it was an auction, a week's minimum transaction price would be able to reach around 20 million. A 70% cut for one plant. That was also a considerable amount. And even more. Being able to make more money to provide better cultivation materials for the hybrid beasts. Lin Bai naturally begged for it. Good. Little friend, there's no need to rush, the auction will be held tonight, just be there at 7 o'clock on time. Good, then I'll trouble Pill King Sr. to inform at that time. Today's time was still too early. It was only around 10 in the morning. There was still so much time left now. Lin Bai didn't want to just wait around alone. Today happened to be another weekday when there were no classes. There had to be some way to find something to do. Just at this moment, a phone call came over. Lin Bai, what are you busy with now? It was Chen Hu. What's up? Just after saying those words, a strange laugh came from the other end of the phone as Chen Hu heated up. I've recently registered for a junior hunter qualification certificate, and I've seen a fairly simple mission. I only need to go and explore the Become Safe Zone as well as the edge of the Demon Beast Forest for 1 point, and draw a more detailed map. Why don't we go forward together? A beginner hunter quest? For the last mining cave incident. Lin Bai was deeply impressed.
At this time he was interested in some of these beginner quests. On the contrary, he had a skeptical attitude.
But there was also nothing going on right now. And nowadays,
with his strength, as long as it wasn't a ferocious beast of the 7th rank or above, there was no problem. Besides, it was hard to see even a 5th-ranked ferocious beast in the outskirts of the demon beast forest. That earthworm from before was just an exception. Lin Bai didn't believe that he could run into a rare king beast every time he went out.
Okay, no problem. Alright, do you want me to register your identity for you? Or just wait for you to register? Lin Bai shook his head. No need, I have a junior hunter qualification certificate. There was an obvious silence on the other end of the phone. Invisibly, another small wave was mounted by Lin Bai. A few moments of effort.
Lin Bai arrived at the exchange. As soon as he arrived, he saw several silhouettes walking towards him.
Chapter 87, Exploring the Safe Zone. The number of mission executives seemed to be a bit too many this time. Surprisingly, it reached 17. 17 people for a junior hunter mission. Either they were acting as cannon fodder. Either the difficulty was too low. The price reward was correspondingly low. But the former situation rarely occurs. After all, this was not a wartime era, so why would there be cannon fodder? Then it was obvious that the only possibility was the latter. In that case, the possibility of it being like last time was almost unlikely. Everyone, this is the friend I called. The personnel requirement for this junior hunter mission is 18 people, plus him is just enough. Most of the surrounding crowd were both male and female. And the strength was mixed. The strongest person was only a 4th order Imperial Beast Master. Lin Bai was silent. He nodded his head towards the crowd. Some people in the crowd were cold and ignored it. Some responded enthusiastically. They had different attitudes. But it was all for the sake of this mission. Seeing that the atmosphere on the field was a bit awkward, the young woman leading the group also stood out. Everyone, this mission is issued by my Yi family. Everyone rest assured, although it's only a beginner hunter mission, the reward given by my Yi family is double that of an unusual mission. Our mission is also very simple. There are some places in the safe zone that are still a fog to this day, and those places have always been the fat meat that our several great clans have been fighting each other for. There are both dangers and opportunities in this. Judging by those maps we provided before, this area we are exploring today, the risk of danger in it is very, very low, and the time is also very fast, at most but 3 hours before we can come back. After saying this, the woman's tone turned to carry a few other implications. Even so, I would like to remind all of you that the safety zone is not absolutely safe, except for the area that was swept by the several great academies before. There are no grade 3 ferocious beasts out there. Other places still have 4th or even 5th ranked ferocious beasts, only that they do not pose a security threat to the residents of the city, so they are allowed to be placed within the safety zone. But please don't take it lightly. If you meet trouble, please give a helping hand. Now that we are about to enter the safe zone, we are all one, so why should we hurt each other here? Lin Bai sized up the woman in front of him. She was around her early 20s. Very childish looking. It wasn't considered to be much of a stunner. But it was also considered fresh and beautiful. There was a feeling of a girl next door. I hadn't thought about it. She spoke with a clear and well-organized head, both in uniting the crowd and at the same time pointing out the existence of risks. This person was not simple. Worthy of being the Yi family, they are really wealthy, and it is said that they still have a not-so-small connection with the Pill King Pavilion's Pill King Old Senior. Yes, Pill King Senior, that's a king-level pill refiner. Those who are able to invite him are already rich and powerful. This Yi family can even have such a close relationship with him to think that they are also rich and powerful. The Yi family's reputation was something that everyone had heard of. Hearing this, naturally many people whispered about the Yi family's property and their style of doing things. At the same time, there were also people who cast light glances at the Yi family's young lady. Among the hunters, there weren't only people who came simply for the greed of cultivation and money. But now, within the city, no one dared to make a move on a royal beast master in private. That would be punished by the alliance. Miss Yi is overstating it. We are all entrusted with this commission to come here, so naturally we won't take it lightly. Now let's continue to head towards the safe zone. It's good for us to come back earlier and enjoy ourselves earlier. Yes. At the very least, the crowd was now united as one on the surface. There was no need to worry about this for the time being. Soon Lin Bai and his group of 18 people got into the several cars that had been arranged to come. The cars sped by. In an instant they had arrived outside the city.
The vehicles sent by this kind of exchange could only park up to this location.
Further back that was another price. It was only that the Yi family was rich and powerful. Under their money power, the vehicle came to the original reservation area. This place had only just gotten closer. Lin Bai felt a sense of familiarity. It wasn't until he looked around when he got out of the car. His pupils shrunk. Suddenly, he realized where this place was. This place was exactly where the lair of that king-level beast, the blood demon king snake, was located. He had never thought that he would come to this place. In front of me, there was a lot of mist. Surrounded by this mass, in which they could vaguely make out was a dense jungle. In the jungle, because there is a mist blocking, called people cannot see clearly in it. However, they could vaguely sense that there seemed to be danger present. I didn't expect to come here. It seems that there must be some treasures in here that I didn't search for in the first place. Shen Hu, who was on the side, saw this place. Instantly, he remembered. That Duan Tianda that Lin Bai had mentioned back then had encountered a supreme powerhouse striking here. It was lost. Lin Bai, do you think that old thief Duan Tianda will be waiting for you in it? Lin Bai shook his head. He died long ago. Before that it was because Dean Long was there. Now I can also tell you that in the middle of this mist is a jungle swamp, and in the center of that swamp there is a king-level ferocious beast, the blood demon king snake. Although his rank is the same as the black fiend tiger is a king level, but his bloodline is a bit lower than your black fiend tiger, but his own strength has already reached a king level existence. With it, if there is no strong person of the Dean's level to make a move, all of us present will lose our lives, but its attack range is only limited to the swamp surroundings. As for the jungle, it rarely sets foot in it, so there is no need to worry about that. After hearing Lin Bai's explanation, Chen Hu was relieved. If he were to throw away his own life just for some reward, it really wasn't worth it, but he was also more curious. How did this group of people know? There are still hidden treasures in this? You know that at first it was the Dean who said about it that they just ignored it. So this place was not counted in the scope of the clearance. Maybe this is what allowed that king-level monster to escape capture. Everyone, this place was discovered by a strong member of my Yi family a few months ago, but it's so misty that anyone with a strength close to the 8th rank or above can't fly in it with their own power. So this is why I ask for your help. Don't worry, you only need to explore its inside to go in within 100 meters. If you go any deeper, I'm only afraid that it will be harmful to you all, but if you see anything in it, you must send it back to my Yi family by way of a video recording. This is the tool you will wear. After saying this, Miss Yi looked around. There was a bit of gravity in her gaze. I can reiterate once more, if it is you who agree, then I can pay half of the deposit first, and after waiting for you to come out, I will offer the rest as much as I can, and then if you don't agree, please wait for this, and when we come out, we will go back together. Chapter 88, Enemies. Miss Yi. I don't know, if we don't go in and just wait on the periphery for your return in terms of honorarium. The one who spoke was a middle-aged man. In terms of honorarium, if it's you guys don't go in, I will only pay you at the normal price. Yi Jing wasn't a cutie pie either. Naturally, she wouldn't let them take advantage. Hearing this, the crowd immediately made their own decisions. In the end, after one deliberation, there were only 3 people who stayed in place. The middle-aged man was one of them. The group of people then explored towards the front. In the midst of the mists. In the midst of the mist. Fearing that the next moment there would be a ferocious beast. With the crowd deeper. At this moment, among the 3 people who originally stayed in place, a young man opened his eyes. He looked towards the other 2. These 2 were now talking and laughing. It seemed easy to just sit here for a while. They were able to rake in so much honorarium. The young man snorted coldly. I didn't think that this Missy family is really a cutie, would think of hiring you 2 losers to do things for her. It's a pity, and have to give you money for nothing? How about giving it to me? The young man had a hairband tied around his head. The long hair was flowing. The entire person looked rather like an ancient warrior. Especially with a sword cradled in his hand. Brat, what qualifications do you have to talk about us? One of them was short-tempered. Just as he was about to get up and theorize, he was taken down by another person. Young man, if you want to go, we won't stop you. I'm already old. If I fight for a few more years, it's unlikely that I'll still end up with all my injuries and disabilities. Nowadays, this is sitting around with money to take, isn't it a good thing?
Save some money for my family's kid. When he grows up, he might even be able to enter the True Martial Academy or the Void Bamboo Academy to cultivate, and at that time, I will be able to enjoy my old age in peace.
After the cataclysm,
People's average life expectancy had increased greatly. Although the middle-aged man in front of him looked like he was at most in his early 40s. But the fact was that today he was nearly 60 years old. Although the body functions have not changed too much. But the feeling of being overwhelmed has gradually spread. So for that reason he also only wanted to take on some simple beginner hunter missions.
That's right, if you want to go, we won't stop you. Why do you have to say such unpleasant words? The two were of similar age.
Now facing this young man.
Instead, they had a preachy tone and meaning. After hearing these words, it was as if the young man had been stimulated. Especially the 8 words True Martial Academy and Void Bamboo Academy. There seemed to be some blow to him.
A cold light flashed amongst his eyes.
Immediately after, the precious sword was unsheathed. Being so mushy, what qualifications do you have to be a hunter? Might as well die here to scout the way for me.
A strong aura exploded from him.
The entire person was like a sword out of its sheath. Sharp sword awnings actually appeared around him in just a split second. Stabbing towards the two. Just a word will have to make a move. The speed of the sword is extremely fast. Although the two middle-aged people have reacted to the emergency situation and quickly summoned their imperial beasts.
The moment they had just summoned their imperial beasts out of their forms, a cold light flashed by.
Blood spilled in the air as if it were snow.
As the sword returned to its scabbard again, the young man's figure had already moved forward a few meters.
He came behind the two men. He had just taken a few steps forward. The two people behind him, who were not moving at all, shifted. 2 heads just flew and rolled down, floating down to the ground.
Blood gushed like a stream, gradually spreading to the surroundings. The two middle-aged men were dying. There was shock and horror in their eyes. They simply couldn't figure out why this young man wanted to take their lives at the drop of a hat. The other party didn't even use half of the power of the imperial beast from beginning to end.
Why was this person so cruel?
The young man put away his sword and walked towards the mist. A bloody red light of killing flashed in his eyes. As for those 2 corpses, surprisingly, the blood instantly gathered into a small trickle and disappeared into the young man's body. He came to Lin Bai's side.
As soon as they entered the mist, the crowd spread out, moving forward in all directions.
They were each grouped together. The 2 of them, Lin Bai and Shenhu, were walking among them.
They had a recorder on their chests.
This thing was only equipped on some particularly high-end mercenary legions. This item could be used to record all the scenes that occurred while they were on a mission.
It was considered a high configuration item.
It was also true that only some high-end level mercenary legions were equipped with this thing.
Shenhu, I feel that today's events are very wrong. First of all, when I first encountered the Blood Demon King Snake, he hadn't evolved to such a terrifying level. It's impossible for the Blood Demon King Snake to make flying forbidden within a surrounding area. If that Mishi clan didn't misspeak, then that means that this Blood Demon King Snake has already evolved. How is that possible? How long has it been since the end of that day? Not even a month's worth of work. How could the Blood Demon King Snake have advanced? That's a king-level ferocious beast. The path to advancement for a king-level ferocious beast is so apprehensive, not to mention that after reaching the king level, every step to advance is extremely difficult.
Shenhu's words were not without reason.
But for some reason, it just gave Lin Bai a bad feeling. It was also while the two were still speculating. Suddenly a miserable scream echoed out. In the midst of this mist, in addition to their small group of people, it was simply impossible for anyone else to exist. For one thing, this place is in a safe zone. Secondly, even if it was other mercenaries on a mission, Lin Bai has also seen. He had come to the safe zone to carry out a mission. Today, there was only one team of them. That meant that something had happened to someone among their own people. The two hurriedly sped towards the source of the sound. Whatever happened at this time was very bad, especially since they were likely to encounter a king-level ferocious beast. Just as they were rushing, Lin Bai pulled Shenhu, who was still running, by the hand. With that, the two of them quickly climbed above the treetops. Lin Bai looked at the situation not far away. He frowned.
A young man was standing there at the moment. His eyes were full of provocation. He was also carrying a sword on his back. In front of him lay several corpses strewn about. These people all had their heads chopped off. Heads rolled down. Blood gushed out like a stream. Only just seeing the other party, Yi Jing frowned. This person is not simple. He was so quick and swift. Obviously a martial artist. After all, for an Imperial Beast Master to have such power. At the very least, they had to be above the 4th rank. Why do you want to kill at the drop of a hat? Can't you really think that the Alliance laws can't control you? The young man snorted coldly. Still looking disdainfully at Yi Jing in front of him. Milky little girl, do you think that you can do anything to me with just that 4th-ranked Imperial Beast Master beside you? I'll let you watch him with your own eyes, and without even summoning a royal beast, his head will fall to the ground. Chapter 89, The People of the Phaseless Sword Sect. Yi Jing was silent. Sincerely. The other party's words were not half false. When a royal beast master summoned a royal beast, although the body could have a strength bonus. However, their own strength was compared to martial artists who specialized in the physical body. But compared to a martial artist who specializes in the physical body, their own strength is far too much weaker. This person in front of me does not take out his own imperial beast. It was clearly a martial artist with a brutal physical body. I'm curious, there are many famous sword-using experts in Tianyuan City. I've still never seen one as brutal as you. The young man sneered. Miss Yi still shouldn't swindle my identity. Today, you all have to die here. The words fell. The sword in the young man's hand pivoted, darting out. Yi Jing backed up extremely fast, as long as she pulled away. When the Imperial Beast appeared, the battle could be reversed. Still want to summon the Imperial Beast? A fool's dream. The young man's sword technique in his hand surged forward, and his footsteps were as fast as a lotus. Boom! The sound of breaking air seemed to pierce through space. Between the waves of air rolling, a bullet blasted out. This shot hit the sword that was still rushing out in midair. Under one shot, the power was appalling. The sword was forcefully interrupted. The young man also stopped in his tracks, with a frown on his face, looking at the traces of the bullet remaining on the blade of the sword in his hand. A sniper rifle? Who is your excellency? This matter is a personal vendetta between me and Miss Yi. Elder, don't listen to his nonsense, I don't know him and he came up here to kill my friend. The enemy is in the dark, I am in the light. Nowadays, as long as he heard where the other party's voice was, he had absolute confidence that he would be able to take a life with a sword. Above the treetops, Lin Bai's mouth was tinted with a smile. What a poisonous mind. The Beast Master may not know, but Lin Bai, who was a martial artist, naturally knew. 3rd-ranked martial artists, in addition to their own increased strength, they were also able to do a series of things that were beyond normal human behavior. For example, hearing voices and recognizing positions. Obviously, the other party wanted to take advantage of his voice to cut himself down. However, this didn't work for Lin Bai. He tapped his feet. His figure was like a ghost, passing through the middle of the jungle. Just as the young man was vigilantly searching, suddenly, a gunshot came. Almost subconsciously. While dodging the shot, the young man threw out several concealed silver needles between his fluttering sleeves. Under his full concentration, this strike had an extremely high hit rate. Die. The words just fell. Suddenly, the gunshot came again. Only it was actually in a completely different direction. How could it be? The young man was astonished. Why is it like this? The gunshots rang out again. It came from almost all directions. Looking at the many bullets in front of him, the young man could only passively fend them off as well. Yi Jing looked at the scene that was happening. A few moments of contemplation appeared in her eyes. This kind of stance. Such a sword-using martial artist. Such an age. As Yi Jing pondered, a thought surged into his mind. The opponent was at most in his early 20s. He was so young, yet he had this kind of stance. And even more so, he had this kind of strength. Specializing in using swords? There was only one sect disciple in Tianyuan City that met this requirement.
This is someone from the Phaseless Sword sect. Why would someone from the Phaseless Sword sect appear here? It was too late to ponder. A brute force erupted from the young man's body. The swords in his hand seemed to have hundreds or thousands of them. His stance is extremely fast. When the power was brutal, he was already charging towards Yi Jing and the others. Die for me. His eyes flashed with scarlet light. The aura was like a mountain of energy crushing towards Yi Jing's two people. Yi Jing and the old man beside her also summoned their respective origin imperial beasts. A leopard and a falcon. Lin Bai recognized these two origin imperial beasts at a glance. Surprisingly, it's a golden shadow leopard and a soaring wing beast. The quality of these two are extremely high existences. The people in the Yi family are really not simple. The two imperial beasts hissed and rushed towards the young man. The latter only saw a movement of his eyes. Between the swaying of his body, a faintly visible blood-colored shadow emerged behind his back. A blood-colored shadow? Lin Bai raised his eyebrows. If he remembered correctly, this blood-colored shadow was only one in the records of many origin royal beasts. It was in existence between a king-level imperial beast and an ordinary imperial beast. This imperial beast was called the Bloodthirsty Fiend. The body was like mist, lingering all around. Bright red like blood, bloodthirsty berserk devil. No wonder this person has both the aura of a royal beast and a martial artist's body. Back when he was observing the other party's first strike, Lin Bai had detected something unusual about this person. The power around his body was very different. The aura of a royal beast was hidden. If it was the bloodthirsty berserker, an origin imperial beast, it was also considered reasonable. Bloodthirsty demon. It's a powerful beast. Its fundamental strength lies in devouring the blood of others. The more blood that is devoured, the more power that is fed back to the master himself. To grow to such a size, no less than 100 human lives have been devoured. Now that we are sure who the other party is, then it would be fine. If there was really a grudge between them, Lin Bai wasn't yet in a position to make a move. But nowadays, if this was the case, even if he killed him, there wouldn't be any more worries. He had always been a prudent person, especially in something like this that might expose his identity. But he can't be careless. The black knife in his hand was drawn out. While shaking, the color of the black blade changed. Surprisingly, it climbed a few shades of brilliant gold color. This was an additional ability of the black blade, changing its own color. Bloodthirsty berserkers surged out of their bodies. It was only an instant before the two imperial beasts were captured. The host then approached with a smooth smile on his face. The long sword in his hand was raised high. With one swing, a mountainous momentum descended. Die for me. In the nick of time, a sword-on came from the side and chopped violently. It was powerful. It collided with the long sword in just an instant. Between the two huge forces colliding, air waves rolled. The young man's entire body was shaken and sent flying. He was just about to get up and fight again. Lin Bai's figure swayed. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of him. The golden saber in his hand fell blatantly. Surge of power descended. He will die. I'll die. If I don't dodge this blade, I will really die here. A strange light erupted in the young man's eyes. The next moment, the bloodthirsty berserker not far away was almost instantly at his feet. The two sides combined together. For a moment, the power emitted was actually equal to the golden blade. How could that be? Cultivating for so long, it was the first time Lin Bai had lost in the hands of his peers. How could this happen? Just as Lin Bai froze, there was a flash of blood in front of his eyes. The young man had already flown away towards a short distance. Lin Bai did not chase after him. In its path of passage, a huge figure sprang out. With one bite, it bit down on the bloodlight. The screen flickered away. The bloodlight fled even faster. Lin Bai's mouth was tinged with a smile. Right. That's the way it has to be. This was how it had to escape. That direction was the territory of the Blood Demon King Snake. Behind him, Yi Jing's voice rang out. Many thanks to your excellency for saving my life. The Yi family will never forget it.
Yi Jing was shocked in his heart. Unexpectedly, the other party had such strength at the same time. There was also such an ancient Fey black fiend tiger with a pure bloodline.
What exactly was this person's origin? Chapter 90, Guest Secretary Token. You don't have to. Lin Bai turned back. He wore a mask on his face. One look showed that this person was not willing to show his true mask. I know what you mean, he can't escape, there's a king beast in that place.
Yi Jing was shocked at his words.
A king beast? How could that be? This place was not much explored by the Yi family either. So certain. And knew of its existence? Is it hard to believe that the other party has been here before?
Yi Jing was still pondering. Lin Bai turned his head and left the place.
Tall person.
The other party's voice sounded not far from his own.
The word senior couldn't be said no matter what.
Since you are unwilling to reveal your identity, my daughter can't force herself. Yi Jing flipped her palm.
A piece of translucent jade plate appeared. This is a guest secretary, one of my Yi family that is never revealed to the public. Even in the Alliance main family, one must treat them with respect. The guest secretary token doesn't look at the person, it only recognizes the plate, so please don't excuse yourself, noble person. The old man beside Yi Jing was shocked to hear this.
Miss, this cannot be allowed.
This is the status of a guest of the main family.
The old man naturally understood the honor of this main family guest secretary status.
Even their lineage could only provide for 3. This cannot be allowed. Yi Jing frowned. The old man was silenced. Lin Bai did not say anything. He left this place after clasping his hands. The black fiend tiger followed closely behind. They had just left this place not far away. Chen Hu then spoke out. You brat, good heart. You're letting you take whatever benefits you can get. A king-level imperial beast. Naturally, it was able to bring the original owner to cultivate. Being able to reach this point today. It was naturally easy. Just like that. The onlookers would only think that Lin Bai was a royal beast master with a king-level royal beast. As for the conspicuous golden sword, it was even more noticeable. He even had a mask to hide his face. Identity that was taken off tightly. Don't worry, go to a place with me in a while and treat you to a meal. Chen Hu hammed and hawed. It was as if his purpose had been accomplished. Yi family too. Miss, the guest secretary token is a key force for the main family to grant branch promotions. Currently, this family's guest secretary token has only been issued 1 piece. You are so hasty, it is not possible. The old man was going to say something else. Yi Jing shook his head. Elder Qi, I have already determined this matter, there is no need to say more. The old man wanted to say something else. Yi Jing spoke again. Elder Qi, this matter is a bit over the line. Yi Jing's eyes were ice cold and his tone was cold. The old man no longer said anything more. To himself, he also scolded. What was wrong with today, that he wanted to mind so many things? Damn, what the hell is this place? Where did such a terrifyingly strong person come from, and he even contracted a king-level imperial beast, damn it. Zeno kept cursing randomly at this. Why would he encounter such a situation? Damn it. Originally, he had said that he would take on a junior hunter quest. To replenish the energy of his blood-devouring frenzy demon. But now it seems that the energy replenishment didn't work. And it almost caused the bloodthirsty fiend to fall. Damn it! Without realizing it, he had already fled to a swamp. For this swampy place, Zeno didn't think much about it. It was only assumed that this was a normal place. After all, after experiencing the cataclysm in the whole world, it wasn't only those single creatures that had been transformed by the cataclysm. There were even most of the landform features that were transformed. There are places. 1 minute it's snowy mountains. The next moment it's a desert. This was no longer normal. Zeno hoofed it to the other side without stopping. Feeling the intense injuries coming from his body now. His heart made a poisonous oath. No matter what. After he got out, he would definitely make the other party pay in blood. However, at this very moment, a strange sensation unexpectedly bubbled up all over Zeno's body. The hairs of sweat rose at the same time. His heart was beating wildly.
There seemed to be a life and death crisis coming. This inexplicable sense of life and death crisis. It made his body tremble. It nearly crashed to the ground. How could it be like this? Even when he faced the one with the golden sword just now, he didn't even have this weird feeling. What kind of existence was it? It had caused him to have such terrifying thoughts. Just as he was astonished, suddenly, the heavens and earth went black in front of his eyes. Between blessings to the heart, Zeno looked up, only to see a huge giant snake violently opening its mouth and devouring towards him. Escape! Escape! One must escape. One must not die here. The moment he saw this huge snake, he realized that he was in danger. Even if he was in a state of total victory, there is no guarantee that he can escape from this strange pressure. But the nature of life prevented him from succumbing here. The blood in his body almost boiled and surged. He was even more frantically running towards the outside world. At the same time, he kept sending out signals to the people in the organization. Save me! Save me! As a message flew out. His own speed also became faster and faster. Behind him came the sound of breaking wind. That thing seemed to be in hot pursuit. Until finally, he managed to cross the swampy land. The light of victory was right in front of him, and he gained even more speed. Just when he was glad that he had survived once more. Just suddenly, the heavens and earth in front of his eyes went black once again. In its place was an intense suction and pulling force. That force was extremely overbearing and brutal. Zeno's body unexpectedly stopped hard in the air. As soon as this strong fluctuation struck, it made Zeno feel that it was difficult to resist. The opponent's strength was definitely stronger than the one from before. How could it be so terrifying? What kind of existence is it? Since I can't escape, then it's better not to run away. All the means of his body exploded towards that thing. As soon as he got within 5 meters of the other side, he saw the full picture of that thing. Huge in size. Blood red all over its body. Each piece of scale was the size of a palm. It looked like a real dragon lying prostrate on the ground. The strong aura emanating from it. It even made the surrounding swamp tremble. Blood Devil King Snake. This is a king-level Blood Demon King Snake. And it's not just king level. He's even going through molting. Snakes in the molting stage are always the weakest. But that's precisely why. This kind of molting stage snake-type ferocious beast often explodes in the molting stage with a terrifying combat power that exceeds the normal period, encountering something else. But anyone who is not a king-level existence, he would be able to escape, even though it would be 9 deaths. But facing a king-level ferocious beast, especially the most toxic of them all, the Blood Demon King Snake, his situation today could be described as 10 deaths. TSK hesitation flickered in his heart. Intense vitality erupted in his eyes. Since death was certain, it was good to at least drag a companion with him. Even if it was the Blood Demon King Snake's molting stage. While possessing a strong combat power, this itself was also fragile. Give me death. His hand shook with light. The secret treasure given from above was not used at this moment. He wouldn't really be able to survive. The light flickered. A supreme aura emanated from it. Zeno was the first to fall to the ground. The moment he was illuminated by this light, the Blood Demon King Snake first struggled frantically for a moment. Then with monstrous unwillingness in its eyes, it fell to the ground. A generation of king-level ferocious beasts fell. Chapter 91, The Spell. Something like this had happened. Even Yi Jing couldn't be blamed for it. Soon she had contacted all the people who were still alive. Everyone left the place together by car. There were a total of 18 people on this trip, excluding the phase-less sword sect disciples who suddenly killed them, as well as the few people who died. Now the remaining people are only 9 people. I never thought that this phaseless sword sect disciple is so ruthless. He killed 8 people before and after. Simply vicious. Yi Jing looked at the few people who were still alive. In her heart, she was also speculating about the identity of the strong man just now. The other party had a king-level imperial beast. I don't think he would easily show his true face. Even if you go down the line of investigation, I can't get the results I want. Moreover, Yi Jing could feel it. The other party's strength was strong. In case she annoyed such an existence, I was afraid that there would be a lot of crises at that time. The group quickly left in the direction of the city. At the same time, in the swamp, Zeno was lying on his back in the swamp, his body gradually being sucked and pulled into it. His breath shriveled. In front of him, the huge blood demon king snake lay prostrate on the ground. Its breath was similarly atrophied. 3 black shadows swayed. Surprisingly, it's a king-level ferocious beast. The 3 people were all clad in black cloaks. The light in their eyes shook. The person in the lead rushed forward in 3 steps. As soon as he got close, this person immediately retreated. The speed was extremely fast. At the same time, several silver lights were thrown from his hands. The silver light flashed. The originally dying blood demon king snake suddenly rioted. The blood bowl mouth erupted with surging suction power. It seemed to want to die together. The powerful fluctuation shocked the 3 on the spot. They were just about to make a move. The suction force disappeared. The huge blood demon king snake looked like it had drained all of its strength. After a loud bang, it completely collapsed. Worthy of being a king-level ferocious beast. After being hit by the returning cannon's blow, it still has strength left. A king-level beast. It seems that this safe zone isn't simple either. As the 3 celebrated, a blue light flashed in the eyes of one of them. Not good, the people from the military department have left the city. Nowadays, we can't collide head-on with the people from the military department. Is it hard to just waste this blood demon king snake? Such a dying ferocious beast was especially qualified for their transplant origin imperial beast. The leader froze. He could not help but think anxiously. No, give it to him. The leader raised his hand and sucked it in. Zeno, whose body had already half sunk into the swamp, was sucked into his hands. You're crazy, he's only C-ranked qualification. To transplant a king-level ferocious beast it would have to be a rank. The leader didn't care. Don't forget that the earthworm was previously discovered by the Alliance's people because we fought over its belonging. It's a wild king-level ferocious beast, big deal, we'll put a spell on this kid. The 2 men froze at the words. After hesitating for a moment, this was agreed to. Transplanting a ferocious beast. It was different from transplanting a royal beast. Fierce beasts were overbearing and brutal. It had to be transplanted to a royal beast on the verge of death within a quarter of an hour of its death. He's the only one eligible today, stall the people from the military department for me. The words fell. A person behind him rushed outward. Regret flashed in the leader's eyes. It's a pity, it's cheap for you, kid. Bloodthirsty berserker and blood demon king snake are the same blood-type ferocious beasts. Even if they have a wild nature and can't make it, that's what you deserve. Light emerged from the leader's hand. A gray herb appeared. The gray medicinal herb just appeared. The temperature in the surroundings actually unconsciously lowered by a few points. Protector. The only remaining person nodded at the words. As soon as he sat down on his knees, his body merged into the earth, while sinking 2 meters into the ground. Behind him, a huge beast appeared. It was a 5-meter-long beast. The entire body was similar to a humanoid. The limbs were long and thin. Both hands were clasped in front of his chest. In the center of both hands was this man, melting into the earth like a fish in water. The beast hides the earth. Can sense the wind and grass in the earth within a 100-meter radius. On the ground, the gray herb in the leader's hand shook with light. A rich aura of death descended. As the herbs shattered, a gray clear stream surged into Zeno's body. Gray light surged and erupted. Power surged around Zeno. Open. As the leader used his hand as a pen to continuously carve down traces in the air, the talismans fused. Unknown power descended. The gray light was like a spider's web pulling out its cocoon. The spider silk began to unite the blood demon king snake. The 2 sides seemed to fall into a moment of coexistence. Zeno's original royal beast bloodthirsty frenzy demon let out a roar.
It seemed like it was struggling desperately.
The bloodthirsty fiend seemed to be imprisoned by a spider web around its body. No matter how much it struggled, it never moved.
Bloodthirsty fiend, TSK, it's a pity that you're worthless compared to a king-level imperial beast.
The talisman in his hand was completed.
The leader raised his hand and waved it. The talisman broke through the air.
It landed on the bloodthirsty fiend.
Extinguish.
The bloodthirsty fiend was weak.
Now it was about to be annihilated. Suddenly,
the blood demon king snake surged enraged.
The bloodthirsty berserk demon intertwined with it.
The leader did not stop it. There was a few moments of strange light in his eyes.
Was the blood demon king serpent fused with the bloodthirsty berserker?
It seemed that it was still an unknown item that hadn't been attempted.
For the time being, no one has tried it, so let's just name it Fusion Experiment Number 1. Ka-ching.
The sound of shattering came from the gray herb in his hand.
The power was completely drained. It was done.
One soul-shifting herb was also enough.
However, why wasn't it moving yet?
The leader was still puzzled.
A strong aura once again exploded in all directions. The leader's face rejoiced after sensing the aura. It's done. The product of the fusion of the bloodthirsty fiend and the blood demon king snake. A mutated imperial beast. An absolute mutant imperial beast. Ha ha ha. I didn't expect such a windfall. Just when the leader was excited, the gray light around Zeno exploded. Within the light,
a large hand just grabbed towards him.
The leader frowned.
The light in his eyes wavered.
Stand down. 2 simple words.
Zeno's body stiffened. The entire person completely stiffened. His hand was only a few centimeters from the neck of the leader.
But it couldn't be touched no matter what.
Humph. It was thanks to the fact that he had kept his eyes open and planted a spell.
Bold. Kneel down.
It was as if thunder exploded in the middle of his mind.
Zeno could no longer move. It was as if a strong mighty pressure was carried inside his body.
The pressure was there.
Zeno had to submit. Both knees knelt down.
Behind him, the huge blood demon king snake shook its head and similarly submitted.
From today onwards, you are tentatively named Fusion Experiment 1.
The organization will be taking action in the near future. Your identity as a disciple of the sword sect will remain unchanged.
Where the spell is, no matter how far you flee to the ends of the earth, life and death are at my whim. Zeno still wanted to struggle for something.
After sensing the powerful suppression among the bloodline, he could only helplessly shake his head.
Now, what is this? Damn it. With the spell in place, how can I possibly escape? Yes, Master. Chapter 92, The Auction. The military department is coming, retreat.
The leader raised his hand and waved.
Among the land.
The imperial beast hidden earth mobilized the surrounding soil.
In an instant,
the 3 were sucked into the middle of the earth. Under the ability of the hidden earth, the people escaped from the ground at great speed.
Inside the city,
such a thing had happened. Lin Bai and the others were not spared some interrogation. In the end, they were all let back in. As for that disciple of the phaseless sword sect, he had already sent someone to investigate.
Phaseless sword sect. Unlike other forces, they have always been the clan as a whole and disciples never go out. It was obvious that such a person would be easy to find out.
Lin Bai didn't take this matter to heart. Whether or not the other person was found,
he was bound to die. As early as when he fled that way, it had already doomed him to death.
That was a king-level beast, the blood demon king snake. Even if the other party's methods are no longer heavenly,
it's still a certain death.
So there was no need for him to worry about this matter.
Moreover, he didn't reveal his real face throughout the whole process.
He didn't use his royal beast or his own power.
It would be even harder for the other party to find out about him as it was on that day. It was already evening when they returned to the city.
Lin Bai also took Shin Hu and the 2 of them along to the auction.
He wouldn't forget his purpose today.
Because the Pill King had once said,
there would be many exotic treasures unveiled at the auction today.
As for whether or not one could find a strange and exotic treasure like the ice and fire lotus flower, it was still hard to say.
After all, those that could be entered into the alliance's record of exotic treasures were not unusual items. Like the 5th-ranked Tongtian golden chrysanthemum. The growth cycle is extremely long. It opens one petal every 10 years. Not only is the growth cycle long, the environmental conditions are extremely harsh. If anything goes wrong, the golden chrysanthemum will no longer grow. It will be on the road to withering.
Unfortunately, despite this, even the withered flowers.
Its value is also far greater than the ice and fire lotus. Even in purple flame twin lotus is equal. But in any case, always go to see.
Now that the hybrid beast had awakened, the mixed beast was able to sense what was useful to it. So this was a no-loss deal no matter how you looked at it.
Thinking at this,
Lin Bai looked at Chen Hu on the side. The reason why he brought Chen Hu forward. The most important thing was that he wanted to buy some treasures for Chen Hu. The two of them had been hair children since they were young. Playing until today, it could be said that there were shadows of each other on the path of growth. He was not the kind of person who was ungrateful. When he was young, Chen Hu had even helped him fight against the kids who bullied him. Of course, in addition to Chen Hu, Han Shui also gave him a lot of help. Before his hybrid beast was just born. The urgent need to pick food supplement. It was Han Shui who found the mutant king crab legs for him. In the academy is also Chen Hu and Han Shui, two people together for his support. So he also wanted to repay them. It was just some shared enjoyment of prosperity. Soon enough, he also contacted Han Shui. After the three of them met up, they headed towards the front of the auction. The two came to the Pill King Pavilion for the first time. For this place Chen Hu only heard legends. Didn't realize how powerful it was. The road was marveling at the Pill King Pavilion's build. It was so ostentatious. Han Shui's eyes shook with a fine light. She knew very well about the Pill King Pavilion. It was impossible for their Han family to invite that Pill King to refine medicines even if they poured out their entire family fortune. The Pill King himself was an extremely powerful king-level pill refiner. The identity of a pill refiner would be respected by everyone even amongst the remote places within the alliance. Even some king-level royal beast masters would have to be respectful to an 8th-ranked pill refiner. Pill refiners were capable of refining things that were several times more valuable than the herbs themselves. The benefits of these pills once taken by people will be huge. Some people may not be able to take this opportunity to break through and reach the king level. There are also people who are able to change a beast master's physique. What's more, there are those who can refine pills that change the quality of the imperial beasts. These things were just the tip of the iceberg for pill refiners. Rumor has it that the ultimate powerhouse amongst pill refiners. They can use heaven and earth as their furnace. Using mountains, rivers, grasses, and trees as ingredients. To make the great pills of heaven and earth. Of course, those things only exist in legends. No one has been able to reach that point yet. But right now, those things were enough to push pill refiners to the altar of infinity. Han Shui looked at Lin Bai. I didn't expect Lin Bai to know someone from the Pill King Pavilion. Han Shui was sincerely happy for Lin Bai. If it was really possible. She even wanted to ask Lin Bai to ask a 6th rank or higher alchemist to help him refine a pill. Han Shui couldn't help but feel a touch of regret when she thought of this. The family's only current king-level existence had been injured. This matter had been desperately suppressed. But where the slightest whisper was revealed, their Han family might have been completely exterminated tonight. Just as Han Shui was thinking. Suddenly, a scant fragrance came. Just as soon as it was sensed, Han Shui felt a moment of clarity before her eyes. Everything around her seemed extraordinary. Even the cultivation within her body began to bulge. It was as if it had touched the threshold of a breakthrough. How could this be? Looking towards the source of the scent, the visitor was an old man. Covered in silk and brocade, he looked quite prosperous. At the first sight of the other party, Han Shui's pupils shrank. Surprisingly, it was that Pill King Pavilion's pavilion master, Pill King Old Senior. Only this Pill King was usually honored at times. Even the heads of several great families had to make an appointment in advance to see him. I don't know what he's doing here. While she was still wondering, she then saw the Pill King go forward and hold Lin Bai's hand. The expression on his face also became gentle. At the same time, he kept greeting the other party.
Little friend Lin Bai, you've come just in time, the auction will start in a quarter of an hour, quickly, please take a seat. What is this situation?
The Honorable Pill King Sr. would actually say such words out.
For a moment,
Han Shui only felt that the world in front of her seemed to have a tendency to collapse.
But the next moment, she then heard Lin Bai's voice.
Pill King Sr., these two are my friends.
The Pill King glanced at the two.
His eyes paused heavily on Chen Hu for an instant,
then skipped over Han Shui. What kind of elder savant was the Pill King?
The reason why he was so friendly with Lin Bai. The most important thing was that he saw Lin Bai's talent in pill refining.
Such a pill refiner. Even if he didn't join the apothecary guild.
If he came over every week and practiced a few pills for himself, he could already be rich. And he himself could be happy and comfortable.
Get a reputation. Maybe the Pill King Pavilion could even use this to grow rapidly in the surrounding cities. One step beyond those old guys? As for the friends introduced by Lin Bai, to be honest, the Pill King wasn't very optimistic. Of the two of them, there was only this boy, who was not bad. The aura on this little doll was strange. But he had seen it before. Only a king-level imperial beast would have such an aura. Chapter 93, Han Shui's Request. I didn't realize that this little doll even possessed a king-grade royal beast. The value of a king-level imperial beast was high. But so what? For someone like the Pill King, who was used to seeing the world, these things could only cause some small ripples. The Pill King stopped talking. Instead, he turned his head and led the three of them into the auction. Due to Lin Bai's special status, so his auction room could almost be said to be similar to a suite room. Not only did it have all the facilities for fun and games, there was even a bathroom and a large bedroom. Pill King Sr., you really want me to stay in your Pill King Pavilion? The Pill King laughed dryly. If Lin Bai was here alone, he would have made his own conditions. But there were two little dolls beside him. It wouldn't be good for them to hear about his Pill King Pavilion schemes. So he didn't say anything. Just laughed dryly twice. Alright, I'll leave you guys alone. If you want anything to eat or drink, just talk to the little doll at the door. I'm going to play with a few other old friends. After the auction is over, how about little friend and I nag alone? Lin Bai naturally heard what the other party meant. This was something to beg him. Lin Bai nodded his head. To be honest, even if it was an auction of this caliber, there was no need for the Pill King himself to personally come down to preside over it. How honorable was the Pill King? A king-level pill refiner. How could this kind of identity preside over a small auction? This auction is said to be an auction. But in fact, it was more like a time for him and a few old friends to have a drink together. As for the things in the auction, they had already been arranged by him. The auction prices as well as the security measures at the auction site were superb. After all, there were quite a few king-level existences at the auction. With them there, that was a natural security force. The treasures they had their eyes on wouldn't be allowed to be seized by others. Moreover, if they took the initiative in the Pill King Pavilion, they might even allow themselves to give them some face. The face of a king-level pharmacist. It was enough for them to solve some troubles. Watching the Pill King leave, Chen Hu was still immersed in shock. It hadn't occurred to him that the good brother had gotten mixed up to this point. However, he immediately went up and wrapped his arms around Lin Bai's neck. When did you kid get on such a big shot? Didn't even tell me about it. Lin Bai smiled heatedly. This is the gift for you today. When the time to look at what to tell me is, I can shoot for you, and Han Shui, you too. Chen Hu sniffed. There was no first expression of thanks. Instead, he looked at Lin Bai in front of him with some concern. He was even a little skeptical that the other party would swollen his face. Let him buy it and then go here to sell himself for his debt? Played for many years. Just a look. Just understood what the other party meant. Lin Bai laughed out loud when he saw this. There's no need to think too much. I recently made a fortune, and I still have the black crystals that I got from the Duan family back then. After hearing those words, Chen Hu no longer pushed back. No problem, if you don't take it, I'll take you. The two joked and laughed. But at this time, Han Shui walked to Lin Bai with a serious face. There were a few moments of hesitation in her eyes. Lin Bai, I want to.
Han Shui was shy in nature.
Lin Bai understood his temperament.
The words could not even be said at this time. It was obvious that he had encountered a great problem.
It probably wasn't just Han Shui herself, but their family. Have you encountered something among your family?
Han Shui being a disciple of a family like the Han family.
If it couldn't even solve the problems of its own disciples,
it wouldn't deserve to be called a family. What could make Han Shui come to ask for her help? By no means is it her own problems.
Rather, it was an unexpected situation that had arisen in the Han family itself.
Seeing this, Han Shui also decided to bare her heart.
After taking a deep breath,
told the story of what had happened.
It's like this: my Han clan only has one king-level elder ancestor in existence so far, but some time ago when that Wang Ji elder ancestor was in seclusion, his cultivation backfired and he was seriously injured, and he fell ill. Among the family, many elders learned of the death of the first time after the blockade of news, which did not let the people who have the heart to notice the abnormalities of my Han family. But as long as the old ancestor doesn't wake up, my Han family will be like a floating object in Tianyuan City, and I'm afraid it will be difficult to maintain it. That's why originally, I still planned to pour out all of my family's wealth to hire an alchemist to personally go and check on old ancestor's condition, and then refine a suitable elixir. Han Shui sighed. I originally planned to make a trip to the Pill King Pavilion, thinking that I'd have to invite an alchemist no matter what, but now that I've seen you, you're like this. That's why I want to trouble you. Can you help me ask the Pill King Senior to practice a pill for my Han family? Chen, whose family was simple. Both mom and dad were ordinary workers.
He naturally wouldn't feel this kind of feeling that came with being amongst a family.
Lin Bai, after hearing this, he pondered for a moment.
A king-level existence was now sick. It could indeed bring great harm to his own family.
Between pondering over the matter,
a thought emerged in his mind.
He might be able to personally handle it himself.
Pill King Senior said.
Nowadays, amongst the apothecary union, those pills below the 9th rank he could successfully refine himself. The same was true even for the born-to-live pill.
And just judging from Han Shui's words just now, that senior fell ill because of the cultivation backlash.
Obviously there was definitely not enough origin power in his body. Or just a lack of vitality.
Combining the two situations to judge. Either way, what the other party needed was a Shangshang Bhutan. Only the Shangshang Bhutan has such an effect.
Coincidentally,
he had also refined a few of them himself earlier. It was eventually given to Pill King Senior. Now that he had gone to ask for it himself, he had also brought it.
Just between thoughts, Lin Bai had already come up with an answer.
Then he looked up at Han Shui and nodded. I'll help you ask him personally about this matter. He naturally couldn't take these things on himself.
The identity of a pill refiner was not something he was willing to reveal just yet. In the future, he would walk the rivers and lakes. It was only right for him to get a bigger base card for himself as well. Amidst Han Shui's gratitude, the auction began. Outside the private living room was the large glass. Underneath the glass, one could just about see the scene of the auction.
This auction was incomparably huge and luxurious.
The bottom was filled with many powerful people.
Lin Bai had already sensed no less than 4 strong people. Lin Bai had already detected no less than 4 king-level powerhouses. At the same time, he was also intensely curious about the specifications of this auction.
I wonder what geniuses and treasures he would be able to obtain here. What about accumulating preparations for the hybrid beast's advancement? Hello guests, I am the host of this auction, Pa.
This auction will display a total of 36 pieces of collectibles, and I can kindly remind you all that this last collectible treasure is extremely valuable, so don't be mesmerized by what's in front of you.
Chapter 94, Exotic Treasures. All of the people here were strong people who dominated a party.
Naturally, there was no need to show their faces with masks.
Alright,
don't talk so much nonsense, hurry up and start. The person who spoke was a king-level powerhouse. It was quite famous within their circle. He was nicknamed the Barbarian Bull. His origin royal beast was the same as himself. It was a berserk beast.
Savage Bull, haven't seen you for years, your temper is still so hot.
The person who spoke had a thin figure. At his shoulder lay a small monkey.
Monkey King, it's been a long time, how about the two of us have a good sparring session after the auction today?
Hearing this, the other party nodded his head. Soon the auction ushered in the first item of the collection. Everyone, a grand introduction, this is the first collectible item of the auction, named the Mountain Suppressing Hammer. As the floor opened and closed outwards, the exhibit was just transferred up from the ground. It was a glass counter. Contained within the glass above the counter was a large hammer. This sledgehammer was more like a meteor hammer. The head of the hammer was rounded and there were protruding spikes present around it. The sledgehammer was about 1 meter 4 in length. The proportion of the hammer head and handle was extremely incongruous. Just by looking through the glass, one could feel a surging berserk force. I believe that all of you here have heard of this. His first forger and owner was the Jinshan King, who was famous in the four directions back then, and the Jinshan King used to guard millions of miles of border areas here. Only because of an accident, was robbed and killed, his weapons and all the treasures in all directions. The corpse has not been found so far, and this is the Jin Mountain King used back then. We also took a lot of trouble to find it. The host was not experiencing such a large-scale scene of the auction for the first time. When he spoke, his emotions flowed out when necessary, and he was extremely on point. Without realizing it, he seemed to be able to cause people to empathize. This mountain-suppressing hammer is huge in size and even more amazing in terms of weight, getting a staggering 21,000 kilograms. Aside from some martial artists and king-level powerhouses, it is almost difficult for onlookers to manage it. After our Pill King Pavilion unanimously determined it, the reserve price given for the auction is 100,000 black crystals. Just as soon as this sentence was said, immediately, someone else quoted the price. The Jin Mountain King's weapon is a good thing, it just so happens that but the hammer that I took advantage of, I'll give 130,000 black crystals. The person who spoke was that king-level powerhouse named Barbarian Bull. He had a robust physique. A height of 1 meter 9 paired with majestic muscles? There was no doubt that the weapon would look much more handy in his hands. Lin Bai, who was still watching, suddenly heard Chen Hu's words. Lin Bai, didn't you promise to buy me something? I want this. Hearing this, Lin Bai spoke with some skepticism. Chen Hu, have you determined the weight of this hammer? But it has to be more than 20,000 kilograms, can you lift it now? Such a thing. In Lin Bai's eyes it might just be a sprinkle. But it was different for Chen Hu. Previously, his own black blade was more than 30,000 kilograms. Chen Hu hadn't even been able to pick it up. Now after reforging it, a lot of good materials had been added. The weight had even reached a staggering 50,000 plus kilograms. Although it was indeed heavy. But Lin Bai used it more simply like juggling a chopper. But it wasn't necessarily the same for them. Chen Hu patted his chest. Don't worry, don't forget the special training that Devil Class teacher has given me during this period of time, and this really isn't that heavy for me. My extreme strength today can already reach over 30,000 kilograms. After hearing those words, Lin Bai also stopped blocking. At the very least, it was good that Chen Hu could lift it. As for offending a king-level powerhouse at the auction, they weren't that narrow-minded. A good friend of mine has taken a fancy to this item. I'll offer 200,000 black crystals. In addition, I have some thanks to give. Please don't block it, Senior Barbarian Bull. The voice came from the second floor. There were only 3 floors in the auction present. The topmost floor was where the Pill King and some of his close friends were. As for the second floor below, to enter it, even a king-level powerhouse wouldn't be able to. One would still need the Pill King's personal leadership. King-level existences like them could all only sit in these seats. But even more miserable than above were those at the very front. They could only stand there for the auction as well. There was no status to speak of. Barbarian Bull froze at his words. How long had it been since he heard someone dare to talk to him like that? No one had ever been able to take away what he wanted. It was when he was just about to open his mouth to raise the price. A boy ran behind him. In his hand was a wooden box. My lord, this is for you from the VIP on the second floor. Barbarian Bull took the wooden box with a puzzled gaze. The moment this wooden box was opened, the refreshing Dan fragrance drifted out. Strange power spread in his palm. This was a chi and blood elixir. Even for a king-level powerhouse, it had the effect of cleansing the meridians in marrow. The value of this item had surpassed the weapon in front of him that was in his hand. This was a 7th rank elixir. Barbarian Bull stopped raising the price. After nodding, he took the wooden box back. No more words. While feeling joy,
Savage Bull also speculated. What exactly is this person's identity? Just one shot was a 7th order elixir. It was still aimed at his meridian cleansing efficacy. It seems that there is another strong person at the level of a master pill refiner in this period of time. For this kind of person, especially those who can refine medicine, even if the brute ox is no longer stupid and rude, must also befriend him. Pill refiners are rare, especially those who have refined 7th order pills. In the pharmacist union, at the very least, there is a certain amount of power of speech. He can befriend this kind of person. He wants this broken hammer. Just give it to him. Barbarian Bull himself can also sell such a small favor. Wouldn't that be a good thing? Seeing that even a person of Barbarian Bull's nature were all silenced by the favor given by the other party. For who that second floor was, the crowd is also speculating. Pill King Pavilion for these auctions treasure transactions. Speaking of a quick decision, just a few moments of effort. This Shinshan hammer was sent to Chun Hu's hands. As soon as he held the hammer, Chen Hu will notice the difference of this hammer. This weight, TSK. It really wasn't a cover. However, the more this happened, the more excited Chun Hu's heart became. The veins on top of his arms rippled. In just an instant, this hammer was lifted by him. Chen Hu's extreme strength today was able to reach over 40,000 kilograms. The small-town mountain hammer in front of him was at most a little over 20,000 kilograms. Just this little bit of weight for Chen Hu. In addition to being able to lift it, perhaps it could strengthen the physical aspect of his cultivation. After seeing the existence of a demon like Lin Bai, he also understood that a beast master might also be able to strengthen his own physical cultivation and make progress together with the beasts. The auction was still only continuing, as more and more exotic treasures were unveiled. Lin Bai was also coveting this. These things were introduced by the host with. It seemed that every one of them was a treasure among treasures. Just as Lin Bai was coveting, he noticed Han Shue's expression on the side. Chapter 95, A Flying High. It was the ice spirit cold needle. This one was amongst the rumors of the legacy of the cold river ancestor. Surprisingly, it really existed. What's wrong with Han Shui? Do you want this item as well? Han Shui froze, shaking her head. I once read in the family texts that this is something left behind by an extremely powerful king-level adult. This item is called the Ice Spirit Cold Needle. It's extremely powerful, but anyone whose body is touched by this cold needle will instantly freeze into an ice sculpture, and there is also a technique available for cultivation with this cold needle. Lin Bai's mouth was tinged with a smile. What, do you want this ice-cold needle? After contemplating for a moment, Han Shui spoke according to her inner thoughts. To be honest, my origin royal beast is a cold attribute Luan bird. This Luan bird itself has a messy bloodline. It should have been a high-level origin royal beast, but now it has retreated to the intermediate level because of the bloodline problem. I have looked through the relevant canonical books in the clan. If I can get the ice pure cold needle left behind by this cold ancestor coupled with the ice pure cold needle's own gong method of cultivation, I might be able to get rid of the refuted blood lineage in the body of my Luan bird, so that it can undergo the evolution of its intrinsic blood lineage. I can't say for sure. So no matter in terms of sentiment and reason, I really want to get this ice spirit cold needle, but for the sake of the matter I've already troubled you once. Troubling you like this again would be too much for my heart. Han Shui being able to say such words still surprised Lin Bai. However, Lin Bai smiled and shook his head. What's wrong with that? We've been playing since we were kids. When my origin imperial beast was just born, if I didn't have your mutated blood crab meat, I'm afraid it would have died a long time ago. I don't believe that you're bringing such an expensive thing just to buy groceries. After his initial thoughts were pierced by a single word, Han Shui's expression also became somewhat subtle. Don't worry, take today's icy silver needle as what you owe me and just pay it back later. How about that? This method would neither make Han Shui feel embarrassed. At the same time, it was also justifiable in terms of face. After a moment of contemplation, Han Shui nodded her head. There was no way. This icy cold needle might actually be able to help her Luan bird raise its bloodline. Even if it couldn't, at the very least, it would be able to find her next direction of cultivation. Every royal beast master's cultivation direction was never the same. Some imperial beast master's cultivation direction was all about big, bold, and fierce. Others were about trickling down and advancing slowly. And that was precisely why every single person in the ace class. They cultivated and trained in completely different ways. Good.
Everyone, this ice spirit cold needle is something that even we at the Pill King Pavilion are unable to determine its fundamental origin, and we can only judge from the king class aura flowing down from it that it was once a king class powerhouse's legacy weapon. On the cold needle we also sense transcribed once with its own gong method. The price of this icy cold needle in the auction below had been speculated to a full 300,000 black crystals.
The crowd didn't have much insight or knowledge about the ice vibrant cold needle.
At best, they would just think this was a treasure left behind by a king-level powerhouse.
I'll offer 500,000 black crystals.
The voice from the second-floor VIP room resounded once again.
The offer was so generous. And just for the legacy of a king-level powerhouse who came from nowhere?
What a generous person. I don't know which family's young master has run out.
Auctioning off a lot of money. A few moments of effort.
This item had already been pocketed by Lin Bai.
And the auction was nearing its end at this moment.
Lin Bai let out a somewhat helpless sigh.
How did the buying go on and on?
Both of them had bought it. His own was still nothing.
Thinking about this,
Lin Bai could only let out a helpless sigh. He then took out one more of the few ice and fire lotus flowers,
throwing it to the hybrid beast to take. With the medicinal effects would be absorbed very quickly. Lin Bai also understood.
Nowadays, the ice and fire lotus flower no longer had any efficacy for the hybrid beast. At best, it was just a small candy to eat when quenching a craving. This was also expected. After all, this was a divine-grade imperial beast.
Their own needs for genius earth treasures were extremely harsh.
And taking the same heavenly treasure at the same time for too long, their bodies would also develop a marvelous resistance.
It seemed as if a different type of herb had to be used. After a rough reckoning. Nowadays, there were only 5 ice and fire lotus plants left in his possession. Since it was impossible to take them, then it would be better to leave one plant as a backup.
The others would just be sold through the Pill King Pavilion.
It soon came to the last piece of this collection.
Everyone, next is the last of the 36 collectibles in this auction. This collectible is also extremely precious, and I can remind everyone that this collectible is ranked as the 41st of the Alliance's exotic treasures book.
Ice and fire lotus flower. In just an instant, someone immediately exclaimed in shock.
The powerful value of the ice and fire lotus flower. The crowd was astonished.
Ice and fire lotus flower.
For a moment, the faces of the people present revealed a light of excitement.
The Pill King Pavilion's auction this time.
It was intentional to reveal this news.
It was also the reason why so many king-level experts had been attracted to come. Such an item. Even for a king-level powerhouse. It was also of great efficacy to enhance one's strength.
All of you know the importance of this item, and today, my Pill King Pavilion is fortunate enough to have obtained 2 ice and fire lotus plants. The market transaction price of each ice and fire lotus flower within the Alliance is above 10 million black crystals. So today, we will bundle these 2 ice and fire lotus flowers and sell them together at a starting price of 20,000,000 black crystals. When these words came out, someone immediately sucked in a breath of cool air.
What a good intention. This ice and fire lotus flower was hard to find. Now they would even think of bundling it together and selling it. Merchants seek profit. It's really true what they say.
A friendly reminder, each bid shall not be less than 1 million black crystals, the highest bidder wins.
As soon as the words fell, someone immediately made a bid. I'll bid 22 million. 28 million. $30 million.
Even though he had seen big scenes,
Lin Bai couldn't help but be shocked after seeing such a sight.
This amount of black crystals was really growing crazily like running water. It had already surpassed the 50,000,000 mark in just a split second.
TSK. 50 million black crystals, 70% commission.
That must be over 35 million black crystals.
Oh, my goodness. It's a hit. It's a hit. Now it's a real fortune. Rarity is precious. Lin Bai has seen it. This time,
he had a new insight on how he would deal with the 5 remaining ice and fire lotus flowers in his hands.
Perhaps it could be used in some other way. As Lin Bai pondered, It was also an idea. However, listening to the amount of black crystals that were still continuing to grow, Lin Bai couldn't get enough. Ha ha ha. It really wasn't a dream to become rich overnight. If they were to know.
There were still 5 plants of such a thing in their own hands.
I don't know how they would feel. Lin Bai was thinking.
There was a knock on the door.
Chapter 96, 1,000 Faces.
The room was equipped with an attendant in the middle of the room.
A few moments after the knock sounded, the attendant walked over.
Mr. VIP, the person outside the door claims to be from the Yi family and wants your help.
This person was personally instructed by the Pill King Sr. Yi family? Lin Bai froze.
At the end of today's mission, he also learned about the several great families within Tianyuan City today. The Yi family ranks second among the 4 great families, with strong funds and many talented people within the family.
There were all 7 king-level powerhouses. Such a family could be united.
Lin Bai let the 2 of them, Chen Hu and Han Shui, leave from here. He himself walked behind the screen.
Tell him to come in. Yes. The gate opened. The visitor was about 20 years old, a clean-looking man. Greetings, my lord.
Behind the screen, between the hidden and the unseen, a silhouette was sitting behind the screen.
What is it?
There was a hint of impatience in his tone.
The young man's body shook. Being in the middle of the family,
the world of human affairs and observing words and colors, he was proficient in all of them. Now this lord was feeling that he had alarmed him. My lord is not to be blamed, I am a direct disciple of the Yi family, Yi Qingsheng. There was no response from behind the screen. It's like this, nowadays this ice and fire lotus flower, it's very important to my Yi family, but this time out, the number of black crystals is not prepared enough, your lordship's hands and eyes, I hope to be able to. A cold laugh came from behind the screen.
Everyone clan disciple, is it hard to beg from me?
Yi Qingsheng heard the mocking implication in his words. Your Excellency is joking, this time the black crystal was borrowed from you in my own name, and will be returned in full in the future. As soon as the words left his mouth there was another cold laugh. Yi family side of the first line is different, how would I know whether you are the first line or the side, if you are a side disciple, I'm only afraid that this black crystal of mine has gone down the drain. Yi Qingsheng was shocked at his words. Within the Yi family, there was a difference between the sideline and the first line, and the cultivation resources of the sideline disciples might not even be a tenth of those of the first line disciples.
But few people knew about these things. How could the other party know? Could it be that the other party was friends with a certain strong person from the Yi family? Or perhaps it was a guest minister of this lineage? Either way, one's identity as a member of the side lineage would be useless. It was too late to be surprised. Yi Qingsheng also understood. Identity does not work. Then it was necessary to take out something good to impress the other party. My lord, I have a treasure here, I wonder if I can exchange it for you to help me. Lin Bai secretly chose his tongue. What an indolent person. The information within the Yi family clan. Lin Bai had all seen it in the guest secretary token given by Yi Jing back then. The guest secretary token was actually a spatial storage tool. Inside, there were 100 black crystals, and a general information about the Yi family. The first line of the sideline was naturally in it. Originally, I still wanted to swindle the other party. I didn't expect it to be so indolent. Yi Qingsheng flipped his wrist. Black gas emerged in his palm. After the black gas completely receded, Yi Qingsheng's hand had an extra mask. Only this mask looked mutilated. There was also a small half that seemed like it had been torn apart by a dog. At the first sight of this mask, Lin Bai's eyes flashed with a few moments of strange light. This mask had a special feeling. Just the first glance. It was like seeing 1,000 faces of 1,000 people. Such a strange piece of mask. It instantly aroused Lin Bai's curiosity. Something that could give him such an illusion must not be simple. Even if he didn't recognize it, he could still go to the Pill King Sr. But a businessman was all about profit. Now at the auction Lin Bai had sort of learned that. With that, he spoke again. Not enough. The 2 light words but caused a flash of hope to rise in Yi Qingsheng's heart. That ice and fire lotus flower is honored beyond compare, please ask your lordship to. First. The words just fell.
A green light floated from the screen. When the green light completely dispersed, Yi Qingsheng also saw what appeared before his eyes. His pupils could not help but contract for a moment. Extremely shocked. This object was precisely the ice and fire lotus flower that he had longed for. Yi Qingsheng's heart was greatly shocked. It turned out to be so. No wonder the senior was so calm from start to finish. It can even be said that he doesn't care. The lotus of ice and fire was the last item in the auction. I thought that there would be a lot of people competing for it. Before the second floor, the senior shot. He auctioned off a sledgehammer that the barbarian bull strongman wanted to get. And then auctioned off the ice-cold needle. This kind of strange things. By reason. Now the last of the 36 items in the auction should have attracted a flurry of price increases. But in the eyes of this senior looks much more relaxed. If I'm not wrong, I'm sure that the 2 ice and fire lotus flowers should also be provided by this senior. I didn't realize that there was such a person in this world. For this senior's identity. Yi Qingsheng was also speculating for a moment. Why would the other party have so many exotic treasures? But he could only imagine. Not daring to speak rashly. This kind of senior was always uncertain in his likes and dislikes. If he didn't get the ice and fire lotus in his hands. Instead, he leaked out the news. At that time, even the Yi family would not be able to protect him. Besides, he is only a side disciple. There was no need for the Yi family to offend someone who could hold the lotus of ice and fire for his sake. There was no need for the Yi family to offend a senior who could get his hands on the ice and fire lotus flower. But he also understood. What this senior meant was, let him take out something valuable again. He himself didn't need to compete with those powerful seniors outside for the ice fire lotus now. He only needed to take out something that this senior would consider valuable in exchange. On second thought, if you really auction off the ice fire lotus, I'm afraid that it would be taken away by others before it was even warmed up. Thinking about this, his face also showed some decisiveness. Senior. Unconsciously, Lin Bai was in Yi Qingsheng's heart. It had transformed from a high-ranking person into a true and genuine senior. The path of cultivation. The one who attained it was honored. Regardless of age. Even if the other party didn't say anything. He also understood. Someone who could have this kind of means must have long ago dominated a party. The late generation has seen that you like to collect some eccentric exotic treasures and Wang Qi weapons. The late generation has an item here that I think should be helpful to you. Yi Qingsheng raised his hand. A black stone appeared. This black stone was in an oval shape. It looked plain and ordinary. The moment Lin Bai saw the stone at first glance, he noticed that something was wrong. The inside of this stone was actually colorful. What is this thing? Can't it be that it's an ore? Between Lin Bai's thoughts, a violent fluctuation came from the hybrid beast inside his body. It seemed like this thing the hybrid beast wanted very much. Lin Bai did not move. He raised his hand and waved it. He put the black stone in his pocket along with the mask. The implication was very clear. The exchange is established. Yi Qingsheng carefully took away the ice and fire lotus flower. At the same time, he respectfully left towards the door. However, when he was leaving, he thought of something. He couldn't help but ask out loud. Senior, I wonder what that black stone is? Chapter 97, Emperor of Fierce Beasts. The moment the words fell, Yi Qingsheng only felt that the temperature of the entire room suddenly dropped a few points. At the same time, an invisible strong aura erupted from behind that screen. Just for a moment, he only felt like he was locked in by a savage beast. He couldn't move. Senior is not to be blamed, Senior has talked too much. Realizing that the situation was not good, his entire body immediately opened the door to the room and left. Just as soon as he left, he ran for several meters, until his heartbeat gradually returned to normal. He realized a pang of fear. Just such a short moment ago, his clothes were already all wet, and there was still cold sweat constantly flowing down on his forehead. It was too scary. If he hadn't heard the other side speak, he would have thought that it was a terrifying ferocious beast behind the screen. In fact, Lin Bai was indeed a humanoid ferocious beast. After the door to the room was closed, Lin Bai surveyed the strange stone in his hand.
He also couldn't help but snort. Asking me? How am I supposed to know this?
But he had truly experienced the feeling of being a senior.
This feeling was really cool. Lin Bai looked at the mutilated mask in his hand and pondered a bit.
Why did he have this dazed feeling of 1,000 faces the moment he saw this thing?
Could this mask have other abilities? The intense longing coming from the mixed beast interrupted his thoughts.
The source of this longing was none other than the black stone in his hand.
Could there be something extraordinary about this momentum?
With the help of the mixed beast's mental power, the books Lin Bai had read could almost be said to be unforgettable. It was also for this reason.
Currently, there were imperial beasts or ferocious beasts that were recorded in the Alliance. Lin Bai didn't say that he knew all of them.
At the very least, he was able to know a little bit about it. He really couldn't tell the history of this stone in front of him. It's fine to give you food, but leave the stone shell for me. For this kind of unknown thing, Lin Bai could want to pursue it properly. The hybrid beast transmitted an affirmative reply.
Lin Bai no longer hesitated.
Immediately, he took the stone to the hybrid beast.
For the first time, the mixed yuan beast didn't open its mouth wide and swallow it whole.
His size grew larger.
It was like a hunting dog.
However, the hole still had the appearance of a chipmunk. Both hands grasped the black stone, opened its mouth wide and bit towards the black stone.
Just one bite.
The outer shell of the black stone cracked,
which flowed inside.
It was colorful and crystal clear liquid.
Due to being an origin imperial beast,
Lin Bai quickly sensed what flavor the liquid was. It was an aromatic scent.
Simply smelling it like this,
it was like a mouthful of agar jelly.
TSK, this flavor. It's really not bad. Not much time.
This colorful and crystal clear liquid was drunk clean.
Wonderful.
The power fed back. Lin Bai only felt his body sizzle.
This feeling of power filling up and enduring. It was simply cool. Since the auction was over, Lin Bai's 3 people also quickly dispersed individually.
Lin Bai, on the other hand, went forward to look for the Pill King Senior according to his original instructions.
Inside the Pill King's alchemy room. Lin Bai, I really don't know how to thank you.
The Pill King laughed out loud. The selling price of the 2 ice and fire lotus flowers, but it's up to 60 million black crystals.
Focusing on doing business, Lin Bai hadn't noticed the sale price.
Tisk, 60 million black crystals. Even if he got 70% of the commission, that was still a lot of property when scratched down. I've already told them to go down and do the math. I'll send it over to you in a moment.
With so much money, I suggest you save it. Lin Bai gave a light eep. There were a few moments of doubt. This is something you don't know, right?
Black crystals are in huge quantities. Storing them not only consumes space spells,
it's also a burden in a way.
That's why there will be suitable banks recommended for storage. Of course, normal banks are not guaranteed to enrich themselves, and the right bank can also bring you a considerable amount of harvest. But accordingly, in order to enter a bank with such high security specifications, at the very least, you have to make sure that you have 10 million assets.
Hearing this, how could Lin Bai not understand the other party's thoughts?
Pill King Senior, I've come to think of it, there seems to be another ice and fire lotus flower that I got back then. The corners of the Pill King's mouth twitched a bit that was visible to the naked eye.
I knew this kid didn't have good intentions.
Lin Bai, on the other hand, smiled skinlessly. Oh, Pill King little old brother, hello thoughts. When you reminded me like this, old me also remembered, I happen to know the president of an alliance bank here, who happens to be within our Tian Yuan city. I can introduce you to him, he'll be here in another 3 minutes, right?
This sentence was somewhat contradictory. It also made Lin Bai understand.
Seeing that he didn't take out his own ice and fire lotus,
the medicine king would also introduce him to a bank president. Got caught in his trap. Old fox. This time it was the Pill King's turn to smile. Back to the topic.
At this time, Lin Bai took out the stone that was emptied by the mixed beast and only had an empty shell left. Senior, do you recognize this thing? I got it in the demonic beast forest before, and I couldn't find it even after searching through the ancient books. Pill King received the black stone. Ending it in the palm of his hand, he examined it carefully. There were also gold filigree round glasses hanging from his ears.
TSK, What exactly is this thing? Surprisingly, it was able to make even the Pill King treat it with such gravity. Little friend Lin Bai, tell me first, this thing, when you got it, was there anything inside?
After hearing such a grave tone,
Lin Bai opened his mouth. It's just an empty shell. What? Does this thing have anything to say? The Pill King put down his glasses. There seemed to be some reminiscing.
In the early years, in the demonic beast forest outside the Alliance main city, I once felt a strong aura fluctuation.
That aura was emanated by an imperial-ranked ferocious beast.
That was also the first time I had ever sensed the existence of an imperial-level ferocious beast. After hearing such words, Lin Bai's heart had a few doubts.
Could it be that this black stone was an imperial beast? But what was the explanation for those colorful liquids?
The aura on this stone is very weak, as if it was just born not long ago.
But I can tell you with unrivaled certainty that it's the residual aura of an imperial-level ferocious beast.
I didn't expect that after living for so many years, I would still be able to perceive this kind of existence.
Senior Pill King let out a sigh. For some reason, it seemed to have aged a few years. An imperial-level ferocious beast? Pill King Senior, this.
Lin Bai knew very little about this kind of ferocious beast. The group of ferocious beasts is different from the Alliance. According to the Alliance's current scouting intelligence, there are strict grades among the ferocious beasts, and the specification system between them is as hierarchical as a pyramid. The lowest is the first order ferocious beasts, in order to the ninth order. This category of ferocious beasts is called the mortal level, and the existence above the mortal level ferocious beasts is the king of ferocious beasts, the king level ferocious beasts. However, there is another kind of existence above these ferocious beast kings, which is the ferocious beast emperor.
Chapter 98, the competition is approaching. As for the origin of fierce beast emperors, so far we don't have any clue.
The only thing we can be sure of is that fierce beast emperors are rare in number and rarely appear in the world. Currently the Alliance has recorded fierce beast emperors and there are only 13 of them, and even if it's me, I don't have a way to see the full picture of the 13 fierce beast emperors.
Lin Bai also didn't expect the origin of this stone to be so mysterious. Then, can there be an existence above the fierce beast emperor?
The Pill King shook his head.
No.
Seemingly feeling that it wasn't right, he added a few more points of aggravation.
Not as of now. There are no strange things in the great world, just like what is the cause of today's cataclysm? People still don't know anything. Lin Bai sniffed.
A trance could not be avoided in his heart.
It was as if there was an unknown boulder pressing on his chest. This feeling would only make it difficult to breathe.
Don't worry, the Alliance has been founded for almost 100 years of history. This is among the unknown number of large and small ferocious beast counterattack events that it has experienced. Do you think that there will be countermeasures within the Alliance?
Just a little doll like you, still going to worry about these things?
The two were still laughing and talking. A man in a suit with a straight figure walked through the doorway. Greetings, Senior Pill King. I believe this is the distinguished guest you were talking about. He's really young and promising.
The Pill King sniffed and introduced him as well. This is the branch chief of the only officially recognized Alliance General Bank in my Tianyuan City division at the moment.
Senior Pill King is overstating things.
It's all just vanity.
The man lifted his glasses.
Ha ha ha, let's begin. The statistics are out on our side.
60,000,000,000 black crystals, 70% commission, a total of 42 million black crystals. After hearing such a figure,
this long-experienced bank president also couldn't help but draw the corners of his mouth.
Looking at this young man in front of him,
he was surprised to reveal a few moments of disbelief. How could there even be such a young multimillionaire? How old is this little doll in front of him? Probably only in his early 20s. How could he be sitting on such a huge asset?
You have to know that 10 million black crystals are already the expenses of some families for almost 3 or 2 years.
For example, today's Yi family. More than 40 million black crystals.
That is also their whole family up and down almost a year's total income.
Where on earth did this little doll get so much money from? The bank president internalized these emotions.
In his eyes, the Lin Bai in front of him had become a glittering money tree.
With him around, maybe their bank could even make a fortune with this.
This gentleman is really young and promising. If you store it in our Alliance Bank, we are able to give you a maximum annual interest rate of 7% according to the current maximum amount, with a storage period of 1 year to start.
The Pill King raised the corners of his mouth. Little friend Lin Bai, you can have a good chat with him next. Soon. The two moved to the Alliance Bank branch. It was still the first time Lin Bai had come to the Alliance Bank. It was only as soon as he entered that he noticed the splendor of it. Although the entire Alliance Bank looked plain and simple. But the details? Even the hard rocks carved at the entrance were worth around 100 black crystals. These things were enough to set off the grandeur of the Alliance Bank. But this is not the same as the kind of unwarranted opulence of the Pill King Pavilion before. The Pill King Pavilion's opulence was like a mob. It was golden and brilliant. The difference between this and the one in front of them was much greater. The two came to the VIP room. Mr. Lin, the next thing I'll introduce to you is our current financial management project. After consistent negotiations between both parties, as well as finalization, Lin Bai chose a storage program that was able to store for 3 years, returning an annual interest rate of 7%. He only stored 20,000 million. The other 20,000,000,000 was used as active funds. Do not do storage. But before leaving, he also learned that the Alliance Bank here could handle the buying and selling transactions of some heavenly materials and earthly treasures. There is a format similar to an auction, but with higher specifications. It was geared towards all the cities and pools of the entire alliance, and the specifications were huge. And generally speaking, it is held once every 5 years. The most recent one would have to be next year. Lin Bai gave the ice and fire lotus that he was carrying to 2 plants. Of course, in this place is storage. A certain amount of money would also be charged for storage. This bank president personally went out and placed a black card for Lin Bai. Also some privileges exercised for him. Next year, he could follow him to the Alliance headquarters to attend the auction. Back at home, Lin Bai also returned to his cultivation once again. The most important thing now was the 4 courts joint competition. If he was able to win the top position, then he would definitely be able to get a great reward. For the first position, Lin Bai was determined to win. After all, the concept of a divine-level imperial beast is not known in this world. As of now, judging by the combination of such a strong predecessor and what was recorded in the ancient books, among the perceptions of these people, a fierce beast emperor was already enough to be called one of the best. Although he had never faced a fierce beast emperor head-on. But no matter what, the 4 words of divine-level imperial beasts were not a cover. The significance represented by these 4 words was great. I also wonder what that long-lost San Lun True Mountain will be like. For the disciples of the Phaseless Sword sect, he had also had some rumors during this period of time. It was said that the disciples of the Phaseless Sword sect only cultivated sword techniques and were also martial artists at the same time. A cultivation sect that only cultivated martial artists was indeed rare. However, for the San Lu True Mountain, people didn't have a single star's impression of it at all. It only says that it has not been out in the world for a long time. Then this San Lun True Mountain would be the biggest obstacle for him. Early in the morning of the second day, he plunged into training again. Today, there are only 7 short days left before the opening of the 4 courts competition. There are only 7 days left. Within these 7 days, numerous scholars were desperately practicing hard. There are already quite a few people who have cultivated to the 3rd rank of Imperial Beast Master. Half of the Ace class were already 2nd Order Royal Beast Masters. A small number of them were 3rd Order Royal Beast Masters. There were also some who had already reached the peak of 3rd Order Royal Beast Master. Their Imperial Beasts themselves were high-level Imperial Beasts. Naturally, cultivating with half the effort. In the midst of this day-by-day diligent cultivation, the 4 courts joint competition also ushered in the start of the competition. On this day, True Martial Academy Square. Everyone. Above the square, a figure stood in the air. This person was none other than True Martial Academy's president, Long Jian. All scholars, now that the joint competition of the 4 academies is about to open, you as my True Martial Academy scholars, you because of my True Martial Academy for yourselves to break out into a monumental world. The words fall. You in but all people into my True Martial Arts Academy people are already people in the Dragon and Phoenix, can in my True Martial Arts Academy male domination of the party, but also can be said to be the pride of heaven, have you where, the other 3 big colleges are not enough to be afraid of, tell me, do you have confidence? Yes. Chapter 99, The 4 Courts. Long Jian was in a great mood now.
looking at these disciples in front of him. A few happy colors unconsciously climbed on his face. The true martial academy was divided into two factions for imperial beastmasters and martial artists.
The same as the beastmasters. The martial artists also have their own ace class and ordinary class.
Nowadays, the ace class is also filled with strong people. And the same goes for the beastmasters. The important thing was Lin Bai, who had an innate martial Dao Saint body. Lin Bai had achieved this now. It was within his expectations. It was just that he didn't know what kind of world he would be able to break into this time in the four courts joint competition. What kind of world would he be able to break into?
In that case, let's set off.
Long Jian waved his hand. The originally cloudless sunny sky suddenly changed at this moment. A huge shadow instantly shielded this area of sunlight.
It was extremely vast, to the point of obscuring the entire square. The moment they saw this behemoth,
immediately, some people cried out in shock.
Surprisingly, it's Dean Long's heaven-breaking ship.
What is a heaven-breaking ship? Most of the crowd was seeing this thing for the first time. Those who were able to name it were all disciples of worldly families. Our true martial academy Dean is strong and is rumored to be a peak king-level powerhouse. And one of the reasons why our Dean Long was able to make a name for himself was the 3 magic treasures he had on him. Although very few people know about it, I had heard from the elders in my family that Dean Long had a heaven-breaking ship in his hands.
It's the giant ship in front of us.
Rumor has it that it was constructed from the dragon bone of a king-level beast, the Earth Demon Dragon King. The Earth Demon Dragon King itself can fly in the air and is full of treasures, and now this ship can even travel in the sky.
I didn't expect there to be such a strange existence. Even Lin Bai
was also shocked by the luxury of this heaven-breaking ship in front of him.
My goodness,
Dean Long is really deep in the world. As Lin Bai pondered in his heart.
Suddenly,
a strange force descended around him.
This power didn't have any strange fluctuations.
He was able to vaguely feel what seemed like a long tunnel. When Lin Bai opened his eyes again, he had already appeared on top of this heaven-breaking ship.
This is the power of teleportation?
For the first time, he personally experienced the existence of this power. Lin Bai was somewhat in a trance.
This feeling was truly marvelous and extraordinary. What kind of power was this?
It was actually able to teleport him so far into the air. And with such precision.
Lin Bai looked around. Beams of light kept appearing all around.
Disciples were constantly being teleported over.
So organized. This kind of power was something he had never come into contact with before. Couldn't it be that this was something that only king-level ones had?
King-level powerhouses are really extraordinary.
In just an instant, numerous disciples had already appeared on the heaven-breaking ship. Even if the entire academy came out, there was no congestion on the ship.
On the contrary, there was still room to spare.
Just like this. True Martial Academy's heaven-breaking ship, vastly flying towards the target location of the 4 houses joint competition.
It was the first time that Chen Hu had been to such a high place.
Especially this kind of behemoth. This feeling was truly marvelous.
Just as the True Martial Academy set out in great numbers.
Void Bamboo Academy.
All the students, now that the start of the 4 academies joint competition is around the corner, our Void Bamboo Academy can't let him True Martial Academy be compared to us. Now that my academy has many strong students, we might be able to win a few good prizes this year. I hope that you all work together, and together you will fight for a good name for my Void Bamboo Academy. Let's go. The dean of the Void Bamboo Academy still remembered the scene when he was slapped to the ground by Long Jian. It couldn't be helped, even if they were at the same king level. But Long Jian's golden lion was a king-level imperial beast.
Having that thing around was enough to crush everything as well. This was the absolute suppression of the origin royal beast. Even he couldn't help the other party. Last year it was taken by their True Martial Academy. This year, his Void Bamboo Academy had a full 4 king-grade royal beast masters in existence. These people exist. He still can't believe it. Can this True Martial Academy not still turn the world upside down? The people of Void Bamboo Academy summoned their respective royal beasts. They headed to the venue of the 4 academies joint competition. San Heron True Mountain. Amidst the clouds of smoke, a large mountain stood in the middle of heaven and earth.
It seems to have an extraordinary aura around it, or some cities and villages.
6 o'clock in the morning.
This big mountain within a square has long appeared many disciples.
The color of their robes.
It already represented their respective different identities. These were all the students of the heron-striding mountain.
Each and every one of them cultivated a technique that was by no means the same. However, their origin royal beasts were all avian birds capable of flight. Sovereign.
A long whistle resounded in the sky.
Immediately afterward, the crowd saw an immortal crane fly in.
An old man with a child's face and crane hair stood on the crane's back. He stood with his arms folded. The eyes revealed a few moments of indifference. The old man was dressed in plain clothes. It really looked like he had a bit of heavenly, immortal air floating meaning.
It was as if an exiled immortal had descended into the world. All disciples, today is the time for my Song Loon True Mountain to make a splash.
The old man's tone carried a surging and exciting meaning.
It mobilized the emotions of everyone present. Depart. An order was given. The many disciples summoned out their respective origin imperial beasts.
There was a constant chirping sound coming from the sky, as well as countless people who stepped on the backs of the imperial beasts and flew.
Song Lu True Mountain was also the only academy that did not participate in last year's For Academies joint competition.
No one knew what Song Loon True Mountain was doing. After all, Song Lu True Mountain was also one of the sects that rarely had disciples going out. Just like that, a group of people marched off in great numbers towards the distance.
At the same time, Phaseless Sword Sect. Up and down the Sword Sect. Nowadays, it was filled with a solemn killing intent. The entire Sword Sect peak was like a sheathed sword. The cold air was thick, and the sword aura was rampant. The Phaseless Sword Sect's patriarch was a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, carrying a huge sword on his back. As the founder of the Phaseless Sword Sect, he was a rare existence who cultivated his physical body to reach the king level. Disciples, my Phaseless Sword Sect only accepts martial artists, and now is the time for you to shine. Those Imperial Beast Masters are too cowardly, it's up to you guys to show the world how powerful my Phaseless disciples are next. The many disciples present carried swords on their backs and jade pendants on their waists. The clothes on their bodies were also very different. Yes. There was a line of people in the Phaseless Sea. Each of them used their own means. For a moment, sword chi was strewn across the air. It advanced towards the distance. The location of the joint competition this time remained the same, still within Tianyuan City. The Tianyuan City citadel was huge and covered a wide area. Both the Pill King Pavilion and the 4 great academies were in it. After all, the city had millions of residents. It was enough to be compared to those provinces before the cataclysm. It wasn't long. 3 very different forces arrived. Void Bamboo Academy. Song Loon True Mountain. The Phaseless Sword Sect. Chapter 100, True Martial Academy vs. Heron True Mountain. This place was enormous. There were no less than 100 pieces of sparring rings that had been divided out alone. Humph. This True Martial Academy has such a big name, now that all 3 of our academies have come together and he's the only one missing, do you really think that his #1 name can still continue? The person who spoke was the dean of the Void Bamboo Academy. Now the deans of the 3 major academies each appeared in front of the academy disciples. It wasn't that they didn't want to go in. There was a prohibition present in this place. It was laid by their 4 deans together. No matter who. To enter it, one must cast a cracking restriction to be able to do so. And it is still 4 people together to cast. The people of the True Martial Academy had not come so far, so how could this competition venue begin? The old man from the Heron True Mountain frowned. A touch of warm anger imperceptibly surfaced on his face. But it was well concealed by him. His origin imperial beast was an immortal crane. It was far, far too inferior to the golden lion of that True Martial Academy's dean. His immortal crane was not of sufficient grade. After exhausting his entire life, cultivating to the king level would already be the end of the line. But the other party was different. A king-level imperial beast should have been cultivated to the king level. To break through to the higher royal level, there was still a possibility. Humph. The patriarch of the Phaseless Sword Sect snorted coldly. Just as the deans of the 3 courtyards were each muttering. At this moment, in the middle of the sky, A loud noise suddenly came from the sky. I don't know who let out a cry of alarm. The crowd looked up in unison, only to see that the rolling clouds were broken open with a bang. From it, there was actually a battleship flying down. What is this? Is this hardly an army battleship? Many disciples had never seen such a scene before. For a moment, they were overwhelmed by fear. However, the three deans who led the way frowned. A hint of jealousy flared up in the depths of their eyes. Damn it! Surprisingly, he was willing to give up his heaven-breaking ship. The Void Bamboo Academy and the True Martial Academy had always been in an open and secret battle. The bottom cards of each side of the respective parties were also clear beyond all recognition. One of the three scary treasures in the hands of this True Martial Academy's president. It was the heaven-breaking ship in front of him, looking at the many disciples with such adoring eyes. The Void Bamboo Academy dean frowned. Damn it! He was invariably crushed by the other party again. The dean of the True Martial Academy is so generous. Carrying his disciples all used his own precious king-class warships. His voice was not loud, but it was through a special means. It resounded in the middle of the entire heaven and earth. All the disciples also heard these words. What? If I can't even guarantee the travel safety of my own disciples, how can I make them cultivate hard? Long Jian's words. Instantly, he disliked the other party and left them speechless. The deans of the other two academies couldn't help but laugh out loud as well. Since everyone has arrived, let's open it. Long Jian nodded. He then stood on top of the battleship's dragon head. Power jetted out from his hand. The power of prohibition erupted. The other three deans of the academies also made their own seals. Even though Dean Void Bamboo had a bloody rage in his eyes. However, he could only helplessly form a prohibition. The four forbidden forces turned into 4 rays of light rushing towards where the competition gate was. On the gate, the 4 rays of light began to converge continuously. It eventually depicted an exquisite seal. The moment the seal lit up with light, a fierce wind raged. The gate rumbled open amidst this wind and drumming. It's begun. The many disciples looked at the scene before them. An excited light appeared in their eyes. Great! It's finally come this far. The 4 courts joint competition had begun. The next step could be a good show of strength. Soon the 4 great academies found the location where they were in the beginning. As for the unused dust and such, it had been blown away with the opening of the ban. Under these intensive arrangements, the 4 academies joint competition officially began. According to the rules, now presiding over all of this should be the dean of the True Martial Academy. After the 4 great academies had settled down individually, Long Jian stepped into the air one step at a time. Standing in the air, a pair of eyes shook with light. His aura exploded out. Today, I, Long Jian, president of the True Martial Academy, preside over the joint competition of the 4 academies of Tianyuan City by order of the Alliance. As visible to all the people of the 4 academies, I will abide by the Alliance law and will never use my public office for personal gain. Long Jian finished saying this. His aura suddenly exploded out. The projection of the golden lion behind him also appeared at this moment. The golden lion was a famous king-level imperial beast. The most well-known thing about it was its defensive and offensive abilities. The extremely perverted offensive ability could almost crush the same period of king beasts by too much. At this moment, the power on the dragon fitness almost materialized. The golden light was monstrous. A divine aura emanated from his body. Those present with low cultivation couldn't even look directly at the golden light around him. All the people present, even the dean of the Void Bamboo Academy, who had been at odds with him before, at this moment, they were equally respectful. Everything is only because the other party's waist hangs on the standing card. The powerful aura emanating from above. None of the many disciples present had detected any abnormality. But they knew. That was the order of the Alliance. Only the Alliance could issue such a token. Similarly, no matter if the 4 courts competition was Tianyuan City or any other city, it could also only be conducted if the Alliance personally ordered permission. So every word the other party said today was the will of the Alliance. The aura on his body was also one that was only unique to the Alliance's headquarters. Begin.
The golden light suddenly dispersed.
The 4 courtyards also ushered in the first distribution.
Lin Bai and the crowd of their ace class gathered together.
They knew long before the tournament started. This competition could start with an individual match.
The individual competition was divided into Imperial Beast Masters and martial artists. Even though Lin Bai was physically a martial artist, but he considered himself an Imperial Beast Master.
So even though the Dean and the others strongly opposed it,
he also chose the Imperial Beast Masters individual tournament.
Soon the list for this one came out as well.
True Martial Academy vs Heron True Mountain.
Void Bamboo Academy vs Phaseless Sword Sect.
The individual matches of both sides were opened first.
The first leg of the individual match will naturally be played by my True Martial Academy's ace class students. Song Lan looked at the many students present.
It was hard to hide the pride in his heart.
This first battle is extremely important. We need to both fight for momentum and make the other academies understand that our True Martial Academy is not easy to bully. In that case, the first battle will be fought by Chen Hu.
Chen Hu had a king-level Imperial Beast.
Despite the rumors amongst the rumors, Song Lu True Mountain similarly had students with king-level Imperial Beasts.
But in any case, a king-grade Royal Beast Master opened the battle.
In addition to winning big, it was more likely to boost the morale of the entire academy.
As for the opposite side of Tsan Lujian Mountain, it also had its own lineup. Soon the first disciple appeared. Both sides were also soon above the first ring.
True Martial Academy, Chen Hu. Please instruct me. Song Lun True Mountain, Yuan Shang. Please instruct.
Both sides opened their Imperial Beasts almost simultaneously. This was also the first time Chen Hu had practiced till now. The first time he had shown his origin Royal Beast in front of so many people.
That's a king-level Imperial Beast, the Black Fury Tiger. Chapter 101, Shen Hu's first victory.
This is a king-grade Royal Beast, the Black Fury Tiger.
Someone in the crowd immediately let out a cry of alarm. A king-level Imperial Beast, or an ancient Fae? My goodness, to think that I've been shown a true king-grade Royal Beast.
There's only one king rank among the freshmen of True Martial Academy this year.
Upon seeing the other party's Imperial Beast, Yuan Shang's expression was different from all the people present. That expression was like seeing a kindred spirit. It wasn't shock.
Rather, it was a sense of recognition at seeing a kindred spirit.
To be honest, I originally had little interest in fighting you.
The words fell.
Yuan Shang looked up at Chen Hu in front of him.
A belligerent undertone immediately surged within his eyes. At the same time, the breath around his body tumbled.
As he summoned, an Imperial Beast suddenly appeared behind his back. Looks like you are qualified to be my opponent. With a wave of his sleeve,
a majestic power erupted from his body. And the Imperial Beast behind that back revealed its true form. As golden light shone, a golden-winged rock bird appeared from behind him.
Golden-winged rock bird. Surprisingly, it could be the golden-winged rock bird? This is a legendary king-level Imperial Beast.
The golden-winged rock bird is even rumored to be the mount of a god.
What's going on here? There are actually 2 king-level royal beasts in existence. This is too strong, isn't it?
The king-level Imperial Beasts are truly terrifying, just the aura they emit alone scares me for a while. Regarding the sudden appearance of a king-grade Imperial Beast on the field,
the crowd had different expressions.
More people were surprised. After all, golden-winged rockbirds were already rare.
This was really lucky to see 2 at once today.
Let me see what strength this little cat of yours actually has.
The words fell. Both sides immediately charged forward.
The entire ring had a natural protective shield.
Outsiders could see what was going on inside.
Those inside were similarly unable to see the scenes happening outside.
Moreover, the energy protection shield could isolate all attacks below the king level.
This was also to prevent the attacks from spreading.
At the same time, a certain ring area was stipulated.
The ring area was 100 by 100 square meters.
It was extremely huge.
It was enough for fighting.
This is troublesome. It's actually a king-level Imperial Beast. Is it not known if the Song Lun True Mountain is as rumored amongst the rumors? Song Lan's face was worried. After this period of cultivation,
Chen, whose cultivation had already touched the peak of the second rank. Coupled with the fact that his own royal beast was a king-level existence. Nowadays, he was able to fight off even an ordinary third-ranked royal beast master. But the other party's royal beast master was different. He also possessed a king-level royal beast. And his strength had already reached the third rank. This would be difficult. With the same king-level existence. The only thing that was really up for grabs was the hard power of the two royal beastmasters themselves. But even if that was the case, the ancient Fey Black Fiend Tiger was no joke either. Immediately, both imperial beasts were already fighting. The sound of the tiger's roar was accompanied by a burst of birdsong. For a moment, it continuously echoed above the entire ring. The terrifying pressure emanating from the king-level imperial beasts. It was constantly spreading in all directions. Even though these two imperial beasts were only at the cub stage. However, the powerful strength displayed. Even when compared to some adult royal beasts, there was still a huge gap. The cubs of king-level imperial beasts. Only the moment they truly step into the king level. Only then will they undergo a metamorphosis. Truly evolving into a mature body. Although this starting point was incomparably high. But that was how a king-level royal beast should be. For example, the earthworm that Lin Bai had encountered earlier. Even though it was a king-level beast. But its own strength was only at the 5th rank. In the end, such a beast was just a youngster that was still developing. If it was a real earthworm, then he could only run as fast as he could. I hadn't thought that this Song Heron True Mountain was really a hit. This is the first battle that sent out such a royal beast master. It's inevitable that there will be other existences behind them? As this was the first battle. It also made the other two major trainees suspicious about the strength of the Heron True Mountain. Old Senior is really in good spirits. I didn't expect to raise such a royal beast master. It seems that there is a gap between the king-grade royal beast masters as well. The one who spoke was none other than the dean of the Void Bamboo Academy. The old senior he spoke of was none other than that old man from the Tsong Lu True Mountain. That old man had achieved king-grade royal beast master long before them. His own origin royal beast. It was nothing more than an intermediate quality immortal crane. It was said to be a crane, but it was more like a large bird. After breaking through the king level, a certain change occurred in itself. Thus resembling an immortal crane. At this moment, he had a smile on his lips. Mockingly looking at Long Jian, who was not far away. A golden-winged rock in its host's own strength had reached the 3rd rank. Against a peak 2nd order Black Fury Tiger. Such an ending was almost crushing. The situation was completely one-sided. Do not even need to guess too much. It was possible to know the direction of the ending. Long Jian lightly mocked. Wait until you have a king-level imperial beast before you say that to me. Just a simple sentence stymied Dean Void Bamboo into not being able to speak. Just about to open his mouth again. Only to hear a cry of alarm coming from the crowd in the outside world. Earlier on top of the ring. Facing the absolute advantage of the golden-winged rock being able to fly. The Black Fiend Tiger had been coping in a sorry state from start to finish. It even had a tendency to collapse. However, the next scene was out of the crowd's expectations. Only to see Chen Hu take the lead. In his hand, he even summoned a sledgehammer to smash in that direction. His target was none other than the golden-winged rockbird's imperial beastmaster. The duel between beastmasters had always been about the beasts. Few people would choose to attack the imperial beastmaster. After all, that would just be a futile endeavor. The things that a king-quality royal beast would feed back to the host himself were unimaginable. However, after just exchanging blows, Yuan Shang was sent flying backwards. His injury also prompted the golden-winged rock's body to lurch. Seizing this moment, the Black Fiend Tiger, which had originally been passively beaten, took the opportunity to riot. Opening its tiger claws, it dragged the golden-winged rock down from the air. But did not continue to strike to eat him. Instead, a tiger claw will be held down on the ground to death, unable to move. At the same time issued an angry roar. It seemed to be venting for the previous beating. The Black Fiend Tiger roared up to the sky with a majestic momentum. The battle on the other side had also come to an end. Despite being the same royal beastmaster as a king-grade royal beast cub. But both sides, for indeed the difference in size was too great. Chen Hu was now a full 1 meter 9 in height.
As for the opposite side, Yuan Shang.
Despite wearing a purple robe to symbolize his status, he was small and thin. His body could not withstand just a few hammers. As Chun-Hu struggled to swing the sledgehammer downwards, the sound of breaking air exploded. If he doesn't stop this hammer down, it would have taken Yuan Shang's life. In the nick of time, he hurriedly cried out in alarm. I admit defeat. Chapter 102, Individual Match. The weight of the Jinshan hammer was already astonishing. Now coupled with Chen-Hu's physique. Under the swing, the Jinshan hammer felt especially handy. It was as if it was a toy that he was playing with at will. After hearing this, the Jinshan hammer also stopped. But the violent wind generated in the middle of swinging was also released at this moment. In just a moment, it was stuck on top of the earth. With a loud boom, the earth behind Yuan Shang was shattered. Like a spider web. Chen-Hu looked at the person in front of him with contempt. This kind of person just owed it to himself. Before, he was so brash and put out words. Now he is still not being made obedient by himself? Thinking of this, Chen-Hu snorted coldly and withdrew his imperial beast. Turning his head, he walked downwards. The result of this battle was obvious. It ended with the surrender of the Tsan Lu True Mountain disciples. The people present had a little more respect for the True Martial Academy. It was the same student who possessed a king-level imperial beast. On the other hand, the other party was able to erupt with such terrifying strength. Such a battle could already be called a challenge that crossed over levels. Could it be that this True Martial Academy was really that powerful? Chen-Hu stepped down from the stage. Lin Bai and the others immediately stepped forward to surround him. This first battle of his. It could be said that he had struck a chord with the entire True Martial Academy. It also made others understand. True Martial Academy's joint first place in the 4 academies last year wasn't for nothing. The prestige still exists. Of course, this is only the first battle. The next one will be a continuous one-on-one battle. In general, in the 4 courts joint competition. Due to the large number of student disciples. So this competition would last for half a month at least. It wasn't just the True Martial Academy and the Heron True Mountain. The battle between the Void Bamboo Academy as well as the Phaseless Sword Sect had also been fought. The winner was a disciple from the Phaseless Sword Sect. This person was a 7-sheath disciple. It symbolized the current highest inheritance of the Phaseless Sword Sect. His strength was that of a 3rd-rank martial artist. Even when facing a strong person of the same rank. Yet he was able to rely on a slender silver sword. Beat the opponent to a standstill. Even without a single scratch. Won this one. The corners of the Void Bamboo Academy dean's mouth continued to twitch. I didn't expect to forget about this guy thing. The Phaseless Sword Sect has always been known as a martial artist. They were the exact opposite of the Heron Zenith Mountain. The former had always only accepted beast masters and not martial artists. But the Phaseless Sword Sect only accepts martial artists and not beast masters. The two happen to be complementary. And the Void Bamboo Academy and the True Martial Academy are both merged. It was impossible to continuously develop in a certain direction. This led to the current equalization of the 2 academies' combat power. However, the other 2 sects were somewhat restrained. The development was too limited. This term's disciples are truly talented. The deans of the 4 great academies were alone in a room. The room was sandalwood-scented and particularly ancient. There were tens of millions of projections at the center of the house. Playing on it were the battle scenes in every ring today. The 4 deans were sitting on each side. And sitting on the main seat at the very center. It was a childlike young man. Although his voice was childish. But none of the people present dared to fight against it. Even more so, none of them dared to disobey him. The other party was a half-step imperial extreme existence. The half-step imperial level had already surpassed all king-level existences. Even though there was still a thin line of difference from those legendary emperor-level powerhouses. But the might of the other party between the lifting of their hands. Even the strongest of the 4 could not possibly be compared to it. Strength was important. There was also the most important point, which was this person's special identity. He was a person sent by the Alliance personally. He was specialized in overseeing the fairness of the Tianyuan city's 4 courts joint competition, with the other party present. Even if the teachers within these academies wanted to help cheat, it would be impossible. Now, with such simple words, the many deans present did not dare to speak. The many deans present also didn't dare to speak, but instead laughed. However, Long Jian was an exception. I wonder if senior brother can see what a good seedling is. Long Jian graduated from the Alliance First Academy. The gold content of these few words alone was not comparable to these 4 major academies in Tianyuan City. The Alliance First Academy also had a name called the King Great Academy. As the name suggests, every cadet that walked out of it would become a party of king-level powerhouses in the future as long as they didn't die prematurely. Rather, I'm looking at a few good seedlings. It's their good fortune to be looked upon by senior brother. The childlike teenager smiled. It was also a coincidence to say. He and this senior brother of his were both taught by the same teacher. It was only a matter of graduating successively. He didn't expect to be able to come inside his senior brother's academy to take a look at his students. What a fate! That Black Fiend Tiger's kid is good, and there's another Ice Jiao woman. The two of them remind me of a few of my fellow disciples from back then. Nowadays, within the 4 great academies, the only scholar who possessed a King Great Royal Beast Black Fury Tiger, it was only Chen Hu alone. As for that Ice Jiao dragon, was not a student from the True Martial Academy. Instead, it was from the Void Bamboo Academy. The person senior is talking about is a disciple from our academy's first-year ace class, who had good grades when he joined the academy. The person senior is talking about is my family's great-granddaughter, namely Meng Ting, only that the Jiaolong bloodline in her body is too refuted. The childlike teenager also stopped talking. Instead, he continued to look on. The existence of having imperial beasts alone was allowed in the alliance. And separate sect academies that only accepted martial artists existed. 100 flowers blossomed and 100 schools of thought competed. Only together can they form a big family like the alliance. Alliance 108 cities. Each city was extremely extensive. That's why people like them would be sent to patrol those academies. To see if the disciples amongst the academies were practicing hard? Is their future headed to the alliance headquarters to further their cultivation? Or will they go to the border to cultivate? Another thing was to see if there were any colleges in those cities that practiced favoritism and corruption. If they are found, they will be cancelled on the spot. Not only will the dean and teachers be punished, even a series of subsidized personnel related to the academy would also be uprooted. Meanwhile, numerous battles were still being staged. In the center of the largest square there is a huge LCD screen. On it, the battle scenes of each ring were broadcast in real time. The names and ring numbers were clearly written, separated from this LCD board. On the other side was a huge ranking list. Nowadays, it was just a preliminary election and could not determine what the so-called rankings were. And this time, due to the participation of both first and second years, the number of participants from all the colleges together has exceeded 100,000 people. What kind of concept is that? Simply put, these people played from 9 a.m. to 9 p.m. 12 hours. It's still to be on the site of these fully 100+ rings. It's been going on for 5 days. Before the results of the primary election can appear. After the preliminary rounds are over. It's only after the preliminary rounds are over. No colleges. No grades. Fight each other. This is the individual competition. It's the first match of the 4 houses joint competition, the individual match specification. Chapter 103, Han Shue's Imperial Beasts. Lindbergh, did you find your name? Under the huge LCD screen, numerous scholars were eagerly waiting. They were watching who they would battle. Among them was the figure of Lin Bai's trio. However, when the crowd saw Chen Hu beside Lin Bai, it could not help but cause a clamor. Surprisingly, it's Chen Hu. What a familiar name, I remember. This person is the ancient Fey Black Fiend Tiger's royal beast master. I didn't expect to meet him here. What's wrong? What's going on? Is this Chen Hu very powerful? You weren't here this morning, you didn't see that kind of scene. The True Martial Academy fought against the Tsom Lung True Mountain. This Chen Hu with the strength of one person, beat the opposite side of the Tsom Lung True Mountain 10 disciples.
that among them there were also 2 purple-clothed inheritance disciples, it can be said that he is powerful, and his origin royal beast is the king grade royal beast black-themed tiger. Holy cow, it's so powerful. In the individual tournament, the first 10 battles were all powerful for each academy to pick out the best candidates for the tournament themselves, which could repeat the battles down the line. It was also possible to change people to take turns on the field, under Chen Hu's strong request. Song Lan couldn't resist him. Just want to see the recent special training for Chen Hu. Has there been any significant growth? In this way, he alone has beaten 10 disciples of Song Lujinshan. Among them, there were also 2 purple-clothed heritage disciples with the highest specifications from Song Lujin Mountain. But in addition to the first one, Chen Hu never encountered any more royal beast masters that possessed a king-grade royal beast. Under this battle, Chen Hu's reputation was considered to have been thoroughly established amongst the 4 great academies. They all knew about such a character as well. With his own strength, he had hardened himself against 10 disciples of the Tsong Lu True Mountain, accomplishing the feat of 1 through 10. To know. Last year, the True Martial Academy sent out that first battle disciple. The highest result was only 1 through 7. Looking at the situation today, this Chen Hu was much more powerful than that person last year. Feeling the hot to the point of even saying worshipful gazes of the people around him. Chen Hu on the surface is as stable as an old dog. In his heart, he had already been excited to the point of bursting. This time, he was considered to have raised his eyebrows. As for Lin Bai and Han Shui who were on the side, they were especially calm. Han Shui was aware of Chen Hu's power. Lin Bai is also clear? If he didn't have this demon here to pressure him, maybe he would be the first person amongst the first-year students now. Found it, the one I'm fighting against is Hua Tianhao from the Tsong Herring True Mountain. For this name, Lin Bai didn't know it. The surrounding crowd didn't seem to have much of a reaction either. But after going back, he also inquired about his opponent's information. Only then did he understand that this person was among the Heron True Mountain. He was a disciple of the 2nd rank. The disciples of the Tsong Lu True Mountain were divided into 7 grades. The highest level is the purple clothes. As for the 2nd level, it is the blue clothes. At the beginning of every joint competition, many students saw a business opportunity. They also began to take the opportunity to sell some of the famous disciples of various colleges information. Of course, there is absolutely no mention of the imperial beasts. Each person's imperial beast information at the time of the preliminary competition. It must not be known in any form by anyone other than their own academy. If discovered, will be punished by the alliance. They just want to make a little money. Didn't want to put their lives on the line. So what Lin Bai was also able to find out was only that the other party was a blue-clothed disciple. The time for the battle between the two was 5 days later. That is, the morning of the last day. Ring number 73. This area handled jointly by the 4 courts joint competition was more like a small city. With the opening of the competition, numerous disciples also began to sell things. There were medicinal herbs. There were artifacts. Of course, there were also some money-making methods that were bred. More than that, it was a place for the disciples to stay and rest, as well as places to trade intelligence networks. All of these things were executed within the confines of what the Alliance allowed. It's procedural justice money. Time for these students to earn it. Of course, everyone in this who operated the so-called stores were students of the 4 great academies. Any other outsiders, once they enter it, will be detected by the Alliance and then be dealt with. Han Shui's fight is tomorrow afternoon. Ring number 79. Her opponent was also a woman from the Tsong Lung True Mountain. According to the intelligence, it was a blue-clothed disciple. Time rushed by. During this period, Lin Bai's few people went to the other rings from time to take a look around, observing some powerful opponents. Just like that, time rushed by, quickly ushering in Han Shui's battle. As both sides battled onto the ring, after the names were spoken, it also ushered in the scene where each of them summoned their royal beasts. Han Shui's imperial beast was a Luan bird. Its bloodline was disorganized. According to Lin Bai's own estimation, it should have been a superior imperial beast. But now it had degenerated into an intermediate imperial beast because of the bloodline problem. Its strength has been greatly reduced.
The opponent's imperial beast was also an intermediate imperial beast.
It was a mandala snake.
The two imperial beasts will be a battle between a bird and a snake.
It's going to be a battle between birds and snakes. The one bird itself carried a certain ice attribute. The difference in strength between the two will be very small. Fighting can also be said to be equal. Mandala snake is flexible and light. Crazy to avoid the one bird's attack. At the same time, also do not forget to spray out the snake venom one by one counterattack.
Although the one bird has the advantage in the sky.
But now the terrain is open. Compared to this mandala snake is much inferior.
After all, this mandala snake itself with a certain degree of toxicity. If it is affected by the waves, will inevitably be seriously injured. Affect the battlefield.
Both sides under the stalemate, it depends on who first cannot help but appear broken. The mandala snake roared. Its flexible body dodged the attack. It also turned its head quickly and spewed out its venom.
It seemed like victory was close at hand. However, a cold aura erupted in the eyes of the Luan bird at the same time.
The battle soon came to a head. The Luan bird itself carried the ice attribute. It was enough to freeze the poisonous snake. But if it was detected by the Mandalorian, then it will be difficult to do. After all, snakes are cunning.
It was inevitable that the Mandalorian snake wouldn't come up with a new countermeasure. Under the Luan bird's desire to escape,
the mandala snake lost the battle, being frantically chased. Until the master called a halt, the match ended there. Han Shue's victory was completely expected by Lin Bai. After all, snakes and eagles were natural enemies. Battles between the two sides were often won by the eagle selling a break. Now this battle was more like nature's survival of the fittest, dooming everything. While observing the battle between the two sides, Lin Bai also noticed something unusual. For example, why does this Luan bird have such a strong ice attribute? It wasn't like something a normal imperial beast could possess. As he watched Han Shui retrieve her own origin royal beast, Lin Bai's eyes swept past with a wry gaze. Perhaps Han Shue's imperial beast was not as simple as it appeared. Perhaps it was the result of a disorganized bloodline. But then again, Han Shue's imperial beast's bloodline impurities were all removed. What kind of scene would it be again? Chapter 104, Palm Thunder. It was hard to imagine. If Han Shue's origin imperial beast remove all the impurities from the body. By that time, the quality of the origin imperial beast, it might definitely be able to become a superior imperial beast. This was an improvement in quality. For an intermediate grade imperial beast to make an imperial beast master reach the king level, it would take 1,000 hard efforts. Plus all sorts of coincidences. There's only the slightest possibility. Take for example the patriarch of the Heron True Mountain. His own royal beast was a mid-level royal beast. Fortunately, under the premise of coincidence and his own efforts, he was able to become a king-level royal beast master. But that's all. If you want to go higher, it's impossible. The only way to advance further, the only thing that could be done was to fundamentally change the quality of the royal beast. But how difficult would that be? It would have to be aided by at least the top 15 medicinal herbs in the Alliance's exotic treasures record. Only then would there be that much of a possibility. Like the purple flame twin lotus that was given to the hybrid beast to devour before. It possessed the ability to be able to uplift the quality of the imperial beast, even getting both lightning and flame attributes. However, the mixed Yuan beast itself was a divine grade imperial beast. If it wanted to move up again, it was already impossible. Therefore, this was just 2 power-ups for the hybrid beast. Other than that, there was no growth. Several people continued to cultivate during their normal time, striving to adjust their state to the best. And today, the 5th day. This was also the last day of the preliminary competition. After the end of the preliminary contest, all the scholars will be on the list. And then a unified battle will be held in a mixed order. The battles will be ranked from the number of numbers until the end of the day. The preliminary contest is to shave off half of the 140,000 people present. More than 70,000 people. And from the 70,000, half of the 35,000 are removed. And so on down the line. Until the top 1000, the top 100, the top 10 and the top 3 are selected. The top 10 and the top 3. That's why the 4 courts joint competition often exceeds the time limit. Up to a month.
The student's mentality was also crucial in this. That's why students are allowed to buy and sell things within the city. Just like a merchant, to kill the boredom.
While ensuring their mood. This last day of the battle. It also attracted a lot of attention. After all, there was a first disciple of the phaseless sword sect among them. This person's strength was already infinitely close to that of a 4th-ranked martial artist. It was rumored that he had once killed a late 4th-rank martial artist with one sword. Since then his reputation had spread far and wide. Of course, Lin Bai's existence was also of great concern to the many students of the True Martial Academy. From the beginning, it was revealed that there was some kind of innate martial arts holy body. Then later on the rumors were disproved. As well as all the moves of the other party joining the ace class. This person's strength was not simple. Above the ring. Lin Bai took the ring. His appearance also ushered in a wave of cheers from the many disciples of the True Martial Academy. The other students also cast a skeptical gaze at this person. Could it be that this person was a respected powerhouse amongst the True Martial Academy? If that was the case, it was indeed worth focusing on. After the preliminary selection was over, an individual's origin imperial beast could then be used as information that was exposed for trade. This was also reasonable. The True Martial Academy was the main focus. Lin Bai's appearance gained the attention of many people around him. I wondered what this person's origin imperial beast would be. As soon as he stood in front of the stage, Lin Bai felt extremely unfriendly gazes coming from the other side, as well as the hidden murderous aura around him. He had a grudge against this person? When he looked up and saw the other party, his heart was clear. This person looked 6 or 7% similar to the previous Hua Yanshan. And so young. I think it should be a descendant of his lineage. He thought that he had made the Hua family suffer so much before and after. It's only right that they hate themselves so much. But that's all their own fault. What did it have to do with themselves? True Martial Academy Lin Bai, please instruct me. Song Lu True Mountain Hua Tianhao, please instruct me. This isn't the first time I've heard your name. Before you made my dad and my cousins suffer such a big loss, making them lose their troops so much, speaking of which I haven't thanked you properly yet. Now that I've stumbled upon you in such an unfortunate manner, then I can't be blamed for it. Seeing the other party's small mouth blathering, Lin Bai is also the first time so speechless. This kid put aside this play nagging? If you want to fight, and then so much nonsense to you as Hua Yanshan that old thief repair. Hearing someone insult his father like this, Hua Tianhao immediately couldn't help himself. A few fiery colors flashed in his eyes. With a wave of his hand, the origin imperial beast was summoned while even more vicious words were put down. If you beg for forgiveness quickly, maybe I'll be able to let you lose with honor. Flames roared behind him. A behemoth gradually revealed its body. After sensing that powerful aura, Lin Bai frowned. Such an aura was a king-level imperial beast. No, that wasn't right. The aura of a king-level imperial beast wasn't this weak. This was an upper-level imperial beast, but it wasn't too far from king-level. Ha, feeling scared, to tell you the truth, this is my origin royal beast, the monstrous fire sparrow. Looking at the giant bird that appeared in front of him. Not only was it hideously oriented and huge in size, it was bathed in a sea of fire. Even the air around its flapping wings was a little hot. Some ripples could be seen rippling with the naked eye. It really knows how to pick a name. Lin Bai smiled disdainfully. I know what your origin imperial beast is, just a tiny chipmunk, humph. In that case, you'll die here today. His origin imperial beast was a chipmunk. This was not a secret. After all, many people had seen it that day. But how did they know? This was a divine-grade imperial beast, a hybrid beast. In terms of just this little bird covered in fire in front of him, what was there to fear? What's more, his firebird has a fatal flaw. Lin Bai, who was accustomed to reading many imperial beast texts, saw it at a glance. He coldly snorted in disdain. In turn, it ushered in the other party's anger. The fire sparrow fought to fly towards Lin Bai. He immediately raised his hand. There seemed to be a purple light gathering in his palm.
The golden lotus flower at the dantian began to spin crazily. At the same time, the purple petals that symbolized the thunder point kept swaying.
It seemed like it was about to fall. As the light on the petals dimmed a bit, Lin Bai's eyes opened and closed again.
A flash of horrifying thunder flashed through his pupils. At the same time, thunder light converged in his palm.
Since you're so powerful, I'll treat you to a set.
Thunder light gradually converged into a ball.
It coalesced in the center of his palm.
The escaping lightning caused a circle of purple light to surround him.
It was as if he was the Lord of heaven and earth in judgment. At this moment, he was handsome. It was the time of a teenager.
His hair fluttered with the wind currents around him. The firmness in his eyes was even more intense. 3 words were lightly spat out.
With the majestic power of thunder and lightning. Toward the fire sparrow in front of him, it heaved. Palm thunder.
A ray of thunder completely drowned the fire sparrow in it.
Chapter 105, Humanoid Fierce Beast?
The thunder light was monstrous.
It enveloped the fire sparrow in just an instant.
It seemed to carry a supreme meaning.
It was like a judgment from heaven and earth.
Constantly beating, wandering in the fire sparrow's body meridians and flesh and hair.
Just a miserable scream came out. This fire sparrow was instantly scalded and its flesh split open.
The hair that was originally bathed in the monstrous sea of fire also gradually became pitch black.
At the same time, the flame also gradually shrank and dissipated. Until it coalesced in front of its chest.
Its hair also became dark from the original red color. It looked like it had just been fished out of the mud, as dirty as hell. After the lightning strike, it suddenly dissipated.
As if it had never come.
Except for the fire sparrow that was almost split into charcoal by the lightning. The origin imperial beast was not injured.
This lightning strike seemed to have simply knocked the flames back into their original form.
At the same time, it made the fur of one's origin imperial beast turn pitch black. Other than that, there was no damage. The two of them shared the same mind. Even if the imperial beast had suffered a tiny bit of damage,
he was able to sense all of it.
At this instant, he understood the other party's meaning. This was a clear attempt to humiliate himself.
Damn brats. Thinking back to his father and cousin's words, Hua Tianhao understood. He must never stay back.
Between raising his hands,
flames gathered in his palm. A brilliant fireball was born in response.
This was something in the same vein as the origin imperial beast. It naturally belonged to his fire sparrow.
The flames boiled up once again.
The fire sparrow cheered. It was as if it had returned to its familiar surroundings. The fire sparrow's circumference. Heat waves were continuously bulging, only for a shrill whistle to come out.
Immediately afterward,
it surged with gusts of fire. It rushed out again towards Lin Bai in front of him.
Seeing this situation,
Lin Bai's face revealed a few playful smiles. At the same time, he rubbed his fists and feet. It was as if he was going to show off his skills.
This time,
he didn't want to use his golden lotus power either. Instead, there was an excited gleam in his eyes. This origin imperial beast in front of him was the same as its master.
It was all of the 3rd rank. This grade was just good enough to be able to be used as a toy. The next moment, Lin Bai immediately rushed forward.
Just by raising his hand, he captured the fire sparrow's beak deeply. Then, he played with it with his hands. This 3rd-ranked imperial beast had become a toy in Lin Bai's hands, and he was playing with it at will.
Since the day he was born.
Since the day he was born, he has never been insulted like this. The fire sparrow raised its voice to the sky and whistled. The fire light around him instantly enveloped Lin Bai. But along with a wave of air, the flames shook and dispersed in all directions. The flames were dispersed in all directions at the same time. This firebird was also seriously injured.
It kept retreating.
Lin Bai took advantage of the situation to move forward. A powerful speed erupted from his body. It was as if there was power in his palm that could capture everything.
Tightly relying on his mortal body,
he lifted this fire sparrow in front of him deeply.
Just like catching a small chicken. Seeing this scene,
the crowd under the ring seemed to have exploded. Voices rose and fell.
What the hell? He lifted a 3rd-rank imperial beast all by himself? Slap me, it's ing real. No, old brother, you really hit it. A third-ranked fire attribute origin imperial beast was even lifted up by him and beaten as a toy?
Looking at this outrageous and absurd scene in front of them, the crowd only felt that their worldview was infinitely refreshed.
Could such a heaven-defying powerhouse really exist in this world? No. Could there really be this kind of human being? For a moment the crowd had a suspicion about the Lin Bai in front of them. Could this guy be a ferocious beast in human skin? Is he really this terrifying? I threw one look and I know that you guys are less knowledgeable. Lin Bai and I were in the same class. He got a nickname when he first enrolled in school. It was called a humanoid ferocious beast. He and our teacher's 4th rank origin imperial beasts were able to fight with one another without bursting into full strength. Really? A humanoid ferocious beast? Good lord, this thing is real, ah? The two sides above the ring didn't know how the outsiders were evaluating themselves? But at this moment, Huo Tianhao only felt like he was being exasperated. What the hell is this thing called? His own origin imperial beast. Since the day of its awakening, he had treated it like a treasure. Now in Lin Bai's hands, he is not only being strangled. He also slapped him right and left as if he was playing with a toy. For a moment, he remembered the evaluation of Lin Bai within the true martial academy back then. A humanoid ferocious beast? Surprisingly, it was true. The news traveled quickly, just flying through the 4 courtyards. At the same time, even amongst the rooms of the other deans, they all saw this bizarre and absurd scene in front of them as well. That's not right, this kid should be a martial artist. Why would he come here for a battle of imperial beast masters? The teenager above the main seat was puzzled. He was now in his childlike appearance. It looked quite playful and cute. But who dared to say cute to a half-division emperor-level powerhouse? That was truly a day lived enough. The dean of the true martial academy smiled. His mouth seemed to open and close with some words coming out. But no half sound came out. This was voice transmission. It was considered a deviant means. Senior brother, you don't know, this student entered the academy on the first day and was detected with an innate martial Dao Saint body. Innate martial Dao Saint body? After hearing his senior brother's voice transmission, the other party also realized the severity of the problem. Doesn't that mean he will become the next? The 2 words martial god would always be a fear within the hearts of the Alliance's people. Martial gods were unrestrained. Even if the Alliance Lord himself descended, he couldn't control him. After all, he was the only man in the world today who had cultivated martial arts to the divine level. It was also a precedent for people in the martial arts. Who says that practicing martial arts has no future? A martial artist could just as easily become a god. The existence of such a powerful man is naturally something the Alliance is not willing to mess with. The god of Wushu's own physique is the innate martial arts holy body. With this kind of physique, one is destined to achieve the position of god of martial arts. I didn't expect that there would be an innate martial Dao Saint body today. Such a terrifying young genius has such a level. It seemed like it really should be. The truth is not to hide, senior brother, this news we also in the first time on the blockade, the martial god is even personally ordered to accept him as a disciple, but he is bent on only wanting to royal beast. His origin royal beast is also not afraid of your joke, what is called the mixed element, but in fact it is a small chipmunk only, the martial god lord also said, as long as he wants to do, the scope of the Alliance allows can be done. After hearing the content of such rumors, even he was somewhat unable to hold back his laughter. It really was the yin and yang of all things. There are gains and there are losses. After obtaining such a rare innate martial Dao Saint body, the lost origin royal beast seemed to be justifiable. After all, the current martial god's origin royal beast was the little monkey on his shoulder. Since it was ordered by the martial god himself, then forget it. Originally, he had wanted to forcefully rattle the other party into the martial god's range. But nowadays it was better to forget about it when looking at it this way. He wouldn't dare to disobey the words of the martial god lord. Chapter 106, Gongsun Lu. As of 10 o'clock in the evening. This preliminary election that had lasted for 5 days had also come to an end. The next was also about to usher in the real ranking battle. Morning. The morning light was bright. The square was filled with people. Among them, there were those who had been promoted to the primary election. There are also people who have failed the primary election. Primary election is just a screening. Both selected the strength of the students. The same also eliminated the other useless generation. So the next is the real battle of geniuses. The real battle of the pride of heaven. Long Jian once again stepped into the air. His figure appeared in mid-air. His aura exploded. The golden lion shadow appeared behind him. Majestic power poured down. The preliminary round of the four courts joint competition is over, and today is the day when the 78,932 disciples of the four courts will be promoted to the 1,000 strong. Anyone who ranks among the top 1,000 will receive a 7th ranked elixir. Facing the man in front of him, none of the people present did not respect him. The childlike teenager looked at Long Jian. The corner of his mouth was smiling. He hadn't seen him for a long time. The youngest junior brother had already been promoted to such a point now. In my impression, the youngest junior brother was still as mischievous as back then. Now has been able to stand alone. Suddenly thought of something. The youngster shook his head inside. Haha, it's really true that when people get old, they can't help but start reminiscing about the past. He was now 100 or so years old. Because of the cultivation issue. So the appearance still stopped at this childlike appearance. His gaze turned to fall on Lin Bai, who was not far away. Innate martial Dao Saint body. It was rare in the world. As Long Jian announced the start. The real joint competition of the four academies also kicked off from this moment. The rankings had been prepared overnight. As the LCD screen shook with light, a list ranking began to scroll. It was worth mentioning. This time, the 70,000 plus people were divided into 7 large groups. One group of 10,000 people. Each group's serial number was thus A, B, C, D, E, F, and G. This was organized according to the heavenly stems and earthly branches before the cataclysm. Group A, Chenhu versus Group B, Yi Junting, Group A, ring number 36. Chenhu quickly found his name. Lin Bai and Han Shui on the side were similarly searching for names. Found it, I'm in Group B, ring 17, tomorrow morning. Han Shui voiced out. Lin Bai was also searching carefully. Group A Gongsun Lu, Group A ring 1, in this afternoon. All three of them had found their respective rings and the people they were fighting against. After paying to understand the intelligence, the three also learned the intelligence of the people they were fighting against. The person I'm fighting against, Yi Junting, is a disciple of the Void Bamboo Academy, and his origin Imperial Beast is a superior Imperial Beast, the Ghost King Bamboo. There were many types of Imperial Beasts. There were various elemental attributes, such as ice, fire, wind and thunder. However, the origin Imperial Beasts could be divided into 2 categories at their root. Beast-type origin Imperial Beasts and plant-type origin Imperial Beasts. Chenhu's origin beast was at the king level. Against such a strength gap as 2 big origin royal beast, it was a handful. Lin Bai had also gotten information from Gongsun Lu. Gongsun Lu was a disciple of the Phaseless Sword Sect, a peak 3rd level martial artist. This time, 70,000 people were promoted to 1,000 people. The order of the martial artists and Imperial Beast Masters was all disrupted. It was normal for those in Lin Bai's situation. If it was an ordinary Imperial Beast Master against a martial artist, he could only try to ensure his own safety. But Lin Bai was unusual. Although he was a martial artist on the surface and was known as a humanoid beast, but he was essentially a 2nd-rank royal beast master. The strength of a divine-grade Imperial Beast hybrid beast erupted. It was enough to be comparable to a 5th order, or even 6th order Imperial Beast. There's no way around it. The word divine rank meant a lot. As for himself, nowadays, his strength was already at the level of a 5th-ranked martial artist. Han Shui was different from the ease of the two. At the time of learning the information about the other party, her face was worried. What was this called? A beastmaster beating a martial artist. Was this really reasonable? That's right. Han Shui's opponent was a 3rd-ranked martial artist from the Void Bamboo Academy. And this person's Imperial Beast was also a superior Imperial Beast saber-toothed tiger. Whether it was from the grade of the Imperial Beast or his own strength, tomorrow's battle was a bit of a crisis. The order of battle for the 3 came out. Lin Bai will fight first this afternoon. Han Shui tomorrow afternoon. As for Chenhu, he wouldn't start until 4 days later. Time was rushed. In the afternoon, Lin Bai ushered in his battle. Surprisingly, there were a lot of people who had personally come to the scene to pay attention to Lin Bai. Among these people, Most of them were carrying swords. The identity of the phaseless sword sect was revealed. Lin Bai also realized that something was wrong. Even if he was called a humanoid ferocious beast. But after all, the range was small. It wasn't enough for so many phaseless sword sect to come and watch. Then, what could attract so many people to watch? It was also because of his opponent. What was this person's identity? This person is Lin Bai? The humanoid ferocious beast known as their true martial academy? Ha ha ha, a humanoid beast? That's ridiculous. He's just like an ant against Brother Gongsun. Senior Brother Gongsun hasn't been out in the world for a long time, and now he participated in the joint competition of the four houses as soon as he came out of the gate. TSK, a humanoid beast? After all, it's just a plaything for Senior Brother Gongsun. It seems that this Gongsun Lu enjoyed a high reputation in the Wuji sword sect. Lin Bai was not a fan of this. There was also no need to have to embarrass the other party so much. Soon, both sides went on the field. Lin Bai also saw the true face of this Gongsun Lu. He was in his 20s. Puffy hair and face. Like a beggar. I heard that your excellency is a martial artist. I wonder if you can fight with me through the way of the martial artist? When he saw Lin Bai, Gongsun Lu's pupils of his eyes, which were originally still a bit bald and wasted, surged with a few moments of light. The so-called martial way battle. It was the martial artist himself. There is no need to fight with the imperial beasts. This person is different from those madmen he saw before. Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a few more good feelings in his heart. Good. Lin Bai raised his hand and made a move. The black blade appeared in his hand. Gongsun Lu, after seeing that black blade, his eyes flickered. A look of amazement surfaced. Originally, I was afraid of winning by virtue of the king-level weapon in my hand. Since you also have a king-grade weapon in your hand, then I can let go. As Gongsun Lu's hand rested on top of the hilt of the sword behind him, the entire person's aura suddenly changed. The gale force winds were loud. It was as if there was an overpowering feeling. At this instant, Lin Bai frowned. Not right. Very wrong. This person had yet to make a move. But, surprisingly, it made Lin Bai feel a sense of his heart jumping. What was this situation? Forcibly suppressing the astonishment in his heart, Lin Bai drew out his black blade. The black blade's body flashed with light. At the same time, inside the hall of the four great masters, the boy on the main seat raised his eyebrows. Surprise appeared in his eyes for the first time. Oh? This is sword intent? The words just fell. Several people's gazes focused on the phaseless sword sect's patriarch. Greeting the gazes of so many people, the phaseless sword sect patriarch was not humble. Opening his mouth, he said, "Precisely, this son is exceptionally gifted. Although he is not the rumored innate martial saint physique, he is still a legendary peerless physique." Chapter 107, The Body of the Sword Spirit. Several people were each in deep thought. The light of joy in the eyes of the childlike teenager kept surfacing. Lightning flashed in his mind. He thought of something. Looking at the phaseless sword sect's patriarch, a longing for an explanation appeared in his eyes. "What you said, but..." The child's voice sank. "The body of a sword spirit?" The people present at the short four words were all stunned. What the hell? What was this sword spirit body? Surprisingly, is there really such an existence? You have to know that it is only something that exists in the legends. The dragon sword comes from the first academy of the Alliance. In the academy, there were all kinds of special physical qualities recorded. He naturally understands these things. However, the other two were much more hazy. Both of them were natives of Tianyuan City. They naturally did not understand these hidden physiques recorded by the Alliance. Rumor has it that there was once a physique in the world that was occasionally favored by the heavens, and at the age when it should have begun its origin imperial beasts, no imperial beasts appeared. Instead, their own bodies underwent a certain degree of mutation, and for the root cause and reason for the mutation, for the time being, no one was able to give an accurate answer. So for this kind of physique only exists in the Alliance records. This physique is rare to see in 100 years. It is the fourth holy body in today's martial arts path, because when you perform an attack, your body is filled with endless swords, sword chi, so it is also called the body of the sword spirit.
The other two were hearing these 4 words for the first time. But after hearing such an exclamation from the Alliance messenger, they also couldn't help but feel curious about this sword spirit body. To put it simply, the so-called sword spirit body is one that can transform itself into thousands of sword chi and command all the swords in the world. When necessary, it can even sacrifice itself as a sword. After hearing such a sentence, both of them were astonished. They didn't realize that there was still a special existence of this kind of physique in the world. The phaseless sword sect patriarch also shook his head and sighed. The sword spirit body is indeed strong, but when he was 13 years old, he was deeply hindered and went through sword wounds almost all over his body, which was caused by his sword spirit body being too strong. And that's why from the time he was 13 years old, I asked him to go into closed-door cultivation. Several people were hearing about the sword spirit body for the first time. There was also experiencing such an affliction. They also couldn't help but ponder in secret. Since this is the case, then now I am the Alliance Pro Order Messenger. This time the 4 courts competition will make an exception for him. The 2 people fighting can come out at the back to cheer for us. Today's fight is nullified, and the 2 people can both advance. Also tell the people below not to arrange for the 2 to meet. Even when Long Jian heard this, he couldn't help but look at his senior brother with some confusion. He did not understand. The senior brother in his impression had always followed the rules. How could this happen now? However, he didn't dare to ask in detail. He was afraid of being chastised by his senior brother. As for the other 3, they didn't even dare to let out a single fart. Even the dean of the True Martial Academy didn't dare to speak. What qualifications did the few of them have to dare speak? The truth was that he also had his own plans. Even if the sword spirit body was no matter how powerful it was. But Lin Bai was an innate martial saint body. Such a body was known as the first saint body of today's martial Tao. It was even more precious than those rumored extreme imperial beasts. If we let these 2 meet too soon, it wouldn't be interesting to watch. For someone of his level, watching these little dolls compete was more like watching for fun. So there was no harm in it. Sooner or later, they would have to meet anyway, so let's talk about it later. At the same time, the 2 sides above the ring were already engaged in a great battle. It was a battle of swords. As the black sword broke through the air and flew out. The black sword flew out of the air and welded on the horrible sword. Just one shot. Both sides show the trend of equal. Just based on the strength of the physical body at the moment. Both sides fight and there is not any difference visible. Then the 2 people once again soundly battle together. However, it is always difficult to distinguish between winners and losers. At this time, a voice came. Stop. The next moment, both parties only felt the ring's shield suddenly disappear. The disappearance of the shield meant that the match was over. But now this was the situation. The fight between the 2 was still in progress. There was no winner or loser. Why did the shield disappear? Unless there is a malfunction? It has been jointly agreed by our 4 academies that the 2 of you will fight. This is null and void, both sides will advance at the same time. The person who spoke was an old man. His tone was not angry and authoritative. Just standing there alone caused many of the surrounding scholars to feel the presence of pressure. This person was an 8th rank expert. The 2 people on the stage were both stunned. However, inwardly, they each had their own intentions. Can't it be that Dean Long has exposed my true physique? The Gongsun Lu in front of him didn't give Lin Bai a good feeling. The other party had not offended himself from the beginning to the end. Then he didn't need to suppress others so much. Is it possible that he is worried that his martial saint body will make the other party lose miserably? It was fine. There was no shame in losing to an innate martial Tao saint body. Lin Bai thought in his heart and remained motionless on the surface. Gongsun Lu shook his head regretfully. Coming out of seclusion for so long. He also said that he would be able to find someone with equal strength to fight. But now it seems to be a bit of a big disappointment. The battle was called off before it really started. It seems to be his sword spirit body appeared afraid of the other party is also the so-called humanoid ferocious beast Shamet. Forget about it. Wait until later to fight again is also okay. Chance to run into. The premise is that the other party can withstand the test of so many people. There was still a chance to encounter himself. As the old man left, the people present instantly boiled over.
They didn't understand why the two people who were doing fine would have their match called off instantly. Why in the world was this? One had to know that the battle between the two of them could have attracted quite a few people from the True Martial Academy and the Phaseless Sword sect to come and watch. I didn't expect it to end up like this now. It was such a shame. This matter also drew a lot of speculation from the students on the respective forums of the four great academies. The True Martial Academy favored Lin Bai. As for the Phaseless Sword sect, they favored Gong Sun Lu. The other two academies looked like they were sitting on the mountain watching tigers fight. Silence. But both sides advanced at the same time. This was the first time in the history of the four academies' joint competition. It was a rare event. This matter didn't cause too much of a stir. It was quickly replaced by the past. The 70,000-person duel was also over. As usual, Chen Hu was able to overcome his opponents. In an instant, he completely knocked his opponent off the stage. As for the thousands of hardships that Cold Snow had gone through, coupled with the recent refinement of the Ice Spirit Cold Needle, there was a considerable leap in strength. With the addition of strength and luck, Han Shui also managed to advance. Now more than 70,000 people ended the competition in just 10 days. Into the midst of a 30,000-person contest. Over 30,000 people were reshuffled all over again. Those previously made Group A and Group B were rearranged. Pieced together again. Chapter 108, each advancing. There are a total of over 70,000 people in this competition. Now that half of them have been jousted out, there are still only 30,000 or so left, and how will the 30,000 or so struggle on? The remaining people are still around 10,000, and in the end, these 10,000 people will then reduel to determine the remaining top 1,000. Long Jian looked at the many students competing above the ring. There were a few moments of surprise in his eyes. I wonder how much that Lin Bai kid's strength has improved. Even if he was an innate martial Dao Saint body. But it was inevitable that he would encounter some tough opponents. In addition to the previous sword spirit body. This time, a genius had appeared amongst the selection that none of the people had expected. It was a female doll. Her temperament was cold and she came from the Void Bamboo Academy. She possessed a king-grade imperial beast, Cold Chi-Chi. This person was also called by the students of the Void Bamboo Academy the strongest in the first year of Void Bamboo Academy. An owner of such a top-class king-grade imperial beast. Indeed, it should be so. What is senior brother thinking about? The boyish-looking teenager walked over. The words he said were paired with his appearance. It really looked a bit ghostly. I remembered some past events from back then, when we were within the first academy. Hearing these words, the other party was also silent for a moment. In fact, this time I came to your Tianyuan city by order of the Alliance. In addition to watching your joint competition of the four academies this time, I also have to inform you that the opening of the Alliance competition is imminent now. Alliance competition? Long Jian recalled those events back then. A few moments of astonished red light could not help but flash out from his eyes. But then immediately, he let out a sigh of helplessness. I'm really old. I can even remember the time and day of the Alliance competition only. Don't say that. In fact, the main reason why the Alliance competition has been brought forward is that those forces from the Alliance quest are about to make a comeback. Those heathens are always coming back? A cold light flashed in Long Jian's eyes. Killing intent surged. His son had died at the hands of this gang of heretics. Not bad, this gang of infidels has not been broken since more than 30 years ago until now. Their whereabouts within the Alliance will send out inspection envoys and various types of emissaries like us to scout for traces. But the 108 cities of the Alliance still have no information about them as of now, and can only vaguely determine in which regions they have been active and to which regions they will roam. A bunch of damned lunatics would even think of replacing their origin imperial beasts. To even try to delude themselves into realizing practicing the Tao of martial arts and the Tao of imperial beasts at the same time by doing so, ridiculous to the extreme. For this bunch of lunatics, Long Jian didn't have any favorable impression. They all deserved to die. Such destruction of imperial beast masters and imperial beasts should have been exterminated a long time ago. The child sighed. The figures seemed to have aged a lot in an instant. That's the problem, they're too difficult to deal with. Even if we send out numerous powerful people to intercept them, we may not be able to get much out of them. Cunning, unknown. This group of pagans was so scary. This group of seedlings from your Tian Yuan city is not bad. The child understood his senior brother's past, unwilling to bring it up again. Even within the 108 cities of the Alliance, they are still able to rank at the top, especially that person with the martial god physique. If he's there, the top 3 places in the Alliance General Tournament will definitely be expected. These words were not false. The martial god physique was an innate martial Dao holy body. This kind of physique itself represented the apex of the martial Dao path. Cultivating it, it could be called invincible at the same time. This was also one of the reasons why martial gods were vertical and horizontal. Naturally, after all, even Lord Martial God himself has taken on a disciple. The moment he spoke of this apprentice of his, Long Jian seemed to have endless words. If he didn't fall, he would be able to hang a banner in the school in the future. Our academy has produced a martial god. What an honor this must be. The two were from the same school as their teacher, ranked behind all 6 disciples under their teacher's door. Now that they have been separated for a long time, it was just right to take advantage of this competition to catch up. Now that more than 30,000 people have been promoted to the next level, there are a large number of people, and they all had their own strengths. Lin Bai swept through his enemies, but he was cautious. Therefore, he did not show his full strength. As for Chen Hu, he had a reputation for being an imperial beast. He acted in a domineering manner. It was very different from when he was off stage. Han Shui's peak second order royal beast master strength wasn't weak. This time, it was also luck that her opponent wasn't strong and she won by fluke. Night. The 4 courts joint competition was in addition to the competition venue. The resting place for the crowd also existed, similar to a student dormitory. It could be 2 people, 4 people, 6 people a room. Lin Bai and Chen Hu were 2 to a room. This was also the dean's arrangement. This was their good seedling and deserved it. The 2 of them were still practicing on their knees. A knocking sound came from their ears. Lin Bai, Chen Hu, are you guys asleep? It was Han Shui. Both of them were stunned. Why did you come here so late at night? What's wrong, Han Shui? After Chen Hu opened the door to his room, he then saw Han Shui's somewhat eager eyes peering inward. It seemed like she wanted to look for something. Is Lin Bai there? Want to find him to discuss something. The 3 had known each other since childhood. Chen Hu also understood that Han Shui was obviously really asking for Lin Bai in this situation now. He turned his head to the side. At this time, Lin Bai had also just finished his cultivation and walked over. What's wrong? I've encountered a little problem in my cultivation. I've looked for Teacher Song before. She said that I need some pills as an aid to my cultivation in this situation, so she asked me to come to find you and then go with me to refine the pills in the middle of her room. Hearing this, Chen Hu, who was on the side, was the first to stare. With a suspicious face, he looked at Lin Bai beside him. The pills were actually looking for Lin Bai? Could it be that he could not also refine pills? Feeling the gazes of the 2 men, Lin Bai was also embarrassed. This Teacher Song was really good at lifting up his own old bottom awe. He didn't want to expose his identity as a pill refiner too soon. But nowadays, this situation couldn't be helped if he didn't say anything. I went to the Pill King Pavilion before and accidentally tried to refine an elixir for a time, and was seen by the Pill King Senior. A simple sentence. Yet it caused both of them to be shocked at all. What the hell? How did it come out from within your words that refining pills is so cheap? You have to know that pill refiners are hard to see. Chen Hu bristled. Regarding his own best friend's talent, one could not help but feel some awe. It was not expected that apart from being so talented in terms of martial artists, surprisingly, he was also able to be proficient in the aspect of pill refining? Could it be that Lin Bai was really a genius? Since that's the case, let's go. I'll take a look at your body's condition for you personally and look for a suitable pill to refine. Saying more would expose more things. Lin Bai also didn't want his identity to be known by everyone. Good. Amidst Chen Hu's suspicious gaze, the 2 of them just left the place, towards Teacher Song's room. A few moments later. Chapter 109, Removing Impurities. Song Lan opened the door and saw the 2. She was now wearing a nightgown. Perhaps it was because she had just taken a shower. A head of long hair was wet and draped over her shoulders. To be honest, Song Lan herself was a beauty. It was only that she was labeled by the students as some kind of demonic mentor, causing it to always look that cold. A pair of eyes looked at the onlookers like they were judging. But now this appearance of her, on the contrary, it added a bit of a different meaning. It was more like an easygoing neighboring big sister. Here, come in. It was also the first time the two had seen such a teacher Song. They appeared a bit coy. After entering the room, Lin Bai was shocked. I didn't expect that they, the teachers, would have a dormitory for one person. And this dormitory was even more like home looking cozy. When he was thinking about it, Mr. Son's voice came from the side. Mr. Son's voice came from the side. I've carefully looked at Han Shue's situation for her, and there is a certain degree of impurity in her origin imperial beast bloodline. This leads to a lot of hindrances in cultivation, and even affects the eventual advancement of her strength. It so happens that I once knew of a kind of elixir, although it's only a 5th grade elixir, it's very suitable for this situation of Han Shue's in front of me, so I'd like to ask you to come and refine it for her. After understanding the cause and effect, Lin Bai nodded his head. To be honest, if Song Lan didn't look for him, he would have personally found a way to remove the impurities in Han Shue's bloodline for her. Now that it's the site of the competition, there isn't a suitable venue for refining pills here, so let's refine it in my room. Good. If it was someone else refining pills, it might cause something like blowing up the furnace to happen. Lin Bai said. Doesn't matter. I have the hybrid beast. The hybrid beast exhaled a breath and the elixir naturally came to fruition. Han Shui on the side. Just like that, she watched as Lin Bai took out the huge furnace. The moment she saw the furnace's appearance, Han Shui was also a bit stunned. Even though he didn't understand the quality of the furnace. But just from the complex runes around this furnace, as well as that gold and jade material, the value of this damn furnace was definitely not expensive. I didn't expect Lin Bai to have such a means. Out of the blue, she only felt as if she knew Lin Bai for the first time. After closing this single formula, with just a cursory sweep, Lin Bai started refining. Looking at the pill refining in front of him, even though it wasn't the first time she had seen it. However, Song Lan felt a strange feeling. Why did it always feel like his alchemy could be accomplished in one go? Could it be that this was the player with the talent attribute pulled full circle? Song Lan pinched his brow. It was a bit uncomfortable. It hadn't really occurred to me that such a genius would appear. Ever since the last time he came back at the Pill King Pavilion, Lin Bai had also spent some money on purchased materials to refine pills. Of course, under his ability to spend money. The Pill King had also personally sent him some pills and pills formulas. There was no lack of pills that had the 8th or even 9th rank. For the Pill King to cultivate an alchemist whose strength could potentially surpass his own, it would be a great honor. After just a cursory scan of the single formula, Lin Bai had memorized it in his mind. But it wasn't enough. His Dan formula was only of the 5th grade. Even with the help of the hybrid beast, he could refine an elixir that surpassed the quality. It could only temporarily consolidate Han Shue's situation. In the end, it was still treating the symptoms rather than the root cause. Since this was the case, it would be better to change Han Shue's origin royal beast quality as well. Lin Bai took out one of the few remaining ice and fire lotus flowers. He threw it into the furnace. Under the heat of the flames, the power of this ice and fire lotus flower was gradually purified. It just so happened that Han Shue's origin imperial beast was ice attributed. As for why the origin imperial beast had such a mixed bloodline, it was thought that it should be that the origin power wasn't pure enough. The ice attribute is too thin. Just right. The ice and fire lotus flower was able to perfectly solve this problem. When the ice and fire lotus flower split into two, that ice attribute, although not as pure as the world's most extreme ice, but it's enough. This half of the ice attribute refining, and then assisted by herbs. When the time comes, give it all to Han Shui. The origin imperial beast cold ice attribute in her body increases. The origin power became purer. That bit of impurity would naturally be expelled from her body as well. As for the 5th grade formula, it was just a look. It is not important. The headway of the alchemy was clear and incomparable. The speed was also very fast.
as Lin Bai continued to add herbs. The ice attribute in the ice and fire lotus flower was purified to a higher and higher degree. As the herbs and the ice attribute fused together, a cold aura spread out from the furnace. It was as if it was constantly overflowing. Lin Bai frowned. At this time, his elixir had come to a critical moment. If it succeeded, the elixir would be completed. If it failed, it would cause the furnace to blow up. Between the blessing and the heart, the hybrid beast has already awakened. Blinking little eyes, some greedy look at the potion in front of them. The hybrid beast now wants to eat everything. For the hybrid beast's enhancement. Nowadays, only by eating some rare heavenly treasures will there be greater progress. The hybrid beast also understood the reason why his master had awakened him. With that, his eyes opened and closed again between opening and closing his mouth and spitting. A stream of air was thus integrated into the Dan furnace. The cold aura was abruptly contracted. Like it was violently suppressed. Between the continuous contraction and cohesion, a wave rippled out from the furnace, immediately followed by a penetrating coldness. The furnace was blocked almost instantly. Then a pill slowly floated out and landed in Lin Bai's hand. Playing his hand dissolved the cold ice on the surface of the furnace. Lin Bai put it into the ancient mirror space. At the same time, he also saw the pill. It was suspended in the palm of his hand. It exuded a vigorous cold aura. It was as if it was going to frostbite his palm. It was as if he wanted to frostbite his palm. Lin Bai's skin was thick. Naturally, he didn't feel it. The cold snow on the side saw this. But she felt a burst of ecstasy. It wasn't just her. Even the origin imperial beast inside her body had a feeling of uncontrollable excitement. The intention transmitted was also only 3 words. Swallow it. Lin Bai raised his hand. Then he took the elixir to Han Shui. Not caring about the coldness in his hands, Han Shui immediately summoned her origin royal beast. This Luan bird, after seeing the elixir, it couldn't wait to swallow it into its stomach. It then returned to the origin space at Han Shui's signal. This was the cultivation relationship between an unusual origin imperial beast and an imperial beast master. Even when an origin imperial beast elevated, the cultivation enhancement for the imperial beast master was also very little. Unless it was a king-level imperial beast. For example, Shen Hu. None of them were like Lin Bai and the hybrid beast. Both parties are one and the same. As long as one party improved their cultivation, the other party would also benefit. This was a win-win cooperation, a relationship with the same root and origin. It was even more important for Lin Bai to choose the direction of evolution for the hybrid beasts in the first place. Han Shui sensed it briefly. She immediately stood up. A grateful gaze was thrown towards Lin Bai. I can feel the little ice in my body getting excited. Chapter 110, Luan Bird Advancement. At this moment, Han Shui's royal beast space was in the middle of it. The Luan bird that was emanating monstrous coldness. The breath around it was expanding. It was like an ocean surging to the extreme. The vigor of its body exploded all by itself. The power around the Luan bird was being released continuously, because of the influence of the origin imperial beast. At this moment, Han Shui couldn't help but immediately sit down on her knees, feeling the changing fluctuations of the origin imperial beast within her body. Han Shui sat down on her knees. Her body was emitting a stern and cold aura, which was cold aura. And the grade was so high. It staggered teacher Song on the side. Is the elixir you refined for Han Shui this effective? Song Lan remembered very clearly. When he had first obtained the elixir formula, had personally seen bystanders take it. The effect back then wasn't as great as the one in front of him. Not really, I could see that Han Shui's origin royal beast had suffered a very serious bloodline injury, so that's why I refined this elixir for her that is extremely in line with her origin royal beast. This elixir will not only be able to remove the impurities for him, but it will even be able to bring his cultivation to another level. For this matter on. He didn't intend to fool teacher Song. It just so happened that he was able to have teacher Song here to testify for him. It was also able to confirm that Han Shui's ascension. It wasn't through any other means. Within the alliance today, there weren't many ways regarding upgrading the quality of imperial beasts. But any way to elevate the class of an imperial beast,
in addition to the parties involved. There must be a third party present. Only in this way can we ensure that the enhancement of the Imperial Beast class is fair and just. The main reason for this is to avoid the appearance of paganism. To raise the beast's rank. If discovered by the Unicom headquarters, they will be sentenced to death. In addition to the abolition of their own beasts. Even the Imperial Beast Master himself will be arranged to the edge of the land as a dispatch. Now there is Mr. Song here. It's just perfect to help him solve these problems. It was a good move. Unlike Lin Bai, who was strategizing like this. After hearing these words, Song Lan's eyes widened. It was as if he had realized something. A trace of astonishment flashed through his eyes. How could this be? An elixir that could raise the quality class of a royal beast? If one remembers correctly, these types of pills could only be refined by a king-grade royal beast master? After realizing this, he looked at Lin Bai with a little more suspicion in his eyes. Could it be that he had already reached the level of a king-level pill refiner? The thought had just popped up. Immediately afterward came some certainty. It was only the first time he had made pills. He had already reached the level of a 7th order alchemist. This kind of level, when looking at the entire alliance, it is also unrivaled. Even Song Lan, who had seen the world, could not help but be amazed at the level of the Lin in front of him. She couldn't help but be amazed at Lin Bai's growth in front of her. I'm a good boy. This growth rate is a bit too amazing, right? The two were each thinking about it. A sharp growl came from Han Shui. The next moment, the two only felt as if they were in the middle of an icy sky and snow. A cold breath hit their faces. Song Lan immediately opened the defense boundary in the middle of her compound. This was grandfather's concern for her safety. He had specially made it for her. The purpose was to defend against external invasion. At the same time, it was also able to prevent the internal situation from being probed by outsiders. Now it happens to be able to cover up the situation in front of her. Lin Bai's physique was strong. Even when faced with such cold ice, he did not feel fear. There wasn't too much of a reaction on his body either. Looking at the frost that had condensed on his arm, it didn't affect his body. However, a few thoughts could not help but rise in his heart. I wonder to what extent Han Shui's origin Imperial Beast quality could be raised. The icy cold in front of him wasn't too powerful, but it did make him curious. How terrifying must the extreme ice of the world amongst the rumors be? With such a terrifying cold, I think her Imperial Beast quality should have already reached the upper level. As a class teacher, every student's origin royal beast and attributes. She had carefully observed and felt them all. For this situation to happen in front of her, it was still somewhat unexpected. The cold situation did not last long. Then it suddenly converged. Like it was instantly recalled. As the endless streams of cold and frost gradually internalized into Han Shui's body. When calm returned to the surroundings, Han Shui also opened her eyes. A cold light swept through her pupils. Feeling the powerful sensation coming from within her body, Han Shui was in a trance. After a long time, only then did a look of excitement appear on her face. Surprisingly, it really succeeded in removing it. Song Lan couldn't wait to ask. How was it? How was it? Han Shui had a smile on her lips. She didn't hide her excitement. Now it's a superior Imperial Beast. As Han Shui's Luan bird was summoned from the origin space, what greeted him was a powerful chilling cold current. The Luan bird's size wasn't much different than before. However, the extremely noble and icy feeling emanating from its body was even stronger. Not only that, from the inside out, the aura of this Luan bird had become progressively stronger. This was a completely different feeling from before, more like a sublimation. It is indeed a superior Imperial Beast, and the power of this cold attribute isn't weak. It can almost be called a half-step king-level Imperial Beast. His own student's strength had increased. This time, they were competing for the top of the 4 courts joint competition. She also had more confidence. Thank you. Despite being excited. But Han Shui still walked up to Lin Bai and bowed. This was all because of Lin Bai. If it wasn't for him, how could one's own origin Imperial Beast have been so plucked up? It's fine, when my hybrid beast didn't have anything to eat, it was thanks to the mutated crab legs you gave it. Han Shui burst into a fit of petulance. It hadn't occurred to her that this matter had been remembered for so long. Song Lan looked at the two. Straightened his expression. The next step will be truly difficult, and what I can remind you of is that today will be the moment to elect the 1,000 strong. Almost none of the top 1,000 are weak, more or less all of them have their own different means, how you should fight for it, to win glory for our academy and glory for yourselves, it all depends on yourselves. The two nodded their heads in succession. Confidence was high. Yes. The following day, the battle for the top 1,000 officially began. Every ring was filled with people. Being one of the top 1,000 meant that one could already be ranked at the top of the 4 academies. As for the top 100, top 10, and even the top 3. It's even harder. Many people lost as soon as the ring began. Ring number 39, Lin Bai vs Yi Qingsheng. Upon hearing this name, Lin Bai's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise. Back then at the auction, it was still himself pretending to be a senior, selling the ice and fire lotus to the other party. I didn't expect that it would be so fateful now. It was just right to see the ice fire lotus flower. How much growth has it brought to Yi Qingsheng? Chapter 111, Can you block this punch of mine? Yi Qingsheng walked up to the stage, looking at Lin Bai in front of him. A hint of suspicion flashed in his eyes. He was from the Void Bamboo Academy. With regards to his opponent, he was not a stranger. After all, from the opponent's first battle. As of now, the 4 words humanoid ferocious beast had already been mentioned many times by the surrounding fellow disciples. Humanoid beast? He had always projected the most skeptical gaze at this. If we were to say that Chen Hu, who was also from the True Martial Academy, he had this title, it was still somewhat possible. After all, he can have a full 1.9 meters, nearly 2 meters tall. It is not too much to call him a humanoid beast. But in front of his opponent? Thinner than he thought. Well proportioned. The height is not too high. The overall look is ordinary. Just such a person. What qualifications does he have to be called a humanoid beast? Maybe it's just some self-appointed name. Too weak. Just right. Yesterday, the ice and fire lotus flower was completely refined. I think my strength has been able to reach the level of 3rd-ranked Imperial Beast Master. Against this person in front of me? It's easy to deal with him. Heard he's a martial artist? Then I can summon my origin royal beast to fight before him. Lin Bai of the True Martial Academy. Void Bamboo Academy Yi Qingsheng. There weren't too many words or movements. Both sides struck almost simultaneously. Lin Bai used his advantage. He arrived in front of Yi Qingsheng almost instantly. A fist was swung out with a loud bang. But just in the next moment, a roar came. Immediately after, a huge stone pier had inexplicably appeared between the two. Lin Bai's fist had just struck it. Then he felt what seemed to be a force of recoil. In addition to his own strength, there was also a strong impulse. It reverberated around his body through his fist. Borrowing from this counter-vibration impulse, Lin Bai's entire body retreated backwards. It was only then that he saw clearly the origin imperial beast of the person in front of him. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. What was that stone pier in front of him? It was clearly a stone wall. As the stone wall opened outwards, a pair of eyes were revealed. The stone wall just now was like 2 shields. At the place of the hands, it was more like a giant ape. Only it looked extremely bulky. And the bone spurs extending out from where the arms were formed a shield-like wall. Its height was also a staggering 6 meters. Surprisingly, it was an earth pulse beast? For this origin imperial beast, Lin Bai was not unfamiliar with it. Among the many records of origin imperial beasts, this creature was an extremely special existence. Although it was only a high-level imperial beast, however, it possesses its own defensibility and anti-shock power. It could be said to have hired the existence of some king-level imperial beasts. In an instant, he also figured out what he had taken his Icefire Lotus for. Earth Pulse beasts.
Their means of promotion was similar to their own hybrid beasts: to absorb the treasures within the earth amongst the geniuses. No matter what, the more absorbed. The more they absorb, the more they can improve their defenses and the more adequate they are. At the same time, also able to spread out the means of attack. However, unlike their own hybrid beasts that can feed on the same attribute power as themselves.
Interesting.
Lin Bai's mouth was tinged with a smile. It just so happened that since there was such an existence with a defense that was no less than a king-level imperial beast, it was just right for him to test the results of his own cultivation recently. Since you recognize my origin royal beast, then surrender quickly. Unless your attacking ability can reach the 4th rank or above, you will have no chance of winning against my origin royal beast.
While saying this, he appeared particularly confident. It was obvious that he had a great understanding of the enhancement of origin imperial beasts. However, if an ordinary person encountered it, the odds were that they could only choose to surrender. After all, the Earth Pulse beast could not be beaten. The force of the reaction may also injure themselves. Simply moving a stone to stone their own feet. You don't have to worry about that. After saying this,
Lin Bai rushed forward once again. It was different from the past. This time he planned to use his entire body's physical strength.
The present day him.
Physical body strength must be able to reach almost 600,000 kilograms. Other people were this punch's power of 20 years. Himself, this was 600 tons of power in one punch.
I wonder if this Earth Vein beast known for its defense can block it?
This punch almost tore through the air. The sound that came from it was like the roar of an evil spirit. It hit the body of the Earth Vein beast in an instant. The Earth Vein beast's arms came together to form a shield to resist.
A loud boom came.
The ring trembled as if it had been hit by a sledgehammer. And that Earth Vein beast stopped in this instant. Lin Bai just had a thought arise. In the next moment, he only felt an extremely powerful recoil coming from where his fist and the wall touched. And it was also accompanied by a cold and burning sensation coming from it.
So the lotus flower of ice and fire had been used like this? The shocking force came again. Lin Bai retreated a few meters away. With a light swing,
the burning and freezing irritation sensation also instantly disappeared.
Tisk, it's really resistant to being punched.
Since he was already sure that he wouldn't beat him to death,
then he would be punched to death. A huge force of 600 tons was able to withstand it.
There was also such a powerful force of recoil.
It's really interesting. To the next person, this thing can't be beaten.
The force of counter vibration hurts itself.
It's really a big loss.
But for Lin Bai,
it was like a sandbag that had been beaten up. Well, still not surrendering?
Lin Bai shook his head with a smile on his lips.
Let me give it a good try. Can your Earth Pulse beast carry it with full strength?
A golden light flashed in his eyes. The 81 golden lotus petals in his body turned rapidly.
This time, use a good 10 lotus petals.
The 10 lotus petals suddenly disappeared. It turned into golden springs of power that disappeared into his body. A golden light blazed in his eyes. The fist in his hand condensed a strong and gigantic force. 600 tons of his own strength.
Plus the power of 10 golden lotus petals. I wonder if this origin imperial beast of yours can carry it.
Cunning colors flashed in his eyes.
The speed was fast. It almost arrived in the blink of an eye. The fist suddenly blasted out.
The air-breaking sound carried by this fist had even materialized.
The crowd outside the arena also clearly saw it.
How this fist landed on the Earth Pulse beast in an instant.
Under one fist, a huge boom came. It was like a thunderous boom and a heavenly drum exploding.
Even the crowd that was watching the battle detected a shaking of the earth. They stumbled and fell to their knees. Immediately afterward, they saw a shocking scene. Only to see a burst of cracks spreading outwards from the center of the ring.
Surprisingly, it had broken the boundary restriction that existed in the ring itself? How was this possible? However, what shocked the crowd the most was the origin imperial beast Earth Pulse beast that was known for its defense. At this moment, it was even knocked over by this punch. It landed on the side, its life and death unknown. One punch dry flopped an Earth Pulse beast? Is this still a human being? Chapter 112, 1,000 strong. None of the people present were shocked. What kind of terrifying power was this? He had actually knocked over an earth pulse beast just like that by himself? That was a strong imperial beast known for its defense. And its defense was almost stronger than some king-level ferocious beasts. For a moment the words humanoid ferocious beast in the crowd's mind is considered to be completely stabilized. The earth pulse beast is an unreasonable defense attribute imperial beast. If other people encountered it, they could only surrender. But why in the hands of Lin Bai in front of him, 2 punches were knocked down? This must be how powerful ah. Looking at the earth pulse beast, it flew out backwards. He looked at the palm of his hand. Lin Bai also pondered over the power he had just had. The power of his hand in the moment just now. It was under the premise of using 10 golden lotus petals. It was thought that it should have doubled by at least 10 times. A huge force of 6,000 tons. This kind of terrifying power is not something a human being can carry. Obviously, the ring was also unable to withstand it. It was only then that the nodule was blown apart. It seems that the power of 10 golden lotus flowers is still too much. Thinking about this, a few gloomy looks appeared in his eyes. What a pity. Even though he didn't use the full power of the lotus petals just now. But now these 10 lotus petals all looked a little dull. If only this power could even a peak second order. Or even a third rank earth pulse beast could not carry it. If he had all 81 pieces of golden lotus power surging out today. I was only afraid that it would be under 1 punch. Those who could resist it. It would only be a strong person of the 8th rank or above, right? If he were to face Duan Tianda again. The current him would have the power to fight. How could this be? Yi Qingxing was completely stunned. How could this be? His own origin imperial beast would actually be knocked out with a single punch? Was this still a human being? Lin Bai looked at the shocked gazes of the people around him. There was no time to think too much. He hurriedly scurried out. If he was surrounded by these people, it would be a frenzy of adoration. He didn't want to be exposed to such a scene too early. Shortly after he left, Yi Qingsheng was also found by the staff of this competition. And comforted for a bit. The staff even personally brought suitable resting pills for his earth vein beast. When he met such a perverted existence like Lin Bai, there was no other way to lose. Of course, the staff didn't come simply because of Yi Qingsheng. They also personally blocked off this ring. This venue was now temporarily unusable. There was no way around it. Even the ring's boundary had been completely broken. This was completely destroying the fairness of the match. So it had to be forced into a blockade transfer. The whole thing had in turn caused Lin Bai's fame to rise even higher. The crowd's evaluation of Lin Bai had risen a few more points. The 4 words humanoid beast had also been completely solidified. Inside the Hall of the 4 Deans. I didn't expect to be able to break the boundary restriction you guys set up. It looks like his physical strength has exceeded 1,000 tons. The teenage-looking childly Tianxiong opened his mouth. The tone of his voice was filled with affirmation of Lin Bai. 1,000 tons of strength. This was already equivalent to the strength of some powerful 8th or even 9th ranked martial artists. Was the innate martial Dao Saint body really this terrifying? But it seemed right in retrospect. This was an existence that was equal to the martial god's physique. The original martial god was an existence that had suppressed his generation for a long time with his own strength. Even after reaching the king level, the martial god could also use his own strength. He was able to suppress a group of king-level royal beast masters and martial kings to the point where they couldn't raise their heads. Until he achieved god rank later on. Even if an equal god-level royal beast master faced him. Unless they had absolute certainty. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to have a half-hearted encounter with him. This is also why for so many years, the martial god had been unregulated by the alliance for one reason. The system of laws and rules could only hold back the weak. Or rather, it could only confine to a portion of the population. Terrifyingly strong people like the martial god. Their existence was already an existence beyond the world's understanding. With such people around, all rules and regulations are just a bunch of bull. He can abide by them if he wants to. He breaks them when he wants to. All rules and regulations are within his understanding. This was absolute strength. Lin Bai's name had also spread amongst the 4 great academies.
Many powerful disciples had noticed this person.
One after another wanted to fight with and against him.
There was no other reason. Defeating such a famous opponent,
it would definitely be able to make one's name known. Standing at the top of the 4 great academies. But the 4 academies' joint competition never allows students to fight privately. No matter who it is, once discovered, they will be expelled immediately and never be hired.
So these students could only pray that they would strive to meet Lin Bai in the middle of the ring.
Nowadays, Lin Bai.
He had just become a stepping stone for everyone who wanted to be famous in the 4 academies. These were all teenagers. Naturally, they have their own competitive spirit. Just at the same time that Lin Bai advanced,
Chen Hu, who possessed a king-level origin royal beast,
he also advanced with ease.
As for Han Shui among the 3,
after getting help from Lin Bai, her own origin royal beast's grade had already reached the upper level, although there was a huge gap compared to the other 2. However, amongst the disciples, it was considered extremely good.
What's more,
the cold attribute of the origin imperial beast itself was already powerful.
There are very few that can compete with it. This time is also more easy to advance. The 3 of them thus entered the top 1,000.
The top 1,000, these are the geniuses of the 4 great academies that have not been born for a long time.
The battle for the top 1,000 geniuses.
It naturally became the talk of the town after dinner. Although it was said to be 1,000 strong. But the fact was that the number of scholars advancing in this round was over 1,400.
Regarding the battle of these 1,400 plus people,
it also naturally caused the speculations of many eliminated scholars. This time also ushered in the most exciting moment for this group of students.
That was gambling. Gambling.
Who exactly had the ability to advance into the top 700 in the next round?
Or even the top 100? This was a big gamble. It's what attracts these students the most.
Someone once made $1 million with this bet. Of course, this game was not organized by the students themselves.
It's more of a personal event organized by people within the academy. On the one hand, they can collect some money.
On the other hand, this can also bring some suspense to those students' fights.
Let them speculate. Who is qualified to get the first position? Intelligence cells, intelligence cells. Top 700 in the next round, big announcement of the list. Gimmicks like this.
It was constantly being passed around among the many scholars. With regards to the competition's leader this time,
they were also curious about it. There were constantly people placing bets.
There were a total of 13 people who had the loudest voices in this.
Chapter 113, Sword Technique. The square was filled with people.
But it was indeed different from the previous ring matches and the dean's voice. Today's protagonist was a young man sitting on a chair.
Fellow disciples, let's listen to us and have a good chat with you. The one who spoke was a young man. He was wearing a pre-cataclysmic costume.
In his hand was a folding fan. There was also a piece of wood above the table on the side. We've eliminated a lot of people from this 4 institutes joint competition duel star. The 1,400 plus people left today are the geniuses of each of the 4 academies. Mr. Gui is not talented enough to be present at every match, but based on the rumors and hearsay of many students as well as what I've seen from my own experience, I think there are a total of 13 people amongst the 4 great academies. These 13 people will be the most likely to be promoted to the top 100, or even compete for the top 10. This person was from the Void Bamboo Academy. His cultivation level was only a first-order Imperial Beast Master.
Very weak.
But he has a good hand at playing the fast board.
He especially loves to talk about books. His own origin royal beast is also a chattering little monkey.
This kind of cooperation between the 2 was also considered to be complementary. His words just finished, immediately there are students questioned the voice, but he quickly calmed it and then opened his mouth. Everyone Montube we say right or wrong, today's words as a joke to listen to is, if it is after, really let you get rich, do not forget to throw a small pen to me here. His words fully reflect the person's behavior.
It was quite smooth.
First of all, let's make it clear that these 13 people are ranked in no particular order.
This first person is that phaseless sword sex eldest senior brother.
Rumor has it that this phaseless sword sex eldest senior brother, closed for a long time, as of his current cumulative participation in so many battles since, are a move to take, in addition to that one with which both sides of the tie advancement. And as of now, there are also hardly any disciples who can see where his sword technique originates from. That's why it's justifiable to include him as one of the 13.
The leftovers of his storytelling had a pause and a rise.
Between the rising and falling. It actually made the crowd want to continue listening. This incident also made the names of these 13 people recognized by many scholars.
And among them,
there were Lin Bai and Chen Hu from the True Martial Academy.
In the middle of the room. I didn't realize that you are famous now, alas.
Chen Hu looked at the videos about Lin Bai that had been circulating on the forum so far. A trace of jealousy couldn't help but rise.
Sourly, he opened his mouth.
Lin Bai also shook his head helplessly.
There was no way out.
With a divine grade origin imperial beast in hand, I also want to keep a low profile.
But don't have that qualification.
There was no need for Lin Bai to say anything yet.
Chen Hu, after seeing his smile, he realized that the situation was not right.
Coldly snorted.
Prepare well for the battle, the next ones are not mediocre ones, those who have the same king-level imperial beast as you. As far as I know, there are 7 more, each of these 7 have extremely special king-level imperial beasts. You want to stand out from them, you have a lot of difficulty, but I have full confidence in you.
The 4 words Ancient Fei were by no means empty words.
That's for sure, I'm still waiting for the top 10 to have a good fight with you to see who ranks higher.
Excitement also flickered in Chen Hu's eyes.
Due to the large number of people in this selection,
it was natural to follow up on the race events as well. That was why the group of students were specially allowed to rest for 3 days. It was only after 3 days that it started in unison.
The winner of the 1,000-strong competition could enter the top 700. Rewarded with an earth-breaking pill. And then the top 700 advanced to the finals to come up with the top 350. The reward for the 350th place is a 5th rank weapon.
3 days later the competition begins.
Once again, the familiar dean speaks. This time, the battles could be said to be exceptionally fierce.
In total, there were 100 rings issued. 14 battles would take place in each ring. These were all among the strongest of the strong. Their battles naturally attracted many people to watch. Lin Bai also had his battle. In ring number 39, the opponent was from the Phaseless Sword Sect. For the Phaseless Sword Sect,
Lin Bai still had some curiosity.
It was the one he had met before. He had never seen a Phaseless Sword Sect disciple strike before. After all, since experiencing so many battles regarding the disciples of the Phaseless Sword Sect, his impression was still stuck in the time when he was on a mission, when he encountered that person from the Sword Sect. So addicted to killing.
Dying at the hands of the Blood Demon King Snake was understandable. Sun Chanmu of the Phaseless Sword Sect, please instruct me.
The person who came had long hair coiled in a bundle.
He wore a white coat.
In her hand, she held a sword. Hanging from her waist was the 7-sheath symbol. This was likewise a 7-sheath disciple with a respected status among the Phaseless Sword Sect.
Despite being a daughter's body.
But her aura was overwhelming. It had reached the level of a 3rd-order martial artist.
Surprisingly, there will be a woman who chooses to go on the path of a martial artist?
And still have such strength. Lin Bai unconsciously rose a trace of respect for her.
True Martial Academy Lin Bai, please instruct me. Sun Cicada Wood did not hesitate.
The light of her eyes shook. The sword in his hand was unsheathed. Between the swaying of the sword light,
it arrived in front of Lin Bai in just an instant.
This sword light was like a pike. It spilled through the air.
Between the sword energy, it descended in an instant.
Lin Bai's footsteps lurched. His body suddenly dodged backwards. At the same time there was a flash of light in his hand. The black blade emerged, the blade had been tempered. Not only did it have a dark light faintly swaying, it was even accompanied by some strange fluctuations. In the process of backing up, a step was taken and stopped. Following that, it erupted with vigorous force and swung the blade. A contending resonance echoed in the center of the ring.
Both sides retreated backwards almost simultaneously. The next moment, Kun Cicada would dissolve the impact force from the opponent's blade attack with a magical and subtle dexterity.
At the same time, his feet moved quickly. It was like a light sparrow rushing towards Lin Bai. In just a moment, Lin Bai had lost the wind.
This is the sword technique? Unconsciously only Lin Bai withdrew the pride in his heart. with his strength today. Relying on brute force, he was indeed able to compete for the first place.
But he had never thought that he would be so inferior to others in terms of skill. I didn't expect the sword technique to be so subtle. While being surprised in his heart, he also rushed forward again. The black sword swung out. Only the speed was obviously reduced by a few points.
Sun Cicada Wood did not hold back.
The sword was like a flower shadow. The crazy churning was accompanied by air currents. It seemed to vaguely want to tear Lindbergh apart.
This air current has actually formed a barrier similar to an absolute vacuum around me? I can't escape. The power of suction and pulling is spreading out. What a marvelous sword technique. He had a premonition.
If he waited for the sword chi to completely wrap itself out,
I'm afraid he won't be able to escape. At that time can only rely on brute force to win.
Looking at the sword shadow and sword flower that was constantly waving in front of him, a trace of indelible surprise flashed through his eyes.
Something seemed to be constructing in his mind.
A roar came from the mixed beast in his body. A sense of clarity came as his eyes opened and closed.
Chapter 114, Learn Now. Understood. Everything was seen and understood.
The mixed beast was truly worthy of being a divine-grade imperial beast. Judging from the abilities he had shown so far, Lin Bai had benefited greatly from Sun Chanmu's sword technique. He could only roughly imitate something.
But just now, under the roar of the mixed beast, he only felt.
It was as if his body was enlightened. Everything in front of him was besides clear at the same time.
It was also accompanied by a wave of something extremely strange coming through. That was enlightenment. In just a moment, he completely comprehended the sword technique that Sun Cicada Wood had been practicing for many years in front of him.
In addition to the martial artist's own cultivation techniques, the most important point was to practice their own combat techniques, such as swordsmanship.
Swordsmanship. Even the physical arts should be practiced as well.
But practicing these techniques
often need to accumulate too much. In addition to following the cultivation on the books and ancient books,
also have to belong to their own unique comprehension. It was only in this way that cultivation could be twice as effective with half the effort.
The power skyrocketed and was more suitable for oneself.
A green light shifted in Lin Bai's eyes. He already knew this set of sword techniques and had his own different insights.
The next moment,
while dodging the other party's swinging sword blade, the black sword in his hand played a knife twist. Between the swaying of the blade, he suddenly rushed forward.
Under a knife slash, both sides fought again one after another. Sparks splashed everywhere at the same time. Among the crowd outside the boundary, a cry of shock came out. My gosh, this is actually the same? Am I reading this right? Isn't this the phaseless sword sect's own sword technique? How could it be passed on to Lin Bai and even improved by him into a sword technique? How is this possible? Clearly the two of them fought against each other before and senior sister Sun still had the upper hand. Now they would be in such a sorry state. The people of the phaseless sword sect. For this current only female seven-sheath disciple,
they were very respectful. That was why they had come to watch. Her status was extremely high among the seven-sheath disciples of the phaseless sword sect.
With a female body
and her flowing water condensed light sword technique, she could be ranked in the top 3 amongst their similar disciples. She was known as the eldest senior sister.
A trace of astonishment swept through Sun Cicada Wood's eyes. How could it be?
It was only the moment of the exchange of hands. He realized that something was wrong. What he had practiced was the flowing light condensing water sword technique.
It was given by the patriarch himself.
As of now, she is the only one in the clan who can practice it to the point of completion. She is the only one who can practice it to the point of completion.
And this sword technique has always been secret.
It is even more bizarre and difficult to recognize.
The sword is so ethereal that it looks like a stream of light.
But it hides endless killing opportunities.
How did Lin Bai learn it?
The more we fought, the more alarmed Sun Cicada Wood was. Sun Cicada Wood's heart became more and more astonished.
Why is it like this?
It was clearly his own sword technique.
Now it was changed into a sword technique by the other party. And it's wide open, fierce, and without hatred.
Yet it still had a few soft and gentle intentions.
This feeling is too marvelous. It's like the Milky Way, the light flickers. It's so powerful. How can it be so powerful?
Lin Bai's sword technique in his hand was strong. He was also undaunted by the sword chi that had accumulated around him. The sword chi like silk instantly wrapped around Lin Bai himself.
The light in Lin Bai's eyes shook.
He let the sword chi wrap itself around him.
Feeling the meaning of flowing water in the sword chi.
His eyes were clear. Continuous and unceasing, it seems like the flowing light is condensing the meaning of water. While the flowing light is gorgeous, it hides endless killing intent. It is not too much to call it a killing opportunity, but this is not what I am pursuing.
My blade is different.
The black blade flipped in his hand.
The light in Lin Bai's eyes shook.
Dawning blood chi actually surged around his body.
Give it to me, break.
A word was lightly spat out. The black blade in his hand floated with red light.
It seemed like peach blossoms, demonic crimson. Boom!
A knife swung down. The cocoon that had sword chi converging around it like silk was broken by the knife.
Sun Cicada Wood was still in a daze. A bit of light arrived first.
Afterwards, he only felt a cold wind in front of his eyes.
Between the oncoming attack, a black knife was placed on her neck. Sun Cicada Wood couldn't help but feel cold sweat on her forehead.
Her body was wet with bean-sized beads of sweat.
The back was inexplicably moist. How could it be so fast? Was this really a power that a human could possess? Miss Sun, you lost.
Lin Bai silently withdrew the black blade in his hand.
The situation today had no chance of survival anymore. It was because the other party was a girl. That was why Lin Bai appeared to be a bit of a gentleman. After all, the ring was an enemy.
Under the ring might even be fellow disciples who would fight side by side in the future. Mr. Sun has been intoxicated by the long river of the sword path all his life and does not get involved in external affairs. I am curious how Your Excellency was able to break my sword technique?
And was able to imitate this 9 out of 10 moves?
For this kind of obsessed child who was only bent on practicing the sword Dao.
On the contrary, it was better to settle for something. What the other party wanted to beg for. It was merely an answer. Naturally. Lin Bai lowered his voice.
Under Sun Cicada Wood's gaze. Beside his ear, he faintly spat out 2 words.
Gnosis. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bai immediately left this place. This competition had already ended.
Naturally, there was no need to stay too much longer. What he said was also the truth. After all, his enlightenment was frighteningly powerful. As of now, among the people he had seen, there wasn't a single person who was able to contend with him. Sun Cicada Wood heard this. He stood frozen in place. For a moment, his head was a bit confused.
Enlightenment? Was the other party scolding him for his poor enlightenment? Thinking about this,
the perennial frosty cheeks unconsciously appeared above a few points of redness. The news of her defeat also quickly spread amongst the disciples of the phaseless sword sect. Eldest sister unexpectedly lost. Lost to that Lin Bai who was known as a humanoid ferocious beast. This person also defeated eldest sister with a sword technique. What exactly is this person's strength? For a while there were many different speculations about Lin Bai. Those in the True Martial Academy who knew about Lin Bai. Only Chen Hu, Han Shui and Son Lan knew about Lin Bai. As for the others, they had more of an impression of Lin Bai. He was a humanoid beast when he first entered the academy. The rest is unknown. Such a mysterious and unpredictable opponent also attracted many people to begin to have suspicions. All wanted to use him as a stepping stone. The more one wanted to higher class. But it often ended in failure. Han Shui's match also started on the second day. Her opponent was just like her. Both were cold attribute origin imperial beasts. Only it was a moose. Both sides were at the same origin beast level. Both sides were at the same level of strength. What they were really competing against was combat experience. Han Shui's origin beast was able to fly freely in the sky. Naturally, it had the upper hand. Both sides fought for it. It lasted for a long time. In the end, Han Shui's origin imperial beast erupted into a powerful absolute 0 and 1. This battle also caused Han Shui to be noticed by many people. Such an origin imperial beast was even capable of erupting into absolute zero.
This was unimaginable.
Her strength had also won the approval and envy of many.
Chapter 115, Advancing to the Top 100. Time rushed. Several days passed. Nowadays, the advancement people on the field had come to a full 100 people.
These 100 people had all gone through harsh tests and heavy selections before appearing here. It could be said that they were the true leaders of the 4 academies. Senior Brothers Academy is really powerful. As of the ones who have entered the top 100 so far, your True Martial Academy alone accounts for nearly a third of them. Even I'm a little jealous of your academy's strength. Maybe it's not impossible to cultivate it to become a branch of the Alliance's #1 academy.
Hearing the meaning of the joke in the other party's mouth, Long Jian shook his head and straightened his expression.
Ha ha ha, what are you saying, senior brother?
The branch of the Alliance's first academy is a place that how many academies have rushed to register and fight for?
In the end, it's still not recognized that no one has succeeded. This has to be recognized by the Alliance personally.
There will always be such a day. I'll wait to see how senior brother becomes the branch dean.
The 2 men each laughed out loud. Now after this period of time together, the friendship between them seemed to have returned to the way it was back then. It was truly unforgettable.
At the same time, Void Bamboo Academy.
It had now lifted out of the top 100 list. The 4 deans no longer had to stay together.
They could each return to the academy to arrange matters. You guys are really something, after spending so much to train you, in the end? Top 100. Our Void Bamboo Academy only has a mere 10 talents on the list.
The dean of the Void Bamboo Academy threw the roster in his hands onto the ground. The many students and teachers in front of him saw it. They were all silenced. They didn't dare to say too much more for fear of being affected.
Humph.
At this moment, his face was livid and burning with rage.
By what right did they have nearly 40 people promoted from the True Martial Academy this time? Damn it!
This was not even close to the other 2 academies combined. The Phaseless Sword Sect had 28 personnel in the top 100 this time.
The Heron True Mountain was 22. In comparison,
their Void Bamboo Academy only had 10 people advance to the top 100.
The likelihood of them being able to compete for the top 10 spots was very low. It was possible that they would be at the bottom again this time. Damn it!
There were those who were sad and naturally, there were those who were happy. For the Phaseless Sword Sect, this was a good result.
The entire sect was in the middle of a happy celebration. What a strange one, didn't you see senior brother Zeno?
Now in the midst of celebrating, he is absent instead. Senior brother Zeno cultivates a brutal sword technique that requires regular blood chi replenishment, so I thought he shouldn't be here.
Within the jurisdiction of the Phaseless Sword Sect, in a remote room, Zeno looked on.
Something similar to a black hole inexplicably appeared amongst the floor in front of him. A figure then poked out from it.
The other party looked like a dream, as if it was real. However, there was no breath that could be detected. Weirdness is incomparable. Zeno frowned. Nowadays, in addition to the deans of the 4 great academies in the 4 academy joint competition, I heard that there is also an alliance envoy. With him around, do you guys still dare to act so recklessly?
The words just finished.
Zeno only felt a pain in his chest.
It seemed that there was a big invisible hand was holding his heart in a death grip,
making him unable to move. That seemed like a demon's whisper rang in his ears. How dare you be so disrespectful to your master? Experiment number 1, do you want to die? Fear instantly struck like a tidal wave. Everything that was experienced within the lab in the first place. Flesh and bone stripping. The electric shock.
The origin imperial beast dying.
All sorts of pain instantly spread throughout his body. Zeno was sweating like a pig.
The pain in his heart made him unable to say anything more. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground,
kneeling respectfully towards that figure. Joint experiment number 1 pays homage to master. This illusory figure couldn't see his facial features. However, it was possible to clearly detect that he was satisfied. The feeling of penetration in his chest gradually lessened. One's heart seemed to be back in the middle of the body. That feeling of life after a robbery. He didn't know how many times he had already experienced it.
Having been under my spell, you still dare to be so disrespectful.
I don't want there to be a next time. Yes, master. I'm not here today because of you, I'm here to inform you that the plan is going ahead as usual. Also your seals, I can lift one for you. After hearing those words, a trace of excitement flashed amongst Zeno's eyes. Everything he experienced in the laboratory. He could hardly forget it even to this day. It was as if that feeling of pain had been incorporated into his soul. It was unforgettable. But he also remembered his gains. 3 seals had been placed on his body. Every time a seal is lifted, there will be a qualitative increase in strength. If all 3 seals were lifted, his strength would reach the 9th rank. And he is still the only 9th order beast master and 9th order martial artist in the world today. With the dual attributes, there are few who can beat him. There were few people even at the king level. Don't forget your mission. The words were like a reminder but more like advice. Zeno nodded his head in a hurry, retracting the joy within himself. The next moment, the figure in front of him suddenly dissipated. Only the dots of fluorescent light at the time of dissipation. But it instantly fell into Zeno's body. A feeling of pain came from all of his limbs and bones. It was as if his body was being bitten by wild animals. At the same time, there was also a heartbreaking pain coming from within the bones. It's starting again. This was the spell that the man had planted for himself. Once it took effect, one would suffer the pain that was nourished by the 10,000 ants eating the bones of wild beasts. This feeling was too unbearable. Zeno fought desperately to resist. His body was constantly rolling on the ground, but it was still to no avail. The pain lasted for an unknown amount of time. Until the time when the feeling completely dissipated. Only then did Zeno gasp for air. What was revealed in his eyes was excitement. After this pain ended, he also sensed that his seal had been lifted. The power had returned. Nowadays, he was able to reach the 4th stage. I'm afraid that amongst the younger generation, not a single one of the top 100 can be his match. Even that eldest brother is no exception. A red light shook in his eyes. At the same time, the sound of a serpent's roar came from behind him. A large snake shadow emerged behind him. If Lin Bai was here, he would definitely recognize it. The big snake behind him. It was none other than the king-level beast blood demon king snake from the safe zone back then. Boom! Zeno turned back violently. His pupils turned into vertical pupils in that instant. These were the eyes of a snake. There was a female disciple standing at the entrance. Obviously the scene just now was caught in her eyes. The female disciple reacted. Panicked, she ran towards the outside. But the next moment, the powerful suction force from behind her dragged her into the devil's cave. Snake nature is lustful. A few strange feelings gradually surfaced amongst Zeno's eyes. A muffled sound came. Zeno bit the female disciple's throat with a single bite. At the time of the mass, snake scales grew on the face of the senior brother she saw in front of her. Chapter 116, The battle is intense. In the middle of the square. It had long been a crowded place, with 10,000 people in the streets. Now that the top 100 had been promoted, who would be able to enter the top 10? Who would be the first of the 4 courtyards? People's voices are mixed. Suddenly, a summoning voice rang out. The Alliance messenger has arrived. The many scholars present were all stunned. What was the situation? An Alliance envoy had arrived in person? It was also at this time. A silhouette walked slowly from the sky. His steps were extremely slow. But with one step, he was able to cross a distance of hundreds of meters. The crowd also saw the true appearance of this Alliance envoy. This person had the appearance of a child. A few moments of majesty inexplicably emerged from his eyes. A powerful aura emanated from his body. Those who were weak in strength could not help but prostrate themselves on the ground. Lin Bai looked at the child and a light of astonishment flashed in his eyes. King level. This was an absolute king level powerhouse. No, it wasn't right. The aura on Dean Long was very different compared to him. Could it be that this was above the king level? What realm was above the king level? Lin Bai hadn't heard of it yet. However, to be able to come from the Alliance. Obviously the strength was not ordinary. Above the king level also seemed to be justified. After all, Alliance emissaries traveled outside. What they represented was the face of the entire alliance. Everyone. The childlike powerhouse's voice was thick. Everyone present could hear it clearly.
This seat is the messenger of the alliance this time, witnessing the name of the top 100 contestants of the 4 courts joint competition, the top 10, in the next few days, will travel to the alliance with this seat to participate in the alliance competition.
Alliance competition? The many scholars instantly boiled over. Alliance competition? The top 10 are going to the alliance competition? I'll go, is this for real? The alliance competition is held once every 10 years.
The purpose is to select the strongest of the young generation in the alliance, and those who come out on top in the alliance competition may be crowned by the alliance chairman himself.
My goodness. Surprisingly, he's going to participate in the alliance competition?
The alliance competition was of great significance. It was held every 10 years and was open to all 108 cities and 136 academy sects in the entire alliance. In fact, there were quite a few cities that only had one academy or sect.
Those like Tianyuan City were especially rare.
Both the specifications and the number of people in the alliance competition were far above the 4 academies joint competition.
That kind of specification. The cultivation level of the Imperial Beastmaster had to be at least the 3rd rank. In the middle of the sky, Chen Tianyi raised his foot and collapsed. A majestic pressure descended once again.
This mighty pressure seemed like a piece of the world.
It just came alive and crushed down.
At this moment, all the scholars present were speechless. Such a majestic pressure had already made it difficult for them to even stand.
Not to mention opening their mouths to speak. This seat does not like noise. Chen Tianyi raised his hand and waved it. Loudly, he ordered.
This seat announces the official start of the top 10 contest.
The list of opposing lists had already appeared on the LCD display. After seeing the list of his matchups,
Lin Bai appeared especially calm.
He was scheduled to fight in the first battle. It was a good thing, it could be a quick battle. After walking up to the ring, Lin Bai also saw the person coming ahead. This person was wearing a purple robe. It looked like he had an honorable status.
From the moment he came up, he had already summoned his origin imperial beast.
It was a heavenly spirit crane. A superior imperial beast. It was capable of calling the wind and rain, and drawing thunder to set up formations. I've long heard that the name of your humanoid beast carries through the 4 courtyards, and today, I've come to learn from you. The visitor had a robust physique. Hovering above his head was a crane bird. Although this heavenly spirit crane's body was white. However, at different angles one could see the colorful and radiant light on his body. Without further ado, let's see the real thing in maneuvers. As soon as the words fell, both sides rioted almost simultaneously. The heavenly spirit crane let out a stirring sound. Immediately after, it lifted its wings and flew on its way. From time to time, the sound of whistling wind could be heard. The sound of rain and rolling thunder could also be heard. Even in a split second to complete the call of the wind and rain and bray. The heavenly spirit crane itself possessed a certain attribute of heaven. It was able to perform this unique means within a certain area. For this level of attack, he had long since seen it before. A light shone in his eyes. Immediately afterward, he summoned his black blade. A ripple of fiery red swept around the black blade. Monstrous flames roared out from the black blade. It was like a running fire dragon. It shattered the lightning. At the same time, the fire dragon almost materialized. Detached from the body of the knife and came out towards that heavenly spirit crane and ran straight towards it. The heavenly spirit crane let out a high cry. Immediately after that, the thunder and lightning rolled in once again. The lightning rolled as if it was an endless riot. In the instant it was held against the fire dragon. Surprisingly, it was a tie. The black blade in Lin Bai's hand shook once again. Dowfrost shot out violently from amongst the black blade, forming brilliant ice cracks. It rushed straight towards the heavenly spirit crane. After this black blade had undergone the tempering of the ice and fire lotus flower, the power it possessed today was already beyond the ordinary. The heavenly spirit crane had already sensed that the attack was not simple. It hurriedly retreated backwards. At the same time, the technique of calling out wind and rain continuously resisted.
The heavenly spirit crane was even charging straight towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai raised his hand to charge the black blade. A cold light flashed in his eyes. Between the swaying of his figure, Lin Bai did not know when he appeared behind the heavenly spirit crane. With a light step of his feet, he was already using the sky spirit crane as a pedal. Waving the black knife in his hand, he charged straight down. There was no suspense in this knife. But before it fell, Lin Bai had already withdrawn his hand. The battle of the top 100 would be blocked by the referee himself, to avoid accidents and casualties. This battle was lost by the opponent. Lin Bai had won without a doubt. At the same time, he had also struck the momentum of the true martial academy. The next battle was much simpler. Chen Hu continued to win in a row all the way with his dominating Black Fury Tiger. As for Han Shui, the cold attribute of her Luan bird had been cultivated to a certain extent. The attacks were brilliant. The opponents were easily crushed without any resistance. In just one day's time, we've already reached 25 people. Tomorrow will be the real top 10 competition. Looking at the achievements of his students. True Martial Academy. Inside the office, Long Jian looked at the several disciples and their teachers in front of him. It was very happy. All 10 of you are good. This is a great possibility for my True Martial Academy to be the first of the 4 academies. His choice in the beginning was really not wrong. There were not only the 6 good seedlings among these 10 people. There were also people like Han Shui who had worked hard afterward. Now 10 of them had made it to the finals. The next thing waiting for them was the top 10. All the people present. They have good and bad relationships. But now at this time, those irrelevant things can also be put down. 25 people have advanced. They, the True Martial Academy, had 10 people alone. The remaining 15. 8 are from the Phaseless Sword Sect. 2 are from the Void Bamboo Academy. The last 5 were from the Heron True Mountain. Long Jian had a smile on his lips. The Dean of the Void Bamboo Academy is going to have a headache. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 117, Secret Luck of the Past. There had always been an open and secret rivalry between the True Martial Academy and the Void Bamboo Academy. There were also quite a few encounters between the two sides. Nowadays this situation, the Void Bamboo Academy would have to be at the bottom. Long Jian laughed out loud. This was now considered a raised eyebrow. There was also someone at the bottom of the 4 courts joint competition. Several people looked at each other. Unexpectedly, the always unsmiling principal at this time would also be this excited. Of course. Long Jian collected his smile. With a straight face, he looked at the several people in front of him. If one of you is able to enter the top 10, you will receive the realm-breaking pill that I entrusted someone to refine. The realm-breaking Dan, regardless of whether one is a martial artist or a royal beast master, will forcibly pull up a class after taking it. Long Jian said and took out an elixir. There was a faint halo of light flowing around this pill. The crowd immediately detected an unusual feeling. It seemed that there was still a considerable amount of might in the middle of the elixir in front of them. Even Lin Bai's hybrid beast detected something different. It woke up in an unprecedented manner. After taking a look at the elixir, it turned its head and slumped back into a deep sleep. A boundary-breaking elixir? This thing was just one of the pills given by Senior Pill King. The mixed beast had long ago eaten an unknown number of them. Today, it was only close to breaking through to the 3rd rank of Imperial Beasts. If other Imperial Beasts were to take this realm-breaking pill, they would forcefully break through their cultivation level. But for the hybrid beast, little old brother, this is not enough. This was the specification of a divine-grade Imperial Beast. As for amongst you, if anyone reaches the top 3 positions, there will naturally be enough rewards. Now that there were only 25 people, there was a lot of hope for this top 10 position. After Long Jian instructed some more for them, several people left one after another. However, there were 3 people who were left behind. These 3 were Lin Bai, Chen Hu, and the woman from the A2 class from before. Long Jian looked at them. There were a few more positive colors in his eyes. The 3 of you are children born and raised in my Tianyuan city and have been able to get to this point. Your talent, strength, is naturally beyond the norm. What I am going to say next will concern the entire Tianyuan city, and is an alliance-level red file. Long Jian's words were flat, but caused the three to tremble at his words.
A Grade 1 red file? The Alliance had naturally had many unknown secrets in its development so far. And among them, the
red file was of a top secret level. To be able to probe the person
must also be a person in the Alliance, and the cultivation is not low. Long Jian has already stated the importance of the matter. If you want to listen to it, then stay here. If you didn't want to hear any more, then you could just leave. The silence of the three represented their choice. Long Jian first sold the story. There was a rumor in Tianyuan City 30 years ago that there was a rumor in my city that was able to allow people to break through the boundaries and achieve the king level. At the sight of the three people being silent like this, a look of ignorance. At such a scene, the corner of Long Jian's mouth twitched. It was also true that it had been more than 30 years. It would have to be something their fathers only knew about. Ahem. Long Jian expressed two coughs to hide his embarrassment. As a matter of fact, the rumors back then were not false. It's just that the Alliance personally came to take over Tianyuan City, and Tianyuan City became one of the few cities that had a military department stationed among them. The source of the rumor at first was my Tianyuan City's unique spirit spring, which ranks as the third of the Alliance's 9 spirit springs, the Earth Sacred Spring. The moment they heard the word spiritual spring, the three people present showed their own different touches. Lin Bai also hadn't thought that there would actually be a spiritual spring within Tianyuan City. It must be known. A spiritual spring was when the spiritual chi of heaven and earth reached its extreme. And only after a certain amount of heavenly materials and earthly treasures had been nurtured could it be born. This one of the spiritual spring is already rare. But because of the heavenly treasures and a variety of reasons under the auspices, spiritual springs also have their own different classification level. The Alliance is currently within the file. Spiritual springs are divided into 9 categories. This is the only recorded 9 spiritual springs in the world of the Union. These spiritual springs, each of them can help martial artists or beast masters to forcibly enhance their strength. It is said that the strongest of these spiritual springs, just one sip, it would allow the beast master's origin royal beast grade restriction to reach the king grade, or even above a king grade imperial beast. It is also for various reasons. Spirit springs have become extremely rare. Similarly, Lin Bai had only heard of it. Chen Hu also knew about the records of the spirit spring within the Alliance. Naturally, he was surprised. I didn't think that there would be this kind of spiritual spring in Tianyuan City. If his black fiend tiger could be nourished by the spiritual spring, perhaps it would be able to break through and touch the threshold of the king level faster. The only girl among the three heard this. There was a bit of longing in her eyes. Her origin royal beast was a storm demon. It was an extremely powerful superior imperial beast. If her Stormbringer could be nourished by the spirit spring, its strength would definitely rise by more than one step. It was even very likely that its own grade would change, reaching a king-level existence. At that time, participating in the Alliance competition would naturally have more hope. After seeing such a reaction from the three of them, Long Jian also revealed a few smiles in a rather pleased manner. That's right. This was the expression he wanted to see. Of course, because this Earth Sacred Spring is a product of my Tianyuan City, it is impossible for outsiders to get their hands on it. Even if people in the Alliance want to touch or use it, there must be an agreement created to do so. After the end of that year, the Alliance and the Tianyuan City reached an agreement. Tianyuan City can send 10 people a year to enter the Earth Sacred Spring in the Spring Nourishment Breakthrough in their own cultivation, and the relative Tianyuan City's Earth Sacred Spring will be under the jurisdiction of the Alliance. And there are other privileges, where Tianyuan City out of the 10 people cannot go through the qualifying rounds directly into the official competition of the Alliance competition. This is also our Tianyuan City unique privileges. However, regarding how these 10 people should be chosen, after many suggestions, it was finally finalized and decided that the top 10 winners of the 4 academies joint competition would be sent into it. Hearing these words, the three instantly understood. Why would the dean go through the trouble of them saying so much? If they were able to compete for the top 10. At that time, what they would receive was not just a pill from the dean. They would also be able to go to the Earth Sacred Spring to be baptized by the spring, enhancing their cultivation. Of course, after talking to you guys so much today, there is no need for you guys to feel any pressure.
For the top 10 places this time, I think our true martial academy should also be able to win some, so there's no need to worry about anything, and I'll give you some instructions when you go through the baptism in the Earth's sacred spring.
This sentence fully embodied the reasoning of wanting to catch the enemy.
The three of them secretly set a goal in their hearts.
No matter what, they had to push their way into the top 10.
The hybrid beast's ascension required heavenly materials and treasures. This earthly sacred spring should be able to be enough to raise the cultivation of the hybrid beast by several notches.
As soon as he thought of this, Lin Bai strengthened his inner thoughts. Chapter 118, Contest.
The earth's sacred spring was a great temptation to him. Once he obtained the earthly sacred spring to nourish him, at that time, his strength would rise to a terrifying level. When that time came, he would be able to deal with king-level powerhouses at a cross-grade level. It would no longer be an empty word. When he thought of this, a few urgent thoughts surged in his heart.
At the same time, Phaseless Sword Sect.
Zeno felt the recovery of his power. A trace of killing intent emerged among his eyes.
The battle in the ring today. He almost couldn't restrain himself to behead the other party.
The bloodthirsty thoughts were getting more and more intense in his heart. It had even reached the point of madness.
Looking at his hands,
the meridians were gnarled and the muscles were thick.
It was like a devil's claw.
The meaning of anger in his heart intensified a few points.
It was all because of that masked man. If it wasn't for him, he could only be trapped in such a field? If not for him, how could he have encountered such a king-level beast?
It's all his fault. He caused me to use my bloodline treasure. He made his breath wither. He was dying.
After being discovered by the people in the organization. After the trial. Nowadays, the origin royal beast is no longer a bloodthirsty berserker.
Instead, it's a king-grade royal beast, the blood demon king snake. But in contrast to that, he himself had also reached a marvelous point. The powerful blood chi provided by the blood demon king snake. It happened to be similar to the blade technique he practiced.
And between complementing each other,
he was now both a third-order martial artist, likewise a third-order imperial beast master. After lifting the first seal
today's strength was even more terrifying.
At this moment, his roughly estimated strength had already reached that of a fourth-ranked martial artist and fourth-ranked royal beast master.
Moreover, he also possessed a king-grade imperial beast.
His strength was far too much stronger.
But it is also relative. Every time a seal is lifted,
one would suffer the pain of bloodlust.
That kind of suppressed pain is like wanting to get food.
His heart for the mysterious person who forced him to get to such a field in the first place more and more hate.
After awakening at the beginning.
After awakening, he experienced all the experiments in that laboratory.
He was still unforgettable.
He wouldn't forget the spells he experienced today either. Incantations were a class of forbidden spells that were banned by the Alliance.
These things are only for pagans. Once a spell is used, everything about the person under the spell is in the hands of the person who cast it.
Whether it's his life or his soul.
Under such circumstances, there are no human rights to speak of. That's why he didn't dare to take offense yesterday.
With one's own strength, there was no way to undo the spell. The only way was still for the person who cast the spell to lift it himself. But the difficulty was too great.
As soon as he thought about it, he let everything be blamed. Caused him to become this inhuman and ghostly root cause. Must find each other. Kill him. Oh no.
It's too cheap to kill him just like that. Let the other party repay him for the pain he experienced.
He looked at the photo on the table. The anger in his eyes increased.
A mournful hissing sound also came from the blood demon king snake void behind him.
And the main character of that photo was none other than Chen Hu. For that person back then, he had an extremely deep impression.
But the Chen Hu in the photo clearly did not match. After all, Chen Hu's height was already 1 meter 9 and nearly 2 meters. The difference between such a huge body type and the original was too great. However, the king-grade royal beast Black Fury Tiger itself was a trait attribute. Even if the other party was not the one who had set himself up in the first place.
But no matter what,
the king-grade royal beast Black Fury Tiger was also enough to enter the top 10 ranks.
bringing the other party to the designated area. It was also considered to be completing his mission. Phaseless Sword Sect, in front of the Patriarch Hall. This time, in the four courts joint competition, no matter what, you have to win the top 10, the further ahead, the better it will be for you. The Phaseless Sword Sect's Patriarch looked at the Sword Sect's eldest disciple in front of him. There were a few moments of relief in his eyes. For this great disciple of his, he couldn't pick any faults. The only bad thing was that he was too lazy. The person in front of him was the one who fought with Lin Bai. However, he was forced to interrupt Gongsun Lu. Sovereign, don't worry, now I can use my full strength, right? The Patriarch nodded. The reason why Gongsun Lu was not allowed to use his full strength before, it was because once his sword spirit body exploded, the power was too enormous. Even he would be injured under the slightest bit of inattention. Such strength. In the entire four courts, none of these disciples would be able to block it. That's why he personally planted a seal for Gongsun Lu, preventing his sword spirit body strength to explode and affect others. But now this time, there will be referees at the top 10 tournament. Each of these referees has a strength of around the 9th rank. With them around, they would naturally be able to deal with them easily. That was why he allowed Gongsun Lu to lift the seal. The Phaseless Sword Sect Patriarch raised his hand. A sword chi emerged from his palm. The sword chi just landed on Gongsun Lu. A force as majestic as the sea suddenly erupted. This endless sword chi exploded violently as if a bomb had collapsed in only a split second. Within a meter of Gongsun Lu's body, a vacuum area was formed where the sword chi swept away. Seeing this situation, the sovereign's face smiled even more. The chances of success were too great this time. At the same time, the Tsong Lung True Mountain. The old man stroked his beard, looking at the two disciples in front of him. Among my purple cloth lineage, the only two left to advance are currently the two of you. I don't have high expectations of you, and there's already someone at the bottom anyway, so don't have too much pressure. The Heron True Mountain had more than just the two people in front of them who had advanced. But within the sect, the rules were strict and there was a difference in rank between disciples. So the only ones that he truly valued were just these two in front of him. As for his so-called bottom of the barrel, it was naturally the Void Bamboo Academy. Void Bamboo Academy's competition this time could be said to be humble to the extreme. Only a few people from the entire staff have advanced. I'm afraid that they will be completely eliminated in the first round, and there is no possibility for them to be in the top 10. Void Bamboo Academy. At this moment, numerous students were suffering the wrath of their dean, due to the heavy relationship between the top 10. The 3 days were specially arranged to rest. 3 days later, in the midst of the many students watching, the final battle data of these people also appeared above the huge display screen. Due to the fact that the order of this competition will be completely disrupted. So it was very likely that it would result in a civil war within the same academy. Lin Bai was facing off against a blue-clothed disciple from the Tsong Heron True Mountain. It was only after the other party realized that his opponent was Lin Bai. Surprisingly, he chose to abstain in a rare manner. Just like that, Lin Bai had become the first person to enter the top 10 so far. And the top 10 people would also have their names appear on the list. Hurrah! The first place on the list was Lin Bai. To actually meet an opponent who abstained? Lin Bai even helplessly twitched his mouth. Although he was known as a humanoid beast. But he wasn't this terrifying, was he? It was so invisible. On the contrary, it also highlighted Lin Bai's own terrifying strength, as well as his prestige. The battle quickly ended, and the remaining middlemen were next promoted to the top 10. Chapter 119, Fighting Hui Yunfeng again. Above the square, an old man walked slowly into it. The old lord of this was quite old. However, the aura emanating from his body made it impossible to ignore. This was an 8th-ranked powerhouse. It is up to me to announce the top 10 list, ranked in no particular order, only the order of advancement. Lin Bai, Gongsun Lu, Jinhu, Zhe, Hui Yunfeng, Li Pingping, Wang Qi, Zheng Jianhan, Yi Jing, and Han Shui. This top 10 ranking just appeared. It naturally attracted a lot of discussion from the many students. Even those teachers discussed with each other. My Phaseless Sword Sect's eldest senior brother is truly formidable and extraordinary. That humanoid beast actually scared his opponent into automatically forfeiting in the first round. A king-level imperial beast is truly extraordinary. I have no problem with him advancing to the top 10. Teacher Song, I think this Han Shui entered your ace class in the first place by virtue of that Lin student. I didn't expect her to be able to become one of the top 10, so it seems that she was really well taught. True Martial Academy had a special rule for this type of competition. Regardless of which class the disciple was from, as long as they were able to enter the top 10, the class teacher would be rewarded in one way or another. According to this situation today, their ace first class had entered a full 3 people. This time, this teacher Song was afraid that he would be able to earn until his hands were numb. Song Lan also laughed twice at this. For Han Shui's efforts, she naturally saw it in her eyes. Even though all the major academies had their own representatives entering them. But this was the biggest dark horse among them when it came to Han Shui. In fact, Han Shui's own origin Imperial Beast was nothing more than a middle-ranked Imperial Beast. It wasn't enough to qualify for the ace class at first. Or Lin Bai used his own future as blackmail. Only then was Han Shui barely able to enter the ace class in exchange. Han Shui herself came from the Han family. Although the Han family is not very famous, but it also has a certain strength base. Under these conditions, Han Shui was the second generation of a wealthy family. With regard to cultivation, Song Lan has always treated everyone equally. It doesn't matter what you are, the proud son of heaven, or the son of a rich family. In her this must all practice. That's why Han Shui was tortured by Song Lan. Her own strength has made considerable progress. Of course, she wasn't willing to stay behind others. When Lin Bai joined the Ace Class 1 together with herself, she had also suffered from the cold eyes of the people around her. In order to prove herself and also to live up to Lin Bai's expectations, Han Shui herself broke into the top 10 with her own strength. Of course, this in which Lin Bai helped her. The credit for removing the impurities of her own Luan bird's bloodline resides in a high degree. But it corresponds. If you don't have your own hard work, how can there be such progress today? Lin Bai alone helped the origin royal beast bloodline remove impurities. He hadn't been able to reach this point. Of course, this is one of the things. Luck also accounted for a large part of the credit. She didn't draw the seeded players from other academies. Nor did she make it to her own academy's teammates. Holy cow, of the top 10, he True Martial Academy accounts for 4 of them. It seems to me that their True Martial Academy, this time, has the potential to win first place in the 4 academies again. That's really something. The top 10 of their Void Bamboo Academy is one that didn't go up. Don't worry about it, this time there are sects on the bottom of the line. Between the crowd talking and laughing, Void Bamboo Academy had already been labeled as weak. In response to this, the crowd of their academy could only be helpless. After all, there wasn't that strength. On the stage, they also ushered in their opponents. The order of sparring appeared. Lin Bai saw his opponent. He couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, turning his head to look at his opponent. And at that moment, Hui Yunfeng also felt something in his heart, turning his head to gaze at Lin Bai. The two of them, they had always had all sorts of beefs before. Whether it was in the safe zone or in the academy, Lin Bai had suppressed Hui Yunfeng at every turn. Hui Yunfeng was such a pampered young master. Naturally, he wouldn't be satisfied with this. Hui Yunfeng had always acted in a domineering and brutal manner. He didn't expect to meet someone like Lin Bai. So naturally the two sides had a lot of conflict. Both sides had been ranked in the top 10. This was a fight for the top spot. Since they were facing each other, and there was no way they would admit defeat, both sides had the idea that they had to fight. Soon, both sides had arrived above the ring. Humph, I admit that you are indeed very powerful, but so what? Today's me is already transformed and different from the past. How long do you think you can last in my hands? Hui Yunfeng lifted his hand and a powerful force erupted once again. Lin Bai, after today, your and my grudges will be erased and you can honestly submit to my feet. As soon as the words fell, the berserk force once again invaded. Lin Bai sneered. I'm still begging for it. Bothering him like a fly. The tiger was also angry. The black blade in Lin Bai's hand emerged once again. Bloodlight emerged from the blade. Then he slashed out.
Just one slash forced Hui Yunfeng back alive. Hui Yunfeng didn't have time to be surprised.
The next moment, the black knife slashed again like a gale. Each slash was full of strength. Of course, these were all the weight of the black blade itself. Almost 30,000 kilograms. The opponent was still only a royal beast master. The royal beast was not a king-level royal beast like Chen Hu. How could he possibly resist? Blade after blade just swung down. At this moment, Hui Yunfeng was like a sandbag. He was being held down and beaten by Lin Bai. Hui Yunfeng retreated back and forth. But the next moment, Hui Yunfeng had already piled up his strength to slam his fist towards Lin Bai. It was also at this moment. However, Hui Yunfeng realized that everything in front of him had become somewhat empty. Lin Bai had already appeared behind Hui Yunfeng at some point. The black knife in his hand swung down again. Only it wasn't the blade. Instead, it was the hilt of the knife. It just smashed into the other party's neck. Boom! This blow. It hardened Hui Yunfeng into a deep sleep. This slash wasn't able to seriously injure him. It just made him fall asleep. From the beginning to the end, Lin Bai only used a short instant of effort. Hui Yunfeng hadn't even summoned the origin imperial beast. He had already fallen to the ground. The battle ended so easily. With regards to Lin Bai's maneuvers, the people present were not surprised. He was a martial artist himself. A martial artist had a natural advantage when dealing with an imperial beast master. However, the prerequisite was that the Imperial Beast Master's Imperial Beast hadn't been summoned. Obviously Hui Yunfeng had been taken down like this by Lin Bai as if he were a piece of cake. It had already made many people doubt the authenticity of the match. Why was Hui Yunfeng such a dish? In fact, Lin Bai had a head start. Just now the breath to judge. Hui Yunfeng was already at the 4th level. Although I don't know how it was raised. But it's better to fight quickly. 4th rank ferocious beasts as far as the current him was concerned. Although he was able to fight it, it would inevitably use up a lot of stamina. Nowadays, this battle would not allow for a break in the middle. Chapter 120, Battle against Chen Hu. At the same time, the battles on all sides also ended one after another. Chen Hu, relying on the strength of a king-grade royal beast, also quickly knocked down Li Pingping. He easily advanced. It wasn't easy for Han Shui to make it to the top 10. This time, the god of luck didn't favor her. Her opponent was Gong Sun Lu, the eldest brother of the sword spirit of the sword sect. Gong Sun Lu was ruthless. But remembering that the other party was a woman. And it wasn't easy. So there wasn't too much ruthlessness. He just waved a sword chi between his raised hands, while forcing Han Shui back. Sword in the hand to strike again. A sword conveniently stood in front of Han Shui's eyes. Only the distance was too far. But with his strength, he could also manage to kill with one strike. After seeing the huge gap in strength between the two sides, Han Shui took the initiative to admit defeat. And at this moment, the top few places had also been contested. Now the top 5. Even if it's 2 against 2, there will be one person's turn. The top 5 are Lin Bai, Gong Sun Lu, Zeno, Chen Hu, and Luang Qi. Luang Qi is the female disciple from Ace Class 2 who was in Long Jian's office earlier. Now the top 5. The True Martial Academy held 3 seats. Phaseless Sword Sect held 2 seats. Song Lu True Mountain and Void Bamboo Academy didn't have anyone in the top 5. Now it was the bottom 1 and the bottom 2. There were also people standing in line. The next step was to see which academy would be able to compete to get the title of the number 1 academy. The one with the biggest clamor was True Martial Academy. After all, the other 5 occupied 3 seats alone. Such a position could already be said to be as terrifying as it was. The possibility of them winning would also be very, very high. Could the True Martial Academy continue to be the first of the 4 academies from the previous year? Or would the Phaseless Sword Sect take the first place? Everything is full of unknowns. After all, despite the numerical superiority. But both sides of the respective disciples have their own differences. Until the last moment, no one could be sure of the success of the battle. With the end of this round of draws, Lin Bai also saw his opponent. A hint of shock flashed in his eyes. The one he was going to face off against was his former hairdresser, Chen Hu. Zeno was playing against Luang Qi, the sword sect senior brother, the one with the greatest appeal from the phaseless sword sect. Was the one who entered the round? No one expected this character to draw a blank. In contrast, the most interesting thing to watch was the duel between Lin Bai and Chen Hu. One was a martial artist who was called a humanoid beast. The other was a royal beast master who possessed a king-level royal beast. The battle between the two sides was simply remarkable. Lin Bai looked at the hairy man in front of him. There was some silence in his heart for a moment. He had never thought that he would one day fight against his own hairy little one. Until the moment both sides stepped into the ring. Lin Bai was still in a bit of a trance. Could it be that it was going to be a war like this? Chen Hu had a few smiles on his face. It's fine, it just so happens that I also want to take a good look at how big the gap between you and me is. This sentence seemed to be a joke. But in fact it also relaxed Lin Bai's emotions. Ha, first things first, but don't bring a rush. With Chen Hu nodding his head. The battle between the two sides had also been drawn out. True Martial Academy Lin Bai. True Martial Academy Chen Hu. Please instruct me. Both sides struck out at the same time. Chen Hu's power today. Without utilizing the origin Imperial Beast. It was already a rare existence among Imperial Beast masters of the same rank. The two had grown up wearing the same pants as children. How could Lin Bai not know what Chen Hu was thinking? Under a punch-to-punch. Both sides had already seen the difference. Lin Bai himself loomed large. He even had the strength to lunge forward and throw a few more punches. However, Chen Hu appeared to be particularly serious. His body was constantly falling back. Who would have thought that such a strong physique would be knocked back so much by Lin Bai, who was half a head shorter than him? Blasting back so much with one punch. I'll go, is the gap between the two sides really that big? I was questioning the possibility of a humanoid ferocious beast before, but now it seems like what was said is true. So powerful. A humanoid beast, well deserved. After seeing the gap between each other, Chen Hu also summoned his own Black Fiend Tiger. The Black Fiend Tiger roared as the ancient Fei's own pressure descended. Lin Bai loomed large. The aura on his body surged. A monstrous golden light rushed up. The Black Fiend Tiger looked at the humans in front of him. For the first time, it felt fear for these humans. What? How could there be such terrifying strength? The last time he was seen, it was still a royal beast on him that could have such terrifying strength. The Black Fury Tiger that was promoted to the third stage already has the IQ of a human. Today's IQ was equivalent to some teenagers in their teens. It was only then that it was able to more clearly feel where the fear of Lin Bai came from. This is the suppression of the bloodline in the body. For the deepest fear, the Black Fiend Tiger almost subconsciously stepped back. Wanted to leave this place. When he felt that the Black Fiend Tiger beside him was able to be so afraid. It wasn't just Chen Hu. The many scholars present were also dumbstruck. My gosh, with just a mere pressure, he has already forced that King Great Imperial Beast back alive? Holy, is this real? Did you guys see that Black Fiend Tiger would actually retreat backward? Could it be that he really is a ferocious beast in human skin? Unlike the shock of the crowd present, Zeno, who was still in the middle of the match, had a great light in his eyes when he saw that monstrous golden light. With a chop of the long sword in his hand, while forcing his opponent back, he won in an instant. As soon as he rushed out of the ring, Zeno saw that bright golden light. There's no mistaking it. There must be no mistake, it's him. This golden light and this familiar pressure. Even after he died and turned into ashes, Zeno would never forget it. Can't it be that the person at the beginning was the Lin Bai in front of him? This golden light he wouldn't forget. But at the same time, he also remembered the Chen Hu who was fighting against Lin Bai on the field. Wasn't his origin royal beast a Black Fury Tiger? Plus the Lin Bai in front of him. His weapon had always been a black blade. This black blade was covered in golden light. Wasn't it the same golden blade that he had seen at first? Between the flashes of lightning and fire, everything that was scattered was instantly connected. So it was. I didn't expect my enemy to be right in front of me.
Everything from the beginning kept reverberating in his mind. A red light flashed in his eyes.
He almost couldn't restrain his full power from exploding out. Ha ha ha. The heavens have eyes.
Letting himself meet him.
You have to live well. Let me kill you with my own hands. So what if the other party is able to force back a king-level imperial beast? I wish I could whip him in the next ring. Kill him off. Zeno eventually withdrew his anger.
There were still numerous king-level experts present.
There were them here. He didn't have full certainty that he would finish his opponent off. But faster, the next plan would be much easier.
The fear of the origin royal beast was felt above the ring. Shenhu also froze. He knew that Fei Chan might have grown a lot during this period of time.
But it didn't tell him to grow this much, right? This was also too powerful, right? Chapter 121, Martial God Projection. Lin Bai didn't pay any attention to his own best friend's expression. Instead, his body was completely blooming with golden light. It was like a lotus flower.
At the same time, his body's strength had climbed to the peak. Between the power surges. Just the majesty has already shaken the Black Fury Tiger back and forth.
After witnessing the gap between the two sides in this situation today,
Shenhu could only helplessly raise his hand to signal the end of his surrender. This battle thus ended under Shenhu's own surrender. A hint of despair flashed through Shenhu's eyes. He had thought that the gap between himself and Lin Bai wasn't going to be very big, but he hadn't expected it. Now Lin Bai was simply releasing the pressure. It had already made it difficult for his own origin imperial beast to withstand it. Moreover, compared to his own punch earlier,
shaking himself hard.
Experiencing a setback, in turn, made the meaning of good victory in Shenhu's heart even more intense.
In any case,
Lin Bai had become a target for him to surpass. Even if he didn't surpass, he had to follow in his footsteps.
Never fall behind. Chen Tianyi, who was witnessing this scene, looked at Long Jian beside him. Interesting, is the martial god's physique so special to cultivate? The titular green lotus chi refining decree was actually cultivated into a golden color by him. At the level of Chen Tianyi. With just a glance, he was able to tell the fundamental origin of many feats. For example, the golden lotus flower in front of him.
Obviously this originated from the green lotus chi refining decree. However, it was unknown how the other party had practiced it. Surprisingly practiced into a golden color.
Interesting.
Long Jian was also in a daze. He also hadn't thought that when he had passed on his power to Lin Bai, it had actually allowed him to cultivate into a golden color.
Could it be that it was going to become the golden lotus chi refining decree? Interesting. Chen Tianyi let out a loud laugh. This time, the alliance competition was interesting to watch.
I didn't expect this martial god physique to be really special to cultivate. Over at the Alliance Academy, I heard that a few good seedlings had recently emerged as well. Although it wasn't the martial god physique. But they are also among the top ranked among the martial arts systems.
I wonder if there are any that will surprise him? Now that the top 3 have already competed.
The next step was for each of them to fight for the name and see who was the leader.
Chen Tianyi was still in the middle of his thoughts.
Suddenly, he felt a strange fluctuation coming from the token at his waist.
This was someone summoning him. To be able to possess his summoning token. Or summon from amongst the Alliance's specially issued tokens. Obviously, it was someone from the higher echelons of the Alliance. Chen Tianyi couldn't care less.
Turning into a stream of light, he flew towards the distance. Long Jian, who saw this scene, also subconsciously followed. The two were senior brothers. There was the relationship of the Alliance's first academy.
Even if the Alliance's people detected it, they wouldn't say anything.
The two were very fast. In the blink of an eye, they arrived in a secret room. This place was specially left behind in the layout of the Four Courts joint competition. It was exclusively for the use of people from the Alliance.
As soon as they stepped into it, Chen Tianyi removed the token hanging from his waist.
After sensing that it was out of control, the token immediately flew into the air in front of him.
It immediately flew into the air in front of it. Immediately afterward, under the watchful eyes of the two, between a fluttering of the token, it transformed into a projector.
A figure accompanied by a majestic aura suddenly descended.
This aura was just exposed.
Long Jian, who was following behind, nearly stumbled and fell to his knees.
So strong. It was just the aura that was projected. It was able to make him in such a sorry state. One must know that a projected aura is less than 1/12 of one's own aura. This was the projected aura in front of him, yet it was able to cause such a powerful sense of oppression on him. This is by no means a king-level existence. Is it a saint level? No. It's not saint level. Teacher is the saint level. The teacher doesn't have such a terrifying pressure. It's a god. A god-level imperial beast master? One that can have this strength. Which god-level royal beast master has come out of the gate? This powerful pressure. It made Long Jian unable to raise his head at all. However, the next moment a projected voice was heard. Where is True Martial Academy's Long Jian? This voice Long Jian would not forget. Reminiscing about it, he had even spoken to the other party a few months ago. As soon as he thought of the other party and then associated this up to ask his own words, Long Jian trembled. I don't know whether it was excitement or fear, but still respectfully opened his mouth. Late generation Long Jian, greetings to Lord Martial God. Although the surface was unperturbed, but his heart had long since exploded. Martial God, ah? This was the pinnacle of the martial path. Even a divine imperial beastmaster wouldn't dare to do anything to him. I heard that you have some kind of joint tournament of the 4 academies this time? Reporting back to Senior Martial God, exactly. Feeling the pressure on his body being gradually withdrawn. Only then did Long Jian quietly look up at the projected figure. This person was tall and majestic. The eyes were deep and dark. But with such a glance, it was as if Long Jian was able to see a true dragon looking out of the corner of his eye and a fierce tiger descending from the mountain. The other party stood with his hands bent down. The robes on his body were slim and flowing. Just standing there, one could feel the strong aura emanating from his body. When I first faced my teacher, there was never this kind of terrifying intensity. This kind of feeling, even if it was a projection. It was as if they were facing a side of heaven and earth. This surging sense of heaven and earth was surprisingly so terrifying. Is this the contemporary martial god? That disciple of mine, what is his ranking today? Reporting back to the martial god, he is now competing for the top spot. The martial god smiled with a few smiles on his face. On the occasion of the alliance competition, after that disciple of mine comes to the alliance, I will personally come out and accept him as my disciple. Chen Tiany's complexion was greatly shaken. Both were old monsters who had passed over 100 years. How could he not understand the martial god's mind? This was a public acceptance of a disciple at the alliance competition. Then following up on his own disciple's achievements at the alliance competition. Declaring the world. It was no secret that the martial god was protective of his son. If Lin Bai just had a martial god disciple, I'm afraid that this layer of identity wasn't enough. If he was able to make a name for himself in the alliance competition, at that time, he would naturally be able to gain both fame and fortune. The martial god had really made a good calculation. Yes. Long Jian nodded. Immediately afterward, the projection only dissipated in an instant. An invisible pressure that surrounded the room also suddenly dissipated. Long Jian breathed a sigh of relief. Is this a martial god? Surprisingly so terrifying? Long Jian could hardly imagine that. It was just a projection split. It was slightly more powerful than his own teacher. With such an existence, it was no wonder that the alliance didn't dare to order the other party. Isn't this nonsense? A martial artist, in itself, is to pound the flesh, cultivating to the point of martial king, opening rivers and breaking them is nothing more than an ordinary thing. Within the alliance, besides this martial god, there are 5 martial saints. Once those older generations make a move, even a teacher wouldn't be enough. Chen Tiany came from the alliance and naturally understood these things. Long Jian nodded slightly. His heart was also filled with yearning for the saint level. However, he also understood being able to cultivate to the king level. It could already be said to be the end of the line for many people. I don't know if there is still an opportunity to break through in the future. Chapter 122, Eerie Familiarity. This is the contemporary martial god, the only one in the alliance. A few moments of yearning also showed in Chen Tiany's eyes. Martial gods were terrifyingly powerful. There was no doubt about it.
There is a court elder within the alliance who was good friends with the martial god, and he has revealed that the martial god is not as simple as it appears to be. The martial god had a great chance in his early years, and obtained an emerald parallel twin lotus plant. With his own chi and blood, the martial god melted the twin lotus to refine a bilocation. And regarding this bilocation's appearance and strength, no one in the alliance has known about it for so many years.
Long Jian froze. This was the first time he had heard about this matter. Martial god's bilocation? TSK. Just the powerful means currently possessed by the martial god. It was already enough to make the people of the alliance feel fearful. How strong would that unknown martial god's bilocation be? Could it be that another martial god would appear in the future? It was hard to imagine.
That disciple is very strong, martial god physique. There's not much of a problem in winning first place, since the martial god has personally given the word, then I can arrange to help you send your disciple there.
Although this projection of the martial god did not explicitly say so. But Chen Tianyi was not a pedantic person either.
The martial god was generous. If he was able to obtain some rewards, perhaps he would be able to use this to step through that pass. Even if he couldn't break through to the saint level, at the very least, he would be able to accumulate again for future breakthroughs. There were more than 2,000 king-level royal beastmasters registered in the alliance. There were only 38 saint-level royal beastmasters.
This precise number and the huge difference in numbers between the two sides.
It also showed the difficulty of breaking through to the saint level. At this realm, Chen Tianyi had been stuck for 30 years. King-level powerhouses could live up to over 300 years. If it was a martial king, then the lifespan could increase by a couple hundred years on top of that. However, the breakthrough of a martial king was even more difficult. There were only 55 martial kings in the alliance. Martial artists had a long lifespan, but the possibility of breaking through the boundaries was relatively low.
This was also the difference between the two. Long Jian nodded his head.
Thank you, senior brother. Even if senior brother didn't say anything, he was still prepared to go himself personally.
While the two were in the secret room, above the ring,
the battle had also been fought. The winners of both sides fought each other. At the end, they would then each fight the person whose turn was vacant.
Lin Bai's opponent became Zeno. True Martial Academy Lin Bai, please instruct me. Phaseless Sword Sect Zeno, please teach me. For some reason, upon hearing the other party speak, Lin Bai detected an unusual feeling. It was as if the words had been squeezed out from between his teeth through clenched teeth. The other party's emotions caused Lin Bai to be a little confused for a moment. This should be the first time the two of them had met. But why was it like this? Could it be that they knew each other before? Lin Bai pondered in his heart for a long time and finally did not have a clue. If you are here, then you can rest in peace. The name of the leader. He took it. Zeno also did not talk nonsense. He took out the blood sword. Cold laughter in his heart. No wonder it was the Black Fury Tiger in the first place, it turned out to be a martial artist himself. Ha! Ridiculous. I never thought that I would be beaten so badly by such a brat. Since I met you today. Don't blame me. Even if he doesn't use the Blood Demon King Snake, he has full confidence in taking down the other party. Humanoid beasts? I kill humanoid beasts. The red light in his eyes shook. Zeno had already swung his longsword and rushed out. The longsword in his hand flashed with a dark red light. A sword fell blatantly. Lin Bai frowned. Why did he feel a strange feeling from this person? Lin Bai couldn't tell the source of this feeling. If he said something different. As if he had seen the other person before? What was this weird sense of familiarity? The heart was astonished. Lin Bai didn't want to delay any longer. If he delayed like this, he was afraid that it would breed changes. With this in mind, the black light shook, holding the black blade. A source of unending power attacked. Lin Bai dodged. The black knife split the can and came down. Sparks flew everywhere as the swords collided. Lin Bai did not hold back. The feeling emanating from his opponent made him feel a pang of difference. In the face of such a difference, he naturally did not want to produce unnecessary changes. A knife chopped down, while the other party did not react. Lin Bai's blade in his hand was decisive. It was constantly waved. The knife was like a wild wind.
It seemed to envelop Zeno. This was previously changed based on the flowing light condensation sword technique.
It was full of power. Zeno had been passively dodging.
The killing intent in his eyes was even greater. The battle between the two sides gradually became evenly matched.
Zeno's sword technique was aimed straight at the vitals. It seemed like he wouldn't stop until he hurt Lindbergh.
While both sides were fighting,
in the crowd below, there was a gaze that sized up Lin-Bai.
When it shifted to Zeno,
he frowned.
Zeno, who was still fighting soundly, suddenly had his body stagnate. The heart seemed to have been grabbed in space.
The feeling of suffocation instantly struck.
The world in front of his eyes was a blur. A trance-like state of mind was present.
Yet the feeling of pain was still intensifying. Don't do it.
For simple words scared him into a cold sweat.
It was too late to think.
He immediately raised his hand.
I admit defeat.
Even though Zeno had endured great pain.
But in the eyes of outsiders.
At this moment, Zeno was as if he had experienced a cultivation conflict. The expression was agonizing.
Yet it did not hurt the root. This was the marvelous thing about the spell. From the outside, it looks as if there was a mistake in the practice. And there wasn't the slightest trace of injury to the root. The referee also stepped in urgently and sent Zeno aside to help. Even Lin-Bai didn't react. Surprisingly, it was over so quickly. Looking at his opponent's back as he was sent away,
there was always a slight doubt in his heart.
Who exactly was the other party? That was still unknown. Perhaps he could go and take a look at him in a while. Cultivation went awry. It wasn't so easy to recover. No one expected Sawano would have chosen to give up this match because of a mistake in his cultivation. He chose to give up this match. Then the next step will be to produce the champion. Gongsun Lu slowly stepped forward, looking at this opponent that he had once fought against. Even though it was such a formal match now, but the tattered clothes on his body remained unchanged. The sword held in his arms was more like a piece of crutch for support. Such a person, let whoever looks at it will not think that he is a swordsman. More like a beggar. But to be able to be called the Sword Sect's senior brother was not without reason. Hello again. Gongsun Lu coughed. Do you need to rest? I don't want to take advantage of people. Today's ring battles did not have the same boundaries as the original. The match was in progress. It was also possible to see what was happening in the outside world. Only that transparent boundary was replaced by the referee. Lin-Bai looked into the distance. It was already afternoon. The sun will soon be setting. Feeling the sunlight falling down, he looked ahead at Gongsun Lu. He looked at Gongsun Lu in front of him. Shook his head. There's no need for that, let's make it quick. He knew that the other party was doing it for his own good. However, the previous battle hadn't consumed much power. Good. Phaseless Sword Sect, Gongsun Lu. Gongsun Lu clasped his fists. True Martial Academy, Lin-Bai. Please instruct me. Chapter 123, The Battle of the Swords. Now both sides this was considered to be facing each other again. Only that there wouldn't be anyone to intervene in this match next. They said that what they were fighting for was the name of the leader. As soon as the words fell, both sides immediately charged out violently. The black blade in Lin-Bai's hand constantly flashed with blood-colored light. In an instant, the blade swung out. Gongsun Lu's sword technique in his hand was unceasing. His sword technique was extremely ethereal. And he was a sword spirit himself. He had a natural affinity for the sword. Under the superposition of the two attributes, his swordsmanship was even more ethereal and shadowless. So much so that Lin-Bai didn't even react. Several more wounds mutated on his body. These wounds were all on his clothes. It looked like the sword chi was harsh and forceful. Yet it couldn't hurt the surface of his skin. Even the hairs of sweat couldn't be cut off. His fleshly body today had reached an incredible point. Everything had been enhanced thanks to the hybrid beast. When the hybrid beast elevated, he was able to follow suit. His fleshly body was now as strong as a copper wall. Looking at the sword in his hand, Gongsun Lu frowned. He was very confident in his sword. according to common sense.
Now these few swords down. At the very least, he would be able to see some blood. But today, there was no blood left.
Not even a hair was cut down.
Just now the hand of the sword fell on the surface of the other party's clothes to judge.
It was like hitting a brick wall.
Although he did not use his full strength. But can withstand such power.
It seems to be a 4th-ranked martial artist. Surprisingly, it could be a 4th-ranked martial artist.
To have such strength at such a young age.
Gongsun Lu couldn't help but let out a few gazes of admiration.
At the same time, he also understood.
He could stop holding back his hand next.
His strength was already a mid-4th-rank martial artist. Originally, he thought that he would confront Lin Bai in front of him based on his current cultivation.
It was still a bit of bullying the small with the big. Since the other party was already on the same level as himself.
Then there was no need to hold back. His sword spirit body had long since been completely unsealed. It was just right that he could properly let the other party feel what was the way of the sword. Even though the Lin Bai in front of him was using a black blade in his hand. However, he did not yet have his own in-depth understanding of the Tao of the sword.
Anyone who practiced cultivation. Especially martial artists.
In any case, one must be sure of one's beginnings.
As in the case of Gongsun Lu?
His initial goal in practicing the way of the sword was to go to the absolute top of the way of the sword. After seeing his talent in the way of the sword. Especially when he witnessed the one sword under heaven performed by the sect master of the phaseless sword sect. He understood the goal of this life. No matter what, he had to move towards the top of the sword Tao. It was rumored that there was a long latent sword Tao powerhouse amongst the alliance. The other party's cultivation had already reached the martial saint level. He was also called the sword saint.
That long-lost sword saint. Gongsun Lu had become the target to follow. Even if he couldn't reach the level of a saint. At the very least, he had to break through to the king level. Step by step towards his arduous follow. It was precisely because he had an obsession in his heart. That's why his sword practice was ethereal and domineering. Hidden killings. When he strikes, he has no mercy. Even though the sword is flowing. But the mighty power of the sword is as strong as the power to destroy. Enough to sweep away everything. And his disheveled beggar temperament is very different. Gongsun Lu's long sword in his hand shook. Immediately after the body floating between. As if the bamboo leaves floating in the air. With the breeze. And gradually hide his figure. This is the top-level stance of the phaseless sword sect. Treading leaves with shadow step. The ability to hide one's steps in the breeze. Moving with the wind. Unnoticeable to the onlookers. It seems to be motionless. But in the blink of an eye, you can come closer with the breeze. Just while swaying. He has already arrived in front of him. The long sword in his hand swung out. It's like a galactic trainer. A python spitting out letters. In just a split second. The sword light whistled out. It landed on Lin Bai. As he sensed the tremendous force coming from his chest. Lin Bai's entire body was blasted out. He looked at his chest. Nowadays, wounds fell on this piece of skin on his chest. There was even blood flowing out. Surprisingly, it was such a powerful force? Nowadays, his physical body alone had already reached the 4th-ranked martial artist ground. It was not too much of a bronze wall. However, he was broken by Gongsun Lu's sword in front of him. If it was an ordinary 3rd-ranked martial artist, I'm afraid he would have been killed instantly by this sword. The other party stayed his hand. And this is also a test. To see if he is qualified to be his opponent. Since the other party has done so, then he would no longer stay his hand either. Lin Bai clenched the black blade in his hand. Light blossomed in his eyes. The power of the chaotic golden lotus in his body suddenly erupted. For a moment his entire body seemed to be possessed by golden light. He was surging with monstrous golden light. Holding up the black sword in his hand, he swung it at Gongsun Lu. Gongsun Lu saw the situation. In his eyes, he could not see any emotional fluctuations. The body is still drifting with the wind. In just an instant, it had already melted in the wind. It drifted in all directions. His stance was bizarre. Even Lin Bai was unable to capture him.
But Gongsun always seemed to be able to wield a silver light from somewhere else. Gradually several sword lights formed around Lin Bai. These sword lights were like 10 million swords. At the same time, each of these swords had a powerful strength. As soon as they landed on Lin Bai's body, then the clothes on his body were punctured. Each of these sword marks caused Lin Bai quite a bit of trouble, while he was fighting to resist. But he was also frantically catching Gongsun Lu's trail. He just didn't know what kind of stance the other party was using. He was so quick to disperse, as if there is no trace of the general. The mind just thought. The next moment, the sound of wind whistling in his ears was accompanied by the sound of a sword being swung. As Lin Bai dodged, he also saw Gongsun Lu's figure just floating away in it. No. Not right. It wasn't drifting away. It was a very fast speed. It was moving fast at this speed, almost to the same frequency as the wind. This is extremely demanding on physical fitness. And the wind flow gusts and whistles. The sound of breaking air from swinging a sword was then mixed in with it. Lin Bai gradually closed his eyes. The hybrid beast that had fallen asleep in the middle of his body also slowly stood up. Only the eyes did not open. Instead, it was feeling something just like Lin Bai. The hybrid beast and Lin Bai were one and the same. As the surrounding wind current stirred more and more powerful, a whistling sound broke through the air. Crazy cuts around Lin Bai's body. In just an instant, blood flowed from his body. However, these wounds also recovered in the blink of an eye. His recovery ability was not to be underestimated either. But between the drifting of this blood, it looked as if he had fallen into a disadvantage. Only Lin Bai still had his eyes tightly closed. It seemed like he was feeling something. The wind was howling. It was as if a surging ocean was rolling in. Lin Bai suddenly opened his eyes. The hybrid beast in his body did the same. In an instant both sides seemed to merge into one. The aura of a tiger descending from the mountain surged and exploded. Chapter 124, Absolute Enlightenment. The hybrid beast and him were shaped as one. In a sense, the two were already indistinguishable from each other. The mixed Yuan beast, as a divine-grade imperial beast. The powerful enlightenment it possessed was likewise fed back to its master. Although the efficiency of the feedback wasn't great, but it was enough to satisfactorily deal with such a scene in front of them. The next moment the wind whistled. A figure suddenly attacked. Only this time he had already made full preparations. With the black blade in his hand, he raised his hand to block. The sound of clanging came. The swords collided. This strike he blocked. A trace of shock flashed through Gongsun Lu's eyes, between his footsteps linking together. Then his figure merged into the wind once again. How can it be? Can't it be that he's cracked my clan stance? No. He must be clueless. Even Gongsun Du couldn't help but raise a few suspicions. As the next attack descended again. This time, Lin Bai blocked the black blade with unerring precision in the position behind him. Once again, he blocked his attack. 2 consecutive losses. It made Gongsun Lu realize that his opponent had cracked his means. This was the clan's top body technique. And currently, only he and the patriarch were the only 2 people up and down the entire clan who had learned it. The reason why there are so few. It is because this stance is too difficult to learn. How did the other party crack it? Couldn't it be that this was the Overlord's enlightenment? But he wasn't some special physique. And how did he crack it? The doubts in his heart grew. Gongsun Lu didn't have time to ponder. He saw Lin Bai suddenly raise his right leg. As his right leg slammed downward with vigor, the intense golden light that erupted from his body swept wildly in all directions. It was as if an invisible wave of light was vibrating in the surrounding area. Surprisingly, the whistling winds were all shaken away. Gongsun Lu's figure also emerged from the wind. Witnessing this scene, there was no longer any lightness in Gongsun Lu's eyes. Instead, it was grave and serious. The other party was able to break their clan's top-level stance. It was also able to come up with a method to deal with it. This meant how he had allowed himself to use his full strength. There's no need to try again, you're qualified to make me use my full strength. Gongsun Lu hadn't spoken yet. Lin Bai broke his speech first. facing such an opponent. He himself might be able to use the golden lotus flower within his dantian.
Thinking about this. Within the dantian, the golden lotus flower continued to rotate.
10 lotus petals suddenly flew out.
These lotus petals only turned into springs in an instant.
The power all surged into his body. This was all the power he had used when he had fought that earth-vein beast. Although not all of it was used, but the power he was currently able to carry in his body. It must be at least 6,000 tons. I just don't know if the Gongsun Lu in front of me can block it? When he felt this powerful force, a trace of shock flashed across Gongsun Lu's face. But then he also understood what Lin Bai meant.
No wonder. No wonder.
It turned out that the other party hadn't exerted his full strength from the beginning to the end.
He was still pondering.
A popping sound rang out from his ears.
This is the sign of breaking the speed of sound.
And the sound of explosions sounded one after another. The power of the speed of sound blast was transmitted. Almost subconsciously, the body reacted. Gongsun Lu sidestepped and dodged at the same time. The sword in his hand swung out. A sword chopped away. The sound of clanging came at the same time. It was also accompanied by the sound of bursting. A sword hard against this slash.
Immediately after, both sides retreated backwards almost simultaneously.
The force of the impact also shook in all directions. That protective shield was affected,
immediately revealing its true appearance. Seeing this scene,
it wasn't just the many spectators. Even Chen Tianyi and the others were a little shocked. The power displayed by these two fourth-rank martial artists had actually reached the 7th rank. To be able to beat the shield to reveal its original form, it was at least 7th rank strength. However, after thinking about it carefully, it seemed right. One is a martial god physique. One is a sword spirit body. If one can't fight across so many levels, the 4 words special physique would really be in vain. For those below the king level, crossing levels was not uncommon. When the martial god was at the 5th rank, he was able to suppress a pseudo-king level martial artist. This was also the power of the martial god's physique. Thinking about this, a few smiles appeared on Chen Tianyi's face. It seemed like both sides would be using their full strength next. At the same time, Lin Bai on the stage also didn't expect that his power of at least 6,000 tons. Surprisingly, he was able to be resisted by his opponent. Thinking about this, a belligerent meaning surged in his eyes. Immediately after that, he charged out again. This moment, his stance had a few more moments of the indistinctness that uniquely belonged to Gongsun Lu. Obviously at the same time in the realization of Gongsun Lu pace, he himself also into it began to use up. See this. Gongsun Lu was not surprised. The other party is able to crack means able to use. The strength of the talent can be said to be rare. The sword in his hand swung. All kinds of sword techniques came out. This also made it impossible for Lin Bai to observe and speculate on his sword techniques. He had almost included all the sword manuals of the entire clan. That was precisely why. The ethereal nature of his swordsmanship was simply appalling. Whether it's picking, stabbing, chopping, or hooking, every move had an out-of-the-ordinary effectiveness. And every skill has reached a level that is difficult for normal people to match. So it's this powerful? Is this the sword sect's senior brother? Lin Bai admitted. If it was someone else who encountered him, even if they were no longer talented, there was no possibility of winning. But he is different. Martial god physique. Their so-called innate martial saint body was no joke. Lin Bai paused in his stance. The black blade in his hand swung out once again. As for Gongsun Lu, he also understood Lin Bai's meaning. His entire body's chi power operated in his hands. A sword slashed down. Both of them were shaken back again. Gongsun Lu coughed out a mouthful of blood, laughing out loud. Ha ha ha, too good to be true. Originally, I thought that I would have to go to the alliance competition to be able to use this move today, but now it seems that you are qualified to make me use this tactic. Gongsun Lu put the long sword in his hand and swung it towards the sky. The next moment, a number of seals were struck at the great acupoints of the periphery. As the imprints on the great points of the circumference accumulated more and more, A few more strange blue lights unexpectedly appeared in his eyes. A small sword actually changed out in the depths of his pupils. There was also a roar from his mouth.
Come! Outside the ring.
The countless scholars practicing sword techniques throughout the joint competition only felt a trembling of the sword in their hands. It was as if they were out of control. These precious swords trembled madly. They seemed to be worshipping their master. The body of a sword spirit. It is the sword itself. It can command all the swords in the world. Gong Sanlu was surrounded by a circle of blue halos.
These halos gradually coalesced around him.
The sword fell back into his hand again.
Blue light shone all over his body.
The small sword in his eyes even erupted with a bright and dazzling light. The next moment between the movement of his body has come to the sky. The sword in his hand erupted with dazzling blue light. It was accompanied by an unrivaled aura that suddenly came down.
Chapter 125, The Quintessence of the Quintessence.
Break! The roar seemed to shake the air.
It turned into rolling waves of air. It shook like a lion's roar.
In the air, these brilliant blue lights had already transformed into stern sword chi. Above the ring was as if it had suffered 1,000 knives and chisels.
The ground is not only heavy gullies.
There was even sword chi raging in the air. Every single one of them was capable of killing a first-rank martial artist in seconds.
How can you be so powerful?
Even Lin Bai looked at the sword in his opponent's hand with some surprise. Combined with the other party's performance, he had some guesses in his heart. He had some speculations in his heart.
Could it be some kind of special physique?
Among the special physiques announced by the Alliance, there didn't seem to be any such physique on the other side. It seems that the other party does not have this kind of physique. It could also be one of the unpublished physiques.
Those are extremely special physiques. And rare. Just now a blow.
His original small number of golden lotuses had already been worn down by half.
Now there are 5 golden lotuses left.
The colors were all slightly dimmed. Since the other party is going to use his full strength, then he couldn't hold back either.
With this in mind, the golden lotus flower in his dantian once again rotated.
Between the rapid rotation,
9 more lotus petals flew out.
14 lotus petals blossomed with golden light.
Monstrous power instantly surged into his body.
Like a huge golden energy light mass. The entire person seemed to be bathed in a golden ocean. The golden light condensed into armor.
The black blade in his hand even erupted with intense light.
Between the flashes of light in his eyes, the black knife swung a super short wash of blue light and chopped away. This strike completely shattered the shield. That 9th-ranked old man hadn't yet returned to his senses. He saw a figure rushing forward. The old man was just about to block it. After seeing that it was a child figure, only then did he silently withdraw his hand.
The Alliance emissary had already made a move, so who was he to add to the chaos?
It was none other than Chen Tianyi.
The excitement in Chen Tianyi's eyes did not diminish.
He then raised his palm and pointed it towards the sky. Immediately afterward, a blue light flashed in his eyes. A surging power that seemed to come from the desolate ancient earth suddenly descended. Behind him, his origin imperial beast also appeared. That imperial beast had a dragon's head and snake's body, covered in scales, with a slender and flexible tail. Its eyes were deep and mysterious.
It was as if it could see into everything.
It carried a huge aura on its body.
This feeling was quite powerful even when compared to the ancient Fae. This is the ancient remnant species. Prisoner Bull.
This imperial beast resembles the prisoner bull, one of the 9 sons of the dragon in the Chinese mythology before the cataclysm.
According to many records, this beast is also named the prisoner bull. One of the 9 sons of the dragon. King-level imperial beast.
A roar shook the surroundings.
Also, as the roar rang out, Chen Tianyi's large hand violently pressed downwards. An invisible barrier was suddenly formed.
As for both parties, they were also affected by a huge force that was difficult to resist. They flew backwards to both sides. Both of them suffered their own considerable injuries.
Gong Sanlu coughed blood from his mouth, covering his chest.
He had suffered a considerable amount of injuries. Looking at Lin Bai in front of him, his eyes revealed a few moments of scorn and certainty. For the sake of this small competition, It wasn't worth risking one's lifespan to perform a forbidden technique like that. Lin Bai stumbled despite his body. The corners of his mouth were bloody. But he quickly recovered as before. The recovery ability of a hybrid beast was a masterpiece no matter where it was placed.
The same was true now. Lin Bai let out a miserable laugh and wiped away the blood from the corner of his mouth.
This was a huge loss. The original 81 golden lotuses in his body were suddenly cut down to 14. The strength poured out in full.
The physical body almost ushered in an unprecedented state of weakness.
Fortunately, he had the hybrid beast providing him with a constant stream of compensation. His strength was also gradually recovering. However, there were only 67 golden lotus petals left. Long Jian was somewhat surprised as he looked at his senior brother's origin imperial beast. This was also the second time he had seen his senior brother's origin imperial beast. Due to the general gap in the age of imperial beast masters being on the large side. At the time he joined the division. His senior brother was also nearing graduation.
Back then, it was still at the alliance competition.
His senior brother had displayed his own origin imperial beast. It had received a unified evaluation from quite a few alliance pavilion fellows.
He even achieved notable results in the alliance competition.
At that time, Long Jian had also searched through the alliance's relevant records and literature.
He did not find any record of his senior brother's origin imperial beast.
It wasn't until later in his conversation with his teacher that he realized the name of his senior brother's origin imperial beast.
Prisoner Bull. One of the 9 sons of the dragon. Ancient relic. In the middle of the sky. Chen Tianyi stepped into the air, looking at the traces of the battle between the two.
The ring in front of him had been completely blown to smithereens by the terrifying might that erupted from the sword and blade.
Sure enough,
the martial god physique and sword spirit body were both one of the special physiques. It was understandable that they were so powerful.
A few smiles surfaced on Chen Tianyi's face.
Turning his head, he looked at the crowd present.
The results of this 4 courts joint competition are already known to this seat.
The many scholars were each boiling over as well. They were also eager to know who was the leader of the 4 courts joint competition. According to the situation just now, Lin Bai's chances of winning the championship are very, very high up. Chen, who was confident in Lin Bai. Han Shui beside him wasn't concerned about the situation today. Instead, she was worried about Lin Bai's injuries. Until she saw the blood at the corner of Lin Bai's mouth gradually dissipate. When the wounds on his body also gradually recovered.
Only then did she let out a sigh of relief.
Nowadays, Lin Bai was wearing a tattered shirt.
He looked almost no different from Gon Sun Lu. The two of them actually have a little bit of a difficult taste at the moment.
Song Nan looked at the two people in his heart, but also cannot help but worry about it.
I don't know how Lin Bai's record is.
Even if it is a martial arts god physique. But when faced with such a powerful opponent, there seems to be a lack. Between the thoughts in his heart.
The people present also saw Chen Tianyi raise his hand and make a move.
A huge lifting force dragged that person into the sky.
Standing beside Chen Tianyi.
After seeing that person clearly, a cheer went up from the people in the True Martial Academy. Chen, whose face wore an expression of excitement. Those teachers around Song Lan also threw congratulatory support towards her. Not bad, the leader of this joint competition was none other than Lin Bai. The leader of this joint competition of the 4 academies is Lin Bai.
As Chen Tianyi's words fell, the crowd instantly boiled over.
True Martial Academy had once again successfully defended their honorable achievement. It had become the number 1 of the 4 academies this time.
The Phaseless Sword sect was equally happy. There was no one more miserable than the Void Bamboo Academy.
They were all starting to think about what to do to prepare for the next enrollment.
The impact of the Heron True Mountain was relatively minimal.
After all, because the old patriarch's character was so indifferent to fame and fortune. Not disturbing his state of mind due to worldly disturbances. Therefore, the disciples of the sect were almost as light as a chrysanthemum.
All students, you can enjoy your 3 days of fun. According to the custom. After the end of this competition, the 4 courtyards would come together for 3 days of joint rejoicing. After the 3 days are over, each will go back to their own homes. Chapter 126, Fierce Beast?
Good luck to the True Martial Academy for winning the first title of the 4 academies this time. The academics of the four academies had now discarded their former suspicions. They were all teenagers. To them, this was a 3-day, 3-night revelry. Being able to get away from cultivation was a good thing. Now they don't care about college stereotypes. Teenagers. Always forgetting quickly and caring about enjoying themselves. Woohoo! My brother is number 1 in the 4 academies. My brother is number 1 in the 4 academies. Chen, who drank a few bottles of wine. For him who didn't drink a drop of alcohol. This was a rare occurrence. These few days could be a good time to indulge. Under the premise that no lives were at stake. The teacher won't care about them either. Chen, who drank to his heart's content. Thinking about Lin Bai's achievements. Immediately, he yelled towards the people around him. Lin Bai and the others also cheered among them. For a moment this place became a scene of revelry. While the scene was reveling. In the Zeno room. Shadow-like silhouettes surged. He looked at Zeno in front of him. There were a few smiles in his eyes. Not bad, it's enough to be third. Zeno understood the source of the pain this morning. But he didn't understand why the other party was doing this. Master, my little one has the strength to compete for the top spot. The tone was sincere and fearful. There was quite a bit of speculation. No matter, one of those two is the body of an innate sword spirit. Such a physique is just right to be sent to the lab for those crazy people to experiment with experiments. As for your name, I have another arrangement. Innate sword spirit body? Zeno did not know the reason for this. Nowadays, he didn't dare to speak either. Next is the real big picture. Counting the time, it's almost time for that side to get up. The silhouette looked at Zeno. There were a few moments of thought in his tone. When the time comes, you should remember to bring them out, and there will naturally be someone to meet you at that location. Yes, master. By the way, among the few of them, there is a neophyte of ours here. As he spoke, the silhouette's tone was all playfulness. When the time comes for you to merge inside and outside, this batch of good seedlings will all belong to us. He could no longer imagine. If this batch of good seedlings were sent back, I wonder what kind of commendations they would receive. Especially those few origin imperial beasts. In the middle of the black market, these were also top quality. There were also those few powerful martial artists. It was completely in line with the puppet refining method recorded in the ancient books. Congratulations, master! Congratulations, master! Zeno had a pleasing look on his face. Humble as a lost dog. The sinister poison in his heart had accumulated more and more. When I break the spell, you don't want to live either. Above the ground, a circle of black holes dissipated. The silhouette also merged into it and disappeared without a trace. A knock came from outside the door. Senior brother Zeno, senior brother Zeno. A red light flashed in Zeno's eyes. After seeing the number of people outside the door, he forcefully suppressed the bloodthirsty impulse. There were more than 10 people outside the door. Previously, he had eaten the disciples of the 4 courtyards no matter how much he had taken advantage of the time when they were alone. Now these 10 or so people appeared together. Although he could eat his fill. But it would also increase his own suspicion. Thinking about this, the corners of his mouth hung a few smiles as he opened the door. What's going on? Fellow senior brothers. Senior brother, now that the carnival party wants to invite you to go there to celebrate you winning 3rd place, I wonder if the injuries on your body can be healed? Zeno shook his head. There is no need, this hit is very damaging to me. You guys have this heart, elder brother, thanks in advance. The crowd looked at your eyes, Zeno's face pale and powerless. Also no longer say anything more. After saying a few words to senior brother, the crowd left the place. Just as soon as the door of the room was closed, a strange scarlet color flowed from Zeno's eyes. The chi and blood in his body could not stop surging. Thunderous drumming sounds came from within his body. The blood demon king snake emerged and continuously let out a roar. Ever since he had fused the blood demon king snake back then, his daily food had become fixed to human flesh. Zeno stopped talking. The blood-red light in his eyes became even more intense. The figure flashed. The entire person had already disappeared in place. At the same time, at the carnival party, the crowd was cheering. Many of these teenage boys were drinking for the first time. They were not clear about their own drinking capacity. There were already quite a few people who were drunk until they vomited. Either they were assisted or left the place by holding on to the wall. Lin Bai supported Chen Hu. Chen Hu was drunk for the first time. It was rare to see a drunken look. Along the way, his voice was high. It looked very much like a drunkard. Drink! Lin Bai, why don't you drink? Is it because you don't give me face? Drink! Quickly drink! Lin Bai listened to Chen Hu's vague words. He could only smile helplessly as well. Although he had also drunk a lot. But the characteristics of a martial artist himself. As long as he didn't want to get drunk, it was 1,000 cups. The alcohol he drank was able to be easily expelled from his body. The light in Lin Bai's eyes shook. It was also thanks to him being a martial artist. This huge size of almost 2 meters could also be treated like a toy by Lin Bai. Hearing Chen Hu still babbling, Lin Bai also patiently comforted him. It was also at this time. Lin Bai frowned. He sensed a strange fluctuation. What was this? He had a wide range of perception nowadays. All wind and grass movements within a 10-meter radius were in his ears. It seemed like something was approaching him. He was just about to look around. A roar came from the hybrid beast inside his body. The roar was deafening. Even though the origin imperial beast was inside his body, it emitted a huge commotion. At the sound of this roar, that thing in the darkness of the night was also flying away. Like a mouse seeing a cat. Inside the body, the hybrid beast was roaring. It gradually fell asleep with another snore. The movement just now was like annoying mosquitoes to the hybrid beast. Who was the other party? Now that late night was approaching. It was thought that it was not good. Vomit. The sound of Chen Hu vomiting interrupted Lin Bai's thoughts. Lin Bai took Chen Hu back in a hurry. Watching the two leave. In the middle of the shadows, a huge figure slowly unfolded its feathered wings. Within the eyes, there was only endless rage and killing. Really happy drinking, ha ha ha, continue tomorrow, continue tomorrow. A scholar said goodbye to everyone as he spoke. This place was not far from his dormitory. Only then did he leave alone. But he had just walked not 2 steps. A rustling movement came from behind him. The scholar just turned around. Didn't even have time to send out the sound of screams. A huge black shadow submerged his body. Half of his body fell to the ground dripping with blood. Amidst the shadows, the huge black shadow tore at the corpse of this scholar as if it was savoring a delicacy. A few moments of clarity gradually returned among the pupils of his eyes as well. At the same time, in the room of Lin Bai's 2 men, getting Chen Hu into bed, Lin Bai input his own true qi into it. For the other party to cultivate his body. The cultivation of the body soon took effect. Chen Hu's feeling of nausea was much less. He also stopped babbling and just fell into a deep sleep. Lin Bai was staggered. The wonderful use of true qi. On second thought, he recalled that he had just encountered that thing. Chapter 127, Undercurrents. What the hell was that thing? The mixed beast's thoughts at the time were clear to Lin Bai. It was an annoying fly. Nowadays, the students of all the major academies are relaxing, yet such a thing has appeared. Lin Bai couldn't help but think about it as well. That strange blood aura and shocking aura that seemed like a ferocious beast. But how could a ferocious beast exist within this area nowadays? Cultivation had reached this point nowadays. Lin Bai's sense of these auras was extraordinary. In his perception, the aura of the origin imperial beast was similar to that of a ferocious beast. The aura of an origin imperial beast and a fierce beast were diametrically opposed. The former's aura carried a hint of human gentleness. But the latter was the opposite. That kind of violent and brutal aura would never change. As soon as he thought of this, he then decided to report the matter. He immediately dialed the dean's phone. "Dean, sorry for disturbing you late at night." There was a slight silence on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then came Long Jian's voice. "HM? Lin Bai, what's the matter?" For a king-level powerhouse, there wasn't much difference between sleeping and not sleeping. After Lin Bai recounted all the events one by one,
Long Jian on the other end of the phone also realized that the situation wasn't right. Are you sure that everything you saw was real? It wasn't a hallucination you had after drinking? For this point, Lin Bai was very sure. As a martial artist himself, it was simply impossible to get drunk on alcohol. Naturally, there was no such thing as an hallucination. Long Jian pondered for a moment. A little bit of gravity gradually appeared in his eyes. This matter can never be put in the open and above board. Send personnel to investigate. Subconsciously, Long Jian had already included this matter in the category of infidels. That was the case with the group of pagans in the beginning. They had the aura of ferocious beasts on them. And the origin imperial beasts were not originally recorded in the archives. Their origin imperial beasts could be replaced arbitrarily. But after replacing it, that berserk aura was no longer hard to hide. I didn't expect a pagan member to come out of this? Long Jian's heart couldn't help but feel a little worried. At the same time, a bit of anger built up in his eyes. His child had lost his life in the hands of these pagans. For this gang of lunatics, it was impossible for Long Jian to stay his hand. No matter who it was, once it was determined, let him catch it. It might be executed on the spot. Thinking of this, he also decided to take action himself. As he put on his clothes afterward, the golden lion's origin imperial beast shadow emerged behind his back. His entire body flew through the air at an extremely fast speed, rushing towards the direction where his senior brother was. Golden light shook within a pair of eyes. His distance was too lofty. Even some imperial beast masters who possessed flying bird-type origin imperial beasts, after obtaining the ability of their own imperial beasts, they were unable to see him in the air. This was what made a king-grade royal beast master so strong. Not only could they step into the air and any existence below the king level, as long as he didn't want to, then no one would be able to detect his existence. Not to mention that nowadays, he was still at the peak of the king rank. Just a few moments later, he arrived at the place where his senior brother was. Senior brother Chen Tianyi slept in a daze. Even though his cultivation was strong nowadays, however, he still maintained his previous routine. Looking at the visiting senior brother in front of him, there was some confusion in his eyes. A suspected pagan presence has appeared in the city. A simple sentence. It already made Chen Tianyi realize that the situation was not right. Can you notify the people on the military department side? Long Jian nodded. The military department side has already tightened their defenses. Chen Tianyi sniffed. Between the movement of his mind, the origin imperial beast silhouette emerged behind him. An endless profundity also spread out within his eyes, as it was as if they were capable of judging sins. You have done well in this matter, and have not alarmed that gang. Let's explore in this, the aura of this gang of pagans. You and I have felt it. Don't change the time of the revelry for these 3 days. Choose your beloved together to see if you can catch them, and at the same time, you have to step up your precautionary measures here in case they take advantage of the chaos from it, and turn those disciples against them. The terror of the pagans. It wasn't their strong and bizarre means. Rather, it was that ability to compel people's hearts that was too appalling. According to the story of the man they arrested. According to those who were arrested, that student had only been with the pagans for 3 days. He was completely tamed. Even to death. The origin of the imperial beast sacrifices to help their pagan lord escape. This is the terror of the pagans. Such an existence was tantamount to a terrifying cult. Chen Tianyi was in the end someone who had seen great scenes. It quickly deployed everything. Yes. Whether or not the heretic was making a big move was unknown today. But with his current half-step saint-level strength, even if that group of pagans came out in full force, sending those few kings of theirs against himself, there was no chance of winning. A half-step saint level was always more powerful than a king level. Moreover, he still had the magic treasure brought by his teacher. Just like that, the apparently endless night of revelry continued. Only there were a few more guards amongst the crowd. They were the ones who didn't participate in the revelry from start to finish. Just looking for something. When there was no trace of anything in the end, they left in a hurry, immediately moving towards the next target. These movements were also watched by the shadowy figures.
and about the pagans appearing. From the beginning to the end, only Lin Bai, Long Jian, Chen Tianyi, and a few of their inner circle knew about it. The rest of the deans of the 3 academies were unaware of this matter. As the morning light broke, tonight's exploration came to an end. The crowd had found nothing. Those students also went back to their rooms to rest. As for Lin Bai himself, he also started cultivating. He had an extremely large amount of black crystals. He had already purchased countless precious herbs on his way here. Not to mention that there were also some ferocious beasts around the 3rd rank in that mirror space. All of them were provided to the hybrid beast as nourishment. It was also under the pouring of a large amount of resources. The hybrid beast had risen to the 3rd rank. For the hybrid beast to continue to ascend, it would still require a huge amount of heavenly materials and treasures. Moreover, the Earth's sacred spring was very much to his liking. If he could enter the Earth's sacred spring to cultivate, then the hybrid beast would be promoted to the 4th stage. At that time, when he went to the Alliance to participate in the competition, can be said to be full of confidence. Regarding the matter of the pagans, after Dean Long explained the seriousness of the problem to him, he was also secretly wary in his mind. He also told the duo of Han Shui and Shen Hu about this matter. Underneath this night of revelry, however, there was a slight undercurrent of darkness. It was as if a mountain rain was coming down. In Zeno's room. Damn fools! The throbbing pain in his heart kept coming. The limbs and bones were accompanied by termite gnawing, as if the bones of the entire body were being chewed. Pain! Pain! Zeno roared. His body was twitching continuously. Do you know what you've done, being disrupted by you like this? Our plans will have to be rearranged again. How many years of calculations have been lost just because of you? Chapter 128, Returning to the City. Zeno kept hissing in pain. The blood demon king snake within his body was also roaring continuously. Red light flashed in his eyes. There seemed to be some sort of giant beast around his figure that overlapped with it. It looked like he was in a state of madness. Only after seeing this scene did the black shadow stop its spell. Humph. If it wasn't for the fact that you're the only 3-in-1 experiment nowadays, I would have broken you into pieces long ago. Zeno heard this. It was as if he had grabbed the last straw. Rolling and crawling, he came to the other party's body. One by one, he cawed out loudly, thanking the other party for saving his life. The black shadow's words were not wrong. Zeno's situation at first was extremely complicated. Among his body, his own origin imperial beast bloodthirsty berserker had not completely dissipated. Moreover, the blood demon king snake was also integrated within it. The 3 streams of consciousness were constantly impacting his physical body. The flesh was on the verge of collapse. It was still the pagans who used extraordinary means that the bloodthirsty fiend was able to integrate into his flesh. His body and the bloodthirsty demon's body became one. He could freely switch between the beast and the human body. As for the blood demon king snake, it successfully became his origin beast. Just like that, he became an extremely special existence. His physical body and the bloodthirsty fiend were fused into one. The origin royal beast was even a king-grade royal beast, the blood demon king snake. His body was able to freely switch between bloodthirsty demon's beast form and his own body form. That bloodthirsty desire. In addition to the blood demon king snake, there was also the attribute that his body originally came with. It was also under this circumstance. He had to eat human flesh on a daily basis. Otherwise it would be possible to survive with. The feeling of intense pain also continuously tortured his body. That's just it. Originally the organization had said that they weren't going to start that plan to exterminate the city, but you brat is the one who sabotaged our actions. In that case, the plan to exterminate the city can be brought forward. Exterminate the city? Even if it was as arrogant as Zeno in general. Upon hearing those 2 words, one could not help but have their eyelids jump. Thinking of something extremely terrifying. The city extermination tragedy more than 30 years ago. It was because of what happened back then that people understood the horror of this gang of heathens. This gang of lunatics. Zeno cursed in his heart. But on the surface, he didn't dare to slack off in the slightest. When you enter the Earth's sacred spring at that time, you can summon me out through this thing to lift the seal for you. The black shadow threw the orb in his hand to Zeno.
Zeno hurriedly went and picked it up.
The orb was metallic.
It didn't seem like much.
However, it was possible to perceive a powerful force of origin from it.
Yes, master. Zeno nodded his head in a hurry. As for your matter, if this matter is successful you can make up for it, but there won't be any rewards.
They had worked hard for years on the plan. If it wasn't for the fact that there were multiple filings. I'm only afraid that it would have been literally exposed by this guy by now.
How many years of scheming?
And to have it all go down the drain. He still has to find a way to make it up to the old guys.
It's all because of this idiot. Thinking of this,
the power of the spell surged in his hands once again.
Sawano once again endured the pain. After a series of miserable screams,
the black shadow withdrew the spell.
With a cold snort, disappeared in place.
Sawano, on the other hand, was tortured and fell to the ground in agony.
Damn it! Lin Bai, Chen Hu. And you too. When my spell is lifted, I'm going to break you all into pieces for eternity.
For the next 2 days,
Zeno didn't dare to do anything.
On the one hand, he was afraid that the dark shadow would come after him again. On the other hand, he also detected that the situation was not right. It was also understood that this group of academy people started to move to clear themselves. It was naturally impossible for him to be exposed at this time. The 3 days of siege passed in a flash. As of the last day there weren't any suspicious people. And they also ushered in the time to return to the city. After seeing that there were no results, Long Jian's heart sank. It seemed that the other party was hiding extremely deeply. It might be among the students. But there were many students today. There was even less of a way to distinguish these heathens. He didn't dare to go out easily. This time, returning to the city was still each in their own way. In full view of the 3 major academies, Long Jian waved his hand. His heaven-breaking ship was once again summoned. Chen Tianyi looked at this heaven-breaking ship with a brilliant light in his eyes. Senior brother, this heaven-breaking ship of yours isn't simple. If you put it in the auction, those few old guys would be afraid that they would snatch it up like crazy. Long Jian heatedly smiled. When he initially built this flying ship, he had spent a lot of energy. How could he sell it easily? Of course, the other party was also joking about his attitude. In full view of everyone, the true martial academies crowd rode on this incomparably racy heaven-breaking ship. After returning to Tianyuan City, Lin Bai and the few of them were also summoned over. Nowadays, the opening of the Earth Sacred Spring still requires 2 days of effort. I'll pick you up within the academy 2 days later, so the few of you will go there with me, but there are a few things I need to talk to you about. This matter of the Earth Sacred Spring. No one else can be told, and if it is discovered, then the Earth Sacred Spring qualification will be immediately cancelled. In addition, the Earth Sacred Spring can be said to be almost unlimited. How much spring water you can draw from it as a root for your own cultivation is up to you, but you may not take it away. The 4 were clear about the seriousness of the Earth Sacred Spring. Each nodded their heads. Early in the morning of the second day, Lin Bai and Han Shui traveled to the Han family together. I didn't realize that the pill refiner in the first place was actually yourself. You even had to hide this kind of thing from me. After Lin Bai refined a grade-breaking pill for Han Shui understood. She didn't need to bother other pill refiners at all. She could ask Lin Bai to help her refine pills to aid her own ancestor. She also understood why Senior Pill King valued Lin Bai so much. It was all because of the other party's talent for refining pills. This kind of person was truly a demon. Wherever he went, people would grab him. Lin Bai heatedly smiled. That's what I said, but there's something I have to make clear. I can't show my true face, so you'll only be able to address me as a senior when the time comes. Han Shui wasn't sure what Lin Bai was playing at. But as long as he could save his own ancestor, it didn't matter. The next moment, Lin Bai then pulled out the mask that he had obtained from Yi Qingsheng back then. He had already asked the dean about this mask. The name was 1,000 Masks. It was something that was left behind by a king-level powerhouse several years ago. The mask was slipped onto his face. Almost in an instant, his face underwent a strange change. A face was pinched at random as if it were a mask. It became a stranger. Cold Snow was surprised at the change in Lin Bai. I didn't expect Lin Bai to have such a means of being able to hide his true appearance. The two of them arrived at the Han family compound in between conversations.
Dad, Mom. As Han Shui called out. A couple also came out of the room. Just as soon as they saw Han Shui,
their faces immediately raised a few smiles.
Chapter 129, Smashing?
I've long heard that our good daughter has now captured the top 10 title. This will get quite a few rewards all of a sudden, right? For the matter of the Earth's sacred spring. The city had always had a news blackout.
But there were always exceptions to everything. There were also quite a few powerful families that knew the inside story. Obviously, the Han family was not amongst the powerful families.
The only ones who know about the earthly sacred spring are the Hua family and the Yi family. Only the Hua family and the Yi family are aware of the matter at the Earth's sacred spring. Both families had more than 5 king-level powerhouses.
Haha, that's for sure. Don't look at whose daughter it is.
In front of her family, Han Shui resumed her usual young daughter's posture. Han's father also noticed the middle-aged man beside his daughter.
Shui-er. This is?
Han Shui had a smile on her face, looking at Lin Bai in front of her. Under the effect of the 1,000 faces, the other party had changed in addition to his appearance. Even his age had changed quite a bit. It looked like a middle-aged appearance. Mom and Dad, this is the alchemist I found for old ancestor. The other party is able to refine 9th rank pills. The 4 words 9th order elixir illuminated Lin Bai's identity. Those who were able to refine 9th rank pills. One could almost be said to be a step away from being a king-level alchemist. It was one step away.
Father Han and Mother Han raised their eyebrows at the words. So it's a 9th rank alchemist. I wonder what is Senior's name? Hearing the word Senior,
Han Shui on the side hid her face and snickered. Lin Bai coughed twice.
Already, he was used to pretending to be a senior.
His face didn't turn red and his heart didn't skip a beat.
My surname is Bai.
Let's cut the small talk short. Take me to see how your Han family's old ancestor is doing first, right?
After hearing these words,
both of them were stunned. There were a few awkward smiles on their faces.
Lin Bai sensed that something was wrong.
He was just about to open his mouth to inquire. Only a shout could be heard from inside the house.
Tian Cheng, who's here?
Hurry up and come in, don't delay the master from refining pills for the old ancestor.
After hearing these words,
a few moments of embarrassment appeared on Father Han and Mother Han's faces. Then he spoke with some apologies.
This Master Bai is really unfortunate. My big brother, they only this morning invited a refiner to refine medicine for the old ancestor. Now the old ancestor's situation, the other party has all the understanding. The upcoming refining of medicine also, please. The two did not know what to say at this time. After all, this was a 9th rank pill refiner.
A figure that their old ancestor could not afford to offend.
What qualifications did the two of them have to offend each other?
There's no harm, fellow pill refiners. It's been a long time since I've seen them, so it's a good time to take the opportunity to take a look, and if he can't do it, it's just as well that I can personally practice a pill. How about it? Lin Bai naturally wanted to take a good look at the way these people refine pills. After all, everyone's way of refining pills was different. Even what he knew nowadays was only the one that had to be taught by the Pill King Senior. As for the rest of it currently, he was still clueless. The other party would actually automatically lower his status to come and watch a bystander practice medicine? The husband and wife were naturally overjoyed. It just so happened that they were also worried that their old ancestor's condition might not be that simple. So that was why they hurriedly invited Lin Bai and Han Shui into the house. After passing through the living room to the room, as soon as he stepped into it, Lin Bai noticed an extreme coldness emanating from the room. Looking up in the middle of the room, there were 7 people standing. Above the bed was lying an old man. Cold air was all over the room. It was already an icy land in general. And the source of this cold air was the old man lying on the bed. Tiancheng, how did you guys just come over? All said that this matter should be. The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a fat body type. Obviously. He noticed Lin Bai. Only then did he stop talking. I wonder who your excellency is. This is the 9th rank pill refiner that Shui brought. Upon hearing those words, the person who was originally still watching the condition of the old man on top of the bed tower let out a cold snort. Walking forward,
This person was an old man in appearance. It looked like he was already past his prime. However, his body appeared to be glowing and full of spring light. Beside him was a young man. It was like a disciple and a valet. Since the Han family is so displeased with the old man, it's fine for the old man to leave, so why spend so much money to discredit the old man? The old man's words were not angry. It made that obese middle-aged man sweat like rain for a moment. He hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Master Luo, which words are these? It's all about my second brother's ignorance, disturbing your state of mind, Master. I hope Master doesn't forget about the past. After this I'll double my previous compensation. After hearing these words, that person who called himself a grandmaster only then eased his face for a few moments. With a cold face, he looked at Lin Bai and smiled disdainfully. Since that's the case, I'd also like to ask Master Han to invite the unrelated people out. Yes, yes, yes. Immediately after that, this middle-aged man came in front of Lin Bai. Master, this. He didn't want to offend both parties right now. But there was no way. On this side, the remuneration had already been negotiated. As for the other side, it was even more unknown what kind of payment there was. I just want to observe your alchemy, what's wrong with that? The other party hadn't looked at him squarely from the moment he entered the door until now. Lin Bai's heart had long held a bellyful of fire. This Master Luo had yet to speak. The disciple beside him raised his nose. With a face full of disdain, quite a bit of his master's style opened his mouth. You also don't take a piss and look at yourself? My master is a 9th-ranked pill refiner, just one step away from being able to step into the king level. His pill refining techniques are especially something you can easily covet? If you hurry up and leave while you're still here, maybe you'll be spared, otherwise you'll immediately be sealed off within Tianyuan City. Hearing such mocking words, Lin Bai frowned tightly. It just stood there indifferently. A few hints of disdain also appeared on his face. When did it become the master's turn to speak and the dog's turn to speak? Just a simple sentence. It instantly suffocated that young man's face to turn red. You. He was just about to argue something. Then he heard his master's voice. This friend speaks well, of course the dog has to look at the master, besides in my opinion you are not qualified to reprimand my disciple. Lin Bai didn't say anything either. Just looked at the other party so faintly. Does your excellency have a certificate issued by the Apothecary Union? Or do you have a record of refining 9th-rank pills? The two questions alone made Lin Bai frown. What a heavenly joke, I didn't realize that after a lifetime of refining pills, the old man is still being taunted by a yellow child today. At your age, you're at most 60 years old, and as far as I know, there's never been any alchemist within Tianyuan City who has refined a 9th-rank elixir at the age of 60. It's the old man me. I was also 103 years old before I succeeded in refining it. Your excellency should stop wooing and barking here. If you don't leave, don't mind if the old man is unsympathetic. Seeing that the other party was silent, the young man also laughed out loud, his voice provocative. I didn't expect that your Han family would invite such an unimpressive pill refiner to bash my master's field. What a big nerve. Chapter 130. Excuse me, this is my little old brother. The other party spoke aggressively. Paired with that aura, there was a sense of bullying. At this moment, even Han's father and mother, who had been supporting Han Shui, froze. What is the situation? Didn't Shuer say? Is this a 9th-order pharmacist? Anyone who was a pill refiner would all have certificates issued by their respective alchemist guilds. But why was the other party slow to take it out? Could it be that the other party really didn't have one? Father Han and Mother Han looked at their daughter. A little worry could not help but rise in their hearts. They weren't complaining that their daughter had done something wrong. Rather, they were worried that Shuer was being deceived by the other side. Even the Han family head didn't know what to say. Where did this second brother of his find a pill refiner? I wonder where he fished it out from. Why couldn't even speak clearly? Not to mention that he couldn't take out a pill refiner's certificate. To know. The old man in front of him was the long-established and renowned Master Luo in Tianyuan City. The strength of the other party's half-step king-level pharmacist also let a lot of people tend to rush. One would have to spend a lot of money even if they wanted to find him to refine medicines. This time, in order to invite Master Luo, he has already spent an unknown amount of effort. If this matter of his second brother was to be undone, then not only would his ancestor not be able to save him, Not only will he not be able to save his ancestor, he might even take a lot of things with him.
Second brother, you've really made a mess of things. Both sides were still in dispute.
Lin Bai took out an elixir. I wonder if this elixir of mine qualifies. Master Luo looked up carelessly.
But when his eyes noticed the elixir,
a flash of astonishment surfaced in his eyes. He made 2 steps in 3. Running to Lin Bai,
looking at the elixir that the other party was playing with in his hands.
The light in his eyes shook. It was just the Sang Sang Unlimited pill. Although it was only a 7th order elixir, but now it was able to condense the dandelions. This was already at the level of a 9th rank elixir. Surprisingly, it could be a 9th order elixir? Could it be that this kid in front of him could really refine a 9th rank elixir? This thought just popped up. It was immediately denied by himself. Nope. This is by no means possible.
But the words that he had just said. For a moment, he actually felt a burst of inexplicable shame. But soon he adjusted himself back,
looking at the elixir in front of him. A disdainful smile. It's just an elixir, it doesn't mean that it was refined by you, besides if you stole the elixir, what explanation should be given?
The moment he heard this bull-headed theory from the other party,
a look of astonishment appeared on Lin Bai's face. It was really a good tactic.
I didn't expect that someone would shamelessly say such words.
Interesting. How did this old kid survive until now? A large number of thoughts appeared in Lin Bai's mind. However, he wasn't in a hurry to prove himself. Do you think there is anyone in the city who was able to practice a 9th rank elixir and was able to be stolen by me without any problems? A simple sentence immediately made the other party stop talking. Right. There were a total of only 4 9th rank alchemists in the city.
Each one of them had to give him a few points.
Moreover, these people didn't have the effort to refine a 7th order elixir. And still be able to refine an elixir pattern? Could it be that it was really this kid who succeeded in refining it? For a moment,
this thought took up more and more scope in his mind.
But just in the next moment,
the voice from the disciple beside him, it led his thoughts to the other extreme.
Isn't this nonsense?
I did hear that some time ago, Senior Pill King auctioned off a few born alive pills, so maybe it was you who stole them from it.
Right. It must be so. It was this brat who stole the Pill King Senior's Shang Shang Limitless pill. How bold.
That's right, the one that was auctioned off on Pill King Senior's Pill King Pavilion some time ago was the Shang Shang Limitless pill.
You really have a lot of guts.
The other party's words were loud and clear. It actually carried a considerable amount of pressure between the invisible. It wanted to force Lin Bai to commit a crime.
How dare you? I'm going to report to the city guards to arrest you and hand you over to Pill King Senior to deal with personally.
I didn't expect to be dressed like a man, but behind his back, he's doing such tricks.
The people around immediately began to chime in and they couldn't wait to go and help the Master Luo in front of them. Among the crowd, Han's father and mother were still hesitant.
They believed in their daughter's eyes, but they were worried about their daughter being tricked by others.
In front of their daughter, they didn't say anything. Ha ha ha. Hearing the questioning voices of the people around him, Lin Bai looked like he had heard a heavenly joke. Laughed out loud. Interesting, too interesting.
Looking at the man in front of him with such a demented and maniacal laughter, the crowd had doubts in their hearts.
However, there were also quite a few people with violent personalities.
This place is where the old ancestor sleeps, how dare you disturb the old ancestor?
Immediately, someone rushed forward. The strength of this person. It was a 4th rank martial artist. A small 4th rank martial artist, how dare you wooing and barking? In the middle of the dantian,
the golden lotus suddenly erupted.
The lotus petals transformed into springs of power that dispersed into the limbs and bones. As Lin Bai raised his hand and pressed between the flashes of golden light, the invisible pressure suddenly descended. It was a split second.
The other party was immobilized in place.
A 5th ranked martial artist?
No, it's definitely above the 5th rank. The people present were momentarily a little wary of the identity of the person in front of them.
When they were about to speak,
then they heard the other party take the lead and speak.
Since you guys are so eager to know if I stole it or not, why don't you go ask him yourselves? After saying this, he revealed an expression of sudden realization. Oh right, just by you, I'm afraid you don't have Pill King Sr.'s contact number yet. Wait, ask him yourself. Under the gaze of the crowd, Lin Bai chatted with the person on the other end of the phone for a moment. Then he handed over the phone. After hearing those words, Master Luo's face sank. For a moment there was actually a few moments of fear. Looking at the phone that the other party brought over, he was also a little hesitant. Could it be that this person in front of him really knew Pill King Sr.? No, it couldn't be. Pill King Sr. was highly respected. But the Alliance personally sent him. How could that be possible? A few more strange feelings surfaced in his heart. Should he take it or not? The situation today. The eyes of everyone present were focused on him alone. Not answering the phone meant that he was cowardly. If the other party really knew Pill King Sr., then he would become a clown instead. What should he do? At this time of choice, the voice of a disciple came from beside him. Master, answer it. What are you afraid of? Is it hard to believe that he really knows Pill King Sr.? Shut up. Luo Tao chided the disciple. But in his heart, he had already made up his mind. He snatched the phone with one hand. Hello? Before he could finish his sentence, a voice could be heard coming from the other end of the phone. Hello? Which alchemist are you? I'm sorry, this is my little old brother. He has to go to the Alliance to personally receive his king-level alchemist qualification certificate. I heard that you want to find trouble with him? Why don't you come find me first? I've been idle lately. This voice he could not be more familiar with. It was the Pill King Sr. Luo Tao's knees went weak and he fell to the ground. Chapter 131, The Master. It was this voice. He couldn't be more familiar with this voice. When he first entered the Pill King Pavilion, it was also the first time he saw the Pill King Sr. Luo Tao fell to his knees. With a few moments of supplication in his eyes, he looked at Lin Bai in front of him. Looking at Lin Bai in front of him. Big brother, oh no, master. It's little me who has no eyes, it's me who has no eyes. Luo Tao hadn't even dreamed of it. This brat in front of him would actually be a king-grade pill refiner? Looking at his age, he was only 50 years old at most. Among the Alliance. Because the age span was too large. 50 years old in his eyes is really just a brat. At such a young age. Surprisingly, he is already a king-level alchemist? Could it be that the other party is the heir of those old monsters in the Alliance? If that was the case, he would have messed with the wrong person. At the same time, he felt chagrined at his behavior just now. The only thoughts left in his mind were curses. No wonder he didn't have the certificate issued by the Apothecary Union. A king-grade alchemist had to go to the union in person to have it uniformly issued. Was he really this powerful? How old was he? At this age, he's already a king-grade alchemist. His future was simply unlimited. How could he have offended such a person? Even if he's a half-step king grade, so what? A half-step king-level pharmacist. It sounds like a great success. But even if one really steps into the king level, that also depends on age. Now he is approaching the end of his days. There is no hope of breaking through. Even if he really succeeds. What's the use of being a 200-year-old king-grade alchemist? He would still have to hang on to his life with a bunch of pills. His own cultivation level is only an 8th-ranked Imperial Beast Master. At such an age, to be able to live to 200 years old, it is already considered a miracle. What about the possibility of a breakthrough? At this time, if he could know a king-level pill refiner, ask the other party to refine a 100-year longevity pill for him. Once this 100-year longevity pill is successfully made, his lifespan will increase by another 100 years. The possibility of a breakthrough would be greatly increased. At that time, even if he becomes a king, he would not have to rely on precious pills to extend his life. But how rare is a king-level pharmacist? Even in the Alliance, there are only a few hundred. How is it possible?
The Pill King Sr. was even a king-level pill refiner sent by the Alliance. It was difficult to recognize him. Luo Tao had only heard of each other's names. It hadn't really thought that he would be able to speak to the other party today. Grandmaster, please give me a high hand and spare me. Luo Tao's humble appearance at this moment. Where was there any semblance of arrogance from earlier? Even his disciples were suddenly frozen. The surrounding crowd each looked at Lin Bai like they had seen a monster. What surfaced in their eyes was suspicion and contemplation. Master, what are you doing? Hearing the disciple's voice, Luo Tao was instantly furious. It was all because this villain was flirting from it. Otherwise, he himself wouldn't have offended this master. He stepped forward and kicked his disciple aside. This kick he moved full force. Under a kick, his disciple flew out of the window. Lin Bai saw his opponent's face. Silently, he did not say anything. I want to watch you refine pills. These words seemed like a spring breeze in Luo Tao's ears. The light of essence shook in his eyes. This was to instruct himself. Guidance from a king-level alchemist. Maybe he could use this to refine a king-grade pill. Thus, he would be able to refine a 100-year longevity pill for himself. At that time, he would become a king-grade pill refiner. He nodded excitedly. Wiping his nose in tears, he scrambled to get up. The truth was that Lin Bai just wanted to watch more of the alchemy techniques of the others. This could improve his own alchemy techniques. Likewise, it could also help him advance. Since this trip was going to the Alliance then, perhaps he could take a good look at some of the alchemist's techniques. Strive to break through to a king-grade alchemist. The value of a king alchemist is great. It could also serve as another hidden identity for him. Senior. The Han family head timidly walked over. Judging from the reaction of that Master Luo just now, this one in front of him was even more of a high-ranking person. To be able to make even this Master Luo so convinced. Could it be a king-level pill refiner? If that was the case, then he had offended someone before. Lin Bai just looked at him coldly. And didn't say a word. Yet, he scared the other party to the point of trembling. As if he had suffered a great blow from the heavens. He could only stand in place dumbfounded. As for the sight of the Han father and mother of the two eyes of gold and jade light bloomed one after another, they also did not think that the person in front of them actually had such strength. Let that Master Luo is convinced. He was still groveling so much. What kind of strength did this person in front of them have? To be able to make that Master Luo like this? Could it be that he was a king-grade pill refiner? I didn't expect Schwer to know this kind of character. What a great thing. Maybe their Han family can even take advantage of this. To create a wave of hype amongst the great clans. Trying to get the other party to become their Han family's guest minister. A king-level pharmacist becoming the family's guest secretary. This is a rare thing. At that time, their Han family would still be able to enjoy unlimited glory with this. Thinking about this, Father Han's heart grew more and more respectful of the man in front of him. This room is huge? It's more than enough to place an elixir furnace. With Luo Tao's successful refining, there was also an additional elixir in his hand. And it was exactly the cold spirit pill that this Han clan ancestor needed. What alchemy technique did you use just now? Luo Tao answered honestly. This is a set of alchemy techniques developed by the latecomer himself, and is called by me as the airflow alchemy. In the moment of observing the other party's techniques, Lin Bai naturally comprehended the origin of the name. There were thousands and thousands of pill refining techniques. Each one was naturally different from the other. Although the technique in front of him was created by himself. However, there seemed to be some flaws. Lin Bai pondered for a moment. Something suddenly came to his mind. When the Pill King Sr. made the pills, it didn't seem to be this complicated. Why is your technique so redundant? Lin Bai himself didn't think clearly. Obviously one step could be in places, why did he have to refine so many? And it was also so complicated. This was not like refining medicine. It was more like a kind of playing around. Elder, shouldn't this be? Those medicinal properties are completely different from each other, although they have to be quenched in their own different flames, and some medicinal herbs have to be added to assist. As soon as the words fell, Lin Bai's questioning voice was heard. Why not a different way of thinking, with the same frequency of the flame to quench, only to take out those short quenching time of the medicinal herbs first or not, but a small number of times to put in the medicinal properties completely synthesized on the occasion of the natural can be refined successfully. This technique was of low help to Lin Bai. It was not as good as asking for Senior Wang's technique.
It wasn't much fun.
Lin Bai had just finished complaining when he heard a gasp of surprise coming from the other side.
Chapter 132, The Han Clan Ancestor Awakens.
Many thanks to Grandmaster for granting me the opportunity. From today onwards, I, Luo Tao, will look up to Grandmaster. Looking in front of him, Luo Tao prostrated himself on the ground. Lin Bai was all a bit frozen. What the hell? His alchemy technique was indeed full of loopholes. This was just one of those loopholes. Why did he have to treat himself like this?
Lin Bai didn't even react. Luo Tao's voice sounded once again. Senior, instructing a bystander in alchemy techniques would be like the gift of rebuilding.
If Mr. Luo is fortunate enough to break through as a king-level alchemist in this life, he will definitely pour out his entire fortune to offer Senior.
Just a simple sentence.
It revealed the flaws in his own alchemy techniques.
Such a powerful alchemist. This couldn't put him away. Even if he couldn't become a disciple.
At the very least, he should become a follower.
So young. Must be incredibly talented.
It was the first time Lin Bai had heard of such a statement. For a moment he rubbed his nose in some embarrassment. He then looked towards the other party's Dan furnace.
He walked forward.
After seeing the few pills lying in it, a few moments of contemplation passed through his eyes.
In the case of the Han clan's ancestor, does this elixir work?
Luo Tao spoke. The situation of the Han clan's old ancestor has been all probed clearly by the late generation. It is a cold invasion, and the Han clan's old ancestor had internal injuries in his early years. The reason why he will fall unconscious this time is entirely because of the sudden internal injuries. This cold prana dan is able to completely stimulate the cold attribute power in the body of the old ancestor of the Han family, and at the same time it is also able to repair the internal injuries. I can't say that it is cured, but it can be good for 7 or 0.8%, and when he slowly cultivates, naturally, the better it will be, the faster it will be. Lin Bai also briefly checked the situation of the Han family's ancestor. Cold pill. It was an 8th order elixir. It was indeed in line with the Han clan's old ancestor's current situation. Only that he had some doubts in his heart. Why was it that, from his observation,
almost everyone in the Han clan had considerable damage on their bodies? Han Shui was the only one who didn't. Could it be that it was related to Han Shui's origin, imperial beast?
The doubts in his heart were slowly hidden in his mind. Under Lin Bai's nod of his head, Luo Tao on the side sent the pills over.
It was personally taken by one of the Han family members for their own ancestor. With the elixir just entering the mouth. After quietly digesting it for a few moments, the crowd only felt that the cold air in the room had become a few degrees more dense. Many people who were familiar with the old ancestor's cultivation also understood. This was a sign that the old ancestor's cultivation had revived. The crowd immediately retreated from the room
and blocked off this room.
The Han family's old ancestor was a king-level power.
The power of the cold chi emitted.
It wasn't something they could resist either. Lin Bai was outside.
It was different from the previous attitude of suspicion and contemplation of that group of Han family members. The current him was already the guest of honor of the Han family. Lin Bai had that same blissfully indifferent attitude from start to finish. He didn't change his opinion because of the back and forth attitude of the people of the Han family. He just sat there quietly. His eyes were slightly closed.
It seemed to be recuperating. At a glance like this,
there was really a sense of being a few high-profile people. On the side, the Han family head was discussing something with Han's father and mother. Han Shui herself was on the side looking at Lin Bai in front of her. Unconsciously, a few smiles appeared on her face. I didn't realize that someone pretending to be a senior could only act so much these days. With acting skills like this, it's too bad that they don't go and become an actor. As for that Luo Tao who claimed to be a follower of Lin Bai, he was now standing respectfully at the side. That look was not at all as noble as before, it was more like a personal valet. It was more like a personal attendant.
Suddenly, after sensing the revival of the aura,
his eyes opened. immediately looked in the direction of the Han clan's old man. Immediately afterward, a series of loud laughter sounded in the ears of the crowd.
Old ancestor. It's the old ancestor awakening.
The Han clan's crowd immediately surged into the room.
Lin Bai quietly followed behind them. He also saw the old man. Now it had gotten out of bed.
This old man was very tall, a meter or so.
The body was slim. He was wearing a pure white shirt that was ancient to the extreme. The beard was flowing. His face was full of spring light. It looked like there were a few moments of complacency. Looking at his palm, a sighing expression appeared on his face. I never thought that the old man, today, would still have a time when the withered would springs back to life. Hearing the old man's sighing voice, the Han clan's crowd also swarmed forward. The head of the Han family was the first to open his mouth to congratulate him. Immediately afterward, he recounted the causes and consequences for the old ancestor. From the blandness at the beginning, it gradually became astonishment, until finally his gaze landed in front of Lin Bai. The expression of this old ancestor of the Han family could be described as wonderful. Little Yu's methods are truly remarkable. Please accept a bow from the old man. The old ancestor of the Han family sprinted forward. He then bowed deeply towards Lin Bai. Lin Bai was not formal, but looked at the surrounding crowd. Since you're awake, then we can talk about some payment, how about it? Hearing this, the Han family's crowd all frowned. What was the situation? One must know that the one who succeeded in refining the elixir was Master Luo. The other party was merely guiding some of Master Luo's alchemy mistakes. What does this mean now? Is it possible that he is still taking credit for Master Luo's success? Luo Tao on the side didn't dare to say anything. This senior must have his reasons for doing so. Maybe he can continue to guide me some more. The crowd had their own thoughts in their minds. They then left the place. However, Han Shui was called down alone. The three of them followed the Han clan's ancestor towards the outside of the house. There were 7 turns. In the end, they came all the way to the Han clan's underground secret room. Before entering the secret room, Lin Bai had detected a strange cold aura. This sense of fluctuation was strange. Lin Bai could not understand it. After entering the secret room, the Han clan's old ancestor spoke towards Lin Bai. Little friend, there is no fourth person here. There is no need to hide your true appearance like this anymore. Lin Bai smiled helplessly at his words. This mask was good wherever it was. Whether it was the breath and appearance, even the cultivation was able to completely disguise it. But the only thing that was broken was that it couldn't hide it from a king-level powerhouse. As Lin Bai's hand was placed on his face, a strange green light gradually turned into wisps of green smoke. The mask was also removed by him. He also revealed his original appearance. Since I'm facing the old ancestor with my true face, why don't the old ancestor also tell me why everyone up and down the entirety of your Han family has more or less completely different injuries? The Han clan's old ancestor had long expected the other party to say this. No surprise could be seen on his face. Little friend is really powerful, but also being able to dissolve the poison in my body. Little friend is really strong. Han Shui listened to the conversation between the two. How was it cloudy? Finally, she looked at her own old ancestor. Old ancestor, what are you guys talking about? I've already taken an unknown number of unusual cold prana dan. It's impossible that it would have the effect of dissolving the poison in my bloodline, so I guess everything should also be because little friend added something to that cold prana dan. Chapter 133, The Han Family of the Past. Lin Bai did not deny this, nodding his head. It's not a dissolution, but it's a short-lived suppression of the poison in your body, so at the very least, there won't be any signs of an outbreak within a year's time. The Han clan's old ancestor also smiled bitterly. Indeed. This poison has been following my Han family's bloodline for over 100 years, and it has never been able to be dissolved from start to finish. The Han family's old ancestor sighed. There was nothing in this secret room. All there was a portrait hanging on the wall. When he saw the scene in the portrait, the Han clan's old ancestor's eyes had a slightly ethereal appearance. It was as if he was recalling some past events. He then spoke as if talking to himself. In the past, my Han family was not this surname. Rather, it was Yuan. The Cold River Yuan family, one of the 5 great families of the Alliance back then.
The 5 great families of the alliance were stationed together among the alliance's inner formations, guarding the glory of the alliance for the glory of their own families. The family in the guarding alliance wore dead disciples do not know how many, later in order to mourn them, the casting of the clothing grave are enough a mountain range of more. In which I cold river Yuan family is a great credit, every year almost half of the disciples to be buried in the construction of the alliance war. But did not ever think that the Yuan family is therefore also known as one of the 5 great families of the Yang family misses. Later, after the family's many ancestors investigated, I learned that the Yuan family didn't just lose a lot of geniuses in the battlefield, but was also wantonly abused by the Yang family in the middle of the war. One of the same alliance family, yet they did such a thing that harms the heavens and the earth. However, it would be better to report this matter to the alliance, so that we can be besieged by the Yang family in conjunction with another great family. Pity my Yuan family itself is no genius, plus the face of too big family siege naturally cannot leave the enemy, so it fled all the way. When my mother was on the way to escape by the Yang family planted the origin of the loss of Yin poison. This poison will always follow their own bloodline, even after having an heir can always be hidden in the bloodline. Whenever the awakening of the origin royal beasts, it will hurt the origin royal beasts fundamental. Making one's own lineage completely suppressed, even if one wants to seek a breakthrough opportunity, there is no way to do so. After wandering around, my parents' people finally came to settle in Tianyuan City and founded the Han family in the name of the original Cold River Yuan family. Back then, I also barely managed to break through to the early stage of the king level after fighting 9 deaths, and there was never any possibility of advancing after that. It's because of this evil poison that all the members of the Han family have a lot of damage to their bodies, and I often go into a coma because of this poison. My mother died because of this poison, and she eventually died from it. My father was in tears all day long and disappeared on a stormy night. Since then, I became the new head of the Han family, and after I broke through to the king level with all my might, the Han family was able to stabilize itself in Tianyuan City. Despite the fact that the Han family has many heirs, this insidious poison is left behind on every single one of them, for which I don't have any measures to break it, and that's how the geniuses of my Han family have been buried from generation to generation by this damned poison, and I never thought that I'd see the hope of solving the poison in you. The Han clan's old ancestors' gaze rested on Han Shui. I can tell that the bloodline toxin in your body has been completely dissipated. I've also gone through quite a bit of research on this bloodline poison. The more it's just been awakened, the better it is to remove it easily, and with a poison like mine that has been in place for more than 100 years, there's naturally no possibility of removing it whatsoever. The old ancestor of the Han family smiled helplessly. Lin Bai looked at Han Shui. At this moment, Han Shui had a completely confused expression. This was also the first time she had heard of such a hidden family matter. The expression on her face could be described as intriguing. Lin Bai listened to the story. For a moment, he was shocked inwardly. He had never thought that the Han family had such a past. When he saw the divine light in the other party's eyes, Lin Bai understood. How glorious was the Yuan family back then? The 5 great families of the alliance. What kind of honor was that? Unexpectedly, he had ended up in this situation now. Little friend, thank you for suppressing this 1 year's poison for me. The Han clan's old ancestor opened his mouth. There were a few moments of thought in his tone. From what I've seen, your origin imperial beast grade isn't low, but you chose such a path as a martial artist. I have a secret treasure here that has a strange effect on refining your physical body. Lin Bai didn't speak, nor did he show any expression. The meaning was clear. I want to use this as a condition to hire you as my Han family's seat elder. Han Shui was shocked in her heart when she heard this. The Han clan had several guest ministers outside. But there had never been a seat elder. Seat elder? The Han clan's elder seemed to understand Lin Bai's misgivings. Little friend, don't worry, this seat elder is only needed to save my Han family in times of danger. Lin Bai understood the importance of this in his heart. A time of danger. I'm afraid that even a king-level royal beast master like the Han family's elder had no countermeasures. What qualifications did he have? Little friend, don't need to worry if you can't help. At that time, little friend can just save my Han family's only complete bloodline. These words were a thought transmission. It was likewise one of the means that a king-level powerhouse could perform. Lin Bai was amazed at this strange means in his heart. He also realized a few things about the words of the Han clan's old ancestor. This was to ask himself to preserve Han Shui when necessary. I'm afraid that only the 4 great families were able to make him do so. I'm afraid that there was only the 4 great families back then. After seeing Lin Bai nod his head, the Han clan's old ancestor raised his hand and made a move.
A strange mighty energy surfaced. With his summons. The scroll portrait hanging on the wall flew in. This item is from the hand of an old ancestor of my Yuan family. There are many old ancestors in my Yuan clan, and the peak strength of one of them is a sacred level Imperial Beast Master. If I hadn't been backstabbed by a villain in my clan, and my strength was 10 times less than 1, what would the two families in the district have to fear? Recalling what happened back then, the Han family's old ancestor sobbed. This scroll portrait is from that saint-level royal beast master. It is said that this is the strange scene that the old ancestor saw when he was observing the sky at night, and the royal beast master only felt that he was in the clouds and the mountains when he realized it. But martial artists are different. The more enlightened a powerful martial artist is, the more he or she comprehends it, as if it were a god, as if the water was flowing, breaking through the realm like drinking water. Lin Bai looked towards the scroll portrait. The material of this portrait was unknown. The pigment colors did not have any decay even after many years. The top painting was a night scene. The canyon towered over it, in which the river flowed. A lone boat floated on the river. A silhouette stands with his arms folded, looking towards the starry sky that was intercepted by the towering canyon. Just a glance. The feeling of shock in the heart of the great river suddenly collided. The whole person seems to be lapped by waves. Seems to be in a vast river. With the current drift. A blur in front of me. Turned like a spring breeze. In front of his eyes appeared a heaven and earth that he had never seen before. The fog was dense, the grass was lush. The river was rushing, bringing with it gusts of cold air. Chapter 134, Mind Realm. The cold air rushing above this river. Surprisingly, it had the feeling of being close at hand. It was as if one could touch it in the next moment. It was truly marvelous and extraordinary. At the same time, the sky is dotted with stars. Starlight at the moment actually had a little bright meaning. Looking at these things, Lin Bai's heart for a moment. In addition to shock, there is also a little bit of unknown and inexplicable emotions. Like melancholy, but also like pleasure. This feeling is very contradictory. For a moment it made him a little puzzled. What in the world is this thing? Surprisingly able to bring him such contradictory emotions now. Between the thoughts in his mind, the river rolled in front of him, and he was standing on top of a bamboo boat. This feeling was as if he had become the man in the scroll. The coldness of this river current had already reached below zero. But the river water did not freeze. It was thought that there should be something special about it. Feeling this reckless fluctuation, a few moments of clarity gradually emerged among his eyes. It was as if he had become that strong person from back then. Just looking at the stars in the sky. Between a thought, he just raised his hand. A brutal force violently erupted from amongst his body. The source of this force. It was unknown where it came from. But the only thing that could be judged was that it was very powerful. Even if he used his entire body's golden lotus power. Even if he had the hybrid beasts strike together. It was also simply incomparable to this huge force. What kind of existence was this? Just lifting his hand, this power gave him the feeling. It was as if he was able to split the mountains and cut off the rivers. This feeling is too marvelous. The source of this in the end, what is it? Also at this time, a vision suddenly appeared before his eyes. It was a burst of colorful light. The light passed by in a flash. However, it also gave him a momentary shocking look. Immediately afterward, as the light dissipated, a strange power began to surge into his body. This power did not feel brutal. On the contrary, it was soft and tingling. This feeling was marvelous and unusual. It was as if the other party was slowly fusing. The feeling of comfort brought about also caused a surge of pleasure in his heart. At the same time, the sound of some kind of shackle breaking within his body seemed to ring out. The original state of mind that still seemed extremely complicated. It also gradually converged under this light. A human voice resounded in his ears. To be able to comprehend the Lone Leaf River crossing diagram that I left behind, it seems that a supreme powerhouse will appear in my Yuan family. The Lone Leaf River crossing diagram contains a technique drawn from my life's work. The source of this technique is a martial arts saint in the Alliance. That martial arts saint also walks on this path today, only that very few people know about it. This realm is what we call the Mind Realm.
The mind is ethereal and indefinite, and it is difficult for ordinary people to comprehend it. If you are able to step into the first step of the mind realm in this life, this lone leaf river crossing diagram will be of no use to you, and at that time, you will also become a strong person in the top of my Yuan family. Upon hearing these words, Lin Bai's heart was clouded with doubt. However, very quickly, he organized his thoughts. It seemed that this Yuan family's old ancestor had drawn this picture by referring to the cultivation method of an alliance powerhouse.
Only. What is this mind realm? Surprisingly, it's so ethereal? According to him, is not it that among the alliance who can comprehend the realm of the mind? Only a few people? For his own enlightenment he does not doubt. He and the hybrid beast are one.
When the other party advanced, he also advanced. At the same time, the hybrid beast's own god-level enlightenment could naturally bring him considerable growth. I didn't expect that even he could only barely comprehend this introductory step. It seems that the gap between himself and the other party's expectations is still too far. However, this also proved. For so many years, no one had been able to realize the true essence of this. The world in front of him had returned to normal. That scene remained unchanged. Only just felt it. He was surprised to find a huge change in his body. It was different from before when the mixed beast had forcefully uplifted it for him. This seemed to be his own elevated cultivation level. Nowadays, he had unexpectedly reached a 5th stage martial artist. Hardly crossing 2 stages in a row. Such an ability was too terrifying. The hybrid beast in his body didn't change much. At best, its aura was just a few points thicker. However, the hybrid beast was still at the 3rd stage level. He quickly figured out the reason for this. The one that could trigger such a situation. It was thought that there was only that so-called mind realm. He himself was only at his first glimpse of it now. He had already comprehended so many realm enhancements. If he could truly enter the first step of the mind realm, how terrifying would his strength be then? But the other party also said, mind realm advancement was very, very difficult. It seems that the Genji family's ancestor only managed to reach this realm in his entire life. In order to bequeath his own Gong method. Only then did he draw such a picture. This is indeed a means that only a saint-level powerhouse can possess. Who could have thought that such a picture actually hides such unknown secrets? It is really powerful and extraordinary. At the same time, in his heart, he had a little more yearning for the alliance. I don't know. What kind of terrifying existence would be born in the alliance? Many thanks, Senior. This diagram is of great help to me, so I'll take it away. As for what you just said, I'll definitely do it. Even though the ones Lin Bai had just experienced were slow to say the least. It was as if he had gone through days and years. But the truth was, in reality, it had only passed in the blink of an eye. Such a span of time actually had the feeling of a world in an instant. The Han family ancestor nodded slightly. Under the warm invitation of the Han clan's old ancestor, Lin Bai ate here. At the dinner table, the Han family's old ancestor also announced to the crowd. Lin Bai had become their family's seated elder on this matter. With that, he went home to cultivate. For this picture, Lin Bai went home and also comprehended some of it one after another. But with his enlightenment nowadays, he couldn't even see the hidden realm within it. The difference between the first time he saw it and the first time he saw it was not much. The more you look at the diagram in front of you, the more you see. On the contrary, the more there is no improvement. The more he began to think about the source of the mind realm. Is there any relevant books on the alliance that he can learn from? I think it is also one of the alliance's hidden secrets. The alliance really has a lot of these things. After gathering his emotions, he then put the scroll into his mirror space. At the end of the day, he rested on his knees and exhaled for a while. Then he fell into a deep sleep. Time rushes by. Tianyuan City's military department. Lin Bai's few people had long since arrived here according to Dean Long's instructions at the beginning. Along with them, there were also disciples from the Tsong Heron True Mountain and the Phaseless Sword sect. Under the leadership of the officer of the military department, the 10 people entered the middle of the military department. All the way around. Finally coming to a secret room. Is this year's batch of candidates? It's really something. Chapter 135, Earth Sacred Spring.
The source of the voice was an old man. The other party had a childish face and hair, and his gray clothes were flowing. The aura emanating from his body was that of a king-level powerhouse. The old man swept a circle back and forth over the few of them. Little dolls, regarding the rules of the Earth Sacred Spring, I will reiterate them for the last time. No Earth Sacred Spring water can be taken away privately in any form, and anyone caught will have their cultivation abolished on the spot and be expelled from Tianyuan City. The crowd nodded their heads. The old man took one last look at the few of them. Then he walked towards the wall behind him. This wall looked plain and ordinary. There didn't seem to be anything unusual about it. If you really want to say it, you can only say that there seems to be some hidden lines in it. As if covered by soil. As soon as the old man approached the wall, his hand was already raised. The power contained in his palm communicated with the wall in front of him in an instant. Immediately after that, the lime on top of the wall loosened. The original true appearance was revealed. It was a piece of wall with a full sense of technology, which flickered with various types of luster, full of majestic atmosphere of the silver door. All highlight the seriousness and solemnity of this place. As the old man walked in front of the door, immediately afterward, the origin imperial beast emerged behind him. It was a superior imperial beast, the blizzard wolf. As fast as shadow, as fast as wind. The moment the blizzard wolf appeared, the strong aura struck again. The wall emitted a burst of infrared ray scanning. After scanning over the old man's body, and then one after another, it scanned towards the several people behind him. It eventually ended in a dripping sound. The wall opened to both sides. As soon as the wall was opened, a rich aura came from it. A few people felt relaxed physically and mentally for a moment. It was as if inhaling a few mouthfuls would prolong their lives. Like Han Shui and Chen, who such cultivation. There were signs of a slight loose breakthrough. They have not yet entered it. They could already feel the terrifying power of it. The color of madness appeared in Zeno's eyes. Such a good thing cannot let that gang swallow it all. In any case, he must also think of some methods. Leave some for himself to cultivate. However, Lin Bai's expression was a bit strange. He struggled a bit. In the end, he let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately. He forcefully held down the restless mixed yuan beast inside his body. The meaning coming from the hybrid beast was simple. Eat it. Eat it. Eat it all. This is the hybrid beast. However, he had not expected the hybrid beast to have such a strong desire. It seemed to be stronger than any time before. It seems that this Earth Sacred Spring is really a good thing. Between thoughts in his mind, he had already taken a step forward, approaching towards the Earth Sacred Spring. Several people entered it, passing through the gate and going in to see the scene. It was more like a cave. The mountains on both sides of this stood as if they were life-threatening teeth. And surrounding the long passageway in the center was countless liquids. These liquids in that wall emits fluorescent stone under the flickering with a slight ripple, as if it contains something terrifying. But that powerful aura. However, it made everyone present feel their hearts and minds swirl. This place was an excellent place for cultivation. Just a few short breaths of effort. There were already quite a few people in the crowd who showed signs of a breakthrough. The breakthroughs that the Earth Sacred Spring could bring about were beyond imagination. There had been strong people here. He had broken through from a 3rd Order Royal Beast Master to the peak of a 9th Order Royal Beast Master. Only one step away from being able to ascend to the king rank. It is also for this reason that the cultivation in this place is limited in time. As the gate was closing, an old man's voice was heard. You can cultivate in it for 1 day, and after 1 day you can leave this place after a full inspection. Time waited for no one. The crowd immediately sat down on their knees, started cultivating silently. Zeno walked around for a while. Still decided to cultivate first. Afraid of what? Anyway, this place had a seal laid by a saint-level powerhouse. It can only be broken from the inside out. Even if that group of people were to be more brutal, they will have no effect on themselves. Why don't we wait until we finish practicing today? Then summon them out. Once he thought of this, his gaze couldn't help but linger on Lin Bai for a moment. Damn it! If it wasn't for him, how would he himself be in such a sorry state?
as soon as he thought of his current situation. He then blamed the source of everything all on Lin Bai. In any case, the first thing he would do after his breakthrough was to kill him. And that black fiend tiger. Neither one of those two will leave here alive. The two didn't know what they were about to face yet. They had already started cultivating. Chen Hu's talent was already amazing. Now, under the blessing of the Earth's sacred spring. Just after staying for less than 5 minutes, it had already broken through to a 4th rank Imperial Beast Master. He also released his Black Fiend Tiger. This way both himself and the Imperial Beast were able to improve. It was also a good thing. Han Shui similarly released her Luan bird. It just quietly cultivated. Almost all of the people present were like this. Of course. Except for the martial artists. Lin Bai sat on his knees, cultivating quietly. Looking at the crowd around him, they all released their origin Imperial beasts to cultivate. In his heart, he could not help but feel a little jealous. He didn't dare to release his hybrid beast. With the nature of the hybrid beast to devour endlessly, I'm afraid that this earthly sacred spring would be devoured cleanly by him in an instant. At that time, the Alliance will be blamed. But his physique is just as strong. But his physique was equally strong. He also began to continuously absorb the powerful aura emanating from the Earth's sacred spring, while the crowd was quietly cultivating. Outside the city, underneath the ferocious beast forest, the huge humanoid-like Imperial beast hidden Earth. At this moment, it was speedily wandering in it. In the middle of the Earth, Zhang Tu was like a fish in the water. It can swim freely. It only took a moment. He broke through many obstacles. He came to the depths of the beast forest. And in the middle of Zhang Tu's palms, several silhouettes also appeared. The person in the lead raised the corners of his mouth. If Zeno was here, he would definitely be able to recognize it. It was the one who had put the spell on him. Ha ha ha, who could have thought, the earthworm is born from one egg, or those experts are so good that they were able to project the exact location in front of their eyes. It was clearly an earthworm. It was continuously stirring the surrounding soil to devour the cultivation. Sinful beast! Don't come over yet! The leader lifted the bell in his hand. The bell rang. The worm of the earth seemed to be inspired by something. Surprisingly, the ghostly spirit towards a few people close. Looking at the huge hidden earth in front of me, as well as a few figures within the isolated space in his palm. The worm of the earth even rose a few submissive thoughts. He hissed madly, trying to resist. However, as the other party's bell continued to shake, the earthly worm eventually let out a helpless roaring sound and completely submitted. Come in. The leader once again changed into a tiny orb. As the orb was thrown into the middle of mid-air, the earthworm was forced to enter the orb. The earthworm could change its size at will. Sometimes it can be the size of a finger. Sometimes it can become hundreds of feet. And this must be the ability to reach the 7th level to be able to master. Chapter 136, Black Clouds. With this 8th ranked earthworm, the next operation will be much easier. The leader looked at the metal orb in his hand. Inside this metal orb, there was a 10-10 cubic space. If it wasn't for that damned fool, experiment number 1, we wouldn't have had to personally come here to recover the earthworm. The tall Imperial Beastmaster beside him. There was a few moments of anger on his face. Indeed, it's a stupid bastard, even his own bloodthirsty desires can't be dealt with cleanly, what a waste, but his physique today is very special. He has the physical body of a bloodthirsty berserker and at the same time is able to visualize his own human body. Furthermore, its origin royal beast is still a king-grade royal beast blood demon king serpent. If we let him be sent to amongst the headquarters, I'm afraid that he would get a treatment no less than ours. So what? His body was planted with a spell by me, but where it is not a saint-level powerhouse's hand, it will never be wiped out. And how can we possibly invite a saint-level powerhouse for the sake of such a piece of trash? Not to mention their headquarters. Even on the Alliance side, there were only a handful of saint-level powerhouses. Not to mention that for their headquarters, the other party was already a member of their pagan religion. How could the Alliance side send someone to help him? So at this moment, Zeno didn't know. He wanted to remove the spell. Was a complete fantasy in their eyes. With these things, in the next step we can wait quietly, as long as the signal comes out from his side, we can immediately strike. The most important point of the great battle between the two sides was not the amount of equipment. Rather, it was the top battle power. Take for example the current intelligence he had. There were 2 half-saint level experts amongst Tianyuan City, together with those of the family ancestor class. There were a total of 27 king-level existences within their city, despite the large number of these people. But the truth was that most of them were frighteningly weak. The only truly strong person was perhaps the military chief of the military ministry, or the dean of the true martial academy. As for everyone else, they were all too inadequate. It was at this time the person in the lead suddenly sensed a strange aura descending. An excited light then appeared within his eyes. He was not the only one. The few people beside him also similarly sensed the influx of power. This feeling was as if a piece of heaven and earth were drumming. Suddenly, the earth in front of him was crazy and rolled to the sides. It was like a road giving way, greeting their true master. Under the gaze of several people, an old man strolled from it. His speed was extremely slow, but each step was able to span a distance of hundreds of meters. In just an instant, he had already arrived in front of them. Upon seeing the visitor, excitement appeared on the faces of several people present. Teacher. The person in the lead hurriedly stepped forward and respectfully paid his respects. The old man was at the sight of the other party. Some joy gradually appeared on that originally serious face as well. I didn't expect that the headquarters side would send you over this time. This leader's name was called Chenbojin. As for his teacher, the teacher's real name was unknown to him, but he knew a title name given to his teacher by those in the alliance. Crack old devil. This time, the matter is quite solemn on the side of the headquarters. The headquarters also said to me that this time, it's to fire our first shot towards the alliance. If we do well this time, in the future, our actions in the alliance will be greatly smoothened, and maybe we can even incorporate all of those drifting clans into it. Old Devil Clef spoke without avoiding the few people beside him. He had traveled the world all his life. He had only taken in this one disciple. This was his successor. It would naturally take a lot of effort to cultivate it. And these things to do him as one of the people in charge of this matter. More should know. While the master-disciple duo was talking, several other people looked at the old man in front of them. Some of them recognized the old man. This person was the first-level wanted criminal on the Alliance's most wanted list today. Crack old demon King Shang. Today's action, according to you, it should be almost ready. The main target of this time you and I both know. Let those cannon fodder go and give free play to it, in order for me, master and disciple, to have a good reckoning of the next action. This sentence Crack old devil through his own voice transmission to tell the disciple. This matter about the headquarters side is also strictly guarded. There was nothing wrong with him letting his disciple know about it. But if it was heard by others, he was only afraid that the walls would have ears. Yes. Under the initial intentions of several people, they soon arrived at the base camp of this operation. After seeing the arrival of the cleft old devil, the few strong men sitting in this base camp also rose in a hurry. So it's old brother Wang himself who has come. At first, I was saying that this operation was feared to be a disaster. Now that old brother Wang is in attendance, it seems to be a sure thing. The other party was one of the few saint-level powerhouses over at their headquarters. The difference between a saint level and a half-saint was like a cloud of mud. This was why even the alliance, there would be numerous powerhouses who were stuck at the half-saint stage. Until their lifespan is cut short, they are unable to break through. The gap between the two is too great. The opportunity to break through needs to be equally large. That's why a saint facing a half-saint, he could easily destroy them with the lift of his hand, regardless of the number. Hearing this, Split old demon King Shang laughed out loud. This operation will also depend on all of you, and after success, you are all clear about the compensation on the headquarters side. The crowd present precisely cheered. There was such a saint-level powerhouse in attendance. Their next chances of victory were too great. The corner of Wang Shang's mouth also raised an evil smile. At the same time, he could not help but lick the corners of his mouth. Tianyuan City was already in his pocket. At this moment, Tianyuan City was still as quiet and peaceful. Many colleges were still practicing hard. And the military department was still rehearsing as usual. Only the guards on the walls of the safe zone. At the moment, they are gazing at the coming black clouds in the distance.
For a moment his face was gloomy. This period of time.
The military department and their safe zone defense had increased their manpower too much.
This was a very bad omen.
Especially with the dark clouds coming in front of them. In turn, it added a sense of urgency of a large army and black clouds pressing down on the city. This feeling was marvelous.
Chen Xiaoran, the guarding general of the safe zone, saw the scene.
A few moments of gravity also surfaced among his eyes.
Has anything unusual come from the garrison within the fierce beast forest?
The personal guard beside him was about to speak. However, he suddenly stopped.
He was not the only one. Even Chen Xiaoran as well as the many safe zone soldiers present did the same.
A red light surfaced before their eyes. The large red light almost shielded the entire city wall of the safety zone. And in the middle of that demonic beast forest, 12 pillars of red light rose at this moment. 12 blood light signals. This was a city alert order at the highest level. There is a huge change in the demonic beast forest.
Chen Xiaoran's face changed. Thinking back to something that happened more than 30 years ago. The Beast Tide. Chapter 137, Internal and External Divergence. Earth's Sacred Spring. This place was in a cave. It was still generally secluded today.
There was no turbulence whatsoever. It was as if the years were quiet.
The crowd experienced nearly 20 hours of cultivation in it. Despite sleeping.
But one could also still feel the aura being absorbed from it by oneself. And then transformed into their own strength. This feeling was too marvelous. Then if one could stay here forever.
I'm afraid that the increase in cultivation would become increasingly cumulative.
Nowadays, there were already quite a few of them who had broken through the barrier. For example, Chen, who was already a peak 4th Order Imperial Beast Master. It was only one step away from being a 5th Order Imperial Beast Master. This was already approaching that level of Songlan. His King Great Imperial Beasts should have had such talent in the first place.
As for Han Shui,
she had only just managed to enter the 4th rank of Royal Beast Master.
From the Han family's ancestor.
Lin Bai had also learned about the strength of the Yuan family's talent. The people of the Yuan family.
Their cultivation was far more powerful than their peers.
It was only Han Shui who had interfered because of the insidious poison in her bloodline before.
So it was delayed a bit. The enhancement wasn't that great anyway. But it could still be described as formidable.
The strength of the other few people had more or less increased. Among them, the one with the greatest increase in strength was Gongsun Lu.
It was Gongsun Lu.
His strength had already reached the 5th rank of martial artist. At the same time, the power that he could grasp was also more sufficient. It was as if he could turn into a rain of thousands of swords with a single movement of his mind. This was the terror brought about by his sword spirit body. Lin Bai's improvement had in turn become the least amongst the few. Nowadays, under the nourishment of the geosynthesis spring, his strength had only just reached the 4th stage. His strength had only reached the early 4th stage.
It wasn't good enough.
But he was clear that his strength had doubled again today.
However, he also understood that at this time,
if he were to release the hybrid beast and just open his mouth and suck it in, then his strength will be doubled several times again. But once the hybrid beast appears, it will be troublesome. The attribute of devouring everything is not sure if it will really swallow the entire Earth's sacred spring.
At that time, who would he look for to justify? This is the Earth's sacred spring, one of the 9 great spiritual springs in the world. If it was really absorbed by him alone, it would not be easy. After completely absorbing the limit of what he could accept today, Zeno opened his eyes. His strength was now sealed by this damn seal. Even if it was raised any further, it would always be stuck in it as well. And the power of the Earth's sacred spring absorbed by itself was like a torrent that had broken through a dam. It keeps piling up. As long as the seal is lifted, his power would once again see a surge. It was still early today. But it's enough. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be in this situation today. Speaking of which, I've already killed all the people who took part in the operation. You 3 are the only ones left. Now it's time to accompany them. You should have died a long time ago. But I've saved you for now. Now you'll be my stepping stones on the road to power, won't you? Thinking of this, he immediately got up. The crowd also noticed his actions, but didn't care. There were also quite a few of them who needed to digest in place because they had absorbed too much power. Like a martial artist would practice their own set of techniques. A few drills would be enough to completely digest the power. The crowd did not care. Instead, they each continued to cultivate. In one step, he walked behind Yi Jing. Upon sensing that there was someone behind him, Yi Jing just turned to look back. A few streaks of silver light flashed by and then landed on her limbs. Immediately after that, Yi Jing let out a miserable scream. Ah! The sound of a miserable scream pulled the crowd's thoughts back from their cultivation. They all looked towards where the two were. At this moment, Zeno was standing there. A strange blue light flickered in his hands. And in front of him was Yi Jing. Was continuously emitting miserable sounds. She looked at her hands and feet in shock, pouring all her strength into trying to get out of here. But there was no semblance of consciousness. This was all because under the opponent's attack just now, her hand and foot tendons had been picked off as much as possible. The tendons and veins of her hands and feet were broken. Nowadays, she had become an invalid. Senior brother Zeno, what are you doing? Zeno, what are you doing? Hearing these two questioning voices, Zeno turned his head to look. With a cold smile. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of the crowd, his body began to expand continuously. It turned into a behemoth at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, a huge snake-shaped shadow also emerged beside him. That shadow gradually solidified. At the sight of the shadow, Lin Bai's eyes raised an eyebrow and his heart was startled. It was him. He remembered. Finally remembered who the other party really was. Safe zone. Quickly. All troops on alert, safe zone, protective screen, cover up. The ear-piercing sirens constantly echoed where the walls of the safe zone were. The crowd immediately took action. The long division of labor and cooperation. At this moment, the importance of it was highlighted. As the crowd passed on quickly, it was only a matter of seconds. This message was quickly transmitted within the Tianyuan city's military headquarters. 12 pillars of blood red light. A major change has occurred in the Demon Beast Forest. The highest level city alert order is activated. A beast tide is coming. Each of these 4 pieces of news was enough to cause a city to collapse. Now all 4 messages were released at the same time. This meant a major crisis that Tianyuan City was going to face. The city will be destroyed. The military chief received the order at the very first moment. His face was grave. At the same time, he also quickly called for a meeting. The entire military department was quickly put on alert. The residents of the city began to move at a rapid pace under the sound of the alarm. All king-level powerhouses, regardless of family or academy, all assembled at the military headquarters. However, just as soon as the news was released, a loud boom shook the entire Tianyuan city. In the southeastern corner of Tianyuan City, numerous residents watched as the earth continued to arch in front of them. They began to flee in all directions. However, the earth in front of them also seemed as if it had been plowed. Something was constantly bulging out from it. Judging from the scope of this thing, this must be a huge behemoth. Numerous residents are frantically fleeing. The city defense guards also came at this moment, attacking the huge thing that arched up in front of them. But as these various attacks landed on their bodies, this behemoth didn't react in any way, as if it was scratching an itch. Immediately afterward, under the gaze of countless residents, this biowalk let out a roar. Invisible waves of chi swept in all directions. It was as if it was a shockwave of extinction. Wherever it passed in just an instant, countless houses and buildings instantly turned into pieces. With just one roar, more than 100 people were killed. The sharp and numerous teeth are like a churning machine. Enough to shatter everything. Huge volume of light a mouth. Radius is already more than 50 meters. What kind of behemoth is this? And its body length is still climbing upwards. Surprisingly, it has already exceeded tens of feet. forcing the range of 100 feet. It was even increasing.
This is the king-level ferocious beast earthworm.
Chapter 138, Heretic.
But where did this king-level ferocious beast come from, to stay underneath our Tianyuan city's ground all this time? Where on earth did it come out from? Facing such a berserk ferocious beast, the many guards present also lost their confidence for a moment. The strength of a king-level ferocious beast that could drain the mountains and obliterate everything. They were still aware of it. With such a huge beast present, their hope of surviving this time was too slim.
Just as the crowd was feeling sadness in their hearts, the earthworm let out a roar.
Toward the crowd surging, the earth trembled as if the waves of the sea were generally surging by the other side. Under the abyssal mouth of the earthworm,
many people had already lost their lives.
When the earthworm was about to rush out again, a roar came from the sky.
Sinful animal! Stop! In the middle of the sky,
the dean of the True Martial Academy, Long Jian, stood with his hands covered. His eyes were filled with rage. The golden lion behind him emerged.
After the golden lion let out a roar,
immediately rushed forward to tangle with this ferocious beast.
In the process of running, the size of the golden lion was also suddenly getting bigger.
In the blink of an eye, it had already reached a height of 100 meters. Both sides were at the king level. There was only a large difference in strength. However, given the absolute size of the king-level ferocious beast Great Emperor's worm,
these strengths didn't seem to hold an advantage. The fight between the two sides was still going on. Long Jian also joined in with his own weapon.
The fight between the two sides could be described as sound. Both were king-level existences.
Even the snap of a finger could cause the earth to shake. Today's battle can be described as using all kinds of means.
Both sides killed each other on the spot.
Although Long Jian had a slight advantage in the battle,
but he was also a bit confused.
Why would such a king-level beast appear in the city? What were the city guards doing? However, he did not have time to think about it.
The battle continued.
At the same time,
while both sides were fighting,
an emergency meeting was already held in the military department.
Above the main seat of the meeting sat. It was Qin Tianyi, the emissary of the alliance. And beside him was the inspector. The two sides are strictly speaking equal, but because of the same out of the college. And Chen Tianyi is considered to be the older generation of qualifications of the senior. So the seniority is a bit bigger than the inspector in front of him. This time, it was naturally Chen Tianyi's turn to preside over the main seat. Regarding why such a thing has occurred amongst your Tianyuan city, I don't want to know, but nowadays there are internal and external concerns. Internally, this king-level ferocious beast is mistakenly killing the people of the city nowadays. My senior brother has already gone ahead to stop it in person, and externally, the soldiers of the city wall and the safe zone are suffering from an endless number of beast-tied disasters.
Now I need to urgently clarify something with all of you. Chen Tianyi deployed quickly. Order after order was ordered down. First, the people from the military department immediately dispatch 1/3 to receive the personnel from the safe zone. At the same time, all the ferocious beasts in the safe zone are to be eliminated immediately. There must not be any gaps left. If the safe zone is lost, the people of the city will be in danger. Second, dispatch a portion of the military personnel and defense team personnel to organize the protection of the residents for transfer. Thirdly, for those martial artists or imperial beast masters from various academies whose strength has reached the 3rd rank or above are forcibly recruited as the main force for this battle. Nowadays, all the security measures within the city had long been opened. In the sky above Tianyuan City, a protective shield had been formed that was large enough to cover the entire city. Including the underground was also under the protection of the shield. The entire Tianyuan City was best described as a huge orb. However, the safe zone and some of the gaps between the safe zone and the city walls were still not part of the shield. That was the real line of defense. And nowadays, this was also a protective measure. But anyone who wants to enter, one must get an order from the commander-in-chief to enter it. As for others, it's even more impossible to even think about it. But out is very simple. In other words, this shield only out not in. For the sake of safety. The city also has multiple emergency life-saving equipment and multiple secure basements. While the city was in a state of order,
Several figures were floating around the periphery of the safety shield at this moment. It seems that this half-saint Du isn't just a name in vain, worthy of being an alliance emissary, he still has some brains. The person who spoke was none other than that rift old devil.
So what?
Even if they have 2 half-saints, with teacher here, it's still not a handful.
Hearing these words,
Wang Shang laughed out loud.
Senior is attacking the city this time, I don't know. Some people maintained a radical attitude, wanting to immediately attack Tianyuan City at this moment.
There's no rush.
Wang Shang shook his head. Now that the time had not yet come, how could it be easy?
He was also pondering in his mind.
Suddenly everyone present felt a powerful fluctuation.
The source of this fluctuation was the city wall behind them.
They looked back.
A huge ferocious beast had appeared outside the city walls of the safe zone at this moment. A look of excitement appeared on their faces.
It was finally here.
This ferocious beast was not among the Alliance records.
It looked as if it was fictional. But the aura was huge. Surprisingly, it was at the king level.
At the sight of this beast, several other king-level beasts also hurriedly flew towards the beast.
Immediately afterward, they unexpectedly merged into it. This was precisely one of their means.
This thing developed by Old Man Duan is really something, being able to merge everyone's strength and converge into a single ferocious beast. With this thing in place, it's enough to hold the other few king ranks back. Although he was a saint-level powerhouse.
However, he had always sought stability in doing things. Those 2 half-saints were from amongst the alliance. Inevitably, they had some means of preserving their lives. It was possible that they would also be able to summon a saint who could fight against them. So to deal with those 2, he would have to use his full strength and be focused. Naturally, he needed some people to distract the other king-level powerhouses. The earthworm was one of them. The opponent had been predetermined from the start. The peak king-level powerhouse of the Dean of the True Martial Academy, Long Jian. The same was true for the ferocious beast in front of them that had brought together more than 30 king-level powerhouses from their operation. Outside the shield at this moment, only their master and disciple were left. That slave of yours hasn't summoned you yet? Chen Bergen was all a bit puzzled. It couldn't be this slow by reason. The action had already been fought. If it didn't strike, that would be destroying an important part of the operation. There's no rush, it's not that time yet today. This was something he had perfectly inherited from his own master's habits. Doing things steadily. And always had multiple scenarios. The center of the mission at this moment. Inside the Earth Sacred Spring. The moment he saw the ferocious beast beside Zeno, Lin Bai instantly figured out who the other party really was. Upon seeing Lin Bai's reaction, anger appeared on Zeno's face. You really knew that the Blood Demon King Snake existed among that swamp back then. Damned brat. I blame you for counting on me. Chapter 139, Zeno's True Strength. Even if Chen Hu, who was on the side, was no longer stupid. Now also thought clearly. He looked at Zeno in front of him. For a moment, he was actually a bit dumbfounded. As for the several people on the side, still full of shock. Why was this happening? They didn't understand what had happened between the 2. But they only knew that the Zeno in front of them had hurt someone for no reason. Surprisingly, he abolished the tendons of another person's hands and feet. This person is simply being a member of the sword sect. The senior sister on the side could no longer watch. Lifting her hand, she had already summoned her own sword. What do you want to do? This is the Earth's Sacred Spring holy ground. Do you want to kill someone here? Hearing these words, Zeno shook his head helplessly. Originally, I was thinking of saving you for the final torture, but since you already have a way to take your death, then I'll give you a ride. The huge figure flashed in just an instant. It had already come close. The sharp claws just violently grabbed down. The speed was so fast. This sword sect disciple hadn't even reacted yet. The claws had already arrived in front of her. Almost at the moment it was about to touch her cheek, a strong sword intent suddenly erupted. The sword in Gongsun Lu's hand flew out. Surprisingly, she forced Zeno back hard. Interesting. Zeno looked at his injured paw. There were a few more points of anticipation for Gongsun Lu in his eyes. Worthy of being the body of an innate sword spirit, you were able to injure me,
but this is also your limit in this life. The moment he heard that the other party was able to speak of his special physique,
shock surfaced in Gongsun Lu's eyes for the first time.
It then transformed into a trace of imperceptible anger.
His sword-spirit body. There were only a few people in the alliance who knew about it. The other party can know. Obviously, there should be other identities.
This situation today was very uncomplicated. Why did he waste the disciples' arms and legs?
And why did he turn on his fellow disciples? What exactly was his purpose? For a moment he was a little skeptical as to whether this senior disciple in front of him had been switched. Haha, you're surprised, aren't you? Eldest senior brother, if it weren't for Patriarch, you dead old man, being there, do you think I really want to call you eldest senior brother? Zeno snorted coldly.
Following that, light flickered in his hands.
A few shades of anger had appeared on his face.
With my current strength it's enough to crush you 10 times over, can't do anything about it, that Patriarch is too strong, I can't beat him. His face changed quickly, turning into a picture of unrestrained laughter.
Between the tone of voice,
there was a great implication of controlling the life and death of others. But now I really want to flay you and throw you in front of him, so that he can take a good look at what kind of expression he would have if his favored disciple ended up in such a general state. Oh no, he didn't have that chance. I think now he has long been with the original gang of old guys died in battle. Really regret this time you counted into the widow, and all of you here from today onwards will become the last soul seedling of Tianyuan City.
Zeno's face looked like he was crying for a while and laughing for a while. Pain and anger were shifting between them.
The expressions of the people present were all slightly puzzled.
What exactly did this person want? They had no doubt. The power possessed by the Zeno in front of them.
After all, he knew better about Gongsun Lu just now. That sword he almost used his full strength.
But he was only able to inflict a wound on his opponent.
It seems that the Zeno in front of him has changed. Or maybe he had gotten a heavenly chance.
But it is undeniable. Today's Zeno has a strong aura emanating from his body. The crowd was so scared that they couldn't even speak.
Each and every one of them had cold sweat on their foreheads.
I know what you guys are thinking, that's right, I joined the Holy Dynasty, in your words, it should be called the Pagan Church.
These words materialized the suspicions of the few people present.
The people present were all people who had seen more or less.
Among the cognizant were able to have such a bizarre means of raising their strength as the one before them.
The only explanation was that the other party was a pagan. Joined the damn pagan court.
Now he admitted it himself.
The crowd was relieved.
However, at the same time, a few worries could not help but rise in their hearts. The people in the pagan church had always been decisive.
And they never acted so openly.
The other party had already exposed him.
Combined with his words just now, it could not help but make the worries in the hearts of the people present even greater. This was to the outside world. They are now in the middle of the sacred spring of the earth. They can't observe the situation in the outside world. Even more so, they were unable to communicate with the outside world. A cry of alarm suddenly came out from the crowd. Immediately after that,
a silhouette was like a lost dog. He hurriedly ran to the other party and knelt down in front of him.
The tone was sincere.
I don't know that Your Excellency has come to visit. I have missed the opportunity to welcome you. Please forgive Your Excellency. This is the personal words given by my family's old ancestor, as well as my old ancestor's heartfelt sincerity. My old ancestor has now abandoned his darkness and surrendered to the Holy Dynasty.
From today onwards, the entire Zhang family will look up to the Holy Dynasty. This is my letter of recommendation to enter the Holy Dynasty. Your Excellency should recognize it.
The person in front of him was from the Heron True Mountain.
After hearing his words,
combined with the letter in the other party's hand,
the aura emanating from the letter.
Indeed, it belonged to the same lineage as the group of people he had met in that laboratory.
Remembering what that person said at the time,
in his heart, he was certain. Very well, in that case, as your first gift for entering the Holy Dynasty.
Hearing that the other party was going to bestow a gift upon him, Zhang Jianhan hadn't even finished listening to his words. A look of excitement appeared on his face.
At the same time, a few moments of anticipation bubbled up in his eyes.
Just in the next moment, an abrupt sound came out.
Within Zhang Jianhan's eyes, the pupils suddenly contracted.
Immediately afterward,
he then saw that his chest was penetrated by a large hand.
The owner of that large hand was none other than Zeno in front of him. Zhang Jianhan's mouth stammered. The words were not even finished. Just then, he heard the sound of Zeno's cold snort. Such a wallflower who sees the wind is the only one who dares to take you in, but it's a pity that you have fallen into my hands today. Killing you would not scare you of anything. Anger in his eyes. Big hand draws out. Zeno swallowed what was in his palm in one bite. And Zhang Jianhan, after seeing this scene in front of him, his eyes gradually lowered. Immediately after, the figure fell to the ground. The crowd clearly heard a sad whimper coming from the crowd. It was like the sorrow of a small beast. Zhang Jianhan completely died of gas. His origin imperial beast was similarly dead. As long as the master was dead. As long as the master dies, no matter how far the origin beast hides, it will die all the same. This was the link between the imperial beast master and the origin imperial beast. Ha ha ha. Zeno's cold laughter echoed throughout the entire Earth Sacred Spring Cave. The crowd heard this sound. They couldn't help but change their faces. Their brows furrowed, and they all felt a pang of fear in their hearts. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this far today, as repayment. Now how about I just want you to be drawn and quartered and practiced as a puppet? Chapter 140, 9 Deaths. Lin Bai sniffed. Just about to make a move. Although he was fast. But Zeno was faster than him. In the blink of an eye, he was close. Kid, you're too slow. A huge palm descended instantly. The monstrous force unexpectedly blasted Lin Bai out of the ground in an instant. A large gully also appeared on the bridge on the ground. After tumbling a few times in the air, his body had some bruises. He then smashed heavily on the ground. Just as Zeno was just about to make his next move, a roar came. The Black Fiend Tiger had already revealed its true form. Nowadays, the Black Fury Tiger was huge. That kind of size. As if it was like a mountain. It just charged straight towards him. Sharp snake sounds came out. Immediately after that, the Blood Demon King Snake suddenly rushed out. The two ferocious beasts with king-level bloodlines just fought together. Only the difference in rank was too great. This Blood Demon King Snake's own strength was sealed just like its master. But its own battle experience was not at all small. Compared to the tiny Black Fiend Tiger in front of me, I don't know how many times better. Just a hand to hand. Black Fiend Tiger fell into the wind. At this time, several other people also hastily launched the action. Luan bird flying. The mouth continuously spewed out gusts of cold air. The Luan bird after the baptism of the Earth Holy Spring. It already had a bit of freezing flavor. In just an instant, it froze the Blood Demon King Snake in front of it. It formed an ice sculpture. Attacks came one after another. At the same time, Gongsun Lu also drew out his sword. No matter what. The only one present who was qualified to stop Zeno with him. Lin Bai was the only one left. The two of them together were enough to last until reinforcements arrived. That's how it was. Originally a team of 10 people. Now they were separated. Lin Bai quickly got up. After recovering from his injuries, he was already fighting with Gongsun Lu. The other Blood Demon King Snake was also fought by the 5 of them, Zhenhu and Han Shui. For a while. This place was also experiencing a vicious battle. Although Lin Bai and Gongsun Lu were working together for the first time. But the two sides were strong. Nowadays, they were cooperating with each other to complement each other's strengths. Surprisingly, they relied on their different strengths. The Zeno in front of me is a potential counterweight to the Zeno in front of me. Worthy of the body of the sword spirit. The more the fight goes on, the more he realized that the two people in front of him were difficult to deal with. Between a thought, a majestic force was born in his palm. Turned into a monstrous blood chi swept towards the two. The two were momentarily defeated. They were actually sent flying out at the same time. On the other side, the Blood Demon King Snake roared up to the sky. The blood chi on his body had already condensed and materialized. On both sides of the Blood Demon King Snake, 2 small wings had already appeared. As soon as these small wings appeared, it had already vibrated crazily. Immediately followed by a roar. The Blood Demon King Snake's size suddenly doubled at the same time. It had already soared into mid-air. Open his mouth and spit.
A large amount of poisonous rain and poisonous gas suddenly poured down,
while the 5 people were constantly dodging.
Some of them were also hit and fell down.
Painful. This was the gap in hard power between the two sides. It was also the absolute power of suppression. Seeing this scene, the smile on Zeno's face increased.
Immediately after that, he raised his hand and dropped a bead onto the ground. Some mist emerged from this bead.
The mist appeared on the ground in an instant, and a formation mark appeared. This formation mark was dark and deep, as if a black hole, with a strange power of attraction. Under the gaze of the crowd,
the mist in front of them gradually solidified. A silhouette completely appeared. This time, it wasn't different from before when the shadow descended.
Instead, it was the real body. After seeing the person, the hearts of everyone sank.
The aura emanating from this person was already an 8th order Imperial Beast Master. Master, they have already lost some of their fighting ability, so please decide whether they live or die. Facing such an 8th order Imperial Beast Master,
there was also another extremely bizarre Zeno. For a moment, the battle between the two sides. There was hardly any suspense. Ha, not bad, you did a great job. The person who came was none other than Chen Baijin. He surveyed the situation in front of him. There were a few unrestrained smiles on his face, especially when he saw that the Black Fiend Tiger was still there. It was as if he saw the endless life. Everyone, you are all geniuses of a generation, and you don't want to just bury yourselves or lose your lives here. Give you a chance, submit to me now. You can walk out alive and return to our holy dynasty, or stay in the alliance and be our holy dynasty's spies. If you go against it or if you don't choose it, this is what will happen. The direction he pointed to with his raised hand. It was none other than Zhang Jianhan's corpse. The crowd fell into a short silence for a moment. Humph, if you want to stall for time, you're thinking wrong, and I'm not afraid to tell you that you're in trouble both internally and externally. Outside of Tianyuan City now, all of the king-level powerhouses have been stalled, and the only ones who can save you are yourselves. The other party appeared here in a dignified manner, and was completely unafraid. There was also that bland attitude. It also made the hearts of the people present sink to the bottom. What the other party said shouldn't be far off. And Lin Bai was now somewhat hesitant. How exactly should he be able to escape? Become a spy or the so-called surrender to the Holy Dynasty? It was simply impossible. If these crazy people went themselves, then there would really be no return. And taking a step back, it was also impossible for him to go to the Holy Dynasty at all. At this very moment, Zeno respectfully spoke to the man in front of him. Master, I have some grudges with him that I want to deal with. Refining into a puppet should be possible without the need for a soul to exist, right? After hearing those words, Lin Bai couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart and soul. He still wanted to take his own life. After seeing the other party nod his head, a rampant color emerged on Zeno's face. In the next moment, he immediately rushed towards Lindbergh. At the time when he felt that aura coming again, Lin Bai was already beyond confirmation. The Zeno in front of him was the one who had attacked him on the carnival night of the Four Courts joint competition. Since that was the case, Lindbergh frantically retreated. It looked like he was running away. But just when Zeno was about to touch him, between a thought, the sleeping hybrid beast inside his body violently opened its eyes. A monstrous huge force erupted from him. Retreat. It was just a simple word. It was as if it formed a piece of aphorism. It hardened and forced Zeno back. How? It wasn't just Zeno. Everyone felt a tremor in their hearts. It's impossible. Just one word pushed his opponent back. Taking advantage of this gap, Lin Bai also flew towards the Earth Sacred Spring and jumped down. At this point in time, it could already be said that it was a 9-to-1 situation. If the hybrid beast absorbed some of the Earth's Sacred Spring, regardless of the amount, as long as it could advance, then there might still be a chance of survival. If not, it would really be buried here. Just as he was about to touch the earthly sacred spring, a monstrous suction force came violently. Interesting. It was Chen Buijin's voice. Get your ass over here. The terrified voice was like thunder. The monstrous force had already pulled Lin Bai close. Never let him catch it. Chapter 141, Chaos. Damn it! Long Jian's figure retreated violently. At his side,
The golden lion gasped for air. His body was full of wounds, big and small. And before his eyes, the great emperor's worm had completely revealed itself. The surrounding area had become a land of sores. Ha ha ha. I can't imagine that the great Dean Long between the days of yesteryear is in such a sorry state now. A middle-aged man was standing atop the head of the earthworm in front of him.
The moment he saw the other party, Long Jian's eyes were filled with rage.
However, the earthworm under the other party's feet and the red flame beast hovering above his head, it made Long Jian cautious. Dean Long, don't think about seeking help from others. Those good fellow disciples of yours are already struggling to protect themselves now, so how could they possibly come to your aid? The grudge between you and me should also be settled.
Long Jian's heart sank.
The two of them knew each other from the siege operation 10 years ago.
It was also during that operation Long Jian lost his only son.
The enemy who killed his son was the middle-aged man in front of him.
The middle-aged man was covered with a black robe.
A pair of pupils flashed with a strange light.
Ha ha ha.
10 years have passed since I've seen you. I wonder how well Dean Long set up his own son's grave in the first place.
Upon hearing these words, Long Jian's body shook.
The veins on his forehead rippled.
The power in his body also surged to its peak.
The person in front of him was only at the late king level of cultivation. It could not yet help him, a peak king level. But what was difficult to deal with was that earthworm. Even though it was only around the 7th rank.
But its own king level bloodline is already powerful enough. Plus, it seems to be manipulated by something. It's acting like it's not afraid to die.
It was difficult for him to deal with this situation.
Moreover, it was still in the middle of Tianyuan City now.
He was already sure that the other party was deliberately luring him into the situation. As soon as he entered this area,
the communication equipment has been completely cut off. In order to lure him in. What a big show!
Don't worry, Dean Long, soon I will send you to be reunited with your family, as well as your granddaughter, who will be here soon. When that time comes, your family will be companions on the road to the Yellow Springs, but don't report my name, I still want to live for a few more years.
Under the middle-aged man's manipulation, the earthworm let out a roar. Immediately afterward, it charged once again.
The red flame beast was bathed in firelight all over its body.
The flames on its body seemed to have skyrocketed a few more points.
It charged towards them. Wherever it passed was like lava flowing. White smoke was few and far between. Glancing at the golden lion beside him,
after feeling the battle intent passed on by his old buddy,
a hint of decisiveness flashed in his eyes.
According to the current situation, Tianyuan City was already in dire straits. If he wanted to support others,
naturally, he would have to fight with all his might in order to kill his way out.
Long Jian sneered.
Courage of speech serves no purpose. Who was the one who beat the crap out of you back then and nearly broke his own imperial beast? It seems that you have forgotten all about it.
The golden lion roared violently. A wave of sonic power began to spread continuously through the air.
The earth was shaken and shattered even more. This wave of sound waves was mixed with monstrous power. It was violently transmitted to the front of his eyes.
Old buddy, fight again.
At this moment, he seemed to have some glowing intentions.
A red glow came out on his face.
There was also a bit of boldness. The golden lion had cooperated with him for a long time. Both sides could already be said to be from the same lineage.
Under this strong attack,
even for a moment, the earthworm and the middle-aged man could not lift their heads.
There was only one peak king level and 2 half-saints in Tianyuan City. The other king level powerhouses have already arrived at the safe zone.
They had now arrived at the safe zone in droves.
Damn! What kind of ferocious beast is this?
It's so huge that it has never appeared in any records.
A group of king-level experts looked at the behemoth in front of them.
This behemoth was almost 100 meters tall.
It stood like a high wall in the sky.
They had never seen such a behemoth before. And it wasn't in the records of the Alliance.
Think. Should be some kind of unknown beast.
Such a huge size. According to common sense, it should be stronger.
But the aura emanating from its body was only at the king level.
But this size had already made many people present feel discouraged.
Such a strong person didn't seem to be something they could resist.
Only that none of the many king levels present had retreated.
What awaited them next? It would be a bitter battle.
However, all of the people present were not of low status. Naturally, they had their own not-so-small cards. The situation in front of them does not allow them to not go on.
If they just quit, I'm afraid that Tianyuan City will disappear from the alliance from now on. They would also become the sinners of Tianyuan City. Many people are born and raised here.
They naturally have a deep love for their hometown.
Now that this has happened, they can't just sit back and do nothing. They couldn't just sit back and do nothing. All of you guarding Tianyuan City, I never thought it would be our turn to strike.
Immediately after that, numerous king strike powerhouses stepped forward. The behemoth in front of them was not known to have any direct relationship with the beast tide though.
But one thing was certain.
With the defense soldiers of those safe zones, they were still unable to deal with such a behemoth.
For a while all kinds of imperial beasts came out in an endless stream.
Martial artists also began to strengthen their own power. They fought with the behemoth in front of them. Both sides of the battle even in a moment to produce a mutual resistance to the situation of equalization.
Such a situation. It had also dragged all the king-level experts within the entire Tianyuan City. The sky outside the city.
Upon seeing his disciple disappear, a faint trace of undetectable smugness flashed across the eyes of the cleft old devil. Since they have all cleared the stage, then the main event is next.
Thinking of this,
Wang Sheng took a step out.
The monstrous force spread out at the bottom of his feet. It was like a wave. It continuously rolled and spread towards the front.
After touching a certain range,
the sensation was strong.
Immediately after, a circle of protective shield so gradually revealed the true face.
Tianyuan City's protective shield. It actually trembled in an instant.
He himself was a saint-level powerhouse. The only thing that could resist his attack was a saint-level product. Amazement flashed through his eyes.
It hadn't occurred to him that this was actually a bit off from what the Saint Dynasty had estimated.
Originally, he had thought that this protective shield of theirs would be at the peak level of the king grade.
I didn't expect it to be a saint-level product. That would be great. By the time Tianyuan City was broken.
The shield here can also be used for our own purposes. There would be another increase in strength. Wang Sheng was pondering in his mind. Inside the city, two streams of light flew violently. These two streams of light passed straight through the protective shield and stopped in front of him.
One of them was the Alliance messenger Chen Tianyi.
As for the other person, he had just made a breakthrough. The old city lord who had been guarding this city.
Your Excellency is a member of the Pagan Church?
The two of them, Chen Tianyi and the old city lord, frowned. The strength of this person in front of them made them feel no less threatened.
I wonder what his cultivation level is.